Right in the middle of class, this guy suddenly snaps, screaming the name Ye Qingyu with pure rage burning in his eyes. The teacher is absolutely livid, shouting at Baili Yunxiao to shut up and sit back down. His classmates start whispering and snickering, mocking him and joking that he must have finally lost his mind on some serious drugs. Catching the teacher's death stare like a literal demon from hell, he sits down in a daze, completely confused as to why he's back in his old high school classroom. Baili Yunxiao wonders if he hadn't already kicked the bucket. But then, the shock hits him. He's actually traveled back in time to when he was 18 years old. Back to the past. He's 18 again, the same kid who failed his university entrance exams and lost everything. In the original timeline, the next 7 years were a nightmare. His parents were murdered by enemies, and he was hunted into a dead end. But fate took a turn when he accidentally entered the 9 Firmaments continent, where he walked the path of immortality, became the sect leader of the Jade Firmament Palace, and rose to the rank of a spirit venerable. Yet, on only his second day as sect leader, his own fiancée, Ye Qingyu, stabbed him in the back literally. He never imagined that after dying, he'd wake up 300 years in the past, back on Earth. But honestly, that's not a problem for someone like Baili Yunxiao. After everything he's endured, he's ready to set this world on fire. He's going to cultivate until he reaches the ultimate peak, becoming so powerful that no one can even dream of standing in his way. Baili Yunxiao has a new mission: to defy heaven and rewrite his fate. Using his knowledge of the future, he's going to flip the script on his entire life. Suddenly, the bell rings for the end of the day. Baili Yunxiao drags his crippled legs and slowly limps his way out of the classroom. Behind him, the whispers never stop. His classmates are still gossiping about his legs. That horrific car accident in his past changed everything. It's the reason everyone looks down on him now. But the game has changed. Baili Yunxiao gives a cold, faint smirk, knowing deep down that he only needs a single day to completely heal this broken body. This is his second chance at life, his second destiny. But then, a pair of long, slender legs suddenly blocks his path. It's her, Lin Miao Miao. His ex-girlfriend who didn't hesitate to throw him away like trash right after his accident. She stands there looking down her nose at him, sneering and calling him a pathetic, useless cripple. She treats him like some kind of filthy animal. Baili Yunxiao recognizes her instantly, but his face remains stone cold as he tells her to get out of his way. He thinks back to how she was only there for the money and vanished the moment things got tough. Pure trash. Not even worth a single cent. Hearing that, Lin Miao Miao's face turns purple with rage. She screams at him to never follow her again and warns him never to tell anyone she was ever his girlfriend. Baili Yunxiao couldn't care less. He just turns and walks away, leaving her fuming and cursing at his back. But little did they know, someone else had been watching this whole drama unfold from the shadows. A man quickly approaches Lin Miao Miao, telling her to come meet his boss, someone who's more than willing to help her teach Baili Yunxiao a lesson. Lin Miao Miao is caught off guard, wondering who this mysterious boss could be. The man just smirks and drops a name: Yi Ling. He tells her straight up if she just gets in the car with Ye Ling, he'll make sure to break Baili Yunxiao's one good leg. Lin Miao Miao hesitates for a split second. She remembers how things were before the accident. Being with Baili Yunxiao used to be fun. Feeling a tiny spark of pity, she turns her head away, unwilling to accept the man's brutal offer. The man heads back to the car to report to Ye Ling, who's currently lounging with a beautiful girl in his arms. Sipping on a glass of red wine, Ye Ling guesses that Lin Miao Miao probably saw through his revenge plot, and he lets out a chilling laugh. Ye Ling holds a massive grudge against Baili Yunxiao, blaming him for the accident that cost him his own legs. With a sinister grin, he plans to wait until the university exams to drag everyone who ever crossed him into the deepest pits of despair. Baili Yunxiao starts drifting back into his memories. His father had come to Haitian City alone, starting from nothing to build a massive transport company and becoming incredibly wealthy. But last year, one of their family's truck drivers caused an accident that crashed into Ye Ling, leaving him paralyzed. After that, disasters hit his family one after another. Baili Yunxiao had his own accident, and they were eventually forced to sell the entire company just to survive. His father knew early on that the Ye family was behind the accident as revenge, but they were too powerful for his family to ever fight back. Thinking about all that past agony, Baili Yunxiao covers his face. He knows he has to heal his body and boost his cultivation fast. He needs to snuff out these threats while they're still in the cradle. Baili Yunxiao slowly closes his eyes, preparing his spirit to begin the physical restoration process. His body begins to shift rapidly as glowing currents of spiritual energy start swirling around him. He realizes he needs to manifest 100 points of light to become a spirit apprentice. Only then can he truly wipe away his injuries and start his climb to the top. If this world actually had spiritual energy, man, with Baili Yunxiao's former status as a spirit venerable, life here would be a total joke for him. After a long silence, Baili Yunxiao finally pulls it off, but damn, it's still way too slow. He slumps against the wall, feeling completely bitter. I mean, think about it. The former palace master of the Jade Heaven Palace, the legendary Nine Heavens Spirit Venerable, reduced to this? Right now, Baili Yunxiao's school is absolutely packed. People are everywhere. He tries to slip in quietly, but no luck. Li Minghao blocks his path, immediately talking trash. Baili Yunxiao knows this guy. He's a simp for Lin Miao Miao, and basically Ye Ling's personal lapdog. Li Minghao blows a thick cloud of cigarette smoke right into Baili Yunxiao's face. Pure disrespect. He demands that our boy go meet Jin Kan right now. Baili Yunxiao follows his gaze, and his heart sinks pure rage and worry, hitting him all at once when he spots the guy. Because in his past life, this was the monster who shattered his leg. That injury cost him his college exams. And his parents? They were beaten half to death by this thug. Baili Yunxiao realizes Jin Kan is a martial artist likely at the Bright Strength realm. In this world, martial artists are ranked in 4 stages: Bright Strength, Dark Strength, Transforming Strength, and the legendary Pill Strength. At the Bright stage, a punch creates a literal gust of wind. We're talking over 300 pounds of raw force. Hearing the orders, Baili Yunxiao just smirks and walks right past him. Total disrespect. And yeah, Li Minghao loses it. He swings around to grab Bailey's shoulder, but bam! Baili Yunxiao shoves him back with terrifying strength. Li Minghao is stunned. How is this possible? The guy with the crippled leg is suddenly this strong? He lunges forward, throwing a heavy strike, but Baili Yunxiao is faster. One clean punch right to the face. Down goes the lackey. Jin Kan sees everything. His face darkens. He's seen enough. He steps up to Baili Yunxiao, acting all tough, and tells him they need a chat in the alley. Baili Yunxiao just grins. Oh, I'd love to. He calculates his odds. If he concentrates 100 points of spiritual light into his forehead, he can easily dodge whatever this guy throws. Jin Kan is absolutely livid at the disrespect. He roars like a wild animal, launching a massive fist at Bailey's face. But our boy just slips the punch with a tiny movement. Now, let's see what happens when he dumps 50 points of energy into his right leg. Boom! Baili Yunxiao kicks him into the dirt like it's nothing. Jin Kan goes flying, screaming in absolute agony. The students watching are losing their minds. The whispers start immediately. Lin Miao Miao is standing right there in the crowd. Her jaw, floor level. She can't believe what she's seeing. Everyone is reeling from that display of power. Then the recognition kicks in. Wait, isn't that Baili Yunxiao? The former soccer captain. The guy who used to date the school beauty, Lin Miao Miao. Everyone remembered him as the cripple from that accident a year ago, but now? He just beat Jin Kan so hard his face is crooked. Bailey looks down at the pathetic mess and lets out a cold laugh. The school bell rings, cutting the tension. Baili Yunxiao just turns around and heads to class like nothing happened. He reminds himself to stay low-key. After all, this isn't the Nine Heavens continent anymore. Jin Kan is fuming. A thought hits him. Was Bailey faking it this whole time? Was he secretly training just to fool Ye Ling? He grabs his phone and snitches to Ye Ling immediately. When Ye Ling hears that Bailey might have been faking his injury, oh, he is absolutely livid. He screams into the phone. He doesn't care how. He doesn't care when he wants Baili Yunxiao neutralized. Period. Jin Kan takes the order. He promises that within 7 days, he'll make sure Baili Yunxiao never even sees the inside of an exam hall. He's already calling in reinforcements. But Ye Ling isn't playing, he warns Jin Kan that if he screws up again, the consequences will be deadly. Back in class, Lu Dong is looking over at Baili, genuinely worried. Lu Dong is a real one, a brother for life. He never once looked down on Baili, even when everyone else called him a cripple. They grew up in the same neighborhood, and Lu Dong was always there to give him a ride home whenever he could. Seeing his best friend finally healthy again, Lu Dong is hyped. He wants to throw a massive party to celebrate Bailey's recovery. The whole class is down for it, leaving Bailey a bit overwhelmed. Suddenly, the door swings open, and Lin Miao Miao peeks in. The room is basically in chaos, with everyone shouting over Lu Dong's party plans. Lin Miao Miao looks at Bailey with pure regret. She can't help but think if she hadn't messed things up, she'd be the one standing right next to him. The class rep, Xu Zhong, makes it official everyone's meeting up after school. It's their final senior year hangout and a welcome back party for Bailey. The whole room erupts in cheers. Everyone is in. That night, the whole class hits up a karaoke bar. It's a total blast. But Baili Yunxiao just sits back, watching the fun. After a few drinks, he starts feeling a bit buzzed and slips out for some air. Seeing him leave, Lin Miao Miao doesn't waste a second. She follows him right out. He notices her trailing behind and can't help but smirk. What? She sees he's a top-tier guy again and wants a second chance. Typical. Lin Miao Miao dismisses the topic with an embarrassed flush, her face turning bright red as she whispers for him to be more careful in the future. Overwhelmed by sheer shyness, the words get stuck in her throat, and she quietly retreats back to her room without another word. Baili Yunxiao watches her leave, thinking to himself that while Lin Miao Miao is a bit of a materialist with a prickly attitude, she isn't actually a bad person at heart. But unfortunately for her, after everything he's been through, He just doesn't feel anything for her anymore, until a blood-curdling scream rips through the air from the bathroom. Lin Miao Miao is being cornered by a filthy drunk near the sinks, and she lets out a cry of pure humiliation and fear. The creep doesn't stop his disgusting advances, leaving Miao Miao absolutely terrified and shaking. She screams out, desperate for anyone to help, and right then, Baili Yunxiao appears, sending a lightning-fast punch that sends that lowlife flying across the room. Miao Miao breaks down in tears, seeing Baili Yunxiao like a literal guardian angel who just pulled her back from the brink. She rushes in to hug him, sobbing her heart out, but Baili Yunxiao just coldly pushes her away and walks straight out of the room. The creep is fuming, nursing his wounds while glaring at the hero's back. Meanwhile, Baili Yunxiao and Lin Miao Miao head back to their karaoke room. Lu Dong gives him a suspicious, cunning look. But suddenly, boom, the door is kicked wide open. Pure chaos erupts as everyone panics, realizing that the creep from earlier was actually Zhang Yingwu, and he's back with a whole squad of thugs looking for blood. Xu Zong whispers to the class, breaking down just how much trouble they're really in. Turns out, this guy is brothers with the manager of this landing KTV, and is basically the kingpin of the local streets. Acting like he owns the place, Zhang Yingwu arrogantly demands that Xu Zong hands over Lin Miao Miao to have a few drinks with him. Xu Zong tries to grow a spine and refuse, but when the thugs surround him, the words die in his throat, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Trapped, he has no choice but to tell Lin Miao Miao to go with Zhang Yingwu, and poor Miao Miao is so terrified, her whole body starts to tremble. But then, Baili Yunxiao steps in, telling her she doesn't have to go anywhere with that trash. Enraged, Zhang Yingwu screams for his goons to finish him, but they have no idea they're up against a monster. Baili Yunxiao moves like a blur, dodging their pathetic attacks with lightning speed. He blips behind them like a ghost, delivering a brutal lesson they'll never forget until every single one of them is face down on the floor. He flashes an arrogant smirk at Zhang Yingwu, who loses it and pulls a freaking gun out of his pocket, aiming it right at his head. The sight of that cold, black barrel sends the room into a state of absolute hysteria as everyone screams in terror. But Baili Yunxiao? He doesn't even flinch. He actually dares Zhang Yingwu to pull the trigger, wanting to see who's really faster. Then comes the cold warning. He tells Zhang he only gets one shot, because after that, he's a dead man. Zhang Yingwu's face turns beet red with rage, his mind racing. How could this kid not be afraid of a gun? With the college entrance exams coming up, if a student accidentally dies, not even his manager cousin could save him from the fallout. Baili Yunxiao doesn't let up the pressure, demanding that Zhang Yingwu drops the weapon and hands it over right now. He barks an order for Zhang Yingwu to get on his knees, and as if possessed by some mysterious, overwhelming power, Zhang's eyes go wide with terror. The gun clatters to the floor, and Zhang Yingwu falls to his knees at Baili Yunxiao's feet. He looks like a pathetic, obedient puppy right as Baili tells his friends to leave. The KTV manager and Zhang's cousin finally shows up. Seeing his relative humiliated on the floor, the manager immediately starts acting like a big shot, shouting at our hero. Zhang Yingwu sees his cousin like a savior, scrambling over to cling to his leg for protection. Then, a man known as Black Dragon steps forward, wanting to challenge Baili Yunxiao, and Baili realizes this guy has reached the Bright Jin stage. His cultivation is on a whole different level compared to someone like Jin San. But Baili Yunxiao thinks that if he unleashes all his spiritual light at once, he might actually have a fighting chance. He calls Black Dragon out, and the man charges like a bullet, his cloak flying off to reveal a body covered in intimidating tattoos as he strikes. Baili is caught off guard by the sheer power, but thanks to his preparation, he walks away with only a minor scratch. Thinking Baili is scared, Black Dragon keeps pressing the attack. But Baili is already gathering every drop of spiritual light for a counterstrike. Suddenly, the tide turns. Baili Yunxiao takes the lead, raining down a relentless barrage of blows on Black Dragon. He pours every ounce of his spiritual light into the assault, giving the man zero room to even catch his breath. One final, devastating blow, and it's a knockout. Black Dragon collapses, his face a complete and utter mess. Witnessing the carnage, Zhang Yingwu's cousin is terrified, immediately trying to negotiate and promising Baili free KTV for life just to stay on his good side. Baili Yunxiao doesn't say a word, only warning the man to keep his dogs on a shorter leash before walking away like a boss. As they leave the building, his classmates can't stop buzzing, showering him with praise for the absolute legend he's become. Lu Dong just can't stop fanboying, following Baili Yunxiao around and begging to be his disciple. Our boy realizes the guy actually has some potential, thinking he might be a useful pawn to have around later. But there's a problem. Yunxiao feels his spiritual light is running dangerously low. If a heavy hitter like Black Dragon decides to show up now, things could get ugly fast. He needs to find a high-energy spot to recharge, so he promises to give Lu Dong some pointers after the college entrance exams. That news has Lu Dong jumping for joy. Late that night, Yunxiao heads out to Forest Park alone. The geography here is a masterpiece. The mountains look like a dragon, and this lake is the Dragon's Eye, making it the ultimate spot to gather spirit chi. Sunrise hits. Yunxiao lets out a massive, refreshing shout. He's finally broken through to the spirit soldier realm. Level up. Suddenly, snap. Footsteps in the distance. Birds scatter and the trees rustle. Yunxiao's on high alert. He looks around and decides that's enough training for today. An old man and a young girl approach him, calling out for him to stop. Looks like they're searching for something. Yunxiao instantly senses the old man's aura. This guy is a dark strength master. Even the girl beside him is packing clear strength, which actually catches Yunxiao off guard for a second. The old guy asks if he heard a long whistling sound nearby, hoping Yunxiao saw the person responsible. Never heard of it, Yunxiao replies, cold as ice. The girl is instantly suspicious. What's a kid like him doing out here anyway, especially since this restricted villa area isn't exactly open to the public. Yunxiao thinks she's way too arrogant for her own good. He doesn't even bother answering, just turns his back and walks away. She's fuming. Being ignored like that makes her want to lunge at him, but the old man quickly holds her back. Yunxiao looks back and drops a truth bomb, telling the old man he better keep a tight leash on that girl's big mouth. That's the final straw. She's absolutely triggered, charging at Yunxiao with a full power palm strike. But Yunxiao? He just glides out of the way, effortless. He didn't even break a sweat. She won't give up, spinning around for a second strike. But Yunxiao's patience is gone. He grabs her leg like he's catching a rat and tosses her straight into the water. Splash. The girl and the old man are screaming, begging Yunxiao to show some mercy. Too late. He's already dumped her in the lake. After some desperate splashing, she crawls out looking like a drowned rat. The old man thinks Yunxiao went too far, but our boy just laughs. Who started this, old man? Thinking Yunxiao is just some arrogant brat, the old man decides it's time for a proper lesson in respect. Yunxiao just stands his ground, ready for action. The old man lunges forward like a hungry tiger closing in on its prey, but Yunxiao is ready. He blocks the man's power with one hand while unleashing a barrage of counterattacks with the other. They're trading blows for a while, neither backing down, until the old man decides to go full throttle. To his absolute shock, Yunxiao defends against the impact easily. The old guy can't believe it. Boom! A massive energy wave blasts them apart, leaving them both winded. Yunxiao gets slammed back into a massive tree. The trunk shatters into a million pieces instantly. It's official, Yunxiao's raw power is absolutely terrifying. The old man is reeling, his energy completely unstable after that collision. Realizing he's dealing with a monster, the old man bows deeply with respect. He introduces himself as Ye Huguo and the girl as his granddaughter, Ye Qingluan, begging for forgiveness for their reckless behavior. The Ye family? Yunxiao hears the name and instantly cranks his guard up to 10. Ye Huguo notices the sudden shift in Yunxiao's vibe and gets curious. He invites Yunxiao back for some tea, but Yunxiao isn't buying it. He turns to leave, but Qingluan grabs his arm, trying to force him to stay. Bad move. Yunxiao is officially ticked off now. He warns her to let go or things will get ugly. She doesn't listen, so he grabs her right by the throat. Ye Huguo panics. He's terrified for his granddaughter and starts shouting for him to stop. One move and she's dead, Yunxiao growls, holding her life in his hands. Suddenly, he notices a necklace on her chest. He snatches it away, leaving both of them stunned and completely confused. The old man thinks to himself, this kid is a straight-up genius. It would be a waste not to recruit him. Meanwhile, Yunxiao is hyped. This necklace holds over 7,000 units of spiritual light. That just saved him an entire day of training. He absorbs the power instantly, successfully condensing his very first spirit thread. Jackpot. Suddenly, Baili Yunxiao hears Yeiling's voice echoing from right behind him. The guy couldn't find him, so he decided to investigate and target his parents instead. Baili Yunxiao heard every single word from the shadows. He knew right then if he didn't end this today, there wouldn't be another chance. He shadowed Yeiling back to his luxury villa, thinking to himself that his very first strand of newly formed spirit silk was already reserved for this trash. No more talking. Baili Yunxiao struck instantly with a deafening blast that shattered the room's mirrors into a million jagged pieces. Caught completely off guard, Yiling collapsed right in the middle of his bed dead before he even knew what hit him. The Yi family burst through the door seconds later, and the sight waiting for them? Pure nightmare fuel. They couldn't help but scream in horror. Ye Huguo checked for a pulse at his neck. Nothing. The realization hit the entire room like a ton of bricks. He was actually gone. Furious and desperate, Ye Huguo turned his rage on the girl in the room, demanding to know what happened to Ye Ling. She was losing it, shaking and crying as she screamed that after one sharp sound, Ye Ling just stopped moving entirely. That got Ye Huguo thinking. After a moment, he was certain this had to be the work of a high-level master from the martial arts world. But here's the thing. Only a Danjing Grandmaster would have the power to project energy like that. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How on earth did Yi Ling provoke a legendary Danjing Grandmaster? Ye Huguo demanded to know if Ye Ling had beef with anyone lately, and the girl immediately pulled up a photo of our boy, Baili Yunxiao. The second they saw the picture, both Ye Huguo and Ye Qingluan were absolutely stunned. This was the same kid they'd just run into earlier that morning. The old man realized that if Baili Yunxiao's master was a grandmaster, they were in deep trouble. Was this a warning? A message telling him not to even think about touching the kid? Terrified of a revenge he couldn't stop, Ye Huguo decided right then and there to let the matter go. He wanted to cover up the truth and claim Ye Ling died of a heart attack. Ye Ling's father was in tears, demanding to know why the old man would protect the killer of his own grandson, but the old man just snapped, shouting that his decision was final. Back at school, Baili Yunxiao was just chilling with some ice cream when a frantic voice called out for him to stop. Li Minghao appeared, telling him he had to come along because the Ye family was looking for him. For a second, Baili Yunxiao wondered if they knew he was the one who ended Ye Ling, but then he quickly shook that thought off. If they actually knew, they wouldn't have just sent Li Minghao to play messenger. He told the guy to lead the way, straight to the Ye family villa. Inside, Ye Qingluan was waiting on the sofa, looking sharp and dangerous. She straight up accused him of the murder. Our boy didn't even deny it, which drove her crazy. She demanded to know who his master was. That gave Baili Yunxiao an idea. If they wanted to believe he had some legendary master backing him up, he'd use that to hide his own true power. So, he started talking big, putting on a show for them. He claimed his master didn't care about a body count, and wouldn't hesitate to wipe out the entire Ye family if he felt like it. Ye Qingluan couldn't take the disrespect anymore and demanded his cultivation secrets, just as another elder stepped out from the shadows. Baili Yunxiao could feel it. This guy was a peak-level expert. Seeing how arrogant our boy was, the elder wanted a piece of him. Zero fear. Baili Yunxiao accepted on the spot, telling the old man to stop talking and just show him what he had. Up on the balcony, Ye Huguo watched everything with a cold gaze. He decided Baili Yunxiao wasn't leaving until they got that master's name. The elder was already at his breaking point, screaming for the kid to talk. Our boy just smirked. You? You're not even worthy of meeting my master. That did it. The elder lost his mind, charging at Baili Yunxiao like a wild beast with terrifying speed. But Baili Yunxiao dodged effortlessly. He aimed a single strike right between the elder's eyes, the force blasting through the wall behind them as the man dropped dead. At this point, Ye Huguo completely lost his cool. He lunged forward himself, looking like he was ready to risk it all in a fight against Baili Yunxiao. But then, he completely flipped. The man started bowing his head like a panicked chicken, begging for forgiveness. He groveled at Baili Yunxiao's feet. He realized the truth. This kid wasn't just a student. He was the Danjing Grandmaster. One wrong move, and the Ye family was history. After the clash, Baili Yunxiao realized that peak-level experts were actually no joke. He almost couldn't keep up with that guy's speed. If he hadn't used that strand of spirit silk at the last second, he might have been the one on the floor. Seeing Ye Huguo groveling like a coward, Baili Yunxiao decided to let it go for now. He spared them, deciding not to crush the Ye family just yet. Ye Huguo looked like he'd just won the lottery, promising anything just to keep them alive. The old man won't bother him anymore, not when he's paying 50 million a year just for the privilege of staying alive. He hands over his phone, trembling, waiting for our boy to punch in his bank details. Baili Yunxiao types it in with a cold smirk. If these cowards want peace, he'll let them believe he's only at the start of his power. It's a win-win, keeping his hands clean while stacking a massive pile of cash. Number entered, he turns to leave, but not before dropping one final, bone-chilling threat. Don't you dare touch my parents. Stepping out, he knows the Yi family is handled for now, but to avoid the tragedies of his past life, he needs more power and fast. Walking past a shop, something catches his eye. A precious teapot radiating 3 full units of spiritual light. That's days of cultivation right there. He asks for the price, but the shopkeeper, judging him by his clothes, snaps back with a fixed price of 10,000, no bargaining, too good to pass up. Baili offers a piece of high-grade jade as a deposit, promising to return with the full cash tomorrow. Seeing the pure, expensive jade, the shopkeeper's eyes turn into dollar signs. He agrees instantly. Later, mid-cultivation, his phone pings. The Ye family's blood money just hit his account. Perfect timing. 2 threads of spiritual silk have already formed. It's time to go grab that item. But when he gets back to the shop, the owner has suddenly developed a memory problem. He claims he's never seen the teapot or the jade, acting like Baili is a total stranger. Bad move. Baili's temper is flaring. The greedy old man isn't just lying, he's trying to steal that jade for himself. Too far. Baili gives one warning before casually crushing a bronze teapot with his bare hands like it's made of paper. Shaking, the owner calls in his muscle a pack of thugs armed to the teeth, talking big as they surround him. The leader, losing his mind at the disrespect, swings a heavy iron bar straight at Baili's head. Wrong move, buddy. Baili is faster, a blur of movement and a brutal kick right to the jaw. He doesn't stop there. Before they can even blink, he lunges into the rest of the pack. One punch, one down. In seconds, the floor is covered in groaning thugs, and the shopkeeper is sweating buckets. He's terrified. Baili's patience is gone. He demands his items back now. Turns out, the jade is gone, sold to a wealthy merchant already. Baili's gaze turns murderous. The owner frantically calls the buyer, only to get cursed out for being an unprofessional hack. Now he's begging. He wants to pay Baili off because the buyer is the Guo family. And you don't just take things back from them, the Guo family. Baili knows them, they're even more powerful and influential than the Ye family. But his cultivation comes first. He'll let the Guos guard his treasure for now. Otherwise, they'd already be paying the price in blood. Time for a change of plans. He orders the thugs to take him to the local antique hub, arriving at a massive, luxury showroom. They lead him inside and introduce him to a woman who looks like she walked off a runway curvy in all the right places. But Baili? Total straight shooter. He isn't impressed by her outfit or her dealer attitude. She looks like a rookie to him. She's arrogant too, looking down her nose at him with an attitude that could kill. She turns her back, telling him to follow her. And for a second, Baili is just stunned by how cold she is. The thug panics, whispering that this is Yu Chenyan, his cousin. She's a history grad from Newton University and a top-tier auctioneer at Tianluo. Basically, she thinks she's better than everyone. He's desperately trying to cool Baili down before our hero decides to level the building. Yu Chenyan starts showing off the upcoming auction pieces, acting like she's doing him a favor. "Take a look," she says, "if you can even afford it." Baili stares not at her, but at the items. His heart nearly stops when he spots a night pearl and a bracelet radiating 9,000 spiritual points. 9,000. Usually, he'd have to train like a beast for months to get that kind of energy. But here it is served on a silver platter. He isn't letting this chance slip through his fingers. He looks her dead in the eye and tells her he's taking both. She's floored. Those items are worth at least 20 million. But our boy Baili? He doesn't care about the price tag or her shocked expression. Direct transfer. Right now, he's ready to drop the cash. Yu Chenyan is stunned. She just realized she walked into a gold mine, and his name is Baili Yunxiao. Even though the truth is staring her right in the face, she plasters on a fake corporate smile. She strikes a flirtatious pose while shaking Baili Yunxiao's hand, clearly fishing for a future partnership. But our boy isn't buying her act at all. He just coldly asks if he can auction these items back once he's bored with them in a few days. Yu Chenyan's cousin just laughs it off, nodding in agreement with Baili Yunxiao's request. That's when Yu Chenyan really turns up the professional seductress charm. Acting like 20 vixens rolled into one, she smoothly informs Baili Yunxiao about a massive jade exhibition happening today in Jade City. Apparently, the big-shot merchants brought out their finest treasures, and she's dying to know, is he interested in coming? Baili Yunxiao? A total stone-cold straight shooter. He doesn't even give her a second glance. He tells them he's taking his night pearl back to a nearby hotel to rest and will be ready to head out in 90 minutes. Over at the exhibition, the bidding is already going crazy. Prices are skyrocketing by the second. The bid hits 21 million. To these people, that kind of money is basically just pocket change or fallen leaves. Suddenly, a hand shoots up. Baili Yunxiao shouts 21 million and 10,000. Talk about lightning-fast timing. After a quick count with no higher bidders, Baili Yunxiao successfully scores 2 rare gemstones. But here's the weird part. The crowd is praising him for getting a bargain at 20 million, but the sarcasm in their voices? It's thick enough to cut with a knife. Feeling suspicious, Baili Yunxiao hops onto the stage to check the quality, ignoring the auctioneer's attempts to stop him. He touches them and yep, just as he thought. Total junk. These are the kind of cheap knockoffs you'd find at a flea market. He drops them instantly, making it clear he's not interested in buying garbage. Feeling insulted, the auctioneer just smirks, her lips curling into a mocking grin. She sneers that he's probably just too broke to pay and claims he's disrespecting the powerful boss Jin of Jade City. Right on cue, Jinlong steps out from behind a red curtain as if he'd been waiting, claiming the deal was witnessed by everyone. The transaction is official. There's no backing out now. According to him, walking away is a crime. Baili Yunxiao is fuming he's not about to let himself be scammed this easily. They're demanding a sky-high price that a high school student could never afford. Now, watch what happens next in Chapter 18. Furious, Jinlong finally lets him go but threatens him to never set foot in Jade City ever again. But Baili Yunxiao has nerves of steel. He isn't moving an inch. Jinlong snaps, feeling like he's being mocked, and orders his thugs to drag the boy out by force. They surround Baili Yunxiao in a tight circle, looking like they're about to start some twisted game. Just as they're about to strike, a sharp voice cuts through the air. Yu Chenyan appears, and her expression is hard to read. Seeing the gorgeous Yu Chenyan, Jinlong's eyes light up like a predator who found a new target, wondering why she's here. But she's not having it. She sees exactly what Jinlong is trying to do to Baili Yunxiao. She threatens to report his little scam to the real boss Jin. Talk about a beauty over brawn moment, he freezes instantly. Pure terror hits him. Crossing the big boss? Yeah, that's a death sentence he's not willing to risk for this. Satisfied, Yu Chenyan grabs Baili Yunxiao's arm and practically drags him out of the hostile crowd. Jinlong just stands there, frozen like a statue for a good 10 minutes. The crowd starts losing it, laughing and gossiping about the absolute clown show they just witnessed. Seething with rage, he crushes his wine glass like an orange, red liquid spraying everywhere while his men tremble in shock. He's bitter as hell. If it wasn't for his fear of Jin Fengwu, he would have dealt with Yu Chenyan long ago for humiliating him. Meanwhile, Yu Chenyan is busy introducing Baili Yunxiao and her cousin to the actual boss Jin. This boss Jin seems super hospitable, greeting everyone and offering to introduce Yu Chenyan to some high-profile friends. With her reputation as Haitian City's top appraiser, she's the star of the show that everyone wants to meet. Baili Yunxiao stays quiet, analyzing everything with a sharp, calculated eye. He realizes the Jin family's influence is right up there with the Yi and Guo families, a major power player he didn't expect to meet. Following Yu Chenyan's cousin, they head over to the sculpture display. He takes one look at the Jade. It only has about 100 points of spiritual light, but then, a sudden spark of inspiration hits Baili Yunxiao's mind. Our boy is acting all mysterious, stroking his chin while leaning in to ask this Wang guy a very pointed question. If I carved something like this, would it really be worth tens of millions? Before the words even leave Baili Yunxiao's mouth, a random girl jumps down his throat. She gets right in his face, demanding to know if he even realizes whose work this is, calling him beyond arrogant for even asking. But Baili Yunxiao isn't the type to just back down. He's not about to let some stranger shut him up. With a cold smirk, he declares that Wang Lin is just a mere jade carver, not a true grandmaster, and his opinion shouldn't be affecting this girl's livelihood anyway. The crowd starts buzzing, hearing the commotion and thinking this kid has seriously lost his mind with all that ego. Suddenly, Grandmaster Wang Lin himself emerges from the crowd, challenging our hero to a direct comparison. Chen Wuyan is absolutely panicking, shocked that Baili Yunxiao's big mouth actually got them into this mess. Terrified of the fallout, she quickly tries to play peacemaker, bowing and apologizing to Wang Lin on his behalf. She claims he's just young and ignorant, but Baili Yunxiao? Yeah, he's got no intention of reigning in that competitive streak. He flat out tells everyone he's got nothing to do with the Wu family, then drops a bombshell. Even though he didn't bring any tools, he's confident he can turn that old man fishing jade piece into a masterpiece of absolute perfection. Wang Lin has seen a lot in his life, but he's never seen someone this bold. He's actually intrigued when he hears the kid wants to place a bet on it. He honestly has no clue what this young guy is planning to do. Baili Yunxiao lays it all out. He wants to borrow the jade for a moment to add flowers to silk, and he's putting up 2 items he just bought at the auction as his stake. At this point, Wang Lin thinks the kid's arrogance is just off the charts, totally unbearable. He lets out a booming laugh, actually impressed by the sheer guts on display. He agrees, his beard practically twitching with excitement, promising that if the boy really can improve the piece, he'll hand it over with both hands. By now, a massive crowd has gathered, and you can practically see the drama-hungry look in everyone's eyes as they wait for the show to start. Boss Jin keeps a stone-cold face, but he presses the button to slide open the glass case, giving Baili Yunxiao his stage. Our hero locks in, focusing his mind to channel his spiritual energy. In his head, he knows all it takes is a precise injection of spiritual light to make this work. In an instant, the jade begins to transform. But that's nothing compared to the look on Wang Lin's face. The old master suddenly drops into a full 90-degree bow right in front of Baili Yunxiao, leaving the entire crowd completely speechless and confused. The regular people watching still can't see what actually changed with the jade piece. They start whispering, convinced Baili Yunxiao must have pulled some cheap trick. Honestly though, the real joke is that they're too unskilled to even recognize true perfection when it's right in front of them. Boss Jin's eyes narrow as he watches this, thinking to himself that he absolutely must stay on this kid's good side. Wang Lin refuses to stand up, repeatedly calling Baili Yunxiao a grandmaster with total reverence. He even begs to become his disciple. It's honestly getting a bit awkward for Baili Yunxiao, who quickly helps the old man up and agrees to just be friends. That's when Boss Jin finally breaks the silence with a round of applause, praising Haitian City for having such a young and talented carving grandmaster. But then of course, a high-pitched, mocking laugh cuts through the air. This guy walks in with hair so greasy a fly would slip right off it, loudly declaring that Baili Yunxiao isn't worthy of being called a grandmaster. This is the Guo family's very own young Master Guo. He looks at our hero with these dead fish eyes, practically dripping with sarcasm. He refuses to acknowledge the title, completely ignoring all the proof and the respect Boss Jin just showed. Young Master Guo struts right up to Baili Yunxiao's face. He's got an agenda, trying to invite him to be a consultant for the Guo family. But our boy isn't having it, coldly stating he's never even heard of the Guo family, which only pisses the rich brat off more. The guy is losing his mind with rage, and his thugs are right behind him, cracking their knuckles and just waiting for the signal to jump Baili Yunxiao. But Baili Yunxiao? It's like he has eyes in the back of his head. He suddenly calls out Ye Qingluan's name from the crowd, making her jump like she just got caught doing something she definitely wasn't supposed to. He asks her directly, "As someone the Yi family serves, have I ever heard of this Guo family?" Ye Qingluan starts breaking out in a cold sweat, realizing she's trapped in a nightmare. She thinks to herself that with the Guo family right there, she can't possibly admit the truth. Her plan was to use the Guo family to get rid of him. She suddenly points a finger at Baili Yunxiao, screaming that he's the one who beat up her grandfather and killed Guo Ruifeng, denying that her family serves him at all. The crowd gasps at the mention of Guo Ruifeng's murder, and people are already reaching for their phones to call the police. Baili Yunxiao's aura turns cold as ice as he stares her down, asking her if she's absolutely sure about what she just said. Ye Qingluan starts shaking like a leaf, paralyzed by the fear that he's going to kill her right then and there. Suddenly, she flips the switch to sweet and innocent mode, stuttering out that she must have, remembered it wrong. The crowd is totally floored, jaws on the floor, eyes wide, hardly believing what they're seeing from this girl. Young Master Guo has officially reached his breaking point, his face turning red with pure fury. He lunges toward Ye Qingluan, demanding to know the truth once and for all. Did Baili Yunxiao really kill Guo Ruifeng or not? When evil steps aside, pure confusion takes the throne. Ye Qingluan hesitates for a heartbeat, but she stands her ground, firmly insisting that Baili Yunxiao is not the killer. This absolutely sends Guo Yuhang over the edge. His blood pressure is hitting the ceiling, and his bulging eyes look like two white blocks of pale tofu. Wang Lin just chuckles, completely ignoring the young master's meltdown. He is ready to shut this circus down and disperse the chaotic crowd once and for all. Meanwhile, Baili Yunxiao turns to Ye Qingluan. He is not exactly impressed, honestly. Her earlier explanation was a total mess. Poor Qingluan turns bright red, her voice stuttering like a jammed record. She ends up blaming Baili Yunxiao for selling her family heirloom to the Guo family. Suddenly, he reaches out and pulls the necklace toward himself, but he is pulling her heart along with it. The distance between them vanishes in an instant. Just like that, we went from awkward drama to a full-blown romance scene. She is totally flustered. Deep down, she is starting to catch feelings for Baili Yunxiao, feelings she definitely should not have right now. The crowd is loving it. They start whispering and pointing like they have just found the best show in town. Everyone is gossiping about how she is engaged to Guo Yuhang but looking way too cozy with our boy Yunxiao. Witnessing this, Guo Yuhang is literally steaming. Seriously, if rage could be converted into electricity, this guy could power 10 skyscrapers all by himself. Seeing her stress out, Baili Yunxiao calms her down. He tells her he is a man of his word and never backs out of a deal. He actually feels bad about breaking her trust just moments ago. So, he pulls out 2 items worth 20 million that he just bought. A little compensation for her troubles. She hesitates at first. Yunxiao actually thinks she is going to refuse, but then, yoink! She snatches them with the speed of light. Turns out, she is a total addict for shiny things but just too shy to admit it. Her face is as red as a tomato. She mumbles that she really needs them, leaving even Baili Yunxiao completely speechless. Love is officially in the air, and the crowd is confused. Since when did a billionaire named Baili show up in Haitian City? But back to business. Guo Yuhang is absolutely seething with hatred. He waves his hand, and 500 of his goons charge in. He wants to teach Baili Yunxiao a lesson he will never forget. The first lackey lunges forward, slow as a snail, and honestly, not hitting very hard at all. He tries to end things in a flash, but Yunxiao counters instantly. One strike, and that guy's face is sent straight back to the Stone Age. Power is surging through his veins. Baili Yunxiao lands a massive, delicious punch that connects perfectly. Blood starts gushing from the guy's nose like a broken fountain. Guo Yuhang's jaw hits the floor. He knows he has messed up big time. Yunxiao gives them a cold warning. Anyone who tries to break his legs, he will return the favor with double the intensity. Even facing certain doom, Guo Yuhang cannot keep his mouth shut. He backs away a few meters but keeps barking like a mad dog. He demands justice for Guo Ruifeng's death. Baili Yunxiao is done playing nice. He has officially reached his limit. He prepares to snap Guo Yuhang's legs like twigs. But suddenly, 2 barrels are aimed at his back. "Police, don't move!" No choice now. Baili Yunxiao stops and slowly raises both hands. Another gun is jammed right against his neck. The officer mocks him for being naive. But Yunxiao? He is actually surprised when he sees who it is. It is a plain-clothes cop. Back in his past life on the Nine Heavens continent, he destroyed entire cities. This is nothing. But hey, times change. One day you are a god, the next you are dealing with the law. Surrounded by officers, they want to take him in for questioning. Baili Yunxiao quickly agrees and heads toward the station with them. Guo Yuhang is still shouting and pointing, swearing the Guo family will never let this go. Talk about bad timing. The wind just won't stop blowing for this tree. Guo Yuhang just could not leave well enough alone. Baili Yunxiao just flicks his wrist. Suddenly, Guo Yuhang collapses, clutching his legs and screaming in pure agony. His legs are officially toast. That is what happens when your big mouth writes checks your body cannot cash. The female cop jams her gun into his back, demanding to know if he did it. But he is not about to just confess. Someone in the crowd saw a flash of light. Now they are even more convinced that he was the one pulling the strings. She keeps grilling him. But Baili Yunxiao is already 3 steps ahead. He has already read them like a book. He knows they are not your typical local cops. In fact, they might not even be from around here. She flinches, her grip on the gun wavering. He reveals the truth. They are actually here for a sting operation to catch jewelry thieves. If they leave now, Boss Jin is going to take a massive financial hit. Boss Jin hears this and freezes completely blindsided. The female cop is stunned. Now she suspects Baili Yunxiao might be part of the gang. Baili Yunxiao slowly turns his body around. He looks incredibly cool, and honestly, a little dangerous. He claims he is just a normal high schooler. But guns? They do not scare him at all. Right in the middle of talking, our main character gets grabbed by the collar like a helpless kitten. This feisty cop is convinced Baili Yunxiao is just all talk, but then she remembers. She saw it with her own eyes. He snapped that guy's leg without even lifting a finger. Her confidence wavers. If he's really capable of that, he has to be at least a Grandmaster level elite. Realizing she's outmatched, she decides it's time for a quick change in attitude. Baili Yunxiao flashes back. In his past life, when the Emerald City's treasures were stolen, this very woman lost her life. He remembers her name Chao Feng Ling. Suddenly, her aggression vanishes, and she leans in, whispering a plea for help right into his ear. Chao Feng Ling admits the truth. She isn't just any cop. She's with the Dongzhou Special Task Force. She makes him a massive offer if he helps catch the thieves. She'll appoint him as a chief instructor with full government perks. The other 2 officers jump on the bandwagon, apologizing profusely and promising him a high-ranking spot in the special forces. But even a beauty like her can't sway a straight man like Baili Yunxiao. He turns them down flat, claiming he's just too busy lately. The trio is floored. They thought he'd jump at such a legendary opportunity, but he doesn't give a damn about their elite job offers. He mentions he has something huge to take care of, leaving everyone on edge and wondering what could be so important. The big secret? It turns out the mission is the college entrance exams in 3 days, and he hasn't studied a single word. Everyone is literally speechless. Chao Feng Ling just holds her head in disbelief, offering to pick him up herself once his exams are over. Meanwhile, Elder Kim is still completely in the dark about the thieves' true target. Baili Yunxiao turns serious, asking the old man about the hidden treasure, the one the criminals are actually hunting. Chao Feng Ling speaks up. According to their intel, the exhibit holds one of the 4 great wonders, the Wukong's birthstone. Elder Kim's face goes pale the moment she mentions that name. That stone is a priceless treasure set to be unveiled tonight. If it actually gets snatched, his career is basically over. Chao Feng Ling promises they'll protect it, but she still pushes for Baili Yunxiao to join them and ensure Kim's safety. Our hero finally cracks a smile. Just moments ago, these guys were ready to fill him with lead, and now they're partners. Life comes at you fast. Chao figures the thieves can't have any top-tier grandmasters. Otherwise, the stone would have been stolen long ago. Baili Yunxiao gives her a bit of credit. Looks like this cop has some basic brain cells after all. A man named Dan Man tries to use the moment to ask Elder Kim for a private viewing of the stone. But Chao Feng Ling shuts that down immediately. No sneak peeks, they can't risk alerting the enemy before the gala. Fast forward to the evening party. Yeching Luan tries to play the comforting friend card, approaching Baili Yunxiao to get on his good side. But our boy sees right through her act and gives her a firm pat on the shoulder. He tells her straight, she doesn't need to try so hard. As long as her family stays in line, he'll make sure they're protected. But he doesn't forget to drop a cold warning. If another stunt like earlier happens, not even 500 million could save the Ye family from his wrath. She's left standing there like a statue while he just walks away. By 6 in the evening, the hall is absolutely packed. Elder Kim takes the stage, ready to unveil the most prestigious treasure in Emerald City. The crowd is losing its patience, practically begging him to pull back the red cloth. He doesn't keep them waiting and reveals the prize. There it is. The legendary Wukong's birthstone, famous for ages, finally sits before their eyes. The colors are surreal, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Even Baili Yunxiao is stunned, sensing the presence of a prenatal spirit stone. Its energy has faded over time, and there's a dormant life force sleeping deep inside, but it still contains hundreds of spiritual threads. If he gets his hands on it, his power will skyrocket. He's like a cat that just found a gold-plated fish. This is beyond a top-tier spirit stone. It's a celestial, grade treasure with its own soul. Once this life force finally awakens, it will be a prenatal spirit body. We're talking strength that could challenge a god of war. Now, he's dying to know who the real owner is. Wang Lin whispers to him that this stone is priceless money, literally can't buy it. But he does share one secret. The owner is willing to give the stone to anyone who can cure his friend's illness. The only problem? It's not just one person. Over 100 members of the entire clan are suffering from the same mysterious disease. And that's not even counting the other diseases. Baili Yunxiao is grinning like a madman, totally confident he can cure everything, leaving Wang Lin absolutely floored with joy. But boom. The vibe dies instantly when a gang of robbers crashes the party out of nowhere. They're swarming in through the windows, one thug for every frame. The auction girl screams in pure terror, becoming the first person to find out exactly how sharp their blades are. Blood everywhere. The police rush onto the scene, guns drawn, and ready to take these guys down. But these thugs have a plan. Step 1. Take out the 2 officers. Step 2. Grab the loot and hit the rooftop for a quick getaway with their backup. On command, one guy lunges. He moves like a total blur, pure, high-tier speed, grabbing both cops before they can even process what's happening. A single, cold flash of his sword, and it's game over for the law. Total chaos. The crowd is trampling each other to reach the exit. But bad news, it's been dead-bolted for a long time. All they can do is scream in pure panic. The second that door finally creaks open, they're staring right down the barrel of a Uzi pointed at their heads. The gunman barks a cold order for everyone to get back inside and stay put. The robbers are everywhere now, from the inside out, blocking every single path. There is literally no way out. Old man Jin yells out, trying to play it cool. Everyone is a witness here. Just stay calm, the police are on their way to save us. Sure, buddy, but fate's a cruel joke. The leader points his gun at Jin, demanding he open the bulletproof glass for the Wukong treasure. But Jin? He's not the type to take orders from a thug. Losing all patience, the leader realizes playing nice isn't working. He sends his goons to finish the old man off right then and there. A massive blade is inches away from Jin's gut, ready to carve him up, when a chair flies out of nowhere. Clang! It stops the blade cold. The thug is fuming, looking for whoever dared to ruin his fun. Enter Baili Yunxiao. He appears out of thin air, and get this, he's holding the body of the girl they just stabbed to death. A grim reminder of just how heartless and cold-blooded these monsters really are. The thug is seeing red. First, his kill was blocked, and now he's staring at Baili Yunxiao. He loses it and charges straight at our boy. Jin is shaking, begging Yunxiao not to provoke the guy. Little does he know, this thug is completely out of his league. Yunxiao uses the dead girl's hand, infusing it with magic. It's like she's getting her own personal revenge from beyond the grave. The thug thinks he sees an opening. Gotcha. He lunges for Yunxiao's neck with his knife, thinking he's won. But his attack fails instantly. The dead girl delivers a savage kick right to his face, before he can even blink. 2 more goons jump in to help their buddy. Yunxiao doesn't even look. One flick of his wrist and they're sent flying miles away. Souls probably left their bodies. They realize he's a monster, so they try the strength in numbers approach. One after another, they keep charging in. Result? They're dropping like flies, one by one, falling like overripe fruit. They've got spirit, I'll give them that, even if they fail in 1 second. The girl's body finally collapses, her mission for vengeance officially complete. Yunxiao explains the move. This is the spirit silk body seizure, a total forbidden art. Normally, controlling the dead is bad for your karma, but since he let the victim punish them herself, he's not going to sweat the details. Only the guy with the gun is left. Yunxiao just stands there, basically daring him to do something. The guy grits his teeth and decides to use magic marksmanship to flip the script. Yunxiao's like, never heard of it, but okay. He fires a shot, and wait for it, surprise. He starts doing this weird gun magic dance as an apology to Yunxiao. Like, please don't kill me, I hope you like the show. Everyone is speechless. Talk about a creative way to beg for your life. Surprisingly, Yunxiao finds it generous enough to let it slide. But he's not finished yet. Yunxiao delivers a love tap right to the guy's face for the crime of smoking in public. His face? Looking like a crumpled up map now. Yunxiao looks cooler than ever, leaving the crowd whispering in absolute awe of his power. Wang Lin can't stop praising him. A master sculptor and a martial arts grandmaster? This guy is the ultimate package. Compared to him, Jin feels like a tiny ant. Yunxiao just laughs it off. Then, suddenly stray bullets start flying like a fireworks display. Yunxiao shoves Wang Lin out of the way just in time. That was a close call. The rest of the gang is unloading their clips, desperate to avenge their fallen boss. They're fueled by pure hate, trying to bury him in lead. Turns out, there were still 2 rats left in the trap. Yunxiao moves like lightning through the hail of bullets. It's insane they can't even scratch his skin. He lunges, grabs both their heads, and slams them into the dirt. When they wake up, they won't even know what year it is. The cops finally swarm in, but it's already over. Baili Yunxiao handled everything before they could even get through the door. Zhao Fingling let out a long sigh of relief, offering a quiet word of thanks. Baili Yunxiao had promised to protect this place, and true to his word, he had delivered in a big way. As for the thugs, once they finally came to, they found themselves sporting some shiny new jewelry handcuffs before being tossed into the back of a van one by one. They spent the whole ride cursing Baili Yunxiao's entire family tree, their faces twisted with expressions so sour they looked like monkeys eating ghost peppers. The leader, a guy named Shi Feng, still wasn't backing down, swearing he'd destroy Baili's entire household, but our main man didn't give them a single thought. A little later, Mr. Kim arrived, carrying a mysterious box. Inside was a rare spirit stone, his way of paying Baili back for his help. He had one big request. He wanted Baili to become the official consultant for Jade City. We're talking a yearly salary of 10 million, plus 10% of the company's shares. Baili felt a bit awkward about it, feeling like he was basically getting a free ride, but Wang Lin just let out a booming laugh. He explained that having a grandmaster like Baili on their side would cause Jade City's revenue to skyrocket. It was a win-win. No question about it. Baili didn't hesitate. He agreed instantly, but on one condition. He wanted to treat Wang Lin's friend immediately in exchange for that legendary Wukong's Descent Spirit Stone. 2 hours later, they arrived at the friend's mansion. The man was lying motionless on the bed, eyes shut tight, looking absolutely exhausted and drained of life. Baili gave them a fair warning. First, he could definitely treat the man's current illness, but as for the family's hereditary albinism, that was a different story. He couldn't promise a miracle, but he'd give it everything he had. If he succeeded, that Wukong Spirit Stone was officially his. He cleared the room, prepped his needles, and carefully unwrapped the stone he'd brought along. He knew having this stone would make the treatment 10 times easier. Without wasting a second, he began circulating his energy, drawing out the spirit silk from the Wukong stone. But then, something strange happened. The glowing silk just hovered in front of the statue instead of merging with it. Baili's eyes narrowed. Could the soul inside this stone monkey still be alive? He channeled his power, speaking directly to the statue in a low whisper. He made a deal. If the spirit gave him its energy now, he'd help it evolve into a true divine being of this world later on. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted, completely swallowing Baili Yunxiao whole. By the time the sun went down, Baili looked like a wreck, with dark circles under his eyes like a panda. In his daze, he could hear people frantically calling his name. The family was in a total panic. The thing was, they had absolutely no idea who Baili Yunxiao even was. Seeing them looking as confused as deer in headlights, Wang Lin just chuckled and explained that this Grandmaster Baili possessed power beyond their imagination. He mentioned that the powerful Chao family wanted him as an instructor for the East Province Special Ops, and there was even talk of him heading up the Special Forces. When the blonde son of the family heard that, his jaw practically hit the floor. He was actually a member of the elite Azure Dragon Squad in East Province, and the name of that instructor was legendary. He started rambling off the names of the elite units: Azure Dragon of East Province, Sword God of South Province, Snow Tiger of North Province, Savage Tiger of Central Province, Wolf Doctor of Liang Province, Flying Eagle of Xing Province, and the Yan Emperor of Central Province. These 7 special units guarded the 7 provinces of China, with 1 extra elite squad stationed right in the heart of Yan Province. The 2 were still struggling to process Baili's true identity, but Wang Lin just stroked his twisted beard, proudly declaring that Baili was a top-tier Danjin Grandmaster. He reminded them of the exhibition where Baili had wiped out over a dozen armed robbers in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, the sick man's son was overjoyed, but then he dropped a bombshell. The real reason he'd come back was because his own commander was close friends with a man named Du Shisan. Apparently, if they had the Wukong stone, that man could cure their family's genetic curse once and for all. The father looked like he'd seen a ghost. Hearing that Du Shizan was actually alive was enough to shake his entire world. Du Shizan was a legendary Huajin-level powerhouse from South Province, 80 years old, and known across the land as the Divine Physician. He'd vanished 20 years ago, leaving even his own family in the dark. Most people on the internet just assumed the old legend was long dead. Now, the father was ecstatic, planning to head straight to the Azure Dragon Special Forces the very next morning to track down Old Man Du and beg for his help. But he couldn't just blow off Baili Yunxiao either. Since he knew a chronic illness wasn't fixed overnight, he made a decision. Both men would treat the Shu family. Whoever cured the disease first would walk away with the Spirit Stone. It was a high-stakes medical showdown, and the tension was already off the charts. Inside the room, the old man, Xu Xiao, lay still while Baili finished a quick meditation session. He'd been so deep in focus he didn't even notice when the old man woke up. Now, it was go time. He told Xu Xiao to toss the blankets aside and sit up. He pulled out a needle so thick it looked more like a heavy-duty screw, and he prepared to get to work. Baili unleashed his medical technique, tossing the old man into the air like he was a mere pebble, using a rare acupuncture style designed to rewrite genetic codes. Xu Xiao was being tossed around by Baili's sheer power, screaming at the top of his lungs as the energy surged through him. With one final massive needle left, Baili poured every ounce of his strength into the strike, sending a shockwave of sound through the entire house as the old man let out one last, earth-shattering yell. The chamber doors swing open at last. Baili Yunxiao steps out, carefully supporting a weakened Xu Xiao after their intense treatment session. The man looks like a ghost pale, as someone who's been underwater for 3 days straight, not a drop of color in his face. But Yunxiao reassures everyone that he'll be back on his feet in less than a month. Xu Xiao immediately summons his son. He wants to hand over the Wukong's emergence treasure as a reward for saving his life. But his son freezes, looking guilty as hell. He leans in and whispers that he's already contacted the legendary divine doctor, Du Shisan. He'd already promised the Wukong treasure to the doctor in exchange for curing their family's hereditary albinism. The moment he hears that name, Xu Xiao, who looked half dead a second ago, snaps his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe it. Divine Dr. Du Shisan, actually still alive after 20 years? This father-son drama is seriously starting to get on Yunxiao's nerves. Their lack of respect is insulting. And honestly, he's reaching the point where he just wants to settle things with his fists. Luckily, Xu Xiao has some common sense left. He quickly promises Yunxiao that he'll send word to reject Du Shisan immediately. He'll wait until Yunxiao cures the Xu family completely, then find another way to repay the old doctor later. Yunxiao decides to let it slide for now. At least the old man knows how to talk sense. When Xu Xiao invites him to stay at the estate, Yunxiao agrees. That night, instead of sleeping, he heads out to the garden to cultivate. Watching him from the shadows, Xu Xiao can't help but be impressed. This kid is the real deal, a legend in the making. The plan was simple. Once Yunxiao finished with the father, he'd move on to treat the daughter, Xiang Wu. A door creaks open to reveal a girl with hair as white as fresh snow. Despite her condition, she's stunningly graceful, sitting by the window and lost in the moonlight. She's shocked to see Xu Xiao walking around. Her first thought, is her grandfather finally healthy again? Xu Xiao beams with joy, telling her a brilliant young doctor has arrived to save them all. Finally, after generations, the Xu family might be free from this curse. Xiang Wu's entire face lights up with hope. She dreams of finally being cured, no more hiding in dark rooms all day. She just wants to be free to go wherever she likes. Desperate to meet her savior, she convinces Xu Xiao to take her to the lake where he's cultivating. They quietly approach from behind, only to be left completely speechless. Yunxiao's face looks withered, almost entirely drained of life by the intensity of his cultivation. To be honest, he barely even looks human right now. Sensing them, Yunxiao turns around. Xiang Wu jumps back, shocked that he can actually speak, which honestly just confuses him. Xu Xiao asks him to check on the girl, and Yunxiao stands up immediately. He senses a strange surge of yin energy within her, the innate spirit eyes. He realizes that if she doesn't learn how to cultivate properly, she'll be doomed to live in total darkness forever. Yunxiao looks Xiang Wu straight in the eye. He tells her she isn't actually sick. Her illness can be turned into a powerful special ability. But she has to train with him. Her eyes light up like high-beam headlights. But Yunxiao kills the mood instantly. He gives her a chilling warning. If she ever dares to betray him, he will personally end her life. That definitely makes her hesitate for a second. But that hesitation vanishes as she drops to the ground, kowtowing and begging him to take her as his disciple. Seems like she's watched too many dramas, thinking this is the only way to show respect to a master. Yunxiao is just speechless. He tells her to get up. He doesn't do the whole disciple thing. Instead, he tells her that one day he'll need a sword made, and right now, she's his top pick. Seeing her looking totally lost, he drops the subject. He has them both sit cross-legged so he can help regulate their internal energy. 5 hours later, the sun is high in the sky. They're still sitting there, but Xiang Wu's eyes are clamped shut. She quietly asks if she can call him Brother Yunxiao, but looking at her reminds him too much of someone from his past named Ye Mingyu. He tells her to just stick to his name for now. He motions for her to lean in closer and tilt her head back. It's a pretty intimate moment, but for a dense guy like Yunxiao, there isn't a single romantic thought in that head of his. He focuses on the space between her eyes, and a flash of light erupts. Suddenly, her brother spots them from a distance. The hot-headed idiot thinks Yunxiao is taking advantage of his sister and charges in, ready to throw a punch. Annoyed at being interrupted during a delicate treatment, Yunxiao casually delivers a gentle counterpunch that sends the guy flying. Xiang Wu calls out to her brother, and he freezes in shock. For the first time ever, his sister can actually see. That punch from Yunxiao definitely knocked some sense into him. He immediately bows, apologizing for his reckless behavior. But Yunxiao can read him like an open book. He knows Divine Dr. Du Shizan is already on his way, and the guy is sweating bullets. Frowning, he adds that a support team from the Azure Dragon Special Ops is coming along too. Baili Yunxiao is playing in the big leagues now. He's become a total powerhouse, confident that even if Du Shizan is an early-stage grandmaster, he can still walk away without a scratch. Our boy is itching to see this legendary Divine Doctor for himself. A few moments later, the man himself, Du Shizan, finally shows up, looking twice as old as the day he vanished. He isn't alone either. A whole squad of lackeys is trailing right behind him. Xu Xiao rushes out to play the host, looking so healthy that Du Shizan can't help but notice the sudden change in his vitality. Meanwhile, Xiang Wu is busy pouring tea for Baili Yunxiao. When her grandfather calls her over, she quickly pays her respects to the divine doctor. But while the tea is steaming, Bai's mood is even more intense. Seeing the young man just sitting there, not even bothering to offer a greeting, Du Shizan gets annoyed, thinking Bai has zero manners. Xu Xiao tries to smooth things over by mentioning Xiang Wu, which leaves Du in total shock. He thought she was permanently blind. Finally, Baili Yunxiao speaks up. Taking a calm sip of tea, he drops the bombshell. He's the one who fixed her eyes. One of Du Shizan's goons reacts like he just got splashed with boiling water. He starts flopping around like a fish out of water, accusing the Shu family of playing both sides of the fence. He tries to kick Bai out, claiming the kid isn't even fit to carry Du Shizan's shoes. But Bai? He just delivers a cold, sharp comeback. He tells the guy he's basically just Du Shizan's pet dog. Human appearance? Sure. But that mouth? Nothing but dog filth. Xiang Wu isn't backing down either. Seeing her savior insulted like that, she jumps in to defend him with everything she's got. Being called a dog sends the goon into a literal meltdown, his face twisting in pure rage. Seeing the guy's blood boiling, Bai decides to throw some gasoline on the fire. It works, the goon loses it, and lunges for a lethal kick. Du Shizan just smirks, thinking his disciple is just a bit too passionate. Annoyed that his tea time is being ruined, Bai lets out a long sigh and flicks a single finger toward the incoming leg. The moment power erupts, Du Shizan's heart nearly stops. Externalized chi? This kid wasn't just a fighter, he was a Grandmaster-level master. Before anyone can blink, the goon is sent tumbling, blood spraying everywhere from his leg. He stares down at his ruined knee in total agony, his face turning pale as a ghost after that gentle greeting from Bai. Bai has probably finished more cups of tea than the actual seconds it took to dismantle that guy. With his leg shattered, the goon starts screaming for Du Shizan to get revenge. But General Wu Zhong, who's watching from the side, decides to play it smart. A 20-year-old Grandmaster? That's someone who could become a literal martial legend in the future. He's not stupid enough to make an enemy of a monster like that. Even Du Shizan starts laughing, shocked that such a young Grandmaster exists after his 20 years in hiding. He demands to know Bai's title. But our hero isn't about to give up his real name that easily. He uses his title from the Nine Heavens continent, Jade Yunxiao. Du Shizan, still arrogant, decides he needs to teach this kid a lesson. He figures that even if Bai is a Grandmaster, he's probably just a half-step level at best. He thinks the kid has already hit his absolute limit with that display of chi. Xu Xiao tries to stop the madness, but the old man is determined to fight. After 80 years, he refuses to be just a stepping stone for some brat. Bai actually looks excited. Another fool stepping up to the plate? Fine by him. He agrees to the duel and heads outside, but quickly loses patience as the old man spends forever showing off his fancy stances. Du Shizan keeps stalling, waiting for Bai to lose focus. Then, with insane speed, he blurs toward Bai's back, ready to land a devastating sneak attack. Du throws everything into a punch, looking like a starving tiger pouncing on a rabbit. Too bad for him, this isn't a normal rabbit, it's a monster. Bai catches the punch effortlessly and triggers his fossil fist, turning Du Shizan's arm hard as a rock. Realizing he's in deep trouble, the old man retreats faster than he started. He knows if he hadn't pulled back, he'd be dead right now. Gasping for air, he curses his own arrogance. Offending a future legend like this, he just invited total disaster for his entire family. Changing his tune instantly, he bows with his hands clasped, begging Baili Yunxiao for mercy. Bai doesn't say a word. When you win this convincingly, you don't need to. Xu Xiao and Xiang Wu are just relieved, practically cheering as they try to keep the peace between the two. The goon, now thoroughly humbled and terrified, gets an earful from Du Shizan. He's forced to bow at Bai's feet and apologize. Fed up with all the bowing and drama, Bai just grabs Xiang Wu so they can go train in peace. Leaving the chaos behind, the two of them start their climb up a towering mountain peak. Xiang Wu decides to call him Yu Lingxiao from now on. She knows that to be his swordmaid, she can't just be a pretty face, she needs some real combat skills, so she asks him to train her. Baili Yunxiao agrees and decides to teach her the energy circulation pathways. But there's a catch. She must never, ever share this technique with another soul. If she breaks that promise, he won't just strip her of her powers, he'll personally hunt down and kill anyone who even learns a single word of this secret art. Even with those blood-chilling stakes, Xiang Wu doesn't flinch. She looks him in the eye and agrees on the spot. High up on a balcony in the distance, Du Shizan is having a serious heart-to-heart with Xu Xiao. Du Shizan feels like his time has passed. He's impressed by Baili Yunxiao's iron will, a man who follows his own heart, ignoring conventional right or wrong. That's the mark of a true martial legend. Du Shizan strokes his beard, confident that with Baili as her mentor, Xiang Wu's future is going to be legendary. She might even outshine both of them. Xu Xiao realizes Du Shizan is desperate to befriend the kid, and Du Shizan doesn't even try to hide it. Honestly, He feels like he's not even in the same league because he's finally realized just how insane Baili's medical skills are. Seeing Xu Xiao's health fully restored, that's a god-level miracle that Du Shisan could never dream of pulling off. Xu Xiao couldn't agree more. He wants to use his grandson's connection to convince Baili to take over as the chief instructor for the Azure Dragon Special Forces. Young Wu isn't exactly thrilled about the idea, but that complaint got shut down real quick by Xu Xiao's grandfatherly rage. The old man thinks it's a tragedy for a talent like Baili not to serve the country, so he's ready to jump on a call with General Wu immediately. Night falls. After a long session of deep cultivation, Baili finally opens his eyes. He notices Xiang Wu has made some massive gains, already breaking through to the spirit apprentice realm. Seeing her confused look, he explains that she can now actually feel the light gathering inside her dantian. Once she masters this, her albinism will literally cure itself. Hearing that there's actually hope for a cure, Xiang Wu is absolutely glowing with joy. All she's ever wanted was long black hair like all the other girls. Baili, acting all cool and aloof, just tells her that she's already one of a kind in this world. Talk about a smooth operator, that definitely struck a chord deep in her heart. Dinner time. Everyone gathers around the table, and Xu Xiao introduces Lieutenant General Wu to our protagonist. The man introduces himself as Wu Tianjun, a high-ranking officer from the Eastern Province. He's got that mysterious, sharp bookworm vibe that's hard to read. Baili isn't really interested in the guy until he drops a bombshell. Become the chief instructor for Azure Dragon, and you'll be granted the rank of general. Baili is stunned. 1 second he's a student, and the next? He's just skipped 20 steps to reach the top. He can't quite believe his own ears, thinking the general is overestimating him. But Wu remains calm, a half-step grandmaster and a medical genius at this age. He knows exactly what Baili is worth. He's just waiting for a yes, ready to take him to Azure Dragon Mountain first thing tomorrow morning. But a guy like Baili isn't about to be put on a leash. He turns him down flat, saying he's got college entrance exams to worry about, and zero time for this. Plus, he's not interested in being tied down by the military. He's got his own goals to achieve. General Wu was 2 steps ahead though. He offers to get Baili into any university in the country, no questions asked. On top of that, he only needs to stay at the base for 2 months. After that, he's totally free to do whatever he wants. Now that is a deal too good to pass up. Baili picks Dongzhou University and agrees to visit the Special Forces base tomorrow. General Wu is ecstatic and promises to send a helicopter to pick him up in style. The next day, a chopper tears through the sky, the rotors absolutely screaming. The pilots are beyond annoyed. Who the hell is this kid they're being forced to personally escort? They feel like even a division commander doesn't get this kind of VIP treatment. Feeling a bit salty, the 2 pilots decide to give him a warm welcome at Azure Dragon Mountain. If he can't even find the headquarters, they're gonna laugh him right off the base. They decide to set the first trap, dropping a 30-meter rope and telling him to climb up. Honestly, these guys are playing a dangerous game. They have no idea who they're challenging. Baili finds the whole thing annoying. He doesn't even touch the rope. He just launches himself into the air and lands inside the chopper like it's nothing. The pilots are still looking down at the ground, thinking he chickened out and ran home. But then they scream. Baili is sitting right behind them like a freaking ghost. Pure, unadulterated terror. He gives them a cold glare and orders them to move it. After that insane display of power, they are terrified and follow his orders instantly. An hour later, they arrive. Baili is confused because the place is way too quiet. A pilot awkwardly admits that the soldiers heard he was some young, arrogant kid, so they're boycotting his arrival. Baili just smirks, already planning his next move. Without a second thought, he dives straight off the cliff. The pilots are left speechless as our boy makes an entrance that is peak main character energy. At the base of the mountain, the Azure Dragon Special Forces are making a total scene. They're rowdy, shouting, and honestly, acting like a bunch of spoiled brats. Why? Because they think Baili Yunxiao is way too young. They refuse to accept him as their instructor, calling the whole thing a massive disgrace to the unit. A dozen voices are yelling at once. It's like a disturbed beehive. Not a single one of these guys wants to take orders from someone they see as a kid. This one guy, Ye Tao, looking all cocky and definitely asking for a smackdown, actually says he's waiting for the new guy just so he can challenge him. As soon as the words leave his mouth, boom, a flash of light and a loud shockwave. Out of the smoke and dust, Baili Yunxiao steps out, looking incredibly cool. Baili Yunxiao doesn't waste a single second. He's here to make one thing clear. Who's actually in charge? He tells them straight up, if you don't like it, fight me now. But starting tomorrow, if you don't follow my orders, you're violating military law. The soldiers are staring him down like they want to rip him apart limb from limb. But then they realize, wait, did he just jump off that cliff? He's standing there completely uninjured. Yeah, this guy is definitely not your average instructor. The one-eyed team leader isn't backing down though. He's confident he has 10 different ways to kill the kid even on a real battlefield. And the rest of the guys? Total flip-floppers. Suddenly, They're all worked up like a pack of wild dogs, shouting and pointing fingers, ready to take Baili Yunxiao down. Baili Yunxiao just gives them a cold smirk. Oh, he's definitely going to enjoy watching this disaster. He walks right up to Yatao, the first guy who wanted to fight. Suddenly, Yatao isn't so tough. He starts stuttering like a confused chicken until Baili shouts at him, making him jump to attention. Baili Yunxiao calls him out. You're supposed to be a soldier, but you talk like a gossiping old lady. He motions for him to come at him, promising to use only one hand. Insulted, Yatao charges like a mother bear, all 108 kilograms of him throwing a punch. But his skills? Strictly amateur hour. Baili Yunxiao just waves his hand calm as a summer breeze. The guy's punch is snuffed out like a candle in a hurricane. Before he can even process what happened, he tries to throw a desperate kick. He's thinking this kick has enough power to snap a tree in half. Well, maybe if that tree was made of wet grass. Baili Yunxiao uses one hand to casually toss the guy into a nearby tree, literally pinning him against it. Yatao spits blood. Yeah, this was a huge mistake. Baili Yunxiao just turns his head, asking, "Who's next?" The soldiers are terrified now. Their faces are turning green as leaves, and suddenly, they're the most polite guys you've ever seen. Baili Yunxiao is annoyed by their cowardice. He makes a generous offer. Why don't they all just retire early? That's when the one-eyed captain, Gihong, steps forward. He's the only one left with enough guts to challenge the instructor. He promises that if he loses, he'll follow every order without question. Baili Yunxiao just smiles. At least someone here has some courage. Gihong powers up, his energy kicking up dust everywhere. He crosses his arms in his strongest defensive stance and tells Baili Yunxiao to bring it on. So, Baili Yunxiao brings it. He moves so fast it makes Guihong's heart skip a beat. The captain's eyes go wide with shock. A massive wave of energy explodes, destroying everything in its path, including the very shirt on Guihong's back. The guy looks like he just crawled out of a world war. He's a mess, completely defeated, and has zero pride left. The soldiers are all whispering now, totally stunned into silence. Then, Baili Yunxiao pulls out a gun and points it right at Guihong. The captain is terrified, bowing his head and begging for his life. Suddenly, the gun flashes. But the bullet? It curves in midair in the most insane way. Guihong is speechless, and the crowd goes wild. They finally get it. Baili Yunxiao isn't just good, he's a legend. With a marksman like this, they can finally get revenge for the previous Azure Dragon unit. Suddenly, everyone's a fan, praising him to the high heavens. Wei Chenggong is fully convinced now. In a booming, powerful voice, he gives a crisp salute and declares that from now on, if anyone in Azure Dragon disobeys the instructor, he'll beat them so hard their own parents won't recognize them. Baili Yunxiao thinks they're being a bit dramatic, but he'll take it. He tells Wei Chenggong to get back in formation immediately. Now that he's finally earned their respect, Baili Yunxiao officially declares himself the chief instructor of Azure Dragon. For him, 300 men are more than enough. The soldiers respond with an earth-shaking roar. He's feeling the hype now. He reminds them of ancient legends, like King Gu Jian, who destroyed an entire empire with only 3,000 men. He's proud to lead these 300 warriors and vows to make their names known across the entire world. Training starts now and it's going to be brutal. If you can't keep up, you're out. Simple as that. The soldiers are pumped. Every single one of them wants to be a part of that final group of 300. Seeing that the situation is finally under control, Baili Yunxiao heads to the barracks to change, ordering them to gather again in 30 minutes. Back at the barracks, Baili Yunxiao starts planning while he switches into his uniform. He knows these soldiers are restless spirits, making them meditate would be a total disaster. So, what to teach them? Suddenly, it hits him. He's going to teach them the 100 Beasts Fist. A little more refining and his body will soak up spiritual energy like a sponge. In the long run, we're talking skin as tough as iron, completely bulletproof. The sun hasn't even set yet, but Baili Yunxiao is already geared up. He looks absolutely lethal in that military uniform, pure, unadulterated boss energy. He strides out with total confidence, and the soldiers? They're already lined up, waiting for their commander. Today's lesson? A legendary martial arts technique. Think Great Xia's 5 animal frolics, but upgraded the 12 zodiac fists. Time for a demonstration. He tells them to watch closely, and trust me, they're about to get their minds blown. First move, the Mad Bull stamps the earth. It's explosive, hitting with the force of a literal thunderbolt. The second he strikes, the air pressure shifts. Wind howls with every movement, leaving the soldiers completely stunned. But wait, he's just getting started. He transitions instantly into the second move. The fierce tiger strikes. Pure fire. Everything in his path literally explodes, but the noise is nothing compared to the collective gasp from the shocked soldiers. Then comes the third move, the agile rabbit's leap. Followed immediately by the fourth, the divine dragon's tail swipe fast as a hurricane. A relentless barrage of strikes. The training dummy? Absolutely shredded under his kicks. The soldiers are just standing there, jaws on the floor, barely able to process the raw power. The destructive force keeps ramping up with every single move. And then, the grand finale. The air clears, revealing the dummy is now nothing but dust and splinters. And just like that, the 12 Zodiac Fists demonstration is complete. He explains that the first 11 moves are pure aggression, always moving forward. But why call it 12? Because there's one secret left. If those first 11 don't get the job done, move 12 is simple. Run. Run as fast as you can and save your life. Baili Yunxiao isn't playing around. He promises to turn them into absolute beasts, starting with a 50-kilogram weight vest and a 50-kilometer trek. After that literal torture session, the men are completely drained, gasping for air like dying fish. But look at that, Baili Yunxiao has hot baths waiting for them. They think it's a reward, a little slice of heaven after the hell they just endured. But the moment they step in, reality hits. After that insane training, the hot water feels like 1,000 knives cutting into their muscles. Pure, unmitigated agony. Only Baili Yunxiao sits there, totally relaxed, like he's at a 5-star spa. The soldiers are losing it. How is he even human? How can he take this pain? He hears every word. He's impressed by their grit, though. One day, they'll realize this was for their own good, and they'll thank him. But first, he needs a trip home. The next morning, he's in the office, telling Xu Jianfeng to get the chopper ready for his departure. Instead of his house, the helicopter drops him off at Haitian City Hospital No. 1. Talk about a confusing detour, he's totally baffled. That's when he's met by a woman named Wu Qingyun. And yeah, she's absolutely stunning, definitely the type to turn heads. She tells him General Wu requested his presence. He's a bit annoyed at being dragged here without a heads up, but he decides to follow her anyway. He walks in to find General Wu already waiting. Looks like the old man has been there all afternoon just to see him. The general gets straight to the point. Commander-in-Chief General Zhou of the Dongzhou region is in critical condition with heart failure. They need Baili Yunxiao's medical genius, and they need it now. The family is already there, gathered around and losing their minds. General Zhou is fading fast, completely unconscious, and things are looking incredibly grim. This is the same General Zhou who once led the Great Xia army to legendary glory. He crushed the veteran generals of South Vie, but even a war hero can't win a fight against the erosion of time. Baili Yunxiao slowly approaches the bed. The old man is literally hanging by a thread at this point. It's now or never. General Wu sighs, mentioning that Zhou is already over 70 years old. By all rights, he should have retired years ago, but he gave everything to the country, neglecting his own health until it was too late to fix. Looking at his pale, ghost-like face, Baili Yunxiao knows the clock is ticking. This man has maybe 3 days left max. Since no one's been properly introduced yet, things are a bit awkward. General Wu introduces Zhou Xianmin, the vice-governor of Dongzhou, to the legendary young talent, Baili Yunxiao. When the vice-governor's daughter hears Miracle Doctor, her eyes light up with a flicker of hope. And Baili, he's pure confidence he knows he can save him. This prompts Zhou Xianmin to drop to his knees, literally begging Baili to save his father. He'd do anything for a cure. Anything. But right then, 2 other relatives show up out of nowhere to ruin the moment. These guys look like total thugs and act even worse, claiming Baili is just a fraud who belongs in a gutter, not a hospital. Does he care? Not one bit. He just ignores the barking, casually admitting he hasn't even graduated from university or won any fancy awards. But Zhou Xianmin's daughter, Zhou Ruo Dan, has had enough. She's reached her absolute breaking point. She screams at a guy named Liang Wei, telling him his pathetic attitude is bringing shame to the entire Zhou family name. He thinks he can talk big just because they're related, and it's driving her insane. Liang Wei curses her under his breath, then turns his toxic energy back toward Baili Yunxiao. General Wu, however, isn't about to waste any more of his breath on a loser like Liang Wei. General Wu wants to let Baili Yunxiao check General Chu's pulse first, before revealing his true identity to everyone. Liang Wei is acting like a total brat, and General Wu isn't even bothered to explain. Meanwhile, Baili Yunxiao is barely holding back a volcanic explosion of rage. Honestly, if General Chu hadn't personally asked him for help, he wouldn't have stepped foot in this place. Move it! We've only got 3 days. When he drops that bombshell, the family absolutely loses it, complete panic. Chu Ruo, Dan's mom, is stunned. To her, this kid is just an arrogant brat being disrespectful to the elders. But Liang Wei and his old man? They're still acting like they're the smartest guys in the room. They're convinced the general has at least a week left, dismissing Baili Yunxiao's warning as total nonsense. That's when General Wu drops the truth. This kid is the one who saved Tu Xiao. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. The news that he cured Tu Xiao, and might even fix the two families' genetic curse, hits them like a freight train. Liang Wei and his dad look like they've been struck by lightning. Chu Xiandang immediately switches gears, begging our hero to save the general at any cost. But Liang Wei just can't shut up. He's still acting all high and mighty, right up until Baili Yunxiao snatches him by the throat like a stray frog. The kid's big mouth finally pushed him too far. Boom! He tosses Liang Wei like a bowling ball, and the guy's head hits the wall hard enough to leave a literal dent. Talk about a reality check. Pro tip: maybe don't run your mouth in front of someone who can actually back it up. Seeing her precious Liang Wei in a heap, Ruo Dan's mom starts screaming bloody murder, claiming our boy is bullying the family. She is absolutely fuming. Thankfully, Chu Xiandang has some common sense. He tells his wife to shut it and has Liang Wei hauled off to get bandaged up. Enough drama. Baili Yunxiao kicks everyone out, ordering them to stay away until the treatment is done. He takes a look at the patient. It's bad, really bad, but as long as the heart's beating, there's a chance. He uses his mystical threads, channeling power into the general's frail body. The threads weave through his organs, jump-starting his system. And just like that, the general's eyes snap open. He can't believe it. He's actually alive? Looking at the wires and tubes all over him, General Chu is completely dazed and shocked. Standing there like a literal god of healing, Baili Yunxiao makes a deal. Quit smoking, and I'll give you another 10 years. The general is overwhelmed with gratitude, assuming he's looking at some world-class doctor. But Baili Yunxiao stays humble. Actually, sir, I'm your subordinate, the chief instructor of the Green Dragon. The general nearly jumps out of bed. A soldier who's also a master of medicine? No way. I'm a divine doctor. And a divine sniper, he adds. The general's eyes go wide. Talk about a double threat. Outside the room, the family is pacing like crazy, waiting for any sign of hope. Even with his face swollen like a bruised fruit, Liang Wei is still muttering insults under his breath. Then, the doors fly open. General Chu walks out on his own 2 feet, looking like a new man. Everyone freezes like they've seen a ghost. Chu Xiandang is literally in tears, seeing his father back from the brink. Liang Wei? He's stunned into silence. The realization of how badly he messed up finally sinks in. He's officially lost his turn in this family. General Chu, meanwhile, insists on taking our hero home for a feast. But of course, Liang Wei's dad just has to kill the vibe. He tries to claim the cure isn't permanent, doubting Baili Yunxiao's skills and demanding a real checkup. Bad move. The general shuts him down instantly with a savage verbal beatdown. No one leaks his health status. Period. Later, at the Chu residence. It's a warm family dinner around a big table, but the atmosphere is definitely interesting. Baili Yunxiao is sitting right in Liang Wei's usual spot. Liang Wei just sits there with his pig face, stewing in his own bitterness. General Chu raises a glass to General Wu, who just smiles back with a humble nod. He can't stop praising Baili Yunxiao. He even promises him a brigadier general rank once he makes his mark for the country. Suddenly, his phone rings. It's his parents calling. He apologizes and vanishes like a gust of wind, leaving the general stunned. Liang Wei tries to mock him again, but the elders shut him down fast. Let's be real, compared to Baili Yunxiao, this guy isn't even a blip on the radar anymore. After General Chu is finally cured by Baili Yunxiao, his vision is crystal clear, and he wastes no time digging into the kid's files. But as he scrolls through the data, one detail stops him dead in his tracks. Yunxiao belongs to the legendary Baili clan. His jaw literally drops. He is absolutely floored. Neither General Chu nor General Wu expected this. A member of the Baili family? It's a total game changer. According to Wu's intel, Yunxiao's father is Baili Yunxiao. But he wasn't a big shot. He was just from a side branch of the Shizhou Baili clan. Labeled as a useless failure by his own blood, he was kicked out of the house, eventually settling at the Fa River in Yanzhou, where he married Lin Xiaoyan, the eldest daughter of the prestigious Lin family. But the drama didn't stop there. The Lin family looked down on Yingji so much that they quickly disowned Xiaoyan and threw her out too. Now, you have to understand the Lin family in Yanzhou is a massive powerhouse with elite status, insane wealth, and deep connections reaching all the way to the central government. Hearing this, General Chu just starts laughing. He thinks the Lin family is basically slapping their own faces. Imagine throwing away the Baili family, only for their son to become the chief instructor of the Azure Dragon. If they ever find out the truth, they'll probably drop dead from pure regret. General Wu pulls the conversation back to the big picture. Enough about Yunxiao's family history for now. He reveals that the United States is getting restless. Their massive army might not have the highest coordination, but their individual combat skills, those are terrifyingly effective. Chu sighs. This is exactly why he spent years obsessing over the Azure Dragon Special Forces, and also why he was so crushed when they kept failing. Wu is caught off guard. He asks if Chu is actually planning to deploy the Azure Dragon to go head-to-head with the US forces. And yup, that is exactly the plan. On top of that, Chu explains that the nation is pushing the New Silk Road project. That means more global opportunities, but it also means stepping into a world of extreme danger. To protect their interests, he needs to maintain a top-tier security firm right in the heart of Yanzhou. Hearing this, Wu thinks of those shadowy Blackwater-style mercenary groups from the States and breaks a cold sweat. Chu just nods, his intuition is spot on. If these bodyguards are going global, they'll be clashing with the world's most dangerous underground syndicates. They need to be absolute monsters in combat. And Chu? He's betting everything that Yunxiao won't let him down. Meanwhile, Yunxiao finally makes it home, where his parents are waiting anxiously. The second his mom sees him, she loses it. She breaks down in tears, pulling him into a tight hug and sobbing uncontrollably. Yunxiao is deeply moved, gently reassuring her that he's perfectly fine. Even his dad can't keep it together, tears start streaming down his face too. Yunxiao quickly tells them the good news. His illness is gone, and his legs are fully healed. The relief on their faces is pure magic. Suddenly, his mom introduces a young, flashy woman and tells him to greet her. But wait, who is she supposed to be? Looking at her over-the-top, slightly suspicious behavior, Yunxiao remembers that his parents were cut off from the Baili clan a long time ago. So why is she here now? Where was she when things were actually going south? It doesn't add up. His mom, totally unaware of the gears turning in his head, tells him that after he finishes his college entrance exams, she wants him to move to Yanzhou to live with this aunt. She just wants a better life for him, but Yunxiao isn't interested. To him, Yanzhou is just a dusty city with weak, spiritual energy, no thanks. His parents are stunned when he reveals he already knows everything about the Ye family's schemes. His mom is terrified that the Ye family will come for revenge. To her, the Yi family are titans in Tianhai City, tight with officials and wealthy merchants. You just don't mess with people like that. The aunt hears this and chimes in with her brilliant solution. She wants her sister to take Yunxiao back to the main family, bow their heads, and beg for forgiveness. Mom flashes back to the past, how she ran away for love, had a son, and was still disowned when she tried to return. But for Yunxiao's sake, she's willing to risk it all again. She decides she'll go to Yanzhou with her husband and kowtow to the entire family just to keep her son safe. Seeing them so scared, Yunxiao decides it's time for the truth. He tells them flat out, their company will be returned in a few days. And as for Ye Ling, he's been dead for a long time. His mother's heart nearly stops. She's terrified that her son has done something reckless and illegal. But Yunxiao is way more powerful than they could ever imagine. He's the good kid at home, sure, but he's rarely actually at home these days. He tells them he's been recruited as an Air Force pilot, joined the military, and is being sent to Dongzhou University by the army itself. Because of that, the Ye family can't touch him, not even a single hair on his head. His parents are so happy they're crying all over again. The aunt? She almost chokes on her tea when she hears he was recommended for the Air Force by Chu Baoguo himself. She even hears they've grabbed dinner together. She whispers to her sister that Yunxiao is an absolute beast. There's zero reason to worry about him ever again. His mom just lowers her head, thinking her son is just telling tall tales because he's young and naive. The next day, the family steps out of a sleek Rolls-Royce. Today is the day the high-stakes college entrance exams, but as they're giving Yunxiao some final words of encouragement, they freeze. The Ye family is standing right there. Yunxiao's father sees red. He points a finger right at a confused Ye Huguo and starts blasting him with every bit of rage he's been holding back. His father can't help but flash back to the past, the dark days when the Ye family ruthlessly swallowed his company and nearly left his son in a permanent vegetative state. Seeing them standing there now, it feels like staring at a jagged thorn that should have been ripped out a long time ago. His mother instinctively reaches out and grabs his hand, her face a mask of extreme caution and suspicion. But then, the unthinkable happens. Ye Huguo and Ye Qingluan both lower their heads in a deep, seemingly sincere bow, begging for the Baili family's forgiveness. This sudden 180-degree turn leaves the entire family stunned. Ye Qingluan then produces a document, the ownership transfer for the Datong Transportation Company. She's asking the Baili family to sign it right then and there. Just like that, millions in assets belonging to the Datong Company would be returned to their rightful owners instantly. Ye Qingluan even adds a sweetener. The entire Ye family security firm will be transferred over for the symbolic price of just $1. It's all happening so fast. Baili Yunxiao's parents are in complete shock, their hands trembling as they take hold of the life-changing contract. Seeing his father hesitate, Baili Yunxiao gives his shoulder a reassuring pat, promising to take over the company personally once his exams are finished. Without further delay, the contract is signed and finalized. With the deal done, Ye Huguo and Ye Qingluan clasp their hands respectfully, expressing their hope to become loyal allies and promising their full support if any trouble arises. On the surface, Ye Huguo is calm, but inside he's a nervous wreck, praying that Baili Yunxiao will leave his clan a path to survive. Our hero decides the old man has finally learned his place. He chooses to let them off the hook for now, giving them a chance to reflect on their actions. Suddenly, the voice of his best friend Lu Dong rings out from a distance. It's time to hurry up and get to their exams. Baili Yunxiao's father senses a profound change in his son lately and tries to press for answers, but the young man only flashes a bright, confident smile. It's a smile that seems to hide 1,000 secrets, leaving the entire family more puzzled than ever. Meanwhile, Over at the Guo family estate, Ye Ling's father is consumed by the pain of losing his son. He decides to betray the Ye clan and join the Guos, desperate for revenge against Baili Yunxiao. To him, wealth and assets don't matter anymore. The head of the Guo family quickly agrees to this lucrative deal, setting his sights on their new target, Baili Yunxiao. Fast forward a bit, the exams are finally over. Baili Yunxiao and Lu Dong step out of the hall, feeling completely relaxed. Lu Dong is still confused about those two Ye family members from earlier, so Baili Yunxiao explains how they were once responsible for ruining his family. And now? Yunxiao smirks. Now, they're only bowing because they're terrified of my fists. Lu Dong's eyes light up like searchlights. He wants in on that power, and begs to be taught martial arts. Yunxiao agrees, then calls his parents to tell them he won't be home for the next 2 months of summer. His parents are blindsided and demand to know his location, but he flatly refuses to say a word. Why? Because it's a high-level military secret. Just then, a helicopter arrives to pick them up, leaving Lu Dong staring with his mouth wide open in pure, unadulterated terror. Once they're airborne, Yunxiao immediately checks in on the situation regarding the United States. He learns that one of their elite special forces units is currently operating in the northern region. Everything is lining up perfectly with his previous plans. With a knowing grin, Baili Yunxiao and Lu Dong head straight for the Hidden Dragon base. Upon arriving at Hidden Dragon Mountain with Shang Wu, Lu Dong is absolutely floored by the breathtaking, vast wilderness surrounding them. Every soldier on the base snaps into a perfect military salute, greeting Baili Yunxiao with a thunderous, synchronized roar. A woman with a stunning, hourglass figure steps forward. She introduces herself as Gui Hong, his new secretary and future training assistant. Yunxiao doesn't waste a second. He hands Lu Dong over to Gui Hong, body and soul, to begin his training immediately. This sends Lu Dong into a panic. He wasn't ready for this at all. Realizing he's actually been drafted into the military, he desperately asks Gui Hong for a situation report. But Gui Hong's hospitable spirit and youthful energy are a bit intense. Her version of support makes Lu Dong's hair stand on end, and soon he's screaming at the top of his lungs from her overly enthusiastic training methods. Despite the chaos, they seem to be a good match. Meanwhile, Xiang Wu goes to change into her military fatigues, looking incredibly sharp and adorable in the uniform. The female secretary isn't exactly happy about Baili Yunxiao bringing outsiders into a restricted zone, but our guy stands his ground. In his mind, as the man in charge, he has every right to do as he pleases. He brought Xiang Wu here to master martial arts, knowing that without real combat techniques, she'd be defenseless against a true enemy. Hearing this, Xiang Wu's determination reaches a boiling point. She vows to work her hardest. Once ready, Yunxiao and Xiang Wu step out to face a long line of soldiers waiting for them. He makes the announcement. For the next 2 months, this camp is their world. He's going to push them through toxic jungles, freezing snow, desolate islands, and endless deserts. His requirements are anything but simple. In 2 months, he expects every single one of them to master Hidden Force and become a master marksman who never misses. The soldiers start buzzing with anxiety. Mastering Hidden Force in 60 days sounds completely impossible. Suddenly, Yunxiao points a finger directly at Ye Tao, demanding to know his current cultivation level and exactly how long he's been training. Ye Tao spent 12 long years of grueling cultivation just to reach the hidden power realm. 12 years for a single level. But Baili Yunxiao? He just smirks, dropping a bombshell that leaves everyone speechless. He reveals that 16-year-old Xiang Wu has been training for less than 5 days, yet she's already ready to go toe-to-toe with a master like Ye Dao. The soldiers think he's officially lost it. I mean, come on, 5 days? Even for a once-in-a-century genius, taking down a hidden power expert after less than a week of training is pure insanity. Ye Tao himself is hesitant to even raise a hand. He looks at how delicate Xiang Wu is and genuinely worries he might accidentally break her in half. But Xiang Wu? She's had enough of the pity. Feeling insulted by their mockery, she suddenly ignites her techniques and lunges forward like a literal human bullet toward Ye Dao. He barely has time to react, throwing up a desperate defense faster than a man running for his life. Boom! The sheer force of the impact sends Ye Dao stumbling back, gasping for air in total shock. He can't wrap his head around it. How could a girl with only a few days of training possess this kind of raw, explosive power? Even Xiang Wu is stunned by her own strength. She looks at her hands, barely believing she just suppressed a veteran like Ye Dao. With Xiang Wu acting as living proof of his miracles, Baili Yunxiao's authority becomes absolute. No one dares to doubt his leadership now. And then, the real nightmare begins. He kicks off their first training session with a warm-up, a brutal crawl from the barracks all the way to the jagged mountain peak ahead. But wait, there's more. After reaching the top, they have to sprint back down to the riverbank and master the 12 zodiac fists. The stakes? The last 100 soldiers to finish don't get to eat, period. Baili Yunxiao himself vanishes, appearing at the summit in an instant like some kind of ghost. His supernatural speed terrifies the soldiers, forcing them to run like their lives depend on it. He stands at the top, coldly marking the time for every single soldier as they struggle upward. Finally, the last man arrives, number 1001. It's Liu Dong, clocking in at a record-breaking, painfully slow time of 3 hours. Liu Dong is wheezing, his lungs on fire, but he refuses to quit. Despite the instructor's brutal words, he pushes his broken body back down the mountain and straight into disaster. His vision goes black, his legs give out, and just like that, he tumbles over the edge. 2 soldiers nearby witness the horror and scream for help. Panic ripples through the camp. Someone just fell off the mountain. It looks bad, really bad. They call for the medics, and Gui Hong rushes over to check his pulse. He's still hanging on by a thread, but for how long? Baili Yunxiao pushes through the crowd, looking down at the broken boy with a calm, almost cold expression. "Don't bother with the doctor," he says. "I'll handle this." Everyone freezes. "Commander?" But Baili Yunxiao's face is like stone. "The rest of you get moving. Now." They're worried sick, but one look from the commander shuts them up. He barks at them to head west and stop wasting time. Once the area is clear, he gets to work. The diagnosis is grim: shattered liver and ruptured lungs. Normal medicine won't save him. He'll have to use a strand of precious spirit silk for this one. As the spiritual energy flows into his body, Liu Dong's eyes snap open. If it weren't for Baili Yunxiao, he'd be a corpse right now. Liu Dong bolts upright, gasping. I'm alive?" He looks at his savior in awe. "Boss, did you save me?" "How many times do I?" "Call me Commander," Baili Yunxiao interrupts coldly. "And remember this, I will only save your life 3 times. That was number 1. You have 2 left." Liu Dong is moved to tears, realizing the commander actually cares. "I knew it. You wouldn't let me die. But man, how did you fix me? I feel even stronger than before." Baili Yunxiao's face darkens. "You should. You just wasted a strand of my spirit silk." He doesn't give the boy time to celebrate. "How I healed you is none of your business. Listen closely. I'm only picking the top 300 for the Azure Dragon Squad. Only the best 300 get to serve. So, can you make the cut? Or are you just a waste of space?" He turns to leave, throwing one last warning over his shoulder. "Catch up to the main group before sunset. If you don't, you're sleeping in the woods alone. And trust me, the things that come out at night in this forest, they aren't friendly. Wolves, boars, poisonous snakes, ghosts, zombies." Liu Dong pales. "Wait, what? Those last 2 definitely aren't animals." Night falls fast, and the soldiers find themselves huddled in the pitch-black forest. Baili Yunxiao gives the order. Total blackout, no fires. Fires mean a visible target, and they're in a high-stakes stealth mission now. Tension is high with enemy movements reported nearby, so they have to stay sharp. But for the soldiers, the hunger is the real enemy. "We're gonna starve tonight," someone groans. Liu Dong clutches his stomach, which is growling loud enough to wake the dead. That's when Shu Wu steps up. "Hey little brother, survival is a skill. Even if they have rations, those will run out soon. Come on, I'll show you how to find real food." Liu Dong's eyes light up. "Really? You mean it?" He follows Shu Wu eagerly as the older soldier leads him into the brush. "Lead the way. I'm Liu Dong, by the way." The kid introduces himself. "And you are, sir?" The soldier smiles. "Just call me Shu Wu." Liu Dong's mouth is practically watering. "So, Shu Wu, are we hunting some wild game? Maybe a deer?" Shu Wu just chuckles. "Wild animals are too fast to catch quietly. Just watch and learn." Suddenly, he stops and cheers. "Found one. Check it out." Liu Dong leans in, curious. "What is it?" Shu Wu holds up his prize, looking like he just found a 5-star meal. It's a fat, squirming mountain worm. Liu Dong's face goes completely pale. He lets out a muffled scream. I mean, give the kid a break, he's just a high school student. But Shu Wu doesn't hesitate. He pops the wriggling thing right into his mouth with a look of pure bliss. "The texture, it's like silk," he describes poetically. "Like a beautiful girl caressing your tongue. This is a rare delicacy, kid. Eating this is a blessing from your past life." Tu Wuhao tossed one over. "There's plenty more, so don't be shy, just eat up." Liu Dong looked at it with pure disgust and yelled, "Who's being shy? You couldn't pay me to eat that." But 3 minutes later, Liu Dong totally gave in. "Man, this smells incredible. Not gonna lie, the more I eat, the better it gets." Tu Wuhao laughed. "Found my kindred spirit. Looks like you've got the potential to be a real foodie just like me." Tu Wuhao then asked curiously. "But seriously, there's a good chance we'll run into the United States military this time. You just graduated high school. Why take a risk like this?" Liu Dong answered instantly. The reason was simple. He wanted to get closer to his goal. He was very clear about his vision. His goal was to become a top-tier warrior, someone respected by everyone, just like the boss. In this world, it's a case of eat or be eaten. And if he had to choose, he'd rather be the one leading the charge. Hearing this, Tu Wuhao simply replied, "Is that so?" Deep down, he knew it made perfect sense for Liu Dong to idolize Yunxiao. Right then, something with a needle-sharp point suddenly lunged forward, stabbing straight into Lu Dong's stomach. Tu Wuhao didn't even see it coming. By the time he jumped up in shock, the boy's body had already been pinned to a tree. Tu Wuhao screamed in pure terror. Liu Dong! A bone-chilling screech echoed through the air. Shaking, Tu Wuhao slowly turned his head to see a monstrous creature with a bizarre, twisted shape. The thing was covered in purple armor and looked like a massive, nightmare-fuel spider. Tu Wuhao was so paralyzed with fear he couldn't even move his legs to run. His jaw dropped as he whispered, "What? What the hell is this thing?" Seeing him open his mouth, the monster let out a deafening roar, revealing rows of jagged, razor-sharp teeth. Tu Wuhao felt like his life was over right then and there. The only way he'd be seeing home again was as a ghost during the holiday offerings. Tears started streaming down his face as he instinctively screamed at the top of his lungs. "Help! Someone help me!" Suddenly, Yunxiao appeared out of nowhere just in time. He unleashed the Dragon's Tail Slash, a powerful strike that tore through the air toward the monster. With one devastating blow, the creature was instantly taken down. Yunxiao landed gracefully but gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that he'd followed them because something felt off. He didn't expect to find a Spirit King bug. Why on earth was a spiritual creature from the Nine Heavens continent appearing here? "Over here!" Tu Wuhao shouted frantically. "Lu Dong, hang in there!" Yunxiao looked over and was horrified to see Lu Dong covered in blood with a massive, life-threatening wound. Even then, the boy kept mumbling, "Baili. Boss. I'm sorry. I caused trouble for you again. I'm sorry, boss. So sorry." Seeing him like this, Yunxiao panicked. The venom of a Spirit King bug had no known antidote. To put it simply, in the Nine Heavens continent, this venom is considered a death sentence. The only way to save someone is to combine the heart's blood of a true cultivator with the poisonous stinger from the Spirit King bug's tail. But the Nine Heavens continent is a cruel place. No cultivator would ever sacrifice their own heart's blood to save another. Plus, these bugs are incredibly fast. Even a Spirit Sect Master would struggle to catch one. Yunxiao looked at the carcass on the ground, knowing if he didn't act now, Liu Dong was a dead man. Without a second of hesitation, he reached down and snapped off the venomous stinger from the bug's tail. Yunxiao gritted his teeth and drew his own heart's blood, mixing it with the venom. He thought to himself, "Kid, whether you can absorb this or not, that's up to you now." Once the mixture was ready, Yunxiao made sure Lu Dong drank every last drop of the precious medicine. He really went above and beyond for his friend. Almost instantly, Lu Dong's eyes fluttered open, and Tu Wuhao couldn't contain his joy. "Little Lu, you're awake. I really thought we'd lost you for good." Lu Dong looked at Yunxiao with guilt. "Boss, I'm so sorry. I messed up again." Yunxiao's voice was cold as he replied, "That's the second time I've saved you. You've only got one more chance left." Seeing the tension, Tu Wuhao tried to comfort the boy. "Hey, little Lu, don't beat yourself up. A monster of that level? Even a chief instructor might not have survived that fight." Despite the narrow escape, Lu Dong's eyes were filled with a new, fierce determination. "Boss Baili, I swear I'll get stronger to prove myself. I won't let your sacrifice go to waste." Over the next 15 days, the Azure Dragon team underwent brutal training through dense forests and scorching deserts. Out of 1,001 recruits, 498 were kicked out. Only 503 remained. It goes without saying that the hardships they faced were absolutely soul-crushing. On the 16th day of the Azure Dragon Long March, at the water source, Yunxiao stood before the survivors. "I'm proud of the 500 of you who are still standing. But the real training? It starts right now. You'll be split into groups of 2 or 3 and forced to survive for 12 days without any cold weather gear. Find your teams and move out." He then turned to the two girls. "We need to build a snow shelter immediately, or you two won't last 12 days out here." Qingyun spoke up. "Chief Instructor, nothing can survive in this wasteland. How are we supposed to live here for 12 days? Yunxiao replied calmly to Anshui. "All you have to do is learn how to circulate your blood energy. Do that, and the Arctic cold won't freeze you. If you can't master the hidden force here, then you don't deserve to be in the Azure Dragon team." She thought to herself, "The Empire's power is growing every day, yet we keep cutting down our numbers. Did the boss really plan on using just a few hundred people to face an army of tens of millions?" It felt like throwing eggs at a stone wall. Moments later, Qingyun spoke again. "Chief Instructor, I'm sure the remaining members will find their purpose eventually. Besides, General Chu's real plan is to build a Wuxia version of the Blackwater Company. Wouldn't it be better to just bring them into the fold?" Yunxiao's voice was icy. "Doesn't matter. I've already weeded out the dead weight. The weak don't deserve to follow me. End of story." Qingyun stormed off in a huff, but honestly, no one cared. Meanwhile, Xiangwu stared at the statue, wondering why Yunxiao would waste precious spiritual silk on it. Yunxiao didn't keep her in the dark about that strange stone. The truth? That spiritual seal is the key to making the stone monkey finally awaken. Time flew by. 9 days later, Qingyun returned with a fresh report. "Chief Instructor, our scouts have a visual. Apparently, Lu Dong and Ziwu's squad was being mauled by a polar bear. Yunxiao just shrugged. I know. Tell the scouts, no rescue. Let them handle it themselves. After following him for so long, she'd finally learned how he operated. Qingyun didn't argue. She just took the order and moved out. Right at that moment, a massive polar bear came charging toward them, looking absolutely feral. Qingyun panicked. Another one? Chief Instructor, what do we do? Yunxiao just calmed her down. Relax. Look behind the bear. It was bizarre. Usually, people are the ones running away from the bear. But this situation? It was completely flipped. They watched for a second and realized Lu Dong and Ziwu were actually the ones hunting the bear. They were screaming at the top of their lungs, "Get back here!" The bear zoomed right past Yunxiao while the two boys chased after it like madmen. You beast! Don't you dare run! Yunxiao shot her a look. This is what you call being attacked? Qingyun stood there, jaw dropped, completely speechless. On the other side, the sound of clashing weapons and cheering broke out. They actually got it. Lu Dong waved enthusiastically. Chief Instructor, morning! Miss me? He joked. Yunxiao didn't miss a beat. How was the hunt? And have you run into any of the other squads? Ziwu was panting hard. Man, it was a rush. Little Lu is a beast now. He's totally fine, no pressure at all. Lu Dong chimed in. This thing's fur feels better than a teddy bear. We saw a few other squads. They've all broken through to the hidden strength realm. They know how to circulate their blood qui now. At least they won't freeze to death out here. Yunxiao smiled to himself. It worked. Lu Dong finally absorbed that strand of spiritual silk. With progress this fast, the kid could hold his own in any fight. But right after the tough talk, the cold finally got to Lu Dong and he let out a massive sneeze. He laughed it off. Man, I got so excited seeing the chief instructor that I forgot to keep my blood qui moving. My bad. Qingyun was stunned. This wasn't the high school kid from 10 days ago. He was a full-blown hidden strength master. General Chu wasn't exaggerating after all. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the wilderness. The sky was literally crawling with fighter jets. A bearded Westerner let out a sinister laugh. Those Huaxia losers. We brought them a little gift. While our team was busy roasting bear meat, Qingyun rushed over to Yunxiao. Chief Instructor, 2,000 U.S. Special Forces just landed near our camp. We issued a warning, but they're ignoring us. It looks like they're itching for a war. Yunxiao let out a cold, mocking laugh. They couldn't even stay patient for a week, could they? He didn't hesitate. Inform logistics. Get the weapons and gear ready for the soldiers. Tell every team member to assemble here, now. Across the frozen river, the enemy was waiting. One of them looked at the Huaxia camp and smirked. Commander, why aren't we attacking? Why give them time to prep? The leader grinned wickedly. Our goal is to hunt Huaxia's finest. If we let them gather, we get to kill more of them at once. We haven't caught enough trophies yet. Yunxiao was scanning their lines. The enemy was stretched out, a long wall of steel and arrogance. He did the math. Over 2,000 enemies. They'd already built fortifications out of ice and snow. And him? He only had 50 men. On paper, they should be crushed instantly. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as ice. We can win this. Qingyun was losing her mind. Chief Instructor, you're seriously planning to take on an army of 2,000 with just 50 men? Yunxiao just looked at her. Is there a problem? She groaned internally. This is suicide. These aren't amateurs. They're elite U.S. Special Forces. But there was no turning back. Yunxiao gave the command. Everyone, battle stations. His team moved like lightning, locking their rifles into position. Both sides gave the order at the same time. Open fire. Lu Dong gripped his rifle tight, his face hardening as he followed the command. On the other side, the U.S. soldiers were just as aggressive. They screamed over the gunfire. Wipe them out. Leave no one alive. Even at this distance, the exchange was brutal. Someone took a hit, and blood sprayed across the snow. Ziwu saw his teammate go down. He shouted for a medic, his heart racing. The U.S. troops were actually taken aback by the intensity of this tiny squad. Stay behind me, and keep firing. The air turned into a storm of lead. Both sides were trading shots in a desperate, high-stakes duel. Casualties were mounting. Bullets whistled through the air, shredding everything in their path. Through the chaos, Lu Dong squinted through his sights. His eyes had completely changed. The goofy high school kid was gone, replaced by a stone-cold warrior. Crack! The trigger is finally pulled, and the bullet finds its mark dead center of the enemy's head. Ziwu's jaw drops. When the hell did his teammates' sniping skills become this god tier? Lu Dong grins, finally figuring it out. Brother Wu, I've got it. It's all about circulating your chi and blood straight to the brain. Combine that with the 12 Zodiac Fist, and suddenly, enemies a kilometer away look like they're standing right in front of you. Every single shot is a guaranteed kill. Ziwu can't help but be impressed. Damn, you actually invented a whole new technique? That's insane. But Lu Dong is already over it. Less talking, more action. Give it a try right now. Little did they know, Yunxiao was standing right behind them, a satisfied smirk on his face. Lu Dong. You definitely didn't let me down. Ziwu doesn't waste a second. He follows the instructions, and holy hell, it actually works. Even at this insane distance, he's popping heads like it's nothing. He's absolutely buzzing. One shot, one kill. This is way too powerful. Seeing the results, Qingyun decides to test it out too. Channel the blood flow? Why not? Meanwhile, on the other side, American soldiers are dropping like flies, and Tennyson is losing his mind. How did their accuracy suddenly jump to 100%? Do they have dozens of legendary sharpshooters hiding in there? A panicked soldier runs up. Commander, headquarters just sent a message. We have exactly 1 hour. If we don't capture these shooters by then, the Arctic base will launch a total scorched earth sweep of the entire area. His face goes pale just saying it. Tennyson roars in fury. Did you tell them what's happening here? Do they have any idea how many of our own men will die in a sweep? Don't they trust me? But before he can even finish his tantrum, more bad news arrives. Commander, another report. He spins around, eyes blazing. What now? The soldier immediately reports that their rear guard has been ambushed by the Azure Dragon Special Forces. It's a total bloodbath. Reality hits them like a ton of bricks. They didn't just walk into a fight, they walked straight into a trap. Tennyson can't believe it. 1 minute they were winning, and now? They're on the brink of a humiliating defeat. He's so pissed his eyes look like they might actually explode. Back with the good guys, Qingyun finally pieces it together. You knew the team would evolve into master snipers, so you stalled for time until our main force could flank them from both sides. Yunxiao just nods. It's not just them, he says calmly. We're all getting stronger. By the way, your shots just now? Pretty impressive. She blushes, a rare smile crossing her face. So, what's the plan? Do we finish them off now? Yunxiao's gaze turns cold. Not yet. Don't be in such a hurry. This attack was just to clear the path. Now, we wait for the big fish to bite. Right on cue, Lu Dong shouts, Commander. The enemy stopped firing. Ziwu chimes in. One of them is walking towards us. Should I take the shot? Out in the open, Tennyson screams at the top of his lungs. Who's your leader? Get out here. If you've got the guts, fight me one-on-one. Qingyun reports it instantly. Commander, their leader wants a duel. It looks like their plan. Do we shoot him? Or do we let him keep barking? She waits for the order, her finger steady on the trigger. Yunxiao shakes his head. No need. Like I said, we're waiting for the big fish. If I capture their leader, the rest will fall like a house of cards. His eyes sharpen as he looks at the Azure Dragon team. Stay on standby. This one's mine. The two leaders finally meet face to face. Tennyson sneers. A duel. If you win, my entire squad surrenders right here, right now. Yunxiao counters. And if I win, I might just let you walk away, but you're done attacking us. Forever. Two enemy soldiers hiding nearby start snickering. A brat like that is their leader? Just wait until our commander rips him to shreds. He thinks training a few snipers makes him a god? Pure arrogance. But over on the other side, Qingyun is genuinely worried. This is bad. Tennyson is one of the top 5 generals in the United States military. He once wiped out an entire elite squad in less than 2 hours. And the rumors about what he does to prisoners? Let's just say death would be a mercy. Commander, are you really ready for this, or are you just acting on impulse? Tennyson is loving this. He thinks Yunxiao is just some hot-headed kid. Then, his expression turns demonic. A twisted, hateful glare. I've personally skinned your weak soldiers with my bare hands. They were crying for their mothers, begging, save me. It was the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. The Azure Dragon team is absolutely fuming. Lu Dong can't hold back. You absolute piece of trash. You're dead. Yunxiao, however, is eerily calm. His voice is cold as ice. Keep talking. Enjoy it while you still have a mouth to speak with. Tennyson roars. That's gonna be you, boy. He lunges forward, and the sheer force of his first strike actually catches Yunxiao off guard. External chi projection? A Grandmaster level? He didn't expect Tennyson to be such a powerful opponent. The battle officially explodes. Standing on the frozen ice, 2 massive waves of internal energy collide with world-shaking force. Yunxiao grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into his arm. Stay down, he bellows. The shockwave is so intense that snow and ice spray everywhere. Lu Dong watches in pure awe. Holy hell, a fight at this level? It's like something straight out of a comic book. Suddenly, Yunxiao coughs up blood. He clenches his jaw. That one punch. It actually managed to injure him. But before he can recover, Tennyson has already gone blurring through the air and reappearing right behind him. Yunxiao's eyes widen. In a duel, you're nothing compared to me. Now die, you little brat. Tennyson screams in triumph. Boom! A massive wave of energy slams into Yunxiao, sending him flying into the cliffside. The impact is brutal, leaving nothing but a massive cloud of dust and debris. It's Tennyson, and he's coughing up a mouthful of blood. He's in pure shock, unable to believe he was just sent flying like a rag doll. Why? Yunxiao stands before him, eyes full of contempt. A fossil like you actually thought you could go toe-to-toe with me? The air turns heavy. Yunxiao is genuinely pissed now, his entire body radiating a terrifying, murderous intent. He wipes the blood from his lip, his gaze freezing Tennyson in place. Are you even worthy? Trash. Above his head, a blinding, horrific light erupts, manifesting into a razor-sharp sword of pure energy. Standing tall, Yunxiao looks like a god of war descended to earth. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, even the bravest soul would feel their heart stop from pure terror. Tennyson? He's absolutely terrified. His body won't stop trembling as he stares up at the sky. What? What is that thing? Yunxiao delivers the final verdict with ice in his voice. Invading my nation, slaughtering my soldiers. Your crimes are unforgivable. Death is too good for you. Execute. Before the words even fade, that massive sword slams down. It's over. Tennyson doesn't even have the chance to struggle. The American soldiers watch their commander get annihilated, frozen in horror. God, is the chief instructor even alive? They don't wait for an answer, they just haul ass. He's toast. Run. Forget everything and just run. Their commander is a literal monster. Yunxiao slowly descends as the enemy scrambles. The retreating soldiers whisper in panic. Wait, didn't we have those high-tech sweepers? Are you crazy? Those things won't work on a freak like him. Just get out of here. Yunxiao huffs. That last move drained a ton of spiritual threads, even with the surrounding energy. It'll take 10 days of hard cultivation to recover. Meanwhile, Lu Dong's eyes are sparkling. Big brother Baili, you're incredible. I'm following you forever. The rest of the troops are just as stunned. That was insane, chief instructor. That move was on a whole different level. Yunxiao doesn't let the praise get to his head. He snaps back into command mode. All right, that's enough. Fall out and prep for the next location. Yes, sir, time flies, and 2 days later, they're at a distant pier. Yunxiao stands before them, his voice echoing with power. The last battle cost us dearly. The losses were heavy. We mourn our fallen brothers, but 380 of you are still standing. Tell me, do any of you regret being here? A thunderous no rips through the air. Good, he says coldly. Now strip. You're swimming all the way back to the motherland. The soldiers freeze. Wait, what? Yunxiao doesn't blink. You heard me. This is the final trial. You swim thousands of nautical miles, or you don't graduate. Period. Lu Dong actually looks excited. Trusting his leader, Xiang Yu shouts about her family's swimming techniques and dives right in. Yunxiao is surprised to see Qingyun also starting to undress. What's this? Not going to argue with me this time? Thinking back on all the miracles he's pulled off, Qingyun realizes this man might actually be a walking legend. She looks him in the eye. I'm sorry for my past disrespect. From now on, your word is my absolute command. As the soldiers paddle away, Yunxiao does the impossible. He just casually walks on the water, light as a feather. Suddenly, he spots a massive whirlpool spinning beneath the surface. He pauses, his eyes narrowing. What's this? Without a second thought, he dives deep. If this is a spiritual nourishing ground, he won't need 10 years to break through. Something is stirring, a spiritual ape is about to emerge. He pushes the giant sea clams aside, clearing the path. Yunxiao stops. Wait, if these clams grew in such a spiritual place. Suddenly, the largest clam snaps. Yunxiao barely dodges the massive shell. He slams his internal energy into it, shattering the casing instantly. He grins. Found it. A spiritual pearl, packed with at least 300 spiritual threads. Just like that, 10 days pass beneath the waves. Yunxiao is still down there, absorbing every last drop of energy from that pearl. As the pearl finally fades into nothing, he lets out a satisfied breath. Finally finished. 800 spiritual threads. I'm inches away from becoming a spirit master. As for the stone monkey, I'll leave it here to cultivate in the deep. His eyes flash with purpose. The long march is over. Time to meet the survivors. He launches himself upward, skimming across the ocean's surface like a literal bolt of lightning. 4 hours later, the team gathers on the shore. Yunxiao's voice rings out. The last 80 of you? You're now reserves. As for the top 300, congratulations. You survived 2 months of hell. You've met my standards. Now, get on the choppers. We're going home. The training is over, and the soldiers erupt into wild cheers. Long live the chief instructor. Qingyun watches them, a satisfied smile on her face. With this, the Azure Dragon team might actually take the crown at the Autumn Grand Assembly. Back at the barracks, the atmosphere is electric. Lu Dong is buzzing. Big brother, chief instructor. Can you get me into Dongzhou University? You're so well connected. Yunxiao's face goes stern. Listen carefully. Once you leave this base without a summons, you're out. You never set foot here again. And you tell no one what happened. Not even your parents. Break that code, and you deal with military law. Lu Dong snaps to attention. Understood, sir. Xiang Yu is beaming. This is great, Lu Dong. We can go to school together after all. Just then, a messenger rushes in, looking frantic. Chief Instructor, I have a message for you. Congratulations, sir. General Chu, what brings you all the way out here? Baoguo just beams at me, his smile wider than I've ever seen it. How could I not come? Wu Qingyun already filled me in on the details. You took down the enemy on that frozen wasteland and served this country with honor. I'm a man of my word. From this moment on, I guess I'll have to address you as Brigadier General. Nearby, Xiangwu gently nudges Lu Dong toward the exit. The general is talking official business. Let's head out and get everything ready. My heart skips a beat. Did I hear that right? Is General Chu actually promoting me to the rank of Brigadier General? The general doesn't miss a beat. It's true. Honestly, I had my doubts at first, but in just 2 short months, you've transformed the Azure Dragon team into the deadliest marksman on the planet. You wiped out over half of the United States Hunter Squad. Who would dare to question you now? Qingyun steps forward, presenting a case with a flourish. Congratulations, Chief Instructor. General Chu continues, his voice heavy with respect. You eliminated the Chief Instructor of the U.S. Hunter Squad, one of the 4 most dangerous tactical masters in America. The news sent shockwaves everywhere. Nobody in the Yanzhou Central District could believe it was real. This medal is your honor, solid gold, with the Great Dragon engraved right in the center. I snap to a crisp salute immediately. I'm honored by your trust, Senior General Chu, I reply, my voice steady. The general actually wanted to inspect the 3 elite members I've been training personally. Baoguo nods, clearly satisfied. Exactly. Now, lead the way. I want to see the Azure Dragon base for myself. One look at the recruits, and Baoguo finally understands the truth. It's no wonder Brigadier General Baili could use 50 men to completely dismantle the Hunter Battalion's spirit. Just look at their eyes, he mutters, visibly impressed. I can tell they've undergone a massive transformation. I turn to him and gesture toward the ranks. General Chu, every one of these 300 men is now a master marksman. Their cultivation? All of them have reached the early stage of hidden strength or higher. My 3 vice instructors are already at the peak of transforming strength. And Kei Hong, he's already reached the half-step core strength realm. Out of the 10 captains, 4 have successfully broken through to the transforming stage, while the other 6 are at the entry level. General Chu's jaw literally drops in shock. You're saying that within the 300-man Azure Dragon team, we're looking at a future squad with dozens of transforming grandmasters? I ignore the shock and shout a command to the field. Anyone here who's killed a shark in the open ocean, 1 step forward. Watching them move so casually makes Baoguo and Tianjun's heads spin. Now, anyone who's hunted a polar bear in the Arctic, 1 step forward. As more soldiers move, Baoguo looks like he's seen a ghost. Tianjun has to rush over to support him before the old man's jaw hits the floor. I look at him and ask, So, General, are you satisfied with these 300 men? For a moment, he's silent. Then, tears actually start streaming down his face. Baili Yunxiao, you are truly a once-in-a-generation hero for our great Xia. Old man, you might have fallen to a Russian super grandmaster's bullet, but your successor is here. The next generation of Azure Dragon, Baili Yunxiao, has finally settled your debt. He regains his composure, beaming with pride. Satisfied? I'm stunned. These 300 will be the ultimate elite of our military. But, Brigadier General, I have one request. Cut to the present, and the roar of jet engines fills the air as my plane takes off. Sitting alone in the cabin, my mind drifts back to our private conversation. Back at the base, we had stepped aside. General, just say what's on your mind. Don't hold back, I told him. He sighed, his expression turning grim. General Baili, the Russian forces have become incredibly arrogant lately. They've been provoking our borders time and time again. Worse, the previous Azure Dragon leader was killed last year by a Russian elite. That man's cultivation is off the charts, and he's built his own shadow empire. The state's hands are tied officially. So, I have to ask, are you willing to take a trip to Russia? He paused for a second. I won't lie, this mission is extremely dangerous. If you want to refuse, I won't hold it against you. I just gave a casual shrug. General Chu, there's no need for that. If it's for the sake of the country, I'll take the risk. He was overjoyed. I won't let you go in empty-handed. Have you ever heard of the American Blackwater Company? If you can clear this obstacle, you can take over the Great Xia branch of Blackwater under your own personal name. Back in my seat, I start calculating. Power and money don't really mean a thing to me anymore. However, a global corporation with reach in every corner of the world? That could be the key to breaking through to higher realms and finishing what I couldn't in my past life. Suddenly, a flight attendant approaches me with a handset. Mr. Baili, there's an urgent call for you. I take the phone, my brow furrowing. Who would be calling me this urgently right now? A cold sense of dread washes over me as I answer. Hello? On the other end, Qing Luan's voice is breaking. Baili Yunxiao. Something terrible has happened. Yi Guangshen has teamed up with the Guo family. They've attacked my father and grandfather. We don't even know if they're still alive. The Yi family has been completely seized. This proud, icy lady was now sobbing like a child. Please, I'm begging you, help me. My mind sharpens instantly. The Ye family is betraying their own blood? If they found out I'm the one who killed Yeling, my parents are in the crosshairs next. I don't hesitate. Leave it to me. But on one condition from now on. The Ye family belongs to me. Through her sobs, she answers immediately. Anything. Just save them. I turn to the attendant. Send an encrypted message to Wu Qingyun now. Tell him the Ye and Guo families are conspiring in Haitian. The situation is critical. We have 2 assets in custody right now. To keep the peace, we need to deal with them fast. She doesn't hesitate. Understood, Chief Instructor. He starts running the numbers. Anyone looking to hurt my family? They're already dead. I'm not letting a single one of them live. I've got 830 spiritual threads in my core. Now that Wukong's birth is manifesting, that's another 200. If I can refine that energy, reaching the Spirit Master realm is a done deal. One girl is practically melting as she watches him. God, he is so hot. Why can't I have a boyfriend like that? Her friend snaps her back to reality. Keep dreaming. He's a major general. We're just regular people. We're not even in the same universe as him. Suddenly, a massive gust of wind rips through, throwing everything into total chaos. The girls scream in terror. Where did this wind even come from? The hangar door slides open, and Baili Yunxiao steps toward the edge. Good luck out there, the captain barks a salute. The girls look like they're about to faint from the sheer shock. Captain, what are you doing? He's gonna fall to his death. But before they can even blink, Yunxiao has already dived straight into the abyss. The captain shoots them a look that could kill. Don't ask questions if you aren't ready for the answers. Down below, a massive vessel is cutting through the ocean waves. Cheers erupt on the ship. They finally hauled it up. The leader grins at the statue. Finally, this is the one. The scanners are picking up insane energy readings. This thing is the key to helping the master finally break through to the late Dan stage. Suddenly, boom, something slams into the ocean with the force of a missile, sending a massive wall of water into the air. Yunxiao stands on the surface of the water like a god. He can sense it someone's touching Wukong's birth. Hand it over, he growls, his face dark with rage. Now. Or die. The guy just scoffs. I'm Kontai, the Grandmaster from the Kingdom of La. And who the hell are you supposed to be, kid? We found it, so it's ours. Beat it while you still can. He doesn't even finish the sentence before Yunxiao's spiritual threads whip out, tearing through his subordinates in a heartbeat. Yunxiao's eyes are cold as ice as he glares at Kontai. You dared to lay a finger on Wukong's birth. For that, you die. The villain's jaw drops. Energy manifestation? A Dan stage Grandmaster? He still tries to play tough. You touch me, and you're dead meat. Do you have any idea who my master is? He's the legendary Dan Sa of Law. Yunxiao is done listening. One strike. One explosion. Game over for the loudmouth. He checks the body in silence. Dan Sa. That's the name of the monster who reportedly took down the previous Azure Dragon. The radio on the corpse crackles to life. Status update. Did you secure the prize? Yunxiao picks up the device, calm as can be. So, you're Dan Sa? The one who thinks they can just steal Wukong's birth? The voice on the other end goes deathly cold. A great Sha brat. If you're talking, my disciple is dead. Impressive. I'll give you one chance. Bring me the statue, and I might just let this slide. Yunxiao just scoffs. Let it slide? That's cute. Listen closely. I, Baili Yunxiao, will sell it to you for $100 billion. Take it or leave it. Dansa's fury is audible through the speaker. You little rat. You aren't in any position to negotiate with me. Meanwhile, 2 women are shaking in terror nearby. Please, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, one cries, collapsing. Lord Dansa, please. Spare my mother. I won't run again. I'll be your slave forever. Just let her live. The older woman kneels, head pressed to the floor. Forgive her, Lord Dansa. My daughter is young and foolish. Please, show mercy. Shut up, Dansa roars. A split second later, a blood-curdling scream fills the room. He looks at the girl with a twisted, sadistic grin. Since you finally closed your mouth, I'll let your mother have a whole body in the grave. Cross me again, and I'll feed your father to the insects. He turns his attention back to the radio. Listen here, kid. Whatever I want, I take. Bring it to me like a good little dog, or your parents are dead. The girl in the room can't stop sobbing as the horror sinks in. Yunxiao's mind is racing. Is this psycho actually planning to go after them? He erupts in a shout. Dan Sa, if you lay one finger on my parents, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. The villain just laughs. I'm counting on it. We'll be meeting very soon. Get ready, brat. With that, Dan Sa cuts the call. Little does he know, Yunxiao recorded every single word of that threat. Yunxiao is shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. Dan Sa, you don't deserve to breathe the same air as the rest of us. He pushes his speed to the limit. Screw everything else, his parents' safety comes first. He needs to get to them right now. Shrouded in a layer of raw power, he realizes the energy signatures he was tracking have completely vanished from his radar. A girl nearby whispers in awe. This item, it's tied to the birth of a martial myth within the organization. We cannot let it slip away. Back at the lair, the girl is clutching her mother's body, crying out in agony. Dansa doesn't even look at her. Gongba Shan, contact our moles in Great Xia. Find Baili Yunxiao's address. I want to send his family a little gift. The subordinate bows low. By your command. Dansa's eyes gleam with dark ambition. Wukong's birth is the key to my world domination. Anyone in my way, I'll destroy your home and everyone you love. The girl's sobbing is relentless. Dansa's patience finally snaps. God, women are so annoying. Can't she just shut the hell up? Gongba Shan, he barks. The subordinate steps forward instantly. Yes, boss? What are your orders? Dansa points at the woman like she's a piece of trash. She's a broken pet now. Cut out her tongue. Ba Shan doesn't hesitate, grabbing the girl with a cold smirk. Consider it done. The girl's scream of terror is the last thing heard before everything goes dark. The girl couldn't even scream anymore. Her eyes were wide, darting around in pure, unfiltered terror. Anyone who dares defy me needs a lesson, the man growled. Not just you, but that Baili Yunxiao too. Her eyes rolled back as the pain became unbearable, her body going limp like she was slipping into the abyss. Meanwhile, Yunxiao was back at his place, moving fast. He was focused, channeling his inner energy to finish setting up a powerful spirit array. He scanned the perimeter. Every single room was now locked down tight within the spirit array's field. If anyone below the Great Strength Realm dared to break in, this formation would vaporize them instantly. He had to keep his parents safe. His mind drifted back to that night in the hospital, when his mother stayed by his side until dawn. Yunxiao, please. Just stay strong. Her voice was trembling as she gripped his hand, her heart breaking. Mom is right here. I'm not leaving you. Back then, Xiaoyan's tears were like a river that wouldn't stop. She kept whispering words of hope, begging him to hang on. The doctor's words from earlier still echoed in Yunxiao's head. Madam, I'm sorry, but your son's legs. He'll likely be paralyzed for life. What? She gasped. Doctor, please, there must be a way. We've done everything we can, madam. Then came the sounds of people mocking them in the halls. Look at the cripple, what a joke. Just another piece of societal trash, might as well end it now. That's when his father came charging in, shouting, Get your hands off my son. Angia looked like he was ready to kill. I've already called the cops. Get lost before you're eating prison food. Once the thugs scrambled away, his dad let out a cold huff. Fat guy can actually move when he's scared, huh? Yunxiao looked up, confused. Dad, where were you just now? Angie flashed a tired but happy grin. Didn't you say you wanted that popular new novel? The one everyone's talking about? Urban Immortal King. I found a copy. Had to wait in line for 2 hours and push through a massive crowd, but I got it for you. Back in the present, Yunxiao clenched his fists. Mom, Dad, you protected me when I was weak. Now, it's my turn. His mom interrupted his thoughts with a chuckle. Yunxiao, what's with this drawing? Why did you draw a duck on the floor? Angie joined in on the teasing. Oh, honey, you don't get it. This is abstract art. Our son is the next modern-day Picasso. Yunxiao stood up, trying to keep a straight face. Mom, Dad, stop joking. This is a defensive formation I learned in the military academy. It's here to keep the house safe. I'm pretty exhausted, so I'm gonna head in and rest for a bit. Angie nodded, concerned. All right, kid. If you get hungry, there's food in the fridge, Xiaoyan added. And wrap yourself up tight. It's getting cold out there. He hurried into his room to begin his cultivation. Taking on a late-stage Dan transformation expert was still too risky. He needed a breakthrough, and he needed it now. Tonight, I'm absorbing all the spirit silk inside the Wukong stone. If I can reach the Spirit Master realm, I'll need to choose a foundation building technique first. Resources on Earth were pathetic compared to the Yunxiao continent, but he had a plan. The heaven-shattering art, he could feel it vibrating within his soul. In his mind's eye, Yunxiao dove toward the glowing technique. This art didn't just refine worldly energy. It could pull fire from the earth to temper the body, and fire from the heavens to forge the spirit. It was the same legend that built the top sex in his past life, and Earth had plenty of earth fire for him to hit the great Spirit Master rank. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Xiaoyan called out to her husband. Hey, it's November 11th, did you order something? Yunxiao froze. A delivery? The next morning, Yunxiao woke up and looked at his hands, a satisfied smirk on his face. Not only was he officially a Spirit Master, but he'd already mastered the first stage of the Yan Emperor's heaven-shattering art. With the Samadhi True Fire, even a Dan Strength Grandmaster wouldn't stand a chance. It truly was the #1 fire-type art in the 9 heavens, and he'd done it in a single night. But his heart skipped a beat when he realized something. Wait, where's the Wukong stone? He sprinted into the living room, only to realize his parents' presence was gone too. Sensing something was horribly wrong, he dashed outside. Did they leave? Or, He stared at a box on the floor with 2 talismans crossed over the opening. Yunxiao went numb. He remembered his parents talking the night before. "Anjie, it's November 11th. What did you buy?" Yunxiao realized the talismans were a deadly mix of blood curses and ghost arrays. No way. Here's the thing. Head-dropping sorcery is a dark voodoo from Southeast Asia that uses talismans to project curses. It uses ghost spirits to haunt the victim. But the most sinister version is the twin curse. It can completely hijack someone's mind, turning them into a puppet. Yunxiao slammed his fist into the wall, pure rage boiling over. It was Dan Sa. That bastard had enslaved his parents and taken the stone to Siam. He screamed in frustration. How could he have been so stupid? His defensive array couldn't block a curse that was already inside the package. Damn it! Yunxiao's eyes burned with a murderous fire. He hissed the words through gritted teeth. Dan Sa, you are a dead man. Right then, a voice echoed behind him. So, the formation was destroyed. Little ghost? A mysterious girl appeared, looking calm. I have 2 questions for you. First, did you set up this spirit array? And second, have you seen a strange glowing stone? Yunxiao was at his breaking point. He spun around and roared at her. Did Dan Sa send you? Yang Hong's eyes narrowed. He knows Dan Sa? She didn't flinch, responding coolly. That man doesn't have the authority to give me orders. Now, tell me where the stone is. Give it to me, or you're inviting a disaster you can't handle. Yunxiao was already seeing red. And now this stranger was making demands? His internal energy exploded as he screamed at the top of his lungs. Get out! Yang Hong's eyes widened in pure shock. This kid was actually manipulating the energy of heaven and earth. Before she could react, a shockwave of raw power ripped through the air, cracking the very walls of the building. A streak of pink crystal light flashes out from the house, moving like a panicked bolt of lightning. Ying Hong is terrified. Her heart hammering, she barely escaped his clutches with her life. She can't believe Great Xia has a master of this caliber. She needs to warn the young master, and she needs to do it now. He mentioned Dan Sa. Is he actually heading to Siam? Inside the house, Yunxiao stares at a token left behind a calling card of sorts. The Hongmen. He'd seen the name mentioned on the dark web before, but he never actually thought an organization like this really existed. Here is the deal. The Hongmen is the largest Chinese underground organization on the planet. Their power, wealth, and martial arts influence reach every corner of the globe. They are the undisputed kings of the underworld. Yunxiao's eyes turn cold as ice. He doesn't care who they are. If they dare lay a finger on his family, he will slaughter every last one of them. He immediately pulls out his phone. Secretary Wu, mobilize 500 members of the Azure Dragon Squad to my father's security company. Get them to the airport. We're going to war in Siam. And tell General Chu. Dan Sa is about to be erased from this world. He better be ready to keep his promise. Meanwhile, in Siam, Dan Sa is laughing like a total maniac. Finally, my treasure is finally here. But as soon as he sees the treasure, his smile vanishes. Something is wrong. The Wukong energy inside has completely vanished. Enraged, he lashes out and delivers a bone-shattering kick straight to Anji. Dan Sa grabs Xiaoyan by the hair, his face twisted in a snarl. Damn you, Baili Yunxiao! You actually dared to pull a fast one on me? I am going to make you regret the very day you were born. Then, he suddenly calms down, a cruel realization hitting him. Wait, the kid must have hidden the energy somewhere else. The parents are still useful. He barks orders to his men. Take the male dog to the airport. When Yunxiao shows up, tell him this. If he wants to see his mother alive, he better bring that energy to the underground boxing tournament in Siam in 2 days. The guards bow and head out. Transition to the VIP terminal at the Siam airport. The air is heavy and dead silent. Yunxiao turns to Gi Hong, his voice steady. For this operation, you're acting as my assistant. Contact the 500 Azure Dragon members and have them wait at the Great Xia Embassy. Nobody, and I mean nobody, moves until I give the word. Understood, Gi Hong replies. But then, Yunxiao stops dead in his tracks. Someone is waiting for him right there. He stares in shock at the figures before him. One of the thugs sneers, looking him up and down. So, you're the famous Baili Yunxiao, huh? The man grins wickedly. The boss was right. We bring the male dog out, and the pup comes running right on schedule. Yunxiao looks at his father's hollow, soulless eyes, then at the thug calling his father a dog. His face goes completely dark. The thug, Ba Shan, continues his taunts. My boss has a message. You want the female dog back? Bring the energy to help him level up for the boxing tournament in 2 days. Hearing his parents referred to like animals, Yunxiao's gaze turns murderous. Where is she? The thug just laughs. You think you're in a position to ask questions? We're leaving. But they don't get far. Before they can even turn around, the ground beneath them erupts into a twin pillar of roaring flames. Yunxiao's shadow looms over them like a god of death. A male dog, you said? The thugs scream in pure agony. It's too hot. I'm sorry. Please, stop. His mind flashes to his mother being held captive. He asks again, his voice dropping to a freezing chill. A female dog? He can't hold back the fury anymore. He clenches his fist, and boom. Both thugs are instantly vaporized into nothingness. His father collapses, and Yunxiao catches him just before he hits the ground. Gui Hong, get my father to the best hospital in Siam. Move. Yes, sir. Gi Hong acts immediately. Yunxiao holds his father tight, his heart breaking into pieces. Dad, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I let you suffer like this. He's so focused on his father's condition that he doesn't notice a pair of eyes watching him from the shadows. A phone rings on the other end. Boss? It's me. The person on the line sounds stunned. Wait, the Azure Dragon Squad is coming for Dan Sa? All over energy for a breakthrough? I see. Contact Baili Yunxiao right now. Tell him we're the Liu family, the most prominent Chinese clan here in Siam. Tell him we want to team up to take Dan Sa down once and for all. And keep a close eye on him, especially any objects he's carrying with high energy. The man smiles to himself. Dan Sa, you've used your power to bully me for far too long. Now, someone has finally come to kill you. The Liu family is going to rip you out by the roots. He looks at a photo of a boy who looks just like Liu Dong. Bing bing, my son. We're going to be reunited soon. Change scene to a hospital in Siam. This is where Angie has been rushed for emergency care. Yunxiao checks his father's pulse, his mind racing through medical techniques. The internal organs have been completely displaced. Worse, the soul-binding technique on him is incredibly fragile. One wrong move and his mind will be gone forever. Dad, I'm using the Phoenix Nirvana technique. It'll take 49 hours to rebuild your body. It's going to be agonizing, but you have to hold on. Yunxiao grits his teeth. To save his mom, Dan Sa has to die, and that means he has to enter that boxing tournament. But there's a catch. To even get in, you need a sponsorship from one of the 10 legendary families of Siam. And with Dan Sa's terrifying influence over the city, who would be brave enough to even touch this case? Suddenly, a shadow slips through the window like a thief in the night. Yunxiao's instincts flare instantly. Who's there? After his parents were taken, he's on a hair trigger. The man freezes, raising his hands in a panic. Wait, young hero, don't attack. I'm on your side, let's just talk. He's sweating bullets. This kid's aura, it's overwhelming. He's at least at the late stage of the core realm. I can't mess with him. He bows deeply. Young hero, I am the head butler of the Liu family. We are fellow Chinese, and our master would like to request a word with you. Word on the street is that the young hero is a rare genius, and we want you to join us in taking down the Hydra. Yunxiao looked up, genuinely surprised. The Liu family? You're asking for my help? He didn't hesitate to shut them down, stating he could handle it alone, but the old man didn't flinch. He handed over a Jade token, his voice calm. Young man, don't be so quick to walk away. The Liu family has their sights set on the Siam underworld, but Dan Sha's power is simply too overwhelming for them to handle. They've been stuck in a tense stalemate for years, but here's the kicker. Yunxiao's father is suffering from a fading spirit. He's been cursed by Dan Sha's soul-pinning technique. To break a curse this dark, the Liu family's own masters need one specific ingredient, the fresh, warm blood of Dan Sha himself. Yunxiao knew the Liu family was playing a dangerous game with their own hidden agenda. But with his mother still held by that old villain, every second wasted was a second closer to disaster. Fine. He made his choice. I'll do it. I'll take Dan Sha's life for you. But you better make sure my father is safe while I'm in that ring. The old man's face split into a wide grin. No problem at all. To a successful partnership then. Cut to the arena, where a booming voice echoed through the rafters. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the absolute peak of Siamese underground boxing. In this ring, there are no limits, no mercy, and no losers, only life or the cold embrace of death. The announcer's voice went electric. Today's victor will receive a blessing from the boxing god, Dan Sha, and a chance to study under him. Now, get those bets in. The crowd went wild, throwing down millions of dollars on their favorite killers. Today's challenger from Great Sha was using a special token, which meant one thing, a 1 versus 3 massacre. Could this kid actually be the last man standing? The tension in the air was thick enough to choke on. Meanwhile, Yunxiao was already 2 steps ahead, barking orders into his phone. Azure Dragon Guards, move in on the Siam underground arena now. Once I lure Dan Sha out, pin his location and wipe them all out. But remember, Dan Sha's head belongs to me. Back in the ring, the referee stepped up. All right, let's meet our kings. Du Shan, Zi Chen, and the deadly Ni Chang. The crowd roared as they chanted Du Shan's name, begging him to tear the challenger apart. Zi Chen and Ni Chang looked as lethal and beautiful as ever. But when Yunxiao stepped out alone, the stadium fell into a confused silence. One arrogant brat in the stands started laughing. I'm putting 30 million on this. I expected a grandmaster, not some snot-nosed kid I could snap with one hand. Yunxiao scanned his opponents, unimpressed. The girl and the big guy were barely at the peak of the Dan stage, though the third one felt a little off. A smirk played on Yunxiao's lips as he turned to the butler. Hey, can you spot me $20 million? I'm betting on myself. After the fight, I'll pay you back double. The butler nearly jumped out of his skin but nodded. Sure thing. If you lose, it's coming out of my own pocket. The audience lost their minds. Is he brain dead? He won't last 5 seconds. The Liu family is throwing away 20 million for nothing. Zichen glared at Yunxiao, his brow furrowed in contempt. If my master were here, but Yunxiao cut him off with a cold realization. Oh, I see now. You're just one of the Hydra's dogs. His face went dark as a terrifying surge of internal energy began to swirl around him. You won't be getting any power today. Instead, you're all going to die right here. The trio didn't take that well, roaring in fury as they charged him. Zichen was the first to strike, screaming as he unleashed his signature move. Meteor Fist. Yunxiao didn't even flinch. He tightened his grip, his voice echoing with authority. Fist techniques? Let me show you the true martial arts of Great Xia. Boom. Yunxiao slammed a heavy punch forward, shouting, 8 trigrams, first form. At the same instant, Dushan leaped into the air, aiming to crush him with an elephant ground shaker. A blonde guy in the crowd screamed in excitement. There it is, Dushan's ultimate move. That kid is about to be a red smear on the floor, but Yunxiao just ramped up his power, shifting into his second form as Nichang lunged from the side. Her eyes widened in pure terror as she realized the truth. Dushan and Zichen were already being blown back by a single, casual strike. In a flash, Yunxiao pivoted. He locked onto her and unleashed his third form, a devastating blow that sank deep into Nichang's stomach. She couldn't even process what happened before she was slammed headfirst into the concrete, her clothes shredded by the sheer force of the impact. The referee's voice trembled over the speakers. No, I don't believe it. Is the kid from Great Xia actually going to win this? In the VIP seats, young Master Du looked pleased. Uncle Yang, looks like your prediction was spot on. I put $60 million on this. If I'd lost, my old man would have skinned me alive. But the man beside him turned grim. Young Master Du, do you really think the big syndicates will just let the Liu family and Yunxiao walk away with all that cash? Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the arena. Gunshots. Yunxiao's instincts flared as he spun around, a high-caliber bullet already screaming through the air toward his head. The bullet moved with lethal velocity, tearing through the air and kicking up a massive cloud of dust as it impacted. 2 shadows flickered behind a sheet of cracked, reinforced glass, drawing every eye in the stadium to the sudden assassination attempt. A man stood there with a sneer of pure disgust. I don't care if you're a god or a ghost. Nobody takes 30 million from the Eastern Black Dragon Society and lives to tell about it. But then, the dust cleared. A massive, glowing aura of energy erupted from Yunxiao, surrounding him like a divine shield. The assassin's jaw dropped. What? How is he still standing? Yunxiao opened his hand, revealing the bullet he had caught with effortless grace. His eyes were like daggers. You really thought a pathetic trick like this could kill me? With a roar, he threw a punch that ignited the very air, sending a wave of literal flames exploding toward his attackers. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes, his voice booming across the arena. Is this how the Kingdom of Siam treats its international guests? With cowards and hidden snipers? If you can't win fair, you cheat. Since he couldn't defeat his opponent in the arena, he resorted to a cowardly assassination attempt. The crowd is losing it. The whispers are already turning into a roar of disbelief. Is this guy even human? Is he really one of Great Xia's immortals? People are panicking. God, why did I ever bet against him? I'm going to lose everything. Young Master Du is just as stunned. He slams his fist against his chair, eyes wide with shock. How? How is this even possible? That last palm strike. It was packed with concentrated fire elemental energy. He's already running the numbers in his head, calculating his next move. He remembers the rumors stealing that kind of miraculous energy can skyrocket a person's cultivation level instantly. A treasure like that? It's going to attract every major power in the world. It's clear now. Trying to use the Hongmen's influence to end this cleanly just isn't going to work. He glances at the shadow behind him and gives a cold, final command. He's not under Hongmen control. That means he's a threat that can't be allowed to live. Call the specialists in, and prepare the heavy-duty incendiary missiles. I want him buried in Siam forever. We take his energy and give it to my father. Uncle Yang doesn't say a word, just bows respectfully. As you wish. Meanwhile, back with Yunxiao. He bursts through the flames and touches down lightly on the ground. But inside, he's definitely feeling the heat. Lucky for me, those were just standard missiles, he thinks. If they were armor-piercing or anti-material rounds, I'd be in serious trouble right now. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the Reaper lunges. He's moving while Yunxiao's guard is down for a split second. Yunxiao's reflexes are insane. He blocks the sneak attack just in time, but he feels it immediately. The power behind that strike, it's on a whole different level. His mind races. This guy was barely a half step into the dance stage. How did he suddenly surge all the way to the peak of the initial Dan stage? He's being puppeteered. Dan Sha is controlling the Reaper's body, speaking through his mouth. Baili Yunxiao. So we finally meet. Honestly, I'm shocked you're still breathing. Those losers at the martial arts gym were totally useless. I guess if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. All the while, he's analyzing every move Yunxiao makes. The kid just manipulated the elements. That confirms it, he's already absorbed the power within the stone monkey. Yunxiao realizes who he's dealing with and snaps. You old fossil, cut the talk. Where is my mother? Dan Sha doesn't even flinch. He's perfectly calm, literally using a woman's back as a footstool. Your mother? She's right here under my feet. Actually, she makes a pretty comfortable footstool. The Reaper's voice, Dan Sha's voice, is dripping with smug arrogance. You have 1 hour. Bring that energy to Shadow Island in the West Sea alone. I'll be waiting. He's thinking, so what if you absorbed it, kid? Shadow Island is a cursed place, shrouded in darkness 365 days a year. It's the perfect place to use the Dark Organization's energy to power a ritual and take that power for himself. On the ground, the runes begin to glow with Dan Sha's dark intent. But since you're clearly a big deal, I've got a little parting gift for you. Try not to die too soon, okay? He points a finger toward Yunxiao and starts laughing. Listen up, everyone in this dojo. Listen well. I, Dan Sha, promise $500 million to anyone who brings me Baili Yunxiao's head. The room explodes. 500 million? Are you kidding me? Is that really Dan Sha? Of course it is. Who else in Siam would dare use that name? You'd have to have a death wish for your whole family. One guy hesitates, but look at him. He's a monster. If we fight him, we're dead. But then, greed takes over. A dark smile creeps across his face. $500 million? No one can say no to that kind of money. Enraged, Yunxiao hurls a blast of fire at the Reaper, trying to burn Dan Sha's connection away. But the puppet feels zero pain. He just keeps laughing. Baili Yunxiao, I'll see you soon. But don't get too angry yet. Take a look around. Suddenly, the crowd closes in. Dozens of people are surrounding him, their eyes burning with pure, unadulterated greed. If I kill him, I'm rich. That 500 million. It has to be mine. Yunxiao's blood is boiling. This old man wants to use these ants to wear me down. They're trash, but I don't have a second to waste. He makes his move. Azure Dragon Guards, hear my command. This place is yours now. If anyone steps up, kill them on sight. Before anyone can react, Yunxiao rockets into the air. He smashes straight through the roof, leaving the crowd staring up in shock and regret. He's gone? He just blew a hole in the ceiling and bailed. There goes my 500 million. But then, bam, the doors burst open. The guards swarm in, rifles aimed at the crowd. Nobody move, hands where we can see them. The captain shouts for everyone to drop their weapons. Meanwhile, the Liu family butler is frantically making a call. Master, Baili Yunxiao is heading to Shadow Island to settle the score with Dan Sha. But Dan Sha put a $500 million bounty on him. Should we help? Lu Xing doesn't hesitate. Order our men to surround the island. But tell them to hold back. Wait for them to beat each other senseless. Then, we strike and take Dan Sha out in one go. And keep a close eye on that energy Yunxiao is holding. The butler bows to the phone. Understood. Cut to Yunxiao, a streak of light across the sky. Mom, don't be scared. I'm coming for you. Suddenly, the water around him erupts, cutting off his path forward. Baili Yunxiao's face darkens as he growls. You dare stand in my way? The first to appear is Shui Yanghong from Hongmen, a peak mid-stage grandmaster. She's internally suspicious, wondering why young Master Du wants this super grandmaster dead so badly, even going as far as cutting a deal with the Black Dragon Society to make it happen. But with this many grandmasters powering a massive formation, even a martial god would end up crippled or dead. If they can successfully harvest his energy, her patriarch will finally break past the limits of mere mortals. Another figure steps up, Wutian Zhongshan from the Black Dragon Society, also a mid-stage powerhouse. He sneers arrogantly. Did you really think our bounty was easy money? If you somehow manage to escape this god-slaying array we 4 grandmasters have prepared, I'll rip out my own heart and serve it to you for dinner. Another man, Yan Dong from the Qingyi Society, joins the circle. He speaks with a fake, oily politeness. Little friend, don't blame me for your death today. $500 million is just too much to pass up. Finally, a rogue cultivator named Heng Lizu, a peak early-stage grandmaster, snarls in frustration. You put my mountain-fighting disciples into a coma. Now, I'm sending you straight to the 9th level of hell. They surround Baili Yunxiao from 4 sides, activating their trap. Guardian Deity Array, activate. Standing at the center, Yunxiao feels a massive weight of power pressing down on his body. For a split second, he's actually surprised by the scale of this energy, but he remains dead calm, sensing that this array could actually threaten a spirit master. He looks at them and speaks slowly. You really think this parlor trick can hold me? Shui Yonghong's heart skips a beat. Could he actually have a way to shatter the god-slaying array? Wu Tian Xiangshan has zero patience left. Shut up and die already. Today is the day you end. As the four masters roar in unison, a massive pillar of energy crashes down from the heavens like a divine hammer. The trap is sprung. Time to kill a god. Yunxiao narrows his eyes. This lightning formation looks a lot like the 9-4 heavenly tribulation back on the Nine Heavens continent, just 100 times weaker. Still, at his current level, breaking it will drain half his spiritual chi. He doesn't back down, unleashing his own power against the light. Samadhi True Fire, ignite. Shui Yonghong is absolutely horrified watching him charge straight into the heart of the blast. How is this possible? Even a martial god shouldn't be able to break through heavenly lightning this easily. Her eyes go wide with realization. This kid is a full-blown martial god. There's no way he's dying here just for some energy. She realizes instantly if she stays here any longer, she's a dead woman. After shattering the array, Yunxiao points a cold finger at the survivors. You dared to stop me from saving my mother? You forced me to waste my energy before I even reached Dan Che? Today, you all die. A wave of pure, terrifying energy surges toward the four masters, sending them into a spiral of pure panic. Heng Lizu turns tail and runs, screaming at the top of his lungs. Monster! He's a monster just like Dan Che. Yunxiao watches from above, cold and merciless, as they try to flee. Suddenly, a boat arrives in the distance. A man on deck waves frantically, shouting, Auntie Shu, get on the ship, fast! Shui Yonghong leaps toward the vessel, screaming a frantic warning. Baili Yunxiao is right behind us. Shoot him down or we're all toast. A sniper steps up, clutching a massive rifle. He locks his eye onto the scope and gives a short, cold response. Understood. Boom! He fires a shot directly at Yunxiao. The bullet slams into his protective barrier, creating a massive, blinding cloud of smoke. Yunxiao shields his eyes, impressed for a moment. Armor-piercing anti-material rounds? If I keep chasing them, this is going to turn into a long, bloody fight. His priority is reaching Shadow Island to save his mother. He immediately changes course and speeds away, but not before leaving a chilling threat. Hongmen, I won't forget this debt. Back on the ship, young Master Du watches him retreat. Auntie Shui, he's running. Should we go after him? Shui Yonghong coughs up a spray of blood, her voice weak and trembling. Go after him? Do you have a death wish? While we're in this region, don't you dare touch him. We are not in his league. Du is still bitter, clenching his fists. But Auntie Shui, that energy is worth $200 million. She doesn't hesitate to shut him down. Money is great, but is it worth our lives? If he comes for revenge and wipes out our entire sect, will you be the one to take responsibility? That question leaves him speechless. He finally backs down, muttering, fine, whatever. After shaking off the group, Yunxiao finally reaches a mysterious island. As he sets foot on the shore, he scans his surroundings. So, this is the Shadow Island hideout. Suddenly, Yunxiao's pupils shrink. His eyes go wide in shock. He can feel the energy inside his body being slowly siphoned away. He quickly does the math. His spiritual chi is being drained by the environment itself. It looks like Dan Che rigged the entire island with a draining formation. Since he already wasted energy earlier, he has to end this fast. No more games. Yunxiao stands his ground and roars at the top of his lungs. Dan Che, get your ass out here and face me. A cloud of black smoke swirls together, forming into a human shape. Dan Che appears, laughing with a chilling, mock-friendly smile. Baili Yunxiao. At last, we meet face to face. Yunxiao doesn't mince words. Hand over my mother now, and I might consider giving you a quick death. Dan Che doesn't seem bothered at all. Why the rush, kid? Why don't you sit and wait? My men are busy playing with your mother as we speak. Once they're out, you'll be completely drained. I think it's about time I sent you and your mother to the afterlife together, don't you? In the distance, Dan Sha has already taken control of a woman Yunxiao's mother, positioning her for a lethal sneak attack with her blade. Baili Yunxiao is absolutely livid. Dan Sha, you're a dead man, he roars, unleashing his power. Samadhi True Fire. Heavenly Fire, descend. Dan Sha stops playing games. He puts everything into his fist and bellows. Enough faking. Such incredible worldly energy. A power that's reached this level is quite a prize. Shadowbridge Army, hear my command. The two forces collide with a massive bang, sending sparks flying everywhere. But Dan Sha just laughs like a psychopath. A little flame like that? It's barely an itch. This place resonates with my element. The heavens are on my side. What can you possibly do? Suddenly, his cocky grin vanishes. His voice starts to tremble. What is this? Yunxiao's energy begins to swell, rapidly blooming into a massive, glowing lotus. This flame flower wasn't supposed to manifest yet. Summoning it puts an insane amount of pressure on his body. But he doesn't care. Flame Emperor's half-demon lotus. The sheer pressure is overwhelming. For the first time, Dan Sha is actually panicking. This power is way beyond the divine martial realm. Shadowbridge Army, Full attack. Dan Shaw screams, pouring every ounce of strength into a desperate defense. The two titanic powers clash, and the resulting explosion of light dyes the entire sky a deep, bloody red. Then, someone loses their strength. A heavy thud echoes as a body hits the ground, knees buckling. Dan Shaw is coughing, completely spent. Yunxiao stands over him, demanding answers. If you want to live, tell me where is my mother. But Dan Shaw just gives a wicked smirk. Baili Yunxiao, did you really think I'd be stupid enough to just trade blows with you? You didn't think I had a trump card? Suddenly, a sharp pain stabs through Yunxiao's chest, and he coughs up a spray of blood. Yunxiao's eyes go wide as he looks back. He can't believe it. A surprise attack from behind caught him completely off guard, and the person holding the sword? It's his own mother. She rips the blade out, and blood gushes from the wound. Yunxiao stares at his mother, his voice cracking with pure rage and betrayal. Dan Shaw, you! The villain had used that moment of shock to close in. Now, Dan Shaw is standing right in his face, gloating. How's it feel, Baili Yunxiao? Getting stabbed in the back by your own flesh and blood? Don't worry, kid. I'll send you to see her soon enough. Just then, Xiao Yan snaps out of the trance. Seeing what she's done to her son, she screams his name in horror. Without a second thought, fueled by a mother's instinct to protect her child, she shoves him back, away from the danger. She stands tall, shielding Yunxiao with her own body. Don't you dare hurt my son. Everything happens so fast. Yunxiao panics, shouting out, Mother, look out, but it's too late. Dan Shaw's attack slams into her, and she's sent flying backward as Yunxiao watches in absolute terror. Something inside Yunxiao snaps. His face goes dark, filled with pure, unadulterated hatred. He forces himself up, energy coiling in his palms. Dan Shaw. He lets out a guttural, primal scream. Even if I have to burn every last drop of my life force, I am going to kill you today. Dan Shaw, however, only looks more amused. He laughs manically. You think you're taking me down with you? Dream on. You think I'm going to fight you fair? Men, come out and take this dog's life. Before Dan Shaw can even finish his sentence, Yunxiao launches his strike. Flame Emperor's Lotus. Now the villain is sweating. This brat is really going for a double suicide. He screams to his subordinates. You idiots, why aren't you coming out? I've wasted years raising you. But it's over. Yunxiao's flames engulf him instantly, and his arrogant laughter turns into a scream of agony. With Dan Shaw finally gone, Yunxiao collapses next to his mother, cradling her. Mother, hang on. Stay with me. I'm getting you home. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. Good work. Truly, a job well done. Lu Xing and his men step out from the shadows. He offers a fake, oily smile. Friend Baili, about this crusade against Dan Shaw. Thanks for the help. Oh, those thugs Dan Shaw had waiting to ambush you? We already took care of them. Consider it a little gift for our first meeting. Yunxiao doesn't have the energy for games. Enough talk, he barks. Get my mother to a hospital, now. Lu Xing just smirks to himself. With Dan Shaw dead, the Lu family can finally rule Zhan Luo. His dream is finally within reach. But he's not done. Not so fast, my young friend. I've helped you quite a bit, don't you think you owe me a little something in return? I don't need much. Just give me all of your energy. I see your mother is still breathing. Once we're done, I'll make sure she's well taken care of. Don't blame me, kid. To become the #1 family in Zhan Luo, I have to do what's necessary. The arrogant Lu Xing points a finger at the wounded Yunxiao and barks an order. Go, bind him. Don't be afraid. He doesn't have enough strength left to even stand. The henchmen charge in. Understood. Yunxiao didn't look worried at all. He just stayed calm and called out the trap. So, you didn't help me out of the goodness of your heart. You just wanted to steal my cultivation, didn't you? Before Lu Xing could even react, Yunxiao blurred right behind him. That massive surge of power was still radiating off him, making Lu Xing too terrified to even twitch. The lackeys finally realized what was happening, but they were way too late. They scrambled toward their boss, shouting in a panic. How is he still moving? Another one stammered, pointing a shaking finger. Wait, look over there. Did he actually absorb Dan Shaw's spiritual energy? Wisps of energy were literally leaking out of Dan's body and into Yunxiao. His gaze was sharp, like he was looking right through them. His voice was cold and heavy with warning. This borrowed power won't stay in my system for long, but trust me, it's more than enough to end every single one of you. That's when the reality of the situation finally hit Lu Xing. He started sweating and tried to bargain for his life. Wait, little friend, show some mercy. I'll cure your parents. I'll break the head-down curse myself. But Yunxiao just shut him down with a look of pure ice. You really think I'd believe a word you say? Just go meet Dan in the afterlife. Seeing that Yunxiao was dead serious, Lu Xing completely lost it. He started throwing out every piece of information he had just to stay alive. Listen to me. Your parents are under a Siamese curse. Only my family has the cure. Plus, you're a wanted man in Siam now. Only my territory can keep your parents safe. That actually got through to him. The explosive power swirling around Yunxiao's body slowly started to settle down. Yunxiao did the math, the guy had a point. He agreed to let him live for now, but he didn't skip the warning. No one who betrays me lives to tell the tale. Keep that in mind. But since you actually took care of my parents, I guess you still have a tiny bit of a conscience left. I'll give you 1 day. Get your will ready, and I'll give you a clean death. Lu Xing felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Man, I really messed up. Why did I have to provoke this kid? Cut to the hospital, where he gets to work. The curse is tricky, but it's nothing I can't handle. Give me 3 hours. He started channeling his spiritual energy into Yunxiao's parents, beginning the long process of healing them. Yunxiao watched closely. His parents were finally out of danger, and his Wukong powers were fully restored. Suddenly, he turned to Lu Xing and told him it was time to move out. Lu Xing just bowed his head, looking completely defeated. Little friend, before I go, I have one last wish. Can I make a phone call to my family? I haven't been home in 17 years. Yunxiao stayed calm and just said, Fine. Lu Xing pulled out his phone, staring at the screen. Bing bing. I've remembered your number for over a decade. He'd never had the guts to call before, but with death staring him in the face, he had to do it. It was the only way to find peace. The call finally connected. A woman's voice came through. Hello? Who is this? Lu Xing was literally shaking with emotion, tears in his eyes. Bing bing. It's me. Lu Xing. Are you still in Tianhai? Is our son Lu Dong doing okay? That name hit Yunxiao like a bolt of lightning. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He whispered the name under his breath. On the phone, Bing Bing sounded furious. Didn't I tell you to never bother us again? Lu Xing tried to explain, his voice breaking. I'm not trying to cause trouble. I just wanted to know how you two have been after everything that happened. We're doing just fine. Don't call this number again. And just like that, she hung up. Meanwhile, cut to Lu Dong, who's just sitting there playing video games, totally oblivious. Yes. Finally found a way to upgrade my gear. Lu Xing put his phone away and looked at Yunxiao. All right, little friend. Do it. I don't have any regrets left. Yunxiao just stared at him for a long moment. His mind was racing. He never would have guessed that the man who tried to use him was actually Lu Dong's father. No wonder Lu Dong never talked about him. Yunxiao cleared his throat and asked, What's the rush? I heard your call. Your family is in Great Xia, so why didn't you just go back to them? Lu Xing let out a long, heavy sigh. I've never told this to anyone, but since I'm about to die anyway, I guess I can tell you. His expression turned grim as he started the story. Back when I was in the Black Tianhai gang, I met Bing Bing. We had a child together. He was born on a freezing winter day, so we decided to name him Lu Dong. But someone leaked my address. My enemies came for us and caused chaos for the gang. They even left my son with a scar that'll last a lifetime. In the end, Bing Bing kicked me out. He could still see the image of her shielding their son in his mind. Flashback. She was crying and screaming at him all at once. Lu Xing, you lied to me for years. You said you had a decent job. Why are you involved with the mob? You can't even protect your own son. The poor kid was right there, bleeding and terrified. It was a mess. Lu Xing reached out to them, begging for another chance. His own face battered and bruised. Bing Bing, let me explain. I wanted to. She just screamed back. Don't say another word. From now on, I don't have a husband. Liu Xing continued his story. After that, I fled to Siam. I swore that one day, I'd be strong enough to challenge an entire nation. I wanted to prove to Bing Bing that I could protect our family. But look at me. I failed. I failed completely. Yunxiao actually felt a ping of sympathy for the guy. It all made sense now why Lu Dong was so stubborn. Everything Lu Dong did was to protect his family. Yunxiao thought to himself that if he could bring this family back together, it would be the right thing to do. Besides, the Lu family is massive. With their power, they might actually be able to keep my parents safe. Yunxiao spoke up, his expression dead serious as he looked at the man before him. If he could finally bring his whole family back together, it would be worth it. And honestly, with a powerhouse like the Lu family backing them, his parents would have the ultimate shield. Lu Dong is my brother, my best friend. But you? You messed up big time. I'll spare your life. But don't think you're getting off scotangent free. Lu Xing suddenly cut in, his voice trembling. You're friends with my son? Yunxiao didn't blink. I need you to send 8 Danjing level masters back to Great Xia with me. Their only job? Keeping my parents safe. That's the deal. I'm letting you live this time not for your sake, but for Lu Dong's. The man shouted back, his voice thick with gratitude. Thank you for your mercy. The Lu family is at your command, no matter the danger. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Extra, extra. Read all about it. All over the city, people are clutching newspapers, huddled in groups and whispering like crazy. Siam's strongest warrior has been defeated, crushed by Great Xia's very own. Baili Yunxiao, one man shouted, his eyes glued to the headline. He's only 20? 20 years old and he's already shaking the entire Asian martial arts world? A brown-haired man nearby couldn't believe his ears. This kid is the real god of war. Dan Shaw, he was nothing compared to this. But another voice cut through the hype. Baili Yunxiao might have won, but now the balance is broken. Other factions won't just sit still. A dark figure watched the crowd from the shadows. Word on the street is that the Liu family and Baili Yunxiao are joined at the hip now. Looks like Siam's underworld is about to fall right into the Liu family's lap. A blue-haired girl stood with her hands on her hips, nodding along. It's true, young master. The Liu family rose up in just 18 years to rival Dan Shaw himself. Their leader is no amateur, we shouldn't make any reckless moves yet. The shadow in the corner narrowed his eyes, a dark, oppressive aura bleeding out from him and chilling the air. A black car sped across a bridge under a sun choked by heavy clouds. Du Xiao was on the phone, his face turning ghostly pale as his mind raced. Baili Yunxiao, my local branch couldn't touch you. But the Hongmen headquarters? We're the #1 organization on the planet. You're done. Du Xiao spoke coldly into the receiver. Hello? It's me. Meanwhile, at the Siam branch, a man with green hair stared silently at a photo of his late brother, rage boiling beneath the surface. He took a long drag of his cigarette, his thoughts poisoned with pure hatred. Baili Yunxiao, you killed my brother. Did you really think the Black Dragon Society would just let that slide? Back on the water, the journey home begins. Yunxiao was leaning against the railing of the yacht, phone to his ear. Yeah, I'm on the boat heading back now. Meet me at Tianhai Port in 2 days, exactly at noon. Don't be late. The voice on the other end responded instantly. Understood, sir. Yunxiao then remembered his master's warning. The two of them just had a massive curse lifted. Their bodies are fragile right now, no sudden movements, no heavy pressure. Whatever you do, don't put them on a plane. His expression darkened. He wanted his parents home fast, but safety came first, even if it meant a few extra days at sea. He sighed, hoping the trip would be smooth sailing. No matter how strong I get, I can't be by their side every second. I need to forge some serious protective charms for them. Suddenly, a strange light pierced through the sky, reflecting off the water in the distance. The yacht rocked slightly, and Yunxiao didn't hesitate. He jumped straight into the waves to investigate. He waded toward the shore, his curiosity piqued. Why would a deserted beach have the distinct glow of a spirit stone? There, washed up on the sand, was the battered corpse of Wada Hiroshi. His clothes were nothing but shredded rags, but inside his pocket, a brilliant green light was pulsing. Yunxiao realized it was the man from Dongying he'd killed earlier. Did the tide really bring him all this way? He reached down and pulled the glowing object from the dead man's pocket. Unbelievable. The guy actually had a spirit stone on him. As he held it, the stone flared to life, revealing the spectral image of a woman with her eyes closed. Yunxiao's eyes widened. A ghost spirit? Trapped inside? He couldn't believe a natural ghost spirit still existed in this era. The yin energy coming off this thing was incredibly dense. This would be a massive boost for Zixiang Wu. I'll give it to her next time we meet and see how her training is going. But wait. 5 spirit stones on one guy? Looks like I'm taking a trip to Dongying. 2 days later, at Tianhai Port, the weather was absolutely perfect. The sky was a crisp blue, with white clouds drifting lazily through the air. General Chu Baoguo stood there in full uniform, a wide grin on his face as he spotted Yunxiao. Major General Baili Yunxiao. Welcome home. Yunxiao looked at him and got straight to the point. General Chu, that mission in Siam almost cost me everything. Because of that, I want full control of Great Xia's Black Water Company. Bao Guo let out a booming laugh. Kid, you shook all of Siam. You're a legend now, a god of war. Of course that security company is yours. Yunxiao turned to Lu Xing with a quick nod. Uncle Lu, I have some business to discuss with General Chu. The man caught on immediately, flashing a respectful smile. I get it. I'll get your parents settled in first. I won't interrupt you two. Bao Guo beamed, looking at the young hero with pure admiration. So, Major General, have you thought of a name for your new security firm yet? Yunxiao smiled back, a confident glint in his eye. Of course. From now on, it's Ling Xiao Security. Bao Guo strokes his chin, clearly impressed. Ling Xiao Security, a fine name. With the backing of our Great Ha advisors, consider it done. I'll start the arrangements immediately. So, Major General Baili, he continues, what's the next move? Are you heading straight to Dongzhou University to get the word out? Yunxiao shakes his head, his gaze turning cold. No rush. That trip to Siam taught me a hard lesson. Even with grandmasters around, my mother isn't safe enough. I need a real guarantee. First, I'm making a pit stop at Jade City. Suddenly, a crisp voice cuts through the air, interrupting their conversation. Young master, Qing Luan calls out. She approaches Yunxiao with a respectful bow. I've arrived to escort you to Jade City as planned. Tianjun looks on, his curiosity getting the better of him. Major General, isn't she from the Ye family? I thought your families were, well, Bitter enemies? Yunxiao doesn't skip a beat. True, we were. But things changed after I received some very interesting intelligence. The Guo family patriarch abused his power, so I brought him to justice on behalf of the state. Since then, she's been following me. Tianjun sighs in admiration. Is that so? Incredible. Major General Baili truly goes above and beyond for our nation. Bao Guo adds, looking at the young man with newfound respect. Tell me, do you think my granddaughter, Zhou Ruo Tong, could learn a few self-defense moves from you later on? Yunxiao just offers a polite, subtle smile in response. If General Zhou trusts me, I won't refuse. But first, Jade City calls. I have business that can't wait. Thank you both for coming out to greet me personally. I appreciate the gesture. Bao Guo and Tianjun stand there in silence, watching Qing Luan's car disappear into the distance. Bao Guo finally turns to his colleague, a true young hero. The Azure Dragon team can finally breathe, easy now. He's on board, and my greatest wish is fulfilled. Tianjun nods. Exactly. Inside the car, Yunxiao is already on the phone. His expression turns dead serious as he speaks to the person on the other end. Boss Jin, I'm heading to Jade City. Have your finest, top-tier gems ready for me. He thinks to himself, hopefully, these are high quality enough to forge a protective artifact. Also, I'm enrolling at Dongzhou University soon, and I need a place to stay nearby. Find me a house and make sure it's huge. Qing Luan, overhearing this, bites her lip nervously. But young master, the Yi family's finances are tight right now. Property near Dongzhou University is insanely expensive. Maybe something a bit smaller? Yunxiao shoots her a cool look. Who said anything about you paying for it? Suddenly, a memory of Lu Xing flashes by. My friend, check your account. $300 million from the underground casino has been transferred. Consider it a gift from the Lu family. Yunxiao turns back to her. Is $100 million enough for a start? I'll transfer it now. If it's not enough, just ask. There will be several girls staying there, so space is a must. Qing Luan's face turns bright red. $100 million? She thinks, stunned. He was just a high schooler a moment ago. Baili Yunxiao is definitely not human. But wait. Several girls? Suddenly, a very inappropriate image of him flashes through her mind. I'm giving you two numbers, Xu Qingwu from the Xu family and Zhou Ruotong from the Zhou family, Yunxiao continues, oblivious to her blushing. Once the house is bought, tell them to wait for me there. Qing Luan quickly tries to regain her composure. Understood, young master. By the way, I'm also going to Dongzhou University. Can I stay there too? Yunxiao glances at her, his face completely unreadable. Oh? If you're ready to fully commit to serving me, then sure. But that means handling my daily life, laundry, cooking, and even my baths. You down for that? Qing Luan gasps, reflexively covering her mouth. Baths? Does he want me to? She pauses, then a look of resolve hits her. Serving a powerhouse like him? Honestly, it's worth it. I'll do it. Thank you, young master, she whispers, her voice trembling slightly. Yunxiao looks at her, totally confused. Why is her face so red? She lowers her head in embarrassment, occasionally stealing a shy glance toward him. It's nothing, she mumbles. Scene change. Chen Yan steps out with a bright smile. Boss Jin, Mr. Baili has arrived. Boss Jin looks up from his desk, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Brother Baili, you're finally here. I've got some top-tier jade for you this time. Come, take a look for yourself. Yunxiao keeps his hands in his pockets, leaning over the gems laid out on the table. He inspects them with a sharp, calculating gaze. Quality's solid. This'll work, he mutters. Boss Jin, ever heard of a protective Dharma artifact? Jin nods quickly. Of course. Life-saving treasures. Each one is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. For us businessmen, life is more valuable than anything money can buy, Jin continues, his tone becoming serious. But those things are myths. Hard to find. And you need a true master to forge one. Meanwhile, Yunxiao picks up a stone, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Jin sighs, stroking his chin. I've been trying to get my hands on one for years, but no luck. Suddenly, the gem in Yunxiao's hand erupts with a brilliant, mystical light. He holds it right in front of Jin's face. Boss Jin, take a look. Would you call this a protective artifact? Jin's jaw hits the floor. He points at the stone, his voice shaking. That light. That's definitely it. But that was just a normal gemstone a second ago. Yunxiao just shrugs. It was. I just finished forging it. Boss Jin practically screams, "What?" His entire demeanor shifts instantly, going from shocked friend to a high-level professional. He quickly pours a fresh cup of tea. Brother Baili, things just got very interesting, didn't they? Let me pour you some tea. Yunxiao looked at the man across from him, holding a glowing charm. This protective artifact. Care to make a deal? Whoa. Yunxiao chuckled, seeing the sudden shift in the man's attitude. Boss Kim, you're changing faces faster than a performer. No need for the formalities, this was always meant as a gift for you. Without warning, he tossed the shimmering stone directly into Boss Kim's hands, leaving the man completely frozen in shock. Huh? Boss Kim stammered, but Yunxiao was already moving on to the next point. The rest of the gems on the table? Consider them a bonus. Hearing that, Boss Kim's face lit up with pure, unadulterated joy as he cradled the treasures like a newborn. He stared at the stone, his eyes sparkling. No problem at all. Thank you, my dear brother Baili, you're a lifesaver. Meanwhile, Chen Yan was lurking in the back, her phone camera clicking away. She let out a devious little smirk as she looked at her screen. Headline: The great Boss Kim of the Jade Pavilion finally finds his true love. And it's a young man. She was halfway through editing the post when Boss Kim turned around, his face turning a bright shade of red. Don't you dare post that nonsense. Do you want to ruin me? Suddenly, Chen Yan's playful expression vanished, replaced by a look of dead seriousness. Old Kim, listen to me, she warned, her voice dropping an octave. Mr. Baili is the real deal, don't go losing your cool around him. She emphasized that if he didn't stay sharp, he'd end up making a total fool of himself at the Great Treasure Exchange tonight. Yunxiao, catching the tail end of the conversation, tilted his head curiously. The Great Treasure Exchange? What exactly is that? It's an elite gathering hosted by my aunt's family, Chen Yan explained. They bring out the rarest treasures you've ever seen. A sharp, excited grin spread across Yunxiao's face. He rubbed his chin, his mind already racing. Right now, his handcrafted artifacts were limited by the raw materials. They could only protect one person at a time. But if he could get his hands on better resources, he could forge something to keep his parents safe forever. So, he said, his eyes narrowing, there must be some top-tier gems there, right? Chen Yan gave him a knowing smile. Exactly. And you're coming with me. I remember you asked me to keep an eye out for high-grade stones. She lowered her voice. The items being traded this time are priceless. We're talking legendary status. There are even rumors of spellcasters attending. Yunxiao stayed silent, but his hands never stopped channeling magic into the stones. Spellmasters, huh? In this era of fading magic, there are actually people still practicing the mystic arts? Now that sounds like fun. Chen Yan suddenly frowned, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. Wait, Yunxiao, what are you planning to bring as an opening bid? You need something heavy to even get in the door. Miss Chen, don't sweat the small stuff. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to rumble and shake with a terrifying intensity. Yunxiao looked at them, his eyes glowing with power. Do you think my custom-made artifacts will be enough to get their attention? Now, he asked with a confident smirk. When do we move out? Later, at the prestigious Zhu family estate, a woman named Yu Biqing smiled warmly as she spotted the pair. Chen Yan, you finally made it. Chen Yan beamed back at her aunt. Great aunt. Chen Yan quickly stepped aside to introduce her companion. This is Baili Yunxiao. Don't let his age fool you, auntie. He's incredibly powerful. She then turned to Yunxiao. This is my aunt, Yu Biqing. She's currently a practitioner from the sacred Mount Ma. Yunxiao gave a polite nod. Greetings, Reverend Yu. As he spoke, his vision shifted, his spiritual sense locking onto her. He stayed quiet, his gaze piercing through her exterior as he analyzed her very soul. Surrounding Biqing was a faint, ethereal green mist. It wasn't standard spiritual qi, and it definitely wasn't the typical internal energy found on Earth. Biqing laughed softly, seemingly impressed. I didn't expect to find someone actually practicing the arts in this age. Don't call me Reverend, that's too much. Just lay practitioner Yu is fine. This woman is definitely not a pushover, Yunxiao thought. Her mastery of the arts is at the absolute peak of the transformative realm. It looks like this world still has plenty of secrets left for me to uncover. This trip was definitely worth it. A look of genuine interest crossed Yunxiao's face as he replied, As you wish, lay practitioner Yu. But deep down, he was wondering if Mount Imai was like this. Did Wudang and Shaolin have hidden cultivators too? Biqing looked him straight in the eye, her expression becoming curious. Since you were invited to this inner circle, I assume you've brought something special for the trade? I did, Yunxiao replied, reaching into his pocket. I brought a small jade piece. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it, practitioner. He pulled his hand out, revealing a stone that radiated a brilliant, golden glow. Biqing's breath hitched, her eyes widening in pure disbelief. This is... Before she could finish, an old man named Qianling rushed forward, nearly knocking his glasses off his face as he interrupted her. A protective artifact? Biqing furrowed her brows and let out a frustrated sigh. You stole the words right out of my mouth, old man. Qianling didn't care. He couldn't stop staring at the stone. It really is a genuine protective artifact. Young man, where did you get this? Who refined it? Yunxiao just gave a mysterious smile. My apologies, friend, but I can't reveal the source just yet. He looked around the room, his voice steady and commanding. If any of you want this charm, show me what you've got. If I like your treasure, we can make a deal. Biqing let out a hearty laugh, breaking the tension. All right, old Qian. Stop harassing the boy. Let's get the official trade started first. A man named Zhu Xinrong stepped forward, a polite but powerful smile on his face. Thank you all for honoring our invitation. I, Zhu Xinrong, have brought my family's legendary treasures to participate in this once-in-a-decade exchange. The room was packed with powerful figures, all eyes fixed on him as the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. Brother Zhu, no need for the formalities, someone shouted from the crowd. If you didn't host this event, where else would we go to see such incredible items? Yunxiao glanced toward Xinrong, sensing his energy. Not bad, the guy is at least at the Grandmaster level. Xinrong laughed loudly, the sound echoing through the hall. His hand reached for a beautifully carved box. As he began to open it, a blinding, radiant light erupted from within, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Then I won't waste any more of your time, Xinrong declared. Let's present our treasures and give a brief introduction. I'll take the lead, but just as he was about to reveal the item, a voice from the back of the room cut through the air, stopping him in his tracks. This piece of jade is literally glowing, especially around the dragon's eyes. It's like a cluster of stars gathered in one spot, blinding and majestic. This isn't just some trinket. It clearly belonged to an ancient emperor. A strange, mystical light radiates from the pendant, surrounded by shimmering golden specks. Suddenly, Yunxiao's expression darkens. He realizes exactly what he's looking at. Dragon Qi. Images of legendary emperors and celestial dragons flash before his eyes. Since ancient times, dragons have been the undisputed rulers of the universe. In the past, only the Son of Heaven, the Emperor, was worthy of wearing dragon-shaped ornaments. Every imperial jade pendant held a trace of that sovereign power. A tiny, concentrated spark of the Emperor's Dragon Qi. Dragon Qi is a unique form of world energy. While it's not as good for healing as standard Shan Qi, it's incredibly potent for physical and spiritual transformation. Yunxiao ponders the find. It's a shame there's so little energy left inside. Otherwise, he could have mastered some of the legendary Dragon Clan's divine techniques. Sitting nearby, Tong Yi suddenly breaks the silence. Since Brother Zhu has revealed his imperial treasure, I can't stay behind. Everyone, look at this. He presents an object left behind by a high-ranking monk from 1,000 years ago, a bone jade sarira. He holds up a stunning jade pendant hanging from a cord. The crowd gasps in admiration. This imperial treasure is easily as valuable as the first one. Qianling rubs his chin, his eyes narrowing in deep thought. Friend Tong Yi, I don't think this is just ordinary bone jade. There are runes carved into this jade. It's clearly a protective Dharma tool. Tong Yi turns to him with a confident smirk. So, friend Qianling noticed? Exactly. This is a 1,000-year-old protective talisman. Sadly, its magic is drained, so it can't shield anyone anymore, but as a raw material for crafting, it's priceless. Yunxiao's mind starts racing. If he can get his hands on that jade and refine it into a proper artifact, it would be strong enough to block an attack from a Danjing Grandmaster. If he wins this, his parents' safety is guaranteed. He nods in agreement. This item, it's actually quite good. Hongji turns to Yunxiao with a patronizing look. Young man, you claim you can see the true nature of this bone jade? Yunxiao doesn't hesitate. Of course I can. Hongji sneers, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Do kids these days even know how to stop bragging? Are you actually seeing something, or are you just repeating what we said? Yunxiao just scoffs internally. Bragging? Please. He fires back instantly. I don't just see the bone jade. I see things you're completely blind to. Don't believe me? Furious, Hongji takes the bait. His eyes flare with an eerie green light as he tries to intimidate the boy. You want to test your vision against mine, kid? Yunxiao stares him down, his own eyes erupting with a brilliant orange glow. He looks at the old man with pure disdain. You? You're not even worthy to test your eyes against me. That was the breaking point. Hongji slams his chest in a rage, jumping to his feet. You arrogant brat! You think I'm not worthy? Do you have any idea who I am? Another man nearby tries to play peacemaker, motioning for Hongji to sit down. Master Hongji, don't waste your anger on a kid. It'll ruin the atmosphere. Another voice chimes in. Exactly. He's not worth it. Who doesn't know that Duang Hongji is the greatest spiritual master in all of Dongzhou? The boy is just ignorant. I bet he doesn't even know what the ranks in the spiritual world are. Someone else mocks. Exactly. Master Duang, stay calm. Qianling frowns at Yunxiao, his voice stern. You're too arrogant, boy. Challenging your elders like this is beyond disrespectful. Another man adds his 2 cents, his tone filled with disappointment. The spiritual and martial arts worlds of Great Ha, they have no proper heirs. If the youth are this disrespectful, what kind of future can they possibly have? Yunxiao just gives them a cold, mocking smile. So, you're the famous Duang Hongji? In the world of cultivation, the one with the most knowledge is the master, regardless of age. You call me a brat? From where I'm standing, you're the one acting like a child. Now, Xinrong is absolutely livid. He roars at Yunxiao, losing all patience. Red sparks of energy swirl around Xinrong as he shouts, Enough! You have no respect for your elders and zero manners. You are not welcome here, get out. Tran Yen looks panicked, trying to calm her grandfather down. Grandpa, please don't be angry. He's my friend. Shinrong snaps at her, silencing her instantly. Shut up, this isn't your place to speak. The elders all glare at Yunxiao, their faces twisted with fury. That's right, get out. We have no room for people who don't know their place. Yunxiao lets out a dry laugh and stands up, heading for the door. If I'm not welcome, then I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Hold it right there, a voice barks out. Hongji uses his spiritual power to unsheath a sword, making it hover in midair, pointed directly at Yunxiao's face. Kid, if your eyes are really as legendary as you say, I'll bet this sect treasure on it. But if you're wrong, you get on your knees and kowtow to me. Yunxiao stops, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh? Even Qianling is shocked. That's the jade sword used by the ancestors of the Duong family. Yunxiao analyzes the weapon. It's reached the level of a spirit tool. It's nothing compared to the flying swords in the Nine Heavens continent. But on this magic-depleted earth, it's considered a top-tier treasure. He speaks up. This sword is quite valuable. Is Duong Hongji really willing to bet it? He must be certain I'll lose. Fine. But when you lose, this sword belongs to me. Hongji finally snaps. I lose. But he's not finished. He wants Elder Zhu to witness this, insisting that Yunxiao must kowtow to them this very day. Right after that, Tanvin steps up as the referee. He asks the big question. How exactly do these two plan on testing each other? Hongji sports a sly, villainous grin. If we're testing vision, then bring out a star-flecked jade stone. Let's see which of us can count every single point of light inside. Yunxiao doesn't say a word. He just stands there, letting out a soft, cold chuckle. Ganling produces a gem, asking if his Dragon Pavilion Ocean Blue Stone is worthy enough to be the subject of their little duel. This isn't just any rock. Even a high-level magic master would struggle to count the spirits inside, mostly because the light points are constantly shifting and moving. The moment that gem appears, the crowd goes wild. The ocean blue. Yunxiao thinks to himself it looks like Earth still has some top-tier treasures, even if they're all hoarded by the elite. Hongji eyes the prize. My thanks, fellow Taoist Ganling. He then turns to Yunxiao with a smug look. Hey kid, why don't you just kowtow now? It'll save you some face. Yunxiao just gives him a look of pure, unbothered contempt. Why waste words? Yunxiao asks. Honestly, no one has ever seen a kid this arrogant. Hongji is absolutely fuming, his blood boiling with rage. Fine. Fine. Hongji tilts his head, surging his internal power to activate a secret move. The Dragon Eye technique. The audience gasps. The Dragon Eye technique? It looks like this Tang family master has this win in the bag. Even Tan Vin is impressed, knowing this move was created by the Tang ancestors. It's known as one of the most heaven-defying mystical arts in all of Great Sha. Rumor had it the technique was lost to time, but Hongji is proving everyone wrong. He gloats, telling Yunxiao to open his eyes and witness peak Great Sha magic. If not, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Yunxiao just glares at him, his expression filled with nothing but pure disdain. Are you done yet? Because I've already finished counting. Ganling and Tanvin are standing there, jaws hitting the floor. Wait, what? Hongji can't believe his ears. Then say it. Exactly how many stars are in there? Yunxiao's answer is instant. 10,000 points. Not one more, not one less. Ganling looks at him with total suspicion. 10,000? He thinks this kid is just being a reckless, arrogant brat. Hongji is breaking a sweat now, claiming there are exactly 9,999 points. Ganling lazily agrees. According to him, the ocean blue holds exactly 9,999. Yunxiao's eyes turn ice cold. Fellow Taoist Ganling, what exactly are you trying to pull here? It's clearly 10,000. Why are you shortchanging it by one? Ganling slams the table and stands up. Are you saying I don't know my own treasure? If you think I'm lying, ask anyone here to verify it. Tanvin chimes in, backing him up. He wonders why a master like Ganling would ever bother bullying a little brat like Yunxiao. To them, a loss is a loss. They think Yunxiao is just refusing to admit he's wrong. Yunxiao looks at the lot of them. Figures. They're just a bunch of half-step grandmasters. It's no wonder they can't see the truth. The crowd erupts in fury, calling him a bold brat for insulting the masters. They're shouting for his blood now, demanding someone break his legs, throw him out, and strip him of his cultivation. They want him ruined, so he can never scam anyone in the magic world again. Tanvin tries to calm the mob, turning to Song Yi to ask for his professional opinion on the count. Another voice chimes in. I can confirm 9,999 points for sure. But there is a cloud of mist at the very center of the ocean blue. I can't be certain if there's one more point of light hidden deep inside there. Yunxiao lets out a loud, mocking laugh. A bunch of total trash. You don't even know the basics of eye techniques, yet you call yourselves masters? How do you even have the nerve to call yourselves grandmasters? The crowd goes ballistic. You little brat, do you have a death wish? Hongji begins to channel his energy. If you won't repent, then I, Tang Hongji, will cripple you myself. Consider this a lesson from your elders. The moment the words leave his mouth, he launches a devastating internal power strike straight at Yunxiao. But Yunxiao doesn't panic. He stays eerily calm while everyone else expects a bloodbath. Then, he does the unthinkable. He takes a massive breath and literally sucks all of Hongji's internal energy right into his stomach. The old men watching are horrified. Has he gone insane? Getting hit by a technique like that usually means you're a dead man. Ganling frowns, thinking Yunxiao is as ignorant as he is arrogant. To him, the kid deserves to die. But things don't go the way these old fogies expected. Not even close. Yunxiao immediately weaponizes that swallowed energy and blasts it back. Hongji is paralyzed with shock. No, that's impossible. He tries to bolt. Of course, Yunxiao isn't letting him off that easy. In an instant, Hongji is sent flying, smashing into the wall with a deafening thud. His clothes are torn open by a massive, invisible slash. His eyes are bulging out of his head, looking like they're about to pop. It's honestly a pretty pathetic sight. Yunxiao stands there with a blade in hand, his eyes burning with a fierce, predatory light as he stares down his opponent. Tan Vin is trembling. This can't be happening. The entire room goes dead silent. No one even dares to breathe. The whispers finally start. He's dead. The kid actually took down Master Tang. Ganling draws his sword and charges forward like a madman. How dare you? You're so young, yet so vicious. It was just a small duel. And you tried to take a life. Yunxiao doesn't back down for a second, countering him instantly. You call that a small duel? Ganling's face is grim. If you're so talented, why wouldn't it be? He looks Yunxiao in the eye with total self-righteousness. Stop now, kowtow and beg for forgiveness before the body of young Hongji. Spare your life, or pay the price. Qianling's heart skipped a beat. He'd almost been lethally injured just now. Underestimating this kid would be a fatal mistake. He can manifest blazing sword chi, and he already cut down Tang Hongzi. He's a literal magic prodigy, the crowd whispered. Meanwhile, Yunxiao leveled his sword at the old man. Tang Hongji tried to kill me first with his spells, but you didn't lift a finger. So why am I the villain for fighting back? Yunxiao asked. Old man, do you really think I'm wrong? Shinrong's mind raced. This kid was the type to settle every debt. If they crossed him now, they couldn't let him leave. Young Tang was a guest of our Zhu family, he shouted. How am I supposed to explain this to his clan? The young girl gasped. Grandfather. Chen Yan pleaded. Auntie, please help Yunxiao. He's my friend. Her aunt replied coldly. Chen Yan, I'll be blunt, no one can save him now. Not against these giants. These were the heavy hitters of Dongzhou. Yunxiao just gave a thin smile. Chen Yan, I appreciate the concern, but you should probably worry about your grandfather's safety instead. Chen Yan was torn. Yunxiao turned back to the masters. Hey old-timers, if you want to dance, let's find a wider spot, shall we? It'll make it easier for the morgue workers to load your bodies into the vans. Qianling's teeth nearly cracked from grinding them so hard. You little brat, another master cut in. Fine, if you're so eager to die, to the courtyard it is. Once outside, Yunxiao let out a bored sigh. Look, my time is precious. Why don't you all just come at me at once? I'll even let you move first. I wouldn't want people saying I'm bullying the elderly. The masters were beyond insulted. What? You arrogant brat, don't push it. One master reached his breaking point. Fellow Taoists, stay back. I'm more than enough to handle this punk alone. Chen Yan was in tears. Auntie, at this rate, Yunxiao is going to die. Do something. Her aunt just sighed. The only way to stay safe was to stay out of this mess. The master surged with internal power, letting out a roar. Raging flame Qilin, tear him to pieces. Yunxiao smirked. He was currently practicing the Flame Emperor art. He actually needed different types of flames to refine his power. He couldn't help but chuckle. Perfect. Just what I needed. Yunxiao simply raised a hand, and just like that, the massive fire dragon began to vanish. The master froze in shock. Hand extinguishing a high-level fire spell? Within seconds, the entire inferno was sucked into Yunxiao's palm. Now, it was nothing more than a tiny, glowing marble. I'll take this Qilin flame essence as a gift, Yunxiao said playfully. Without missing a beat, he casually tossed the flaming orb into his mouth while the master watched, completely speechless. A small pop echoed inside him, and suddenly, he felt like his entire energy system had been supercharged. After finishing his snack, Yunxiao let out a long, satisfied burp. The master's jaw hit the floor. Did this kid just eat his ultimate move? Yunxiao wiped his mouth and grinned. Not a bad flavor. Thanks for the treat. Got anything else? Bring it on. Qianling was trembling. This was impossible. This kind of energy manipulation. Was he a martial myth level fighter? The crowd erupted into chaos. A teenager? A martial myth? Wait, didn't they say an ancient treasure was about to appear? Maybe he already found it? That would explain why his power is so terrifying at such a young age. A martial myth, the absolute peak of combat where no one can stand against you. No one in Huaxia had reached that level in over 50 years. Shinrong was confused. The Zhu family were the only ones who knew the treasure hadn't appeared yet. So how was this kid so strong? Qianling screamed. Even if he isn't a full martial myth, he's at least halfway there. Everyone, join me. We have to take him down together. The elders didn't hesitate. The Luo family of Dongzhou will back you. Taoist Qian. Song Mo is in. And so is the Zhu family. A massive wind dragon began to manifest, swirling with infinite power. Move now, or never, Qianling roared. This is it. They all funneled their power into the wind dragon, sending it hurtling toward Yunxiao. Suddenly, one of the masters shouted, Wait! Something's not right. The dragon they had just summoned suddenly stopped dead in its tracks. It stood there, frozen like a statue. Qianling's heart sank when the dragon slowly turned its head and glared directly at him. They had completely lost control of the wind dragon. One Taoist screamed, Look at its eyes, its mouth. It's filled with fire. Qianling's eyes widened in pure horror. Had this kid just hijacked their spell? Yunxiao stood there like a god of death, his expression cold and dark. A sharp, mocking laugh escaped his lips. All summoned beasts eventually bow to the strongest. Since you like dragons so much, here you can have him back. As he spoke, the dragon's target shifted entirely. The elders panicked instantly as the beast lunged. Qianling shrieked, Quick, defensive positions! Shinrong didn't waste a second. Don't freeze up, get behind me. I'm opening the barrier, everyone. Pour your energy in now. We can tank this. The masters shouted in unison. Got it. Senior Zhu, we're trusting you with our lives. But against the raw power of the hijacked dragon, their invincible barrier was basically tissue paper. In a fraction of a second, it shattered into a million pieces. Shinrong stared blankly at the sky. His family's ancestral barrier didn't even last a single second. A blinding pillar of light erupted from the center of the city. Yunxiao loomed over the old man, his face shadowed and terrifying. Shinrong, are you ready to die now? Zhu Shinrong coughs up blood, his heart burning with bitter regret. If only he held that supreme treasure in his own hands, he wouldn't be facing such a pathetic, soul-crushing humiliation today. Standing nearby, Chen Yan's aunt turns pale, her face darkening with pure shock. She never imagined this young man could possess such terrifying, overwhelming power. Even the grandmasters working together were no match for him. If she had stepped in just now, she'd probably be broken and defeated on the ground. Just like Zhu Shinrong, Yunxiao steps forward, his eyes cold, ready to finish the job once and for all. But suddenly, a trembling hand grabs him tight. It's Chen Yan, her eyes overflowing with desperate tears. Yunxiao, I'm begging you. Please spare my grandfather. I'll do anything you want, I swear. Just let him live. Yunxiao pauses, glancing back with a sharp look. Anything? Are you sure? Meanwhile, inside Zhu Xinrong's head, a warning bell is screaming. If this monster isn't satisfied, the entire Zhu family is looking at a complete and utter catastrophe. Dragging himself up, the old man gasps out, Young friend Baili, we were blind to your greatness. Please, show mercy to the Zhu family. To make amends for our arrogance, the Zhu family is willing to offer you a powerful magical artifact and a lead on a supreme treasure. Yunxiao narrows his eyes, curious. A supreme treasure? What kind? Zhu Shinrong drops to his knees, explaining with everything he's got. It's the Azure Dragon Pearl, the life source artifact of the ancient Azure Dragon Divine Beast. Legend says that back in the ancient era, the four divine beasts turned on each other in a massive civil war. The Azure Dragon fell, and the other three vanished without a trace. The Azure Dragon Pearl, which could literally control the wind and rain, was buried alongside its master. To this day, no one knows where the dragon's remains truly lie. The old man looks up, his voice hushed and intense. But just a few days ago, someone found traces of the Azure Dragon on Longting Island. Yunxiao listens to this wild story, his face unreadable. It sounds like something straight out of a fairy tale. He gives a flat, bored response. Is that so? Internally, he's thinking, is anyone actually buying this? Next thing you know, someone's going to find the white tiger or phoenix pearls too. Honestly, this whole thing smells like a massive conspiracy. Zhu Shinrong catches the skepticism in Yunxiao's voice. He knows talk is cheap, and he needs to prove it. He reaches into his robes, pulling something out with trembling fingers. Sir, please look at this. This is real proof one of the traces left by the Azure Dragon. He holds out a shimmering scale for Yunxiao to see. The second Yunxiao looks at it, his heart skips a beat. He can feel the ancient, extraordinary energy radiating from the object. It's a real dragon scale. He can't believe it, the dragon race actually exists in this world. If he can find more of these and harness that dragon energy, he might actually master the legendary dragon speed divine ability. Yunxiao's voice sharpens. Did you find this on the island? The old man nods frantically. Yes. A group of tourists found 12 of them hidden inside a mole's burrow. The Zhu family was lucky enough to snatch one. Yunxiao demands more info immediately. So, where are the rest of these dragon scales now? The old man doesn't dare lie. They're at the Longting Temple on the island. The air stays heavy as the two of them continue their intense conversation. Zhu Xinrong pulls out a formal invitation and hands it to Yunxiao. On the 10th of next month, Longting Temple is hosting the dragon-seeking gathering. Every top master in East Zhou is invited to hunt for the Azure Dragon's traces. Please, sir, accept this invitation. Yunxiao takes the card with a casual flick of his wrist. He glances at the broken grandmasters still groaning on the floor. I'll accept the Zhu family's sincerity. But as for those guys over there, his cold tone sends a shiver down Wu Biqing's spine. She jumps in immediately, her voice shaky. Mr. Baili, don't worry, I'll handle them. She rushes over to Ganling, lifting him up and sliding a precious ring off his finger. He's just feeling a bit under the weather, she mumbles. Then she moves to the next one, snatching his prayer beads while he lets out a pathetic wail. Ah, ow, 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 that's my injury, she whispers a quick, just hang in there before moving on to the final victim. The man weakly hands over his necklace, his voice raspy and defeated. Give this Jade Saraira to Mr. Baili. I lost fair and square. The Song family surrenders. After stripping the three masters of their loot, Wu Biqing stuffs everything into a spatial bag. She presents it to Yunxiao with both hands, bowing deeply in total submission. Every treasure is inside this bag, sir. Please, accept it as our apology. Yunxiao looks at the pouch and smirks. A spatial bag? Now this is a nice find. He takes the loot and turns around, walking away with the swagger of a man who just won everything. I'm not an unreasonable guy. I'll spare your lives this time. See you around. As he leaves, Zhu Xinrong calls out with forced politeness. Safe travels, sir. Man, that was close. We almost offended a monster today. He watches Yunxiao vanish, knowing the martial arts world of East Zhou is about to face a massive earthquake. He just hopes Yunxiao remembers their sincerity and doesn't hold a grudge against the Zhu family. Cut to a sleek car speeding down the road. Inside, Ye Qingluan looks at Yunxiao, her curiosity getting the better of her. Young master, what's that in your hand? He grips the invitation tight. An invite to the Longting Temple's dragon-seeking gathering. Inside, there's a secret note. The dragon's appearance might be linked to a singer named Han Xuaner or the Azure Dragon bloodline. Yunxiao thinks to himself, Zhu Xinrong is smarter than he looks, sneaking me intel like this. The old man definitely knows how to play the game. He turns to Ye Qingluan. Do you know who Han Xuaner is? She nods instantly. Of course, everyone knows Han Xuaner. She's a superstar with millions of fans, a graduate from East Zhou University. She's huge. But deep down, she's confused. She bites her lip, thinking, why is the young master asking about a pop star all of a sudden? Investigate her for me, Yunxiao orders. Keep a close eye on everything she's doing lately. Ye Qingluan's mind starts racing, and a blush creeps up her neck. Wait, does he like her? If he starts surrounding himself with beautiful idols, where does that leave me? I won't stand a chance. She's too shy to look him in the eye, so she tries to act casual. Oh, by the way, the new villa is ready. Xu Zhangyu and Zhou Ruotong have already moved in. Yunxiao looks at her, genuinely confused. Okay, let's head there then. But why is your face so red? Seeing right through her act, she quickly denies it. No way, young master, you're definitely seeing things. Their car pulls up to a sleek house and comes to a halt. Yunxiao and Ye Qingluan head inside. Walking in first, he scans the place and nods in approval. Not bad. This house actually has a nice vibe. Inside, Xiang Wu is glued to the gaming monitor, screaming her head off. Sister Chu, block him. Use your skills now. Ruodan shouts back. Hey, get out of my way, I can't see the screen. Mission failed. Ruodan is fuming, blaming Xiang Wu for the entire mess. But the little girl isn't backing down. She mutters under her breath that Ruodan lost 2 lives right at the start anyway. Seeing the two about to go for round 2 of their argument, Yunxiao lets out a forced cough to get their attention. The girls freeze, then turn around with massive smiles. Ruodan cheers. Mr. Baili, welcome home. Xiang Wu chimes in too. Hey master. Sorry, we were so into the game we didn't even hear you come in. Yunxiao just waves it off. Don't worry about it. Just wanted to say hi. Keep playing. I'm going to be busy forging some artifacts for the next few days, so don't disturb me. Just act like I'm not here. The girls answer in unison with a loud yes. Cut to the backyard. Yunxiao is hovering in midair, fully focused on his cultivation. Suddenly, a glow erupts from his hand. He looks at the new item and smirks. Pure satisfaction. Success. The artifact is complete. As he lands, Ye Qingluan rushes over. Young master, I saw a pink light in the sky just now. Did you actually pull it off? Yunxiao keeps it cool. Yeah, 4 high-grade artifacts and 1 supreme jade sword. Anyway, did anything happen while I was in seclusion? She gets straight to business. Before you went under, I started digging into Han Shuer. Talk about perfect timing. I just started the investigation, and today, she showed up right at our doorstep. Hearing that, Yunxiao lets out a devious little grin. Perfect. Let's see what this big superstar, the one with the legendary Azure Dragon bloodline, actually wants. Qingluan steps forward for the formal introductions. Miss Han, Miss Yi, this is our young master, Baili Yunxiao. A girl with striking blue hair speaks up. Hello, Mr. Baili. I'm Han Shuer, and this is my assistant, Yi Hong. Yi Hong gives a respectful nod. Greetings, Senior Baili. It's an honor. Yunxiao doesn't waste time on pleasantries. What do you want? Shuer takes a breath and explains her situation. We heard that 3 days ago at the Ju residence, you met the martial arts masters and even snagged an invite to the Dragon Search gathering. Is it true? His eyes narrow. He thinks to himself, these two are well informed. Definitely not your average girls. Why come to him now? Yi Hong suddenly drops to her knees. Senior, we're begging you, please. You have to save Shuer's life. Shuer follows suit, bowing low. Please, I'm desperate. Save me. Yunxiao remains unmoved. Give me one good reason why I should help you. Yi Hong pulls out a piece of paper. This is the treasure map for Dragon Court Island. It's yours if you help us. She holds the map out with both hands. Yunxiao glances at it, his interest piqued. A treasure map for Dragon Court? How did this end up in your hands? He realizes something isn't adding up. Zhu Shenrong never mentioned this. Plus, he can feel a spiritual energy coming off the paper. This is no ordinary map. Shuer starts sobbing. I won't lie to you. I'm actually the daughter of the former Dragon Court Master, Han Yue. The current master, Han Xiao, he was my mother's junior disciple. But he betrayed her. He teamed up with outsiders to kill her. My mother fought to her last breath just to get this map out to me. But somehow, Han Xiao found out. She covers her face, completely breaking down. He's been hunting me relentlessly for this map. I thought he'd given up, but now he's organizing this gathering and forcing me to perform. I have no choice. Yi Hong adds desperately, the Dragon Court is too powerful. No one is brave enough to stand up to them. But you don't care about their politics or power. You're the only one who can save us. Yunxiao takes the map. I get the picture. Let me see this. Suddenly, his eyes light up as he studies the lines on the parchment. This isn't just a treasure map, he thinks. This is a hidden dragon vein map. Every line connects to form the shape of a dragon. These two probably have no idea what they're holding. After a moment of thought, he tucks the map away. Fine. I'll take the deal. Go get ready. We head to the island in 3 days. Shuer and her team are ecstatic. Qingluan, however, leans in close. Young master, are we really going to war with the Dragon Court over a pop star? Yunxiao hands her a bell, already planning his next move. Our Lingxiao security company needs a base, right? Well, someone just hand-delivered the perfect territory. Besides, this map, it's a priceless treasure. It's decided. When the girls get back from school, give them these protective strings. You keep the bell. Qingluan catches it, her eyes widening. A supreme-grade artifact. She's genuinely touched. Thank you, young master. I'll make all the arrangements for the island. 3 days later, they arrive at the Dragon Court Hotel. Qingluan leads the way. Young master, this is the place. All the invited guests are staying here. Yunxiao looks around, impressed. Not bad. He's already thinking about the artifacts he made for his parents. He just needs to chill for a bit before the chaos starts. Qingluan hands him a key card. Here's your room, young master. We're right next door. Yunxiao gives a short, cool nod. Yeah, sounds good. Qingluan then turns to the girl and says, Miss Han, your room is right across from the young master's. Here's your key card. Hearing that, Han Xueni starts blushing like crazy. Living right across from Mr. Baili? Her friend Yi Hong gives her a supportive nudge, whispering that if she's got feelings, she needs to be bold and go for it. Even Qingluan joins in on the teasing, joking that she still doesn't have a mistress yet. Man, Xueni is absolutely turning beet red at this point. She tries to deny it, but suddenly chaos. A guy charges out of nowhere, shouting her name and grabbing her wrist, trying to drag her away. It's manager Liang. And he looks beyond pissed. He starts barking at her, demanding to know why she didn't show up early like he told her to. He tries to force her to come and apologize, leaving Xueni totally blindsided. Manager Liang, what are you even talking about? She asks, panicking. She stands her ground, reminding him she only agreed to a singing gig. Nothing more. Her young friend shouts for her, while Yi Hong reacts even more sharply to the harassment. Let go of her, Yi Hong snaps, but the guy doesn't even flinch. He just keeps insisting that it's only one simple dinner with a client. He tells her to stop being stubborn and just make the guest happy. Terrified, Xueni pleads with him, saying she can't risk Mr. Baili thinking she's some kind of untrustworthy person. I'm not going, she insists. Please, just respect my decision for once. But manager Liang just screams back at her, saying her opinion doesn't matter. He calls her shameless and then signals the thugs standing behind him. Take her away, he barks. His men immediately comply, while Yi Hong screams out, what do you think you're doing? Xueni already said she's not going, but instead of listening, One of the guards just flashes an evil grin and swings a heavy fist toward the girls. He tells her it's not her place to speak, but Yi Hong isn't a pushover. She charges forward, determined to protect Xuanyi at any cost. Unfortunately, she's outmatched and gets knocked back by the force. Xuanyi cries out her name in fear, but suddenly, a steady hand reaches out and catches Yi Hong before she hits the ground. She quickly turns to thank her savior, and of course, it's Yunxiao. He's just standing there, silently scanning this group of suspicious lowlifes. He notices two half-step grandmasters acting as bodyguards. Now he's really wondering who the hell is this arrogant brat they're protecting. Seeing her assistant get hit makes Xuanyi furious. She shouts that she'll call the police if they don't stop, but then a man named Bai Xiangshan steps forward with a threat. He warns her not to make things difficult for manager Liang. Then he sneers. How about I, Bai Xiangshan, personally invite you myself? Is that good enough? She's completely frozen, not knowing how to respond to someone as powerful as him. Manager Bai, I. Suddenly, smack. He slaps her right across the face, cursing her for being ungrateful. He screams that she should be honored. He even asked her to dinner. He mocks her for acting pure when she's just a singer. Seeing Xuanyi get hit, the fire in Yi Hong's eyes ignites. She grits her teeth. You dare lay a hand on Xuanyi? She lunges at him with everything she's got, screaming that he's gone too far and she's ready to fight him to the death. Bai Xiangshan doesn't even look worried. He just laughs, calling her a dog and saying he's been wanting to get rid of her for a long time. Fed up with his insults, she throws a desperate punch, shouting, "Shut your mouth!" But in the blink of an eye, Xiangshan vanishes. He easily dodges her attack, leaving Yi Hong looking around in a total panic. He's just gone. Then, he suddenly reappears right behind her. With a sinister grin, he whispers that if she's so eager to die, he'll be happy to oblige. Yi Hong can't even react in time. She's frozen, with only one terrifying thought flashing through her mind. I'm dead. From across the room, Xuanyi screams out in pure desperation. Don't. Yi Hong is paralyzed. His striking speed is just way beyond anything she can track. It's a direct hit, she can't dodge it. Xiangshan gloats, telling her to rot in hell for daring to offend him. He's going for the kill. But then, boom! Yunxiao appears out of nowhere, blocking the path. And who the hell do you think you are? He asks coldly. Xiangshan is stunned. Before he can react, Yunxiao sends him flying with a single, brutal kick. You dare touch someone under my protection? Yi Hong is left dazed. She can't believe it, he just dismantled a master's technique like it was nothing. Just how insanely strong is Mr. Baili? Xiangshan scrambles back in pure terror, his voice trembling. Baili. Mr. Baili. Are you really Baili Yunxiao? Yunxiao's face is dark. So, you know me? Suddenly, Xiangshan's attitude flips completely. He starts groveling, calling Yunxiao a legend of the Great Xia Empire. Inside, the guy is screaming. He's thinking, I'm finished. Why did I have to run into this literal god of death? He knows the stories, not even a group of grandmasters could take this guy down. He's a living myth, and Xiangshan knows he's completely outclassed. Desperate, he drops to his knees and grabs Yunxiao's legs, begging for mercy like a coward. I was blind. I didn't recognize you. Please, spare this lowly junior. Yunxiao just looks down at him with pure disgust. Seriously? This is actually nauseating. He finally sighs and tells the guy to get up. He admits he actually needs someone who knows their way around Longding Island. Xiangshan lights up instantly, eager to please. He claims that while he might be useless in a fight, he's the absolute king of local gossip and intel. He practically begs Yunxiao to come inside for dinner so they can talk. Yunxiao just stares at him, wondering if this guy is actually hyperactive or just insane. Yunxiao doesn't refuse, just muttering, whatever. Xiangshan immediately turns to his men, screaming at them for just standing there like idiots. Get the best food ready, and take care of these 5 ladies, he barks. Then, with a greasy smile, he leads Yunxiao inside like a personal servant. The man scrambled to respond. Yes, right away. Director Liang was secretly terrified even someone like President Bai was acting this submissive. He thanked his lucky stars that the young master didn't bother crushing a small fry like him. Talk about a narrow escape. Putting on a bright smile, he gestured toward the hall. Ladies, please, this way. The feast is ready, and afterward, I'll escort you to the garden. The view is absolutely stunning. Shui Er watched in silence, her mind racing. Even the powerful director Liang didn't dare breathe wrong around him. Baili Yunxiao was on a completely different level. Qing Luan spoke up. The young master has business to attend to. Let's not distract him. Time to eat. Xiangshan whispered, Mr. Baili, we can talk over the meal. Also, there's a martial arts exchange happening later. Many major factions from the Heart Dragon Association are attending. If you're interested, I can introduce you to some influential figures. Yunxiao nodded, his expression calm. He had 2 goals for coming to Longding Island. First, to secure his sovereignty over the island, and second, to investigate the dragon vein hidden beneath. Dealing with these factions was a necessary evil. Why not take a look? 2 hours later, inside the grand banquet hall, Xiangshan's voice boomed across the room. Everyone, listen up. As the master of the White Clothes Temple, I'd like to introduce you to a true master, the famous Mr. Baili Yunxiao. Yunxiao didn't even look up. Even while eating, he radiated an aura of cool, absolute dominance that commanded the room. Suddenly, a voice sneered. Bai Xiangshan, you're a grandmaster yourself. Acting like a servant to a kid? You're a disgrace to our rank. Xiangshan's eyes narrowed. I wondered who was barking. So it's sect leader Duan Yushan of the Evergreen sect from South Province. Got a problem? Age doesn't matter. Mr. Bailey's talent and power far surpass any ordinary grandmaster. On the path of martial arts, strength is everything. Calling him master is only natural. The old man laughed mockingly. A brat who's barely hit puberty is a master? Please. We all know the grandmasters of East Province are the weakest in Daxia. Being beaten by a kid isn't surprising, it's pathetic. Yunxiao continued chewing his meat, his voice cold. Is talking all you old fossils are good at? Is it that hard to accept a younger man is better than you? Or are you just bitter that you've spent decades training and still haven't broken through? Each word hit like a dagger to the old man's pride. The old man turned red, sputtering in rage. You arrogant brat, you dare insult me? If you've got the guts to back up that big mouth, then show me what you've got. A dangerous glint appeared in Yunxiao's eyes. He let out a soft "oh" that sent a chill through the room. He began to circulate his inner energy. Looking for a death wish? I'll be happy to oblige. Suddenly, the old man broke into a cold sweat. Wait, what? He's actually going to fight? I was just talking smack to save face. If this kid beat Zhu Xinrong, I don't stand a chance. Is it too late to apologize? Before the tension could snap, a panicked voice shouted from the entrance. Mr. Baili, Temple Master Bai, emergency. Miss Han and the others are in a massive brawl in the garden. Xiangshan jumped. What? What happened? The messenger panted, explaining that the ladies were walking in the garden when they ran into Cao Jian from the South Province's Tao family. Cao Jian tried to harass them, then demanded they hand over their Dharma treasures. When they refused, he actually tried to take them by force. Xiangshan turned pale. That lecherous brat Cao Jian? Are the ladies okay? Yunxiao, however, remained strangely calm. He knew those girls had powerful protective artifacts. Even a grandmaster would struggle to scratch them. Director Liang spoke up, his voice shaking. The ladies are fine. It's Cao Jian who's in trouble. They beat him half to death. Now the Cao family is hunting for their patriarch, Cao Hongyang. Yunxiao glared at the old man from before. Consider yourself lucky, old man. Then he turned to Liang. Take me to the garden. Now. The hall erupted into whispers. Holy crap, that was close. This kid is terrifying. I couldn't even move just now. Someone's actually dumb enough to touch his people? We have to see this. Let's go. In the garden, Cao Jian was sprawled on the ground, groaning. His father, Cao Huai, rushed over. My son, hang on, I'll heal you, Cao Jian sobbed, putting on a pathetic act. Grandfather, look at me. I just wanted to see their treasures, and they did this to me. You have to teach them a lesson. An old man stepped forward, his eyes cold as ice. I am Cao Hongyang. You girls dared to strike my grandson? Kowtow right now, hand over your treasures, and I might let you live. Xiangwu snapped back. You're just a greedy old thief. If you want our treasures, just say so. Kowtow, go to hell. Hongyang let out a sinister laugh. Arrogant little girl. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Let's see if your little protective barrier can withstand my blade. Without warning, Cao Hongyang lunged forward, his long sword whistling through the air with deadly intent. Xiangwu braced herself, fueling her protective artifact with internal energy. A golden barrier shimmered into existence instantly. Clang! Hongyang's sword hit the barrier, and his eyes widened in shock. This shield, it actually blocked his full-strength strike? Before he could recover, Qing Luan and Ruo Dan attacked simultaneously. Take this. Caught in a pincer move, Hongyang's heart sank as he felt the crushing pressure. A massive spectral sword materialized in the air, aimed straight for his heart. Hongyang realized with horror that he was in deep trouble. If he didn't block this perfectly, he was a dead man. How could 3 young girls fight on par with a veteran grandmaster? High-grade artifacts? These girls have to be disciples from some hidden major sect. Cao Hongyang needs to be sure before he makes a move, so he asks, Tell me, where exactly is your sect located? The 3 of them glare at him with icy expressions. We are disciples of the Jade Flute Palace, they reply coldly. Hongyang's face darkens. He's never heard of this small fry sect. They probably just stumbled upon some ancient treasure by pure luck. Jade Flute Palace, huh? Hongyang sneers. I'll remember that. Once I'm done teaching you a lesson, I'll pay your palace master a visit to settle the score. Without another word, he swings his blade. Cao family blade style. Wrath of the evil dragon. Die. Huangvu desperately gathers her inner strength. Sister Deep, lend me your spiritual power. I need a shield. Thonlone panicked. I'm sorry, Huangvu. I just used every last bit of my energy. Hongyang lets out a triumphant laugh. Their protective artifacts are useless now. What a shame, he gloats. Your master is losing 3 disciples today. But then a shadow blurs past. In an instant, his attack is completely neutralized. Yunxiao's voice rings out, cold as death. Actually, what's a shame is that the Cao family is losing a master today. Huangvu rushes over, her heart racing. Yunxiao had shattered that massive power like it was nothing. Shui can't hide her trembling voice as she looks at Yi Hong. Yi Hong, are we just going to stand here and watch? Shui I know how you feel, Yi Hong replies. But if we jump in now, we'll only get in Mr. Bailey's way. We have to trust him. Before them stands Yunxiao. His back is like a solid mountain, standing tall and fearless against the entire crowd. A bald man in the back watches the scene unfold and can't help but scream. He stopped Hongyang's blade with his bare hands. Is this guy even human? Just then, Han Xiao steps forward from the shadows to calm everyone down. Brother Duan, don't panic. If things get ugly, I'll step in personally. Master Han Xiao, you're here. We can breathe easy now. The rumors were true. Baili Yunxiao has reached the peak of martial arts. If he keeps causing chaos, even the major powers of Dongzhou will be lured out. This man is a serious problem. Hongyang grips his sword, his brows furrowed tight. That last move wasn't weak. Even a grandmaster wouldn't find it easy to break. A man like this shouldn't be a nobody. Jade Lingxiao is your title, isn't it? Tell me, what is your real name? Yunxiao just smirks, his voice dripping with pure disdain. You're about to die. You don't need to know my name. Hongyang bristles at the insult, letting out a furious growl. Suddenly, a massive phantom appears behind Hongyang, a giant armored warrior radiating a heat so intense it's suffocating. Arrogant brat. Don't think you're on my level just because you blocked one move. Cao family blade style. Final form. Despair of 10,000 bones. He points his razor-sharp blade directly at Yunxiao. Go to hell. The giant phantom swings down with crushing pressure, aiming right for where Yunxiao is standing. Hongyang laughs like a madman. You little piece of trash, still trying to act cool in front of me? But before he can finish his sentence, a flash of red fire slices through his side. It happens so fast he can't even process it. Hongyang gasps, his voice trembling. When did you move? Yunxiao hadn't just delivered a fatal blow. He had completely obliterated the giant spirit behind him. Hongyang collapses, coughing up blood. His family members scream and rush toward him. Grandfather, stop, don't move, Hongyang shouts, stopping them. I'm the head of the Cao family. If I just apologize and beg, surely he'll show some mercy. He knows he's outclassed. There's no point in being stubborn when your life is on the line. But Yunxiao is already standing right behind him. His hand grips his sword, his eyes flashing with a terrifying killing intent. Apologize? I never said anything about letting you live. Han Xiao's face turns pale as he tries to intervene. Sir, wait, don't do it. Yunxiao ignores the plea entirely. His blade pierces right through Hongyang without a second of hesitation. A blood-curdling scream fills the air. Hongyang's son can only fall to his knees, sobbing in total despair. Han Xiao steps forward, his face dark. Yunxiao speaks calmly. Han Xiao, master of Longdingguan. Hello, Mr. Baili. I have a question for you. If I may be so bold. Brother Cao decided to apologize. Why did you have to be so brutal? So, you want to avenge him? Yunxiao thinks to himself. Han Xiao is a calculating man picking this moment to step up, thinking I won't kill again? It's a shame. That last strike drained a lot of my spiritual energy. If it hadn't, I'd kill him right here, so I wouldn't have to worry about him targeting Han Shui later. Han Xiao bows respectfully to Yunxiao. Your strength is unmatched. I wouldn't dare offend you, but everyone here is a guest. If the Cao family decides to come after you later, I won't be the one to stop them. Fine by me, Yunxiao shrugs. If they want revenge, let them come. Huangvu, take the others and leave. Yes, master. Yunxiao shoots a sharp look at Han Xiao. This guy is clearly trying to push me into a war with the Cao family. What does he gain from this? It seems the waters of the Dragon Search meet are deeper than I thought. I need the Azure Dragon team to investigate this group. And while I'm at it, maybe it's time to take over Longding Island. Han Xiao might look calm on the outside, but inside? He's already weaving a deadly web for Yunxiao. That brat, Baili Yunxiao. He's way too arrogant. If I don't deal with him, he's going to wreck my entire plan. Why not use him to wipe out my enemies first? He puts on a mask of sorrow, acting like the perfect, comforting friend to Cao Hui, the son of Hongyang. Brother Cao, the Dragon Court Pavilion failed you, but don't blame the sect leader, it's all because of that vicious brat, Baili. My father died such a pathetic, miserable death. I'm calling in the clan elders to come out of seclusion so we can crush Baili Yunxiao together. But I'll need your full cooperation, sect leader Han. A sinister glint flashes in his eyes as he whispers the dark details into Han Xiao's ear. Brother Cao, tomorrow is the Seeking Dragon Assembly, and I'm going to host a massive martial arts tournament. The Cao family will provide the treasures, and their elders, along with a semi-saint powerhouse, will end him for good. Perfect. I'll goad that arrogant brat onto the stage, and he'll pay with his life. He pulls himself together and bows deeply to Han Xiao, the trap finally set. Thank you for your justice, sect leader. I'll handle the arrangements. Stay strong, Brother Cao. Suddenly, a mysterious woman interrupts, looking completely annoyed. Han Xiao, we're helping you get that girl with the Azure Dragon bloodline, but don't forget your promise to the Black Dragon Society. It's give and take, Han Xiao. This little side quest of yours wasn't part of the original plan. Relax, I haven't forgotten. He flashes a wicked, cunning grin. If everything goes right tomorrow, the plan changes and plenty of semi-saints are going to be wiped off the map. Next morning, Yunxiao and Shangwu arrive at the Seeking Dragon Assembly grounds early to scope things out. He glances over and asks his companion, did those two get on the boat yet? They're already on their way to Dongzhou. Good, they don't need to be anywhere near the chaos that's about to erupt. Shangwu, keep a close eye on Han Xuanyi and Yi Hong. They're hiding something. Report any issues to me immediately. Understood, Master. I'm going now. Han Xiao steps up before the massive crowd, his voice booming with authority. Everyone, please, give me a moment of your time. It's a true honor for the Dragon Court Pavilion to host guests from Nanzhou, Shizhou, and Xingzhou for this assembly. Yunxiao listens intently while tracking the man standing behind Han Xiao. This assembly is a 15-day event, and it all starts today. That guy's strength is at the semi-saint level, but I didn't see him yesterday. He's smiling, but his gaze is absolutely ice-cold. I smell killing intent. Nearby, the Cao clan members are trading secret signals. There are 15 Azure Dragon items up for grabs, including a pair of dragon horns. Cao Hui grinds his teeth, his heart still burning with the humiliation from yesterday. Ancestor, I've already alerted the 5 semi-saints. They're primed and ready to strike at a moment's notice. Word is Yunxiao is hunting for treasures, so according to plan, Han Xiao is about to drop the perfect bait. The arena is secretly rigged with the 8 extremes formation. Just like he said, Han Xiao is standing right in the center of a complex array that no one else notices. This stage I'm standing on? It's strictly for grandmasters. Show us your skills. Whoever is left standing at the end wins the dragon horns and 5 dragon-scale jades. A twisted, hateful smile spreads across Cao Hui's face. Once Baili Yunxiao steps onto that stage, he's never coming down alive. Han Xiao barks orders at the warriors below the stage. Anyone below the Grandmaster level, back off 5 meters. The tournament officially begins now. The words have barely left his mouth when a figure rockets onto the platform. Duan Yushan of the Evergreen Sect. Who wants a piece? And Bai Xiangshan of the White Elephant Pavilion is here to see what you've got. The crowd below erupts. 2 legendary powerhouses, 2 grandmasters going head-to-head. This is going to be epic. It looks like the treasures this year are the real deal. But on stage, those 2 are just putting on a pathetic show that makes Han Xiao want to scream. Flying crane wings versus the Zhonglong fist. Han Xiao shifts his gaze toward Yunxiao. Mr. Bai Li, aren't you going to test your luck on stage? Yunxiao reads him like an open book. A cold, mocking smirk plays on his lips. You're so generous, sect leader, giving away dragon horns like that. How could I refuse? But you seem very interested in whether I join or not. On the surface, Han Xiao just laughs it off. But inside, he's cursing Yunxiao's entire bloodline. How is this kid so damn sharp? You're quick, mister. I'll give you that. The Dragon Court Pavilion wants to partner with the ultimate winner to find the Azure Dragon. That's why we're keeping a close eye on someone with your talents. Without a second thought, Yunxiao launches into the air. Hands in his pockets, he zips right over Han Xiao's head and lands perfectly on the stage. What a coincidence. I was actually looking to partner with you too, Han Xiao. Fine. I'm in. Good luck then. Han Xiao thinks, just wait. Something big is about to happen. The moment the 2 grandmasters see him, they look like they've seen a ghost. I'm Baili Yunxiao. Who's first? Wait. I just remembered. My grandson peed himself at home. I gotta go change his diaper. Yeah, you're way too strong. I wouldn't dream of fighting you, Mr. Baili. Cao He watches from the sidelines, grinning like a madman. The fish finally took the bait. The moment is finally here. He points a shaking finger at the center, screaming, Baili Yunxiao has walked right into the trap. Elders, emerge and slaughter this thief. Suddenly, dark silhouettes flicker into existence, surrounding Yunxiao like a pack of hungry wolves. Baili, you little brat, you killed my father yesterday today. The Cao family takes your life. They lash out with their claws, their voices filled with pure bloodlust. Cao Shu, Cao Min, Cao Yi, and Zhizhou Dingfang. These people hold a massive grudge against the Asura of the southern province, along with Gehao, Geyue, Gehe, and Ping Sha. Positioned at every predetermined corner of the 8 gates killing formation, they launch a synchronized assault. aiming straight for the man trapped at the center. Xiangshan witnesses the madness and clutches his head, screaming in pure terror. Grandfather, uncles, you're all dead. You've no idea you're about to touch a god of death. But Yunxiao? Not a hint of fear. Instead, he actually starts mocking them. In this era of fading magic, to think a formation could still pack this much punch. Impressive. But maintaining this much pressure must be burning through your spiritual energy. 8 half-step martial warriors working together just to take my head? The Cao family really thinks highly of me. You want to kill me? Come and see if you actually have the guts to do it. That did it. Their rage boiled over instantly. This kid's got tricks. Don't let him slip through the formation. Strike now. Kill him. Do it now. The wind gate, the blade gate, the water gate, and the scorching fire. Yunxiao's body begins to stiffen like solid rock, and for the first time, a look of worry flashes across his face. This is bad. With all of them controlling the flow, I'm pinned. My feet feel like they're buried in concrete. The ancestor raises his hand, unleashing a blinding beam of light directly at him. 8 gates killing formation, divine dragon descent. Baili, go to hell and pay for your sins against the Cao family. That beam hits with crushing force. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air from the center of the blast, echoing across the stage. The crowd stares at the motionless figure in the center of the platform, their curiosity piquing. Is he dead? Is Baili Yunxiao actually gone? No way, not that easily. This is the guy who shattered my best moves like they were nothing. Cao draws his blade, slowly stalking toward the motionless body. Ancestor, the formation usually finishes anyone, but he's still breathing. I'll end this. He raises the knife high, bloodthirst radiating off him. Go. Baili, blame yourself for crossing the Cao family. But then flash. A hand shoots up from below like a lightning bolt. Yunxiao grabs his arm, eyes wide open and sharp as a razor. I'll give those words right back to you. Even behind those dark glasses, you could see Cao pure terror. He stammers for a second, but Yunxiao shows zero mercy and finishes him instantly. How? How is this possible? Blood sprays everywhere as Yunxiao tears into his throat in a brutal display of power. Yunxiao's eyes burn with pure, unadulterated hatred. Don't worry, old man. You're joining him in hell very soon. The scene is a total nightmare. Monster, he's a monster. Ancestor, we have to get out of here, now. But before they can even turn tail, a blade flashes through the air, cutting the first man down mid-sentence. Even their ancestor meets the same fate. Yunxiao is a blur, slashing through both of them until the very last breath leaves their bodies. 2 corpses hit the floor. Yunxiao turns his cold gaze to the next prey. Your turn. The bald elder, teeth chattering in fear, stares at the lightning-clad blade and trembles. Xiangshan rushes forward, sobbing and begging for mercy. Mr. Baili, the villains of the Cao family have been punished. Please, I beg you, spare my elder. They were just tricked by the Cao family. Please, have mercy. Our white robe sect is willing to give you our most precious artifacts to make up for it. Anything you need, we won't refuse. He turns back and shouts at the top of his lungs. Grandfather, apologize now. The old man drops to his knees instantly, begging for his life. Please, sir, forgive us. We'll give you everything. Rare artifacts, treasures you'll be satisfied, I swear. Anything. You want the gold from our ancestral tombs? Take it. We were wrong, we know it now. Master Yunxiao looks at them like the clowns they are. Since you were just pawns, hand over the artifacts and I'll call it even. But what about the Cao family? Before he can finish, Han Xiao drags a fresh corpse onto the scene. Mr. Baili, this is the mastermind, Cao Dongxi. I've killed him for you. Please, forgive Long Dingguan's oversight in this matter. Congratulations on winning the tournament. Your prizes will be sent to your room shortly. Yunxiao nods, but his voice is dripping with sarcasm. Seems like you don't have a very good grip on this place, Master Han. Careful, or someone might just take it from you one day. Learn to manage your house. And just like that, he vanishes, leaving the hall in stunned silence. Han Xiao's face twists in rage. You think you're safe, Baili? Naive brat. You're going to die on this island. Waves crash against the jagged rocks outside. On the surface, it's peaceful, but underneath, a deadly conspiracy is just beginning to brew in the shadows. As Yunxiao finally makes it back to their quarters at Longding Island, Xiangwu is already there, rushing out to meet him. Master, you're back. But as soon as she sees him covered in blood, her jaw drops. Wait, Master, are you okay? Why are you bleeding so much? The Cao family played dirty, he groans. They set a massive array on the arena to assassinate me. I wiped them all out. But that formation was powerful enough to hunt down a martial myth. It took a real toll on me. Xiangwu, I'm heading inside to heal. You stand guard in the living room. If anyone shows up, call me immediately, and whatever you do, don't let a soul know I'm injured. Xiangwu thumps her chest with pure determination. Don't you worry, Master. I'll guard you with my life, even if I don't have my sword yet. Then she leans in, whispering, Oh, by the way, remember how you told me to tail Yi Hong and Han Shuer? They headed straight for the back of Longding Mountain. She turns and leads him toward the end of the hallway. I lost their trail for a second, but when I found them again, they were packing their bags to bolt. Suddenly, she grabs a door handle and flings it open. Yunxiao stares at the scene inside it. Well, awkward. He looks at his smug disciple, totally speechless. Okay, where exactly did you learn to tie people up like that? From those movies my brother collects, she chirps. I don't really get what the actors were doing, but they were all tied up just like this. I'll untie them now, they can't run away anyway. Yunxiao just sighs. Fine, just do it. Once freed, the two captives slump onto his bed, looking completely exhausted. They let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Baili. Yunxiao cuts them off instantly. Save the small talk. Tell me exactly why you're here on Longding Island. Shuer looks at her companion, totally conflicted. Ah, Hong. It's okay, Shuer, he rasps. I'm basically a dead man walking anyway. Mr. Baili. I realize now you never actually trusted us. We were pretty naive to think we could keep you in the dark. Han Xiao really is hunting us down, but it's not for some treasure map. He wants me. Yunxiao narrows his eyes, sensing the weight of the secret. Yi Hong doesn't hide it anymore. He wants the Azure Dragon bloodline flowing through my veins. Both Yunxiao and Xiangwu freeze, their eyes widening in shock. So that's it. You're the real target, the Azure Dragon. Shuer was just the smokescreen. Shuer slowly explains the nightmare they've been living. Aunt Han's people were already slaughtered by Han Xiao. And lately, my bloodline power has been fading away. I was backed into a corner. I thought if I risked everything, I could actually kill Han Xiao. Yunxiao's voice is low, suspicious. Then why did you try to run? She bites her lip, the fear visible in her eyes. We reached the back of the mountain and saw a small army of Japanese ninjas. We overheard their conversation. They said Han Xiao has already laid a death trap. He's waiting for the right moment to massacre half of the martial arts masters on this island. That's when we realized. Killing him is impossible. Suddenly, a voice booms from outside the door. Mr. Baili, it's Han Xiao. I've come to apologize on behalf of Longding Island. Yunxiao's expression hardens as he quickly whispers instructions to the others. Han Xiao is here, and I guarantee it's not for a friendly chat. Stay in this room and don't make a sound. I'll handle him. Be careful, Mr. Baili. Master, watch your back. Outside, Han Xiao is waiting with a young girl who looks remarkably innocent. Mr. Baili, sorry for the intrusion. I brought a little something to make amends, take a look. He smiles thinly. That array earlier was quite intense. I was worried you might be feeling unwell. So I had my disciple prepare some gifts. You don't hold a grudge against me, do you? Yunxiao reaches for the box, but Han Xiao suddenly blocks his hand. The sect leader is too kind. I have no complaints. I'll take the gift. But why should a man of your stature do the heavy lifting? Han Xiao's smile doesn't reach his eyes as he begins pouring massive hidden force into Yunxiao's arm. Actually, I have something important to discuss. Why don't we let this young disciple take the box inside for you? Yunxiao frowns, pushing back against the pressure. If you have something to say, let's go to the living room. Seeing Yunxiao's calm face, a flicker of doubt crosses Han Xiao's mind. Very well then, lead the way. Inside, Han Xiao's mind is racing. I just used 60% of my strength. If he was injured, there's no way he could have brushed that off so easily. Is it possible he wasn't hurt at all? Once they're seated, Han Xiao switches tactics. Mr. Baili, you're incredibly young, yet your talent is off the charts. Even facing off against multiple masters, you didn't flinch. I have to say I'm impressed. I hear you're currently a rogue cultivator. How would you like to join Longding Island as our guest elder? Think about it. If you join us, every cultivation, resource, and connection we have is yours for the taking. Most importantly, I can personally bridge the gap between you and the Black Dragon Society. Wouldn't it be better to have one less powerful enemy? The group he's talking about? The very same Japanese organization that's been hunting Yunxiao down. Yunxiao lets out a cold, mocking laugh. I didn't realize the sect leader was so tight with the Japanese Black Dragon Society. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were committing treason. Han Xiao's face turns bright red. He slams his hand down and stands up, pointing a finger right at Yunxiao. What kind of nonsense is that, Baili Yunxiao? The Black Dragon Society is just another group in the martial world. Having friends there is perfectly normal. I'm trying to help you resolve your blood feuds, and this is how you think of me. Yunxiao coldly brushes the man's hand away. Careful now, sect leader. You're getting up there in age. Getting this worked up isn't good for your heart. I was just talking. What are you so nervous about? Han Xiao's face was beet red from pure rage as he turned to leave. Lucky for you, it's me, he spat over his shoulder. Anyone else would have lost their damn mind. Mr. Baili, know your place. We're leaving, don't bother seeing us out. He glared at his companion. Boy, leave the gifts. The young attendant, Xiao Dong, paused for a beat before nodding. Yes, sir. The two of them stormed out, slamming the door so hard the whole room shook. Bam! Yi Hong stepped out from behind the curtains just as Yunxiao was dialing a number. That kid from earlier. He's the leader of the Yingzhou spies. I'm certain of it. Hello? Wu Qingyun, get the Azure Dragon Squad to Longding Island immediately. I want those traitors hunted down now. Outside, Han Xiao and Xiaodong were already whispering, this Baili Yunxiao, we can't let him live. But there was a problem. His strength? Absolutely terrifying. For now, they couldn't risk a direct move against him. Time for the real plan, the bloodbath. Disguise yourself as a waitress, Han Xiao ordered. Deliver poisoned gifts to the martial arts elders in Yunxiao's name. Wait for the toxin to hit. Then, one fatal strike. We disappear, the evidence is gone, and the blame for the massacre falls squarely on Baili Yunxiao. Han Xiao, you really are a cold-blooded monster. A twisted, wicked smirk played across her lips. I like it. I'll handle the arrangements. By tomorrow, Baili Yunxiao will be a disgraced dead man. Later that night, Yunxiao prepped to move out. Xiangwu, I'm heading out to scout the area. If Wu Qingyun calls, get a hold of me immediately. Understood, master. As he walked, he spotted a waitress Xiaodong in disguise. He didn't hesitate. Wait, you there. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. Damn it, him again. Does he recognize me? Yes, sir? How can I help you? He scanned her from head to toe, his gaze sharp. Go clean my room. Something about this girl felt eerie, a dark energy he couldn't quite place. She started to stammer, Sir. That's housekeeping's job. You're making this very difficult for me. Yunxiao leaned in, his voice dropping. Are you actually refusing my request? Her mind was racing. I can't let him get suspicious. It'll ruin the whole mission. Better to just play the part for now. Normally, we can say no to unreasonable demands, but... She stepped closer, her eyes dripping with fake heat. For a man like you, I'm happy to serve. Where exactly should we start? Yunxiao pinned her against the wall, mocking her. Where to start? You tell me. Suddenly, his spiritual sense pinged. Master? You might want to look at the three heads peeking around the corner. Yunxiao snapped. All of you, get out! The disciples scrambled to slam the door shut. Sorry, Mr. Baili. Our bad, carry on. Good luck, master. We're just waiting to call her our new mistress. The girl reached out, her hand sliding toward Yunxiao's chest. She whispered, Those three girls were cute, but you're lucky to have me. Want to reconsider? My service fee. It's very high. Yunxiao's eyes locked onto a tiny mole near her eye. Expensive? Is it more expensive than your life? The vibe shifted instantly. Yunxiao grabbed her, slamming her back against the wall. Found you, little spy. She gasped, her body tensing up. Mr. Baili, you really are something else. To remember a small fry like me, you've been planning this. This guy's too strong. I can't outrun him. He growled. Enough games. Why did Han Xiao send you here? She scanned for an exit. The mission was already in motion anyway. Maybe she could trade info for a way out. She rolled her eyes. If I talk, will you let me go? I'm just a tool for the temple master. After this is over, you're free. But cross me, and you're dead. He kept his grip like a vice. No escape. Thank you for the mercy. She took a breath. We were ordered to assassinate the martial arts elders and frame you for the whole thing. That's the plan. Sir, if you don't go check on those elders now, you'll never clear your name. That's all I know. Goodbye. Before he could react, her body shriveled and turned into a dry straw doll. Yunxiao crushed the doll in his hand. Xiangwu came rushing in, panicked. Master, are you okay? Did she just turn into straw? Yunxiao didn't even blink. Eastern ninja substitution technique. Classic move. Wait, so she's a spy? Should we go after her? He shook his head. No point. I already marked her. She's not getting away. Besides, we have a much bigger problem to deal with right now. Xiangwu nodded quickly. Right. Sister Qingyun just called. The Azure Dragon Squad is already in the lobby. Perfect. Let's go. They reached the hall in seconds. Secretary Wu, what's the status? The soldiers instantly snapped to attention. Greetings, instructor. Shang Shan looked up, stunned. Mr. Baili. Qingyun stepped forward. Ninjas. They were disguised as servers. They targeted the seniors. We caught them, but they swallowed suicide pills before we could get answers. Yunxiao frowned. If she caught them, why did the elders on the sofa look like they were already dead? Qingyun looked defeated. They've been poisoned. The medics are checking them, but the toxin is completely unknown. We can't do anything. It's fine, Yunxiao said, cutting her off. I'll see for myself. He walked straight to the victims. All right, how did you old guys manage to let yourselves get poisoned? The mood in the room is heavy. Mr. Baili, please don't mind us. Everyone's just feeling a bit awkward after using those supplements you gifted us today. My brother was actually thrilled at first, thinking he'd totally misjudged you, but then reality hit like a ton of bricks. We realized those supplements didn't even come from you. Now, my brother feels like a complete idiot for the mix-up. Baili Yunxiao scans the room with a sharp eye. Out of the 8 half-step martial masters, only the 3 from the Cao family and his group are here. Where are the other two? He asks. Lao Chanchung scoffs. You mean Dingfeng and Pingsha? Those two morons already ate theirs, but they're still upstairs. At this point, they're probably broke and useless. They should be crawling down any second now. The other two just stand there, speechless. If they're idiots, then I guess we're all in the same boat, aren't we? Yunxiao does the math counting the two from earlier. 3 have already made a run for it. He pulls out his device. Secretary Wu, I'm sending a coded order to your terminal. Confirm it immediately. Qing Yun's heart skips a beat. Understood, instructor. I'm on it. Yunxiao's gaze is dark and filled with suspicion. He's praying that things aren't as bad as he fears. Midnight. Outside the Longding Hotel, Gen Z is trembling with fear. Baili Yunxiao caught me. I couldn't get back in time to back up the plan. I'm afraid he already knows everything. Han Xiao had a feeling this would happen. I knew it would come to this. He's done playing games. He decides to go full military surrounding the hotel to trap every last one of them inside. Gen Z is horrified. Han Xiao, are you insane? If you use those weapons, the fallout will be catastrophic. Han Xiao's face is a mask of pure desperation. If Baili Yunxiao lives through the night, I'm a dead man anyway. I won't let that happen. Not a chance. His eyes glint with malice. Don't worry. I won't let him destroy everything I've built over all these years that easily. As long as the Grandmasters inside play their part and keep him busy, my 3 snipers will find the perfect window to erase Baili Yunxiao from existence. Gen Z isn't convinced. What about the others? The Dongying Association only wants the half-step masters gone. They aren't looking to start an international war. Han Xiao lets out a chilling laugh. We'll just tell the world Baili Yunxiao went berserk and slaughtered them all. Who's gonna blame us? I'll just be the hero who arrived a little too late to save them. Gen Z turns pale. The man has completely lost it. She realizes Han Xiao is a ticking time bomb. She can't die with him. She needs to vanish before the bloodbath starts. Suddenly, Han Xiao's voice booms over the speakers. Attention everyone inside. Baili Yunxiao has betrayed us all. He's working with foreigners to murder your elders in cold blood. To keep this traitor from escaping, every exit has been sealed shut. Stay where you are. If anyone tries to leave, don't blame me for what happens next. The lobby erupts into total chaos. What? Mr. Baili is a traitor? Han Xiao's voice continues to echo, poisoning their minds. I'm begging you all. For the safety of the underworld, you must join forces and hunt down Baili Yunxiao now. Once he's dead, I will give up my entire life's fortune to make amends for this tragedy. Yunxiao frowns. The snake is trying to turn the entire hall into his personal hit squad. Han Xiao is playing them like a fiddle. The crowd listens, dazed, as he promises that only those who obey him and kill the mythical traitor will be allowed to live. Baili Yunxiao is a monster whose crimes are beyond forgiveness. Killing him isn't just survival, it's a service to the people. Finish him and you get to walk out of here alive. The psychological pressure is working. Kill Baili Yunxiao becomes a rhythmic chant as the mob starts to close in. Xiang Yu is panicking. How did it come to this? Xiang Shan's eyes turn a terrifying shade of crimson as he mumbles the kill order, until a heavy hand slams onto his shoulder. Shan, snap out of it. Xiang Shan gasps, coming back to his senses. Wait, what was I doing? The old master looks grave. The hotel has been pumped with a gas that makes people go feral. When Han Xiao started talking, I could feel my own blood boiling in my chest. It's a trap. If a half-step master like me is struggling to stay sane, everyone else in here is already gone. They're mindless puppets now. Han Xiao is ruthless. If Baili Yunxiao falls, none of us are getting out of this alive. The realization hits them like a truck. Their only hope for survival is the very man the mob is trying to kill. But then again, this is Baili Yunxiao we're talking about. He's not going down without a hell of a fight. Xiang Yu steps forward bravely. Master, you should go first. We'll stay here and hold them off. But Yunxiao just shakes his head. These are all Huajin-level experts. How could you possibly stop them? Besides, do you really think I'd hide behind a woman? Everyone, get behind me and find somewhere safe to take cover. Now. The mob lets out a primal roar and charges forward, fueled by pure, drugged-up bloodlust. Die! Yunxiao's eyes narrow with disdain. Sewer rats. He swings his fire sword with world-shattering force, a wave of heat blasting the entire crowd back like they were nothing. Hearing the explosions inside, Han Xiao smiles. He thinks he's won. He picks up his radio. Snipers, take the shot. Kill Baili Yunxiao now. But the voice on the other end isn't his man. Sorry to disappoint you. Han Xiao freezes, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Qing Yun has already neutralized all 3 of his marksmen. The number you are trying to reach has been handled. Please don't try again. Han Xiao's face contorts in rage as he grinds his teeth so hard they might snap. Useless trash, all of them. He screams, shoving everyone aside as he storms toward a specialized hunter-armored vehicle. The heavy doors slam shut behind him. He slams the ignition. A cold, robotic voice fills the cabin. Hunter radiation sequence initiated. Han Xiao glares at the hotel. Turn into dust, Baili Yunxiao. The weapon begins to hum, energy levels climbing rapidly as it prepares to level the entire building. Inside, Xiang Yu senses a terrifying pressure. Master, something's coming from outside. It's massive. Yunxiao stands his ground, calm as a mountain. Stay put, I'll handle this. Xiang Shan's heart drops as he yells for the hero to be careful, and even the young girl beside him is frozen in fear. But in a literal blink of an eye, our main man Yunxiao vanishes, reappearing right in front of the massive hunting vehicle. This isn't just some regular gun, this weapon is a beast. If it actually fires, it's game over for everyone on this island, and Yunxiao knows even he might not make it out in one piece. Thinking at lightning speed, Yunxiao realizes there's only one way to stop this catastrophe. He has to use his spirit silk to jam the mechanism before it's too late. You bastard, Han Xiao, you really want to play for keeps? Then I'm taking you down with me. Yunxiao roars, unleashing his 10,000 immortal spirit silk to block the barrel with pure energy. The automated system chimes ammunition loaded, weapon ready to fire. The countdown begins. 5, 4, and Han Xiao just stands there, laughing like a complete psychopath. Look at you, Baili Yunxiao, struggling like a pathetic insect before you get erased. Han Xiao mocks. Yunxiao grits his teeth, a cold sweat breaking out. Is he actually too slow this time? If that blast leaves the barrel, even his peak defenses won't hold up. Everyone in the hotel behind him, they've only got 4 seconds left to live. The tension is absolutely suffocating. Should he kill Han Xiao? No. The system is already on autopilot. Killing the pilot now won't stop the launch. Making a split-second call, Yunxiao focuses every ounce of his power into the spirit silk formation inside the cannon's throat. 2 seconds left. Han Xiao is screaming with pure, twisted joy. Die. 1. The system triggers, a massive surge of energy erupts, and then boom, the entire cannon barrel shatters from the inside out. Han Xiao's face goes pale as he realizes what just happened. Baili Yunxiao, you're absolutely insane. He can't believe Yunxiao actually used a spirit silk formation to clog the muzzle and force a backfire. If I'm going down, I'm taking you to hell with me. A massive pillar of energy explodes upward, lighting up the sky like a second sun. 1 week later. Longting Island is quiet again, looking like that nightmare never even happened. The news is already buzzing with the latest updates about the massive explosion that rocked the island 7 days ago. The military officially releases the footage, pinning the whole disaster on the master of Longting Pavilion. It turns out Han Xiao was conspiring with foreign enemies to assassinate one of our major generals, and he wasn't afraid to use weapons of mass destruction to do it. Thankfully, this legendary major general caught onto the plot just in time and stopped the weapon from leveling the entire area. Because of his heroics, there were 0 casualties. Everyone made it out safe, though Xiangshan ended up losing a good chunk of his favorite suit. Han Xiao? He's either locked in a dark cell or 6 feet under. Mission accomplished. Back at the base, Yunxiao gives a tired smile. You've worked hard, he tells his assistant. That clash with Han Xiao really did a number on his body, but luckily, the natural spirit energy from the dragon vein is already patching him up. Qing Yun just bows her head humbly, saying she was just doing her job. Normally, I wouldn't bother you while you're recovering, she admits, looking curious. But how on earth did you survive being at the literal epicenter of that blast? He just gives her a cocky smirk. That old fox Han Xiao wanted to drag me to the grave? Not that easy, sweetheart. Turns out, he's been carrying a bunch of protective artifacts in his pocket that he was planning to trade. He didn't get his new treasures, but those trinkets ended up saving his life instead. She's still skeptical. But could one single artifact really stop an explosion like that? Yunxiao just chuckles. Who said I only had one? Qing Yun's eyes go wide as it finally clicks. Oh, right. Chief, while you were busy recovering in seclusion, something massive happened. Yunxiao raises an eyebrow. All right, hit me with it. What now? She drops the bombshell. He's officially been put on the international bounty list. The price on his head? A cool $1 billion. Yunxiao is actually speechless for a second. That's a lot of zeros. He starts getting worried. How did the news about Longting Pavilion even get out? Did the military leak my identity? Qing Yun explains that when Han Xiao went down, a woman used the chaos to slip away. Her stealth skills were top tier. Not even their best guards could lay a finger on her. Once she was clear, the video of the battle at Longting Pavilion hit the dark web and went viral instantly. That's how his name ended up on the global hit list. Yunxiao puts the pieces together. It had to be the illusionist, Huanzi. She's the only one who could have pulled that off. Suddenly, Yunxiao's device pings, but the screen stays dark. Secretary Wu, why is the screen blacked out? She explains that once 3 hunters claim the contract, the mission locks down automatically. Basically, the hunt is on. If these 3 fail and end up dead, only then will the bounty open back up for new blood. To even qualify for this job, you have to be at least at the half-step Marshal Dao level. Yunxiao asks if she can dig up any dirt on the people who took the bait. Consider it done, she replies. Even in the underworld, these hunters have rankings, and since they're cocky enough to take this job, they aren't even trying to hide their names. Found them. First up is the Reader. He's a half-step martial Dao master, and his specialty? Lethal poisons. Definitely not someone you want to grab a drink with. Next is Crescent Blade. Power level is unknown, but he's a master of cold weapons and disguise. And finally, we have Flame, another half-step martial Dao elite. Flame is a specialist in heavy artillery and high-tech weaponry, she warns. Out of the three, she's the one you really need to watch out for. Apparently, Flame once infiltrated a high-security US military base all by herself, took down a martial arts myth, and walked out without a single scratch on her. Absolute legend. While Yunxiao was training, General Zhou heard the news and got understandably stressed out. He was originally going to invite Yunxiao to lead the Langshao security team back in Dongzhou, but after the bounty dropped, he wanted to know if Yunxiao needed to go into hiding for a while. Yunxiao just grins, his eyes flashing with excitement. Hide? No way. I'm going to stay right here and wait for them to try and kill me. Think about it. I'm setting up the Lingxiao Palace and the security team, and we are seriously short on cash. They want my head for the bounty? Fine. I'll take their heads and their bank accounts instead. Bounty hunters are usually loaded, right? Qing Yun is completely speechless. Sir, shouldn't you be a little more worried about 3 world-class assassins coming for your life? He just shrugs it off. Tell General Zhou I'm heading back to Dongzhou today and to wait for me there. She straightens up and salutes. Understood, but Yunxiao isn't being reckless. I've already set up a heavy-duty defense array around this place, he explains. If any enemies show up while I'm gone, just use your spirit energy to trigger the Dragon Vein. The Grand Array will activate instantly. With the formation finished, it can tank 3 direct hits from a half-step martial Dao master. I'm bringing my parents here soon. From now on, Longting Island is the official headquarters of Baili Yunxiao. 5 hours later, Baili Yunxiao arrives at General Chu's residence to settle some business. He greets him with a simple nod. General Chu, it's been a while. General Chu Baoguo smiles and replies, Major General Baili, indeed it has. After everything that went down on Longting Island, you've brought massive glory to Great Xia. But glory attracts shadows. I've seen the bounty boards, the kind of money they're offering for your head. It makes people do desperate, crazy things. The general laughs at Bailey's boldness. Secretary Wu told me you're basically using yourself as live bait, hunting the very people trying to hunt you. If you're short on cash, just say the word. But Bailey just shakes it off with a confident grin. I appreciate the offer, General. But the money? That's only part of the reason I'm doing this. If I spent my life hiding in fear, how could I ever lead the Azure Dragon Squad as their chief instructor? Baili Yunxiao isn't one to sweat the small stuff. I'm a straightforward man. If they think they can kill me, let them come and try their luck. Baoguo bursts into a hearty laugh. Fantastic. Major General Baili, you really are a once-in-a-generation talent. He signals an aide to bring over a thick file. Because of you, we finally caught those Dongying rats slipping at Longting Island. We've got them right where we want them. Thanks to that win, the Lingxiao security team is officially a go. Just pick a spot, sign the papers, and it's yours. Xiao Wu, show the Major General the documents. Wu Tianjun steps forward. Major General, please, take a look. Bailey scans the papers. General Chu, I wiped out the traitor Han Xiao Chu and took Longting Island as my trophy. I hope that's not asking for too much? Baoguo doesn't hesitate for a second. Consider it done. I'll handle the paperwork personally. With the island officially under his name, Bailey can't hide his satisfaction. Thank you, General. He signs the confirmation with a flourish. He hands the file back, a sharp glint in his eyes. Once Lingxiao security officially opens, I'll be hosting a ribbon-cutting ceremony on the island. I expect to see you both there. Tianjun's face lights up with respect. To be invited by the Major General himself? It would be my absolute honor. Baoguo adds with a warm smile. Bailey, if you're the one asking, how could I possibly say no? With the deal sealed, Bailey stands up to head out. Then it's settled. It's getting late, and I haven't even stepped foot in my own house since I got off the boat. Time to head home. The General insists on seeing him off. I'll have someone drive you. Major General Bailey, you should definitely go see your family. I won't keep you any longer. He turns to his aide with a serious look. Xiao Wu, protect Major General Baili with your life. In his heart, Baoguo knows Baili Yunxiao is the one who will carry the future of Great Xia on his shoulders. As they walk, Tianjun can't help but express his gratitude. Major General Baili, I'm so proud that I was the one who invited you to be the chief instructor of the Azure Dragon Squad. Under your leadership, they've become the absolute elite, the trump card of Great Xia. Bailey stays humble. General Wu, there's no need for all the formalities. Wu keeps talking, completely unaware that a sniper is watching them from a rooftop across the street. I truly believe that once the Azure Dragon Squad moves into Lingxiao security, you'll be the top force in the entire world. Suddenly, Bailey's instincts scream. General Wu, look out! Boom! The spot where they were standing erupts in a massive explosion. From a distance, an assassin named Huoyan smirks at the carnage. So that's Baili Yunxiao? Nothing special. One shot from this lady and he's either dead or crippled. Killing him now is going to be like taking candy from a baby. But she spoke too soon. Baili had lunged, pulling Tianjun out of the dead center of the blast just in time. Tianjun gasps, blood pooling. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. Baili shakes his head. I'm the one who should apologize. General Chu gave you the mission to protect me, and instead, I've turned you into a target. Tianjun is badly hurt, his glasses shattered. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Now I can die in peace, knowing I kept my word to you. Baili's face goes pale. He grips Tianjun's shoulder, trying to keep him conscious. Die? Don't you dare talk like that. Stay with me. Huoyan's jaw drops as she peers through her scope. No way. That's impossible. She stands up, the smoke from her weapon still drifting into the air. How is it that the guy next to him is half dead, but Baili Yunxiao doesn't have a single scratch? She's so stunned she forgets to even go back into hiding. Big mistake. Baili looks up, his eyes burning with pure, cold-killing intent. You hurt my comrade. Now, you die. In one insane leap, Baili flies straight toward the building where Huoyan is perched. He glares at her. So, you're Huoyan? You laid a finger on my people. Now, give me your life. Huoyan tries to play it cool, masking her fear with a sneer. Fast, aren't you? But you only dodged one shot. Where do you get off being this cocky? Shut up, Baili growls, swinging a fist fueled by pure rage. Huoyan panics, barely tilting her body to dodge the strike. She scowls. Attacking a girl while she's talking? Where's your sense of chivalry? Without waiting for an answer, she dives off the roof, landing in a getaway car and flooring it. Catch me if you can, hero. She smirks to herself. If the intel is right, Baili Yunxiao is a hothead who acts without thinking. She's betting that his anger will blind him. If he chases her, he'll walk right into the deadly trap she spent so much time setting up. But she underestimated him. Baili sees right through the act. The assassination failed. She should be retreating, not taunting him. She took a swing, failed, and then basically begged him to follow her. It's a textbook provocation. He knows it's a trap, but he doesn't care. He charges forward anyway. Fine. He'll play her little game and see exactly what kind of trash she's prepared for him. Meanwhile, watching from the shadows, an assassin named Du. She catches the movement instantly. Huoyan is using herself as bait again. But Baili Yunxiao is too big of a prize to let Huoyan keep all for herself. Move out. We're following them. We'll wait for Huoyan and Baili Yunxiao to exhaust each other. Then, we swoop in, take the head, and split the bounty. Her partner, Qingdao, nods. I'm in. Let's go. As the old great Xia saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the sparrow waits right behind. Yunxiao followed Huoyan closely, spotting her bike parked outside an old, deserted factory. He didn't hesitate for a second, pushing the doors open and stepping inside. Huoyan, give it up. There's nowhere left to run, but she was already waiting for him, practically radiating confidence. Run? Why on earth would I run? Do you honestly think I'm that stupid? Baili Yunxiao? I intentionally slowed down just to make sure you could keep up. Standing inside a reinforced cage, Huoyan made her grand declaration. The moment you stepped foot in here, your life belonged to me. She pulled out a sleek control panel, a twisted smirk on her face. All it takes is one click to detonate these talismans. Even if you were a great golden immortal, you wouldn't survive this. She hadn't just prepared one, the sheer number of explosives was terrifying. Yunxiao just stood there, completely unbothered. So, you want to die with me? That's some serious dedication. Huoyan, oblivious to his sarcasm, started bragging about her entire master plan. Die with you? Don't make me laugh. I've set up a powerful barrier right here. No matter how big the blast is, I won't feel a thing. Enough talk. It's time for you to die. Baili Yunxiao just let out a cold, sharp laugh. Is that all? Is it over? In the literal blink of an eye, Yunxiao bypassed the cage and appeared right behind her. Did you really think a measly rank 8 slaughter array could actually stop me? Huoyan's eyes nearly popped out of her head in pure shock. How is this possible? Before she could react, he unleashed a strike that sent her flying out of her barrier and crashing hard onto the floor. She scrambled onto all fours, spitting out curses through the pain. You bastard! How dare you damage my soul source? The youthful mask she was wearing completely vanished. Her face preservation art shattered beyond repair. My face! You ruined my cute face. You're going to pay for this. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, overflowing with killing intent. Drop the act. I knew there was something weird about you. An old hag pretending to be a young girl. You killed my comrade. You don't deserve any mercy. Any last words? Huoyan just let out a casual, uncaring sigh. It's his own fault for not getting out of the way. That's why he got hurt. It's not my fault. Can't you just forgive me once? Yunxiao had intended to give her a final moment, but he quickly realized he was wasting his kindness on a monster. Without another word, Yunxiao unleashed his power and incinerated Huoyan right then and there. No more games. Her blood-curdling screams echoed through the factory. Just then, two others walked in, laughing at her demise. Talk about irony. Her name was Flame, and she ended up getting cremated. Absolutely pathetic. See? I told you. Women can never be trusted. Shieldblade smirked, his eyes full of anticipation. All right, now it's our turn. He struck a dramatic pose like some high-level assassin, and his partner followed suit, ready to introduce themselves. I am Venomous Snake. Together, we are the ultimate duo. Just the mere mention of our names. Men tremble in fear, women swoon with love, and children are too terrified to even cry. So, Baili Yunxiao, are you scared yet? I asked if you're scared. Yunxiao's face went dark with pure annoyance. These guys were total idiots. Before they could even finish their flashy entrance, he threw a punch that sent them both reeling before they could even react. Shieldblade burst into tears, begging for mercy. Wait, Big Brother Baili. Is it too late to say sorry? Yunxiao glared at him. Way too late. But, if you tell me who hired you, maybe I'll give you a chance. Venomous Snake broke instantly. He couldn't take the pressure. I'll talk. It wasn't just one person, it's an entire organization. The Black Dragon Society from Dongying. Yunxiao's brow furrowed. That name again. The Black Dragon Society. Again. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to settle this score once and for all. He let go of them and stepped back. I heard the bounty on my head is $1 billion. Tell you what each of you pays me $1 billion, and I'll let you walk away. Sounds fair, right? The girl scrambled to agree. Yes, totally fair, but inside, they were both dying. Fair? That was their entire life savings. Seconds later, Yunxiao's phone buzzed twice. A notification popped up. Finding in trash has transferred $1 billion to your account. Then another. See, my sexy self has transferred $1 billion. Yunxiao couldn't help but comment, wow, those are some creative usernames. Yunxiao checked the balance. All right, money received. I won't take your lives. However, I already tipped off the Great Xia military. They've completely surrounded this place. Whether they let you live or not, that's up to General Chu. He hadn't technically lied, but Shieldblade and Venomous Snake were absolutely devastated. Damn you, Baili Yunxiao. Yunxiao hurried to the hospital to check on his friend. Lieutenant General Ingo. I've avenged you. Focus on your recovery now. The country needs you. Young General Baili. General Baoquok stepped forward. The doctors say it'll take 6 months for him to recover. Don't be too hard on yourself. He'll pull through. He paused, then his tone turned serious. Baili, since you're here, there's something important. The negotiations between Great Xia and Dongying are moving forward quite smoothly. The Black Dragon Society has agreed to compensate us for all our losses at Longting Island. But they have one condition. They want you to act as a peace envoy. They want you to travel to Dongying alone. Yunxiao's face darkened immediately. This was a blatant setup. What? General Bao Kwok looked worried. On paper, the Black Dragon Society is inviting you as a guest to ease tensions between our nations. But in reality, it's a death trap. Yunxiao didn't hesitate. If I don't go, they'll use it as propaganda to drag Great Xia's name through the mud. I have to go. There's no other choice. Don't worry, General. I'm not going in blind. I have a plan. The general frowned but didn't argue, knowing Yunxiao wouldn't change his mind. Yunxiao let out a cold smirk, his eyes full of calculation. Actually, I have a few old debts of my own to collect from them. Not long after, the flight to the negotiation site was officially in the air. Upon landing, he was met by Genko. Welcome to the Black Dragon Society, Mr. Baili. Your hotel is ready. Please, allow me to escort you. Yunxiao just responded with a sharp, mocking remark. So this is the Black Dragon Society's headquarters? Honestly, I expected it to be a bit more crowded. Those bounty hunters couldn't kill me. You're disappointed, aren't you, little monk? Our girl just forces a smile. What are you talking about, Mr. Baili? I'm totally lost here. Inside, Huanzi is absolutely fuming. Those bounty hunters were useless, zero professional ethics. She figures as long as she doesn't admit it, there's nothing he can do. But Yunxiao just laughs it off. All right, cut the act. We're practically friends now. I should actually thank you for the extra cash. Yunxiao is feeling himself today, boasting that there's no one left worth fighting. Being this powerful? It's a lonely life. She scoffs under her breath. Just wait until our leader gets that treasure. You'll be dust. Suddenly, Yunxiao whips around, staring her down. He doesn't hold back. I could have sworn I heard someone talking trash about me. He's the type to settle every debt, so naturally, she plays it safe. Who, me? No way. I didn't say a word. Don't go making things up. Yunxiao starts digging. Funny, because I definitely heard something about your leader having a treasure. Huanzi tries to play it off. Mr. Baili, please don't mind me. Just a slip of the tongue. But as he leans in, she's forced to back away until she's practically folding. You've got a flexible back. I wonder what happens if I fold it 180 degrees. Panic hits. Okay, I'll talk. The leader, he has a cultivator's relic. Yunxiao pauses. A real cultivator's relic? In this Dharma-ending age where magic is dying? Now that is interesting. Quick lore drop. Cultivators were ancient legends who trained to transcend humanity through spiritual practice. We're talking about beings who ascended to the heavens and could wipe out entire continents. These relics? They're packed with pure spiritual energy. So, what is it exactly? She winces, explaining the item is kept deep inside the Black Dragon Society Museum. Yunxiao's tone turns cold. You're taking me there tonight. Or you can imagine the consequences. Huanzi thinks she's winning. The leader said Baili Yunxiao wouldn't be able to resist a relic. The plan is simple. Lure him to the museum. She wipes her face, forces another smile, and agrees. A few hours later, they're at the gates. Mr. Baili, we're here. She's already looking for the exit. I've done my part, so I'll just be going. Nope. He grabs her instantly. See, Yunxiao saw through this trap from the very beginning. Going somewhere? You really thought I didn't know this was a setup? Huanzi freezes. How did you? Right on cue. The ambush triggers. Who dares break into the museum? Yunxiao's eyes widen. Spirit guardians? Why is Japanese magic being mixed with Western region spells here? Briefing time. Spirit guardians are like ethereal bodyguards. They can manifest weapons but have no physical form. Basically, they're immortal. They'll keep attacking forever, unless you know the specific secret arts to stop them. One swings a massive blade down. Yunxiao grabs Huanzi and dives out of the way just in time. 3 more close in at once. Yunxiao throws up a defensive barrier, but the impact is insane. He's literally being driven into the concrete floor. He grinds his teeth, looking for an opening, but realizes they're outmatched for now. Time to bolt. He grabs his guide and runs. How do we stop them? He barks. If you don't start talking, I'm using you as a human shield. Huanzi panics. I don't know. I was just the bait. The leader planned everything else. Suddenly she screams, look out. A spirit guardian had been stalking them from the shadows. He summons his fire sword and cleaves right through the spirit. Yunxiao follows up with a flurry of strikes, turning the guardian into a cloud of sparks. The spirit's sword hits the ground, but the flames, they aren't going out. He frowns. Something's wrong. Normal attacks won't finish this. But he doesn't have time to overthink. He needs that relic first. Yunxiao spots it and his eyes light up. Thousands. No, tens of thousands of spirit silks. This is high-grade stuff. Don't mind if I do. Suddenly, the lights cut out. Total darkness, except for a single spotlight on him. Dozens of guards emerge, guns aimed right at his head. Huanzi screams, wait, I'm still here. Don't shoot. That's when Shangang appears. Baili Yunxiao caught red-handed stealing from the Black Dragon Society. The evidence is clear. Then, he turns his gaze to Huanzi. As for you, since you couldn't stop him, you're useless. The penalty for failure? Death. Huanzi turns pale. She's being discarded like trash. Yunxiao lets out a cold laugh. Looks like your friends just quit on you. Huanzi is shaking. This is all your fault, you bastard. Fire. The guards unleash hell. The display case is shredded in a hail of bullets, but when the smoke clears, they're gone. Shangang's eyes bulge. Ch. You think you can run? Meanwhile, tucked in a corner, Yunxiao whispers, me, a bastard? If I hadn't moved you, you'd be Swiss cheese right now. She's losing it. If you hadn't kidnapped me, I wouldn't be in this mess. She explains the situation. Shangang has called in reinforcements. The entire museum is surrounded. There's no easy way out. Think of something. I don't want to die here. Yunxiao smirks. If you want to live, start talking. Give me the layout. Huanzi racks her brain, sketching the danger in her head. The main hall is packed with snipers. Their close-range game is weak, but they've got 2 melee grandmasters guarding them. Plus, 8 more weapon masters are holding the perimeter. The second you step out, you're dead. Boom! The wall behind them erupts in a massive explosion. Luckily, they weren't hit directly, but the clock just ran out. Yunxiao was instantly on high alert. This wasn't normal, it was a spell. Are you an immortal cultivator? He wondered. Shagang, however, just stared coldly at the girl. Lady Huanzi, are you really planning to commit treason? Huanzi didn't back down for a second, her brow furrowed in anger. Treason? Leader Shagang, you've got a big mouth. If anything happens to me, my father will make sure you pay the ultimate price. She was betting everything on the Tianhe clan's influence. Shagang just gave a dry, chilling laugh. Is that so? Well then, let's see if he even gets the chance. Without warning, Shagang launched a lethal hidden strike. The Empire would simply remember her as a heroic sacrifice. But Yunxiao was faster. He lunged forward, snatching her out of the way. Move it! Are you planning to just stand there and die? He grabbed her and bolted, his mind already racing. Quick, tell me, Where's the weakest point in this formation? We need to break out now. Huanzi pointed toward the corner with a trembling finger. There. Third man from the left, he just reached the Grandmaster level. He's the weak link. Shigang saw them moving and roared. Open fire. Don't let them escape. The pursuit was relentless, like a predator chasing its prey. Stay right where you are, Shigang screamed. Huanzi looked at Yunxiao in pure shock. Had he actually mastered the secret arts of the immortals? Yunxiao just gave a cocky smirk, glancing back at their pursuers. You really think these guys can hold me? With a sudden burst of power, he completely shattered Shagang's incoming attack. The sheer pressure radiating from him forced the guards to stumble back in terror. Taking advantage of the absolute chaos, Yunxiao grabbed Huanzi and vanished into the shadows. Shigang stared at the massive hole blasted into the wall, his face twisting with rage. He knew they couldn't have gone far. Not yet. After them. Send out the order immediately, he barked. Tianhe Huanzi has conspired with Baili Yunxiao to steal the sacred artifacts. Find them. Kill them on sight. His men's roar of "Yes, sir," echoed through the night. Meanwhile, Yunxiao and Huanzi were already heading straight for a weathered, ancient-looking manor. Yunxiao didn't bother with the door. He literally crashed through the ceiling with Huanzi slung over his shoulder like a sack of groceries. The servants jumped back, weapons drawn. Who goes there? This is the residence of the Tianhe clan head. No one enters without permission, they shouted. Huanzi, covered in blood and bruises, managed to find her voice. It's me, Tianhe Huanzi. And this is Mr. Baili. I have an urgent matter to discuss with my father. Now, an old voice finally cut through the tension, speaking in code. Mao Yi Gengxin. Everyone, stand down. The guards obeyed instantly, retreating into the shadows. The clan head, Xuankong, glared at Yunxiao with eyes like daggers. So, you're the famous Baili Yunxiao? Did you hurt my daughter and drag her here as a hostage? Huanzi quickly stepped in to explain. Father, no, it was Shigang. He attacked me. He betrayed our alliance and tried to kill me. She gasped for breath, her eyes wide. And that's not all. He somehow unlocked the ancient magic left behind by the immortals, but her father cut her off before she could finish. Xuankong kept his gaze locked on Yunxiao, ignoring his daughter entirely. I'm talking to Mr. Baili right now, not you. Huanzi lowered her head. Yes, father. Yunxiao just stood his ground, completely unfazed. Your daughter already gave you the answer. Now, quit playing games. What do you really want to ask me? Xuankong admitted he'd heard of Yunxiao's reputation for a long time. Seeing you today, the rumors didn't do you justice. If you've already guessed my suspicions, then I won't beat around the bush any longer. Xuankong leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. Tell me, Mr. Baili. Are you an immortal cultivator? Yunxiao wasn't about to show his hand that easily. He just tilted his head and smirked. And if I am? What then? And if I'm not? Xuankong didn't flinch. If you are a cultivator, the Tianhe clan will protect you and help you escape the Black Dragon Society's hunt. But if you're not, well, I won't hurt you myself, but you're on your own. When the Black Dragon Society comes for your head, I won't lift a finger to help. Yunxiao saw right through it. Whether it was the Black Dragon Society or the Tianhe clan, everyone was obsessed with the path to immortality. Even if he denied it, they wouldn't believe him anyway. So, Yunxiao decided to play along. Fine. You guessed it. I am a cultivator. Xuankong froze. He actually admitted it. The room went silent for a heartbeat. Suddenly, the old man bowed low. Mr. Baili, please, take Huanzi as your disciple. Teach her the ancestral techniques of our clan. If you agree, I'll give you 3,000 spirit stones. Yunxiao pulled out an object, a knowing look in his eyes. You mean this? Xuankong's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, that's the one. Yunxiao thought to himself, this guy is definitely up to something, but this works in my favor. But then, Xuankong added a chilling warning. There's just one problem. Those spirit stones belong to my clan, but they aren't easy to get. Centuries ago, our ancestors sank them into the depths of the cold pond. And they're guarded by a jiaomang, a massive dragon serpent, 30 meters long. A normal warrior? They'd be dead in seconds. Yunxiao didn't even blink. He actually looked bored. Fine, take me there. I want to see it for myself. He knew he couldn't pass this up. If those spirit stones were real, he needed them at any cost. Xuankong led him to the edge of a towering, jagged cliff. Mr. Baili, the 3,000 stones are down there, in the depths of the cold pond. The real trouble is that beast. The pond is bottomless, and the creature never leaves. If you're really going through with this, you need to be extremely careful. Think it over, Mr. Baili. Come find me when you've made your decision. But Yunxiao was already calculating. 100 years makes a serpent, 1,000 years makes a worm. This thing shouldn't be a problem for him. Xuankong watched him, his heart pounding. The ancestors were clear. Even a legend of the martial Dao would struggle here. Taking down a jiaomang is no easy feat, he thought. He was sure Yunxiao would hesitate, but before he could even finish the thought, Yunxiao dove. He didn't wait. didn't plan, he just plummeted straight toward the water. A wicked, predatory grin spread across Xuankong's face. Go ahead, Baili Yunxiao. I'll just wait here until you and that monster tear each other apart. Meanwhile, back in the manor, Huanzi was pacing her room, filled with anxiety. What were they talking about for so long? She bit her lip, wondering if her life was about to change forever. Would she really become his disciple, or something more? Suddenly, she overheard the guards whispering outside her door, their voices urgent. Reporting to the clan head, Baili Yunxiao has entered the lake. The seal is fluctuating wildly. He's already engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the Jiaomeng. As long as Baili Yunxiao and the Flood Dragon tear each other apart, we'll wait for the dust to settle. Then, we snatch the treasure and pin the whole mess on him. Her face went pale, she couldn't believe her own ears. Is father really plotting to betray him? Suddenly, the door swung open. Tianhe Xuankong stepped in with a chilling smile. Huanzi, did you hear what I just said? She jumped. Her father's presence was terrifying. She panicked. No, she couldn't let this happen. Yunxiao had saved her life, and she wouldn't stand by while he was backstabbed. Huanzi desperately tried to reason with him. Father, please. Baili Yunxiao is my savior, he's the reason I'm alive. But Xuankong had zero intention of abandoning his twisted scheme. Baili Yunxiao has slaughtered too many of our Eastern masters. His arrogance is out of control. If we don't end him now, he'll walk all over us. She gritted her teeth. No, she had to stop this. Huanzi bolted for the exit, but her father let out a thunderous roar to stop her. She was instantly pinned to the floor. Father, listen to me. Baili Yunxiao is terrifyingly strong. He won't die that easily. Think about what you're doing. Xuankong just laughed. I wouldn't be so sure. Right now, he's facing the legendary flood dragon within the lake. He was brimming with pure confidence. For all we know, that beast has already devoured him. Meanwhile, deep in the water, Yunxiao was locked in a life-or-death struggle. He wiped blood from his lip, staring the monster down with total disdain. Just an overgrown insect. Is this all you've got? The flood dragon let out a hiss filled with pure hatred. Even deep underwater, Yunxiao moved like a ghost, dodging every strike with ease. He lured the beast to the surface and instantly summoned his flaming sword. He spun, building massive momentum, before bringing his blazing arm down right on the monster's head. The dragon let out a weak hiss as blood sprayed from its shattered scales. Yunxiao soared into the sky, his entire body wreathed in flames. Time for the finisher. 10,000 flames ignited as a dozen fiery spears skewered the beast. The flood dragon collapsed into the lake, completely lifeless. Yunxiao dove back down. That fight drained a massive amount of energy, so he stabilized his breath while searching for the spirit stone. Suddenly, he overheard voices. Chief, both the dragon and Baili Yunxiao's energy signatures have completely vanished. Xuankong couldn't wait a second longer to play the scavenger. Finally, Baili Yunxiao is dead. The treasure belongs to us now. Yunxiao stayed hidden, watching the chief wear a greedy smirk as he and his men ventured deeper into the cave. Yunxiao was surprised. Had the immortal seal already been broken? Xuankong rushed inside, not even caring that he was soaking wet. He waited until the last man disappeared before following cautiously. The cave entrance was completely submerged, cut off by the water. Xuankong let out a triumphant roar. At last, the immortal treasure is mine. But then, a voice echoed through the chamber. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Chief of the Tianhe clan. Yunxiao mocked. Quite the scavenger hunt you've got going on. Xuankong froze in pure terror. Baili Yunxiao, the men screamed in shock. How are you still alive? He smirked. Killing me isn't that easy. In fact, I should thank you for giving me the chance to slay that beast and take 3 drops of its blood. Xuankong's mind raced. So what if you're alive? Once I master the Jade Scroll Immortal technique, you're a dead man. Attack. But with a single sweep, Yunxiao cleared the entire room. Move aside, you pests. You're in my way. Xuankong lunged for the treasure. I knew these weaklings couldn't hurt you. Fine. Then taste the power of an immortal's relic. The Heaven Slasher sword. Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. An actual immortal spirit tool left in this world? Blinding light erupted from the sealed pillar. The Heaven Slasher sword shot toward Yunxiao, and he struggled to block the massive force. You're a pathetic coward, Yunxiao taunted. Even with a spirit tool, do you really think a guy like you can kill me? He deflected the blade, sending it straight through Xuankong's chest. Let's see how it feels to be killed by your own prize. His eyes bulged as he stammered. No, impossible. He slumped to the floor, his life fading away. Yunxiao stood over the corpse. The chief's energy was gone, but something felt wrong. Stop playing dead and come out. Suddenly, a horrific laugh erupted from the body. Impressive, kid. I was hiding so deep, yet you still managed to sense me. You're too kind, Yunxiao replied. The chief's soul is gone, but his body still reeks of spirit energy. It wasn't hard to figure out. I am the ancestor of the Tianhe clan, Tianhe Lingfeng. You dared to slaughter my kin, and now, I'm here to collect that debt. Yunxiao saw right through him. This isn't about your kin. It's about the body you were preparing for yourself, isn't it? You plan to possess him once the time was right. You're even more heartless than I am. Internally, Yunxiao was shocked. He didn't expect anyone in this world to be so proficient in high-level possession magic. This old man must have reached the celestial realm in his past life. This wouldn't be an easy fight at all. Lingfeng drew his sword. If not for you, I would have already been reborn. Today, you're not leaving this place alive. Ignoring the hole in his chest, he lunged like a maniac. Yunxiao blocked with his flaming sword, but the pressure was insane. He shoved back with everything he had. What's wrong, can't even handle a few swings? Lingfeng taunted. Yunxiao panted this opponent was on a whole different level. This heaven-slaying sword has a consciousness at the heaven-human realm. If I keep going like this, I'm not going to last much longer. Making a split-second decision, he wipes his forehead. He was planning to save this special blood for refining pills, but looks like he's got to use a drop right now. Baili Yunxiao takes a deep breath, unleashing a massive wave of spiritual energy from his brow. Xuankong is absolutely terrified. Could this be the legendary origin soul transformation? He takes the hit head-on, letting out a scream filled with pure helplessness and pain. Xuankong's spirit soul is completely erased. Our boy is exhausted, he almost lost it all right there. Note to self, be way more careful from now on. This world? It's definitely not as simple as it looks. Yunxiao limps toward the heaven-slaying sword. That origin soul technique really did a number on his own spirit, and it's probably going to take thousands of spirit stones to patch himself up. He does a quick mental check. This cave is packed with treasure, at least 3,000 spirit stones. Yeah, that'll do just fine. Yunxiao carefully inspects his loot. The consciousness inside the weapon has been wiped clean. Not gonna lie, this is one high-quality spiritual sword. From now on, you're with me. Your new name? The Demon-Slaying Sword. He quickly starts the soul-binding ritual, gathering all things, birthing a new spirit. The spiritual energy manifests, the blade is forged, and the contract is sealed. A blinding light erupts, completely swallowing the entire cave. A brilliant surge of spiritual power resonates through the air. Over by the lake, Huanzi's sharp ears pick it up instantly. That sound? It's the unmistakable sign of a legendary treasure being born. Her father has been underwater for way too long now, and there's still no news. Suddenly, someone interrupts her train of thought. Lady Tianhe, a servant shouts in a panic. Lady Huanzi, we've got a huge problem. The leader of the Black Dragon Society, Doman Shengguang, is here. He's demanding to see the clan head, and we can't hold him back. She's stunned. What? Before she can react, his voice booms from outside. I, Doman Shengguang, am here to see the Tianhe clan head. Hand over Baili Yunxiao and Tianhe Huanzi right now. Huanzi is freaking out. She can't believe Doman Shengguang actually tracked them all the way here. Shengguang gives a cold warning. Clan head, if you don't open this door, I'm coming in anyway. And he's not bluffing. He kicks the door open and marches straight in. Your daughter, Lady Huanzi, conspired with Baili Yunxiao to rob the Black Dragon Society's treasury and steal our immortal artifacts. They even injured our people. It's an unforgivable crime. They were seen fleeing to this location. So don't you dare try to hide them. He knows someone is in there. If you keep playing hidden, don't blame me for what happens next. Suddenly, a voice from behind the curtain roars back. Impudent! Leader Doman. You barge into my ancestral home and demand people? You think the Tianhe clan is just a joke you can push around? Shengguang flinches for a second, but he quickly keeps his cool. Clanhead, forgive my bluntness, but you're getting up there in age. Maybe you should stop meddling in the business of the younger generation. But fine, I respect my elders. If you say they aren't here, I'll take your word for it. He turns to leave, but deep down, Shengguang is suspicious. If that really was Tianhe Xuankong behind that screen, there's no way he would have let him off that easily without demanding a tribute. If it wasn't him, then Huanzi is definitely faking it. Back in the room, Huanzi breathes a sigh of relief. Thank God for her voice-mimicking skills and her father's old cloak. It was just enough to pull off the disguise. She coldly tells him to get lost. But suddenly, bang! A gunshot grazes right past her head. Yep. Shengguang saw through the act instantly. He scoffs. Leave? I don't think so. I don't care who you are behind that screen. Get out here right now, or I'm blowing your head off. A servant tries to ambush Shengguang, hoping to take him out quickly. A powerful strike slams down, shattering the floorboards, but wait. The thing that took the hit? It's just a straw doll. A substitution art? Shengguang is actually up on the roof, watching the entire clan fall into total chaos. Quick, get to the room and protect Lady Huanzi. That bastard Doman Shengguang fired a shot. Move it. Shengguang mumbles to himself that dealing with these weaklings is just a waste of time. That noise from the lake earlier? That had to be Baili Yunxiao's doing. Time to check it out. With that, Shengguang vanishes into the night. The guards rush in, panicking. Lady Huanzi, are you okay? Where is Doman Shengguang? Where did he go? She snaps into action. He's definitely heading for the lake. Capture him at all costs. Everyone, follow me. Shangguang is fast, hoping to reach the snow room before anyone else can interfere. He effortlessly crushes every obstacle in his path as he beelines for the water. The disturbance came from right here. He notices that despite all the noise he's been making, neither Tianhe Shuangkong nor Baili Yunxiao has shown their faces. Could they both be under the lake? Shangguang doesn't hesitate, he dives right in. He immediately runs into an ambush set up by Huanzi. She levels her weapon at him. Leader Doman, take one more step and I promise these bullets won't miss. Shangguang just laughs. Is the Tianhe clan really down to its last few scrubs? Now I'm even more curious to see what's down there. Huanzi gives the order to fire since he won't listen, but her men are nowhere near his level. A bunch of trash. Get out of my way. With a single palm strike, Shangguang blows them all back. The soldiers are wiped out in an instant, leaving Huanzi standing all by herself, barely holding on. He snorts coldly. You chose the hard way. Now, does anyone else want to try and stop me from going into that lake? Huanzi goes all in. I won't let you interfere with my father or Mr. Baili. Take one more step, and I'm blowing this entire valley sky high. It's a suicide mission. Shangguang aimed his gun straight at her face. He'd planned to keep her alive as a pawn. But now, that mercy was officially off the table. Wanna bet? Who's faster, you burning that fuse, or my bullet? But suddenly, the air shifted. Before he could pull the trigger, an invisible force slammed into him, sending Shangguang flying backward. Baili Yunxiao had returned just in time. He let out a cold, sharp smirk. Actually, I think my sword chi is the fastest thing here. Shangguang grit his teeth, realization hitting him like a truck. So it was you. Baili Yunxiao, you actually stole the cultivator's relics. Which means Master Chizuru Xuankong is dead because of you, isn't he? Inside, Shangguang was panicking. Damn it, how the hell did this kid's strength reach such a monster level already? He knew he was outmatched. Facing Yunxiao alone was suicide. Being a calculated coward, he decided to retreat immediately and regroup with his main squad. Shangguang slammed a smoke grenade down, masking his escape. Wait for it, Baili Yunxiao. This isn't over. As the smoke cleared, he had vanished, leaving nothing behind but a few drops of blood. Yunxiao landed gracefully, looking completely bored with the situation. Typical. These Dongying guys have zero spine, but man, can they run fast. Genko looked up at him, her eyes trembling with doubt. Mr. Baili, Shangguang said you killed my father. Tell me, is it true? He didn't blink. Yeah, it's true. He tried to kill me first, so now he's gone. He paused, looking at the girl. But since you risked your life against Shangguang, I'll give you a choice. Lead the Chizuru family and swear your absolute loyalty to me. Do that, and I'll be your shield. If not, you can go join your father. The weight of the world crashed down on her, and she couldn't stop the tears from falling. Winter takes all the cold reality of the world. What could she even do? Meanwhile, across the lake, Shangguang stared into the depths. Those treasures were tempting, but he couldn't risk a direct clash with Yunxiao again. That guy is a freak of nature, he thought. I can't give him even a second to recover his strength. Today, he dies. Shangguang wasn't playing fair anymore. He had an entire squad waiting, armed to the teeth with the latest heavy weaponry. Target locked. Blow the Chizuru estate to kingdom come. Don't let Baili Yunxiao escape. Then, all hell broke loose. A barrage of explosions rocked the area with earth-shattering force. The two of them felt the killing intent a split second too late. Genko's face went white as she screamed, "It's the Black Dragon Society. They're using heavy artillery. Mr. Baili, move." Flash forward 3 days. Inside General Chu's office, Ruo Dan was in shambles, crying her eyes out. "Grandpa, please tell me it's not true. Is he really dead?" Her father, Bao Guo, sighed heavily. The Black Dragon Society is claiming Yunxiao conspired with Genko to steal a national treasure. They say they were caught in a massive weapons transport explosion while trying to flee. The fire was so hot it leveled the mountain. It was a total disaster. Ruo Dan snapped. "I don't believe a word of it. Only an idiot would fall for that lie. The Black Dragon Society murdered him, and now they're framing him. Grandpa, you have to do something. You have to avenge him." Her grandfather's voice was stern. "Ruo Dan, watch your words. The military has already sent investigators to the Black Dragon Society. For now, we stay quiet." But she wouldn't back down. Stay quiet? People are already using his death as an excuse to target his family and seize Dragon Pavilion Island. We have to act. Bao Guo let out a long, weary sigh. It's not that simple. The paperwork for the island is still in progress. If these people move in under the name of revenge, the military can't just jump in. Just, let me think. I need to find a way around this. Ruo Dan wiped her eyes, clinging to hope. He's still alive. I know it. Someone that powerful doesn't just disappear. And she was right. Yunxiao was currently at the bottom of a deep lake with Genko. She knew that if he hadn't dragged her into the depths before the missiles hit, she'd be nothing but ash. Looking at him, she realized this man was a bottomless pit of secrets. and there was no way he'd let her walk away now. But a spark of ambition lit up inside her. If I follow a master this terrifyingly strong, maybe I can actually rebuild my clan from the ground up. Yunxiao let out a long, concentrated breath. He looked exhausted, but he had finally finished absorbing every last bit of energy from the spirit stones. This was a total blessing in disguise. The pressure of the attack forced a breakthrough, and with 10,000 spirit stones, he had finally reached the great spirit master realm. Genko didn't hesitate. She dropped to her knees in the mud. Master Baili, I am yours. From today on, I will be your eyes and ears in Dongying. Yunxiao smiled, satisfied. Good. I'm glad you've finally seen the light. But he wasn't naive. Open your mind and accept my master-servant contract. If you even dream of betraying me, this seal will shred your consciousness from the inside out. Genko lowered her head submissively. This servant would never dare to betray her master. It's done, Yunxiao declared. The contract is set. Now, go. Find Doman Shangang and take your revenge. She bowed low. As you command, master. Meanwhile, Shangang was playing the part of a grieving hero. General Wu, what happened to Baili Yunxiao was a terrible tragedy. It truly pains me. But the dead don't come back. Besides, you saw the footage he stole those relics. He basically signed his own death warrant. General Tianjun grit his teeth, his temper flaring. Listen closely, Shangang. Just because you say it was an accident doesn't make it the truth. They were standing in the heart of the Black Dragon Society's headquarters. We've had teams searching for 3 days, the general continued, and we haven't found a single trace of his body. Shangang just smirked, his attitude completely disrespectful. Mr. Wu, I'm just the messenger. Whether you accept it or not is your problem. I've been more than generous letting your envoys poke around here. If anything, you should be thanking me. Internally, he was laughing. That rocket strike was direct and devastating. Baili Yunxiao was at ground zero. He's been turned into literal dust. Finding a body? Keep dreaming. My only regret is losing that azure spirit sword in the blast. Shangang isn't backing down. He's throwing out desperate warnings, claiming our main man stole a precious immortal artifact, the crown jewel of the Black Dragon Society. He threatens to leak everything to the international press if Great Xia doesn't pay up. Tianjun can't believe the sheer audacity. The guy's skin is thicker than a tank. What exactly are you planning to leak? That voice. It's him. Baili Yunxiao drops in, riding his sword like a total boss. Why not tell them how many times your society tried to take me out? And failed every single time? Siam, Longding Island, and that pathetic bounty order. Trust me, I haven't forgotten a thing. Meanwhile, Huanzi is having a bit of a crisis. Master, please land. Everyone is. Well, they're seeing right up my skirt. Shangang's jaw hits the floor. Baili Yunxiao? Huanzi? How are you two still breathing? Lieutenant General Enjo, on the other hand, is absolutely ecstatic. Major General Baili, you're alive. Thank heaven. The duo touches down smoothly. Yunxiao gives a nod of respect. General No, thanks for coming for me. But from here on, I'll take it. Huanzi adds with a smirk. Don't worry, General. With my master here, you can sit back and relax. Tianjun is stunned. Master? He's impressed. Our boy didn't just survive a carpet bombing, he somehow came back with a high-tier maidservant. Talk about a glow-up. Shangang is losing his mind. Just a few days ago, this kid was at death's door, shredded by injuries. Now, he looks better than ever. Fighting him now would be suicide. Shangang panics. Baili Yunxiao, what do you think you're doing? This is Black Dragon headquarters. If you touch me, Japan and the entire international community will come for your head. Yunxiao just shrugs. Oh, really? He starts gathering energy deadly. You think they'll start a war over a corpse? Besides, I deal with my enemies face to face. Shangang screams about being bullied, acting like he's the victim here. I'm the leader of the Black Dragon Society. If you kill me, but he doesn't get to finish. Blood starts gushing from his mouth. Yunxiao drives his blade straight through. You talk way too much for a dead man. Annoying. Shangang gasps. How? How did your strength increase so fast? Yunxiao actually smiles. I should thank you. That immortal artifact you mentioned? It worked wonders for my cultivation. And don't worry. To show my gratitude, Huanzi here is going to take over your society and actually make it useful. Shangang lets out a crazed, heart-piercing laugh. You think you won? Go ahead, kill me. Your family is coming to hell right behind me. Yunxiao freezes. The air goes cold. What did you just say? Explain yourself. Shangang grins, his final spiteful act. An hour ago, the word came in. The martial arts world of Great Xia has surrounded your parents on Longding Island. If you hurry, you might get there in time to collect their bodies. Suddenly, the temperature spikes. Yunxiao's expression doesn't change, but his rage is palpable. He incinerates Shangang on the spot, not even ashes remain. It looks like the Great Xia martial arts world needs a serious cleaning. With his killing intent boiling over, Yunxiao looks at the general. I need to go. Now. Major General, stay calm. Ngo tries to intervene. I haven't received any official word about your parents yet. Yunxiao's brow furrows. Then what's the real story, General? Ngo explains that 3 days ago, news of Yunxiao's death spread. Those greedy martial arts clans started claiming his parents weren't worthy of owning Longding Island. They're trying to seize it for themselves, claiming it's to prevent accidents. They've already forced his father to flee East Zhou. Tianjun drops the name of the man behind it all. Tu Baili. He's the grandson of the legendary god of war, a guy who's been at the peak of half-step martial myth for years. Basically, the final boss of the martial world. Yunxiao's face goes dark as night. Tu Baili. If so much as a hair on my parents' heads is harmed, I will make them pay in blood. Ngo offers a private jet for an immediate departure, but Yunxiao shakes his head. Forget it. A plane is way too slow. He leaps onto his sword and takes off like a rocket. I can't wait. Clean up the mess here, I'm heading home. Tianjun promises to handle the small fry. Consider it done. The trash here is as good as gone. Safe travels, kid. Yunxiao literally splits the ocean as he flies. His speed? Absolutely unreal. Suddenly, a group of massive sea beasts jumps out to block his path. Yunxiao's eyes flash with annoyance. Stupid beasts. You really think you can stop me right now? He smashes the leader over the head and starts absorbing the surrounding energy to maintain his barrier. You've actually developed some intelligence? Fine. Become my mount and serve me, and I might just let you live. The beast practically cries as it nods in submission. Meanwhile, back at Longding Island, things are looking grim. Tu Baili is gloating in front of the gates. Listen up. Hand over Baili Anji and Lin Xiaoyan, and the rest of you can walk away with your lives. From inside the cliffside mansion, Xiangwu yells back. In your dreams, you scumbag! She stands her ground firmly. We will never hand them over to a bunch of low-life thieves like you. Xiaoyan is terrified, but she keeps her voice steady. Xiangwu, don't provoke him. We don't even know if Yunxiao is okay yet. I don't want anyone else getting hurt. Anji sighs. It's no use, Xiaoyan. Tu Baili is a monster. He's not here for a deal, he's here for a massacre. Qingyun staggers to his feet, gritting his teeth. Don't worry, the defensive formation can hold for one more wave. And if it breaks, the Azure Dragon team will die before we let them touch a single hair on your heads. The two of them are shaking with fear. Honestly, I don't even think we need Longding Island anymore, they plead. Nobody should have to throw their lives away like this. Xiaoyan, this isn't just about the island anymore. Baili Yunxiao knows exactly what's happening. Over a decade ago, Tu Baili was the one who let them escape. Back then, they weren't a threat. But now, Yunxiao is becoming way too famous for his own sake. And to make matters worse, Longding Island officially belongs to the Baili clan. Anji is certain of one thing. Tu Baili will never allow a potential threat to exist. That monster rounds up a mob of brainwashed thugs and orders the attack. Boom! A series of massive explosions rock the area, targeting them directly. The final defensive array can't take the pressure, it shatters into a million pieces. Baili storms through the smoke, laughing like a psychopath. Baili Anji, he roars. Your little turtle shell is gone. Stop hiding like a coward and crawl out here to face me. If you keep hiding, I'll make sure this ends painfully. Who the hell do you think you are? The crowd bristles as Baili Ludong steps forward, blocking his path. You think you can just demand to see our uncle whenever you want? Look closely, we are your opponents today. Azure Dragon Squad, listen up, prepare to strike. They throw everything they've got at him, charging with pure desperation. But let's be real. It's like throwing eggs at a brick wall. He just scoffs. With one casual wave of his hand, half the squad is wiped out instantly. You kids really thought you could stop me? He laughs. Azure Dragon Squad? What a joke. Is that all? It's pathetic. Even Lu Dong is left unconscious on the ground. He starts taunting again, his voice dripping with venom. Baili Yanji, you're a total coward. Years ago you hid behind a woman, and now you're letting these kids die for you? You really are. Anji has had enough. He's ready to sacrifice everything. That's enough. Xiangwu desperately tries to hold him back. Uncle Baili, please, I'm begging you, come back. But Anjie has already made his decision. Tu Baili, stop. You want me? I'm right here. Lu Dong somehow stumbles to his feet, desperately trying to grab Baili's leg to slow him down. Uncle, please. You have to run. But the villain doesn't care, he just kicks him aside like he's nothing. Baili Anji, I can't believe it. All these years and you haven't improved at all. One little insult was all it took to bait you out. He starts mocking Anji's family, but then his smile turns dark. Since you're here, let me tell you the truth. The only reason you've survived all these years is because of your sister, Baili Anhua. She spent every single day and night serving me, catering to my every whim. Baili laughs right in Anjia's face. Aren't you ashamed enough to just kill yourself right now? And honestly, the taunt works perfectly. Angia is seeing red. To Baili, I'll take you to hell with me. He lunges, which is exactly what the villain wanted. Know your place, old man. If you're so eager to die, I'll be happy to help you out. Suddenly, shing. Yunxiao's sword streaks through the air, knocking Baili back just in time to save his father. Baili grinds his teeth in pure rage. Who's there? Anjia's eyes fill with tears of relief. There he is, Yunxiao, riding in on a massive spirit beast. To Baili, you really think you're worthy of making my father step in? Yunxiao is absolutely radiating fury, but his father? He's never been happier. Yunxiao, you're alive. My son, you're really alive. Baili Shi grips his sword, his eyes narrowing with a mocking glint. So, you're Baili Yunxiao? Still kicking, huh? Those useless idiots at the Black Dragon Society, bragging about a kill they didn't even make. Then, he turns his murderous gaze back toward Anji and lunges. But so what if you're alive? It changes nothing, he screams. Longding Island is mine, and Baili Anji dies today. Xiangwu and Xiaoyan can only watch in horror as the blade nears, screaming out in terror. Uncle Anji. Just as death seems certain, Yunxiao moves. Like a guardian deity, he appears in the blink of an eye. His spirit beast roars right behind him. You want to die that badly? Yunxiao growls. Suddenly, a sword erupts from beneath the water, moving like a bolt of lightning. He reaches out, catching the blade mid-air. Sword slaughter, he bellows. Baili's eyes nearly pop out of his head. So fast, he thinks, stunned. But he's not backing down without a fight. He raises his own blade, and the two clash with earth-shattering force. This is an all-out struggle for survival. It's a complete stalemate. Neither side is giving an inch. The very ground beneath Baili's feet begins to buckle and crack from the sheer pressure of their power. Seizing the opening, Yunxiao puts everything into a downward strike, forcing Baili to his knees. The tide is turning. Baili is fuming, his pride absolutely shattered. No, this is impossible, he screams. My speed is at the half-step martial rank, it's unbeatable. Unless, have you actually reached the mythic martial rank? Yunxiao just gives him a cold, piercing stare. I don't waste my breath explaining things to dead men, he says coldly. Baili feels the sting of that insult. He pulls out a hidden secret weapon. You arrogant brat? You think a kid like you can actually take me down? Suddenly, a terrifying beast appears, letting out a bone-chilling roar. Baili channels his energy into his sword, feeding the beast's power. Become a snack for the Qiongqi. Yunxiao doesn't even flinch. Instead, he just smirks. A soul-sealed cursed beast? Interesting. Too bad for you. You're facing ME. And then, Yunxiao's eyes go ice-cold, filled with a terrifying, murderous intent. Before the beast can even make its move, he strikes and it's over in an instant. Baili stands there, completely paralyzed. What? How? Yunxiao doesn't stop. He swings his sword again, releasing a wave of freezing energy that sends the beast flying back. The blast catches the villain too, sending him stumbling. I underestimated you, he stammers, coughing up blood. But don't think for a second you can actually kill me today. Yunxiao just stares him down, silent and deadly. That talisman of his. It's more powerful than it looks, he notes to himself. Realizing he was completely outmatched, Tu Baili dropped the act and prepared to bolt, but not before throwing out one last desperate warning. Baili Yunxiao. I'll make you pay for today's humiliation. Mark my words, we aren't finished yet. Yunxiao didn't just watch him leave. He lunged forward with a lethal strike, coldness in his eyes. No need to wait for later. I prefer settling my debts right here, right now. Boom! The sudden attack caught Tu Baili off guard, sending him screaming in agony. He was sent flying like a broken rag doll, coughing up blood while still trying to act tough. You'll regret this, Yunxiao, he sputtered. Yunxiao just watched him tumble into the distance, narrowing his eyes. Old man, you should thank Tu Long for giving you that life-saving treasure, but your legs? They're gone. Consider your life on borrowed time for now, because I'm coming to collect the rest later. He turned back toward the shore, his face a mask of absolute indifference. Tu Baili has already crawled away. Are the rest of you waiting for a formal invitation to my island? The men watching from the boat nearly jumped out of their skins. No, not at all. We're leaving right now. They scrambled to start the engine. Please, Mr. Baili, calm your anger. We were just passing through. Yeah. The scenery around Longting Island is just so beautiful. We got a bit distracted. Yunxiao didn't care for their excuses. He turned away casually. All right, that's settled. Let's head back. Anjie, standing by his side, gave a steady nod. Right, let's go home. Behind them, the crew let out a collective cheer of relief. Finally, break time. Once they were back at the house, the atmosphere shifted. Yunxiao sat down, his expression calm but serious. Father, everyone is settled. Now, tell me the truth. Who is this Tu Baili? What kind of history do you actually have with that man? And Jade let out a heavy, soul-weary sigh. It all started 19 years ago. He paused, the painful memories clearly rushing back. Back then, your aunt, Baili Yunxiao, and I were just out for a walk. We ran into Tu Baili. He saw how beautiful she was and started harassing her, getting handsy, being a complete scumbag. I was young, hot-headed. I couldn't just stand there. I fought him, and left him severely injured. But that meant offending his father, Tu Long, a man who had already ascended to the level of a martial legend. Furious, Tu Long stormed into the Baili household, crippled me, and took your aunt by force. The family feared the Tu clan would wipe us all out, so they sent me away. But your aunt. His head dropped, his voice cracking with nearly 2 decades of guilt. Because of my foolishness back then, she has been locked away in the Tu family's dungeon for 19 long years. Yunxiao slammed his hands on the table, standing up instantly. What? Father, that's enough. I'm going there. I'm going to kill him and bring her home. Anjie reached out, his voice filled with desperation. Yunxiao, I know you love her, but you're all I have left. You just reached the martial legend stage. Too long? He's been at that level for years. Even back then, when he was only half-step into that realm, he stormed a military camp alone and assassinated a commander. Saving her, we need a real plan. We can't just rush in. Yunxiao remained silent, his face unreadable, his resolve hardening like steel. Father, don't worry. The doors burst open. Master, something's wrong. Xiang Wu ran in, panting, clutching a formal-looking letter. Tu Baili sent a messenger. It's an invitation. He's demanding you come to the Tu estate in Shizhou immediately, he said. If you don't show up, he'll kill your aunt and every single member of the Baili family. Yunxiao's eyes widened, a flicker of pure, cold rage dancing in his pupils. He said what? And Jie looked like he'd seen a ghost. Yunxiao, this is a trap, a Hongmen banquet. Even if they're using the family to threaten you, you cannot go. His eyes were hollow, staring into the distance as if seeing the tragedy repeat itself. This started with the family offending them. Let me carry the weight of it. I won't watch you walk into a death trap. Yunxiao understood his father's fear, but his gaze was sharp with determination. Father, I can't let her suffer another minute of humiliation, and I definitely won't let you take the fall for me. Trust me, I won't be reckless. I'll contact our allies and prepare a counter-strategy. That's how we're playing this. Just then, Zhou Baoguo walked in, his footsteps heavy and authoritative. Major General Baili, I rushed over here because I was afraid you'd let your temper get the best of you. But seeing you now, I guess I don't need to worry. You're as steady as ever. Yunxiao was surprised to see him. General Zhou, I appreciate the concern, and thank you for protecting my family while I was away. Without you, I wouldn't have made it back in time. Baoguo walked over and gave Yunxiao a firm pat on the shoulder. Kid, you're the backbone of the eastern region. How could I just abandon your family? That would be dishonorable, he chuckled. Then his expression turned slightly more formal. Actually, I came here to tell you something else. Major General Baili, come with me. Yunxiao tilted his head. Is it something we can't discuss here? Baoguo laughed heartily. It's not exactly convenient in this room. Just follow me. Trust me, it's good news. He led Yunxiao to a large, decorated hall. Yunxiao looked around in genuine shock as the general guided him toward a raised platform. An announcer's voice boomed through the speakers. The promotion ceremony will now begin. Major General Baili, please step forward. Zhou Baoguo leaned in, whispering with a proud smile. You took down the Mount Man gang, that's a massive achievement. The higher-ups have decided to promote you to Lieutenant General. They even insisted I make the ceremony grand enough to match your reputation. Yunxiao bowed his head slightly, genuinely moved. Thank you, General Zhou, for everything. The announcer looked toward the general. And now, we invite General Zhou to officially present the insignia to Lieutenant General Baili. The general picked up a gleaming gold medal, his voice filled with pride. Baili Yunxiao, you have performed a great service for the Eastern region and the Great Xia Empire. Today, on behalf of the Dongzhou military, I'm officially promoting you to the rank of Lieutenant General. I expect great things for the future of Great Xia. Yunxiao salutes, his voice steady, as he vows not to let the general down. Fast forward to the end of the ceremony. Baoguo leads Yunxiao deep into a quiet forest. He walks in silence for a moment before speaking up. So, Lieutenant General Baili, are you satisfied with the promotion ceremony? Yunxiao nods sincerely. You thought of everything, General. How could I not be? I'll remember your kindness. But, you didn't bring me all the way out here just for small talk, did you? What's the real story? Baoguo stops dead in his tracks and turns around. No more games. Right. It's about Tu Long. We need to discuss him. Tu Long is the Marshal of Dongzhou, and the Tu family has massive influence. You crippled Baili Yunxiao, and trust me, they aren't the type to forgive and forget. If you don't show up, they'll use it as an excuse to hunt you down. That's why the High Command made a decision. His eyes narrow, sharp, and cold as ice. I'm appointing you as the special envoy of Dongzhou. Yunxiao's eyes widen. You want me to go to Shizhou and face Tu Long using the military's name as a shield? Baoguo nods. Exactly. With the army behind you, they won't dare pull anything too reckless. But Tu Long is a snake, he's ruthless. Even with our backing, you need to watch your back. Here's the intel we have on him. Study it carefully. He hands over a thick stack of papers, the kind of secrets that could get a man killed. Yunxiao flips through the files, his brow furrowing. A mid-stage mythical martial expert? Holy hell, this guy is on a whole different level. Attached to the file is a photo of Tu Long. Even in a still image, the man's face radiates pure, unadulterated terror. Baoguo grips his shoulder, his voice heavy with concern. Yunxiao, this mission is incredibly dangerous. Promise me you'll come back alive. Cut to the two residents. Baili, the one Yunxiao trashed, is absolutely losing it. He screams in rage, hurling his phone across the room. He's bedridden and bandaged, but his fury is white hot. Baili Yunxiao turned me into this, and the Dongzhou army throws him a damn parade? His eyes are bloodshot, filled with pure hatred. Those fair-weather cowards. I'm going to kill them. I'll kill every last one of them. Suddenly, Tu Long emerges from the shadows. The army is making a move, boy. They're telling us that Yunxiao is under their protection. He looks at his broken grandson with a cold, judging frown. Instead of throwing a tantrum, focus on recovering. Once you're healed, you can settle this debt in Dongzhou yourself. Baili looks up, his face a mask of confusion. So what, Grandpa? We just let this go? Just like that? He humiliated me. If we sit back and do nothing, what will people think of the Tu family? That we're scared of some brat like Yunxiao? Tu Long's jaw tightens. The temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. Who said anything about letting it go? He touched a member of my family. That demands a blood price. Dongzhou is sending him here under a peace envoy title. He'll arrive within 7 days. And when he does, I'm going to show him the meaning of pain. Time flies. 6 days pass in the blink of an eye. At the Tu family villa, the predator and the prey finally meet. Tu Long leads with a fake, oily smile. Lieutenant General Baili, welcome to Zhuzhou. Forgive the lack of a formal welcome party. The sudden hospitality feels wrong, deadly wrong. Yunxiao is immediately on high alert. Lieutenant General, please, come inside. Tu Long's eyes wide in a way that's just unsettling. Like he's looking at a piece of meat. You've come a long way. The Tu family intends to treat you right. Yunxiao scans the room, his hand near his blade. Then I suppose I can't refuse. They gather for a feast, but the air is thick with tension. Tu Long sits at the head of the table, his eyes tracking Yunxiao's every move. Lieutenant General, I've heard so much about you. Your name has been echoing across the Great Xia these past few days. I wasn't the only one dying to see you. There's someone else who's been missing you quite a bit. He glares at the servants. You, stay. The rest of you, get out. A woman edges forward, her head bowed low. She's trembling so hard she can barely keep her feet. Tu Long's smile is razor sharp. Allow me to introduce you. This is your aunt, Baili Yunxiao. This is your first time meeting, isn't it? Yunxiao freezes. His heart stops. Aunt? The woman gasps, her eyes filling with tears as she rushes toward him. Yunxiao? Is it really you? He stares at her, completely and utterly stunned. The woman before him is a ghost. Her face is covered in jagged scars, her body gaunt and frail. She looks utterly broken, too ashamed to even look him in the eye. Yunxiao slams his hands on the table and stands up, his voice a thunderous roar. Tu Long, how dare you treat my aunt like this? Tu Long doesn't even flinch. Now, Lieutenant General, watch your tone. If she was being mistreated, wouldn't she have complained by now? Baili steps up, roughly shoving the woman toward the tea set. Well, don't just stand there. We have a guest. Go make the tea. She flinches, her voice trembling. Yes, right away. Yunxiao's blood is boiling. He's seeing red. Tu Baili, my aunt is a lady of the Baili family. You dare treat her like a common slave. Tu Long just kicks his feet up on the chair, looking completely bored. What's the big deal? Your aunt is a daughter-in-law we married into this family properly. A wife's job is to serve her husband and handle the housework, right? It's just tea, Yunxiao. Why the hell are you so tense? Baili Yan gave a sinister smirk and sneered. Technically, I'm your uncle. Shouldn't you show some respect and greet me properly? Beside him, Yinghua trembled, her hands shaking as she offered him a cup. Husband, please have some tea. The second the tea touched his lips, he spat it all over her and roared. It's too hot. Without hesitation, Baili Yan grabbed her by the throat, his voice cold and menacing. Are you trying to burn me to death? Just because your little nephew is here, you think you can do whatever you want? Gasping for air and shaking with fear, she struggled to get the words out. I didn't, please. The pain and humiliation were too much to bear. She broke down, tears of bitter agony streaming down her face as she sobbed. That was the final straw. Yunxiao couldn't take any more. He lunged forward and delivered a brutal kick, sending Baili Yan flying across the room. Yan hit the ground hard, groaning in pure agony. Yunxiao's eyes burned with a deadly rage as he glared at him. Which hand touched my aunt? Tell me, because I'm going to chop it off. Du Long couldn't sit by anymore. He stood up, killing intent, radiating from his body as he marched toward Yunxiao. Baili Yunxiao, you've got a lot of nerve. Hurting my grandson? You aren't leaving the Du estate alive today. But Yunxiao didn't flinch. Not even a little. Instead, he looked the old man dead in the eye and snapped, I've heard that line 1,000 times. Do me a favor and find some new material. That one sentence sent Du Long into a blind fury. The old man charged, pouring all his devastating strength into a strike and howling like a beast. You arrogant brat. You still reek of your mother's milk? Yet you dare disrespect your elders? Yunxiao blocked the hit, but his teeth rattled from the sheer force behind it. Damn. A true martial arts legend. He managed to block the first chung, but he knew he couldn't keep this up. As the pressure mounted, Yunxiao realized he needed to cool his head and pivot. He moved like lightning, grabbing Yinghua before the old man could strike again. Hold on tight. I'm getting you out of here right now. She was dazed, her voice trembling as she clung to him. Yunxiao. In a flash, he vanished with her, a streak of light disappearing into the horizon. Baili Yan struggled to sit up, his face covered in dirt and pure, unadulterated rage. Grandpa, why did you let him go? He humiliated me. He broke my legs. I want him dead, Du Long growled, his voice low and dangerous. You don't understand a thing, boy. Killing him isn't enough. I'm going to make the entire Baili family suffer along with him. He turned to his guards and barked an order. Spread my command. Baili Yunxiao has kidnapped a daughter-in-law of the Du family. If the Baili clan doesn't hand him over immediately, we'll wipe them out without mercy. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a secluded, breezy hillside where they could finally breathe. Suddenly, Yunxiao doubled over, coughing up blood. Yinghua rushed to his side, her voice filled with panic. Are you okay? Yunxiao? He took a shaky breath and shook his head. Don't worry. I'm fine. But Du Long. His cultivation is the real deal. Pushing myself that hard back there really took a toll. Yinghua stood up, her face filled with guilt and sorrow. They won't stop until they find us. I have to go back. I can't let you suffer because of me. No. Yunxiao stopped her instantly. If you go back now, the Du family will never let you live. You know that. Yinghua hesitated, her eyes darting around in fear. A moment later, Yunxiao leaned back against a tree and spoke softly. I'm sorry I was late. You've suffered so much. My father never stopped blaming himself for not being able to save you all those years ago. He looked her in the eye, his voice firm with conviction. But listen to me. From now on, Baili Yunxiao will never let anyone hurt you again. He pulled her into a gentle hug. Don't be afraid. Seeing her cry, Yunxiao's resolve hardened into steel. He needed more power. He had to train if he wanted another round with Du Long. Time flew by, and 2 months later, we find ourselves at the Longting Island cave. Deep inside the cave, Yunxiao sat in total focus, absorbing the spiritual energy of the world around him. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. A massive surge of energy erupted as he roared, Breakthrough, mid-stage Great Spirit Master. A young woman entered, carrying a cloak. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Lieutenant General Bai Li. The Du family has been hunting for you for ages. They have no idea you've been leveling up here on Longting Island. Yunxiao took the cloak from her. A cold, confident smirk played on his lips. That old man Du Long thinks being a martial arts legend makes him a god. He touched my family. And for that, I'm going to make him pay. He threw on the cloak and stepped out of the cave, looking like a god of war. You there, prepare a life and death challenge for me. I'm calling Du Long out. The scene shifts back to the Du family study. Baili Yan, now confined to a wheelchair, threw a tantrum. Who does Yunxiao think he is? Sending a death challenge to you, father? He says, if you don't accept, you're a coward. It's laughable. You're a martial arts legend. Why would you be afraid of some brat who isn't even on your level? Du Long stood in the shadows, his face turning grim. Don't be a fool, son. Don't underestimate him. Reaching the legendary realm is nearly impossible. But this kid is different. Just 1 year ago, he hadn't even reached the martial path. 2 months ago, I landed a hit that should have shattered his foundation. But now, 2 months have passed. Yan looked stunned, his voice trembling. Wait. Are you saying he might actually be strong enough to fight you now? Du Long didn't deny it. He just stared into the distance. It's not just possible, it's certain. I've been studying him. The old man went quiet, lost in thought as he began to analyze the monster he had helped create. People call him arrogant, reckless, and a hothead who rose too fast to know true calm. But here's the reality. Baili Yunxiao has never lost a single fight. And the fools who underestimated him, they're all just ghosts under his blade now. Hearing that, Baili actually looks terrified, his voice trembling as he stammers. Is that for real? So, father, are you still going to fight? Tu Long snaps back instantly. No, I'm not fighting. But if I don't, the two families' reputation, everything we've built for years, will be crushed by him. He's forced us into a corner. This life and death challenge? I have to take it. His eyes go cold as ice, narrowing as he growls. But don't you worry, son. I've got a plan to take Baili Yunxiao down for good. Cut to the East Sea Hotel. Both Yunxiao and Tu Long have arrived, standing in a heavy, silent standoff. The crowd outside is going wild, screaming, "Senior Tu Long. You've got to teach this arrogant punk Baili Yunxiao a lesson he'll never forget. Senior Tu Long, make sure he knows exactly who he's messing with." Seeing the crowd's insane energy, Tu Long's ego swells. He shouts out arrogantly, "You all traveled far to see this match. Once I finish off this little brat, the Tu family will host a 3-day feast for everyone here." The crowd erupts, yelling, "Lord Tu Long, go for it. We're all rooting for you." His presence is steady, his energy overflowing, faced with a legend who just reached the rank of martial myth. It's clear Senior Tu's blade hasn't lost its edge one bit. Against a powerhouse like Tu Long, that kid is basically a dead man walking. Watching from the sidelines, Ying Jie looks worried. "General Chu, Tu Long doesn't look like a 100-year-old man." In this duel, can Yunxiao really pull this off? Xiaoyan is clearly panicking too. Is that so? Bao Guo just shakes his head. If Lieutenant General Baili sent a death challenge, it means he's 100% sure he can win. General Chu's eyes narrow, filled with a sharp, murderous intent. Besides, there's no backing out now. Just watch. Yunxiao glares, his voice dripping with venom. "Tu Long, you let Tu Baili commit those atrocities. You drove my father into exile and made my aunt a slave for decades. And you have the nerve to host a feast? Today, I'm taking your life." Tu Long just bursts into a mocking laugh. "A brat like you, taking my life? You're delusional." He laughs even harder, throwing down the gauntlet. "Just stand there and get ready to die." Tu Long stares Yunxiao down, yelling one last time, "Die." The moment he speaks, a massive tidal wave surges forward, threatening to swallow Yunxiao whole. But instead of dodging, Yunxiao just stands there, waiting for the impact. In the blink of an eye, Yunxiao is completely buried under the crushing weight of that terrifying wave. Tu Long laughs like a maniac. "Die in the deep sea for me." But he's in for a shock. Yunxiao suddenly flickers into existence right behind him. His sword is leveled straight at Tu Long's throat. Tu Long senses the danger just in time, spinning around and shouting as he dives into the sea to counterattack. "You little brat, you've actually got some skill." Right then, Yunxiao lunges, his sword stabbing toward Tu Long, making the old man gasp. Tu Long draws his own blade to parry, yelling, "Baili Yunxiao, you've achieved so much at such a young age. You would have been a top-tier powerhouse in the future. Too bad you're dying by my hand today." Yunxiao frowns, his sharp gaze calculating. That's a storage ring, if he's hiding something in there. He grips his sword tight, making a split-second decision. "I can't drag this out, need to end this. Now." Instantly, Yunxiao unleashes his move. A majestic, fiery gold dragon erupts into existence, pure, raw power. He roars out the technique, Heavenly Dragon Sword Art, Second Form, 9 Heavens Dragon Roam. Tu Long doesn't even look flustered. Instead, he screams with pure arrogance. "So what if you can summon a dragon? I'm still taking your life today." As Yunxiao's dragon lunges, Tu Long bellows at the top of his lungs. Tu Long's saber technique. Sunder. It's a total collision of power, Yunxiao's dragon versus the sheer force of Tu Long's blade. Two blinding lights clash with earth-shattering force. When the smoke finally clears, the dragon has vanished right in front of Tu Long. He's panting heavily, exhausted but smug. He spent years mastering this saber technique specifically to counter a move like this. It cost him a massive amount of his internal energy, but in his mind, Baili Yunxiao is finally dead. Suddenly, shink, a sword pierces straight through Tu Long's chest. His eyes widen in pure shock as he lets out a strangled cry of agony. Tu Long slowly turns his head to find Yunxiao standing there. He coughs up blood, wheezing, You little rat. Using that dragon as a front while your real body snuck behind me? What a dirty, cowardly trick." Yunxiao doesn't waste words. He swings his blade, blood spraying across the steel. He glares at the old man. "You hypocrite, Tu Long. You dare call me dirty? You bullied my family for decades. Even if I have to go down with you, I'm not letting you walk away." Tu Long is tough, though. Despite the wound, he stays conscious, collapsing to his knees and coughing painfully. Then, Tu Long suddenly looks back, forcing out a jagged grin. "Is that so? Then why don't you turn around and look behind you?" Yunxiao whips his head around, his eyes widening in pure horror as he sees something. Absolutely impossible. Baili Yunxiao looks up, spotting a helicopter hovering in the sky right above him. Inside that chopper, he sees Anjie and Xiaoyan being held captive by the enemy. His mother cries out in absolute terror. Suddenly, a cold voice booms from the helicopter. "Baili Yunxiao, you really cherish your family, don't you? Their lives are in my hands now." The man shouting from above is none other than Tu Baili himself. The arrogant man barks out a ruthless order. If Yunxiao doesn't want to collect their corpses, he better end his own life right now. Stunned, Yunxiao lets his sword clatter to the ground. Tu Baili continues to sneer from above. "As long as you die, I'll let them go." If not, Yunxiao is drenched in sweat and blood, looking absolutely exhausted. He looks up and growls, "Tu Baili, do you really think I'd just let you have your way?" The man just bursts into a mocking laugh, sneering at him with pure contempt. "Baili Yunxiao, you're on death's door and still talking big? I won't go down that easily, but you? You can barely even move right now, can you? You don't even have the strength to kill yourself." Yunxiao's lips curl into a smirk as he utters a single phrase, "Idiot, come out now." Suddenly, Qing Yun appears on the chopper. Orders received. "Chief Instructor!" Tu Baili is completely stunned. "What?" She doesn't waste a second, shouting to her team, "Everyone, move in and take them down." Qing Yun pulls out an official arrest warrant and shoves it in his face. "Mr. Tu, you're under arrest for abusing military authority and harming innocent civilians. By the official order of Lieutenant General Baili, you are formally under arrest. Don't even think about resisting, because if you do, we have orders to kill." Tu Baili's eyes bulge in shock. "How did you get on my chopper? Where are my men? Where is everyone?" Qing Yun just smirks. "Every single move you made was already under the surveillance of our Dongzhou military. You've played the tyrant in Zhizhou for far too long, abusing your power. The great Shah has been waiting for the right moment to take you down." Terrified, Tu Baili stumbles back, screaming in denial. "No, this can't be happening. You're just Baili Yunxiao's dogs." Qing Yun snaps an order to lock him up. He'll be held until the military court trial, where everything will finally come to light. A moment later, she approaches Yunxiao and stands at attention. "Chief Instructor, reporting. It's a good thing you predicted the Tu family wouldn't play fair and had me keep watch. We caught them red-handed." Yunxiao calmly wipes the blood from his mouth and responds. "The Tu family has relied on their status for years, so this isn't surprising. But, my parents." That's when Qing Yun looks a bit flustered. "Oh, I forgot. General Zhu actually asked your parents to play along in a little act to help us out." Yunxiao stays expressionless as he replies. "Well, then my mother's acting was a bit too convincing." She nods, still a bit surprised herself. "Yeah, I didn't expect them to give such a perfect performance either." As the fight ends, the crowd swarms him with praise. "Mr. Baili, you're a legend. How could that old dragon slayer ever be a match for someone like you?" "Exactly. That old fossil couldn't even hold a candle to Mr. Baili. Mr. Baili, please come rest at Hansa. I have a $5 million project to discuss." Yunxiao just pushes past them. "Everyone, move. If you have business, send an invite to Longting Island." He ignores the noisy crowd and walks straight to Anji and Xiaoyan, speaking to them in a soft, gentle voice. "Father, Mother, I'm sorry for making you worry." Xiaoyan is in tears as she comforts him. "You're safe, that's all that matters. Why even say such things?" Hearing that, Yunxiao feels a quiet wave of relief and joy wash over him. "Wait, so that wasn't an act?" Just as things get emotional, someone interrupts. It's Baili Mingzhuo, approaching with a deep, respectful bow. Baili Mingzhuo greets uncle and aunt. "You two have no idea how much pressure the clan faced because of Yunxiao's actions. Grandfather almost lost his life to Tu Long's blade." Anji immediately cuts him off. "Mingzhuo, you're young, so you might not know the truth. I was kicked out of the family years ago. Yunxiao and I aren't considered members of the Baili clan." Mingzhuo doubles down, his voice insistent. "Second uncle, you can't just forget your ancestors. The clan only kicked you out for your own protection back then. Now that everything's settled, they sent me here to personally invite you back." As he's babbling, Yunxiao steps in and cuts him off. "Oh? So giving my aunt over to the Tu family was also for her own good then? How pathetic." Mingzhuo snaps, pointing a finger at him. "Yunxiao, what is with that attitude? By rank, you should be calling me Big Brother." Yunxiao fires back instantly. "You were already here before the life and death match started, weren't you? Why didn't you come to invite my parents earlier? Why wait until after Tu Long died by my hand to finally show your face?" He gives him a cold, merciless glare. "A clan like this, a cousin like you, I don't need any of it." Caught without an excuse, Mingzhuo starts stammering. "Yunxiao, second uncle, we're all one family. Why would you think of us like that?" Yunxiao doesn't even bother answering. Instead, he calls out, "Secretary Wu, tell us, what great things has the Baili clan been up to lately?" She steps forward immediately. "Understood. 60 days ago, the Baili and Tu families held a secret meeting. 59 days ago, the Baili clan visited your parents, and they brought a dozen assassins with them. 58 days ago, before she can finish, Mingzhuo is paralyzed with fear. How did all of this leak out? In a panic, he drops to his knees right at Yunxiao's feet. "Yunxiao, please, listen to me. Our family's lives were on the line. We were forced into this, we didn't have a choice." He didn't even look interested as he shot back. "If you guys were actually willing, do you think the Baili family would even still exist right now? I've said my piece. Now, get lost." Hearing that, Mingzhuo stood there, absolutely paralyzed with fear. With a cold farewell, Yunxiao turned away. Time flies, and we cut to 3 days later at Dragon Pavilion Island. Inside the guest lounge, Qingluan walks in, carrying a few items to hand over to Yunxiao. Young master, she begins, after that battle at the East Sea, you and the Jade Flute Palace have become famous everywhere. Right now, tons of factions are desperate to recruit you. I've handpicked the invitations from the 3 most powerful groups for you to see. He takes the stack and slowly starts looking through them. But as he reads the contents, he freezes for a second, his mind racing. The Hong clan. They failed to kill me back in the kingdom of Zhan Luo and then vanished. Why on earth are they sending an invite now? What's the play? Yunxiao quickly scans the letter, which invites the Baili sect leader to a meeting at Shenongjia. It's signed by Shui Yinghong, from the most mysterious place in Great Sha. Shenongjia is a place perpetually swallowed by thick mist. If you wander in there, they say even a martial myth won't come out alive. It's also rumored to be the true birthplace of all cultivators in Great Sha. He folds the letter. Bring her up here. Suddenly, Shui Yinghong and Ni Chang appear out of nowhere, catching everyone off guard. Shui Yinghong of the Hong clan greets Mr. Baili. Ni Chang of the Hong clan greets Mr. Baili. Yinghong immediately pleads, Mr. Baili, we're begging you. Please save our lives. Yunxiao just scowls, looking completely annoyed. You too. Back in Zhanluo, when I was trying to save my mother, you were the ones who blocked my path. He glares at the Hong clan members, his voice full of a deadly threat. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you have the nerve to lure me out here with fake news? Yunxiao's words leave Yinghong speechless and terrified. Without another word, he strikes both of them, his voice a low, dangerous growl. You want to die that badly? Yinghong desperately tries to shield Ni Chang behind her, but the impact is brutal, and she starts coughing up blood. Shaking, Yinghong gasps out. Mr. Baili, it's a misunderstanding. We wouldn't dare try to trick you. It's just that the secret of Shenongjia is too important. Please, just spare our lives, and we'll tell you everything. Yunxiao's face remains ice cold. You think a few words are enough for me to save you? Ridiculous. Secretary Wu, throw them out. Suddenly, a voice interrupts. Mr. Baili, wait. It's Ni Chang. She looks incredibly weak, her life force clearly fading away. With a trembling voice, she explains that the Hong clan sent many masters into Shenongjia, but they all died horrific deaths. But one of our seniors actually made it out alive, and they left behind a map. Ni Chang pulls out the map to show him, while Yinghong quickly adds, this map marks the location of the legendary Shenong grass, an immortal herb. This is our token of sincerity. Ni Chang, give it to Mr. Baili now. Shaking, Ni Chang holds it out. Mr. Baili, please, take a look. Instead of being excited, he's suspicious. Shenong grass? I've never even heard of it. Yinghong pushes further. It's the Hong clan's biggest secret. The survivor said it can boost your power by 10 years. It can even bring someone back from the dead. Hearing about those insane benefits, Yunxiao pauses to think it over. If she's telling the truth and this stuff is real, it's a miracle. But then again, it sounds like some wild rumor that might not even be true. After a moment, he lowers his guard slightly. Leave it here. You two will stay on the island for now. I'll verify if this is real first, then I'll see about saving you. Success. Yinghong and Ni Chang exchange a knowing look. Ni Chang steps forward and gently places the map on the table. As she turns to leave, she whispers, then we shall stay on the island and serve you, Mr. Baili. Once the Hong clan members are gone, Yunxiao picks up the map, deep in thought. If this grass works, it could push me straight to the late stages of the Great Spirit Master realm. I'm the one who wounded them with my flames. No one else on Earth can save them but me, so they probably aren't lying. He quickly unfolds the map to get a better look. After studying the marked spot for a while, Yunxiao comes to a final conclusion. Looks like I'm heading to Shenongjia. Fast forward 2 days later. At the Long Pavilion Hotel, someone spots him and yells, he's here, that's Yunxiao. He walks into the lobby with his suitcase, thinking to himself that the place is actually pretty stunning. Suddenly, Qingzhu struts past and bumps his shoulder. What a country bumpkin, she snarls. Qingzhu marches up to the front desk and demands, give me 3 rooms. But the receptionist just gives her a forced smile. I'm sorry, miss, but the hotel is fully booked. The very last room was just taken online. Frustrated, she crosses her arms and fumes. Well, what about the private villas then? Just then, Yunxiao walks up and hands over his card. Checking in. I'm the one who booked the villa. Qingzhu's jaw literally hits the floor. Wait, what? She was practically steaming at the ears. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Yunxiao just calmly waved his phone at her. My dear lady, ever heard of online booking? She was livid, absolutely fuming, but she couldn't do a damn thing about it. The receptionist finished the paperwork and handed over a keycard. You're all set, sir. This is for the villa right behind the hotel. Yunxiao took it with a simple nod. Thanks. Without a second thought, Yunxiao grabbed his suitcase and tossed a casual wave over his shoulder. Bye-bye, princess. I'm off to relax. Qingzhu's face went red. Get back here, she screamed. She charged after him at full speed, but luck wasn't on her side. Her feet tangled up, and she went flying. She fell directly into Yunxiao's arms. He caught her purely out of pity and smirked. Look, I know I'm going, but you don't need to bow down to stop me. Total humiliation. Her face was bright red as she snarled, "Let go of me, you creep." Yunxiao didn't hesitate. He let go instantly. "Fine by me. You're the one who asked." Her butler rushed over, looking panicked. "Young mistress, are you all right?" Qingju wasn't done. She was still throwing a tantrum. "Don't you dare walk away. Give me your name so I can settle this score with you later." Yunxiao glanced back with a bored expression. "Settle a score, huh? Fine. I'm Baili Yunxiao. Don't forget it." That name hit her like a physical blow. Her tough girl act evaporated instantly. "Wait. You're Baili Yunxiao?" Her butler's eyes widened. He whispered, "Mistress, I think that's the expert we couldn't get an appointment with." "What's he doing here at Shenongjia?" Yunxiao overheard them and raised an eyebrow. "They couldn't invite me? What did these people want with me in the first place?" The butler leaned in close, whispering urgently to Qingzu. "Mistress," the family head specifically said, "if we could get Baili Yunxiao on our side." Before he could finish, Qingzu snatched the suitcase from him. "I get it. Give me that." She bit her lip and popped the suitcase open, refusing to even look him in the eye. "I am Fan Qingju of the Fan family. I wish to offer our ancestral treasure to request Master Baili's assistance." Yunxiao looked inside, and his heart nearly skipped a beat. He was stunned. "No way. Is that the indestructible spiritual fire?" Cut to the new villa. Yunxiao was sitting perfectly still, his eyes locked onto the box Qingzu had just handed over. He couldn't believe his luck. To find the indestructible spiritual fire here on this world when it was impossible to find even on the Nine Skies continent. Unreal. If I refine this using the Flame Emperor's heaven-burning art, my Flame Emperor physique will definitely reach the minor success stage. Yunxiao's gaze sharpened as he planned his next move. At that point, his physical body would rival the martial arts myths. And the best part? As long as a single spark remains, this fire can never be extinguished. He looked up at Qingzu. "All right, what do you want?" She didn't hesitate. "I need you to come with me in 15 days. Protect my life if things get dangerous." Yunxiao narrowed his eyes. "Just that one treasure? That's not going to be enough for a job like this." Qingju expected this. She pulled out a golden ring that radiated a blinding, intense light. She looked at him with that classic, arrogant rich girl smirk. "If you agree, the Fan family will add a century's worth of yang materials." "Butler, show him." The man brought out a crate of rare goods. "Please, Master Baili, have a look." Yunxiao's eyes widened. He recognized those items instantly, but there was more. A storage ring? These things are insanely rare. Only the legendary dragon slayers are supposed to have these. His tone turned serious. "With this kind of wealth and no reputation in the martial world, who exactly are you?" She just gave a sly, cocky grin. "The Fan family is a lineage of spellcasters. Why would we want to be associated with those brute martial artists?" Yunxiao thought it over. He needed that fire, no question. But this girl's attitude? It was toxic. She needed a serious reality check before she started thinking she could boss him around. He leaned back and gave her a cold stare. "Let me remind you of one thing. You are the one begging Me for help." She looked like she was about to explode. Her face twisted in pure rage as she shrieked, "You!" The butler quickly stepped in. "Mistress, please, remember, the family head is waiting for the medicine to save his life. Mind your manners." Qingzu gritted her teeth, forcing herself to swallow her pride, though she still looked like she wanted to punch him. "Fine, I get it." The butler bowed deeply toward Yunxiao. "Master Baili, please forgive her rudeness. Take these gifts as a sincere apology." Yunxiao sat there like a king on his throne. "I'll keep you all safe. But if she starts acting up, don't blame me for what happens next." The butler nodded frantically. "I promise, sir. Our young mistress won't cause you any trouble at all. In 3 days, I'll be heading to the Pill Convention at Baikao Valley. We'll need your help then." Yunxiao didn't hesitate. "Fine. But for these 3 days, do not disturb me." He sat back as they left, his mind already racing. Snow never mentioned this Pill Convention. He needed to refine that indestructible fire in the next 3 days and then whip up some basic pills. Time flew by. 3 days later at the Shenongjia resort, a hand reached out to touch a shimmering, formless energy. Yunxiao reached out, his fingers brushing against a formless, invisible wall of power. A quick touch was all he needed to realize it, a protective formation. No wonder nobody can break in. Yunxiao's gaze turned cold as he asked, "So you're saying this Baikao Valley is the deepest part of Shenongjia?" Behind him, Qingzu nodded. "That's right. For thousands of years, Baikao Valley has been hidden in these depths. You can only teleport in if you have an invitation in hand." Just as she finished speaking, a glowing golden slip appeared in her small hands, radiating a blinding white light. The second that thing appeared, the world around Yunxiao shifted. Everything felt different. A mysterious, overwhelming energy surged all around them. Then, a second later, a scene straight out of a fairy tale unfolded before their eyes. Qingzu's jaw literally hit the floor. Her grandpa always said Baikao Valley was as beautiful as a painting, but she didn't expect this. Yunxiao looked at the mystical scenery and felt a bit intrigued. He even thought it'd be cool to snatch some of those immortal cranes to guard his own Longding Island later. Suddenly, a young man approached them. "Welcome to Baikao Valley, honored guests." He looked kind, his eyes gentle as he observed the group. With a warm, deep voice, he introduced himself. "I'll be your guide. Please, follow this humble Taoist." Yunxiao and the others followed him toward what looked like a massive marketplace inside the valley. The guide didn't miss a beat. "Today is the first day of the pill convention. Feel free to trade as you wish." That's when Yunxiao spotted something interesting by the roadside. Someone was shouting, "Trading 1,000-year ginseng for a resurrection pill. You want to trade for a pill with such a badass name?" The old man, Bai Kangshan, snapped back. "What are you looking at, kid? A resurrection pill. The name says it all. It can literally bring back the dead." Yunxiao was a bit skeptical. "You're saying this thing cures every internal injury and hidden ailment?" The old man nodded, oozing confidence. "Exactly, brat. Don't tell me you know who has a divine pill like that." Yunxiao just stood there, totally speechless. "Wait, isn't that just the basic origin returning pill I make?" The name was so hype, I actually expected something special. Bai Kangshan gave him a look of pure disgust. "Listen, kid, a resurrection pill isn't some candy you practice making in your backyard. Stop talking nonsense." A guy next to him joined in. "Seriously, what a joke. He looks decent, but clearly he has no idea how high the heavens are." Qingzhu was getting annoyed. She whispered to her butler, "Butler, he's causing trouble again. Should we pull him back?" The butler just chuckled and leaned in. "Young lady, let's just see what he's capable of. If he actually pulls out a pill, we can just buy it ourselves." Yunxiao walked straight up to Bai Kangshan. "Hey, old man, what if I actually have it?" The old man flinched, then barked back. "What? You really love to brag, don't you? If you can actually produce that pill, I'll give you everything I have here as an apology." Yunxiao's eyes flared with a terrifying intensity. "An apology isn't worth much, but fine, I'll take everything you've got." He quickly pulled out a mysterious vial and handed it over. "Here's the pill you want." The old man took it, looking confused. He slowly unscrewed the cap to see what was inside. Yunxiao watched his every move, waiting for the reaction. "You're not messing with me, are you?" The old man grumbled. "I wasn't born yesterday." But the moment that cap came off, a rich, overwhelming fragrance hit him like a truck. He froze. That scent, it was unreal. After soaking in the aroma, he whipped his head toward Yunxiao. "Young man, where did you get this? This scent? Could it really be the resurrection pill?" Suddenly, a crowd swarmed around them, everyone gasping. Just one sniff was enough to make them feel refreshed. It felt incredible. Could this pill actually be the real deal? But people were still doubting it. I mean, only the experts from Baikao Valley can refine a resurrection pill, right? Yunxiao just smiled, full of confidence. "I wouldn't dare give it such a flashy name, but my origin returning pill can definitely heal any hidden injury or organ damage." He paused for a second before continuing. "Now that you've got your pill, is it time to hand over that item?" Bai Kangshan looked conflicted. "Young man, talk is cheap. I need to test the effects before I can say for sure." Yunxiao turned serious. "Keep in mind, its value isn't small." Standing in the middle of the crowd, Bai Kangshan announced, "I, Elder Bai Kangshan of the White Clothing Pavilion, ask everyone here to be my witness. If this pill is real, I'll give this young man the item I promised, plus the 1,000-year ginseng as a bonus." He glared at Yunxiao. "How's that sound, kid?" Yunxiao thought for a moment. This Bai Kangshan guy is actually pretty reasonable. Once he tries it, I won't have to waste any more breath. And I might just get exactly what I came for. He gave a sharp nod. "Deal." Bai Kangshan poured one pill into his palm. The colors and patterns on it were absolutely stunning. Baili Yunxiao watches the old man with a calm smirk. "Good medicine," he says, his voice full of confidence. The old man doesn't hesitate. He pops the pill right into his mouth to test it for himself. He sits perfectly still, eyes closed, feeling the potent energy surge through his veins. The crowd gathered around begins to whisper in excitement. "Just look at the quality of that pill. It's easily on par with the legendary resurrection pill from the 100 Herb Valley. If it actually works, Kangshan basically just stumbled upon a treasure," another adds. "And they're not wrong, a pill like that? You couldn't buy it for $1 billion. Tucked away in the crowd, the Valley Guide watches the scene unfold, his eyes narrowing. He's got a bad feeling about this. Someone's openly selling medicine that actually works inside the valley? He needs to report this to the higher-ups immediately. A moment later, Kangshan's eyes snap open, his gaze sharper and more intense than ever before. Suddenly, a blinding aura of power erupts around him, swirling like a golden storm. Even Yunxiao is a little surprised by the reaction. Kangshan lets out a booming, joyful laugh. Incredible. This medicine is unbelievable. Not only did it heal all my old internal injuries, but it actually pushed me past my limits to become a half-step grandmaster. He excitedly pulls out a massive stash of ginseng. Young man, I'm so sorry for doubting you. All of this belongs to you now. Please, take these 5,000-year-old ginsengs as my way of saying sorry. I hope you'll accept them. Then, with newfound respect, he asks, how should I address you, young hero? Yunxiao doesn't miss a beat. I'm Baili Yunxiao. Now that the trade is done, feel free to find me at Dragon Pavilion Island if you need more. I've still got 2 origin return pills left for anyone else who wants to trade. The moment the name Baili Yunxiao hits the air, Kangshan freezes in pure shock. Baili Yunxiao? As word spreads, the crowd absolutely loses it and rushes forward. One man, Qingzhu, yells out desperately, I'll give you 100 million. Just give me the pill, Mr. Baili. I've got a branch of 1,000-year-old Lingji. Please, just give me half a pill, that's all I need. Seeing the chaos, the family butler turns to his lady. Miss, if his medicine is the real deal, we have to buy it from him. But before he can even finish his sentence, Qingzhu is already diving into the mob, pushing her way toward Yunxiao with everything she's got. I have 10,000-year-old ginsengs and the legendary phoenix-tipped spear of the Zhang family. Can I trade them for one of your pills? Her eyes suddenly shimmer with tears, filled with raw emotion and desperation. Please, I'm begging you. I need that pill to save my grandfather's life. Seeing her looking at him like that, Yunxiao actually stammers, his voice catching in his throat. Okay, but just as the deal is about to close, he senses something. Someone powerful is approaching. From the distance, a man in bright yellow robes marches toward them, his voice booming with authority. You little brat. How dare you sell fake medicine inside the 100 Herb Valley? Yunxiao doesn't flinch. And what makes you think you have the right to call my medicine fake? The man sneers as he steps forward. I am Nong Yuan, the Lord of the 100 Herb Valley. Everyone knows only our resurrection pill can cure internal injuries of that level, and that formula is a strictly guarded secret of this valley. So, if you're selling something similar, it's obviously a fake. Yunxiao just stares at him before letting out a cold, mocking laugh. Qingzhu, standing nearby, immediately jumps to Yunxiao's defense. Wait, his medicine is real. This senior right here just took it and he's completely healed. Kangshan nods quickly, backing her up. Valley Lord, I personally tested the pill Baili Yunxiao gave me. My injuries are gone and I even leveled up. Surely this is just a misunderstanding. Hearing his customer stand up for him, Yunxiao gets a little cocky. This is the first time I've heard someone claim the origin return pill formula is a sect secret. It's honestly pathetic. You call my medicine fake, yet everyone here just watched it work with their own eyes. Those words hit Nong Yuan like a physical blow. He freezes, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Wait. How does this kid know the original name of the resurrection pill? The old fox quickly glances at his guide, his mind racing. I can't let this kid leave. Not now. Don't let him go, he whispers. I hope the guards are ready. Suddenly, the guide starts acting, his voice shaking. Lord, I have terrible news. The resurrection pills stored in the valley. They've been stolen. It was a perfect lie, exactly what Nong Yuan needed. A dark smirk plays on his lips before he starts shouting. What? All 3 of our resurrection pills are gone? He points a finger directly at Yunxiao, his voice full of fake outrage. I see it now. You're not just a fraud, you're a thief. Guards, seize him at once. Seeing the blatant frame-up, Yunxiao just laughs in disbelief. First you try to say it's fake, and when that fails, you call me a thief? Real original. He glares back at the Valley Lord, his eyes cold as ice. Let's see how far you can twist the truth. He stands his ground, voice ringing out. Are you absolutely sure you lost exactly 3 pills? Nong Yuan's face turns a sickly shade of purple. Wait. Does he have more than 3? The guide keeps pointing and screaming at Yunxiao's face, trying to keep the lie alive. Shut up, thief. We only auction 3 resurrection pills every 10 years, everyone knows that. But Yunxiao remains perfectly calm, completely unfazed by their shouting match. The rest of you, shut it. You don't have the right to speak here. Valley Lord, I'm waiting for your answer. So, exactly how many resurrection pills did you lose? Nong Yuan doesn't back down. 3. Only 3. Our boy slowly slides his hands into his pockets, looking completely unbothered. Is that so? After a moment, Yunxiao pulls out 3 shining pills and keeps talking. Then tell me, where did this extra one come from? Seeing the pills, the Valley Master freezes. His eyes go wide with pure, unfiltered shock. The crowd immediately loses it. If Bai Kangshan ate 1 and Yunxiao is holding 3, that makes 4 pills total. Did the Valley Master just get his own count wrong? Nong Yuan looks like a fool, but he doubles down, pointing a finger at Yunxiao with a smug, desperate grin. Of course we made them. I only said 3 earlier to keep things quiet. He lies through his teeth. We actually lost 4. Yunxiao just bursts out laughing. Oh, this is getting good. You sure about that number, old man? Nong Yuan starts sweating, his confidence crumbling. What? What are you talking about? What's your point? Yunxiao just smirks, his voice getting louder. Don't you get it, Valley Master? I'm asking you one more time, exactly how many did you lose? If I pull out another one, are you going to tell me you lost 5? Nong Yuan's face goes dark with rage, his vision practically blurring from the humiliation. Panicking, he turns on his own guide and screams, How the hell did you idiots check the inventory? Is it 3, 4, or 5? Go check again right now, or you're all kicked out of the sect. The guide is terrified. Yes. Sorry, we'll recheck the list immediately. Seeing Nong Yuan's face turn purple, the crowd starts whispering again. Maybe the kid is actually right. Did he refine those legendary pills himself? If that's the case, 100 Herb Valley just took a massive hit to their reputation. Losing pills is bad, but being this wrong? It's a disaster. Keep in mind, these resurrection pills sell for a literal fortune. Nong Yuan is losing his mind. Well? Is the count done yet? A man rushes over, trembling. Valley Master, we finished the count. It's bad. Besides, the 3 meant for the auction. The 18 pills we've been saving for 100 years, they're all gone. The number is absolutely staggering. He freezes for a second before screaming at the top of his lungs. What? 21 pills total? He turns back to Yunxiao, teeth bared. You brat. You were only questioning me because you knew we hadn't finished the count yet. You're a crafty little devil, aren't you? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Yunxiao isn't even flinching. He holds up the bag of pills with a look of pure triumph. Too bad for you. I actually have 22 pills here. That's one more than your entire valley, unless... You want to tell everyone you actually lost 22? Nong Yuan is stunned into silence. Smoke is practically coming out of his nose at this point. He points a shaking finger, unable to even speak. You little brat, you dare play me? You think I'm just going to stand here and let you get away with this? He shouts to the crowd. Listen up. Anyone who catches this thief gets 1 free pill refined by our valley, whatever you want, no questions asked. A free custom pill from the 100 Herb Valley? The crowd's eyes light up with pure greed. For real? Anything? No more waiting. They pull out their weapons and charge like a pack of wolves. Go, don't let him escape. Nong Yuan is on the sidelines, fueling the fire. Kill him, I want him dead. Seeing these people act like animals for a reward, Yunxiao gets pissed. You greedy bastards, you're all the same. He draws his blade and rushes in, moving like a blur. A few basic strikes are all it takes. Get out of my way! Suddenly, Nong Yuan finds himself staring at the tip of a sword. He starts shaking, his voice cracking as he begs for his life. Wait, hero, let's talk about this. Yunxiao has zero mercy left. With a cold, sharp glare, he whispers, Go talk to the devil in hell. The old man screams for help. Ancestor, ancestor, save me. Suddenly, a figure drops from the sky like a lightning bolt, kicks Nong Yuan out of the way, and says, I'm here. The newcomer chuckles softly and introduces himself with a formal bow. I am Nong Fangxian of the 100 Herb Valley. Greetings, fellow Taoist. He looks at the trembling Nong Yuan and tells Yunxiao, My junior was foolish. Please, spare him. Yunxiao immediately senses the shift in the air. This guy isn't like the others. He's a true cultivator, a late-stage Great Spirit Master. Nong Yuan, still face down in the dirt, keeps whining like a child. Ancestor, he stole the pills we saved for years. You have to kill him for me. Before he can finish, Fangxian kicks him again. Hard. Nong Yuan lets out a pathetic yelp that echoes through the area. Fangxian glares down at him. I'm the one who took those pills from the storage, you idiot. You didn't even bother to investigate before framing this man? Apologize, now. Nong Yuan, shaking like a leaf, mumbles a quick, I'm sorry. Yunxiao watches them closely. This guy's power is the real deal. Not a fight he wants to pick right now. Fangxian turns back with a polite smile. I apologize for my Valley Master's behavior. He's clearly not very bright. Can you find it in your heart to forgive him? For the sake of my 2 feet currently stepping on his back? Yunxiao nods. If the ancestor is being this reasonable, he'll let it slide for now. Make sure you teach him a lesson, he said with a firm nod, giving a straightforward answer. Good, good. Many thanks, fellow Taoist, for being so forgiving. Today was entirely the fault of my Baikao Valley, so I'd like to formally invite you to our home and discuss how we can properly apologize. I hope you'll do me the honor of attending. Hearing such a sincere and pressing invitation, Yunxiao realized he couldn't really say no. He gave a pleasant nod and replied, Since you've shown such genuine goodwill, it would be rude of me to decline your kind offer. The scene shifts to a breathtakingly poetic landscape where Fangxian and Yunxiao are enjoying a meal together. Fangxian raises his teacup, looking at him with deep sincerity. I couldn't speak freely before, so now, let's use this tea to represent wine. I want to offer a formal apology for my junior's reckless behavior. To protect the reputation of Baiko Valley, he framed you, and I even shielded him. For that, I truly feel I've wronged you, fellow Taoist. Yunxiao lifted his steaming cup and replied with perfect manners. You don't need to worry about that, Taoist Nong. Honestly, what he did didn't really affect me that much. And just like that, the two continued their conversation, chatting away like old friends. Fan Xian suddenly let out a hearty laugh. You're so young, yet your cultivation is terrifying and your heart is even larger? I'm truly impressed. Oh, by the way, I haven't even asked which sect you hail from. Yunxiao answered without hesitation, Yuxiao Palace. My name is Baili Yunxiao. Hearing that, Fan Xian looked a bit puzzled. Please forgive my ignorance, but I've never actually heard of the name Yuxiao Palace. However, for a sect to produce a young genius like you, it must be an incredibly powerful and prestigious place. Suddenly, a playful voice cut in from out of nowhere. Grandpa, you really are so out of the loop. A cute, petite little girl came skipping toward them from the distance. Fan Xian looked up, a bit startled by the sudden interruption. It was Luo Luo. She whipped out her phone and said innocently, Yuxiao Palace is a brand new sect. Look, here's a photo of their palace master right here. He glanced at the screen, scanning the info. Luo Luo hopped onto Fan Xian's lap, tilted her head, and blinked. Wait, this big brother looks exactly like the guy in the picture. He couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction and shook his head. Luo Luo, don't be silly. Yunxiao, this is my granddaughter, Nong Luo Luo. She's 6 years old and has been pampered since the day she was born. Seeing the girl's cute expression, he smiled and replied gently, It's all right. A little lady like her deserves to be spoiled a bit. Fan Xian took the opportunity to ask, By the way, Luo Luo, what brings you out here anyway? She giggled mischievously and said, I heard your friend was coming, so I prepared some fruit and snacks for you. Grandpa, aren't I the most thoughtful girl ever? Fan Xian laughed loudly and praised her. Yes, Luo Luo is very thoughtful. But wait, where are the treats you prepared? I don't see them anywhere. Hearing that, she took off like a shot, shouting back as she ran. They're over there. Just wait for me for a second, Grandpa. Watching her pure, carefree energy, Fan Xian let out a helpless sigh. That kid is like a whirlwind here 1 second and gone the next. Please don't mind her, little friend Yunxiao. He watched her go and replied, Children are full of life. It's actually quite charming. A moment later, Luo Luo returned, her little feet pitter-pattering as she tiptoed over. It was absolutely adorable. She held out a plate of pastries. Grandpa, try some. Big brother, you have to try some too. These are my favorite pineapple cakes. Hurry, they're delicious. Yunxiao picked up a cake and smiled. Well, thank you for the treat, little Luo Luo. Fan Xian grabbed one too, looking at her with nothing but love. Since Luo Luo brought them herself, of course Grandpa is going to eat. As Yunxiao brought the cake close to his mouth, he caught a faint, strange scent lingering in the air. Suddenly on guard, he thought, Wait, there's knockout powder in this. But Fan Xian already took a bite and praised it. Yunxiao, these really are tasty. Luo Luo just stood there grinning, asking if it was good. Seeing how they acted like nothing was wrong, Yunxiao's internal alarm went off immediately. To figure out what they were planning, he decided to play along and took a quick bite, saying, You're right, it's great. This pineapple cake is way better than the ones I usually have. As he chewed, he thought, They're trying to drug me, but what's the end goal? Fine. Let's play their game and see what they're really up to. Deep within him, a specialized storage space manifested. Yunxiao calmly took another bite of the drugged cake. He sent the food directly into that storage space instead of his stomach, preventing his body from absorbing a single drop of the drug. Moments later, Yunxiao started acting weak, his voice fading. The cake is good. It's just. Before he could finish, he collapsed onto the table, mumbling about a headache. Luo Luo, completely oblivious, called out innocently, Big brother? She watched him slump over, having no idea what just happened. Big brother, pineapple cakes don't cause headaches. I eat them all the time. That's when the mask finally slipped. Fan Xian's expression turned cold as he glared down at the unconscious Yunxiao. You dared to ruin the reputation of Baikao Valley and even planned to stir up trouble? Did you really think I'd just let you sit here as an honored guest? He barked an order. Men, take him to the alchemy room. A voice from the shadows replied immediately. By your command, ancestor. Confused, Luo Luo ran over and pulled on Fan Xian's sleeve. Grandpa, what's happening? Isn't Big Brother a good person? Why are we capturing him? Fan Xian's eyes turn ice cold as he glares at the little girl. Look at him, kid. He's a dead man walking. His power is too immense. If I fought him head on, it would cost me years of my own life force. Why else would I need you to play your part in this little drama? Luo can't believe her ears. Her voice trembles as she tries to understand. Grandpa, why? You were just laughing and talking with Big Brother Yunxiao. Fan Xian doesn't sugarcoat it. Why? Because he's standing in the way of Baikao Valley. That means he has to die. Actually, Luo, you should be thanking him. He pauses, his gaze shifting sharply toward her. Because if he weren't here, you'd be the one dying instead. The realization hits Luo Luo like a physical blow. Horror fills her eyes, and tears begin to soak her face. The scene shifts. Two men drag Yunxiao toward a dark, ominous place, a massive, gaping opening that looks like the mouth of a giant urn. Luo Luo follows behind, her heart racing with anxiety. They toss him into the giant cauldron, where a hellish fire immediately begins to roar, ready to incinerate him. Fanxian appears at the edge, looming over the pit as he watches Yunxiao fall into the flames. His face twists into a smug, satisfied grin. Baili Yunxiao, if you want to blame someone, blame your own stupidity. He barks an order to seal the lid, then shouts toward the interior. Behold my four-image divine cauldron. Even a master at the peak of the martial myth realm couldn't break out of this. Dying by the three-life true fire inside this cauldron is an honor for someone like you. Suddenly, Yunxiao's voice rings out. Is that so? Guess I'm just lucky then. Fanxian freezes, his eyes wide with shock. What? Yunxiao's gaze pierces through the heat as he speaks calmly. My Emperor Flame Heaven Burning formula has been waiting for a chance like this anyway. Fanxian snarls and pumps more energy into the furnace, cranking up the heat to refine his pill. He pushes his power to the limit for a long time, but something is wrong. He growls in frustration. I can't believe this brat is still conscious. Baili Yunxiao, these are the flames of my ancestors. Tell me, how do they taste? Inside the cauldron, Yunxiao is perfectly fine. He even sounds like he's enjoying himself. Not bad. It's actually quite cozy in here. Fanxian's veins pop on his neck. Dead man walking and you're still acting tough? Typical arrogant brat. Do you even know what the four-image divine cauldron is for? Yunxiao replies instantly, I'm all ears. Fanxian begins his gloating tale. This is my ultimate treasure. It refines divine pills and god-tier weapons. But more importantly, he pauses, a manic excitement dancing in his eyes. His face looks completely obsessed as he continues. It refines people. Specifically, those blinded by their own ambitions and the legends they chase. Yunxiao listens in silence, then asks a sharp, serious question. So, you made up those legends yourself? Fanxian scoffs, acting completely indifferent. The legends have existed since ancient times. I just gave them a little push. Their own greed brought them here. His calm demeanor snaps, and he starts to lose control. His voice drops to a harsh rasp. But get this, when the others were thrown in, they weren't nearly as calm as you. He reminisces with a twisted smile. The second the flames touched them, they panicked. They used every artifact they had, desperately trying to claw their way out. Then, a look of disappointment crosses his face. Too bad for them. Only those with the Nong bloodline can control the four-image divine cauldron. They couldn't last 10 days. First, their skin would melt away, then their bones. Finally, they'd turn into pure, crimson life essence, their final contribution to the world. Yunxiao frowns. So that man who escaped, you let him go on purpose? Fanxian laughs coldly. So he's the one who lured you here. He was a lucky one. My son and daughter-in-law used Shinong herbs to save his life. He lets out a heavy sigh, his tone turning bitter. But if they hadn't wasted those herbs on him, I wouldn't have failed my breakthrough. They got what they deserved. If that hadn't happened, I never would have realized that refining them was the fastest way to boost my own Shinong bloodline. Yunxiao is absolutely stunned by this level of depravity. What? You refined your own son? Fanxian doesn't even deny it. He sounds proud. That's right. I only meant to imprison him, but he just had to keep getting in my way. If he wouldn't let me refine others, then I had no choice but to refine him. He suddenly turns his head back, looking behind him. Luo, don't you think Grandpa did the right thing? He doesn't give the girl a chance to run. Fanxian lashes out with his magic instantly. Luo, if you won't answer, things will get awkward, especially since you like him so much. Glowing energy ropes snake out, binding the girl as she bursts into tears. Fanxian yanks the rope with brutal strength, his voice turning into a growl. Consider this your punishment for eavesdropping. He shows zero mercy to his own granddaughter, dragging her toward the pit. Fanxian glares at her one last time. Go in there and join him. Luo collapses on the floor inside, sobbing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, big brother. It's all my fault. Fanxian turns and walks away, leaving the little girl sprawled on the ground. He tosses one last insult over his shoulder. Baili Yunxiao, you should thank me. I found you someone to talk to before you kicked the bucket. Deep inside the cauldron, Yunxiao's fury boils over. You absolute monster. He looks at the terrified Luo. He speaks softly, trying to calm her. Nong Luo, don't cry. Hearing his voice, the girl's sobs suddenly stop as she looks up, dazed. Inside the furnace, Baili Yunxiao is still whispering, trying to keep Luo calm. Don't blame yourself, he tells her. None of this is your fault. Listen to me, I can handle this, but I need you to work with me. Do you hear me? The little girl finally stops sobbing and gives a small nod. I hear you, big brother. Fast forward 7,749 days later. Nong Fanxian finally appears, slowly pushing open those massive doors. He's practically vibrating with excitement. Finally, he mumbles, "It's finally over." Step by step, he creeps toward the alchemy furnace, his eyes gleaming with greed. All I have to do is devour the life essence of Baili Yunxiao, and my lifespan and cultivation will skyrocket. But suddenly, the old man freezes. Total shock. Wait. Why isn't there any aura inside the cauldron? He frantically scans the furnace, panic setting in. Something is very, very wrong here. No sign of Baili Yunxiao anywhere. No life essence. No body. Absolutely nothing. Then, out of nowhere, Yunxiao's voice rings out. "Looking for someone?" The old creep can't believe his eyes. He's staring like he's seen a ghost. His brain is short-circuiting. He refuses to accept the reality standing right in front of him. Eyes wide with terror, he gasps. "Impossible. How are you still alive?" Yunxiao doesn't waste time on words. He draws his sword and lunges. A brutal strike that forces Fanxian to leap for his life as the ground shatters beneath him. As Fanxian scrambles back toward the large jars in the shadows, Yunxiao just smirks. "Oh? Surprised I didn't kill you just now? Well, take a look at your back." Sure enough, a deep, crimson wound is gushing blood down the old man's spine. "Does it hurt, great ancestor?" Fanxian's teeth are grinding so hard, they might snap. "Baili Yunxiao, you, a mere brat, actually dared to wound me?" He loses it. Screaming like a maniac, he spreads his arms wide. "I will have your head today. 4-image cauldron, obey my command." He waits, and waits, but the ground doesn't move an inch. His face turns a sickly shade of gray. "What? Why isn't the cauldron responding?" Yunxiao just rests his sword on his shoulder, totally chill. "Nong Fanxian, did you really think this divine artifact only belonged to you? Did you think I was stupid enough to let you use it?" Fanxian spins around and finally sees her a tiny figure standing there. "Nong Luo Luo? How? She hasn't even entered the Dao. How is she controlling the furnace?" Seeing the little girl's intense focus, Yunxiao laughs. 7,749 days was more than enough time for her to find her path. Not everyone is as pathetic as you, stuck at the same level for thousands of years. Fanxian lets out a primal roar. "Shut up! You're both dead." He starts gathering energy, eyes locked on Luo Luo. He's going to kill the traitor first. The poor girl flinches, her eyes filled with pure dread. But before he can move a muscle, a streak of fire erupts from behind, charring Fanxian's hand in an instant. He clutches his smoking, blackened arm, howling in agony. This is my Samadhi true fire. How are you controlling it? This is a Nong family treasure." Yunxiao just scoffs, hand outstretched, ready to finish this. "There's a lot you don't know, old man. Maybe read a book once in a while instead of coming out here to embarrass yourself." Fanxian is shaking, his veins popping out as his rage hits the boiling point. Every inch of him is glowing with a blinding, terrifying light. With one final roar, he charges straight at Yunxiao. "I'll take you to hell with me." Yunxiao's face goes pale. The crazy old fool is trying to self-detonate. Yunxiao slides his hand down his blade, and the steel ignites. "You want to die that badly? Fine. I'll give you a proper send-off." His eyes narrow with cold fury. "Time to pay for everyone you've murdered. One swing. That's all it takes." A massive wave of fire swallows Fanxian whole. You can literally hear his flesh searing. Trapped in the inferno, the old man can only scream in pure regret. One step. I was just one step away from becoming a martial myth. The screams fade as he turns to nothing but ash and smoke. The only thing left? His old bagua hat, hitting the floor with a dull thud. Luo stares at the empty space, her voice trembling. Is he really gone? He's dead. Just like his victims. Burnt by the Samadhi true fire until not even a scrap remained. Yunxiao glances toward the shadows by the door. "Stop hiding. I know you're there. So, what's the plan? You gonna try to arrest me?" Gunong Yuan leads the group out, immediately dropping to his knees in terror. "Lord Baili, we wouldn't dare. Please, have mercy on us. From now on, Lady Luo Luo is our young valley master. And you? You're our big boss. East or west, just give the word we're your loyal blades, and we're never backing down." Yunxiao couldn't help but let out a dry chuckle at their sudden change of heart. "At least you guys know how to read the room," he remarked. "The position is fine. You can handle the daily chores. But as for the treasures in this valley," Nong Yuan jumped in before he could even finish. "Master Baili, let me show you the old man's private stash. The Valley of 100 Herbs belongs to you now. The garden, the medicine, everything. It's all yours for the taking." Without a second's hesitation, they led Yunxiao toward a plot of land so fertile it practically hummed with life. "Master Baili, behold, the great herb garden. Take a look. There are hundreds of rare species here, but the center? That's where the real legends grow." The sight of those glowing plants was intoxicating. The sheer magical pressure in the air forced a gasp from his lips. Phoenix Wu Tong leaves, mysterious heaven cloud scale fruit, and even Shenong grass. "You actually recognize these treasures on sight?" Impressive. His heart was hammering against his ribs like a drum, but he kept his cool, clearing his throat to maintain that untouchable master vibe. Jackpot. With these, his spirit sword and his cultivation, they were going straight to the moon. Naturally, he said calmly. I am a renowned alchemist, after all. Now, Nong Yuan, I need you to handle something for me. He leaned in and whispered a secret command. Get in touch with Secretary Wu at Longting Island. He wanted the world to know. The Valley of 100 Herbs was about to step out of the shadows. He nodded firmly. Why keep a powerhouse sect like this hidden away? Besides, this was a massive opportunity to rake in some serious cash. 10 days later, the entrance to the valley was absolutely packed. People were crammed shoulder to shoulder as far as the eye could see. Your invitation is verified. Please head inside. A guide will assist you. The Pill Assembly was a 3-day event, and every guest with a pass was guaranteed a place to stay. Suddenly, a man in a sharp, imposing uniform stepped forward, his voice dripping with disdain. So, this is the famous Valley of 100 Herbs? Doesn't look like much to me. The guard stood his ground. General, please show your invitation. If you don't have one, I'll have to ask you to leave. The man tilted his chin up with pure arrogance. I'm the captain of the Flying Eagle Special Forces. I'm here representing the Xingzhou military. Tell Baili Yunxiao to come out and meet me. No. Rhythmic, heavy footsteps echoed from behind him as Yunxiao approached, hands casually shoved in his pockets. You looking for me? Fei Ying nodded slowly. That's right. By order of the Xingzhou military, you are to evacuate this valley immediately. The Flying Eagle Special Forces are taking over management. The crowd gasped in unison. The air turned cold instantly. Wait, what? Was Baili Yunxiao's Grand Pill Assembly about to get shut down before it even started? Ignoring the frantic whispers, Yunxiao just let a small, dangerous smirk play on his lips. You've got to be kidding me, right? Baili Yunxiao was the youngest martial arts legend alive, but he was facing the military. And if I refused to leave? Fei Ying's temper flared at Yunxiao's carefree attitude. Baili Yunxiao, I'm not here to negotiate with you. This valley is now under the jurisdiction of the Xingzhou military. If you don't back off, don't blame me for what happens next. He barked an order, and his soldiers instantly raised their weapons. Flying Eagle Squad, prepare for combat. Sir, yes sir. The sound of cocking guns filled the silence. Yunxiao just scoffed. You're lucky I make it a rule not to hurt my own soldiers. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. Sound isolation array. A shimmering barrier instantly locked him in a private bubble. Yunxiao pulled out his phone and made a call while Fei Ying watched, unable to hear a single word. General Chu, it's Baili Yunxiao. A squad from Xingzhou is here, with some orders telling me to pack my bags and hand over the valley. The voice on the other end exploded with shock. No way. You're telling me you actually secured the Valley of 100 Herbs? I already worked out a deal with Xingzhou. That Flying Eagle squad must be getting played. Hold on, let me make a few calls and fix this mess. Outside the barrier, Fei Ying was still pointing his gun and acting tough when his phone suddenly started screaming. Drop the act. I'm giving you 3 minutes to get out, or I'll. He picked up the phone. Within seconds, his face went pale, and cold sweat started pouring down his neck. Yes, I'm at the valley. It was the vice commander's order. He choked out the words. Cease all actions. Yunxiao just gave him a look that said, Told you so. So? How'd that work out for you? The captain ground his teeth in pure frustration. I don't know how you got to the commander, but this was my mistake. Seeing him drop into a deep, 90-degree bow, Yunxiao turned to walk away, but not before dropping one last truth bomb. On behalf of the Flying Eagle squad, I apologize. Yunxiao sighed. General, next time, use your brain. You couldn't even tell if those orders were real or a setup? Fei Ying barely contained his rage. That's none of your business. If you stop causing trouble for me, I won't have to waste my time on you. One of his soldiers whispered awkwardly. Boss, are we pulling out? Fei Ying's eyes flashed with lingering resentment. No. We stay. I want to see exactly what kind of miracles this pill assembly is supposed to produce. Deep inside the valley, the market had been humming for hours and was still packed to the brim. Suddenly, the manager's voice boomed over the speakers. Valued guests, the market is about to close. Those without accommodations, please exit in an orderly fashion. Fei Ying and his men walked through the stalls, scanning the area with sharp, skeptical eyes. But as he looked around, his jaw tightened. This place was a den of hidden masters. Even the small-time street vendors were selling high-tier loot. And the new 100 Flower Dew? It was on a whole other level. He took a sip from a sample bottle, and his eyes widened. The pain from his old battle scars? Gone. Just like that. Damn it, he hissed through clenched teeth. Of course they're not selling anymore today. This Baili Yunxiao is way too petty. Maybe he's holding back on purpose. Just then, a young man steps forward toward the arena. General Luo, wait. This is the alchemy medicine Elder Baili Yunxiao promised to the Flying Eagle squad. He holds out 2 sturdy wooden boxes, packed with the very bottles they've been dying to get their hands on. 100 Flower Dew, and it's all for him? The messenger delivers the elder's words. This was the deal. You were in the wrong, but I'm still handing over every single bottle as promised. A flash of confusion crosses Flying Eagle's eyes. It looks like he completely misjudged the guy. While Yunxiao is chatting with Nong Yuan, a voice calls out his name, Lieutenant General Baili. Flying Eagle immediately bows low. I'm sorry, I completely misunderstood you. His voice drops to a whisper. To apologize, I've got some private intel for you. Flying Eagle spills everything he discovered during his secret investigation. The great hidden sect, known as the Void Sect, is fuming over the 100 Herb Valley's return and has already sent people to stir up trouble. Yunxiao just nods. Thanks for the heads up. I'm off then. I got the message, no need for thanks. Yunxiao glances at the man beside him. The Void Sect, you ever heard of them? Nong Yuan is suddenly drenched in sweat, his entire body shaking like a leaf. His teeth chatter as he stammers out, Elder, the Void Sect used to be partners with the 100 Herb Valley. We're a hidden sect too, but we're so small we're just considered a minor sect. His voice is thick with pure terror. The Void Sect is different. They have a mountain-protecting array and 5 martial myths backing them up. That's why they're called a Great Hidden Sect. There's a pact among us. Regular people aren't allowed to know we even exist. Nong Yuan clutches his head, practically screaming. Violating that pact means total annihilation. We're doomed. We broke the ultimate taboo, now what? Baili, you don't realize how terrifying a Great Hidden Sect actually is. Maybe we should just stop the alchemy convention? Stay quiet? Yunxiao quickly calms him down. The convention goes on as planned. The Void Sect can't touch us. Don't sweat it. I'll move some of the Lingxiao security team in to keep things under control. His lips curl into a cold, confident smirk. I'd love to see what the Void Sect thinks they can do to me. On day 1 of the convention, Nong Yuan stands on the podium with a tray of medicine, shouting to the crowd. Fellow cultivators, here is the latest breakthrough from the 100 Herb Valley. 100 Flower Dew. It boosts blood flow, heals wounds, and erases scars. 10 bottles in total. Starting bid is 1 million each. The crowd goes wild instantly. 2 million, 5, 10 million. Going once, going twice. Yunxiao sits next to Qingyun, looking pretty satisfied with how things are going. This 100 Flower Dew was just something he whipped up in his spare time. He didn't expect it to sell for such a crazy price. Turns out, selling pills is a goldmine, mostly because his skills are so high that even his basic stuff is top tier. Nong Yuan is so busy with the auction, he doesn't notice the dark figures dropping from above. 10 million sold. Suddenly, a mocking voice rings out. A bunch of useless trash, actually having the nerve to hold an auction. One of those shadows slams a foot into Nong Yuan's back, sending him eating dirt. The intruder is radiating dark, suffocating energy as he sneers. You really don't know your place, do you? His lackeys hit the ground right after, standing as a human shield in front of their leader. A minor sect that killed its own master, inviting secular peasants to a joke of an auction? It's pathetic. Nong Yuan is pinned under the guy's foot, nose bleeding, tears soaking the carpet as he groans in pain. Why? Why is it always me getting kicked? Luo points a finger and screams at them. Shut up. I won't let you insult the valley or my big brother. So you're Nong Luo, the one who treats an enemy like a father? You're just a kid. Kick this trash out of the valley, go back to the old rules, and give the Void Sect exclusive rights to sell your pills. Luo is absolutely fuming. So you're just here to rob us? Talk about thick-skinned. I'm not giving you anything. The man calmly gives the order to his men. Then don't blame me for being heartless. Capture her. The girl isn't backing down. She launches herself straight at them. With one simple kick, 2 of the henchmen are sent rolling across the floor in agony. Seeing her incredible movement skills, the leader actually starts to stumble over his words. Oh? He's so angry the veins are popping out on his face. You little brat. I'll personally. Before he can finish, Yunxiao cuts him off. Done with the drama? Speak up. Why are you here? If you don't have a good reason, you're leaving your life on the floor. He walks past Luo, heading straight for the guy. You must be Baili Yunxiao. The intruder puffs out his chest. Listen up. I am Shu Xiaotian, the young master of the Void Sect. You lay a finger on me, and I'll show you what real power looks like. Yunxiao's face goes ice cold, his killing intent so thick the guy starts shaking like a leaf. Off with your head, or snap your spine. Which way do you want to die? That killing intent is suffocating. This kid actually wants to kill me. Shu Xiaotian's face goes pale instantly, his hands waving frantically in pure terror. Wait. Fine. Let's say you're amazing, but you still have to be reasonable. Everything needs a proper explanation, right? The Void Sect and Herb King Valley have been trading for ages. You can't just seize the valley and steal their gardens for no reason. Yunxiao turns to Qingyun. Secretary Wu, if he wants to talk logic, then give it to him. Make it crystal clear he seems smart enough to understand. You're the young sect master, right? When the Void Sect traded with Nong Fangxian, he was killed by Lieutenant General Baili. That is a cold, hard fact. The news hits him like a lightning bolt. Xiaotian screams out in protest. You call that being reasonable? Are you kidding me? Lieutenant General Baili single-handedly wiped out that demonic cultivator, Nong Fangxian, who murdered hundreds of innocent people. He saved every living soul in Herb King Valley. With merit like that, shouldn't he be their most honored guest? He shakes his head violently, reaching into his robe. You're lying. Xiaotian pulls out a photo of Nong Fangxian, shouting his defense. Look at this photo of Nong Fangxian. He looks so friendly, so dignified. How could someone like this be a demonic cultivator? You definitely framed him. Murdering him to steal the valley is an unforgivable crime. You people are absolutely shameless, just thick-skinned villains. Yunxiao's expression turns ice cold. He growls a question. Xiaotian freezes mid-sentence as a bone-chilling shiver runs down his spine. It's over. A hand moves faster than the eye can follow, delivering a thunderous slap right across his face. He didn't even see it coming. The force of Yunxiao's cold slap sends Xiaotian flying. He slams into a wooden pillar, snapping it clean in half. Now get lost. Our lead stands firm. Xiaotian lies there, every ounce of strength seemingly drained from his body. Damn it, Yunxiao. He struggles to stand, his threat sounding pathetic and weak. You'll regret this. The Void Sect is way more powerful than this valley. You have no idea what you've done. Don't even think about stepping foot in my Void Sect auction. Hearing this, Qingyun lets out a surprised "Oh, the Void Sect auction? What's that? Have you heard of it?" I didn't really care to ask. Turns out, they are the legendary mysterious auction house. No fixed location, items of unknown origin, they are the real deal. Most importantly, you only get an invitation if you catch their eye. She pulls a small slip of paper from her sleeve. How did she know? I just remembered. 3 days ago, they sent you an invite. They said there is something absolutely incredible going up for bid. A 1,000-year-old ancient sword. Yunxiao's interest is piqued. Oh, who sent it? The sect master himself, Xu Yeli? Perfect. Just perfect. He saw we weren't biting, so he sent his son to scout us out. Qingyun looks at him, confused. Sir, are we actually going to attend? Yunxiao leans back, legs swinging casually. If they want me there, I will be there. A 1,000-year-old ancient sword is too good to pass up. I am not letting that go. 7 days later, under a deep, starlit night, a massive cruise ship glowing with lights floats on the ocean. The Void Sect's grand party for their VIPs. Xu Yeli, the sect master, sees Yunxiao arrive and rushes over, acting like they are best friends. Lieutenant General Baili, I have heard of your fame for so long. Seeing you today, the legends do not do you justice. His eyes are shining like he just struck gold. Having you at this auction? It is the honor of a lifetime for me. Yunxiao's voice is cold, clearly uncomfortable. To be honest, the Void Sect is a lot different than I imagined. Yeli is flustered, quickly explaining before turning to bark at Xiaotian standing nearby. Don't let my son's behavior give you the wrong idea. I truly admire you. I have already disciplined him. Xiaotian, hurry up and apologize to Lieutenant General Baili. I'm sorry. Yunxiao keeps poking the bear. I am only here for the auction. If you do not want to apologize, do not force it. Yeli's face darkens, veins popping on his forehead as he snaps at his son. Fine, stop embarrassing us. Since it was my son who offended you, he will personally serve as your attendant throughout the entire auction to make amends. Xiaotian's eyes twitch. He is fuming, but he does not dare talk back. He sighs in defeat. His dad is the boss, after all. Lieutenant General Baili, please. Sorry for the trouble. Sect Master Xu. Until then. Xiaotian silently leads Yunxiao down a magnificent hallway. After a while, he suddenly whips around, his voice low and angry. Baili Yunxiao, I don't know what kind of tricks you used to make my dad back down and suddenly start sucking up to you, but I am not serving you. Now get lost. A giant question mark pops up in Yunxiao's head. You said your dad changed his mind? Xiaotian scoffs, acting all high and mighty. Oh, stop acting. If it were not for your schemes, why would the great Void Sect Master kiss a junior's boots? I am not your servant. If you are smart, you will stay here and wait for the auction. If not, don't blame me when I find someone to crush you. Find someone to crush me? Those words definitely rub Yunxiao the wrong way. He stares the kid down with pure frost. If you are looking to die, I can make that happen right now. Shut up and get out. As Xiaotian runs away trembling, Yunxiao starts calculating. According to the kid, Xu Yeli originally planned to deal with him, but then changed his mind. Why? Alright then, let's see what kind of game this Xu Yeli is actually playing at. Stepping toward a locked room tucked away in the corner, our boy scans his surroundings. According to the servant, Xu Yeli is supposed to be right inside. Yunxiao glares at the man currently busy chatting with his disciples in the main hall. While that guy is occupied, he needs to find out what's really going on behind that door. His hand grips the handle, slowly pulling it back. Inside, a figure is slumped in a chair, hidden in the shadows. head bowed, body stiff, not moving a single inch. A cold chill suddenly races down Yunxiao's spine. No reaction? Something's definitely wrong. He creeps inside, every step silent as he tries to figure out what's going on with this guy. Yunxiao moves closer, eyes narrowing as he studies the motionless figure still sitting in that chair. Then he sees it, that face. It's incredibly familiar, but looking totally drained and haggard. Wait, Xu Yeli? But how? If you're here, then who's at the party? Confusion hits him like a truck. The guy looks heavily drugged, but who on earth could sedate a martial myth level expert? Clack, clack, clack. 3 dry knocks echo from the door. Panicked, Yunxiao scans the room for a place to disappear. He doesn't hesitate diving straight into a cabinet directly across from the chair. Peeking through a tiny crack, he waits. Who the hell would be visiting Xu Yeli's room right now? The fake Xu Yeli walks in with a mysterious henchman. The Void Sect? All dealt with, the thug says. Every bit of food and drink on this ship is spiked. They can move at any second. Yunxiao's eyes go wide, cold, sweat breaking out. There are literally 2 Xu Yelis. The man in black asks, "What about that kid, Baili Yunxiao? Is someone watching him?" Fake Xu Yeli reaches behind his ear, pressing a hidden switch. "I sent Xiao Tian to keep him busy. Kids these days." A few compliments and they drop their guard instantly. His face begins to shift, revealing his true identity. "You're getting sloppy," the black-clothed man warns. The guy in black keeps lecturing. "Remember the mission. We experiment on everyone on this ship, but we keep it quiet from the outside world. And Baili Yunxiao? The organization wants him as a prime test subject." The imposter, now looking like a young, cocky brat, nods. I know. They want to figure out how he reached martial myth rank so damn fast." He stares down at the unconscious body he's been mimicking. "But that's why we have to be careful. Took a lot of work to get Xu Yeli to drink that stimulant without suspecting a thing. True, those martial myths have some insane instincts." Pulling out a syringe, he tells his partner, "You've got a point. Let me give Xu Yeli another dose, then I'll go check on our boy Yunxiao." "Good. I'll have them cut the ship's signal. Any trouble, let me know immediately." Yunxiao watches everything from the shadows, barely breathing. Another needle plunges into Xu Yeli's arm. Yunxiao actually smirks. A single shot to take down a martial myth? Interesting. This just got way more fun, but he's not about to let anyone play him like a puppet. Time for a plan. He needs to blend in as a waiter. Let's see how this plays out. That fake Xu Yeli probably knows I'm missing by now. Wonder what his next move is. Suddenly, a voice booms over the speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, the real show is about to start." The imposter stands on stage, grabbing the mic. "Everyone, put down your glasses and look up here. First off, great meeting you all. Second, I'm sorry to say this, but Mr. Xu, we're actually friends." The crowd is confused. What's he talking about? What's so sorry about that? The fake Xu Yeli just gives a wicked grin and snaps his fingers. Change of plans. We were going to do a surprise auction, but let's just skip to the good part. Let the games begin. Boom! Armed thugs swarm the room, guns drawn. Pure chaos erupts in a heartbeat. The guests are fuming. What's the meaning of this? You think us cultivators are afraid of guns? Wait, my spells, I can't use them. Me neither. Yunxiao watches from the corner, eyes narrowed. What's going on? Seems the drug is kicking in, stripping away their internal energy, just like a chi dispersing pill. Suddenly, Xiao Tian stumbles right into him. Before the kid can scream, Yunxiao clamps a hand over his mouth. Yunxiao slides a finger across his own throat, a silent, terrifying message. "Shut it, or you're dead." The fake Xu Yeli's voice turns cold. Seems you've all realized the situation. He looks up and spots Xiao Tian on the balcony. "Let's make this more interesting. Whoever gives me info on Baili Yunxiao gets the antidote. Right now." Xiao Tian is shaking like a leaf, listening to the man he thinks is his father. "Are you there, my son? Have you seen Yunxiao? I'll get revenge for you." Xiao Tian breaks, tears and snot streaming down his face. Dad, save me. Baili Yunxiao is right here. He's right next to me." A finger snap echoes through the hall. Yunxiao steps out from behind a pillar and lets out a roar. "Bingo!" He didn't blink once, looking right at the old man standing below with total confidence. The fake Xu Yeli couldn't hide his excitement the moment he spotted Yunxiao. Finally, he found him. Yunxiao, meanwhile, was heading up the stairs in a serious hurry. "Sect Master, searching for me so desperately. You in a rush to meet your maker?" Yunxiao asked, a flash of light sparking in his palm. The old man scrambled to explain himself. "Wait, Mr. Baili, you've got it all wrong. I'm not here to fight, and honestly, I don't even have the strength to face you. I just want to talk business." But Yunxiao wasn't buying it. A guy like him, doing business? Please. From behind, Xiao Tian came running in, screaming for attention. The imposter just rubbed his head sheepishly, admitting that a nobody like Xu Yeli wasn't worthy of this deal. Beside him, Xiao Tian was practically in tears, pointing a trembling finger at Yunxiao. Dad, this brat just threatened to kill me. His father didn't even glance at him. He just kept talking, revealing he was actually Harold, representing the Arctic Superwolf Research Institute to strike a deal. Hearing that, Xiao Tian let out a terrified yelp. But Harold just turned to his men and barked an order. You! Bring the stimulant number 7. Now. That's when Xiao Tian realized something was dead wrong. He backed away, stumbling over his words. You. You're not my father, who the hell are you? Yunxiao stepped closer, his eyes cold. Fine. Let's see if you actually have the guts to back up that talk. Suddenly, a heavy chain came flying out of nowhere. The metal links whipped around Xiao Tian instantly, crushing his ribs as he let out a scream of pure agony. The imposter just smiled. Mr. Baili, please, just wait a moment. Very soon, you'll witness one of the greatest inventions the world has ever seen. A blonde guy stepped toward the struggling Xiao Tian. In his hand was a needle, drawing a glowing liquid from a mysterious vial. Xiao Tian was losing it. Whoa, what are you doing? Stay back. The blonde guy didn't say a word. He pinned Xiao Tian down and slammed the needle deep into his arm without hesitation. Xiao Tian's eyes nearly popped out of his head from the pain. When the needle was ripped out, it was still dripping with fresh blood. The imposter leaned in. This is a gift from our organization, you should be grateful. Mr. Baili, this drug pushes the human body to its absolute limit, jumping an entire power tier in seconds. Beside them, Xiao Tian was spiraling into madness, screaming like a wild animal as the power surged through him. Yunxiao watched the whole mess and just sighed. Is this your great invention? A fake, man-made internal force grandmaster? Honestly, nothing special. The imposter let out a chilling laugh. Oh, this is just the opening act. Trust me, the real show is about to begin. He turned to his subordinate again. Give him the stimulant. The blonde lackey nodded instantly. Understood. Xiao Tian, realizing he was being used, screamed at the top of his lungs. You bastards! You're treating me like a lab rat? I'll break these chains and kill every last one of you. But his threats were cut short as another needle was buried in his skin. A second later, complete silence. The imposter smirked. See? No matter how strong a grandmaster is, they're nothing after a few shots. 1 or 2 might be normal, but what if we have thousands of them? We're going to make every internal force grandmaster on Earth completely irrelevant. So, Mr. Baili, are we ready to talk business now? Yunxiao looked at them with nothing but pure disgust. Fine, tell me your condition. He figured Harold had no idea he'd been eavesdropping earlier. If this guy was offering secrets to gain his trust, Yunxiao decided to play along and see how deep this rabbit hole really went. The imposter got straight to the point. The organization is very curious about your rapid growth. All we need is 1 vial of your blood every month for research. In exchange, the Moon Organization will help you rule over the entire martial arts world. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes. I hope you're not playing me. The fake Shu Yeli just smiled. This is a win-win, my friend. I have no reason to lie. If you're still doubtful, there's a lab right here on the ship. Take a look, then decide. Yunxiao gave a slow nod and agreed to the tour. As they reached the lab, the heavy doors slid open. Mr. Baili, after you. Yunxiao walked in calmly, hands in his pockets, acting like he didn't have a care in the world. The lab actually looked pretty high-tech. The imposter's face suddenly twisted into something predatory. Impressive, right? After all, this is the perfect burial ground we prepared just for you. Do it. On command, the blonde guy smashed the red button on the console. Yes, sir. Thick gas instantly flooded the room from the vents. The imposter roared with laughter. Baili Yunxiao, let's see you run now. Enjoy the high-concentration stimulant we specially made for you. But while he was busy gloating, Yunxiao had already moved, appearing right behind him like a ghost. 1 swift strike to the neck, and it was over. The man's eyes widened in pure shock. This is an isolation formation? Yunxiao just smirked. Coincidentally, I was planning on infiltrating your organization anyway. With a quick blur of motion, his face shifted until he looked exactly like the sect master. Thanks for the golden opportunity. As the smoke cleared, the 2 lackeys were frantically searching the room. Where is Baili Yunxiao? I can't find him. Suddenly, a harsh voice boomed, making the blonde guy jump out of his skin. You useless idiots. Yunxiao, now disguised, pointed toward the exit. He escaped while you were standing around. Where is he hiding now? You're all a bunch of failures. The 2 men started stammering in fear. Boss, we're so sorry. Yunxiao barked out another order. Go find him. I'm heading back to the research center to report this disaster. They bowed low. Understood. They were so scared they didn't even notice their real boss was lying unconscious right behind the door. 1 day later, at the Arctic Superwolf Research Institute, things were about to get very interesting. The blonde lackey bows low before Ling He, his voice trembling. Lord H, Leader Duke is looking for you. He says Baili Yunxiao is our most critical test subject, and he wants you personally in charge of this case. Yunxiao thinks to himself, Look, I've done some questionable things in the name of power, but this twisted, evil cultivation, that's where I draw the line. Still wearing his disguise as Ling He, Yunxiao scoffs, fine, let the man have his way. Lord Rod turns around, his voice cold as ice. Helos, you've disappointed me. You were my most trusted subordinate, yet you lost the very subject Frank Min needs for his research. The man drops to his knees, head hitting the floor as he begs for forgiveness. Yunxiao realizes this guy is even stronger than Nong Fanxian, though his spiritual sense is lacking. Lord Rod finally softens his tone, retracting his harsh words. It's a miracle you didn't lose our other martial myth specimen, or I'd be taking your head right now. On the outside, Yunxiao acts like a loyal dog, but inside, he's already plotting. You're far too kind, Lord Rod. To show my gratitude, I've prepared a special vintage just for you. There's no way this old man is breaking my illusion anytime soon. Perfect. Time to turn the tables and make him the lab rat. Lord Rod raises an eyebrow. Fine wine? Helos quickly pulls out a small glass. Trust me, sir. This is truly one of a kind. Rod stares at it for a second before downing the whole thing in one shot, but as soon as it hits his stomach, things get weird. Helos. What is this? The drink looked normal, but now his entire body feels like it's being burned alive from the inside out, and that's when the disguise drops. Helos was Baili Yunxiao all along. Yunxiao just smirks at him. That? Oh, that wasn't wine. How do you like the taste of my spirit-destroying liquid? Honestly, if you guys hadn't been so inspirational with your experiments, I never would have invented this. He even starts mocking the old man. You're the first human to ever taste it. You should feel honored, really. Lord Rod wheezes, coughing up thick, dark blood. You're Baili Yunxiao. What kind of poison did you give me? Yunxiao's grin widens. Think of it as a premium upgrade to your stimulants. It completely erases your cultivation. Isn't this exactly the kind of science you people love? Lord Rod lets out a gut-wrenching scream, fueled by pure rage. He raises a trembling fist. Baili Yunxiao, I'll tear you apart. Yunxiao casually steps aside, dodging the desperate strike. You? Kill me? In your dreams, old man. Rod goes ballistic, screaming racial slurs as he lunges forward, completely losing his mind. Yunxiao's expression hardens. Okay, maybe I underestimated this guy's raw strength. The spirit-destroying liquid hasn't fully neutralized him yet. Time for Plan B. Yunxiao eyes the control panel. If I trigger a total system failure and release the test subjects, I can slip away and take the research for myself. And just like that, Yunxiao takes off, leading the old man on a chase. He keeps the taunts coming. Come on, you brainless gorilla. You're too slow. You couldn't even touch my shadow if you tried. Lord Rod is seeing red. Veins are popping out of his neck. You little brat, I'm going to turn you into the most hideous experiment this world has ever seen. In his blind rage, he starts smashing everything, including the main control console. I'll feed your brain to the pigs and snap every bone in your body, Lord Rod screams. Yunxiao just keeps poking the bear. Right here, big ape, come and get me. The old man has officially snapped. Don't run, you coward, he bellows. The lab staff are panicking, trying to hold him back. Lord Rod, stop. You're destroying the facility. Sir, this is the main control room. You have to stop, but it's too late. The sirens start blaring across the entire floor. Warning, warning, total containment failure. The experiments are breaking loose. Isabella, who had been unconscious in her glass pod, suddenly snaps her eyes open. Boom! One of the massive glass tanks shatters into a million pieces. One by one, the tortured test subjects are stepping out into the light. Lord Rod finally realizes he's been played. You did this on purpose. You lured me into releasing them. Damn you! He turns to his men, screaming, lock down the lab. Do not let them escape. But then, Isabella and the others start closing in. A cold chill fills the room. I've been waiting for this moment, she whispers. We've all been waiting. And now, it's time for some much-needed payback. She holds out a frozen hand. Time to die. Jagged ice spikes erupt from the floor, skewering guards left and right. The room is filled with the sounds of pure terror as they beg for mercy that isn't coming. Yunxiao is already at the exit, hand on the lever. Before slamming the door shut, he gives one last look. Enjoy the party, Lord Rod. I think I've seen enough. Rod is too busy screaming at the door to notice Isabella standing right behind him, her icy claws ready to strike. Baili Yunxiao, I'll find you, Rod bellows. But as the door seals shut, the only thing left to hear are the blood-curdling screams of a man being torn apart. Security teams are scrambling everywhere. The power grid is blown. Put out that fire, now. If we don't get the backup generators online, every single monster in this building is getting out. Hiding in the shadows, Yunxiao watches the chaos unfold with a satisfied grin. Looks like the path to the central lab is wide open. No one left to stop me. He makes his way inside, and notices the power here is on a separate grid. Everything is eerily quiet. Suddenly, a massive screen flickers to life, cutting through the silence. Frank Min's face appears on the display, a smug smile on his lips. Well. I didn't expect our first meeting to be like this. Baili Yunxiao, I have to admit I'm impressed. Tricking everyone by posing as helos. You're full of surprises, aren't you? Yunxiao's eyes burn with killing intent. So, you're the man behind the curtain. Frank Min. You can run for now, but trust me, I will find you. Frank just chuckles. Run? Why would I run? That would be so rude. Actually, I think quite highly of you. You might have trashed my facility, but I've prepared a special parting gift just for you. He grins as a massive, monstrous shadow looms over Yunxiao from behind. Time to enjoy your gift. He spins around, eyes wide with pure shock. Wait. What? Suddenly, 3 massive beasts loom over him. Frank Min introduces his ultimate bioweapons, 3 mythical martial arts monsters. The beasts narrow their eyes with pure hunger. Delicious prey. He smells so good. This is going to be a feast. Without warning, one swings a massive claw straight at Yunxiao. The strike is blindingly fast. He barely dodges a split second slower and he would have been toast. Yunxiao grits his teeth. This is it, Frank's final trump card. 3 mythical level monsters? This just got complicated. The aggressive mantis beast screeches, "Don't you dare run." Yunxiao moves like lightning, delivering a brutal slash to its gut. The strike hits hard, but the wound isn't nearly as deep as he hoped. He frowns, feeling the resistance. Damn it, their hides are reinforced. This is like cutting through solid steel. The fox monster can't wait its turn and slams its paw down with a deafening roar. Yunxiao leaps into the air, looking down at the roaring beasts below. Hunger, strength, 0 pain. No brain, just instinct. He can't afford to waste time here. He needs to end this, and fast. All 3 lunge at once, their roars echoing through the facility. Food, you're not getting away. But then, Yunxiao actually smirks. Oh, you want a snack? Fine. Have a taste of this. He hurls 3 mysterious vials through the air. They land perfectly, flying straight into the gaping maws of the beasts. Driven by pure hunger, they crunch down on the glass. Suddenly, their eyes turn bloodshot, veins popping. They let out a guttural scream. It hurts. It hurts. Yunxiao lands right on the fox's head, sword drawn and ready. Don't worry, he mutters, his voice turning cold. His gaze is like ice. I'm putting you out of your misery. Back in the control room, Frank Min is losing his mind, screaming at the monitors. How? How is this happening? These are the deadliest things we've ever created. They have the power of martial arts myths. How could they lose to a guy who just broke through to the mythical realm? How? Baili Yunxiao. Behind him, the door slides open. A voice cuts through his tantrum. Fusing humans with beasts only creates mindless monsters that move on pure instinct. That's why. Yunxiao points his blade directly at Frank Min through the camera, mocking him. So, how terrifying are these monsters of yours supposed to be? Frank is terrified. He frantically grabs a syringe, screaming, "Damn it! You found the secret chamber. You forced my hand. Just wait until I break through to the celestial realm." He doesn't even get to finish. With a blur of motion, Yunxiao slashes forward, sending the syringe flying across the room. Pure killing intent radiates from Yunxiao as he stalks toward Frank. Frank stumbles back, trembling. Did you really think I'd give you a chance? Not happening. Time to go. Frank collapses, begging for his life. Wait, don't kill me. Don't you want to know why the Research Institute targeted the Great Xia? I'll tell you a secret. My institute isn't the only one out there. There are others, and, before he can spill the beans, his veins suddenly rupture and he drops dead. Yunxiao narrows his eyes at the lifeless body. It clicks. Someone placed a lethal restriction inside him, a kill switch to bury the truth. This institute has some serious power backing them up. Yunxiao slowly plugs a universal serial bus drive into the main computer. He needs to know who's really pulling the strings here. Who's behind all this? He's more than a little curious. Hopefully, this computer has the answers he's looking for. He scrolls through the files until he finds something that stops him cold. His eyes widen in total disbelief. No way. So it was him all along. He yanks the drive out. With this evidence, the Great Xia military can finally tear this place down for good. He looks around one last time. A filthy place like this? It shouldn't even exist. Faint voices echo as a group of people emerges from the shadows. He's finally dead. It looks like the Institute staff are all dealt with. I've taken care of him, Yunxiao tells the survivors. You're free, go. But then, Isabella steps forward, desperate. Sir, we have nowhere else to go. Please, take us with you. You saved our lives, let us work for you to repay our debt. Yunxiao considers it. They actually have some decent combat potential. Fine, follow me. A short while later, they reach the exit. Suddenly, a booming voice commands, "Stay right there!" The female commander of the Beihu forces steps out, her face grim. Great, Xia warrior. You're on our soil, and you've destroyed our facility. Stop now, or this becomes an international incident. We will open fire. Yunxiao doesn't even flinch. Open fire? Go ahead, try it. Her face turns red with rage. The sheer arrogance of this man. He invaded their land, wrecked their lab, and now he's talking down to them? If they don't kill him, their national pride is toast. Open fire, she screams. Beihu army, listen up. The target is the great Xia intruder. Execute him now. A barrage of shells screams toward Yunxiao. And then, silence. Every single one of them is sliced perfectly in half mid-air. Yunxiao points his blade forward, his voice cold as death. This is your only warning. Take one more step, and this is how you'll end up. The soldiers are paralyzed with fear. Did he just slice shells in half? Commander, his power. It's not what we expected. Suddenly, the thrum of helicopter blades fills the air. Up above, General Baili Yunxiao shouts over the roar of the engines. Baili, my friend, we're here to take you home. Baili Yunxiao smirks, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Perfect timing. I was just heading back to settle the score with him. Destination? The Jingzhou Corps headquarters. Qingyun leads him through the corridors, stopping right outside a high-level briefing room. Inside, the top brass are debating the mysterious disappearance of the void ship. She leans in and whispers, "As per your orders, I only alerted Commander Wang. He's requested that you wait here for just a moment." Yunxiao nods, impressed by her efficiency. "You've done well, Qingyun. Now, stay close. I'm inviting you to watch this grand performance unfold." Suddenly, a harsh voice erupts from behind the doors. Like I told you all, Baili Yunxiao is a bloodthirsty animal. He acts with zero regard for the consequences. We cannot let him walk free. Qingyun quickly identifies the speaker. That's Deputy Commander Yang Ya. He's been gunning for you since the start. Apparently, since the void ship vanished, Yang Ya has been pushing the narrative that Yunxiao kidnapped the vessel after a heated falling out with Xu Yili. Yunxiao's face darkens. A memory flashes back. Wait, wasn't it Yang Ya who personally ordered the Flying Eagle Special Forces to hunt me down at 100 Herb Valley? Qingyun nods grimly. Exactly. And word is, after the Flying Eagle team failed their mission, he was absolutely livid. Inside the room, the sound of a fist slamming against a table echoes. I'm officially proposing a warrant for Baili Yunxiao's arrest. Strip his rank and take his parents into custody immediately. Yang Ya sneers, playing the hero. It's the only way to ensure Xu Yili's safety. Around the table, several officials start nodding in agreement. I second that, another voice pipes up. For unstable elements like Baili Yunxiao, we need to use an iron fist. No more playing nice. The room is buzzing now. The Void Auction House has massive influence. This disappearance has the whole world watching us. We need results, and we need them now. We have to find the void ship immediately, Yang Ya shouts, staring down the leader. Commander Wang, stop protecting this criminal. Issue the order already. Commander Wang remains composed, his hands clasped as he listens to the chaos. Finally, he speaks up. We still don't know why the ship vanished, Wang counters. How can you be so certain it was Yunxiao? Yang Ya snaps back instantly. Lao Wang, both Yunxiao and Xu Yili are martial myths. If it wasn't an internal clash between those two monsters, who else on Earth could have hijacked the void ship right under our noses? Wang doesn't bother arguing further. He just gives a faint smile. Actually, why don't we just let Baili Yunxiao speak for himself? Yunxiao, sorry to keep you waiting. Come on in. The doors swing wide, and Yunxiao strolls in like he owns the place. Deputy Commander Yang Ya, long time no see. Yang Ya nearly jumps out of his skin. You? How the hell are you here? Yunxiao slowly approaches him, eyes locking onto his target. Disappointed I didn't end up as a lab rat, are you? Did you really think a few bottom feeders could take me down? Yang Ya stammers, his face turning pale. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yunxiao doesn't waste words. He pulls out a laptop and plugs it into the main projector. Don't understand? Fine. Let's see if this refreshes your memory. Suddenly, Yang Ya's face fills the massive screen. The audio kicks in. Frank Min, I have a deal for you. You need new test subjects, right? I found the perfect candidate. Baili Yunxiao. The room goes dead silent. Yang Ya looks like he's seen a ghost. The video isn't over yet. On screen, Yang Ya continues his betrayal. I've convinced Xu Yili to lure the boy onto the void ship. It's a perfect setup. Once he's on board, you just seize the ship, and you'll have your brand new specimen. Yang Ya's voice shakes as he tries to scramble for an excuse. This is fake. A total fabrication. He turns to his superior, desperate. Lao Wang, we've been partners for years. You can't possibly believe this over me, right? Commander Wang's expression is cold as ice. I don't believe people, Yang Ya. I believe evidence. And this? This is damning. Yang Ya tries to grab his arm, pleading. Lao Wang, listen, I'm being framed. But Wang shoves him back. We'll investigate this thoroughly. You'll get what's coming to you. For a second, Yang Ya's face goes dark. Fine. If that's how it is. Suddenly, he lunges forward, seizing Commander Wang in a lethal chokehold. He whips out a hidden syringe, the needle gleaming. You want to catch me? Try it. Lao Wang, tell Yunxiao to back off right now, or I'll end you. Despite the needle at his neck, Wang doesn't blink. Yang Ya, give it up. You aren't walking out of here. And I'm not giving any orders. Wang looks Yang Ya dead in the eye. Yunxiao doesn't answer to me anyway. Yang Ya snaps, his eyes wild with madness. Then fine. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. He moves to plunge the needle in, but then, a flash of silver. The syringe is sliced perfectly in half, the chemicals spilling harmlessly onto the floor. Before anyone can breathe, Yunxiao's blade is pressed firmly against Yang Ya's throat. Trying to act tough in front of me? You've got a lot of nerve. Yang Ya gasps. How? How did you get behind me so fast? Yunxiao's voice is terrifyingly calm. I just walked over. Maybe you're just getting slow? Yang Ya stumbles back, trembling in pure terror. That speed. You've surpassed the martial myth realm. No wonder you escaped that research facility. Yunxiao tilts his head. Escaped? Who told you I escaped? By now, your precious lab has been burned to absolute cinders. Yang Ya stares at the razor-sharp edge of the sword, the reality of his defeat finally sinking in. I lost. I get it, Yang Ya hisses, a final drop of venom in his voice. But don't think you've won. The organization will never let you go. Your peaceful days are over. Yunxiao's eyes flare with killing intent. Let them come. I'll be waiting. But as for you, your good days end right here. Guards, take him away. Once the traitor is dragged out, Commander Wang exhales and claps Yunxiao on the shoulder. Baili Yunxiao, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. That strike? Incredible speed. Wang sighs, a hint of a smile on his face. Dongzhou having a talent like you, honestly, it makes me a little jealous. Yunxiao bows slightly. You flatter me, Commander. Wang's eyes twinkle with a hidden agenda. Yunxiao, listen. I've cleared your name today. Don't you think it's time for a little payback? Yunxiao looks confused. Payback? Wang gestures to the empty seat. Our corps just lost a deputy commander. Why don't you fill the gap? Join me here in Jingzhou. Yunxiao doesn't even hesitate. He gives a sharp, clean refusal. I'm afraid I'll have to pass on that one. After everything that went down with the Void, I realized my assets were way too scattered. It's time to centralize. I'm building the Lingxiao Group, a tower that's going to pierce the very heavens. Wang Jun shakes his hand, totally respectful of the decision. If Yunxiao's heart isn't set on politics or the military, he's not going to force the issue. Once the group is officially born, you'd better invite me to the grand opening, he says, with a grin. Mark your calendars 15 days from now on the stunning Longding Island. Inside the CEO's office at the brand new Lingxiao headquarters, Yunxiao crosses his arms, his eyes narrowing. I heard your wounds aren't even fully healed yet, so why the rush to see me? What's the deal? Isabella hesitates, her voice trembling slightly. Mr. Baili, I just wanted to repay my debt to you. She shyly looks away, her heart clearly racing. I have nothing of value left to give you, she whispers, before slowly, nervously placing her hand on his thigh. Getting bold now. Isabella leans in close. So please, let me serve you. But Yunxiao? He's a total pro. He shuts her down immediately without blinking. Isabella, I brought you guys in because I value your skills, not whatever this is. Right then, the door swings open. It's Qing Yun and boy, is this awkward. Lieutenant General Bai Li, the ribbon cutting is about to. She stops dead. The regional commanders are all waiting, but she just walked into this spicy situation. Qing Yun is straight up speechless. She takes one look at them, shuts the door, and backs away fast. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Carry on. I'm out. Isabella is dying of embarrassment, turning away instantly. Yunxiao has to bark at her. What are you even thinking? Get back here. He clears his throat. Secretary Wu, teach her the rules of Lingxiao. I'm heading to the ceremony. Qing Yun pokes her head back in, giving him a cheeky thumbs-up sign. Don't you worry, sir. This is my specialty. I'll make sure she's trained into exactly the kind of girl you like. He practically has to yell back at her. I meant teach her how to act like a normal person. Outside, the sun glints off the massive glass tower as the MC's voice booms over the speakers. And now, please welcome the chairman of the Lingxiao Group, Baili Yunxiao. Following him, the heavy hitters step up. Commander Chu Baoguo of the East, Wang Aiguo of the Central Region, and the Southern Commander. It's time for the big moment. With a clean, sharp snip, the red ribbon falls. He turns to the crowd and makes it official. I hereby declare, the Lingxiao Group is officially established. The announcement echoes through the entire city. Lingxiao Group is officially open for business. But nearby, 4 shadows are watching from the dark. Qian Dao growls, his voice cold as ice. Baili Yunxiao thought he could just break the rules of the hidden sect and expose our 100-herb valley to the world. Another elder chimes in. It's time for the 4 myths of our hidden sect to erase this traitor from existence once and for all. Is old Dong ready? The old man lets out a creepy, distorted laugh. Everything's set. The second Baili Yunxiao walks out of that hall, his head is coming off. Qian Dao watches like a hawk, his face frozen in a mask of pure coldness. There he is. He's out. A smug grin spreads across the elder's face. Don't rush. Once he walks into my illusion array, it's game over. His eyes darken, face turning grim. If he can't break out, his own inner demons will devour his soul until there's nothing left of him but a cold corpse. Saves us the effort. But if he's actually as strong as they say and tries to break the array, well, before he can do that, He locks eyes on Yunxiao and Xiangwu up ahead. No mercy. As Yunxiao takes a step forward, the ground beneath him just vanishes into a strange void. Suddenly, Yunxiao is looking down in shock. Swirling energy surrounds him, his hair grows long in an instant, and his entire appearance shifts back to his past self. Then pain. He stares down in pure disbelief at the blade protruding from his own chest. I've been stabbed? Suddenly, a voice whispers from the shadows behind him. Baili Yunxiao, did you really think you'd survive being the sect leader of the Jade Soaring Palace? Shaking with rage and pain, he turns around to face his betrayer. Ye Qingyu, it's you. But why? Why would you stab me in the back like this? She just looks at him, her eyes colder than a winter grave. From the very start, all I ever wanted was your position as sect leader. The flirting, the engagement. It was all a lie. My goal never changed. He forces a bitter, painful smile. So, every feeling we had, it was all fake. She just scoffs at his weakness. Real? Fake? Does it even matter now? She sneers. Baili Yunxiao, you really are the most pathetic, soft-hearted fool I've ever met in my life. Then, with a surge of pure malice, she twists the blade even deeper into his heart. In this world, feelings are the most useless things alive. Let me do you a favor and end this. But wait, Yunxiao's hand starts glowing with a fierce green light. With one powerful sweep, he blasts her back. His eyes are full of pure, unadulterated killing intent. Ye Qingyu, a mistake like this? It's never happening a second time. You stabbed me. Now, you die. She doesn't say another word, just gives him a haunting, mysterious little smirk. Back in the real world, the four assassins are watching his body twitch. Yunxiao is grimacing, clearly trapped deep within his own nightmare. Qian Dao nods in approval. Nice work, old dong. Your array is the real deal. Who knew the strongest man in the world would be struggling like this? The elder beams with pride. My array targets their deepest, most painful obsessions. Very few can ever walk out of that mental prison alive. Looks like we won't even have to lift a finger. He's finished. But suddenly, boom! The elder coughs up a spray of blood. Yunxiao's eyes snap open, glowing with rage. The assassins charge in immediately. Damn it! Move! He broke the illusion. Yunxiao stays dead calm. A few stray rats like you actually thought you had a chance to kill me? He doesn't waste a second. He summons a massive flaming sword and unleashes a strike that sends them all flying back in an explosion of fire. With the Fire Emperor physique unleashed, Qian Dao and Jishan are forced to hover midair just to escape the incinerating heat. She scowls, unable to believe this guy is actually this terrifyingly strong. That single strike. Its power definitely surpasses the mythic martial arts realm. Jishan wipes the blood from his mouth, his voice dripping with frustration. Elder Dong, how is your illusion array this useless? Dihaka cries out, pressing his hands together in a prayer. Amitabha, Benefactor Dong, you've really outdone yourself this time, and not in a good way. The old man frantically tries to explain himself. This illusion array is a sacred sect treasure. Even those in the heavenly human realm shouldn't be able to escape it so easily. He tells them to look closer. The backlash from the array hit him hard, so there is no way Baili Yunxiao escaped without being severely wounded. Our boy just gives him a cold, piercing glare. So what if I'm injured? What's that to you? Before the old man can even blink, Baili teleports behind him like a ghost. So, you're the one behind this array? Then let's start the executions with you. Elder Dong screams in pure panic. Damn it! Iron Corpse, protect me! But it's too late. Bailey's sword drives straight through him, a clean, lethal strike that leaves the old man with zero time to react. The remaining three are absolutely floored by the sight. Qian Dao's face pales as she shrieks out a desperate order. Jishan, Dihaka, Elder Dong is dead. If you don't want to be next, stop holding back and kill him. Bailey just looks at them, completely unfazed. Dihaka lunges forward with his 10 pressure shock, while Jishan throws a heavy, rage-fueled punch. They're putting everything they have into this. Bailey stands his ground, a literal mountain before them. He doesn't even move, he just casually raises a finger glowing with intense, flickering flames. Zap! A hole is blasted right through Dihaka's forehead, blood spraying everywhere, while Jishan takes a direct hit to the heart. Bailey watches coldly as they both go into a freefall toward the ground. What? How is this possible? Qian Dao is shaking, her entire world crumbling. Baili Yunxiao, you actually dared to kill them? The hidden sect will never let you get away with this. Before she can even finish her threat, she's instantly encased in ice. Wait there for me. Bailey's eyes shift toward the source of that sudden freezing power. Isabella steps forward, her voice like ice. You dare threaten my benefactor? As Bailey walks back, Qingluan is already rushing over, her face full of worry. Young master. Secretary Wu sensed something was wrong the moment you left, but it took us forever to track you down. Qingyun appears right behind her to report. Lieutenant General, I've already called for a medical team. Just hang on. Xiang Wu steps in to support him. Master, are you okay? Bailey lightly covers his mouth. They were all at the mythic martial level. Even if you guys had arrived earlier, you wouldn't have been able to do a thing. His attention turns back to the elder lying on the floor. He reaches into the old man's clothes and pulls out a mysterious scroll. He scans the small note in his hand. Turns out they're from the minor hidden sect. Noted. The scroll mentions a spirit fox, demon king, and ice heart yin-yang grass appearing at Snow Beast Mountain. Apparently, the hidden sect members were supposed to wait here, kill Baili Yunxiao, and then immediately head to the mountain. Bailey's mind starts racing. A spirit fox, demon king, and that rare ice heart yin-yang grass? Talk about a lucky find. Well then, I'll just take those for myself. Consider it your compensation for my trouble. He remembers the Bai family lives right next to Snow Beast Mountain. One day later, at the foot of the snow-capped peaks, Bai Kengshan greets him with a massive, respectful smile. Master Baili, I came as soon as you called. I've already made all the arrangements for you. Bailey nods politely. Old Bai, thanks for letting me crash here for a bit. I've got business at the mountain tomorrow, so I'm going to get some rest now. The old man hands him a key with a knowing look. Of course. Rest easy, master. I guarantee you'll be very comfortable tonight. I'll take my leave now. Bailey slides the key into the lock, but the second the door swings open, his face drops. There, waiting on the bed, are two young maidens. One of them, Feishu, speaks up first. Master Baili. Then Feinu joins in. Please, teach us well tonight. Bailey just stares at them, thinking, great. More trouble. The twin-like maidens introduce themselves. My name is Bai Feinu, and I am Bai Feishu. It is an honor to meet you, Master Baili. Please, show us mercy tonight. They stand by the bed, looking expectant, but Bailey isn't having it. I'm not interested in you two. Go back and tell Bai Fanshan. He doesn't even get to finish before they both start looking incredibly pitiful. Feishu cuts him off, her voice trembling. Master Bai said, that in this entire world, you are the only one who can save our parents. Then Feinu chimes in from the side. Sir, please don't kick us out. We have no other way to help you. All we can offer are our pure bodies in exchange for your protection. Bailey pauses, looking them over. These two are just ordinary humans, but they have gentle souls and more importantly, their bloodline is actually quite unique. He thinks to himself that using some essence restoration pills to form a karmic bond with them might actually be a win-win. He reaches into his robe and pulls something out. Tell you what. Inside this jade bottle are 2 essence restoration pills. Take them back and use them to save your parents. He hands the bottle to Feishu, who looks absolutely stunned. Now, I really need to sleep, so you two. Thank you so much for your mercy. Feishu cries out. Feinu quickly follows up. Sir, please. Let me serve you. Suddenly, a gust of wind slams the door shut. Wait, where did that wind come from? Feishu gasps. Bailey's voice echoes from behind the closed door. The pills are a gift. Now go home. He leaves the two of them standing there, completely dazed. Feishu whispers, we will never forget this kindness as long as we live. The next morning, a servant finds a bottle with a note attached to it. Old Bai, thanks for the hospitality. I've got things to do, so I'm heading out. Don't forget those pills. It's signed by Baili Yunxiao. Bai Kengshan sighs as he reads it. It looks like making a man like Baili Yunxiao owe you a favor is easier said than done. Meanwhile, at the base of Snow Beast Mountain, a massive crowd has already gathered. A bald thug with a weird red flower on his head mutters, the time is almost here. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows of a nearby tree is our boy, Yunxiao. He watches closely, thinking to himself that if it weren't for the intel from his high-ranking connection, he never would have found this place a mountain protected by a natural magic array, just like the legendary Snow Beast peaks. This crew looks like they're from the hidden sect, and with 8 late-stage martial myth experts in their ranks, it's clear the sect's power and resources are no joke. The bald leader continues, that brat Huayun hasn't shown up yet. He probably died at the hands of that monster, Yunxiao. Whatever, it doesn't matter if they're here or not, as long as the new God Dragon Empress arrives, we're good to go. Yunxiao narrows his eyes. Secretary Wu's files mentioned the hidden sect's heavy hitters, but he didn't expect to run into their top-tier empress this soon. Suddenly, a woman who looks like she stepped straight out of a painting appears, making the crowd go wild as they shout, the Empress is here! All hail the Empress! This is the legendary God Dragon Empress herself, and she tells everyone to stand up, adding, wait here, don't you dare interfere once the real fight starts. Yunxiao uses a flower-style concealment technique, staying perfectly still while analyzing her. The Empress is at least at the third tier of the heaven. Human realm. Even with his spirit-defining cultivation, taking her on in a head-to-head fight would be suicide. But his soul strength is massive. As long as he keeps his stealth spell active, she shouldn't be able to spot him. The Empress suddenly glares into the distance and shouts, "Nine-tailed fox, come out and face me." As the sky turns dark, a massive white nine-tailed fox emerges from the shadows behind her. The Empress turns around, completely fearless. Trying to use the mountain's natural array to suppress me? Nice try, but it won't be that easy. She summons a majestic dragon right behind her, and the two massive beasts clash. The fox lunges, but the dragon narrowly dodges the strike. Watching from below, Yunxiao realizes something's off. That fox in the sky isn't the real deal. Its true body is actually hiding within the dark moonlight. Time for a little investigation, he whispers before vanishing in a blur of motion. He lands on a floating rock nearby to get a better look at the carnage. He keeps his stealth active, but his jaw drops when he notices the rocks at the very top are actually covered in rare herbs. Could this entire area be filled with ice-heart yin-yang grass? The Empress speaks up again. Nine-tailed fox, I respect your centuries of cultivation. I don't want to hurt you, just give me the ice-heart yin-yang grass so I can refine some longevity pills, and I'll leave this mountain immediately. The fox just laughs, a cold, mocking sound. Humans are so pathetic. You actually think a worm like you can wound me? It gathers a massive energy sphere at its tails and fires it right at the Empress, a cloud of raw power swallowing both her and her dragon whole. Yunxiao tenses up. That one blast from the nine-tailed fox had the power of a Tier 3 heaven human expert going all out. There's no way she could survive that unless she's packing some seriously high-level divine protection artifacts. But then, the Empress emerges from the smoke. I gave you a chance. She creates a massive palm of light, and the dragon roars as a blinding flash forces Yunxiao to shield his eyes. Something streaks through the light and crashes right behind him, leaving a massive crater. It's the Empress. But before she can even catch her breath, the fox is on her again. She waves her hand, sending out ribbons of ice that wrap tightly around the nine-tailed fox. The beast snarls, trying to bite through the frozen bindings, before slamming back down to the ground with an earth-shaking thud. Yunxiao shields himself from the flying debris, stunned by the terrifying power level of this fight. If I get caught in the middle of these two, I'm toast, he thinks. The Empress tries one last time. Nine-tailed fox, do you really want us both to die here? I just need 2 stalks of the grass. Hand them over, and we can end this peacefully. The fox struggles back to its feet. This grass is mine. Why should I give you anything? Besides, you really think you're the one in control of this fight? Suddenly, magical bindings coil around the Empress, catching her completely off guard. You've mastered the charm scent? The fox smirks. I spent 100 years perfecting this scent just to deal with arrogant thieves like you. Let's see how well you fight when your mind starts to slip. Just then, Yunxiao's stealth fails, and he's forced into the open. Great, just my luck. This scent is messing with his soul. Staying hidden is officially impossible now. Both the Empress and the fox are stunned to see him there. Who are you? She demands. How did you get in here? What's your name? Talk! Now, she yells. But internally she's panicking. Using her spirit energy is only making the scent work faster. The nine-tailed fox snarls. You sneaky little rat. You crawled into my mountain hoping to play the fisherman while we fought? I'll kill you first. The fox lunges at him, but Yunxiao isn't backing down. You think you can take me out that easily? Soul sword break. He thrusts his hand forward, blasting a wave of energy straight into the fox's forehead. The beast screams in rage, but the attack barely seems to faze it. On the other hand, Yunxiao starts coughing uncontrollably. He clutches his chest as his vision blurs. This isn't just a mental attack. The scent is overriding his logic with pure, primal instinct. He sees the Empress struggling with the same thing and shouts, Empress, don't let the scent take control of you. But it's too late. The Empress's eyes go hazy, and she whispers a command that stops his heart. I order you, kiss me. For a second, Yunxiao felt his heart soften. He almost stepped closer, but then a sudden realization hit him like a cold shower. He jumped back just in time. Dangerous. That charm fragrance was terrifying. One wrong move and his soul would have been shattered. If it wasn't for the protection of his 4-imagery divine furnace, he would have been completely toasted right then and there. Look, the Divine Dragon Empress might be as cold as ice, but our protagonist isn't the type of guy to kick someone when they're down. He reached out, placing his hand on her forehead to break the spell. Yunxiao focused, and boom, her soul snapped back into place. She woke up instantly, blinking in total confusion. Wait, what just happened? Yunxiao just pointed at his chest to explain. But the Empress? She didn't wait for a word. Slap! You shameless pervert! Yunxiao was fuming. Listen here, Divine Dragon Empress. If I hadn't stepped in to save you from that nine-tailed fox's charm fragrance, you would have dropped at least one entire cultivation tier by now. Is this really how you treat your savior? Hearing that, her face turned bright red as she remembered how close they were just a moment ago. I'm sorry. It's all coming back to me now. Thank you for the help. I won't forget this debt. Yunxiao just turned away, waving her off. Whatever, just don't pay back kindness with a slap next time. I'm out of here. But she called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. Wait, you actually broke the fox's charm? And you took a hit from me like it was nothing? Are you some kind of nameless legend? And why were you acting like a coward, just watching me and the nine-tailed fox fight from the sidelines? Yunxiao just smirked with pure confidence. Empress, if you wanted to know my name, you could have just asked. No need for the long speech. Remember it well, I'm Baili Yunxiao. He pointed toward the rocky peak. Besides, I'm only here for the Spirit Fox King and that ice heart herb. Running into you was just a complete accident. The Empress blushed again, whispering to herself. So he's the famous Baili Yunxiao. The rumors were right. He really knows how to flip a situation on its head. Baili Yunxiao, she called out. About your history with the Shaoyin sect. I can tell them to drop the grudge. I can even make your Jade Palace one of the recognized sects under my wing. But on one condition, not a single soul hears about what happened today. Yunxiao shrugged. I'm not the gossiping type anyway. Besides, I'm heading up that ice mountain now. Don't you need to go pick some herbs too? The two of them started walking, completely ignoring the nine-tailed fox lying on the ground. But as they neared the top, the Empress turned to him. I only need 3 stalks. I suggest you don't get greedy either. These spirit herbs are incredibly fragile. If you damage the roots, they'll never grow back. Yunxiao nodded. 3 stalks are plenty for me to refine the pills I need to boost my cultivation. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox lunged out of nowhere, blocking their path. You want my herbs? In your dreams. It opened its maw, gathering energy into a massive orb. Die, both of you. Spirit Beast Blast. Yunxiao didn't even flinch, thrusting his hand forward. 4 Imagery Divine Furnace. The fox's energy blast slammed into his position, but it was completely swallowed by the massive cauldron. The shockwave, however, sent the Empress flying. She skidded back, gritting her teeth. How annoying. Yunxiao said this ice heart herb grows on this mountain naturally. It's not like it belongs to you. Why are you trying to kill us over a few stalks? It's completely unreasonable. I didn't even try to finish you off while you were down earlier. The nine-tailed fox paused, growling. Leave right now, and I'll let you live. Yunxiao sighed to himself. Talk is cheap, I guess. Suddenly, 9 tails whipped toward him like deadly spears. You humans talk way too much. Yunxiao dodged through the chaos, his voice calm. Little fox, I can see you've worked hard to reach this level of intelligence. It's not easy for a beast to awaken like you have. I was actually going to take the herbs and then convince you to be my spirit beast, but now. The fox's eyes widened in shock. You're still alive? Yunxiao didn't stop. Looks like I'll just have to beat you until you listen. He leaped into the air, slamming the lid of his cauldron down. The fox let out a piercing scream. Yunxiao chanted a command, 4 Imagery, Divine Furnace, seize, and a powerful vacuum sucked the fox straight into the jar. The lid slammed shut as Yunxiao landed gracefully. Stay put in there, little fox. Don't fight it, unless you want me to turn you into a medicinal pill instead. From inside the furnace, the fox trembled. What? What do you want from me, human? He decided to strike a deal. Listen, I can teach you a 9-death immortal technique. With my phoenix fire, you can undergo a literal rebirth and transform into a human. The fox was stunned. Is that even possible? Yunxiao chuckled. Of course it is. But first, you have to accept my spirit beast seal. Once you're mine, you won't just get a human body. You'll have a shot at reaching the golden core stage one day. But if you refuse, well, there won't be a one day for you. Silence filled the jar. Finally, the fox whispered, Fine, I agree. Yunxiao immediately cast the spell. The technique and the seal flooded into the fox's mind. Focus, protect your life force. The fox let out a pained cry as Yunxiao shouted, Rebirth by fire. The beastly form began to melt away, refining into a spirit body. In a flash of light, the fox was gone, replaced by a young girl with piercing red eyes and flowing gray hair, standing amidst the mist. She looked at her new hands, trembling. Master, why is my power gone? You traded your beastly core for a human form, Yunxiao explained. Losing your old power is the price for defying the heavens. Just follow the technique I gave you, and you'll get back to your original level in no time. He looked her over, giving her a stern nod. You're human now. The 9-tailed fox is dead. From today on, your name is Xiaoju. Now, put some clothes on. She bowed low. Xiaoju thanks Master for her name. Understood. Just then, the Empress came rushing back, looking around in confusion. Baili Yunxiao, where did that fox go? He played it cool, hiding the truth about Xiaoju's transformation. Letting that secret out would be a total disaster for her. The Dragon Empress, her face still marked with battle scars, finally spoke up. I drove it off, he claimed. Then Xiaoju stepped in, adding, I'm his maid, Xiaoju. I arrived just in time to help Master repel that nine-tailed fox. Xiaoju bowed gracefully. Xiaoju pays her respects to the Empress. The Empress stared, her mind racing. This girl has the power of a mythical martial realm master, and she's gorgeous to boot, yet she's willing to be Baili Yunxiao's maid? Seriously, how is this guy such a chick magnet? Since you drove the fox away, everything here is your loot, the Empress conceded. But could you spare me 3 stalks of yin-yang ice heart grass? Consider it a massive favor. If you ever need me in the future, just say the word. Yunxiao smirked. A favor from the legendary Dragon Empress for just 3 stalks? That's a steal. Deal, he said. With a quick thanks, she soared into the sky and vanished. She returned to the group of cultivators, announcing, Masters of the Hidden Sects, I've secured the grass. The Fox King is gone, so clear out immediately. Once the longevity pills are refined, you can bring your rare treasures to the Dragon Sect to trade for them. The crowd bowed in unison, respectfully seeing the Empress off. Xiaoju leaned in and whispered, Master, do we let these people go? Or should we just wipe out every single one of these mythical martial masters right now? Yunxiao shook his head. If I kill the top masters of every sect, the whole world will come for my head. Let's not go looking for extra trouble just yet. Suddenly, she spotted something and pointed toward a nearby island. Master, look over there. He followed her gaze and saw a group gathered on an island below. Wait, is that Phi No and Phi Tu yet? What on earth are they doing here? The 2 sisters looked absolutely terrified, backed into a corner. Old ancestor, the Bai sisters refused to hand over the great Wu King's relic, a voice hissed. It was Huai Yue, and she sounded ready to kill. If they won't give it up, then kill them, she barked. Do I really have to walk you through this? Phi Tuyet screamed back. You old hag, you murdered our parents for this treasure. I'll die before I ever give it to you, a disciple stammered. But ancestor, that relic is protecting them. 2 of our brothers already died trying to get close to it. Useless, a bunch of failures who can't even kill 2 girls. Hua Yue's face twisted with pure malice. Let's see how long that relic can actually protect you. You killed my disciples today. I'm taking your lives. She lunged at them, but Yunxiao intercepted her instantly, killing to steal and then blaming the victims. Are you out of your mind, you old hag? Hua Yue froze, her eyes narrowing as she glared at him. Who are you? And why are you meddling here? My name? You're not worthy to know it, Yunxiao replied coldly. You really think I'll let you kill them? Phi Tuyet looked relieved, but Hua Yue stayed calm. They're just 2 commoners. Why wouldn't I kill them? Take my advice. Kid, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. It might just cost you your life. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the side. Shut up, Hua Yue. She jumped, totally caught off guard. I am Dong Yan of the Corpse Refining Sect. A group of figures in strange black robes stepped forward. Dong Yan stared hard at the MC. Are you, Palace Master Baili Yunxiao? Yunxiao shrugged. So, you actually have eyes. Good. Your outfits look a little too familiar though. The crowd erupted in whispers. That's Baili Yunxiao? Didn't the hidden sect elders already take him out? How is he still standing here? Hua Yue went silent, her confidence visibly shaking. Dongyan's mind was racing. If Yunxiao is alive, his 4 colleagues are definitely dead. This guy's power is terrifying. He's not someone to mess with right now. He immediately flipped his script, acting all polite. Hua Yue has a temper, and she's clearly offended you. I'll apologize on her behalf. We have business elsewhere, so we'll be going now. Hua Yue was stunned. Going? Dongyan, what are you so scared of? There are 8 mythical martial masters here. Why are we running from one guy? He didn't even stop. You stay if you want. I'm leaving. Corpse Refining Sect. Withdraw now. He fled instantly, leaving Hua Yue fuming. You coward, you absolute chicken. Behind Yunxiao, Xiaoju spoke up. Master, that great Wu King, he was my disciple. Hua Yue was slaughtering people just to rob his grave. And the rest of them? They just stood by and watched. To them, human lives are just like grass. She frowned, looking at her master. If you let them walk away now, they're only going to cause more trouble later. Yunxiao smiled thinly and looked at Dongyan. I never said I was letting you go. You 2 put on a nice little performance, but I'm not buying it. Dongyan stopped in his tracks, sweating. Baili Yunxiao, I don't want to fight. Why are you making things difficult? You stood there and watched while she tried to murder innocents, Yunxiao said. A bit late to play the good guy now, don't you think? Besides, I just realized why you look so familiar. You're the one who sent those assassins after me, aren't you? Since we're already enemies, why run? He drew his blade. Dongyan's face darkened as he threatened back. Fine. I gave you a way out and you spat on it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Everyone. Your sects all had a hand in hunting him down. He's the type to hunt us to the ends of the earth. If we don't kill him together right now, none of us are getting out of here alive. Yunxiao just stood his ground. Then come on. Strike. Yunxiao thrusts his blade forward, his voice cold as ice. Thinking of killing me? You losers aren't even worthy. Suddenly, his Emperor Yan body erupts with overwhelming power. Before they can even blink, a massive red demon manifests, swinging a blazing sword right down on their heads with earth-shattering force. The impact is pure carnage. Screams of agony fill the air as a streak of fire shoots out from the blast. It slams into Hua Yue at lightning speed, leaving her collapsed on the ground and coughing up blood. Shocked, she glares at Yunxiao. You've already reached the celestial being stage, haven't you? This was all a trap to lure us out. She keeps hurling insults at him, calling him a shameless, low-life snake. But our boy just stands there, completely calm and collected in front of her. If you hadn't come here to rob and kill, I might have let you walk, Yunxiao says. But now, not a single one of you is leaving this place alive. His eyes sharpen. A scarred guy panics, shouting for the palace master to stop. But it's too late. Blood sprays everywhere as Yunxiao strikes Hua Yue down without a second thought. He looks at the scarred man, tilting his head slightly. Sorry, what was that? I couldn't quite hear you. The guy literally freezes, too terrified to even speak. Trembling, the scarred man tries one last threat. Baili Palace Master. Stop this. Do you really want to make an enemy of the entire martial arts world? Yunxiao doesn't blink. Get to the point. What are you trying to say? The man stammers. You really are a celestial being, aren't you? With power like yours, why make things hard for us over two measly commoners? These disciples here are the future of the martial arts world. Yunxiao scoffs at his logic. Commoners aren't human to you? You treat their lives like trash, so in my eyes your lives are exactly the same. The man stumbles back in total fear. Yunxiao, are you really not going to let us go? The entire world will hunt you down for this. But Yunxiao just answers with a lethal, sweeping slash of his sword. If everyone in the martial arts world is like you, then I'll just kill them all. And I'm starting with you lot today. Coughing up blood, the man desperately orders his disciples to form a formation. A guy in yellow steps up, taking command of the panicking crowd. Orders received. Follow my lead and form the celestial circle formation. He screams for them to move fast, thinking they still have a chance. Suddenly, Xiaoju blurs into motion, landing a brutal kick right across his face. Do I look like a ghost to you? Using a formation against my master? Seriously? He staggers back, dazed, but then has the nerve to smirk at her. Beautiful. Why be a lowly maid for Yunxiao? You're far too pretty for that. Help me out here, and once this is over, I'll take you back to my sect and make you my wife. What do you say? Big mistake. A split second later, a massive hole is punched straight through his chest. Xiaozhou tosses his limp body aside like garbage. You? My husband? You aren't even worth my time. She turns to Yunxiao. Master, don't waste your energy on these weaklings. Let me handle this. Yunxiao gives her a cold nod. Fine. Just make sure none of them survive. The crowd is absolutely losing it now, shaking with pure terror. Wait, stay back. What are you doing? Xiaozhu just licks the blood off her hand with a chilling smile. Mission accepted, Master. I won't leave a single one. The man in yellow, clinging to his last breath, wheezes out. The great hidden sect will avenge us. You won't get away with this, Yunxiao. Yunxiao just stares down at him with zero emotion. Avenge you? Against who? As far as the world knows, you all died at the hands of a nine-tailed fox. He plunges his sword down, ending his life. Moments later, Xiaoju reports and every single one of them has been dealt with, leaving the ground covered in bodies. Yunxiao orders her to use her powers to erase any trace of the corpses. After today, the nine-tailed fox needs to disappear from the public eye. Anything you say, Master, Xiaoju chirps. But hey, could you follow me for a second? There's something you need to see. She leads him to her cave, explaining that she's been hoarding treasures for 100 years. By today's market value, we're talking at least 300 billion. What's mine is yours, Master. She opens the vault, and the sheer amount of gold is enough to make anyone's head spin. Yunxiao is actually impressed. Well, that's one hell of a surprise. Once we clean up this mess, I'm taking you and this mountain of gold home. 3 days later, at the Longxiao Group headquarters, Qingyun delivers her report. General, Xiaoju's new place is all set up. Also, our security business has officially expanded into Japan. And Xu Xiangyu? She's found the key to the mythic realm and has started her secluded meditation. Yunxiao nods. Good. Looks like Jade Flute Palace is about to get its second mythic rank expert. He plans to refine a new batch of 100 Flower Dew to boost his security team's levels. But then, the door bursts open. Sir, we have a problem. There's a group of foreigners causing a total scene in the lobby. They're being incredibly aggressive. They claim to be from the Windsor family and they're demanding to see you. Yunxiao frowns. Secretary Wu, you ever heard of these Windsor people? Qingyun nods gravely. Yes, they're an ancient noble family with massive global influence. They've got plenty of celestial being level experts in their ranks. If they've decided to target the Langxiao group, we're looking at some serious trouble. Yunxiao thinks it over. I've never even met them, but since they've come to my doorstep, I might as well see what they want. In the lobby, a man introduces himself. I am Brad Windsor. We are here to bring our princess back home where she belongs. Mr. Yunxiao, please return Her Highness to us immediately. Yunxiao is confused. Princess? You've got the wrong place. There's no princess here. A woman points directly at someone behind him. Don't lie to us. That's her right there. Her Highness, Princess Isabel. And there she is. Yunxiao stares at her, the realization hitting him hard. So, you knew who you were this entire time, didn't you? You're right, Isabella admits, her voice low. But I never intended to hide the truth from you. The two of them are currently sitting in Baili Yunxiao's private lounge within the Longxiao Group's massive headquarters. She continues, a shadow crossing her face. I was never exactly loved by my clan. I always figured that even if I vanished off the face of the earth, they wouldn't even blink. Yunxiao looks at her, his expression unreadable as he drops a bombshell. Actually, you aren't wrong, but I just got word that the chosen heir of the Windsor family has met a very sudden, very mysterious end. Isabella's eyes widen as she finishes the thought for him, so that's why they suddenly remembered I exist. She looks at him with sudden intensity. If you want me to go back and take over the Windsor family for your sake, I'll do it. I'd do anything for you. Her voice is thick with sincerity, but Yunxiao doesn't hesitate. I've never been the type of man to hide behind a woman's skirts. Do what you want to do, that's all that matters. A small smile finally touches Isabella's lips. Then I want to stay right here with you. Yunxiao nods. Then that's final. No one is taking you anywhere. Meanwhile, in the main office, Brad Windsor is losing his patience. Well? Can I take Princess Isabella with me now? Yunxiao's response is ice cold. Isabella isn't going anywhere with you people. You can leave now. Brad's companion sneers, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Baili Yunxiao, do you even realize who you're turning down? Do you honestly think building one successful company like Longxiao makes you the king of the world? She leans in, a nasty glint in her eye. Oh wait, you probably haven't heard the news yet, have you? Tanaka Gaku, the CEO of the Mitsui Financial Group, has just been kidnapped by guards from your very own Longxiao Group. Security guards kidnapping their own client for money? Now that is interesting. Yunxiao's brow furrows as he processes the hit to his reputation. This smells like a setup. Longxiao's operations in Japan were only just starting to take off. How could things go south this quickly? The woman continues her taunt. A scandal this big could easily topple a rising star like your company. But, if you just play nice and hand over the princess, the Windsor family might just be willing to make this problem disappear for you. Yunxiao doesn't even blink. Whatever happens to Longxiao is my business. I don't need you sticking your nose in it. He signals his assistant. Secretary Wu, show our guests out. Brad Windsor storms out, fuming, but stops at the door to throw one last look back. Baili Yunxiao, you'll be the one coming to find me sooner or later. Mark my words. Yunxiao's eyes flash with a lethal coldness. Get out. The door slams shut. Outside, Brad mutters a curse under his breath. Arrogant brat. I'm going to enjoy watching your precious Longxiao group burn to the ground. Back inside, Yunxiao turns to his assistant, his voice sharp. Tell me exactly what happened. She swallows hard. I've contacted the team, but you need to see this first. This is already turning into a massive international scandal. And sir, Liu Dong is among those reported missing. Yunxiao scans the report, his face darkening with every line. If anything happens to Liu Dong, there will be hell to pay. Book the flight, now. I'm going to Japan. Fast forward to 2 in the afternoon at the Japanese airport. Wu Qingyun rushes toward him, looking completely frazzled. Forgive me, Mr. Bailey. I'm so sorry for the wait. I've been trying to negotiate with the Mitsui Financial Group, but they're being incredibly stubborn. They refuse to cooperate, and they're threatening to release even more damaging information to the press. Yunxiao remains the eye of the storm. Slow down. Tell me the whole story from the very beginning. She takes a breath and starts the report. 3 days ago, Tanaka Gaku approached us. He specifically requested 10 personal bodyguards because of his high-profile status. We assigned Liu Dong as one of the leads. Then, at 10 this morning, Liu Dong reported that Tanaka Gaku had ordered them to escort him to a private location. We tried to get more details for the log, but Liu Dong hung up abruptly. Total silence after that. Shortly after, the Mitsui Group was already on the phone with the media. Yunxiao's eyes narrow. Take me to the Mitsui Group headquarters right now. I want to see what kind of game they think they're playing. The assistant nods quickly. Understood. I'll arrange the car immediately. Suddenly, a purple-haired girl nearby gasps, covering her mouth in shock. Mr. Tanaka Gaku. She points to a man slumped on the ground, looking like he's been through a meat grinder. He looks up at Yunxiao, his voice a ragged hiss. Baili Yunxiao, you did this to me. It's all your fault. The sudden accusation catches everyone off guard. Yunxiao steps forward, his voice steady. Explain yourself. How exactly did I harm you? Tanaka Gaku coughs, a bitter, broken sound. If I hadn't hired Longxiao guards, I wouldn't be in this mess. Your protection was nothing but a death trap, but it doesn't matter now. Everyone they target is as good as dead. Your good brother Liu Dong is going to die, and you're going to follow him. He's shaking violently, the life draining out of him. Yunxiao grabs him, his voice rising in demand. What do you mean by that? Talk to me. Tell me the truth. Secretary Wu gasps in horror. Mr. Baili, stop. He's already dead. Yunxiao slowly lets go, his face a mask of iron. I know. She tries to offer some comfort. Mr. Baili, please don't lose hope. Liu Dong is strong. He has to be okay. Suddenly, the sound of heavy boots echoes through the area. A group of men in black tactical gear swarms in, guns drawn and aimed straight at Yunxiao. Don't move! Hands where we can see them! Baili Yunxiao, you are under suspicion for the murder of Tanaka Gaku, CEO of the Mitsui Group. Put your hands behind your head and cooperate with the investigation immediately. Yunxiao just stands there, eerily calm. He looks at the police and then back at the blood-soaked body. Tanaka Gaku just happens to appear at the airport covered in blood right when I arrive. You guys are just airport security, right? One man, wearing a slightly different uniform, steps forward with a cold smirk. Does it matter? Who's going to believe your version of the story, Baili Yunxiao? Everyone saw Tanaka Gaku die right in your hands. If you don't come with us quietly, you'll be branded as Japan's most wanted criminal by sunset. Yunxiao pauses, his mind racing through the trap. Then, he lets out a cold, sharp laugh. Using Tanaka's corpse as a pawn just to frame me? Hoping I'd resist so you could take me down right here? That was the plan, wasn't it? One officer steps forward, clicking his handcuffs open with a menacing grin. Another officer behind him barks out. Enough talk. Tanaka Gaku died by your hand, and we have dozens of witnesses to prove it. That is the only reality that matters now. Yunxiao doesn't fight it. I didn't kill him. But, I'll play along and cooperate for now. The blue-haired officer nods sharply. Smart choice. Now, move out. Wu Qingyun stands there, her face pale with panic, not knowing what to do. Yunxiao gives her a quick, subtle signal to stay calm. With Tanaka Gaku dead, the enemy has taken the lead. He needs to know exactly what they're plotting next, and the only way to find out who's pulling the strings is to walk straight into the heart of their trap. Assistant Wu gives the signal. Fine, Baili Yunxiao says as the police lead him away. Off to the station we go. Tanaka Kyoka smirks from the sidelines, thinking to himself, everyone says Baili Yunxiao is some unstoppable force, a cautious genius. Yet here he is, being led around by the nose like a total amateur. Just then, a blond man with a face mask steps up. Tanaka, don't get ahead of yourself. Rest easy, sir, Tanaka replies instantly. Everything's going exactly to plan. Baili Yunxiao hasn't suspected a thing. He walked right into the station like a good little boy. Once my people follow the procedure and get his blood, he won't even realize his life is over. The blond man isn't convinced. The easier it looks, the more careful we have to be. On the surface, Japan and Great Xia are at peace. If Baili Yunxiao is taken down too quickly, he'll definitely cry out to Great Xia for help. If that happens, he becomes a massive headache for Japan. This time, the Divine Lord himself has stepped out, using Tanaka Gaku as a pawn to set this stage. We need that blood for the ritual. It's the only way the Divine Lord can cast his spell to kill him. Don't you dare screw this up. Tanaka Kyoka just laughs. The Divine Lord promised me the Tanaka inheritance once this is done. Believe me, for that kind of money, I'm not letting anything go wrong. The blond man glares. Finish the job, and the money is yours. The Divine Lord is waiting for my report. The moment you secure that blood, notify me. I'll be there in a heartbeat. He turns to leave as Tanaka bows like a sycophant. Of course, of course. Safe travels, sir. Cut to the police station, where a tiny, chibified version of Yunxiao is fuming with rage, flames flickering around him. While he sits there waiting, the real Yunxiao is deep in thought. Who would have guessed? A Japanese Divine Lord pulling the strings. He tracks the man's spiritual energy right to their doorstep. Found you. His eyes sharpen as his astral form senses a servant reporting to a voice behind a door. Divine Lord, the plan is perfect. We'll have Baili Yunxiao's blood any second now. From within, a cold voice responds. Good. Prepare everything. The moment that blood arrives, we can finally kill him. Yunxiao smirks. So, they're hiding in their own nest. And Liu Dong's group is being held in this temple too? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door, and voices murmur from outside. Miss Phantom Sumu, I'll keep watch, a voice whispers. Once you're done talking with Mr. Baili, you need to leave immediately. Thank you, she replies. I'll be right out. His assistant steps in with a report. Mr. Baili, everything is ready. I'll disguise myself and take your place here at the station. You just need to slip away undetected. He nods. Well done. Yunxiao hands her a small vial. This is the blood of that flood dragon. When they come for a sample, use this. Don't let them touch a single drop of yours. Sumu asks, Understood. But what about you? He looks toward the exit. The one behind this is some Japanese deity. Stay here and stall for as long as you can. I'm going to go find him and settle the score. Meanwhile, the Ghost King is busy gloating to a captured Lu Dong. See this? This is Baili Yunxiao's blood. You refuse to call him for help, trying to protect him? Admirable. Truly. But too bad, even without your help, he's a dead man. Lu Dong spits out a laugh. You? A freak like you, neither human nor ghost? You think you've got what it takes to kill my boss? The Ghost King's face twists. Then watch. This curse will travel through this blood straight into his body. Thousands of starving ghosts will see him as a feast. Before he even knows what's happening, they'll devour his soul piece by piece. Suddenly, a door of flames erupts. Yunxiao steps through, cool as ice. The Ghost King's jaw hits the floor. Baili Yunxiao, how are you here? Well, Yunxiao says calmly, you already started the show. As your opponent, I couldn't just let you perform to an empty room, could I? But honestly, your acting is a bit painful to watch. So, what's next? The Ghost King recovers and sneers. Baili Yunxiao, I went through all this trouble to trap you, and you just walk right into my net? You want to play? I'll make you the lead. In a tragedy, he roars, releasing his ultimate move. The 10,000 ghosts devour. Yunxiao narrows his eyes. A Ghost King, huh? The creature cackles. Finally, some recognition. Every single one of these wraiths came from the myriad ghost abyss. I, the Ghost King, personally summoned them. They've devoured thousands of souls and reached the 8th level of the heaven-human stage. The soul of a cultivator like you? That's their absolute favorite meal. Yunxiao just stands there, unfazed. So, a soul attack then? I'm afraid the ending of this play isn't up to you anymore. In a flash, he finds them and burns the ghosts to ash. My soul isn't food, Yunxiao growls. It's a hunter. The ghosts shriek in terror, they realize too late. This power. It's the power of a true king. The Ghost King screams, what are you waiting for? Kill him, you're Ghost Kings. Are you really going to let one man scare you? Yunxiao's soul form towers over them. You think numbers can bridge the gap in our strength? Think again. Listen up. Anyone who thinks they can treat me like prey is about to find out what it feels like to have their very soul shattered into a million pieces. The Demon King is absolutely livid. He slams his hands together in a rage, looking at his useless minions. Honestly, he only kept these weaklings around to devour each other, hoping one would eventually become a true Ghost King. But now, he's done waiting. With a single command, he activates the soul-binding contract, and just like that, he absorbs every single one of them. Boom. The Demon King's power skyrockets to a terrifying new level. He glares toward his enemy. Baili Yunxiao, mark my words. This time next year will be the anniversary of your death, but our boy Yunxiao, he's not impressed. Not even a little. Watching this monster eat his own kind just to get a power boost makes him sick. You? A god? Don't make me laugh. You're nothing but a disgrace. Yunxiao lunges forward. Today, I'm taking that pathetic life of yours. I'll show the world exactly what kind of monster is hiding behind that fake divine mask. The impact of their clash is insane, an absolute explosion of spiritual energy that levels everything in sight. Realizing he's outmatched, the Demon King doesn't stick around to find out what's next. He turns tail and bolts. He's coughing up blood, but his mind is already spinning a web of lies. That monster Baili Yunxiao broke into the shrine to assassinate a god. What will the Japanese military do? They'll swarm in to protect me, of course. He's banking on it. He keeps running, desperate to get away. Meanwhile, Yunxiao gives his team a quick heads up. Jin Guang, get everyone to safety. Now, once you're clear, contact Shizuko Phantom and have her pick you guys up. Things are about to get ugly. We can't let this fake god live, or the consequences will be catastrophic. Lu Dong is visibly worried. Big brother, listen. There's an entire army guarding the shrine outside. You have to be careful out there. Yunxiao sends a small spiritual clone to reassure him. Don't sweat it. I've got a plan. Outside the shrine, the Demon King is already perched on his throne, waiting. He looks at his ally, Antis. We seriously underestimated Baili Yunxiao's raw power. If we let this drag on, he's going to be a massive problem for both of us. But here's the play. If he tries to assassinate me in front of a crowd, the public will be absolutely outraged. Antis just gives a cold smirk. So, what's the divine plan? The Demon King sits up straight, looking smug. If we can't catch him, we'll use this incident to pressure Great Xia into abandoning him. We'll turn him into a man without a country, a stray dog with nowhere to run. But before the words even leave his mouth, shink! A blade pierces right through the Demon King's heart. He didn't even see it coming. His eyes bulge in pure shock. And the culprit? Who else but Yunxiao? You plotted against me, and then you dared to lay a finger on my brothers. Don't give me that god crap. You're a fake. And even if you were a real god, I'd still kill you. The Demon King is shaking with terror now. Baili Yunxiao, how? How did you even get in here? I am the god of Japan. I'm the symbol of their faith. You. You wouldn't dare kill me in front of all these people. Yunxiao. He couldn't care less about the audience. Antis finally snaps out of his shock. Baili Yunxiao is here. All units, prepare for combat. Engage. Yunxiao turns to leave, tossing a final taunt over his shoulder. Your so-called god tried to murder me, so he got what he deserved. If you guards want to kill me, feel free to try if you can catch me first. In a literal blink, he's gone. Vanished. Antis is left standing there, completely stunned. Are you telling me our entire military couldn't even slow him down? This Baili Yunxiao, he's too dangerous to be left alive. Just then, a soldier rushes in with an urgent report. Commander, we have a situation. Baili Yunxiao assassinated the deity in front of the crowd and has successfully escaped the perimeter. The American and Japanese delegations have already arrived in Great Sha. They're demanding an immediate explanation. Bao Guo is absolutely floored when he hears the news. He did what? He's sweating now. This Lieutenant General Bai Li. He's getting bolder by the second. Tell the Foreign Affairs Office to stall them. Whatever it takes, but his assistant is worried. Stall them? Sir, what if that doesn't work? We're talking major international pressure here. Bao Guo looks gloomy. Then I guess all we can do is pray he knows how to save his own skin. Meanwhile, at Shizuko's secret villa, Yunxiao is checking in on the current status. Shizuko gives him the breakdown. It's bad. Japan has called in the US for backup. Now both nations are teaming up to pressure Great Sha. They want you classified as a war criminal. Great Sha wants to protect you. But that video of you killing the god in public? It sparked an absolute firestorm of public rage. Yunxiao starts calculating. He knew this would happen. I had the Spirit Vision Stone recording during the fight. But if we want to prove that Japanese god was actually a demon, well, just showing him being a jerk isn't going to be enough evidence to clear my name. Shizuko asks how she can help. Yunxiao doesn't hesitate. He coordinates with Xiaoju and Isabella to head into Japan. I'm planning a night raid on the military unit that was guarding that fake god. Their reaction time was way too fast, but none of them were actual cultivators. Something's not right. I've got a gut feeling that they're hiding a secret, one that might be the key to flipping this entire situation around. He gives a sharp, calculated smile. It's 2 a.m. at the Guard Army headquarters. Yunxiao's team is in position, ready to ghost their way inside. Is everything set? Xiaoju reports in quietly. The patrol guards are all caught in my illusion. They won't notice a thing. We're invisible. Isabella chimes in next. I've successfully uploaded Miss Phantom's virus into the surveillance room. All they'll see is a looped video of everything looking perfectly normal. Then her tone shifts. Wait, sir, I'm sensing something. There's a powerful dark energy here, it feels like. The blood race. Yunxiao is caught off guard. The blood race? You mean vampires? Isabella nods, her expression serious. Sir, there's something I haven't told you yet. My Windsor family became the top power in the West because our successors are born with the power of light. Thousands of years ago, the blood race ruled the West. They used their dark powers to become absolute tyrants, treating humans as nothing more than walking blood banks. But then, the Child of Light was reincarnated. He fought a brutal, life-or-death battle against the blood race's Archduke. He forced them back into the shadows so humanity could finally thrive again. She explains that these vampires, they live for a very, very long time. Their power is terrifying, but light energy is their absolute kryptonite. That's exactly why the Windsor family is practically worshipped back in the West. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he questioned her. I thought Japan strictly banned vampires from even setting foot in the country. Looks like the situation just got a whole lot more interesting. Can you feel it? Where's the strongest source of dark energy? Isabella gave a confident smirk. Easy. As an heir to the Windsor line, I've got the power of light literally flowing through my veins. The vampires tried their best to hide, but they couldn't slip past her senses. She reached for the control panel, and the bone button lit up instantly. Found it. The dark energy on the 10th floor is off the charts. Yunxiao didn't hesitate. They were heading straight to level 10 to see what was waiting. The trio reached the area without any resistance, but the sight was gruesome. The entire floor was filled with people hanging like meat, a massive, sickening number of them. Isabella recognized it immediately. Blood slaves? Xiaoju tilted her head, confused. Wait, what exactly is a blood slave? They're basically human cattle, Isabella explained. Livestock kept by vampires as a walking blood bank. Yunxiao's jaw tightened. So these were the soldiers everyone was talking about? Looking back at how fast those military guards moved, they weren't human at all. They were vampires in disguise the whole time. Suddenly, the elevator chimed. Yunxiao tensed up. Someone's coming. Move. Find a place to hide, now. It was Antis and his goons, casually plotting their next move. Once that guy agrees to work with us, we'll find the perfect opening to turn him into a blood slave too. Man, imagine it. Baili Yunxiao's blood has got to taste incredible. I can almost smell it from here. I heard he reached the celestial realm. So we need to be. They didn't even get to finish. Xiaoju and Isabella pounced, ending them instantly. You really thought you could scheme against their master? Not a chance. Isabella turned to Yunxiao for orders. Sir, what's the plan? How do we handle the rest of this? He remained perfectly calm. Take photos of everything, every single detail. Send it all to Zhou Baoguo. Yunxiao's eyes glinted with a dangerous anticipation. Now, we just sit back and watch the sparks fly. Meanwhile, at the high-level summit, the American and Japanese reps were busy playing the blame game. If Great Xia continues to harbor this murderer, Baili Yunxiao, my country won't hesitate to initiate full military sanctions. The Japanese rep slammed the table. Baili Yunxiao executed our deity in front of the whole world. If Great Xia doesn't give us a satisfying answer today, don't blame Japan for getting reckless. Zhou Baoguo didn't even blink. Lieutenant General Baili is a pillar of Great Xia, a national treasure. Great Xia didn't officially authorize his recent actions, but I hope you both understand our position. The other official, Mr. Jing, remained silent but firm. Great Xia will not be providing any further explanations. Alan, the American rep, exploded in rage. Do you even hear yourself right now? You're throwing away decades of diplomacy just for one man. Just then, Mitsui, the Japanese rep, noticed a new file that had been urgently delivered. Wait, look at this. He held up a hand to stop his ally. Mr. Allen, you need to see this document immediately. Mitsui shoved the top-secret folder across the table. Put the Great Xia issue aside for a second. You need to read this right now. I think it's the United States that owes US an explanation. Allen started reading, and within seconds, the color drained from his face. How? How is this possible? Mr. Mitsui, please, you have to believe me. Our government had no idea about any of this. Mitsui stood up, fuming with pure hatred. You turned my Japanese soldiers into blood slaves, and you have the nerve to say you didn't know? I was wondering why you were acting so charitable lately. Negotiations are over. We're done. Allen tried to chase after him, begging for a chance to explain, but it was too late. Back at the base, Yunxiao was enjoying the peace and quiet. So, how did the fallout go? Liu Dong chuckled. How do you think? The two messengers had a massive falling out. The US is playing dumb, and while Japan isn't ready to go to war with them yet, the alliance is shredded. Yunxiao didn't care for the drama. Good, let them fight. What about you? What's your next move? Liu Dong looked at him, puzzled. What else? I'll heal up and get back to the grind. Yunxiao shook his head. Actually, I've got a much better idea. Remember history, Liu Dong? Over 100 years ago, Japan stole Yangzhou from Great Xia. The entire country watched in tears, completely helpless to stop them. Liu Dong's expression turned solemn. Of course I remember. Every soul in Great Xia carries that scar. But why bring that up now? Are you planning to? Yunxiao's voice was like steel. Exactly. It's time to fix the mistakes of the past. I'm taking Yangzhou back. Liu Dong was stunned into silence. Later, when Yunxiao met with Zhou Baoguo, the commander was just as shocked. General Baili, what was so urgent that you rushed back from Japan to find me? Yunxiao didn't beat around the bush. Commander Zhou, I'm going to use this whole deity scandal to back Japan into a corner. We're making them return Yangzhou. He said it with absolute, unwavering certainty. Zhou Baoguo nearly choked. Are you serious? You're really going for it? Yunxiao took off his hat, looking out at the horizon. Yangzhou has always been our land. A century ago, Japan used their raw military power to bully us when we were at our lowest. They claimed Great Xia couldn't protect its own people as an excuse to seize it. But the truth? The deed to that land has always belonged to us. Yunxiao knew this was the perfect window, a gap in the armor they couldn't ignore. Their so-called deities are in bed with vampires. They've created a monster. We use that disaster as our leverage. We tell the world the Japanese military is too chaotic and incompetent to govern Yangzhou. Great Xia is strong now. It's time to bring our territory home. Baoguo clapped his hands, clearly impressed. Incredible. You've laid it all out. But before we proceed, I've got a few things to say. Yunxiao didn't even blink. I don't care about risking my life to bring glory to Great Xia, and I'm not asking for some impossible reward either. But let's be clear, I'm the one who exposed the Japanese gods collaborating with the Blood Clan. I used that leverage to force their hand and take back Yangzhou. That was my play. My condition is simple. The future commander of the Yangzhou Corps, it can only be me. Baoguo sighed, knowing the weight of those words. Taking Yangzhou back is a monumental task, and you definitely deserve the credit. But just that alone might not be enough to secure the seat. Besides, Yangzhou is still firmly in Japan's hands. Do you actually have a plan to make them move? Baoguo made him an offer. Fine. I'll set up the negotiations between our two nations immediately. You have 3 days. If you close the deal, that commander position is yours. Yunxiao gave a sharp nod. Deal. One word is all it takes. A few days later, the negotiations began. Yunxiao stood as the representative of his country, his gaze piercing. Japan can't even protect its own military from internal threats. How do you expect to protect our Yangzhou? It's time to return what was never yours. We expect the Japanese military to withdraw immediately and hand over all defense rights of Yangzhou back to Great Xia. Jukio shot back instantly. General Yunxiao, that Blood Clan incident was a fluke. You can't use a single accident to judge the entire strength of our Japanese army. The best we can offer is a shared management system. 50-50. That's our limit. Yunxiao's voice remained deathly calm. I think you've forgotten something, Mr. Zhu. Yangzhou has always been, and will always be, the territory of Great Xia. The Japanese military needs to pack up and leave. If you don't, well, I wouldn't mind using force to speed up the process. Just then, Qing Yun received an urgent transmission and quickly whispered the news to him. Yunxiao stood up, his expression cold. I'm sure Mr. Zhu doesn't want to destroy the friendship between our nations over this. On that note, let's take a little break. This meeting is adjourned for now. He offered one last piece of advice. Take this time to think very, very carefully. Once they reached the hallway, Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. What happened? Qing Yun looked worried. General Ji Yingtian, the commander of the Yanzhou Corps, just issued a direct order. You're being pulled from the negotiations. He wants his son, Ji Wushang, to take over. He's already on his way here. It looks like they're trying to swoop in and steal all your hard work at the finish line. Yunxiao's face darkened. I'm working under the direct orders of Marshal Jiang. Who the hell does this Ji Yingtian think he is, trying to override a marshal's command? She quickly explained the grim reality. On paper, Great Xia has one marshal, Jiang Jingwu. But the truth? The real power is split between three men, Jiang Jingwu, Ji Yingtian, and Yun Zhengfa. They represent the three great hidden sects of this world, and with that kind of backing, their influence is terrifying. If Ji Yingtian wants to change an order, even Marshal Jiang can't really stop him. But Yunxiao wasn't the type to be stepped on. They think it's that easy? I've been grinding against Japan for 3 days, even stepping onto the battlefield myself to force them to fold. I used every bit of my power to make them yield. And now, Ji Wushang thinks he can just walk in and reap the rewards? He's dreaming. Qing Yun tried to talk sense into him. General, the Ji family has the 3 Emperor's Cave backing them. Their prestige and power in Great Xia far exceed the current Lingxiao Palace. Maybe we should just avoid the conflict. Yunxiao's resolve was like steel. Don't worry about it. We're going back in to finish this. He flicked his wrist, casting a powerful barrier. For the next hour, no one, and I mean no one, is finding this conference room. If they can't make it to the meeting on time, well, that's hardly my problem, is it? Qing Yun's eyes lit up. That's genius, sir. By the time they break through the barrier, the ink will already be dry. They won't be able to do a damn thing. Yunxiao walked back into the room like nothing happened. So, have you gentlemen made your decision yet? Jukio knew he was beaten. Yangzhou was original Xia territory anyway, and the Emperor had already sent word that they could let it go. Better to give it back than to die by Yunxiao's hand. He didn't want to lose his life over a lost cause. With a forced smile, he pushed the papers forward. We agree to the terms. The treaty is ready on our end. Just one more signature from your side, and Yangzhou officially returns to Great Xia. Yunxiao smiled, satisfied. A wise choice. I'm sure once this goes public, our nations will be closer than ever. Jukio could only nod and grin back. Of course. Of course. The treaty was crystal clear. 10 days after signing, Japan would officially hand over Yangzhou to its new commander Baili Yunxiao. The mission was a success. General Yunxiao, we'll see you in 10 days. Yunxiao saw them out with a polite, 10 days it is. Suddenly, Ji Wushang burst into the area, absolutely fuming. He stormed up to Yunxiao, pointing a finger right in his face. You dared to play me? You think setting up a little maze barrier in this building was enough to keep Yangzhou for yourself? Let me tell you something nobody steals from the Ji family. Yunxiao just looked at him with total indifference. So, you're Ji Wushang? I don't follow. You showed up late and now you're blaming me for your own incompetence? I hate to break it to you, but the treaty is signed. The commander of Yangzhou has already been decided. Ji Wushang let out a devious, mocking laugh. Oh, I don't think it's that simple, Yunxiao. Great Xia law is very clear, except for the 3 great families. No active military officer is allowed to own a business, period. He leaned in, a nasty smirk on his face. So, Baili Yunxiao, what's it going to be? The military command of Yangzhou, or your precious Lingxiao group? Choose one. Baili Yunxiao's mind raced. The Lingxiao group was his foundation, his very roots. Yangzhou was the territory he needed for his future expansion. To reach the peak of cultivation, he needed steady resources. Power and wealth were 2 sides of the same coin. He couldn't, and wouldn't, surrender either. I built the Lingxiao group with my own 2 hands, he thought. And the treaty for Yangzhou is already signed. Why on earth should he have to choose just one? Ji Wushang barked out with pure arrogance. Baili Yunxiao. As long as you're in this army, Don't you dare think you can compete with me. You've got your hands in the military and in business. That's a direct violation of military law, kid. In fact, I've already put the word out to freeze every single asset you own. He let out a smug, punchable laugh. You really think you still have a choice here? Yunxiao's expression darkened. Freezing my personal assets based on one special privilege rule? The Ji family sure thinks they're powerful. Tell me, does the Ji family think they own all of Great Xia now? Wushang just sneered back, doubling down on the threats. Baili Yunxiao, you actually dare to hurt people? What do you think you are? You've pissed me off now. Keep it up, and I'll make sure your mother and every single one of your friends end up rotting on the streets. A flash of pure, cold killing intent ignited in Yunxiao's eyes. The bodyguard felt it instantly. Crap, he's actually going to kill him. The guard quickly stepped in to de-escalate. Lieutenant General Baili, I'm telling you for your own good, think carefully. The blood and sweat our three families have given for Great Xia isn't something you can just brush aside. The bodyguard's voice dropped, heavy with warning. Touching the young master of the Ji family? That's basically treason. He struggled to keep his footing under Yunxiao's soul-crushing pressure. So, Lieutenant General Baili, are you really ready to become a traitor to your country? He told himself to stay strong. The best threat is one that plays on the mind. If his momentum slipped now, he'd never be able to stop this kid. Yunxiao's voice was a low growl. Are you threatening me? Qingyun leaned in, whispering urgently. Lieutenant General, please, reconsider. If the Ji family frames you for treason, your parents won't have a single place left to hide. Yunxiao's face was grim as he weighed his options. Finally, Yunxiao pulled several documents from his pocket. You want Yangzhou? Fine, take this agreement. But if you think these pieces of paper are enough to actually control Yangzhou, you're sadly mistaken. You don't have what it takes. He tossed them onto the ground like trash, forcing them to pick them up. Wushang didn't even care about the insult. That's not for you to worry about. The bodyguard scrambled to gather the papers. Young master, the head of the house is waiting for your report. Lieutenant General Baili, the Ji family always keeps its word. Since you've handed over Yangzhou, your assets will be unfrozen immediately. Farewell. Yunxiao watched them leave, a cold promise burning in his heart. This was far from over. He turned to Chu Baoguo. Arrange a meeting for me with Marshal Jiang Jingwu. Now, I have a business deal to discuss with him. She saluted immediately. Understood. Yunxiao knew the Ji family could freeze his life once, but he was going to make damn sure they never got a second chance. Yunxiao looked back toward Yangzhou with a chilling smirk. Ji Wushang wanted it so badly. But let's see if he actually has the guts to take it. After all, Japan is the Phantom's playground. Qingyun's heart skipped a beat in realization. You just sit back and wait, Yunxiao told her. Who Yangzhou actually belongs to? That's for Japan to decide. And the Phantom's influence in Japan? The Ji family couldn't even touch it. 10 days later, the handover ceremony was packed. Wushang was gloating. Baili Yunxiao went to see Jiang Jingwu a few days ago, Wushang noted. I thought he was going to try and sabotage us, but he actually gave up the formula for Beishao elixir just to stay in the marshal's good graces. He's desperate to keep his military and business standing. The bodyguard stayed cautious. Young master, that was a smart move by Baili Yunxiao. It's going to be a lot harder for the Ji family to move against him now. Wushang just scoffed. As long as I say the word. Killing that guy is as easy as crushing an ant. He won't be flying high for much longer. The ceremony's starting, don't mention his name again. The host took the stage, announcing the official start of the takeover. Wushang was beaming with self-importance. Today, Yangzhou officially returns to Great Xia. Even the human emperor was attending. Wushang knew he had to perform perfectly to leave a lasting impression. But then, he caught a glimpse of Yunxiao. His face instantly paled. And just as he feared, Wushang's name wasn't called. And now, please welcome the representative for Great Xia, Army Commander Baili Yunxiao. Wushang froze in utter shock. What? Yunxiao walked right past him. I told you, didn't I? You don't have the skill to take this. Wushang screamed, losing all composure. Baili Yunxiao, what kind of trick did you pull? I already made a deal with the Japanese envoy. Yunxiao didn't even look back. What are you talking about? If that envoy didn't have the power to follow through on the treaty, we simply found someone who did. No tricks needed. Wushang stood there, paralyzed with rage. Genshi stepped forward, respectfully handing the token of authority to Yunxiao. She announced to the crowd that this token represented the land of Yangzhou, given by the successor to the emperor. On behalf of Japan, I am returning the entirety of the Yangzhou territory to Army Commander Baili. We believe that under his leadership, Yangzhou will flourish like never before. Yunxiao leaned in, whispering, sorry to put you through this. Genshi looked at him, her eyes filled with emotion. Being able to meet the master of the Phantom was enough for her. Meanwhile, a devastated Wushang demanded answers. Marshal, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't it decided that the position of Yangzhou Army Commander belonged to me? The general just laughs, a cold sound echoing through the room. Hold on, I said I'd stay out of your fight with Baili Yunxiao, but I never handed you the keys to the Yangzhou army. That was all the Ji family's doing, wasn't it? He turns to the human emperor. What do you think, your majesty? Ji Bai nods along. It's true. He looks down his nose at the others, his voice dripping with pure contempt. If you can't win, then get lost. Stop being an eyesore. One of the men breaks into a cold sweat, stuttering. So, is this over then? Ji Bai's eyes narrow, sharp as daggers. He's just a pest. Let him jump around while he still can, it won't be for long. The general's brow furrows with worry. This time, Baili Yunxiao might be in way over his head. Meanwhile, back at the Yangzhou military guest house, Yunxiao is looking way too relaxed, sitting with his legs crossed. So, I heard you were looking for me, Yunxiao says. The general sighs. Yunxiao, look, we've only met a few times, but you're a junior I actually respect. His voice turns deadly serious. And because of that, I really don't want to see you end up dead. Yunxiao looks surprised. Go on. The general's frown deepens. You snatched the military power of Yangzhou and dragged the Ji family's reputation through the dirt. You were a bit too thorough. Now, the human emperor might just come after you personally. Yunxiao grits his teeth, his eyes flashing with defiance. They couldn't take Yangzhou, so now they're throwing a tantrum? The Ji family's thick skin is clearly genetic. I'd love to see how this emperor plans to handle me. The general remains cautious. Don't be reckless, Yunxiao. The people from the Three Emperors Cave are impulsive, they don't think. They just strike. Worse, they've got deep ties with the Shenlong sect. Even Kunlun Shu might struggle to protect you now. But look, the human emperor still cares about his image. He won't attack without a reason. That's why I'm here. To warn you. The general leans in. Watch what you say and do. Don't give the human emperor an excuse to grab you by the throat. The man has already reached half-step Earth Immortal status. If he decides to strike, it's lights out. Nobody can save you. Yunxiao goes quiet for a moment, his expression unreadable. Thanks for the heads up. I'll be careful. But, I've got one more question. What's the real deal between the Three Emperors Cave and the Shenlong sect? He thinks back to the Empress. She didn't seem like the type to bully others or act without a plan. The general reveals the dark truth. It's their cultivation methods. The Shenlong Empress and the human emperor have similar powers. If they dual cultivate, they both ascend to Earth Immortal level instantly. Yunxiao's mind races. So that's the play. Do you know where the Shenlong sect is hidden? I have a bit of history with the Empress. I want to meet her. I'm not sure if I can flip her to our side, but I can definitely make sure that partnership never happens. The general's face tightens. This is a massive gamble. Central Province, Nuwa Mountain. That's the spot. Armed with the info he needs, Yunxiao grabs his hat and stands up. Thanks for everything. See ya. The general watches him go, thinking to himself. The Dragon Empress has only left her sect once, and that was for Snow Beast Mountain. If Yunxiao knows her, it had to be then. Suddenly, it clicks. The deaths of the Xiao Yin Gate members. Yunxiao was definitely involved. Sure, those scumbags deserve to die. But if the world finds out, it gives the human emperor the perfect excuse to execute him on the spot. Up at the Shenlong sect on Nuwa Mountain, an attendant bows low. Empress, the human emperor of the Three Emperors Cave is here. He requests an audience. I know, she replies coldly. Yunxiao steps forward as Ji Bai approaches. Bai, I'm in the middle of seclusion. What's so urgent? He flashes a charming smile. Jiaoer, we're destined for the path of dual cultivation anyway. Why push yourself so hard with solo training? Her response is pure ice. Ji Bai, if you bring that up one more time, don't bother seeing me again until I've reached half-step Earth Immortal. Ji Bai's smile stays, but his thoughts are dark. Keep acting tough, Yunxiao. You'll be mine sooner or later. He puts on a hurt expression. I only say it because I care about you. But fine, if you won't listen to that, listen to this. I found him, the one who slaughtered the Xiao Yin Gate disciples. Her eyes widen in shock. You found the Spirit Fox King? Ji Bai gives a casual shrug. Yes and no. The fox did the killing, sure. But that fox has been tamed. She's now the spirit beast of the man who held a massive grudge against the Xiao Yin Gate. Baili Yunxiao. Yunxiao freezes. Him? Again? He keeps pressing. I tracked his movements. After he wiped out the 4 martial masters of the Xiao Yin Gate, he headed straight for Snow Beast Mountain. And when he came back, he suddenly had a new maid, a top-tier mythical martial artist. Her name is Xiao Ju. Come on, what are the odds of a coincidence like that? He smirks. My intel is always fast, isn't it? Yunxiao grits her teeth, pure fury bubbling up. No wonder that maid appeared out of nowhere. It was the Fox King the whole time. He actually dared to play her for a fool. Suddenly, Ji Bai grabs her shoulder, his voice dropping into a tender, manipulative tone. The great family's banquet is early next month. During the feast, I'm going to expose him to the media and the military. Then, in front of everyone, I'm going to end Baili Yunxiao. He looks her right in the eye. This is about the honor of the 3 great hidden gates. You have to be there with me. We have to kill this martial arts traitor together. Yunxiao stays silent for a long time before coldly brushing his hand off. I've heard enough. I'm going back to my training. Leave. Jiaoer, he shouts, his patience snapping. I'm your future partner. How can you treat me like this? Yunxiao doesn't even look back. Jifei Bai, until the day we actually hold the dual cultivation ceremony, don't you dare call me your partner. Know your place. Xiaoqing sees the guests out. Jifei Bai makes a bold, arrogant declaration. Yunxiao, wait for me. Once this is settled, I'm sending a marriage proposal to the dragon sect immediately. You can only be my cultivation partner. The young lady respectfully leads the way, asking him to follow her, but all he can do now is huff and leave in a bad mood. Yunxiao is deep in thought. Jifei Bai clearly threatened to force her into marriage at the 3 Emperors' cave, so why is she only worried about him killing Baili Yunxiao? Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind Dragon Empress. She spins around, terrified. Who is it? It's our boy, Baili Yunxiao, showing up out of thin air. Long time no see, Empress. I'm here because I want to discuss a business deal with you first. Yunxiao is completely stunned. You? She shouts. You actually dare to come find me? You and I have nothing to talk about. He stays perfectly calm. Empress, I'm serious about this cooperation. With your personality, you wouldn't want to rely on dual cultivation with someone else just to reach the Earth Immortal realm, right? Besides, that human emperor is nothing but trouble. Giving yourself to a guy like him would be a total waste. I have a technique that… Before he can even finish, Yunxiao screams again. Baili Yunxiao, you think you're any better than him? You tricked me on Beast Mountain, turned the Spirit Fox Demon King into your maid, and let it slaughter the innocent. She draws her sword in a flash. Now you break into Nuwa Mountain and disrespect me? For the sake of justice, I'll kill you and rid the people of this menace. Yunxiao is taken aback. Man, she is stubborn. He dodges smoothly, staying safe while trying to find a way to explain. Dragon Empress, calm down for a second, he shouts. I did kill those Shaoyin sect members, but there's a reason for it. I can explain everything. She aims directly for his throat. Like I'd ever believe a word you say. Yunxiao frowns, getting annoyed. If you won't listen to reason, then I'll have to play rough. He easily grabs Yunxiao's wrist, leaving her in a total state of shock. What are you doing? He pulls her close, her sword falling to the ground. He calmly responds. Naturally, I just want you to listen to what I have to say. Her face flushes a deep red. You absolute jerk. She finally caves. Fine, let go of me first. I'll listen to you, okay? He lets go. Finally, she's willing to have a civilized conversation. Those people from the Shaoyin sect were scum. They tried to rob and kill people right in front of me, and they even sent assassins to hunt me down. She thinks about it for a long time, but that was over 100 lives. He suddenly hands her a file. If you read through this, I guarantee you won't think that way anymore. The records start 10 years ago. The Su family in Jingzhou refused to hand over their daughter to the corpse refining sect. Because of that, 120 people were refined into iron while they were still alive. 8 years ago, the Jiang family in Dongzhou wouldn't give up their heirloom to the saintess of the sect. Over 100 family members were brutally murdered. Yunxiao explains further. Those Shaoyin sect members used their backing to act like absolute tyrants, ruthless and cruel. They've murdered so many innocents. Their hands were already soaked in blood. If they weren't that kind of scum, I wouldn't have caught them in the act of robbing and killing for treasure. What they did was their karma. Dying by my hand was simply their retribution. Yunxiao agrees, they really did deserve to die. She asks, so, what was that business deal you mentioned earlier? He explains, when you fought Xiaoju on Snow Beast Mountain, I noticed your cultivation technique is actually quite similar to mine. Yunxiao introduces the idea happily. It turns out her technique only goes up to the half-step Earth Immortal stage, but the technique in his hands? It can take her all the way to the Spirit Severing stage. Yunxiao is stunned. How? How do you have the complete technique of our dragon sect? He keeps it a mystery. You don't need to know that. She stays wary. How do I know the technique you have is even real? Yunxiao reaches out. Feel it for yourself and you'll know. Relax your mind and don't resist. I'm going to transmit the Black Emperor World Destruction Decree to you now. Our boy thinks back to when he was traveling. He accidentally stumbled into the legacy grounds of the 5 Emperors, which is how he got his hands on these 5 sets of techniques. Aside from the Flame Emperor Heaven-Burning Decree he's currently practicing, he's kept the others hidden. Who knew they'd actually come in handy today? Yunxiao whispers, you're betting such a rare technique just to get me to help you deal with the Human Emperor? He's surprised. The Human Emperor already found you? What does he want? She's honest about it. At the Great Family's banquet early next month, he wants me to cooperate with him to kill you in front of everyone. Yunxiao frowns. I don't need your help to deal with him. All you need to do is… Very soon, the day of the banquet arrives. Jifei Bai stands on the podium, his voice stern. Fellow cultivators, the Dragon Empress and I opened this banquet because we want everyone to witness a major event. He points straight at our boy. This man's name is Baili Yunxiao. Many of you may have never heard of his name before, but you definitely need to know what he's done. A few months ago, the strange disappearance of hundreds of our fellow cultivators on Snowbeast Mountain, that was all his doing. Yunxiao admits it immediately. Yes, that was indeed me. But I'd like to clarify one thing. They didn't just disappear. His voice drops to a bone-chilling level. They're dead. Fei Bai froze. This guy was way too calm, something felt off. But whatever. Even if he's got tricks, there's no way he's escaping him and Yunxiao together. He signaled her. Yunxiao, you hear that? Over 100 lives from the hidden sect were lost. We can't just let this slide. Today, you and I are taking down this martial arts scum to finally get justice for everyone they lost. Yunxiao didn't hesitate. You want revenge for those hidden sect people? Fine. But who's going to get justice for the innocent souls they murdered? Those people were absolute trash and deserved exactly what they got. She turned her back, cold as ice. This grudge is between you and Baili. Yunxiao, count me out. Fei Bai gasped. Yunxiao? You're serious? He grit his teeth. Fine. Even if they were trash, it wasn't up to Baili Yunxiao to play judge and executioner. If you won't do it, I will. Yunxiao just smirked. Fei Bai, look at yourself. You're a half-step Earth Immortal, and he's just reached the heaven-human realm. Why are you so obsessed with fighting him over a bunch of nobodies? Fei Bai tried to act noble. Yunxiao, it doesn't matter. I have to give my subordinate sex an answer. But for your sake, I'll give him one chance to live. With that, he charged straight in. Fei Bai landed right in front of Yunxiao, looking like the ultimate hero. He declared, as the human sovereign, I'm demanding justice for the hidden sect. If you can actually beat me, we'll call it even. Or, you can just bow down and apologize to me in front of everyone right now. Yunxiao cut him off. Not happening. He was beyond confident. You want to fight? You got one. Fei Bai sneered. Baili Yunxiao, kneel and beg for mercy now while you still can. Once I start, the only way you're leaving is in a casket. The two of them moved the fight outside the banquet hall. Yunxiao let out a mocking laugh. Is that so? Then show me what you've got. The guy was literally laughing in the face of a superior rank. Fei Bai struck first. Think you're special? Try surviving my sky-filling snow. Massive blocks of ice hurtled forward, but Yunxiao sliced through them like butter. But then, something went wrong. Yunxiao's blade started to freeze solid. This wasn't good. Yunxiao's eyes widened. The guy's energy was pinning him down. He couldn't move. If this kept up, his entire body would turn into a block of ice and shatter into a million pieces. Fei Bai walked up, dripping with arrogance. How do you like the taste of my sky-filling snow? I told you. The gap between a heaven human and an earth immortal is a literal ocean. You can't cross it. Yunxiao couldn't watch anymore and tried to jump in. Stop. Fei Bai is actually going for the kill. But the marshal held her back. Wait, Empress. This isn't over yet. Yunxiao was breaking into a cold sweat. If they didn't stop, someone was dying. But just as the ice encased him, Yunxiao unleashed pure fire. Fei Bai, you should know the temperature is rising. You want to kill me? You're not even close to being on my level. The ice vanished instantly, not even a drop of water was left. Fei Bai was horrified. You're burning your own lifespan to break my move? Are you insane? Yunxiao didn't answer. He just stepped forward, closing the distance with terrifying calm. Yunxiao began his judgment. You let the hidden sect slaughter the innocent. You let the Fei family bully the weak. And now, he gripped his sword. You want to kill me in the name of justice? He swung the blade high. In your dreams. Today, you're the one who falls. Fei Bai panicked and threw everything he had into a counterattack. You're a madman, a complete lunatic. But the backlash from Yunxiao's strike was too much. It hit Fei Bai like a freight train, causing massive internal damage. Blood sprayed from his mouth. It was over. Yunxiao's final blow sent Fei Bai tumbling across the dirt until he landed in a pathetic heap. Yunxiao pressed the cold steel against Fei Bai's throat. The man froze. Fei Bai, for the Empress's sake, I'll give you a way out. All you have to do is bow your head and apologize to me, in front of every single person here. Then, I'll let you live. The crowd went wild with shock. The human sovereign. Lost? Baili Yunxiao had only been on the scene for 3 years. This was absolutely unheard of. Fei Bai struggled to look up, his eyes full of rage. Baili Yunxiao, I'm warning you, stop now. He tried to sound threatening. If you don't, the 3 Sovereigns' cave will hunt you down. You have no idea what. Enough, Fei Bai. You've disappointed me enough for one day. A new voice boomed. Fei Bai's eyes went wide. Senior uncle, why are you here? It was the Earth Sovereign. Yunxiao invited me. She bowed respectfully. Greetings to the Earth Sovereign Senior. The Earth Sovereign was fuming. Fei Bai, this young man defeated you while being a whole rank lower. Instead of reflecting, you use our sect's name to make threats? I'm silencing you for 3 months. You're banned from the mortal world until the Great Tribulation arrives. Fei Bai bit his lip, unable to say another word. Yunxiao realized this was perfect. With the Earth Sovereign here, he could end this without a permanent blood feud. He'd already beaten the human sovereign and proved his power to the world. That was more than enough for today. The old man stepped toward him. I am the Earth Sovereign. Greetings, young friend Baili. Thank you for showing mercy and sparing Fei Bai's life. This mess was caused by our poor discipline at the Three Sovereigns' cave. It's our fault you were dragged into this. He reached out, holding a glowing plant. This is the Three Sovereigns' grass, found only in our grotto. It holds the power of lightning, exactly what you need to break through to the Earth Immortal realm. Please, accept this as our sincere apology. Deciding to let things slide for now, he backed off. That earthly sovereign's power was bottomless, and though he'd gutted Fei Bai, Yunxiao's own injuries were no joke. He couldn't afford another clash. The old master looked at her gravely and warned, Yunxiao, the great calamity is coming. Your current strength won't get you through this. Follow me to the Three Sovereigns' cave. It's time to hear the Heavenly Sovereign's sermon. Yunxiao was a good student and followed orders, leaving Yunxiao all alone. That's when the mask finally slipped. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of pitch-black blood. Teeth gritted in pure agony, he curled into himself and hugged his chest. It was over his body, just couldn't hold back the damage any longer. Before the darkness took his mind, shadows rushed in. Lord Baili, Master, Commander. He recognized the voices of Secretary Wu, Isabella, and Xiaoju as the chaos became a muffled hum. Lord Baili, stay with us. That was the last thing he heard before his vision failed and the world faded into a cold, empty black. Day 2 on Longting Island. Qingyun beamed with pure relief. Commander, you're finally awake. Yunxiao's first thought? Did anyone mess with you guys while I was out? She just chuckled. After you trashed the human sovereign? Please. Who would be crazy enough to touch your people after that? Besides, Isabella and Xiaoju were on guard. Honestly, no one present yesterday was even a match for those two. But then, Qingyun's voice trailed off, her eyes darting away. Yunxiao's brow furrowed. Something was definitely wrong. Isabella stepped in to drop the bomb. I'll say it. Word got out that you're badly hurt, and the Windsor family came knocking. I've decided to return to Europe with them. You've actually made up your mind? He asked, stunned. She looked devastated. I'm sorry, I failed to protect you. Yunxiao's heart sank at her words. If your mind is made up, then go. He knew the cost of burning his lifespan was worse than he'd let on. Using spiritual qi was out of the question for a while. If she wanted to leave, he wasn't going to beg her to stay. Isabella gave a respectful, final bow. Then, I'll take my leave, Lord Baili. He sent her off, but she wiped away a silent tear. Will I ever see him again? Please. You have to get better. Qingyun broke the silence, holding out a package. Commander, this is what Isabella left behind. She told me to give it to you only after she had gone. It's a spirit crystal and a letter. Yunxiao tore it open. The letter read, Reading this is like talking to you. I hate that I can't stay by your side any longer. Making this choice was the hardest thing I've ever done, but I can't stand being a burden. I hate feeling so useless when you need me most. I hope that the next time we meet, I'll finally be strong enough to stand right there beside you. This crystal is the gift from Brad. For my return, it can restore the lifespan you lost. I couldn't say this to your face, because if I did, I'd never be able to leave. Yunxiao snapped into action. Secretary Wu, Xiaoju, follow me to the cave and guard me. I need to absorb this spirit crystal right now. They prepared to move out immediately. He had a new mission, get strong, fast. He had to be Isabella's shield, so she wouldn't become a puppet for the Windsor family. He focused his energy. The Windsor family hadn't lied to Isabella after all. This crystal was the real deal. It wouldn't fix everything, but it brought back a chunk of his power, about 10 threads of spiritual qi a day. Enough to handle the rats lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, he sensed someone. Come out! A girl strutted in with a smirk. Sheesh, why so aggressive? Ivy Dracula smiled playfully. Shouting at a beautiful girl like me? You really don't know how to treat a lady, do you? A vampire, Yunxiao realized instantly. No body heat at all. No wonder she managed to slip past the eyes of Secretary Wu and Xiaoju like a ghost. He didn't hold back. You're not even as pretty as Xiaoju. Where do you get that confidence from? Speak of the devil. Xiaoju appeared instantly. Master, forgive my late arrival. Xiaoju pinned the intruder in a heartbeat. Ivy just pouted. Hey sister, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Do you really want to watch Isabella die? She flashed a sharp grin. I'm the heir to the royal bloodline, Ivy Dracula. I came to save Isabella, but I was a step too late. The Windsors already snatched her away. Such a shame. She's basically a dead girl walking. Yunxiao's patience snapped, his hand flying to her throat. What are you talking about? Explain everything. Ivy's cheeks actually flushed. He's this fast even while half dead? Baili Yunxiao is way more interesting than the rumors. I like you, she whispered. Ivy started spilling the secrets. The Windsor family? They're descendants of the Son of Light. You knew that, right? After the Holy War 100 years ago, his body was dusted, but his soul survived. He's been waiting for the perfect moment to crawl back into this world. And Isabella? She's the vessel he's chosen for his grand return. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. And why do you care about saving her? She shrugged. I'm a vampire. Obviously, the last thing I want is a Son of Light walking around again. I don't care who the vessel is, I'm shutting this down. She leaned in. The descent ritual starts tomorrow, so… You want to help me save her? Yunxiao's mind raced. Her story was sketchy as hell and her motives were definitely not pure. But if she was telling the truth about Isabella, he couldn't just sit here and let her walk into a death trap. His strength was returning, and with Xiaoju at his side, he could handle whatever danger the Windsors had waiting. Baili Yunxiao made his decision. Xiaoju, get ready. We're taking this bloodsucker and heading straight to Europe. Xiaoju was completely stunned. As you command, master. Ivy approached Xiaoju with a smirk. She was his maid, and while her cultivation was at the peak of martial arts, was that really all she had up her sleeve? She definitely had an ulterior motive. Ivy leaned in close. Hey, let me ask you something. Does he usually go for girls who look like me? Xiaoju gave her a cold, annoyed look. Shut your mouth and follow me. Ivy scrambled to catch up, panicking. Wait for me. The descent ceremony is a massive deal. The Windsor family will definitely leave people behind to guard the place. You guys better use a disguise. Hey, are you even listening to me? 2 in the morning in Europe, and this girl was already clinging to Baili Yunxiao. Yunxiao, check it out. With this disguise, there's no way anyone will recognize us. He wasn't so sure. Actually, I think we've already been spotted. Just like that, a group of people began closing in on them. Baili Yunxiao, they barked a warning. Europe isn't a place where you can just run wild. Turn back now. The woman leading them was Larissa Windsor, the High Priestess. She threatened to attack their benefactor if they didn't leave, but Ivy stood her ground. Give us Isabella, or we aren't going anywhere. Baili Yunxiao, that old hag talking, is the High Priestess of the Windsor clan. They claim she's powerful, but honestly, she's nothing compared to that Empress back in your great Xia. The group huddled to discuss their next move. Wait, why is Baili Yunxiao with a vampire? Ivy smirked. I can be pretty useful. Yunxiao cut them off. Quiet, we're here. If Isabella dies, I'll only feel regret and guilt. But if the Son of Light returns, well, the vampires won't have a single good day left. A cruel glint flashed in Ivy's eyes. You've got a point. Guess we're doing this the hard way. Ivy lunged forward without hesitation. Larissa stepped back, alert. Baili Yunxiao, not only did you ignore my warning, but you're actually working with these lowly bloodsuckers? She signaled her troops. It looks like we can't show any mercy today. Attack. Everyone charged at once. Understood. Ivy easily slipped past one guard and slammed her face first into the dirt. Ivy moaned in delight. The blood of the Light Clan. It tastes even better than I imagined. Meanwhile, Yunxiao and Xiaoju were dragged into the chaotic brawl. Yunxiao sent a telepathic message. Xiaoju, we can't trust Ivy. My injuries still haven't fully healed, so I need to save my strength. I'm leaving these guys to you. See if you can trap them in an illusion. Xiaoju nodded instantly. On it, master. Xiaoju unleashed her Nine-Tails power. A misty, ethereal energy snaked through the guards. Their eyes went vacant as they silently sheathed their weapons. Wait, everyone is just leaving? Yeah. Larissa smirked at Baili Yunxiao. Should have just surrendered earlier. Wouldn't that have been easier? Now look at the trouble you've caused. It's over now. Finally over. Ivy was baffled. Why did they stop fighting? Even her own head was starting to throb. This maid was definitely strange. Yunxiao kept moving, heading straight for the Windsor estate. Ivy hesitated. Wait, what about those people back there? We're just leaving them? Xiaoju snapped at her. Keep your mouth shut and keep moving. They're trapped in my illusion. They won't snap out of it for an hour and a half. Didn't you hear them? They think they've already dealt with us. Back at the base, the reports were coming in. It's confirmed. Baili Yunxiao has been neutralized. Nothing will interrupt the descent ceremony now. Ivy went silent, her mind swirling with dark, hidden thoughts. At the peak of the Windsor Tower, the soldiers were whispering among themselves. The ceremony is about to start. We need to stay on high alert. Relax. Relax. Didn't High Priestess Larissa already catch those troublemakers? They had prepared a ritual chamber overflowing with magical energy. Larissa was shaking with pure excitement. The day is finally here, she cried out. Son of Light, you are finally returning to the mortal realm. You've finally come to purify this filthy world. Larissa grabbed Isabella by the chin. You should be overjoyed. Not everyone gets the honor of being a vessel for the Son of Light. Isabella looked at her with pure contempt. I'll never let you have your way. Enraged, Larissa struck her, sending Isabella reeling. Shut up. The time has come. Now, go and offer yourself. She sneered. And don't dream of Baili Yunxiao saving you. He's already. Is that so? A mocking voice cut through the air. Larissa froze in shock. Baili Yunxiao? How are you? Yunxiao just gave a cold smirk. Surprised to see me? Xiaoju seized the opening and rescued Isabella. Hey old hag, why don't you offer yourself to your precious son of light? I'm taking Isabella with me. Larissa went ballistic. Give her back to me. Who gave you permission to take her? Yunxiao blocked her path. You'll have to get through me first. Ivy noticed the magic circle was already beginning to glow. If the vessel didn't enter the circle soon, the Son of Light's power would drop significantly. Ivy's eyes narrowed. This was her chance to feast. Suddenly, Ivy snatched Isabella right out of Xiaoju's arms. Thanks for buying me some time, everyone, Xiaoju gasped. What are you doing? Yunxiao struck Ivy across the back with a devastating blow. She screamed in pain, coughing up blood. Ivy wheezed, her voice cold. You want me to let her go? Fine. But I can't guarantee what happens once she's free. With a violent shove, Ivy hurled Isabella toward the ground. Isabella! They both screamed in horror. Larissa's eyes lit up like stars. Isabella landed perfectly in the center of the magic circle. Lord Baili, she cried out. Ivy just wore a wicked, triumphant grin. It's starting. The magic circle began to pulse with power, consuming Isabella. Yunxiao lunged forward desperately. Isabella! Forget it. Baili Yunxiao. Just give up. Her soul might still be hanging on by a thread, but she's being erased as we speak. You can't save her, no one can. Her eyes were vacant, her face ghost white. That pillar of magic light was literally scorching Isabella right in front of him, and the sheer power radiating from it? Absolute insanity, easily hitting the celestial realm level. Wait, what is this? Is this actually the legendary energy of the Child of Light? Hidden spell. Yunxiao charged straight into that pillar of fire, desperate to pull her back from the brink. But then damn it, Evie suddenly blocked his path. Hold your horses. Let me finish my snack before you try playing hero. She was dead serious, gripping Isabella's throat with a terrifying strength. Yunxiao lost it, screaming at her to let her go. Again and again. Let her go. But Evie just smirked, sinking her fangs deep into her neck before tossing her aside like a piece of trash. She wiped her mouth, complaining about the lack of etiquette during her meal. Then, reality cracked behind her as massive, deep crimson wings erupted from her back. You're lagging behind, Baili Yunxiao. Too slow. I've already drained every last drop from this Child of Light. She laughed in his face, completely confident. You're nowhere near my level now. Oh, and by the way, I ate her soul too. There's nothing left of her. Evie reached into the void and pulled out a wicked demon sword. With a flick of her wrist, she sent it screaming toward him, triggering an explosion that felt like the world was ending. Through the smoke her laughter echoed. Baili Yunxiao, you slaughtered so many of my blood tribe kin. Today, you finally joined them in hell. But wait, Yunxiao wasn't even scratched. Suddenly, he appeared right behind her, clutching the flaming phoenix sword, blazing with pure heat. He didn't hesitate for a single second, unleashing a strike meant to incinerate her. The sound of a dragon's roar filled the air, and she was absolutely terrified. What? What is this? This wasn't the Yunxiao she knew. This power was on a completely different scale. She took the full brunt of the attack, and let me tell you, her scream was blood-curdling. Evie was slammed into the wall, her wings shattered and gone. Yunxiao lunged forward to take Isabella back, and suddenly, the mighty vampire was reduced to pathetic begging. Wait, Evie stammered, finally coming clean. I lied. I didn't eat her soul. I just took a little bit of that Child of Light energy, I swear. Look, she's still alive. See? She's fine. She pointed toward her, but Isabella was different. Eerily silent, her eyes glowing with a blinding intensity. With one graceful leap, Isabella shattered the dome above and vanished into the sky. Yunxiao shouted her name, but she was already gone. Give it up. That's not your Isabella anymore, that's the Child of Light. While he was distracted, Evie prepared a dirty sneak attack. She hurled a massive sphere of lightning at him. Worry about yourself first. But out of nowhere, Xiaoju threw herself in front of the blast. Master, look out. She crumpled to the ground, hard. Yunxiao rushed to her side, his heart sinking. Xiaoju, she looked up at him, trembling. This is what I was meant to do. Her eyes grew heavy, a weak smile on her face. Master, as long as you're safe, that's enough. As she took her last breath, Yunxiao's world turned red with rage. Evie just smirked. Relax, she's not dead, just out for the count. For now. But she had a wicked plan in mind. She's been hit by my blood curse. In 7 days, she's history. And here's the kicker, only a vampire can break it. Yunxiao didn't care about the rules. I'll kill you first, then I'll find a vampire who's actually willing to talk. Evie didn't even see the strike coming, she couldn't move. He swung for the killing blow. But at the absolute last second, a mysterious figure swooped in to save her. The stranger left a message. If you want to break the curse, bring her to Eastern Europe. Then, they vanished through the same path Isabella had taken. Yunxiao looked at Xiaoju, his heart breaking. Hold on, Xiaoju. Just hang in there. He made a vow he was going to Eastern Europe, no matter what it took. High above the dense forests of Eastern Europe, Yunxiao streaked across the sky like a comet. His intel was pinpoint. This was the domain of the Ronal family, the legendary dragon riders. Word on the street was they had the secret to breaking that deadly blood curse. Suddenly, a scream for help echoed through the trees. Yunxiao's senses were sharp, he smelled blood. A group was under fire, their head knight barely hanging on. Grandpa! Just hold on. We're going home. The girl, Ino, was sobbing, blaming herself. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to find a dragon heart for Grandpa. I've put everyone in danger. One of the men shook his head. Don't blame yourself, Lady Ino. The patriarch is dying. If you didn't come for a dragon heart, the Ronal Knights would have come on their own eventually. Suddenly, Yunxiao dropped down from the trees. Sorry for the intrusion, but I couldn't help but overhear. They immediately drew their weapons. Who are you? He kept it brief. My name is Baili Yunxiao. I'm here for the vampire curse antidote. I heard you mention the Ronal Dragon Rider family, which means you might know how to break a blood curse, but the knight wasn't having it. A vampire curse? Forget it. We don't deal with anyone connected to those leeches. He was cold as ice. Sorry, but you're a stranger, and we don't associate with your kind. Yunxiao smirked, using a little reverse psychology. And here I thought the Ronal family was all about justice and helping the weak. Guess the legends were just stories after all. That hit a nerve. The girl stepped forward, her eyes determined. Wait, I am Angelo, the 9th successor of the Ronal family. It's true. Our family does have the secret medicine to break a vampire's blood curse. She sighed, her voice heavy. But only my grandfather knows the recipe. And he's currently on his deathbed, fading fast. He needs the heart of a great dragon from these mountains to survive. Bring us that heart, and the medicine is yours. That's the deal. But the knight was still on edge. Lady Ino, we can't trust him. He literally appeared out of thin air. He could be working for the vampires. Ino looked torn, but she knew the truth. We have no other choice. My magic is too weak to help the knights. If we don't get that heart soon, Grandpa is. He's gone. Yunxiao nods. Fair enough. I'll accept this deal. Angel tells him that once the dragon heart is in his hands, he should head straight to the Ronal Dragon Riding clan to find her. She'll be waiting. Our boy heads straight for the dragon's lair. Suddenly, Yunxiao's eyes light up. He's found something. A dragon egg, overflowing with spiritual energy. Basically a god-tier relic. He can't help himself. Curiosity takes over as he reaches out toward the glowing egg. Yunxiao decides to snag it first, stashing the egg into his spatial storage. Just then, the mother dragon rushes back, but she's too late. Her baby is already gone. Oh boy, Mama Dragon is home, and she is absolutely livid. She launches into a crazed, relentless attack. A massive wave of scorching fire blasts toward him, but Yunxiao doesn't even flinch. He just smirks. Perfect. I've always liked playing with fire. Time to taste the Samadhi True Fire I just refined. One hit, and the dragon's agonizing scream proves it's super effective. Yunxiao rockets into the sky. He levels up with the beast, eyes locked on the target. With one powerful downward swing of his blade, the dragon's tail is sliced clean off. Howling in pain, the dragon tries to bolt. Yunxiao just raises an eyebrow. Running away? Not that easy, pal. He triggers a dragon roar, blasting it from a distance. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the area. There's no way that dragon walked away from that kind of damage. The beast, now charred black, plummets into the thick forest below. Yunxiao frowns, scanning the trees. It drops somewhere deep in there. The distance is too far to pinpoint. Guess I'm hunting for a corpse. But wait, it looks like someone else is trying to play the opportunist here. Finally, I dug it out. The thief laughs, holding a glowing organ. Is this the dragon heart the master needs? It's breathtaking. You can practically feel the massive energy pulsing inside it. By the time Yunxiao arrives, he's beyond pissed. You dare steal my loot? He strikes right at the center of the group. The thieves panic, screaming, "What kind of monster is this? I'm out of here, you guys are on your own." Yunxiao doesn't care about the small fry. His eyes are locked on the guy carrying the heart. He looks down with pure contempt, just a bunch of useless cowards. He decides to have a little fun with the chase. Let's see how far you can actually run. The thief scrambles toward an ancient, eerie castle. Yunxiao stays right on his tail. The guy vanishes inside the fortress, and without a second thought, our hero follows him in. Come out. Yunxiao's voice echoes through the halls. Brave enough to steal my dragon heart but too scared to show your face? Is this how you vampires do business? A voice responds with a chuckle. As expected of the world-renowned Yunxiao. Impressive. Blue flames flicker to life, revealing deep crimson eyes. In an instant, Yunxiao realizes exactly who his opponent is. Dracula scoffs, shifting the blame. That dragon? I set a trap for it ages ago. If anything, you're the one stealing from this count. He acts nonchalant. But hey, you saved me the trouble of finding you. You hurt my saintess and killed my people. Time to settle the bill, once and for all. Activate the formation, Dracula screams. A restrictive magic circle erupts under Yunxiao's feet, but the man stays completely calm. Oh? Let's see what you've got. Yunxiao tries to summon his blazing sword, but the fire just dies. He's stunned. What? Even the blazing sword is being suppressed? Dracula gloats. Give it up. This dark formation represents the eternal night. It devours everything. In this world, darkness is the only true master. Yunxiao just laughs in his face. Dracula, master my foot. Have you lived in the shadows so long that you've become blind? Dracula snaps back. Talk all you want while you're still breathing. Soon, this formation will drain every drop of your energy. Wait for the darkness to tear you apart. But Yunxiao isn't the type to just sit there and die. He forces his flames to roar back to life. Seeing the situation slipping away, Dracula barks an order. Kill him, now. Yunxiao explodes with power. Samadhi true fire. The surrounding goons are incinerated instantly, forcing Dracula to fall back. What? What is this? This pressure is insane. Bolts of electricity crackle through the room, charring the vampires to ash. But this move clearly took a heavy toll on Yunxiao's stamina. Dracula bursts out laughing. Is that it? Looks like breaking my dark formation cost you everything you had left. The Count won't be showing any more mercy. He lunges forward, completely dropping his guard in his overconfidence. He thinks the win is in the bag. Die! Dracula unleashes a complex magic spell, but Yunxiao manages to block it just in time to stay in the game. Right in the middle of the chaos, a third party interferes. Dracula immediately senses the uninvited guest. Dracula smirks. Ah, seems another little fish slipped through the net. Yunxiao is genuinely surprised. Angel? What are you doing here? She looks at him with innocent eyes. I was worried the dragon hurt you, so I followed you secretly. Then you vanished. I was scared you'd get lost, so I kept tracking you. Dracula mocks her instantly. Worried about him? Or worried you wouldn't get your hands on that dragon heart? Angel flinches, shouting, I did not. Don't listen to this vampire, Yunxiao, their kind lives for lies. Dracula doesn't argue, he just uses the opening to trap her in a binding circle. Angel struggles, yelling, Let me go, you filthy bloodsucker. He looks at her with total disdain. One look, and the lie is obvious. You, Ronald Dragon Knights, are always so self-righteous. Stop the boring act. Dracula turns to Yunxiao, trying to tempt him. Look, your friends want to trade that heart for a pathetic blood curse elixir. Giving it to them is a total waste. Why not give it to the Count instead? Count Dracula is playing nice for now. He offers to drop the old grudge and even lift the blood curse. But Angel isn't buying it and desperately tries to talk some sense into him. Baili Yunxiao, you can't give him the dragon heart. Angel screams. She knows the second Dracula gets what he wants. He'll kill everyone, but Dracula shuts her up with a brutal strike to the throat. Angel can't say another word. To Dracula, her warnings are nothing more than the annoying buzzing of a fly, and he's sick of it. Silence, the Count roars before turning back to our lead with a smirk. He offers a deal. Endless wealth and secret cultivation techniques, noticing that Yunxiao is already on the verge of reaching the martial myth rank. He claims the vampire tribe's secret arts are a total cheat code, capable of making someone jump multiple power levels in a single go. Yunxiao looks interested, maybe a little too interested. Sounds like a sweet deal, he says, drawing his weapon. But you made one fatal mistake. Time to show the hand. I'm not a martial myth, Yunxiao reveals coldly. I'm already breaking through to the 5th level of the Heavenman realm. Dracula's jaw drops. What? How is that even possible? But he doesn't have time to process it because Yunxiao is already lunging forward with a massive strike. Dragon's roar. Dracula reacts fast, throwing up a mystical shield, but against that overwhelming power, the shield might as well be made of wet paper. Yunxiao rushes to Angel's side, promising to break the formation and save her. Suddenly, she lets out a pained scream, leaving him completely confused. What's wrong? Then it hits him. He spins around, but it's too late. Dracula isn't dead yet. He lands a devastating sneak attack right to the back of Yunxiao's head, slamming him into the floor. Dracula erupts in laughter. You really thought a little spark like that could take me down? He sneers, planting his boot firmly on Yunxiao's chest. Now, listen close. With eyes glowing a crazed, blood red, he shouts to the heavens. Darkness is the only true master of this world. His laughter echoes through the halls. Yunxiao reaches out, his eyes narrowing. Hey, you overgrown bat. You seriously think it's that easy to keep me under your boot? Dracula just scoffs. The facts are right in front of you, kid. You're beneath me now. It's over. But wait, something's wrong. Yunxiao strikes back with everything he's got. Taste the true power of the Samadhi true fire. Dracula is forced to leap back just to keep his skin from melting. You've got a lot of tricks for a little bug, Dracula hisses. But it won't matter. The power of darkness isn't something a mere mortal can challenge. Yunxiao doesn't back down. Is that so? Because the undying spirit fire in my hand seems to disagree. He flies straight up, meeting the monster head-on. Dracula curses under his breath. Damn it, how many types of fire do you actually have? Yunxiao's response is cold. Not many, but more than enough to handle you. The blow lands, and over half of Dracula's body is scorched to a crisp. You forced my hand, he screams, pulling out a dark pill and crushing it between his teeth. Yunxiao stays alert, he's powering up. Dracula calls out to his ancestors, begging for their blood to help him annihilate his enemy. The air gets heavy. Yunxiao realizes he's in trouble. Dracula has actually broken through to the Earth Immortal realm, and Yunxiao's own injuries are reaching their limit. There's only one move left. Yunxiao realizes he has to tap into the spiritual energy of the dragon egg. It's a gamble. This egg isn't the same species as the dragon heart, and if he drains it, he might lose a potential legendary ally for the future. I'll try to leave you a spark of life, he whispers to the egg. But Dracula is already charging in like a demon. Baili Yunxiao, you think I'm just going to stand here and let you break through? Yunxiao just smirks. I don't need your permission. The energy shifts. It's done. Dracula's eyes widen in pure terror as Yunxiao reaches the half-step Earth Immortal stage and grabs him by the throat like he's nothing. Dracula struggles, desperate and panicked. A half-step Earth Immortal thinks he can defeat ME? Yunxiao's gaze is like ice. Half-step is all I need to end you. Intense flames erupt, consuming Dracula's entire being. The king of vampires screams one last time. Impossible. I am the king. I cannot be killed. But it's over. He's turned to nothing but ash and dust. Yunxiao stands calm amidst the embers. Light isn't the only thing darkness fears. Fire works just as well. Now, I'm taking this dragon heart back. The battle is finished. Yunxiao carries Angel out, leaving the crumbling room behind. But on the floor, something small begins to move. The ashes twitch and crawl, clumped together in a disgusting pile. Dracula isn't completely gone, and he gasps out a desperate order to a woman standing nearby. Save me, quickly. I can't regenerate on my own. But Evie just gives him a cold, mocking laugh. Save you? You always treated me like a disposable tool for your rituals. Did you really think I didn't know? Just die already, she whispers, her voice full of venom. Dracula's eyes bulge in pure horror as he realizes his mistake. Evie licks her lips and begins to drain the last of his blood. With this, I'll finally have the strength to challenge the one who returned. Meanwhile, Angel bows low to Yunxiao. Mr. Baili, thank you for the dragon heart. My grandfather's condition has finally stabilized. She explains that the blood curse on his friend has been lifted, though she's still badly hurt and will need some time before she finally wakes up. Yunxiao nods, feeling a bit guilty about using the dragon heart, but seeing his friend safe makes it all worth it. Suddenly, the dragon egg behind them starts to pulse. Angel is shocked. Mr. Baili, look, this egg, it's still alive. It feels like it's trying to tell us something, she says as the egg begins to glow with a blinding light. Yunxiao can't believe his eyes. He's intrigued. It wasn't a waste then. I gave it a chance to live. Can you understand what it's saying? Angel reaches out and gently touches the shell. My family has been dragon riders for generations, she explains. The dragon language is practically part of our DNA. I can connect with it. She closes her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic thumping inside the egg, acting as its translator. It says it was stolen from the Dragon Valley by a rogue dragon, and it wants us to take it back home. Yunxiao's eyes widen. The Dragon Valley? Seriously? I remember the legends of the Nine Heavens stories about powerful dragon crystals found only in the valley. Looking at the massive dragon here, I've got a hunch this place holds the same secret. Yunxiao's mind drifts back to Isabella. Her prayer ceremony was cut short, leaving her fate hanging in the balance. Her soul won't just vanish instantly, but time is running out. If I can get my hands on a dragon crystal, maybe, just maybe, I can help her find peace. Yunxiao weighs his options. He turns to Angel and asks if she really wants to return to that place, and she finally admits the truth. Her family lost their ancestral treasures, and it's been hundreds of years since anyone from her kin set foot in the valley. It's not far, but the path? It's a death trap. Can you protect me? She asks. Yunxiao doesn't know a thing about this valley, but if her mind is made up, he's all in. There's no turning back now. He doesn't hesitate for a second. Let's move, he says, taking the lead. Angel struggles to carry the massive dragon egg behind him. Eventually, they reach the valley, where a towering, majestic gate looms over them. She's absolutely floored. This isn't how I remembered it at all, Angel stammers, looking completely lost. She's visibly shaken. The valley is wide open, no guards, no nothing. Is it really okay for us to just walk in like this? She asks, but Yunxiao is already steps ahead. Why not? The door is wide open, isn't it? It's practically an invitation, he says. But suddenly, a dragon spots them. A deafening roar echoes through the air. Humans! The dragon glares down at them. Humans! Who gave you permission to defile our sacred valley? He lands with a bone-shaking thud, acting like he owns the place. We don't welcome filthy humans here. Yunxiao stays cool as ice. We're just here to bring this egg home. Yunxiao turns to leave, totally unfazed. Fine. If we're not welcome, we're out of here. Angel scurries after him, panicking. Hey, wait for me. She looks at the egg sadly. Sorry, little guy. Looks like your own family doesn't want us around. The guardian dragon is fuming, watching them try to leave with the egg. You think you can just escape now, human? He spits a massive blast of fire. Drop the egg. But Yunxiao doesn't even blink, the flames barely even touch his heels. Yunxiao stops in his tracks. A cold smile creeps onto his face. Very good. You actually did it, you bastard. You successfully pissed me off. He draws his blade, ready for blood. Yunxiao strikes back with terrifying speed, leaving the dragon in absolute shock. A human. How can your power be this insane? Suddenly, a voice booms out. Quiet. An elder steps forward. Open your eyes. Not every human is a monster. He stands between the two fighters. I've been waiting for you a long time. I am the sage of the dragon clan. Follow me, and I'll give you exactly what you're looking for. Yunxiao senses the old man's power. This guy is way beyond the earth immortal realm. If he decides to fight, it's going to be a total bloodbath. But curiosity wins out. He needs to see what this guy is up to. The sage reads the expression on Yunxiao's face. Come on, young man. I mean you no harm. Yunxiao decides to follow, and they head deep into the heart of the valley. Young man, before this egg arrived, our race hadn't seen a new birth in hundreds of years, the sage explains. He looks up toward the sky. I prayed to the heavens and the earth, searching for a reason for our decline. And the gods told me, the survival of the dragon race lies with you. Yunxiao is stunned. The sage continues, I know you're skeptical. Follow me. The forbidden ground will give you all the answers you need. They enter a dark, mysterious cave, with Yunxiao staying on high alert. Suddenly, the scenery shifts. Wait, wasn't I just in the dragon's cave? Why am I standing in the middle of a starfield? He's shocked. This is a high-level domain. Yunxiao shouts into the void. Where's the master of this place? You invite me in and then hide? Little did he know, this Earth Immortal domain works on secret rules, bending space itself to create a pocket dimension where the creator is God. In this space, the Earth Immortal is the judge, jury, and executioner. The elder reappears. Don't be nervous. I told you I have no ill will. He speaks with total sincerity. I am Dao Dun, the forefather of the Chris Dragon clan. Dao Dun explains he invited Yunxiao here to ask for a desperate favor. 3 years ago, he peered into the secrets of heaven and saw a vision of the world's end and the extinction of his race. Peeking at fate aged him instantly. Now, he's just trying to pass on enough information to save the future. Dao Dun tells his story how he sacrificed his physical body just to merge with this forbidden land. He stares at Yunxiao, waiting for fate to shift. The only chance for my people to survive is you. Yunxiao is speechless. He doesn't get what destroying the world even means. Even if that's true, I'm not strong enough to stop it. But Dao Dun starts listing the signs. The world is changing. Alien invasions. The earth splitting apart. The sky city falling. 10 levels of hell are coming from another dimension. The apocalypse has already begun. Yunxiao asks the obvious question. Can't we just stop it before it starts? The old man shakes his head. It's the law of the universe. We can't fight it, but you might be able to. Is this your destiny? Is that why you're asking what I want from you? Dao Dun gives his final instructions. Before the great apocalypse hits, let our best dragon and our newest hatchlings stay by your side. The elite dragon can be your mount, and you can form a soul contract with the newborn, but you must promise to keep them safe. He hands over a necklace. This is the dragon bone wrap. It can block an Earth Immortal's attack. Consider it your down payment. Plus, you can pick any 3 treasures from our valley. From now on, the Dragon Clan treats you as our most honored guest. Yunxiao took the item, his expression grim. I might not have all the answers for this apocalypse yet, he promised, but I'll do everything in my power to keep everyone safe. The threat is receding for now, but the harbinger of destruction? He'll be here in a year at the latest. The clock is officially ticking. If you want the full story, you'll need to head to the hidden sect in the east, the guide suggested. Yunxiao simply nodded. His next destination was set. Good. The dragon kinsmen are ready. The elder finished his counsel. Boy, our talk is done. Now, follow me to claim your rightful treasures from the dragon clan. He beckoned with a wave, signaling for Aeon, the dragon egg, and the young girl to step forward. It was time. Angel rushed over to Mr. Baili, breathless. The dragon kinsman delivered. I've got the top-grade spirit stones and dragon crystals you asked for right here. I've used a secret technique to keep Aeon in human form, the elder added. But don't worry if you need some real muscle. He can still shift back into a dragon whenever you want. Aoi stayed silent, clearly unimpressed. Suddenly, the cave lit up as the guide signaled the way the gates to Dragon Valley were open. Safe travels, young man. Yunxiao stepped through. Let's move. Back at the Luolan estate, the atmosphere was electric. Angel was finally back, and everyone was buzzing with excitement. Angel, did you actually see it? What's Dragon Valley like? Is it as insane as the legends say? The questions from the crowd were relentless. Were there dragons everywhere? Angel was exhausted. The crowd was just too much. Mr. Baili, I'm so sorry about them. Please, don't mind the noise. Yunxiao just waved it off. It's fine. You guys catch up. I'm going to go check on Xiaoju. Angel nodded, already making arrangements for Aeon and the Dragon Egg's quarters. She quickly barked out orders. That's enough gossip. Get a room ready for Mr. Aeon and a secure spot for the Dragon Egg. Now, I need to have a serious talk with Mr. Baili, she added. The servants didn't hesitate for a second. Understood, Lady Angel. Angel had already noticed something during the trek after being in the Dragon Valley. That egg was starting to pulse. It was almost time for it to hatch. She couldn't bring it up on the road, but now, she needed to talk to Baili and the contract scroll immediately. She hurried back to her duties, heart racing. Wait, something felt off. Angel felt a sudden prickle of anxiety. What's going on? She rounded the corner and saw Yunxiao standing perfectly still in front of the door. She stepped up to him, confused. Mr. Baili, why are you just standing there? Then she saw his face. It was shadow dark, cold, dead serious. Where is Xiaoju? The room behind the door was empty, not a soul in sight. Panic surged through Angel as Yunxiao immediately began tracking her aura. Angel was practically in tears. I don't know what happened. I told the servants to watch her every second. I swear. Yunxiao was shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. You better pray to whatever god you follow that nothing happened to her. If it's not the Luolan family behind this, it's your pathetic negligence. He closed his eyes, focusing. I left her for one moment, and now she's over 100 kilometers away. The contract flickered. He hadn't checked it in a while, but the bond was screaming. Xiaoju was close, yet slipping away. He locked on. The mental link led straight out of the castle, past the city limits, and finally stopped at a place that sent a chill down the spine. Dracula's fortress. Found her. Ivy was there, looming over Xiaoju. Such a premium little snack, Ivy hissed, her eyes gleaming. I think I'll enjoy every single drop of this flavor. Oh, Ivy, it's you again. Yunxiao's voice was like ice. He was moving before he even finished the sentence. Perfect. We can settle the old debts and the new ones all at once. He gave Angel one final, sharp command. Watch the dragon egg. I'm going to go collect a debt, in blood. Boom. The castle doors didn't just open, they were pulverized. Ivy. Yunxiao's roar shook the very foundations. Give Xiaoju back. Now. High on her throne, Ivy just let out a bored sigh. Baili Yunxiao. She turned, her face smeared with fresh blood. You're late. Again. Xiaoju lay there, deathly pale. Ivy tossed the girl's limp body onto the cold stone floor like trash. It's over. Yunxiao's eyes burned with a murderous light. Ivy, today there is absolutely no mercy for you. Ivy let out a guttural howl, massive wings erupting from her back as she blurred into motion. Her speed was insane. She lunged at him, screaming his name. It's not about whether you forgive me, she laughed maniacally. It's about whether I let you live. I've visited the ancestors. I'm beyond your reach now. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. Visited the ancestors? Did she perform the same dark ritual as Isabella? This just got a lot more complicated. He had to be careful. He needed to save Isabella first once she was safe. Then he'd tear Ivy apart. He dropped his center of gravity, bracing for impact. He swung his blade, a massive ring of fire erupting as he charged. Bring it! The collision was deafening. A massive explosion rocked the entire hall. Yunxiao stepped through the smoke with a cold smirk. So, you've mastered the Earth Immortal realm. No wonder you're acting so cocky. Too bad for you. You're still nowhere near my level. Ivy hit the ground on all fours, panting. You're clearly not an Earth Immortal. So how are you this strong? What kind of trick is this? Yunxiao didn't even blink. No tricks. The answer was simple, really. When you have absolute power, you don't need tricks. You just need to strike. Yunxiao swatted Ivy aside like an annoying fly, pinning her to the floor. His blade was inches from her nose. Die, or submit to the contract. Choose. Ivy started to sob, the reality of her defeat finally sinking in. How? I worked so hard. Why am I still losing to you? Yunxiao's gaze remained cold, not a shred of pity. Shut up. One more word and you're dead. Clear your mind and accept the bond. Ivy began to beg. Please, don't kill me. Suddenly, her eyes went wide with pure terror. She let out a blood-curdling scream as 9 fish-like tails erupted from her back. What the hell was happening? It hurts. It hurts. She writhed in agony, her body twisting. Yunxiao watched in silence, realizing something was very wrong. Her aura exploded, shredding everything around her. He calmly raised a barrier as the dust and debris swallowed the room. Everything was covered in a thick, white haze of spiritual energy. As the smoke cleared, Ivy was still standing. But she looked down at herself in shock. What? What have I become? Where did my power go? Yunxiao just smirked. Well, look at that. You've absorbed way too many different samples, and now? They're tearing you apart from the inside. It's a straight-up war for control in your body. Right now, they've only reached a temporary truce, but it won't last. Yunxiao turns his back, his voice cold. Because of that, you've lost every ounce of your power. You're basically human now. Ai Wei looks like she's about to burst into tears. Wait, am I really that weak now? Yunxiao glares at her, his eyes piercing. You chose this path, Ai Wei. Ending you right now would be way too easy. She turns pale, trembling under his gaze. Please, mercy, I'll sign the contract. I'll do it right now. She begs for her life. Yunxiao nods. Then focus. Listen to every word. Ai Wei shuts her eyes tight, feeling a surge of spiritual energy pierce through her mind. It's done, Yunxiao announces. The contract is bound. If you even think about breaking it, you already know the consequences. Yunxiao grits his teeth, his mind racing. Now, tell me, how do I bring Isabella back to normal? She hesitates before answering. Actually, you just need to reverse the prayer ritual. But there's a problem. I've lost my powers, so I can't even trigger the formation anymore. And even if we do it, Isabella's soul is going to take a massive hit. It'll be severely damaged. Yunxiao ponders for a moment. I guess heading to Dragon Valley and getting that dragon crystal was the right move after all. Ai Wei sees his concern and tries to help. Master, don't worry. The formation isn't impossible to start. I can give you the incantation and show you exactly how it works. Just follow it step by step, and you can trigger the reversal yourself. Yunxiao agrees, and they head back to the Lan family estate. Angel finishes her checkup and sighs with relief. Good news, the toxic blood in Xiaoju's body has been completely neutralized. She just needs rest now since she lost a lot of blood. To make things right, the Lan family will take full responsibility for her recovery. Ai Wei shrinks back, hiding behind Yunxiao like a scared kitten. She's definitely not looking for trouble. Suddenly, a messenger arrives with news for Lady Angel. The Holy See has sent an invite. They claim to have found the God of Light and are inviting the Lan family to the coronation ceremony. Angel's eyes widen in shock. The God of Light? No one has heard a prayer from them in years. How did they suddenly just find them? The messenger shrugs. I don't have the details, but since it's an official invite from the Holy See, we probably shouldn't decline. Angel thinks it over. It's definitely strange, but I agree. We need to go and see what's actually happening. Yunxiao's mind starts spinning. The God of Light? Isabella becomes the child of light and disappears. And suddenly the Holy See finds their God? There's no way that's a coincidence, he mutters to himself. I have to go. I have to see if that God is actually Isabella. He speaks up, looking at Angel. I'll go to the Holy See on behalf of the Lan family. There are a few things I need to clear up personally. Decision made. Yunxiao asks them to look after Xiaoju and keep a close eye on Ai Wei and the dragon-slaying group. Angel smiles and nods. No problem at all. Leave it to me. At the Holy See's Grand Cathedral, the High Priest greets them with a fake smile. The Lan family, I presume? Yunxiao keeps it brief. That's us. On behalf of the Holy See, welcome. The High Priest leads them into a hall filled with an incredible spread of gourmet food. Everything was prepared fresh today just for you, he says, but his eyes are full of hidden schemes. Please, enjoy the feast. He addresses the room. Thank you all for arriving early. You've had a long journey. Eat, rest for the night, and tomorrow we shall begin the coronation of the God of Light. He takes a slow sip of his wine, watching them. One guest bows deeply. Don't say that, High Priest. The Knight families are the Holy See's most loyal servants. If you call, we come. The priest ushers Yunxiao to a seat. Come, sit. We wouldn't want this delicious food to go cold, would we? Ai Wei starts shoveling food into her mouth. Wow. I didn't know human food was this good. But Yunxiao? He's hesitating. He smells a rat. The priest notices. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Yunxiao forces a smile. No, it's great. He takes a few bites. The priest relaxes, patting his shoulder. Good. That's what I like to hear. Night falls. The scene shifts. Everyone from the banquet has been dragged into the middle of a dark forest. And there she is, Isabella. The High Priest barks orders. Hurry up! Throw these loyal families into the ritual formation. His men move fast. Yes, sir. Yunxiao and Ai Wei are tossed into the mix as well. The High Priest raises his arms and shouts, Let the sacrifice begin! A pillar of blinding light shoots into the sky, and the bodies of the guests begin to float. The priest screams to the heavens, O great God of light, please accept these half-finished offerings as an apology for our failures. Tonight we offer these lives to you. May your divinity be perfected forever. Grant us your eternal grace. He chants like a madman. Isabella starts reacting violently to the formation. Suddenly, they light ritual fires around her. But then the priest's face drops. Isabella collapses, completely drained of strength. He snarls in a rage. What? What happened? How could the sacrificial formation be broken? He's losing it. He looks at Yunxiao and Aiwei, stunned. You two. You ate that food. Why aren't you unconscious? Aiwei sticks her tongue out. You old fossil. You really thought some cheap sleeping meds would work on us? Yunxiao stands up calmly, dusting himself off. It's simple. I just flushed the drugs out of my system. No big deal. The high priest is fuming. I won't let you ruin this. Guards, capture them, now. Yunxiao doesn't even flinch. You really think this pack of insects can stop me? Flames begin to roar around them. Yunxiao incinerates everything in his path. If you've got any more tricks, use them now. I'm on a tight schedule. The priest sneers. Useless trash. Fine, you asked for this. Wolf Army, hear my command. A deafening howl ripples through the air, followed by the guttural, bone-chilling growls of 1,000 beasts. Ivy's eyes widen in sheer shock. It's the werewolf army. These monsters once slaughtered 10 parishes in a single night, the same beasts that fought a brutal, bloody war against the vampires years ago. Half of them were wiped out back then. But the werewolves led by the Wolf King never agreed to work with the church before. So why are they helping the Holy See now? Ivy stays on high alert, warning her master to be extremely careful. One wolf is a threat, but an entire pack? That's more dangerous than facing an earth immortal. This won't be easy. The bishop sneers, pointing his staff forward. Kill them. Leave nothing left. Yunxiao steps forward, completely unfazed. You're telling me that even the invincible Ivy is scared of some overgrown puppies? The wolves charge with a frenzied roar. Yunxiao aims to incinerate the whole pack in one devastating blast, but as the smoke clears, they're untouched. He freezes. What the hell just happened? His flame cannon. It didn't even leave a scratch on those wolves? Ivy shouts, Master, normal physical attacks and natural magic are useless against these werewolves. We need the four-form soul method. I'll draw the formation you provide, the spiritual intent. Yunxiao nods. Got it. I'll keep them off you. He leaps into the fray as the werewolves launch their assault. He fights like a demon to keep the pack at bay while Ivy frantically finishes the array. She screams out to him over the chaos. Master, just a little longer. Hold the line. The wolves are snapping at his heels. Yunxiao grunts in annoyance. You church dogs are really starting to get on my nerves. Finally, Ivy slams her hands down. It's ready. Master, get over here now. We need to chant together. In the dead of night, under the glow of a full moon, a metallic ritual circle erupts from the ground. The spiritual pressure is immense. Release them from this life, Ivy urges. Master, channel your flame cannon directly into the formation. He unleashes the dragon's chant. The power is absolutely terrifying, a blinding explosion that reduces the entire werewolf army to nothing but drifting ash. The bishop's staff shatters instantly. What? How? He gasps. Yunxiao looks at his hands, impressed. Who knew combining the soul method with my cannons would be this destructive? Ivy beams. Master, you're incredible. But the bishop is losing it. Curse you. What did you do? What did you do to my wolves? He screams. Yunxiao turns his cold gaze toward him. Honestly? If you hadn't opened your mouth, I almost forgot you were still here. A flash of light, and the bishop is gone, nothing but dust. Help! Pope, save me, were his last words. Ivy rushes to Isabella. Master, the child of light is in bad shape. The sacrifice ritual was interrupted, and now her spiritual energy is leaking out like a broken dam. If they don't act now, she's going to die. We have to reverse the formation immediately, Ivy says, her fingers flying as she draws a new array. I don't have the strength left. Master, I need you for this. You'll need to use the ancient incantation I taught you. Once the ritual starts, your consciousness has to dive into the formation. Find the brightest point of light and shatter it. That's the only way to reverse the flow. She looks at him with pure worry. But Master, once you're inside, you'll be in a no-consciousness state. If the ritual is broken from the outside, your soul will be trapped. You'll simply fade away. Everything you are, your power, your life will be sucked into the formation. It's a death trap. Yunxiao doesn't hesitate. It's fine. I'm going in. I'll reverse it as fast as I can and get back out. Just watch my back. Ivy begins the ritual, but suddenly, a cold, powerful voice echoes through the chamber. So, you plan to use a prayer ritual to bring the child of light back? Ivy jumps, her heart racing. Who's there? That voice. It traveled 10,000 miles. This person has to be at the level of a peak earth immortal. A figure emerges from the shadows, radiating divine authority. Greetings. I am the Pope of the Holy See. You are currently trying to liberate my church's child of light. I'm afraid I cannot allow that to happen. Yunxiao is already deep inside the ritual. Ivy is terrified. She can't wake him up now or the reversal will fail. But she has no way to stop the Pope on her own. The Pope looks down at her, a gentle, predatory smile on his face. Perhaps this lovely little vampire lady would like to step aside first? Ivy stands her ground. I'm warning you. Don't touch that formation, or they'll both die. The Pope chuckles softly. My dear, when it comes to reversing formations, I know far more than you ever will. He raises his hand, preparing to strike. Only through the prayers of the God of Light can the Holy See truly rule all of Europe. Ivy is powerless to stop him. The Pope is resolute. No one, absolutely no one, will harm our God of Light. He steps toward the array. Anyone who dares to enter a reverse formation is already a dead man. Suddenly, Yunxiao's eyes snap open. He's back. If you want to kill your god, then by all means give it a try. The Pope staggers back, eyes wide. Impossible. Once you enter that state, you can't just wake up. No one returns that easily. You. The Pope suddenly coughs up a spray of blood. Yunxiao smirks. It's simple. As long as my contract with Ivy exists, my soul is tethered. I was never truly lost in your little maze. If I wasn't sure I could get out, why would I have gone in so easily? Yunxiao's voice turns cold as ice. Here's the deal. If you step 1 foot into this ritual, Isabella's soul will be wiped from existence instantly. She'll be gone forever. And you know it if the reversal is broken. The soul inside is the first thing to vanish. He stares the Pope down. But that only happens if I'm not here to stop it. The Pope hesitates, his mind racing. He can't risk losing his greatest weapon. Looks like there's only one shot at this, waiting for the perfect moment to trigger the Heart of Holy Light. By tapping into the link between the heart and the God of Light, he can hopefully anchor her soul before it's too late. The Pope is playing a dangerous game. He's playing nice for now, but his real target is the God of Light, and he's not about to let anyone stand in his way. Evie moves in to help. Just as a blinding pillar of light erupts from the magic circle, it's now or never. Sensing the tension, the Pope strikes. He calls out to the Heart of Holy Light, demanding it protect the vessel of his god. Yunxiao just scoffs. Really? You're pulling this stunt in front of me? Time to bring out the dragon crystals. He commands the crystals to shield Isabella's soul, and they sink into her body instantly as another blinding explosion of light consumes the room. Yunxiao is badly hurt from the backlash, and the Pope rushes over not to help him, but to check his master. Isabella's fingers twitch as she slowly blinks back to consciousness. Master, where am I? She mumbles. Yunxiao is relieved the crystals worked, but the Pope is already on his knees, worshipping her like a fanatic. Rest easy, my lord, the Pope whispers. I'll personally sweep away every single pest that dares to stand in your path. I'll be your humble servant forever. Isabella is completely lost servant? Pests? The look on the Pope's face has both Evie and Yunxiao on high alert. The man has gone off the deep end, his eyes clouded with madness. He starts babbling about everyone needing a holy light baptism right then and there, shoving aside anyone in his way like a total psycho. He screams for them to just die already, but then, a blade sinks right through his chest. He freezes, turning around in pure shock. It's Isabella. She's standing tall, her eyes cold. The only pest here is you. How dare you lay a finger on my Mr. Baili? He blasts her back, screaming about her filthy soul and how she should have stayed dead. Talk about a mood swing. The Pope draws his staff, declaring he'll slaughter them all first and reclaim his master's soul later. He starts raining down devastating magical strikes. He aims a kill shot straight at Yunxiao, but Evie throws herself into the line of fire. She takes the full force of the blast, blood coughing out of her mouth. As she collapses, she whispers that she's fine, but Yunxiao is seething. That stupid contract. If she dies, he's gone too. He's barely holding back his rage now. You really think you can look down on the power of an earth immortal? Yunxiao growls as he strikes back. You've officially pissed me off. Massive flames erupt, surging forward to swallow the Pope whole. The old man just laughs, impressed that Yunxiao was hiding even more power. The Pope takes to the sky, screaming for the filthy souls to feel the judgment of the holy light. Yunxiao looks up, annoyed. A birdman? Seriously? This is going to be a pain. On the ground, Isabella struggles to stand, shouting for them to stop. A massive explosion rocks the area, sending razor-sharp shards flying everywhere. The Pope looks down coldly. Master, you're too late. They're already what? A voice cuts through the smoke, cold as ice. Yunxiao is standing there, his shield perfectly protecting Evie. You really thought a cheap trick like that could kill me? The Pope's jaw practically hits the floor. Seeing them both alive and well, the relief on Isabella's face is unmistakable. Sir, she calls out. Yunxiao looks at her, his voice softening for a moment. Isabella, it's been a while. The Pope is absolutely livid now. Enough. Master, you're clearly being deluded by these lowly mortals. He grips his staff, white-knuckled, and charges back into the fray, screaming like a lunatic. Once I wipe these humans off the face of the earth, they'll never influence you again. Isabella screams for Yunxiao to watch out. But our boy isn't just standing there. He channels his energy, and pure, concentrated fire wraps around his fist. You want me dead? He roars. Go back and train for another few hundred years first. Boom. Two massive waves of energy clash head-on. neither side willing to give an inch as the air itself starts to vibrate. The Pope is losing ground, Yunxiao's flames carving deep, bloody gashes into his skin. You filthy mortal, how can you actually hurt me? He screams in agony. Seizing the opening, Yunxiao pulls Evie up and reaches out a hand. Isabella, let's go. It's time to leave. She looks at his hand, her expression turning heavy. I'm sorry, but I can't go with you, she whispers. The soul of the God of Light is still inside me. I have to stay and lead the church. Yunxiao just stares at her, remarkably calm. If that's your choice, then open your heart. Once we form a contract, no one, and I mean no one, will ever be able to separate your soul from the God of Light again. Then I can leave in peace. Isabella nods, her eyes fixed on his. Okay, I trust you. Across the room, the Pope is still struggling with the lingering flames, but he's watching them like a hawk. He loses it, firing off a desperate blast of light at Yunxiao while cursing him with every breath. You filthy human. You're trying to steal my master away. Yunxiao doesn't even flinch, he just raises a hand and cancels the attack like it's nothing. Listen up. From today on, Isabella is your one and only God of Light. You won't just serve her, you'll protect her with your life, and here I thought you'd actually be smart about this. The Pope's face twists into a mask of pure, ugly rage. Curse you! My master isn't someone you can just order around. I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do. Strip that filthy soul out of her, Yunxiao commands, his voice cold and full of disdain. If I want to leave, who would even dare to stop me? Isabella, take good care of her. If you don't strip that soul away right now, I guarantee yours will be torn to shreds. No mercy, not even a trace left. He grabs Evie and vanishes into thin air, leaving the Pope absolutely fuming in the empty hall. Damn it. The Pope's teeth grind together with a sickening sound, his face twisting into a mask of pure rage. He glares at Isabella and barks out, "You stay put. Once I kill him, I'm coming back to deal with you." He thrusts his arm high, light flickering at his fingertips as a holographic system screen snaps into existence. The God of Light's barrier was supposed to be absolute. How did those mortals escape? Check the Dragon Cavalry family records immediately. I want a full report, now. His fingers blur across the glowing screen, his eyes burning with a murderous intent. To kill a weed, you have to pull it up by the roots. Back at the Luolan estate, Angel is stunned to see Yunxiao return so soon. Wait, what happened? Wasn't there a ceremony? He looks at her coldly and replies, "It was a Hongmen banquet, a total trap." Angel freezes, her mind going blank as she stammers. A Hongmen banquet? A trap? The young man beside her whispers in her ear, "It's an assassination festival, Angel." Hearing this, Patriarch Y's blood boils at the Pope's blatant treachery. He grinds his teeth, his voice trembling with fury. Does the Holy City really think that little of the Luolan family? Fine, if that's how they want it, our loyalty ends today. He walks toward Yunxiao and bows his head in deep respect. Mr. Baili, your kindness to our family is as massive as a mountain. On behalf of the Luolan clan, I offer you our complete devotion. We will be your most loyal allies in Australia. Please, take the dragon egg and complete the contract to become a true dragon rider. Yunxiao doesn't hesitate and accepts immediately. He and Ino head straight to the ritual grounds to bond with the dragon egg. He grabs her wrist firmly. Close your eyes. Open your soul. Get ready for the contract. Angel nods, ready for whatever comes next. Following his lead, she slowly shuts her eyes. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupts from where their skin meets. The power is overwhelming, flooding the room until the ritual finally peaks. Yunxiao exhales. It's done. The contract is complete. Let's move. Angel's face lights up with pure joy. Yes, we actually did it. Let's. But before she can finish her sentence, a massive tremor hits. It feels like the entire world is shaking apart in a violent earthquake. The ground beneath them splinters, cracks, spreading like a spiderweb as they both panic. What's happening? Yunxiao's eyes narrow, his mind calculating as the floor gives way completely, turning into a gaping maw. Both of them are swallowed into the darkness of the pit. Outside, Patriarch Y watches in horror, screaming their names. Angel, Mr. Baili, clinging to the dragon egg for dear life. Angel falls through the void, screaming as the wind whistles past her. Boom! She hits the bottom hard, right on her tailbone. That's going to leave a massive bruise. Then, the heavy dragon egg drops right on top of her, pinning her to the floor. Yunxiao? He sticks the landing perfectly, jumping back just in time. Even with a giant egg crushing her, Angel manages to gasp out, "Mr. Baili, where are we?" Yunxiao looks down at her, actually a bit impressed. "You're tougher than you look, I'll give you that." He glances around the cavern. "This is likely your family's trial grounds. Only a place like this could suppress my power down to the level of a martial ancestor mentor." Angel blinks, her eyes wide with shock. "The trial grounds? Are you sure? My grandfather said only those with a dragon contract can enter. But it wasn't supposed to happen like this." Yunxiao crouches beside her, his voice low. "Know any way out?" Angel crawls out from under the egg, dusting herself off. I'm sorry, sir. I have no idea. Yunxiao doesn't miss a beat. He springs up, his eyes locked on the distance. My senses are picking up life signatures further in. Let's go find some answers. Xiaoju and Evie are still out cold. We need to get out of here fast. Angel heaves the massive egg into her arms, shouting back, understood. Deep inside the forest of the trial grounds, near a jagged ravine, a group of people are huddled together, arguing. I can't believe this. We finish our training, and the exit just turns into a bottomless pit? Maybe it's a hidden opportunity, a way to survive? But I'm not moving. We've been here too long already. As they bicker, one of them catches a flash of movement. He whips around, his eyes narrowing. He recognizes a familiar face approaching. Wait, is that Angel? The group freezes. No way. She doesn't have a contract. Entering this place should be impossible for her. But as she gets closer, the truth hits them. It really is her. I can't believe my eyes. She actually bonded with the dragon egg? This is insane. Angel follows Yunxiao, her head down, feeling the weight of the situation. Sir, I'm so sorry. I should have asked more questions before we got into this mess. It was my fault we ended up falling into this trial hall, Angel mumbles, her voice trembling. But Yunxiao doesn't blame her. Not at all. Forget it. Are you okay? Then his eyes sharpen. He's found them. A group of guys spot them and head over, recognizing Angel immediately. Angel, you came to the trial grounds to find us, one asks, before glaring at Yunxiao. Wait, who's this guy? Is he some loser stalking you? Don't worry, I'll take out the trash for you. Angel's face turns bright red with embarrassment. This is getting awkward fast. Xianggui, what are you even talking about, she snaps. Shut up, this is Mr. Baili, he's a savior to my entire family. Xianggui just narrows his eyes, clearly not buying it. A savior? He sneers, looking Yunxiao up and down. A guy dressed in fancy clothes like this? What could he possibly do for the Luolan family? Angel, I know you're kind-hearted, but you've got to be careful who you trust. Xianggui steps right up to Yunxiao, pointing a finger directly in his face. Hey kid, get lost. Now, I don't care who you think you are. She's not someone you can just mess with. He leans in, his voice dropping to a low growl. She's my girl. Yunxiao casually leans back, dodging the finger with effortless grace. His expression is ice cold. You told me to get lost? Angel is absolutely fuming. This guy has no idea who he's messing with. How dare he lay a hand on Mr. Baili? Seeing that Yunxiao isn't even flinching, Xianggui loses it and starts screaming again. Are you deaf? Do you have any manners at all? I said Angel isn't someone you can boss around. Yunxiao doesn't even bother responding with words. Instead, he summons his sword in a flash of light. He rests the blade lightly on Xianggui's shoulder, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. Say one more word, and you're dead. As that last word leaves his lips, Yunxiao's eyes turn terrifyingly dark. Xianggui's two lackeys see him acting tough and decide to jump in, thinking they have the upper hand. Hey, you think we're invisible? One shouts. You've got a lot of nerve touching Xianggui. You're literally asking to die. Who do you think you're threatening? Get him. They aren't worried. In the trial grounds, the strongest person is usually just a martial arts master. What's there to fear? Everything. As they rush him, Yunxiao swings a single arc of fire, blasting them both backward. Trash. You really think you can act tough here? As he walks toward them, the color drains from their faces. Angel! Angel, tell him to stop! Xianggui shrieks, scrambling back. We're childhood friends, remember? Tell him to put the sword down. Angel screams back, her voice filled with pure disgust. Who's your childhood friend? Mr. Baili, please don't misunderstand, I only grew up near his family. That's it. Yunxiao points his blade right at Xianggui's throat, his voice as cold as a blizzard. Open the gate to the trial grounds right now, and I might just let you live. Realizing he's completely outmatched, Xianggui's ego shrivels up. This guy is a monster, there's no way he can fight back. He stammers out the truth immediately. It's the abyss up ahead. The exit is warped. There's definitely some kind of hidden opportunity or treasure inside. Yunxiao shifts his gaze toward the dark abyss in the distance, his eyes thoughtful. That abyss again? I'll go inside and scout it out, a voice calls out. Qi Ling vanishes into the abyss to check the situation. Yunxiao turns back to the group, his sword flashing downward in one smooth motion. A spray of blood hits the ground. One arm, severed. That's your lesson, Yunxiao says coldly. If I ever see your face again, I won't be so merciful. You'll die. He doesn't even look back as he calls out, Angel, follow me. She doesn't hesitate for a second. Coming, Mr. Baili. Left behind in the dirt, Xianggui's face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He gnashes his teeth, hissing, You're all going to die. Every single one of you. A while later, standing beneath a massive cliff, Yunxiao turns to Angel with a serious warning. Something feels off about this place. Carrying that dragon egg will only slow you down. Wait for me here. I'm going to check things out and I'll be right back. Angel nods obediently. Understood. I'll be right here waiting for you. But then, the sound of heavy, angry footsteps approaches. Somewhere deep within the forest of the trial grounds, Xianggui has donned a set of shimmering golden armor. The armor hums, sensing the dragon egg nearby. It's less than 100 meters away, he growls. I'm going to kill those low-life scumbags with my own 2 hands. You two, stay back and provide cover, he orders his lackeys. They smirk, nodding in agreement. Don't worry, we've got your back. We've wanted to take those 2 down for a long time anyway. Meanwhile, Angel has no idea she's being hunted. She's still standing by the cliff, complaining to the egg. You're just too big, she sighs. I can't even go with Mr. Baili because of you. But wait, why is it suddenly getting so cold? As soon as the words leave her mouth, a familiar, hateful voice echoes through the trees. That would be because I'm here. Angel spins around, her heart skipping a beat as she sees several pairs of cold, murderous eyes. She stumbles back in shock. The elders. They actually gave you the Dragon Knight armor? What are you planning to do? Xionggui's eyes widen, looking absolutely deranged. He just mocks her question with a chilling laugh. What am I doing? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that you were acting all lovey-dovey with that stray boyfriend of yours right in front of me. The same boyfriend who chopped off my arm. If I don't settle this debt, am I even a man? He grips his weapon, his voice booming with fury. Where is he? Where is that stray boyfriend of yours? Angel's eyes are filled with dread. She's trapped, and she knows it. She remembers the legends. If the Dragon Knight armor is worn long enough, it grants the power of a true Dragon Knight. Right now, Xianggui is as strong as a martial god. She can't let Mr. Baili get hurt. She forces herself to stay calm. He left a long time ago. Don't bother waiting for him, he's gone. Xianggui, just calm down. We can talk about this, but he's past the point of reason. There's nothing to talk about, he snarls. If he's gone, then I'll just kill you first. The spear in his hand erupts with a blinding light, launching a devastating energy blast straight at her. The impact is massive. Angel and the dragon egg are sent flying backward, plummeting off the edge of the deep cliff. Tears stream down her face as she screams out in terror. Mr. Baili. The bright sun reflects off Xianggui's golden armor as he looks down at the abyss. His voice is colder than the grave as he speaks one last time. Go find that guy by the entrance. He's definitely. Before the sentence could even leave his mouth, a razor-sharp, freezing voice cut him off. No need to look. At the sound of that voice, Henghui spun around in shock. There stood Yunxiao, his face darkened with a terrifying cold fury. I've been looking for someone to settle the score with, too. Hearing this, Henghui's 2 lackeys couldn't help but sneer in mockery. Settle the score? With what? You think you're a match for us? Yunxiao had zero patience for their mindless chatter. He instantly unleashed 2 lightning-fast sword strikes that left them no time to even blink. His blade struck with devastating precision, leaving both of them critically wounded in an instant. They coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood before collapsing right on the spot. Yunxiao looked down at them with nothing but pure contempt. They didn't even know their own limits. With the small fry out of the way, he shifted his focus, locking his piercing gaze onto Henghui. Now, it's your turn. His speed was beyond anything a normal human could track. In a flash, his blade tore through the supposedly impenetrable armor, sending a spray of blood erupting from Henghui's shoulder. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. His prized armor had been defeated by a single strike from Yunxiao's sword. This Dragon Knight armor is something even a heavenly being couldn't break. Henghui gasped. Yunxiao just looked at him with total indifference. So what if you're in the Heaven Man realm? If I want to kill an Earth Immortal, what could you possibly do to stop me? With that, Yunxiao crushed him, leaving Henghui slumped on the ground, completely motionless. Having dealt with the trash, he leaped off the high cliff and dove into the deep abyss. He couldn't help but think to himself, these people claim to be loyal, but honestly, they're nothing but a headache. Whatever, I wanted to explore this place anyway. Let's see what's actually hiding down here. He landed gracefully on the ground, but before he could even scout the area, the sight before him stopped his heart. It was Angel. Her body was floating, motionless, submerged in the water. Qiling quickly explained that Xuanyan was currently treating her, and any interruption could be fatal. Yunxiao looked at the small figure and asked curiously, Are you a spirit? Qiling's tiny form floated toward him. She replied, I am the spirit of this trial ground. I can sense the aura of the Dragon Clan within you. If you become my master, I can help you open the gates. Yunxiao immediately grew suspicious and asked, So, the changes in the trial ground, that was your doing? The girl smiled brightly. I finally felt my master's aura. I've been in here protecting this place for a long time. Master, let's form a contract. That way, I can finally leave this place. She held out her hands toward Yunxiao, her eyes full of desperate hope. He stared at her, lost in thought for a moment. The Luolan family's trial ground definitely has a connection to this silly dragon spirit. If he becomes the head of the Dragon Clan and contracts her, the benefits would be massive. With that in mind, he agreed. Fine. I accept. The contract was sealed, and a blinding light erupted from Qiling, illuminating the entire abyss. Yunxiao closed his eyes, feeling the massive surge of spiritual energy flooding into his body. As the bond finalized, he snapped his eyes open, genuinely surprised. He didn't expect that by contracting this spirit, he could mobilize enough energy from the trial ground to force a breakthrough right into the Earth Immortal realm. He immediately commanded Qiling to continue Angel's treatment. Open the exit for me. The girl obeyed without hesitation. As you wish, Master. The gate to the outside world creaked open, and Yunxiao stepped out, leaving the trial ground behind. The harsh sunlight outside was blinding, but before he could even celebrate his escape, the sight in front of him turned his blood cold. All he could see was a landscape of absolute ruin and destruction. Yunxiao's face twisted in total shock. This is the Luolan estate. What the hell happened here? Suddenly, a high-speed missile came screaming through the air, aimed straight at him. Baili Yunxiao, we've been waiting for you for a long time. He shifted his body to the left with feline agility, narrowly dodging the missile's path. Who are you people? Did you do this to the Luolan family? Qiling hid behind his back, her senses on high alert. Master, watch out. They're strong. That attack just now had the same destructive power as an Earth Immortal's full-force strike. Standing before Yunxiao was an entire army of robots. The leader barked out an order. Mechanical sentinels, by order of the Pope. Arrest the rebel who sabotaged the prayer ritual. Baili Yunxiao. Yunxiao looked at them with pure disgust. Sacrificing innocent lives for a prayer? I'm not letting this slide. The leader slowly pulled off his mask, revealing his face. He sneered, threatening Yunxiao with arrogant confidence. Don't struggle. Kneel and submit, or take your own life to atone. Do that, and I might leave your body intact. Otherwise, we'll turn you into dust. He then turned to his troops. Open fire. Qiling leaned in and whispered urgently. Master, maybe we shouldn't fight them head-on too hard yet. Yunxiao turned to her and gave a calm instruction. You stay right here and wait. I have my own way of handling this. He looked back at the army and let out a sharp, devious smirk. If you want to fight, let's make it quick. I'm not exactly in a patient mood. His icy voice echoed through the desolate, ruined landscape. Before they could even process his words, Yunxiao launched himself forward like a predator. You guys are wasting my time. He buried a fist into the leader's gut, sending him flying dozens of meters back. Seeing their commander get tossed like a rag doll, the soldiers panicked and screamed, Leader! Commander! The man was blasted far back, but he managed to stabilize himself and land on his feet. Baili Yunxiao, the entire Luolan family is currently imprisoned by the Pope. And those two girls who were following you? Yeah, the Pope has them too. If he just dies now, the Pope might actually let the others go. Suddenly, the mask on his face flares with an eerie, blinding light. Yunxiao doesn't flinch, responding with pure ice in his voice. Are you actually trying to threaten me? You're awfully cocky for someone being threatened, the leader sneers, his eyes turning dark. I've changed my mind. You die, and I'll personally take care of your girls for you, then open fire. The subordinates move instantly, their armor hiss as rocket boosters ignite, sending them soaring high into the air. They pool their power, conjuring a massive, swirling fireball intended to incinerate Yunxiao where he stands. As the inferno roars closer, he doesn't even blink. Enjoy my women? You really think you'll live long enough to try? He looks toward the sky. Heavenly tribulation, if you're going to strike, do it now. The words barely leave his lips before jagged bolts of lightning tear through the sky, punching right through the subordinates' high-tech armor. Their bodies seize up, paralyzed by the raw electric force. Panic erupts as they scream in terror. Stop! Is this divine punishment? The leader watches his elite squad turn into piles of charred ash on the ground, his teeth grinding in pure rage. What is this? Heavenly thunder? Can the heavens truly side with a rebel? Yunxiao just stands there, arms crossed, looking down on him with absolute arrogance. The path of an Earth Immortal. That's where the real journey begins, he explains calmly. Cultivating against the heavens always brings the thunder. The only difference is that trash like you has no place in the heavenly Tao. Now, it's your turn. He lunges. Before the leader can even react, Yunxiao has his finger in a vice grip. The man's face pales as he screams, Let go! Get off me! The lightning is coming down! Yunxiao looks at him with pure disdain. I'm letting you experience a tribulation to temper your body. You should be thanking me. A massive pillar of heavenly lightning crashes down, engulfing the leader in a pillar of white-hot rage. He's left as a smoking, motionless heap on the charred earth. Yunxiao doesn't even give him a second glance. Finally, my Earth Immortal realm has stabilized. Pope, just you wait. Our reckoning is coming. Seeing him ready to charge off, Qiling screams out in desperation. No, you can't go. The Pope has already set a heavenly net. He's just waiting for you to walk right into the trap. You absolutely cannot go there. But before she can finish, she collapses, unconscious. He catches her, his mind made up. Heavenly net or not, he's breaking through. Deep within a magnificent, towering cathedral, the Pope reigns supreme over his golden domain. Inside the grand hall, the Pope sits casually with his legs crossed, while Isabella is forced to kneel on the cold floor beside him. He grips her chin tightly, his voice dripping with venom. Your master is filth. Your soul is stained by him. Once I kill Baili Yunxiao, I'll cleanse whatever is left of you. Isabella just glares back. You? Kill the master? Keep dreaming. That little rat Baili Yunxiao is admittedly clever, the Pope sneers. But I know exactly how to use my machines to crush him. If he wants his woman back, he'll come to my cathedral. And the moment he steps one foot inside, he's a dead man. He starts laughing like a maniac. But mid-laugh, a shadow looms at the entrance. A mocking "oh" echoes through the holy hall. Yunxiao walks in, head held high, his sharp gaze cutting straight through the Pope's arrogance. Is that so? As he steps further in, the ground beneath his feet begins to glow. A faint, shimmering magic circle starts to manifest. The Pope's grin turns predatory. Consider this a special gift I prepared just for you, my boy. The array flares into full existence, the patterns looking twisted and otherworldly. It pins Yunxiao down, light piercing through him as a numbing pain washes over his body. Yunxiao acts shocked, struggling against the light. Pope, what is this? Why can't I move my energy at all? The old man laughs, baring his teeth in a triumphant grin. How could a mere mortal hope to withstand the god-slaying array? He reaches down and brutally grabs Isabella by the hair, his eyes flashing with a sick darkness. Isabella, why don't you tell me? How should I torture him first? He's the reason your soul is so corrupted. Killing him is honestly doing him a favor. Despite the pain of her hair being ripped, Isabella ignores her own suffering and begs for him. Release him. Please, if you let him go, I'll give up my soul right now. Yunxiao's voice rings out in a furious roar. Don't you dare. The Pope tilts his head, actually considering it. Now that sounds like a fun idea. Let's start strip away your soul right in front of his eyes. Tears stream down her face as she prepares for the end. Fine. But just as she hits peak despair, a familiar voice cuts through the air. Isabella, are my words a joke to you? Suddenly, the real Yunxiao is standing directly behind the Pope, his voice like a cold blade pressed against the man's ear. You idiot. You can't even tell the difference between a real person and an afterimage, and you think you're favored by God? The Pope's face goes from triumph to pure horror in a split second. Before he can even mutter a word, Yunxiao's foot connects with his chest, sending him flying. He slams into the stone wall with a sickening thud, coughing in agony. Yunxiao doesn't even move toward him, he just raises a hand of fire and chokes him from a distance. My contracts. You really thought you could touch them? You have Xiaoju and Ai Wei too, don't you? Once, twice. You just keep begging for death. You really want to see me get serious? His eyes blaze with a terrifying golden rage. The Pope is gasping for air, literally being choked to death as he begs for mercy. Let me go. I won't do it again, I swear. I'll be your most loyal servant from now on, Master. Pure terror is written all over the old man's face, but Yunxiao's grip only gets tighter and more suffocating by the second. Desperate and out of options, the Pope turns his pathetic, begging eyes toward Isabella. Master, save me. But then boom! A massive explosion rocks the area as Yunxiao ends him without a hint of hesitation. He looks down at the remains with pure disgust and scoffs. Loyalty? That's a cheap lie. Who'd want a servant with a gaping hole where their heart should be? He then turns to Qi Ling and says, Qi Ling, it's time to head back. The little girl immediately flies into his palm, her tiny body looking pale and exhausted. Master, I'm going back to rest now. He looks at her softly and whispers, You've worked hard. Turning his attention to Isabella, he begins untying her. You've suffered enough. Her eyes are still brimming with tears, and her voice trembles with sorrow. If you hadn't come to save me, sir, the God of Light would have devoured my soul by now. I never would have had the chance to merge with her. She looks around quickly. Sir, what about the Pope's staff? That's where his true power came from. Before she can even finish, he points toward the ground and cuts her off. Go grab it. I'm going to rescue Xiaoju and Ivy. Inside the cathedral's dungeon, Yunxiao quickly frees Xiaoju and prepares to get Evie out next. But as he approaches, he stops dead. A strange, swirling spiritual energy is completely enveloping Evie's body. What's happening to her? Xiaoju isn't entirely sure either, but she takes a guess. I think this is a blessing in disguise. The Pope's torture must have triggered the dormant demon bloodline inside of her. Yunxiao stays silent for a moment, thinking it over. Finally, he decides, in that case, I'll send her to the trial grounds first so she can recover and stabilize. Before stepping through the portal, the girl looks back one last time. All right, I'll wait for you at the trial grounds, Master. He gives a simple nod. Go on then. After leading Evie out of the cathedral, he catches up with Isabella, who's walking ahead. How does the staff feel? Does it fit your hand? She doesn't answer immediately. Instead, she softly whispers, "Sir." Suddenly, the scepter in her hand erupts with a blinding light. That radiance surges forward, completely swallowing both Isabella and Ivy in a brilliant glow. Right before Yunxiao's shocked eyes, wings begin to sprout from their backs, a hauntingly beautiful display of an angel and a demon. Even Yunxiao can't hide his amazement. The sight is so breathtaking it leaves him momentarily speechless. His eyes widen as he realizes the truth. This is the power of the laws of the heavenly Tao. Deep within the consciousness of Evie and Isabella, the world changes. They find themselves in a void of total darkness, where a blood-red moon hangs over a mountain, revealing a mysterious, dark silhouette. The two girls stare at the figure in confusion until a cold, bone-chilling voice rings out from the shadows. "You could have stopped it. This struggle is far more brutal than death itself. But you chose not to." The man stands atop a mountain of corpses, looking down at them with a gaze that makes their skin crawl. His words are like ice. None of you will escape his wrath. As the figure's face is finally revealed, the girls gasp in horror. He looks exactly like Yunxiao. Suddenly, they snap out of the vision, jolting awake as if from a nightmare. They open their eyes, trembling as they call out, "Master Yunxiao, Master!" Evie presses a hand to her forehead, groaning in pain. "My head is spinning. That was just an illusion, right?" Isabella is still visibly shaken. She wastes no time and immediately tells Yunxiao everything they saw in that terrifying dream. "Master, we heard a prophecy. The world-ending Great Tribulation is actually happening. It's coming for us." Yunxiao falls into a deep silence. First, it was the Dragon Clan peeking into the secrets of heaven, and now angels and demons are delivering warnings from the heavenly Tao. The world is falling into pure chaos. Just as the three are about to leave, a messenger rushes toward them, shouting frantically, "It's a disaster! Massive sinkholes are opening up all over the world, and mysterious ancient realms are descending upon us." Before the man can even finish, Yunxiao's phone starts ringing like crazy in his pocket. He answers it immediately. "Yeah, it's me. What's the situation?" "I understand. I'll be back as fast as I can." He hangs up and turns to the girls. An ancient secret realm has just fallen from the sky in the Great Fu region. He continues, his voice grim. "The current spiritual energy in the air isn't enough for my cultivation anymore. I have to go to that secret realm to find a real breakthrough. Your cultivation levels are still too low, and you need to manage the Holy Church and the Blood Clan. For now, stay in Australia and focus on your training." The two girls bow their heads obediently. "Understood, Master. Please, be careful." Yunxiao gives them a small smile. "Train hard. We'll meet again once this Great Tribulation passes." 3 days later, on the shores of the East Sea in Great Fu, crowds have gathered outside the entrance of the ancient secret realm. Jifei Bai stands there with a deadly serious expression. The world-ending Great Tribulation is upon us, and the very fabric of heaven and earth is shifting. Since we don't know the dangers inside this realm yet, I'm using the full force of the army to block entry. This is for everyone's safety. But he's immediately met with a wall of arrogance. "Your Excellency, the human emperor, don't trouble yourself with our concerns. The leaders of the 3 great hidden sects know all about the coming apocalypse, but they couldn't care less about the military. If you really wanted what's best for us, you wouldn't wait until the world started falling apart to act." One of them shakes his head with a mocking sneer. "You don't even have the potential to reach the Earth Immortal stage. Knowing a few secrets is just a waste of the realm's resources. Why don't you just let your people come inside and hide under the protection of our hidden sects instead?" Before he can finish his insult, a young man's voice rings out through the crowd. "Who says the military doesn't have an Earth Immortal?" Descending from the clouds on flying swords, Baili Yunxiao, Xiaoju, and Wu Qingyun touch down Yunxiao's arrogant gaze, locking instantly onto Jifei Bai. Just because someone has the title of human emperor, they think they can actually become the ruler? Give me a break. Jifei Bai, when the military was out there protecting the people, where exactly were you hiding? Seeing that familiar face, Jifei Bai's expression twisted with pure irritation. "You again," he hissed, his voice dripping with clear hostility. "Baili Yunxiao, it's been a while. Have you still not fixed that habit of talking big? It's not that I hold a grudge, but with your pathetic ability, I doubt you could even step foot into the secret realm." Standing nearby, Yunxiao frowned, her voice rising in a sharp warning. "Jifei Bai, have you said enough?" She stepped forward, extending her arm to block Jifei Bai from moving closer. "Baili Yunxiao, don't try to act tough here." In her mind, she was already calculating Jifei Bai had reached the Earth Immortal rank long ago. Every move he made was surging with true qi, while Baili Yunxiao, he didn't have a single ripple of energy coming off him. To her, he looked weak, nowhere near his peak. Even the marshal looked conflicted, leaning over to whisper to Secretary Wu. "Secretary Wu, is Yunxiao going to be okay?" "We can't afford to offend the human emperor's side right now," Wu Qingyun replied, her voice uncertain. I honestly don't know." Losing his patience, Yunxiao let out a long sigh and shot them a look of pure disdain. If you keep wasting time with this nonsense, the secret realm will have already opened. Being treated like he was invisible pushed Jifei Bai over the edge, the veins on his forehead bulging with rage. You little rat, stay right there. Pushed past his breaking point, he lunged forward, launching a direct attack at Yunxiao. This time, Yunxiao didn't move to stop him. She figured a little lesson might actually be good for him, better to get hurt now than to lose his life inside the secret realm. As the attack closed in, Yunxiao's cold, dark eyes flickered toward him. You actually dare to lay a finger on me? Just a look. That was all it took. An invisible force slammed into Jifei Bai, sent him tumbling backward as he let out a terrified scream. The sheer power of that countershock left everyone paralyzed, their jaws hitting the floor in total shock. Coughing from the impact, Jifei Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. How? How can you be this strong? Yunxiao couldn't hide her horror either. It hadn't been that long since they last met, and yet, he was already several times stronger than before. Seeing this, the marshal's face lit up with pure joy. With Yunxiao at this level, the military actually stood a chance. Yunxiao swept a proud glance over the crowd. So, he said slowly, do I have the status to enter the secret realm now? Yunxiao had no more excuses left to keep him out. I didn't realize you had also reached the Earth Immortal rank. With that strength, you definitely belong inside. Hearing this, Jifei Bai immediately protested. Yunxiao, I don't agree to this. She turned to him, her voice cold and flat. Jifei Bai, this isn't about whether you agree or not. The elders only blocked the military because we thought their strength wasn't enough, which would lead to heavy losses. Her eyes turned sharp. But with Baili Yunxiao here today, that excuse is gone. I won't let you start any more trouble. Listening to them bicker, Yunxiao realized something. It seemed Yunxiao and Jifei Bai weren't as close as he thought. A jealous, arrogant fool like Jifei Bai could never truly keep up with someone like her. Still stubborn, Jifei Bai spat out. I'm reporting this entire situation to Senior Yun Muxiang. Yunxiao didn't even blink. She just walked past him, leaving behind 2 words. Suit yourself. His face darkened as he watched them, jealousy burning in his chest. Yunxiao, you've been going back and forth with this guy since the start. Was she really acting this humble just because of him? Yunxiao ignored the noise and approached Yunxiao, her attitude much softer than before. I misunderstood you earlier. The secret realm is incredibly dangerous. You need to be extremely careful. Yunxiao offered a friendly nod in return. Thanks for the concern. I'll keep that in mind. It's been a while, and your strength has improved quite a bit too. I'm sure after this trip, you'll be able to catch up to me. Right then, the entrance to the secret realm began to pulse. Yunxiao brushed past him to take the lead. It's open. I'm heading in. She looked back at the others. Disciples of the hidden sect, follow me. Yes, ma'am, they shouted in unison. Jifei Bai shot one last hateful glare at Yunxiao before following, his resentment practically radiating off him. Before stepping through the portal, Yunxiao turned back to give his final orders. Marshal Jiang, anyone below the heaven-human realm must stay out. Xiaoju, you and the others come with me. With our contract, you'll be fine. Xiaoju nodded immediately. Please take care of yourself at the entrance, master. Then, with a serious tone, Yunxiao declared, I'm going in first. Inside the realm, the atmosphere changed instantly. A harsh, scorching sun beat down on jagged mountain ranges and dense, suffocating jungles. The forest was crawling with lethal, man-eating plants. Suddenly, a massive carnivorous flower loomed over Yunxiao. It dripped with hunger, looking at him like he was a 5-star meal. Yunxiao just stared at it, his expression completely bored. A plant monster that evolved to the Earth Immortal level? Disgusting. The creature lunged, its massive maw filled with razor-sharp teeth as it let out a guttural screech. Food! But Yunxiao didn't even flinch as he drew his blade. It's not easy for a plant to reach this rank. But honestly, your timing is terrible. He stops mid-sentence, his eyes turning cold and razor-sharp. In one fluid motion, he unleashes a devastating sword strike that slices clean through the monster. Get out of my sight. The blade erupts in flames, incinerating everything it touches with pure, searing heat. Nearby, a figure huddles behind a tree, watching the whole thing. He tracks Yunxiao's every move, his heart racing as he witnesses power that leaves him completely speechless. An Earth Immortal level plant monster. And this guy took it down in a single blow? Where did a monster like this come from? He realizes he has to report this immediately. As the tree demon turns to ash, a glowing green stone drops to the forest floor. Yunxiao picks it up, examining it for a moment. Not bad. This is a top-tier wood element spirit stone. Suddenly, a faint rustle comes from behind the trees. Yunxiao's head snaps toward the sound, his killing intent flaring. Who's there? Silence. There isn't a soul in sight, but Yunxiao doesn't let his guard down. He definitely heard something, so why can't he sense them anymore? Just as he moves to investigate the spot, a woman suddenly stumbles out from the dense foliage. She rushes toward Yunxiao, her face a mask of pure panic as she screams for help. Sect Master Baili, please, save my people. The hidden sect? He narrows his eyes, his mind racing. Was that the sound from earlier? Talk. What happened? She clutches her shoulder, trembling, but behind her eyes, the gears are turning. She might have a map of this secret realm, but she never expected the guardian beasts to be this terrifying. Luckily, Baili Yunxiao is here, the perfect meat shield to do their dirty work. She puts on her best damsel in distress act, looking up at Yunxiao with pleading eyes. Sect Master, we came here with the queen, but we took a wrong turn and ended up right in a monster's nest. There are only 2 or 3 of us left. I'm the only one who managed to break away to find help. She starts sobbing, secretly gloating. With Baili Yunxiao involved, they actually have a shot at winning this. But before she can say another word, a massive shadow looms over her, chilling her to the bone. It's here. A colossal beast emerges from the deep woods with a bone-shaking roar. A handful of survivors scramble toward Yunxiao, screaming in terror. As the monster appears, Yunxiao isn't looking at its claws, he's staring at its chest. There it is, fire spirit grass. He steps closer to confirm his prize. Suddenly, the girl who was just sobbing for mercy has a total change of heart. Her expression flips 180 degrees. Now! Strike! She screams. She unleashes a chaotic sonic attack, aiming to shatter his mind while his guard is down. The others charge forward with a sneer. Baili Yunxiao, thanks for being our sacrifice. Have fun dealing with an earth immortal beast. Yunxiao catches the fire spirit grass they threw as bait, tossing them a look of pure disdain. Is that so? Boom! An overwhelming aura explodes from Yunxiao, a protective shield that sends the traitors flying. Even with the beast closing in, he stays perfectly calm, initiating the Yandi art. When the hidden sect members see the flames, they don't stick around to fight. They tuck tail and run like cowards. Move! Let them kill each other, they yell. Yunxiao's eyes turn into narrow slits. Heaven incinerator. Intense flames erupt around the beast, sending it into a panic. 2 of the hidden sect stragglers get caught in the crossfire, screaming as the heat melts their skin. Fire! It's too hot, my flesh! The monster thrashes in agony, its roars of pain echoing through the heavens as it's slowly consumed by the blaze. With a single wave of his hand, Yunxiao unleashes a shockwave that levels the entire forest, leaving nothing but a barren wasteland behind. Monster dealt with. Now for the traitor. The woman falls to her knees, trembling as she begs for her life. Sect Master Baili, please, mercy. I'll tell you everything. The truth about this secret realm. Yunxiao pauses, his interest finally piqued. The truth of the realm? Before he can press her, a telepathic SOS from Xiaoju hits him like a physical blow. Master! We're at the inheritance site, but the Ren Huang's men have us completely surrounded. Outside a grand, ancient Chinese palace, a massive army is closing in. Qingyun speaks up, her voice tight with authority and stress. The Ren Huang used the hidden sect's ultimate treasure to set up a barrier at the entrance. Even an Earth Immortal can't break this. He clearly wants the inheritance all to himself. With the world changing like this, the techniques and formations hidden in this immortal palace are priceless. If the army gets their hands on this before we understand it, we're in serious trouble. We can't just stand by and watch. Xiaoju looks at the glowing wall, her face grim. This barrier is beyond us, Qingyun. But the master. He's here. High above, Yunxiao descends like a falling star. 1 strike. That's all it takes for the massive barrier to spiderweb with cracks. Yunxiao lands on the ground with the grace of a predator. Qingyun stares at the shattered barrier, her jaw hitting the floor. He actually broke it? It was just a basic defensive formation, Yunxiao says, completely unimpressed. Don't look so shocked. Let's head inside and then we'll talk. The group answers in perfect unison. Understood. Yunxiao leads the way into the immortal palace, his mind drifting back to what that girl said. This is the secret every high-ranking member of the hidden sect knows. These secret realms appearing now are all legacies left behind by cultivators from the ancient Cultivation continent. The inheritances are split up, but if you claim the core inside this palace, the entire realm belongs to you. The Ren Huang has the ancient records for this exact spot. His goal isn't just treasure, it's to lock down this entire immortal palace for himself. Thinking back to those words, a devious smirk spread across Yunxiao's face. Sure, the inheritance in this immortal palace didn't mean much to him personally, but why miss a perfect chance to mess with the so-called human emperor? It was just his way of showing a little kindness. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Yunxiao turned to Ji Feibai with a frown, noting how surprisingly empty the core inheritance area looked. So, what's the trial here? She asked. Ji Feibai turned to look at her, his expression twisting into something sinister. His tone turned dark as he revealed the truth. The restrictions in this zone strip every cultivator of their energy, turning them back into ordinary mortals. Yunxiao was completely blindsided. What? Why are you only telling me this now? He suddenly stepped forward, grabbing her wrist with a sickening grip. Because, he sneered, I needed the perfect moment to finally make you mine. He was fuming. accusing her of flirting with Yunxiao behind his back and throwing away their engagement like it was nothing. Panic surged through Yunxiao, but she fought to keep her voice steady. Jifei Bai, stop this right now and I might pretend this never happened. If you don't, the Divine Dragon Sect will never let you hear the end of it. That threat only made him snap. Yunxiao, we were destined for each other from birth. You belong to me, don't you dare think you're ending up with Yunxiao. Just as the words left his mouth, a cold, masculine voice cut through the air. Jifei Bai, you really do have the thickest skin I've ever seen. The villain froze, turning to see Yunxiao standing there like a literal savior, making Yunxiao cry out in relief. Jifei Bai glared at Yunxiao, pointing a finger and barking out, "So what if you're here?" He thought he had the upper hand since neither could use magic, boasting that he wasn't afraid of a fist fight. "Today, right in front of your eyes," he roared, "I'm going to make Yunxiao mine." But before the final word could even leave his mouth, Yunxiao launched a brutal kick straight into his shameless face. The impact was massive. Jifei Bai didn't even have time to react before he was sent crashing into the dirt. Yunxiao didn't stop there, following up with another heavy kick that left the guy screaming like a stuck pig, blood spraying from his nose. Yunxiao's gaze was sharp and unforgiving. "A loser like you thinks he can talk big? The fighter who can actually take me on in a brawl hasn't even been born yet." Yunxiao stepped in, grabbing the guy by the collar and hoisting him up like a rag doll. He pulled his fist back, ready to deliver another world-shattering blow. "Playing dirty and calling yourself the human emperor? You're pathetic." Seeing that vein-popping fist coming his way, Jifei Bai began to stammer, begging for his life. But just as the punch was about to cave in his face, a hand reached out to stop it. It was Yunxiao. "Yunxiao, wait, don't hit him anymore. After what he tried to do to me, neither the Cave of the Three Emperors nor the Divine Dragon Sect will let him slide. Killing him now is too easy and way too much trouble for you. I want him to pay for this properly." Even now, Jifei Bai was still delusional, clinging to his obsession. "Yunxiao, you can't do this. If we become enemies, the people of the Nine Heavens continent will never accept it." The moment that name hit his ears, Yunxiao's eyes widened in pure shock. "What did you just say? The Nine Heavens continent?" Those 4 words hit like a physical blow, dragging up old memories of his birthplace, a place that brought him nothing but endless pain. Yunxiao's face went pale as she screamed, "Jifei Bai, shut your mouth right now." She looked at Yunxiao, her voice trembling with nerves. "Yunxiao, ignore him. Whatever he said, it's not something you need to know about." But Yunxiao wasn't having it. He tightened his grip on Jifei Bai's throat until the man was gasping for air, letting out a weak, desperate groan. As the pressure increased and Jifei Bai's face turned a bruised purple, Yunxiao growled, "Speak. How do you know about the Nine Heavens continent?" His eyes were terrifying. Deep down, a wild hope was starting to spark. Could it be possible for him to return home in this life? He shook the man, demanding to know what else he was hiding, but Jifei Bai was choking too hard to form a single word. After a few pathetic stammers, the guy's eyes rolled back and he passed out cold. Without a second thought, Yunxiao tossed the body aside like trash and turned to Yunxiao. "He's out. Now, it's your turn to talk." She looked down, finally giving in. "I only found out a few days ago. The Nine Heavens continent is the upper realm above Earth. These secret realms, they literally fell from there. Apparently, orders were sent down for her and Jifei Bai to act as a bridge between their two sects, becoming cultivation partners to seal the bond. That's all I know," she added. "Maybe the twin sovereigns of heaven and earth in Kunlun Void have more answers for you." Yunxiao nodded slowly. "The Kunlun Void of the 3 hidden sects. I've got it." Yunxiao started to move toward Jifei Bai to pick him up, but Yunxiao was already moving. "Let's go. Once I grab the inheritance here, I'm heading straight for the Kunlun Void." Watching him rush off, she tried to shout a warning. "Wait! Slow down. Even for the inheritance, there are still dangers." But before she could finish, Yunxiao had already cleared the path. A literal mountain of defeated robots lay behind him, reduced to nothing but scrap metal. Having trashed the entire security force, Yunxiao turned back casually. "Sorry, what was that?" "I didn't catch the last part." Yunxiao stood there, completely floored by his sheer power. "Nothing," she managed to squeak out. "I just meant, watch your step. My legs are absolute lead, but I can't help but feel a surge of respect. That puppet's raw power, it's easily on par with the Heavenman realm. What was I even worried about? This guy is way stronger than I imagined." Seeing her struggle to keep up, Yunxiao's expression turns deep and contemplative. "I'm in a hurry. If you can't keep the pace, just wait here." His bluntness leaves Yunxiao feeling even more awkward and flustered. "No, I'm fine." She pushes through the pain, following him into the wooden cabin. But right behind the door, hidden from their sight, a dark shadow is lurking in the corners. The second they step inside, Yunxiao's face turns a bright shade of crimson. She gasps, her voice trembling in shock. "Wait, weren't we just entering a simple wooden house? Who are all these women?" She sees Yunxiao surrounded by stunning, seductive girls. They're clinging to him, their voices dripping with honeyed temptation. Master, it's been ages since you practiced. Martial arts with us. Please, show us some mercy. Young master, Qingyan has missed you so much. Yunxiao's eyes narrow with a dangerous glint. Just a mere illusion. With one swift strike, the vision shatters. This trial tests strength, heart, and then Yunxiao stops mid-sentence, the air suddenly growing heavy. He slams his hand down onto a meditation cushion on the floor before finally uttering the last two words. Bone structure. He places a glowing object on the cushion. The puppet tested the body, the illusion tested the soul. And this? This cushion evaluates your inner potential. On the table ahead, a box slowly begins to materialize. He mutters, I'm here for this. Honestly, it feels like I'm bullying you all. But before he can finish, a mocking laugh cuts him off. Thanks for the gift, sect leader. Like a lightning-fast squirrel, a man darts from the entrance, snatches the box from the table, and yells, This legacy is mine. But he doesn't get far. A sword pierces through his chest from behind. He gasps in pure shock. Wait, isn't your cultivation suppressed here? How can you still hurt me? Yunxiao is stunned. She hadn't sensed this third person's presence at all. Where did he come from? How did I miss him? Yunxiao's face is dark as a storm. You've been tailing me for so long. Did you really think I didn't notice? Now, who exactly are you? Yunxiao eyes the man's body with deep suspicion. The man glares back, a twisted, sinister smirk on his lips. Hee. All you need to know is that your funeral is coming. Very soon. With those final words, he collapses, dead on the spot. Yunxiao frowns, looking thoughtful. This guy. He looks strangely familiar. Yunxiao is completely baffled. What just happened? I couldn't feel him at all. What was that thing? Yunxiao calmly retrieves the box. Not sure yet. But whether he's after the legacy or my life, the person behind him won't stop at just one attempt. When they show up again, I'll just kill them too. His sharp eyes lock onto a ring taken from the box. After a moment, he tosses it over to Yunxiao. I'll take the resources, you take the ring. Consider it a trade for the location of the Kunlun Void. Yunxiao is floored. But this is a legacy people would kill for. You don't have to give it to me. I'll tell you where the Kunlun Void is regardless. He replies coldly, I don't need a legacy. I just need these resources. Why? Because I am the legacy. Left with no choice, she accepts it. Fine. Thank you. I'll send you the coordinates to the Kunlun Void right now. He heads for the door, tossing back a single, chilly word. Good. As he walks, a strange, dark aura flickers on Yunxiao's sword. A faint silhouette of a face appears, unknown to him. The soul of that man has possessed his blade. He sneers inwardly. Did you really think it was that easy to kill me? Baili Yunxiao. Let's see what secrets you're hiding once I've hitched a ride on your weapon. Deep in the rugged, desolate mountains, two old men sit under the cool shade of trees, playing chess. These are the Qian and Kun Venerables of the Kunlun Void. They're busy discussing our main character. So, what do you think of this Baili Yunxiao kid? The stern-faced Venerable moves a piece. He's got guts and brains. A bit stubborn, sure, but his heart seems to be in the right place. The other nods in agreement. True. He's building his own faction now. He might just be the one we've been waiting for. Suddenly, the stern Venerable's eyes sharpen. He senses someone approaching their borders. We have a guest. Yunxiao has found the gates of the Kunlun Void. He stands outside as the two Venerables emerge, bowing respectfully. Baili Yunxiao of the Jade Dawn Palace, here to pay my respects to the two Venerables. Seeing it's him, they welcome him warmly. It's freezing out here at the gates. Come inside with us. Yunxiao notes their friendly attitude and quickly agrees. Then I'll accept your hospitality. Meanwhile, the soul inside his sword is ecstatic. He finally knows the location of the Kunlun Void. This is it, the most mysterious hidden sect in all of Great Xia. Hidden so well, yet I still found you. Baili Yunxiao, you really thought you won. If I hadn't wanted to use you to find these hidden sects, he's in the middle of bragging to himself, when suddenly, he goes dead silent. Hold it right there. The two Venerables froze, their eyes locking onto Yunxiao like hawks. The sect gate was vibrating with a strange, hidden energy. Baili, my friend, are you sure you're alone? Our boy panicked for a split second. Had they already sniffed out the intruder? Thinking fast, Yunxiao played it cool. Oh, that? Probably just my weapon's spirit acting up. Inside the weapon, the guy was laughing his head off. He really thought he was a genius, and Yunxiao was the idiot. Keep acting tough, kid. You didn't even notice I was faking my death, and now you're covering for me? What a moron. The elder with the kind face didn't buy the spirit excuse for a second. He reached into his robes and pulled out a legendary demon-suppressing artifact. Listen, I've heard you've got quite the collection of treasures. This here is the heavenly net of our Kunlun Void. I'd love to see what you're packing in comparison. Yunxiao didn't hesitate and unsheathed his blade. Sure thing. But honestly, This demon-slaying sword is my personal favorite. The guy inside the sword suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Wait, what's happening? Something feels wrong. Before he could react, Yunxiao tossed the sword straight into the air, right into the elder's heavenly net. Heavenly net seal. With a sharp command, the artifact snapped shut, dragging the sword down and slamming it into the dirt with a bone-shattering thud. Boom! The soul was ripped right out of the blade. Baili Yunxiao, you teamed up with these two old fossils to trap me? He was shaking with rage, still trying to act tough even while pinned to the ground. You better let me go right now. The Heavenly Tao Alliance will hunt you down for this. But the two Venerables didn't even flinch. Another brat from the Heavenly Tao Alliance? Big surprise. Yunxiao raised an eyebrow, curious. So, you guys have heard of these guys before? Hearing his sect mentioned, the captive got his ego back instantly. Of course they have. Now quit stalling and release me before my sect rains hellfire on this place. My organization pulls the strings of every human on this planet. Even our weakest members are at the celestial being realm. I'm not here for trouble, but the stern-faced Venerable had heard enough of his garbage. You talk way too much. With a flick of his wrist, he slapped a silence seal on the guy. There. He can't speak, and he can't hear us. Finally, some peace and quiet. While the guy screamed silently inside the net, the elder turned to Yunxiao with a serious look. Lately, the big families have been falling apart. Leaks, betrayals. It's a total mess. I sent my men to dig deeper, and every trail led back to this Heavenly Tao Alliance. And once they join, they change. It's like they're under some kind of dark spell. Yunxiao leaned in, concerned. Did their souls look different? Any corruption? The elder shook his head. None, and we couldn't get a single word out of them about the Alliance's inner workings. Every single one we tried to catch died before we could blink. This little rat right here? He's the only one we've managed to capture alive. He shot a disgusted look at the captive, wallowing in the dirt, looking like a defeated dog. Yunxiao didn't want to waste any more time on the small fry. In that case, he's all yours. I'm here for something else. I need to ask you about the Juxiao continent. The elders exchanged a look. Honestly, we're as much in the dark as you are. A few days ago, people from the Juxiao continent reached out to us through the Kunlun Eye. That's how we even learned about the upper realm. The problem is, we can't reach back out to them. Yunxiao's eyes lit up. Then let me take a look at this Kunlun Eye. In exchange, I'll give you the Jade Spirit Immortal Art to replace that 9-9 mysterious art you're currently using. He pulled out an ancient manual. This path can take you all the way to the Great Perfection Realm. No more hitting a wall. The elders looked confused. Kid, you do realize our 9-9 mysterious art is already top tier, right? It's just that before the spirit energy faded, I could only hit the Earth Immortal stage. But now that the world is changing, our current art should be enough to reach the top. Yunxiao just smiled, ready to drop some knowledge. Don't be so sure about that. Your art is a nightmare to master. The Jade Spirit technique? That's on a whole different level. Take a look for yourselves. The secrets inside speak for themselves. They opened the book, and their jaws hit the floor. This was unbelievable. Their eyes practically popped out of their heads. Where on earth did you find something this profound? Yunxiao just shoved his hands in his pockets, looking smug. So, can I see the Kunlun Eye now? The elder with the top knot was genuinely baffled. You're trading a god-tier manual, just for one look at the eye? Are you serious? Yunxiao's expression went serious. I have my reasons. Reasons I can't share with anyone. The elder sighed. Fine then. Follow me. As they walked, he began to explain the lore. The Kunlun Eye is our greatest sect treasure. Legends say it connects heaven and earth, but for centuries, it's just been a dormant energy source, a focus for our arrays. We never would have known its true power if the Juxiao continent hadn't suddenly activated it from their side. They pushed deep into the forest until they saw it, a shattered jade, glowing with a blinding, celestial light. The elder sighed. We may never see it in its full glory again. Yunxiao froze. His heart was hammering against his ribs as he stared at the artifact. No way. Was that the innate spirit treasure from Juxiao? No. It was more than that. He looked closer, and the realization hit him like a freight train. His mind was racing, there was no doubt about it. This was the lost half of the Heavenly Eye. Primordial spirit treasures. Born from chaos itself, these legendary artifacts bridge heaven and earth, overflowing with the raw energy of the primordial void. Taoist Qian, hair tied in a tight bun, is on edge. Kid, listen up. The energy around the Kunlun Eye is infinite but totally chaotic. If you try to. Suddenly, his eyes go wide. He looks up and screams, Wait, stop. But Baili Yunxiao is already there. His hand brushes the Kunlun Eye as he looks back with a smirk. Relax, Taoist Qian. I've got this. I'm just here to feel the power, okay? I won't do anything to damage the Kunlun Eye or mess with the Great Formation. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Taoist Qian looks stressed. Kid, you're way too impulsive. It's not that I don't trust your intentions, it's just, I'm worried that chaotic energy will tear you apart. Right then, boom! The Kunlun eye erupts with a bizarre, blinding light that shakes the very ground. Yunxiao's eyes go wide in total shock. Nearby, the ancient masters guarding the eye are freaking out. One long-bearded elder gasps. How long has it been since the world channel last opened? Another elder shakes his head, his voice heavy with age and disbelief. Hundreds of years, maybe? Looking at the laws of this world, nobody should even be at the Spirit Emperor realm yet. A golden-haired master chimes in with a theory. Yeah, looks like for the next century, no one from this world is opening a path to the Nine Heavens continent. You need to be a Spirit Emperor just to crack that seal. Hearing this, Yunxiao is stunned. It hits him like a truck. Only a Spirit Emperor can break the barrier between worlds. As he drifts through the mystical dimension of the Kunlun Eye, the truth finally dawns on him. Earth is actually a lower realm of the Nine Heavens. That's why he mixed up the channels in the first place. Talk about a twist. Turns out, everything was written in the stars all along. Fate really is a wild ride. Taoist Qian notices something's up with Yunxiao. The kid's acting different, like he's transcending. He's floored. No way. Is he having a sudden epiphany? This kid is a monster. He realizes Yunxiao is entering a state of enlightenment right here, right now. Fine. If you're fated with my Kunlun, I'll be your guardian today. Meanwhile, over at the Divine Dragon Sect, things are getting heated. Yunxi slams her staff down. Kneel. She's the former empress of the sect and Yunjiao's grandmother. Total powerhouse energy, and she's not happy. Yunxi is fuming. Yunjiao, how dare you cripple Jifei Bai? Yunjiao drops to her knees but doesn't back down. He started it. Grandmother, if it wasn't for the 3 Emperor Caves, her face twists in disgust. Honestly, if I didn't care about their reputation, I should have just killed him right then and there. This just makes Yunxi even more livid. She points a trembling finger at her. Are you insane? You need to dual cultivate with him to boost your power. Did you even think about that? Yunjiao looks her straight in the eye, totally calm. Grandmother, the truth is, I already have a manual, one that can take me all the way to the Earth Immortal realm. Yunxi's eyes practically pop out of her head. What? Where the hell did you get a high-level manual like that? Baili Yunxiao gave it to me. He's also the one who saved me from Jifei Bai. Grandmother, I wanna, but she doesn't get to finish. Yunxi cuts her off, absolutely fed up. Baili Yunxiao again? That boy has completely brainwashed you, hasn't he? The 3 Emperor Caves have a legendary medicine that can heal Jifei Bai. You're coming with me to see them right now. You two are getting married immediately, and that's final. But Yunjiao isn't budging. I'm not going. I'll never go. I'm only marrying Baili Yunxiao. Yunxi turns on her heel, radiating pure rage. Fine, then I'll go find this Baili Yunxiao myself and settle the score. He's at the Kunlun ruins, right? Yunjiao panics, reaching out to stop her. No. Grandmother, wait. Please don't do this. Flash forward to sunset at the Kunlun ruins. Yunxi arrives like a human hurricane. Where is that brat Baili Yunxiao? Tell him to get his ass out here right now. A long-haired Taoist tries to play peacemaker. Yunxi, calm down. The Kunlun Eye is top secret. Why don't you wait outside with me? She loses it and shoves him aside. Get lost. Back in the day, we used to mess around at the Kunlun Eye all the time. Since when was it a secret? The Taoist is speechless. Great, he thinks. She's just as terrifying and stubborn as she was back then. Yunxi spots Yunxiao meditating with the other Taoist Qian. She doesn't hesitate for a second. Baili Yunxiao, get out here. The Taoist with the hair bun snaps his eyes open, looking deadly serious. Yunxi, back off. He's in the middle of a deep epiphany. But she doesn't care. She charges straight into the barrier. She raises her hand, ready to strike Yunxiao down. Epiphany? Who cares? He tricked my granddaughter into obsessing over him. Today, I'm teaching him a lesson he'll never forget. Taoist Qian is panicking now, trying to block her path. Yunxi, stop. If you disturb him now, he'll lose his entire cultivation, or worse, he'll die right where he sits. Suddenly eyes open. A massive wave of internal energy erupts from Yunxiao, shattering the barrier and shooting straight into the sky like a pillar of light. Taoist Qian is stunned. No way. He's so young. Yet he just broke through to the 3rd level of Earth Immortal. Yunxi couldn't care less. She lunges forward with her staff. 3rd level? Big deal. That doesn't impress me one bit. I don't care what you say, he needs to learn his place. My Divine Dragon Sect's reputation is on the line. Yunxiao looks up just in time to see a streak of purple light flying at his face. Taoist Qian screams a warning. Yunxiao, move. She's at the 7th level of Earth Immortal. You can't take her head on, but the power is too much. Yunxiao can't dodge in time. The blast slams directly into his right arm with a sickening crack. His face goes pale as the pain hits him like a sledgehammer. He winces. Taoist Qian, your warning was a little late on that one. Wait, senior, what did I even do to offend you? Baili Yunxiao barely had time to finish his sentence before Yunxi swung her weapon again. Save the chatter for the afterlife. Taste the power of my dragon snake staff. Baili Yunxiao stood his ground, drawing the azure flame sword. If that's how it's going to be, forgive me. His mind raced, calculating every possible outcome. Her power was way beyond his, no doubt about it. Plus, from what he could tell, she was a high-ranking member of the Divine Dragon Sect. A group he wasn't ready to make enemies with just yet. This was getting complicated. Yunxi brought her dragon snake staff crashing down with bone-shattering force, but Baili Yunxiao met it head-on with a flame slash. The impact echoed through the air, but Baili Yunxiao countered her move with surprising ease. Yunxi froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible, she thought. He just reached Earth Immortal Level 3, his foundation should be unstable. How can he control energy that's even more powerful than mine? Baili Yunxiao exhaled, his mind sharp. Her power is immense, and her foundation is rock solid. She won't be easy to drop. He decided to change tactics. Fine. I'll use a move that won't kill her, but it should definitely shut her up. Yunxi didn't give him a second to breathe, lunging forward again. Divine Dragon Tail, she roared, her staff moving like a whip. She wanted to pressure him into retreating, not start a fight to the death. After all, if Yunjiao showed up and saw the kid mangled, she'd be absolutely devastated. Suddenly, Yunxi stopped dead in her tracks. Baili Yunxiao was staring at her with eyes like daggers, cold and terrifyingly sharp. Flame Emperor Fire Dragon, a massive beast of pure, roaring fire erupted from his blade, surging forward to swallow Yunxi whole. Instead of dodging, a strange, unreadable smile played on her lips. She stood perfectly still, letting the fire dragon consume her. As the flames dissipated, she didn't look defeated at all, she looked incredibly smug. Baili Yunxiao was convinced she couldn't have survived that hit, but he was missing the bigger picture. Just then, Yunjiao appeared behind him, screaming at the top of her lungs. "Grandmother!" She ignored him entirely and rushed to the older woman's side. Yunjiao turned back, her eyes filled with betrayal. "Baili Yunxiao, I really thought you were a better man than this." She pulled her grandmother into her arms, cradling her protectively before snapping her head back to glare at him. "How could you be so cruel to my grandmother?" Yunxi hid a tiny smirk. She knew Yunjiao valued family above everything else. If Baili Yunxiao was the one who injured her, Yunjiao would definitely cut all ties with him. But he wasn't about to let her play the victim. "Yunjiao, look at her. Do you really think someone with her power could be hurt that easily by me?" Yunjiao paused, her brow furrowing as she started to piece things together. Looking back at his previous attack, it was clear he hadn't been going for a killing blow. Yunji sensed her granddaughter wavering and immediately doubled down. "Yunjiao, don't forget, no matter what his excuse is, he still attacked me. I want you to end things with him. Now. Or are you going to argue with me?" "Yunjiao, I don't have much time left," the old woman continued, her voice dropping to a frail whisper. "My lifespan is reaching its limit, and there's no way to extend it. If you insist on becoming his cultivation partner, the Three Emperors Cave and the Divine Dragon Sect will end up at each other's throats. How will you protect our people then?" Yunjiao looked torn, the weight of her entire sect resting on her shoulders. "Grandmother, please, just give me some time to think." Meanwhile, Baili Yunxiao was focused on his own goals. He needed to break through to the Golden Core stage as fast as possible if he ever wanted to return to the Nine Skies continent. A war between the Three Emperors Cave and the Divine Dragon Sect would be a disaster for his plans. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward to face them both. "Senior," he began, his voice calm but confident. "I think I can solve your little problem with your expiring lifespan." Yunxi's eyes narrowed as she turned to him. "Kid, do you even know what you're saying? This is Divine Dragon Sect business. It has nothing to do with you." Baili Yunxiao stared her down, unblinking. "I know the recipe for the life extension pill. Not only that, I know how to brew it. Just one of these pills can add 10 extra years to your life." Yunxi's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. "That's impossible," she barked. "Ever since the last master of the 100 Herbs Valley died, that recipe has been lost to the world. How could a brat like you know it?" Yunjiao's face flushed a deep crimson. She couldn't believe he was willing to give up such a legendary secret just for her. Yunxi, still leaning on her granddaughter, wasn't convinced. "Words are cheap, kid. Why should I believe a single thing you say?" Baili Yunxiao ignored her and turned to Venerable Qian. "Venerable Qian, thank you for standing guard. Once the life extension pills are ready, I'll have someone deliver them to Luan Shu." The old man hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Then, you have my thanks." 12 hours later, at Dragon Pavilion Island, the group had just landed when Xiangwu came running toward them, her voice trembling with panic. "Master!" The young girl looked like she was on the verge of a breakdown. "Master, something terrible happened. The shipment of herbs you needed. It's been hijacked." Yunjiao stood there, completely stunned. "What?" Baili Yunxiao's face went dark, his eyes turning cold. "What did you— Xiangwu quickly explained the situation. "Master, there's a group that's been targeting the Lingxiao group lately. I even tripled the security for this shipment. but Baili Yunxiao cut her off, gently patting her head. It's not your fault, don't blame yourself. Xiangwu's face turned bright red as she leaned into his touch. Master is patting my head. Yunxi, however, just scowled, her suspicion growing. Is this kid just making up excuses to buy more time? She wondered. Right then, Baili Yunxiao turned to her. Senior Yunxi, would you be open to a slightly different version of the life extension pill recipe? He sighed inwardly. He didn't really want to give her a high-tier cultivator's recipe, but since the standard ingredients were gone, he had no choice. This version would be 100 times more potent than the regular stuff. Yunxi crossed her arms, looking annoyed. As long as it extends my life, why would I care which version it is? She felt a sudden pang of guilt. She was glad she hadn't voiced her suspicions out loud, or she would have looked like a complete fool for doubting him. As she looked at the young man standing before her, Yunxi realized something that unsettled her. She didn't understand Baili Yunxiao at all. Yunxi stared at Yunxiao, her mind a complete mess. It hit her then she didn't actually know the first thing about this guy. Yunxiao looked at her, his voice sharp and focused. Xiangwu, go prepare an empty room immediately. I need to refine some pills. While I'm busy, I want you to finish organizing all that data we gathered recently. He spoke while absently rubbing his fingertips together, a habit he had whenever things were about to get serious. Xiangwu bowed respectfully. Understood, Master. Oh, by the way, do you need me to get any medicinal herbs ready for you? Yunxiao didn't even look back. No need. I already gathered everything I needed from the secret realm earlier. A moment later, the heavy door slammed shut behind him. And remember, do not let anyone disturb me while I'm working. Xiangwu stayed outside to guard the entrance. Yes, Master. Turning to the guests, she gestured toward the hall. Please, you two. Follow me to the living room and wait there. Inside the quiet room, Yunxiao slammed a massive cauldron onto the floor. He summoned his inner fire energy, pulling out various herbs while his mind ran 1,000 calculations a second. Clear mind grass, 1,000-year ginseng. He was crafting longevity pills today, the kind of legendary medicine that could literally add hundreds of years to a cultivator's life. Yunxiao's hands moved in a blur, shaping the flames into a massive fiery claw. Then, he unleashed the Samadhi True Fire, cranking the heat up to maximize the pill's potency. The flames licked the bottom of the cauldron as the energy reached its peak. Suddenly, Yunxiao struck the side of the container with a powerful palm strike, and the longevity pills shot out into the air. He watched the glowing orbs hover above him, a small smile playing on his lips. These were high tier, maybe even higher than he'd expected. Not bad. This batch might actually extend a life by a full century, he mused. He reached out and snatched the pills from the air, tucking them into a small vial. Honestly, if it weren't for the Shenlong sect teaming up with the 3 Emperor Caves, I wouldn't even think about giving these to her. Too much trouble otherwise. With a creak, the door swung open and Yunxiao stepped out. He blinked, surprised to see the guests still hovering nearby. You're still here? Xiangwu stepped forward, looking worried. Master, these two insisted on waiting right outside. I couldn't convince them to move, and I was so worried they'd end up distracting you. Yunxi stared at him, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. The longevity pill. Is it actually done? Yunxiao pulled out a single pill, the aura around it proving its authenticity. It's done. But before I hand it over, you're making a vow. If this pill is the real deal, the Shenlong sect will never move against me or the Jade Xiao Palace. Without a second of hesitation, Yunxi raised 2 fingers toward the sky. She wasn't playing games anymore. I, Yunxi, former leader of the Shenlong sect, hereby swear, if this longevity pill is real, I will never do anything to harm Baili Yunxiao. If I break this oath, let the Shenlong sect be wiped from existence. Satisfied, Yunxiao tossed the pill to her. Yunxi's hands trembled slightly as she caught it, the gravity of the moment hitting her hard. She didn't wait. With a determined look, she swallowed the pill whole, but then her face went pale. The energy was massive, far more than her body could handle at once. Yunxiao, guard me now, she gasped, immediately dropping into a meditative stance to begin her secluded refinement. Yunxiao turned to Yunxiao with a serious, pleading look. Please, I need a quiet place where my grandmother can finish this. I'll owe you one, I swear, I'll pay you back. Yunxiao's expression remained cold. Just make sure you keep your word. He turned to his disciple. Xiangwu, have someone guard this area. Then, take me to the site where the herbs were stolen. Right away, Xiangwu replied. In a flash of movement, the two of them vanished, reappearing on the edge of a high-rise rooftop overlooking the city. Yunxiao looked down at a massive sinkhole in the street below. This is where the transport team was hit? Xiangwu checked her reports. Yes, our team was using swordflight at the time. Yesterday, they were ambushed right here. 30 men, Master. And not a single one saw the enemy coming. Yunxiao closed his eyes, his breathing becoming steady. He cast a specialized sensory barrier, wrapping the entire area in a shimmering layer of energy. Give me a second to check the past. Suddenly, a vision flickered into his mind, a cloaked figure moving like a shadow, striking his transporters with terrifying speed. He saw a strange, shimmering liquid being hurled at the transporter's back. It clung to the fabric like a parasite before burrowing deep into the base of the man's skull. Yunxiao's eyes snapped open, his brow furrowed in frustration. I've found them. So, that's their game, huh? Xiangwu looked lost. Master, what do you mean? What did you see? Yunxiao didn't waste time with small talk. He visualized the human nervous system in his mind, explaining it simply for her. I know exactly what that liquid was now. It's a golden life form, a parasitic alien race that specializes in mind control. They use fragments of their own bodies to invade the human brain and hijack the host. Xiangwu's heart dropped. Wait, if that's true, then the staff members currently recovering at Longding Island aren't actually. Exactly, Yunxiao interrupted. Get your people to restrain them immediately, and keep a much tighter eye on those hidden sects and ancient families from before. He thought back to the others who had been acting strangely. If they were controlled by these parasites, it explained everything. Technically speaking, they're nothing more than walking corpses now. That's why their souls didn't seem abnormal, the body is just being piloted by something else. Xiangwu fumbled for her phone, her hands shaking. I'll contact Sister Wu right now. She looked up as Yunxiao suddenly leaped from the rooftop. Master, are you going there now? I'm going to have a little chat with her, he called back. He moved like a blur, jumping from skyscraper to skyscraper with impossible speed. But mid-leap, something caught his eye. Down below, two transporters were convulsing, their bodies twitching violently as they lost control of their sword flight. They tumbled through the air in total panic, and their spirit swords now flying wild without any guidance shot straight toward the ground like guided missiles. The blades were screaming toward a mother and child huddled on the sidewalk. The little boy could only scream as he clung to his mother in terror. Mommy! The woman pulled her child close, closing her eyes as she prepared for the end. There was no way out. Suddenly, clang! Yunxiao appeared out of thin air, shattering the falling sword with a single strike. He glanced at them, his voice firm. It's okay now, get out of here, fast. As the mother and child ran for their lives, a cloaked figure slowly stepped out of the shadows, blocking Yunxiao's path. A chilling voice echoed through the alley. Finally, I found you. Meet the Silver Envoy. She finally steps out of the shadows, revealing she's one of the 3 elite apostles of the Heavenly Tao sect. The Silver Envoy, huh? Baili Yunxiao isn't even flinching. I knew the Heavenly Tao sect was behind this. What's your game? She smirks. Our sect leader is curious about you. Join us, and he'll help you take control of the entire East. Is that so? Yunxiao raises his flaming sword, cutting her off right there. Join you just so you can invade my mind and turn me into your puppet? Not happening. He swings, and a wave of fire turns the rain into steam. The Silver Envoy pulls off a perfect mid-air flip to dodge the blast. She lands, immediately dropping into a lethal combat stance. So you already figured it out. Her voice drops an octave as she stands tall. Since you know the truth, then die. She lunges forward like a bullet, leaving nothing but a trail of dust. She closes the gap in a heartbeat, screaming, "Go to hell," as she throws a heavy punch. But Yunxiao leaps back just in time. He narrows his eyes, a bit surprised. Damn, she's fast. Much faster than I expected. Yunxiao jumps again, aiming a clean horizontal slash at her. But she's like water bouncing off a nearby wall to get even higher. She kicks off the wall with explosive force, flying right at his face. Her fists are clenched, ready to trade blows. Yunxiao's mind is racing, calculating his next move. This girl is way too agile. If he goes for a heavy counter and misses, she'll just slip away and put him in a bad spot. Time to get physical. Deciding to ditch the long-range stuff, Yunxiao reaches out with his bare hand. They collide head-on. Yunxiao catches her full-force punch with his palm. She smiles internally. You fell for it. A weird, creepy energy snakes out of her, trying to wrap around him. Submit. Become a slave to the Heavenly Tao. Suddenly, her eyes go wide with pure shock. Yunxiao's grip is like iron. You want to get in my head? How about you taste the Flame Emperor's fire instead? He doesn't hold back. Flame Emperor's body activate. Searing flames erupt instantly, incinerating the envoy's arm right before her eyes. She grinds her teeth, pulling her blade. To save herself from the spreading fire, she does the unthinkable. She slices her own arm off and retreats into the air. Baili Yunxiao, you actually dared to wound me? I'll remember this. You better sleep with one eye open. Yunxiao isn't about to let her run. He levels his flaming sword at the fleeing envoy, his gaze cold as ice. The Flame Emperor's fire splits into multiple streaks, moving like heat-seeking missiles until they completely surround her. Trapped in a cage of roaring fire, she turns back, desperate. You think I didn't have an escape plan? This is just a clone, you fool. If you hurt me, millions of people in Dongzhou City will suffer the consequences because of you. Yunxiao freezes. What? Right then, the phone in his pocket starts blowing up the ringtone, sounding like a frantic alarm. It's Xiangwu on the other end, and she sounds terrified. Master, come quick. Everything's going wrong. Behind her, a mob of citizens is acting like they've lost their minds, mindlessly smashing through doors and windows. Back at the fight, the Silver Envoy starts laughing. Baili Yunxiao, the lives of 1,000,000 people in this city, they're all in your hands now. Kill me, and they all die with me. She's mocking him now. Well, do you have the guts to gamble with their lives? She keeps pushing. Have you thought it through yet? Let me go, or these idiots are history. The fire cage vanishes instantly. She's stunned she didn't expect him to actually fold that fast. Yunxiao just sighs. Just go. He stands there, calm but firm. A war between cultivators shouldn't involve innocent people. That's just low. I'm no saint, but I'm not letting them die. You planted metal-type life parasites in them, didn't you? If this clone dies, your main body takes a massive hit anyway. She brushes past him, her eyes cold. Once I'm safely out of Dongzhou, I'll release them. Not a second before. She's clearly suspicious. Otherwise, why would I trust a guy like you? Yunxiao suddenly speaks up. You really think I have no way to deal with you? He strikes. Spirit-sealing curse. The envoy's face goes dark, her entire body locking up, like she's been turned to stone. Her voice is trembling, filled with pure terror. What? What did you do? This is just a clone. How can you? Yunxiao holds out his hand, explaining calmly. The spirit-sealing curse attacks the soul directly. Even if your main body is miles away, there's no escaping it. Her clone begins to disintegrate, slowly burning away under the power of his curse. She can barely get the words out. The spirit-sealing curse. The flames flare up, completely erasing the Silver Envoy from existence. A single streak of blood drips from Yunxiao's eye, the price for using such a forbidden technique. He pulls back the flames. He didn't want to use this move, it takes too much out of him. But he couldn't just let a threat like her walk away. Suddenly, something moves in the pile of ashes on the ground. Yunxiao looks down, catching the movement. A tiny, shriveled figure is trying to crawl out of the dust and make a break for it. Not so fast. He reaches down, snatching the tiny creature up before it can escape. It all makes sense now. The Silver Envoy was just a puppet. But even as a puppet, her soul was at the 5th level of the Earth Immortal Realm. No wonder she was so hard to pin down. The blackened little figure squirms in his grip. How did you find me? Yunxiao just looks at it coldly. You're in my hands now. Thinking you could escape? Keep dreaming. Trapped in a cage of roaring flames, the man screams until his throat goes raw, clawing at the bars in pure desperation. Baili Yunxiao, spare me. We can work together. Yunxiao doesn't even look back, walking out of the alley with his hands in his pockets. You're too noisy. The prisoner's pleas fade into pathetic whimpers. Suddenly, Yunxiao stops in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he senses something shifting in the air up ahead. The scene before him is absolute chaos, wrecked cars, shattered glass, and a crowd of survivors trembling in total shock. As Yunxiao marches forward, the crowd parts like the Red Sea. Whispers break out among the terrified people. Wait, is that Baili Yunxiao, the guy who just saved our lives? Another man gasps, his voice shaking. If it wasn't for him, we'd all be corpses right now. The little girl he rescued earlier steps forward. Mister, my mommy said you'll protect us. Is that true? Yunxiao looks back, his voice firm. Yeah, I'll protect everyone. Nearby, Xiangwu catches sight of him approaching, and her eyes immediately well up with tears she can no longer hold back. Master. She covers her mouth, sobbing with pure self-loathing. So many people died. I'm useless. I couldn't save any of them. Yunxiao places a steadying hand on her shoulder, his gaze softening. Leave the rest to me. He turns to face the grieving crowd, his voice booming. I am truly sorry for today. Anyone who suffered losses in this tragedy will be compensated. We're talking 30,000 to 10 million from the Lingxiao group. He scans their anxious faces, his expression turning deadly serious. Now, I need you to listen. This world has begun to change, and it's becoming incredibly dangerous. He lifts the burning fire cage for all to see. This is the alien scum that manipulated you into killing each other. And right here, right now, I am making a vow to every person standing here. I swear, I will establish a massive formation in Dongzhou. I will keep you all safe. His eyes turn cold as ice. If he breaks this oath, he crushes the fire cage and the creature inside with his bare hand. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the street. Arg! High on a distant throne, the heavenly Tao roars in fury. Baili Yunxiao, you dare destroy my clone? I'll make you pay for this in blood. A blonde-haired lackey kneels before him, trembling. Alliance leader, I have a report. The Americans saw Baili Yunxiao's display of power in Dongzhou. They've reached out to us. He pauses, swallowing hard. They want to collaborate. Do it. Whatever it takes to wipe that man off the face of the earth, the heavenly Tao spat, agreeing instantly. He steps down from his throne, his robe still scorched and tattered from his encounter with the Flame Emperor. But he has one more card to play. The mysterious heavenly Tao whispers a dark plan. This is his weakness. Follow my lead. and Baili Yunxiao won't even realize he's walking into his own grave. The lackey smirks, his face twisting into something sinister. Brilliant, Alliance leader. This time, I'll make sure Baili Yunxiao is buried for good. Back in the city, Xiangwu runs toward him. Master, they're standing at the very peak of the Lingxiao building, looking out over the entire Dongzhou skyline. Her face is pale as she hands him a glowing, high-grade spirit stone. This stone is the best of the best, Longting Island's entire savings from the last 2 years. Once it's gone, we have nothing. Is it worth it? Yunxiao takes the stone. The great calamity is coming. Earthquakes, tsunamis. The civilians won't stand a chance when the world starts tearing itself apart. He lets out a dry, hollow laugh. Look, I'm no saint, but Dongzhou is where I was born, and I'm going to do everything in my power to protect my home. His expression hardens. Using the city as the board and the building as the eye, he bellows, tracing ancient symbols in the air. Rise, Great Zhou Heavenly Star Formation. Below, the citizens gasp as the sky begins to warp. What is that? Look, the stars. It's like the entire galaxy is falling toward us. Inside the city's government offices, a white-haired official stares out the window, his brow furrowed in disbelief. So this is the Great Zhou Heavenly Star Formation, Yunxiao mentioned. After this, Dongzhou's name is going to be known across the entire world. Halfway across the globe in Australia, Eva Dracula stands beside Isabella, her eyes wide with shock. Look to the east. A massive cluster of stars is rising into the sky. Isabella nods, her voice hushed. It has to be the young master. I bet there are plenty of people out there losing their minds right now. Over in the United States, a high-level meeting room erupts into frantic discussion. Is that the power of an Eastern formation? Are you seeing this? Can a human even produce that much energy? The chairman of the meeting stands up, breathless. My God, the Eastern Dragon has finally awakened. Back at the eye of the storm, the formation locks into place. A perfect shield. No demon or evil entity can ever hope to break through this. Xiangwu reaches out, her fingers brushing against the floating motes of light. Master, what rank is this formation? The spiritual energy lingering here is insane. Yunxiao smiles. Formations are ranked: Huang, Xuan, Di, and Tian. Tian is usually the peak, but this goes way beyond the Tian rank. With this active, any low-level alien intruders will be hunted down and erased the second they step foot here. He pauses. However, if an enemy's power exceeds the 5th tier of the Earth Immortal Realm, or if they have a special artifact, they might still slip through. Xiangwu looks worried. The spectacle of this activation was huge. It's going to draw every eye in the world to us, for better or worse, friend or foe. Everyone's coming. Suddenly, a strange voice cuts through the air, stopping them both cold. Yunxiao, let me handle little Xiangwu. Yunxiao looks stunned. It's Yunjiao. She glides down gracefully, revealing that the matriarch hit a massive cultivation breakthrough and headed back to the Divine Dragon sect for secluded meditation. Before she left, grandmother gave me strict orders. I'm to stay by your side and help you pull off this massive operation. Yunxiao nods. Makes sense. Right now, Xiangwu is only a martial arts grandmaster. She's still missing that one lucky break to finally ascend to the martial arts myth realm. If an intruder actually managed to slip into the array, she probably wouldn't be able to hold them off alone. But with Yunjiao guarding the formation, now I can actually focus on setting up everything else. Seeing her arrive, Xiangwu's face lights up as she grabs Yunjiao's hand. Thank you so much, Sister Yunjiao. You're a lifesaver. Yunjiao flashes a playful smile, holding up her phone toward Yunjiao. And another thing. The two Venerables have something they want to say to you. Suddenly, one of the Venerables pops up on the screen, immediately trolling Yunxiao. Hey kid, haven't seen you in a few days. How'd you get so fat? Venerable Qian rolls his eyes, cutting the other guy off before he can say anything else. Ignore him. Look, we've got news. That tiny little captive finally cracked. He spilled a ton of intel on the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Yunxiao's expression turns dead serious. Please, seniors, tell me everything. He sinks into thought. I've already made a mortal enemy of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. If I want to come out on top, I need to know exactly what I'm up against. Know your enemy, win the war. Venerable Qian begins the breakdown. We've learned that the Heavenly Dao Alliance has 3 major Earth deity-level master disciples. They go by the names Silver Lady, Arhat, and Black Iron. Then the other Venerable chimes in with the real kicker word is, the leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance has already reached the 9th tier of the Earth deity realm. He's literally one step away from the Golden Core. Their current game plan? Infiltrate all the major power players and quietly take them over from the inside. Venerable Qian warns him. Now that the secret is out, they're probably going to use some pretty extreme tactics. You'd better watch your back. Yunxiao just smirks, radiating pure confidence. Thanks for the heads up, seniors. But don't worry, the Silver Lady is already dead. I've set up the Great Zhou Heaven Stellar Array right here in Dongzhou. If they're stupid enough to show up, I'll make sure none of them leave in one piece. Hearing that, The two venerables finally relax. Good. By the way, your demon-slaying sword is currently en route to Longting Island. Don't forget to go pick it up. Yunxiao hands the gear back to Yunxiao. She looks at him, curious. So, what's the move? What are you planning to do next? I've still got a few subordinates recovering at the training grounds, Yunxiao explains. I need to head back to Longting Island to get them sorted out. I'm leaving Dongzhou City in your hands for now. The girls nod deal. Time flies, and 3 days later, the crew following Yunxiao starts grumbling. Seriously, Sister Yunxiao. If it weren't for the United States providing $100 million in funding, and all those cultivation resources to cover our losses, I wouldn't even want to look at these people. They claim they're here to learn about the array, but who knows what they're actually up to. Yunxiao just keeps it cool, reassuring them. Relax. As long as I'm here, they won't be able to pull anything. Trust me. A moment later, the group finally shows up. Yunxiao narrows her eyes. They're here. Oteen steps forward with a greasy grin. Well, hello there, you two beautiful Eastern ladies. He starts his pitch. I'm Oteen, the official envoy representing the United States. Behind him stands a guy with a nasty scar. He reaches out, trying to sense the energy of the formation. The Great Zhou Heaven Stellar Array? He thinks arrogantly. Nothing special. Oten keeps talking. But right then, Scarface tries to force his way into the array. Big mistake. The formation's defensive magic slams into him, and he lets out a blood-curdling scream. Oten hears the commotion and shoots him a look of pure disgust. Ugh. Scarface doesn't stop though. He shoves his hand back into the array, desperately trying to tear through the defensive layer while cursing under his breath. Damn you, Yunxiao. He's absolutely livid, his face twisting in rage. He screams in pure frustration, gritting his teeth as he lunges forward, shattering the protective barrier. You think a little wall like this can stop ME? Once he's inside, he bolts toward the city at top speed. Xiangwu's eyes go wide in shock. Wait, that's a Peak Heaven Man Realm Master. Yunxiao reacts instantly. Secure the array, then take this group back to headquarters immediately. Xiangwu doesn't hesitate. Understood. Oten starts sweating, stumbling over his words. Wait, beautiful Eastern lady, this has nothing to do with us. I swear. He tries to save face. I mean, we've already paid a massive amount of money in tuition fees, right? Xiangwu's expression softens, but her voice is firm. Relax. We people of Great Sha know how to settle our scores properly. If you come as a friend, we've got wine. If you come as an enemy, well, you'll get what's coming to you. As long as you're genuinely here to learn, I'll make sure you're treated well. Oten sighs in relief. Don't worry, miss. I'm really just... Suddenly, his gaze turns dark and ominous. Here to learn. Xiangwu turns to lead them in. This way, then. Oteen flashes a quick smile. After you. As they walk, she explains that the Lingxiao building serves as the core eye for the Great Zhou Heaven Stellar Array in Dongzhou City. At the same time, a group of thieves had secretly blended in with the British delegation. If anyone tries to force their way into the formation, the array will trigger an immediate alert. Oteen just sneers, dripping with sarcasm. Oh, it's that powerful? Because I just saw that thief guy escape pretty damn easily. Xiangwu shoots him a look of pure contempt. You think he's fine? The backlash from this formation isn't something someone like him can just walk off. As long as he's within the array, we know his every move. And a word of advice, Mr. Oten. Stop trying to pry into things that don't concern you. Her expression turns cold and deadly. If he didn't back off, he was about to find out exactly what it feels like to be turned into a human sieve by a dozen guns. Oten quickly raises both hands, acting innocent. Whoa, take it easy. I don't have any ill intent. Isn't using this kind of pressure on me a little bit overkill? Look, I'm here representing the United States with nothing but good intentions. You wouldn't want our two nations to end up as enemies, would you? Zi Xiangyu waved her hand, signaling the guards to lower their weapons. Just a curious question. A noble gentleman like Mr. Austin surely won't hold a grudge over that, right? She thought to herself, this guy looks like your typical politician, and he didn't have any crazy reaction just now. Austin replied smoothly. If you can lead me to study the Great Zhou Heaven Star Array, as promised, then I naturally won't mind a thing. After all, we're all just trying to protect our own people, aren't we? Zi Xiangyu led the way. This way, please. I'll explain it as we go. Austin followed with a calculating look on his face. Meanwhile, over on Longting Island, Angel and her family members bowed deeply. Lord Baili, thank you for helping me form the contract with Annie and giving us a new home. The Ronald family will be forever loyal to you. Aoi scratched his head awkwardly. Thanks for giving me this secret realm to heal. Whenever you need me, I'm there. Baili Yunxiao replied, just stay here and recover. I'll need you soon enough. I just hope you don't forget the words you said today when that time comes. They both protested immediately. Never. Dragons are the most loyal race in existence. Yunxiao could only nod. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open in shock. Someone was actually risking their life, trying to force their way into the array. A paper messenger crane flew out of nowhere toward Yunxiao. A paper crane? He reached out and snatched it from the air. He slowly opened the note. It was a message from Yunxiao. Yunxiao, it's Yunxiao. I fell for their trap to lure the tiger from the mountain. I'm currently stuck in the East Zhou Sea. Someone has also snuck into the Great Zhou Heaven Star Array area where Zi Xiangyu is. She hasn't realized it yet. Get back and handle it now. Yunxiao's face darkened with rage. The Heavenly Dao Alliance. They're moving this fast? They really don't value their lives. Oh, I asked urgently. Is there anything we can do to help? Yunxiao crushed the letter in his hand. Aoi, follow me. Angel, you stay with Secretary Wu for now. Stabilize your family first. These thieves aren't worth the full might of Longting Island just yet. His expression turned ice cold. I recall dragons can travel to any city in a heartbeat. You want to back me into a corner? Please, you're not even capable of that. Back with Zhang Yu, Austin's tone turned malicious. Miss Z, thanks for the explanation on how the array is set up and used. At the peak of the Lingzhao Tower, Austin dropped his mask entirely. So this is the core of the Great Star Array? You brought me to such a vital spot so easily. Aren't you afraid I'll sabotage it? Xiang Yu turned back, her face hardening. Didn't you learn your lesson already? She continued. A mere level 7 in the nature realm dares to act up at the array's core? Let me tell you, countless level 9 masters are watching you from the shadows. If you want to live, don't do anything stupid. He snapped his fingers with a smirk. Is that so? Images appeared before Xiang Yu showing her comrades unconscious at the array's entrance. Austin sneered. These weaklings couldn't even take one hit from me. Xiang Yu froze in shock. How did you do this? Who are you really? Austin suddenly lunged forward with terrifying explosive speed. I'm the one who's going to destroy this array and take your life. Once I smash this core, you're dead, Xiang Yu screamed. Stop. Aoi, now in dragon form, warned Yunxiao. The array is about to be destroyed. You have to help her. Yunxiao, riding on the dragon's back, looked down at the scene and scoffed. Destroy it? Please. He smirked, as if he could. Xiang Yu rushed to stop him. Get back. But her attack was easily dodged as if she were a child. Austin gloated. A little girl who just reached the martial myth realm thinks she can hurt me? Don't be impatient. Once the array is gone, I'll deal with you. He reached out to grab the array core. Break for me. The array instantly triggered its defense mechanism, blasting him backward. Austin skidded across the floor, barely staying on his feet. He frowned, fear creeping in. Just a single core. And it can withstand my full power strike? Xiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, the core is safe. But then Austin turned toward her, eyes full of murderous rage. Damn it. If I can't break the array, I'll take you out first. Killing you will be a nice little lesson for Baili Yunxiao. Xiang Yu's eyes widened in terror, but a hexagonal shield suddenly appeared, slamming into Austin and pinning him to the ground. He coughed up blood, screaming in shock. What is this? What's happening? Xiang Yu was just as confused inside the barrier. What was that? Suddenly, Yunxiao stepped out from the flames. Little fool, did you really think your master wouldn't be prepared? Now, focus and calm your energy. Stabilize your cultivation. Xiang Yu looked at him, completely stunned. Master. Yunxiao comforted her. You don't need to worry about what happens next. Xiang Yu nodded obediently. Yes, Master. Even though Austin was terrified, he still tried to sound tough. Baili Yunxiao, you saw this coming? You planned every single detail, didn't you? You actually fell for it? Yunxiao stood over him, clicking his tongue in pure disgust. To earn their trust, he'd even played his own disciple, TSK. He looked down at Ustin with cold, lethal eyes. You really think you're worth a complex scheme? The Zhoutian star array is way beyond your tiny imagination. The array core is the most vital spot. You honestly thought a pathetic Earth Immortal level could just waltz in and destroy it? Yunxiao kept twisting the knife, his voice dripping with mockery. Besides, Xiangwu's cultivation had been stalled for ages. So, thanks for the pressure you actually helped her break through. Ustin was shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. I'll kill you, he screamed. To him, this Easterner was nothing but a devious, smiling snake. Without a single word, Yunxiao slammed his boot onto the guy's face. Ustin's scream echoed through the air, but Yunxiao didn't budge, grinding his heel into his skull. You want me dead? Join the club. But you? Yunxiao looked at him like he was a disgusting insect completely beneath his notice. With a sickening crack, Yunxiao crushed Ustin's neck like a dry twig. Game over. Meanwhile, over at the Array Temple, Yunxiao was dealing with her own intruder. Yunxiao didn't even blink. Trash, she hissed, driving her divine weapon straight through the intruder's head. He wasn't even worth the effort. Across the world in America, Tian Dao's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Hey Tian and Luohan. They're dead? He gnashed his teeth, his face twisting into a mask of pure fury. Baili Yunxiao, I'm going to tear the life out of you with my own two hands. Back at the island, Yunxiao's voice carried a deadly warning of its own. Leader of the Tiandao Alliance, I've broken all your puppets. You're next on my list. Fast forward 7 days sunset at Dragon Pavilion Island. Yunxiao looked at his companion, the wind whipping his hair. Why would the two Kunlun sovereigns suddenly leave the Kunlun Void and come all the way to Dragon Pavilion Island? Yunxiao's expression turned dead serious. This is about the fourth hidden gate of Great Xia, she explained. She went on to describe how ancient masters had once opened 4 great secret realms, creating these gates to keep the peace and protect the land. But then, the Quanjin sect in the south was completely wiped out by a mysterious figure, destroying the entrance to that secret realm forever. Or so they thought. The world shook as the gateway was sealed shut, leaving nothing behind but the endless, empty sea that stretched out before them now. But here's the problem, Yunxiao warned. We've detected massive space fluctuations at that entrance. It's trying to manifest in our world again. If they didn't handle this right, all of East Zhou was in serious danger. Yunxiao felt a chill. Was the great calamity finally beginning? As the sun began to rise, Yunxiao looked at her with total confidence. Don't worry, he said. I'm here. He gave a small, cold smile. I've already made preparations. If we combine our strength, we can definitely keep this disaster under control. Yunxiao looked puzzled. Wait, are you saying the array here on Dragon Pavilion Island is actually linked to East Zhou City? Exactly, he replied. But before he could say more, a voice called out from behind them. Master! Yunxiao turned around. What is it? Xiaoju was gasping for air, clearly having run all the way to the top. The 3 Emperors group, she managed to choke out. She reported that they were forming a massive martial arts alliance with the human emperor as their leader. Their goal? To take down the Lingxiao group and Yuxiao Palace. Yunxiao just laughed. It was a cold, mocking sound that made Xiaoju shiver. A bunch of worms, he muttered, his face darkening with annoyance. Without the Kunlun Void or the Shenlong sect, those minor schools under the 3 Emperors cave can't do a damn thing. They're no threat to us. He turned to walk away, his mind already on the next move. Come on, let's go meet the 2 Kunlun sovereigns first. We have bigger fish to fry. Entering the reception room on the island, Yunxiao offered a respectful greeting. Sovereigns Qian and Kun, it's good to see you. The long-haired sovereign Qian wasted no time. Young friend, have you heard about the space fluctuations? Yunxiao nodded. Yes, Yunxiao briefed me. The other sovereign sighed, his voice heavy. Based on our calculations, we knew a great calamity was coming for Earth eventually. We didn't expect it to happen this fast. Yunxiao looked at them intently. Do you have any leads on where exactly this spatial entrance is located? As he waited for an answer, he fell into deep thought. In my past life, this was the day the otherworld invasion began. This was it. Sovereign Qian frowned, looking Yunxiao straight in the eye. Tell me, young man, how much do you really know about the Tiandao Alliance? Yunxiao blinked, caught off guard by the question. Not much, he admitted. Why the sudden shift? What were they hiding? Does this space fluctuation have something to do with them? He asked. Sovereign Qian's face went stone cold. Exactly. He explained that according to ancient records, the Alliance leader had appeared over 1,000 years ago. Back then, all 4 secret realms considered him a complete mystery. He was always seen riding a massive black wolf. Yunxiao's jaw nearly hit the floor. If that was true, this guy had been alive for over a millennium, the sovereign continued. But back then, the secret realms were filled with Earth immortal masters. They were there to keep him in check. They wouldn't let him lay a finger on our world. He picked up his tea, his hand steady, but his eyes were filled with a deep, lingering worry. But that's the real question, he muttered. Is the current leader of the Tiandao Alliance the same man from 1,000 years ago? The other sovereign stood up. Rumor has it he even bred a werewolf army for Genghis Khan to weaken the church's power in the West. Then came the vampires, and the church's influence just collapsed. Since then, they've been firmly rooted in the Western world. Yunxiao processed this, his mind racing. So what you're saying is, almost every major catastrophe in the West was orchestrated by this one man. Qian Venerable nods in agreement. This is it, no turning back now. Back then, the East was guarded by the 4 great hidden sects, a force so formidable even the Heavenly Tao Alliance didn't dare to make a move. But 3 million years ago, they saw their chance when the Hujin invaded the Central Plains. They struck where it hurt most, wiping out the Quanjin sect, the weakest of the 4. In the chaos of that war, both the Tang clan and their secret realm were utterly destroyed. The remaining Lord Qian takes a deep breath and continues, explaining that since then, the 4 hidden sects became 3. And that loss? It planted the seeds for the spatial instability we're seeing today. A realization hits Yunxiao like a truck. He speaks up, asking if the sudden rise of the Hujin dynasty back then was actually orchestrated by the Alliance. Lord Qian nods grimly. Exactly. Think about it, how could the Hujin's 8 banners system have been that powerful on its own? Later on, he continues, we discovered something chilling. The armor those soldiers wore, it contained traces of metallic lifeforms. The gears in Yunxiao's head start spinning. Metallic lifeforms again. It all starts to click. He frowns, piecing the puzzle together. I'm betting the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance is a metallic lifeform himself, and probably an outsider from another world. The two Lords Qian gasp in shock. Are you sure about that? Yunxiao doesn't hesitate. I'm positive. The battle armor that guy gave me? I've already refined it and seen the truth for myself. He breaks it down for them. When he fought Silver Lady, he only managed to destroy her soul. Her body? It wasn't human at all. It was more like a highly advanced machine. It's easily on par with the top-tier spiritual treasures currently suppressed in the Jade Sky Palace. Yunxiao reveals that his team is back home studying it right now. Lord Qian lets out a long sigh. So that's it. No wonder that man was so impossibly strong. We just assumed he practiced some bizarre, ancient technique, he admits. We never imagined he wasn't even human. Yunxiao just gives a confident, knowing smirk. He never expected that the entire history of Earth was being played like a fiddle by the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Honestly, it's pretty brilliant in a twisted way. He brings it back to the present. Between these spatial fluctuations and the Alliance's recent moves, well, the two Lords Qian finish his sentence for him. Yeah. They both frown, their faces etched with worry. I'm afraid the Heavenly Tao Alliance is the true source of this upcoming catastrophe. The scene shifts to Ji Feibai. Someone is approaching, stepping out of the shadows right in front of him. But Feibai? He doesn't look surprised at all. Oh? He leans back, propping his chin on his hand with a smirk. What wind blew a big shot like you all the way here? The response is cold. The Heavenly Tao. The newcomer is none other than the leader of the Heavenly Tao himself, wearing a smile that's pure, calculated malice. Suddenly, we cut to a vast, endless ocean. Yunxiao and the two Lords Qi are practically flying, using their light body techniques to skim across the surface of the water. The long-haired Lord Qian points ahead. Those immortal mountains belong to the Penglai range. And the heart of Penglai? That's Mount Kunwu. That's where the secret realm is hidden. Yunxiao nods. Right. Our priority is fixing the spatial rift. But if we can find any dirt on the Heavenly Tao Alliance while we're at it, even better. They finally touch down on solid ground, the air thick with mystery. The Lord Qian with the hair bun looks around. Do you sense the entrance to the secret realm anywhere? Yunxiao looks genuinely confused. That's weird. I'm not picking up anything at all. How's that possible? The other Lord Qian chuckles. Ah, see, the Kunwu secret realm is different from the others. It only reveals itself at the very first light of dawn. Talk about bad timing. Right now, the sun is actually setting, disappearing behind a thick blanket of clouds. Lord Qian suggests, come on, let's find a spot in the mountains to rest for the night. We'll start again tomorrow. They make their way to the Sanqing Temple, where a massive crowd of people is gathered, praying with total devotion. Yunxiao watches them, skeptical as always. Look at all these people. I just wonder if the three deities they're worshipping in there are the real deal or just fakes. Behind him, the two Lords Qian are just as stunned by the scale of it all. Yunxiao leads the way, stepping inside the temple. They see two massive statues glowing with an eerie, mystical light. Below them, the worshippers are in a complete frenzy. People are bowing their heads to the floor, chanting over and over. The statues have manifested. The gods are showing their power. Right then, one of the statue's eyes snap open. The long-haired Lord Qian gasps, "What?" while the other is left speechless, muttering infinite heavenly Lord. Suddenly, a man named Tian Li approaches them. My three guests, please forgive the late welcome. Would you mind stepping aside for a moment? I have something important to discuss. Yunxiao looks suspicious but follows him to the back courtyard. As they pass, the temple workers all bow respectfully to Tian Li. Greetings, Temple Master. Tian Li just gives a cold nod. That's enough. Everyone, dismiss yourselves. Two girls bow and obediently leave. Understood. The moment the door shuts, the cool Temple Master falls to his knees, grabbing Yunxiao's leg and sobbing like a child. Seniors, please, you have to save me. The two Lords Qian are blindsided. Wait, do you even know who we are? Tian Li looks up, looking absolutely pathetic. I don't know you two, but I definitely know the Sect Master of the Jade Sky Palace. Yunxiao sighs and waves his hand. All right, Taoist, get up. He asks calmly, what could possibly be so bad that you can't handle it yourself? Tian Li clasps his hands together, his voice trembling as he tells his story. Our Sanqing Temple has been peaceful for years, he begins. But a few days ago, he trails off, remembering the terror. A group of people showed up demanding to buy the temple. They only gave us 3 days to hand it over. Yunxiao's eyes widen. He can't believe it. Wow, someone's actually trying to strong-arm a temple? Who did you piss off? And why haven't you called the cops? Tian Li looks terrified. We've never even seen these people before. In that group, there are at least 2 martial myths. How are regular police supposed to fight monsters like that? Calling them would just be a death sentence for everyone. Yunxiao's curiosity is officially piqued. Sending out 2 martial great myths? That is no small move. Any idea which sect they're from? He asks, sensing something big is brewing. Tianli's face is a mask of pure anxiety. He doesn't know their origins, only that they're coming tomorrow to seize the 3 Purity Taoist temple by force. Yunxiao falls silent for a moment, his mind racing through the possibilities. Then, he flashes a reassuring smile. Actually, we need a place to stay tonight anyway. Might as well settle this little problem for you while we're at it. When morning comes, I, Jade Sky Sovereign, will personally go and have a little chat with them. Hearing those words, Tianli is overwhelmed with relief. Thank you, Senior. Truly thank you, he stammers, bowing in gratitude. As night falls, Yunxiao and the 2 Heaven Venerables settle into their room. Yunxiao breaks the silence. Didn't expect to stumble into this. What do you think those guys are really after? One of the Heaven Venerables strokes his beard, a theory forming. Do you think they're here for the Quanjin sect's secret realm too? Yunxiao's expression turns serious as he analyzes the situation. 2 martial great myths. With that kind of power, they could occupy any famous mountain range they wanted. Why come all the way to Mount Kunyun? It's 99% likely. Both Heaven Venerables exclaim in unison, realize the stakes just shot through the roof. Meanwhile, over at the Heavenly Tao Alliance, a group of shadows is moving with blinding speed. They're like ghosts, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, eyes locked onto the temple below as they scout the perimeter. A black-haired man stands tall on the roof, his voice booming through the night. Zhao Tianli, get out here. Tianli stumbles out, shocked. Senior, you said you'd be here tomorrow? Without a sound, the black-haired man vanishes and reappears right behind Tianli. The sun's about to rise. In my book, that counts as a new day. He smirks, pressing a cold blade against the old man's neck. Since you won't leave on your own, I'll personally send you on your way. To the afterlife. Just then, Yunxiao steps into the light, casually stretching as if he just woke up from a nap. It's the middle of the night. People are trying to sleep. What's with all the noise? The black-haired man's face goes pale, his jaw dropping in pure shock. Up on the roof, his white-haired partner looks just as stunned. In an instant, the black-haired man drops his ego, acting incredibly respectful. I didn't realize Senior Jade Sky Sovereign was here. My humblest greetings. Yunxiao doesn't buy the act for a second. Which sect do you belong to? The white-haired man shouts from the roof. Senior, take my advice. Don't go sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. You might be strong, he continues. But there are people in this world you absolutely cannot afford to offend. Instead of being intimidated, Yunxiao just crosses his arms and lets out a mocking laugh. Oh, is that so? Then why don't you tell me exactly who you are? The white-haired man starts to puff out his chest. Listen close. We are, but before he can finish the sentence, both of them turn tail and bolt. Run. Yunxiao's eyes narrow, and he lets out a sharp curse. Are you kidding me? He reaches out his hand, and through a mystical technique, his palm begins to expand until it looks large enough to swallow the sky. Now, stay put, he roars. Instantly, the entire area is sealed shut inside a massive, unbreakable barrier. The 2 goons from the Huaqing sect find themselves bound tight by Yunxiao's power, unable to move a single muscle. They eventually collapse to their knees before Yunxiao, absolute despair in their eyes. Senior, please. We're from the overseas Huaqing sect, they scream in terror. Our headquarters is in America, but the Heavenly Tao Alliance has taken over everything there, slaughtering anyone who resists. We couldn't take the heat anymore, so we fled back to Great Sha and disguised ourselves as Taoists. We just wanted a small temple to use as a hideout. We didn't dare mess with the big sects, which is why we targeted this tiny 3 Purity temple. Yunxiao is fuming. He doesn't want to hear it and shuts them up with a sharp, resounding slap. The white-haired man quickly starts blabbing the real truth. The Heavenly Tao Alliance is holding their families hostage, forcing them to seize this temple so they can set up an isolation formation. The black-haired guy jumps in to explain further. Once the area is sealed off from the outside world, the Alliance plans to send in their top-tier heavy hitters. The Heaven Venerables sigh, shaking their heads. Typical Heavenly Tao Alliance tactics. Yunxiao turns back, his gaze icy. So, how should we handle these 2? The long-haired Heaven Venerable suggests that stabilizing the entrance won't be a one-day job. Why don't we bring them along? We can use them to lure the rest of the snakes out of their holes. Think of it as entertainment. What do you think, kid? He asks with a smirk. A short while later, the group arrives at the edge of a river, where a massive, mystical gateway towers over the water. The Heaven Venerable points toward it. Check it out, my friend. This is 9 Dragons Pool, he continues. It's the gateway to the secret realm. But be warned, the space-time inside is completely chaotic. I'm not sure even you can withstand it. Yunxiao frowns, focusing his senses on the gateway. He can feel it, the very fabric of reality there is unstable, and time itself is flowing in reverse. One wrong step inside, and death is a certainty. The Heaven Venerable speaks up, sounding frustrated. Look, We've been studying this entrance for a long time. The other Heaven Venerable nods in agreement. The spatial distortion is just too much. If we rush in blindly and the realm collapses, getting back out will be impossible. Yunxiao doesn't hesitate. Using his spirit blood clone technique, he manifests a perfect duplicate of himself. Then I'll send a clone in first to scout the path, he declares. The Heaven Venerable with the top knot nods. In that case, we'll transform and keep watch. Both Heaven Venerables use their transformation arts and offer to act as his protectors. With a final nod, Yunxiao's clone dives straight into the swirling vortex. Gritting his teeth, the clone pushes through the chaotic space. The pressure here, it's insane, he thinks to himself. Moving through this is nearly impossible. Suddenly, halfway through the tunnel, Yunxiao's clone hits a wall of pure spatial energy and vanishes into thin air, gone like smoke. Baili Yunxiao's eyes widened in shock. A hidden array? The second sovereign leaned in, his voice filled with curiosity. Did you pick up on something? Yunxiao turned, his expression turning serious. It's not just the chaotic space. I can feel the residual power of an ancient formation still lingering at the entrance of the secret realm. It looks like the Grand Protection Array hasn't been completely wiped out yet. The Grand Sovereign frowned, a look of dread crossing his face. Was there really no way in? Yunxiao remained calm as he analyzed the situation. If the protection array was still there, it meant the secret realm definitely still existed. We just need to repair the path into the realm, he explained. Or we can simply reinforce the entrance from this side. The second sovereign shook his head in doubt. But even the two of us couldn't force our way in. How are we supposed to strengthen an entrance we can't even reach? The exterior of this grand array is likely trashed by now. Finding any surviving parts of the formation is going to be nearly impossible. Yunxiao crouched down, his fingers brushing the earth. If we can't find it, we'll just build a brand new one. Then, we use its power to bridge the gap and guide us straight to the entrance. He began sketching runes into the dirt as he spoke. You see, time and space exist in a delicate balance, they depend on each other. At the entrance of this realm, it's the chaotic time flow that's causing the space itself to spiral out of control. Once we stabilize the space, the time flow will settle on its own, and the entrance will be reinforced. The second sovereign couldn't help but grin. You really are a once-in-a-century genius. What do you need us to do? Yunxiao glanced over at the two unconscious members of the Huaqing sect lying nearby. Nothing for now. I've got enough spirit stones on me to set the trap. If you guys get bored, feel free to use those two as bait to lure out some big fish. The second sovereign laughed, clearly enjoying the idea. Even the Grand Sovereign looked fired up. Good. It's about time we took the Heavenly Tao Alliance down a peg or two. A few moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows, slowly closing in on Yunxiao. Apollo stepped forward, his eyes locked on the sitting boy. When he was just a few paces away, he glared at Yunxiao with pure, unadulterated hatred. Since the day the Heavenly Tao Alliance was founded, he had never tasted defeat until Baili Yunxiao started breathing down his neck. Apollo's mind raced. He had only come here looking for his two missing henchmen. But finding Baili Yunxiao? That was a lucky break he hadn't expected. Suddenly, Yunxiao's eyes snapped open. And who might you be? He didn't mince words. Are you here for the Quanzhen sect's secret realm too? Apollo smirked back at him. And you aren't? Yunxiao's voice was ice cold. I am a son of Great Xia. This secret realm is the legacy left behind by my ancestors. It's only natural for me to be here. But a random outsider like you, trying to steal my country's heritage, that doesn't sit right with me. Apollo's fists clenched, his knuckles turning white. Oh? And what are you going to do about it? Baili Yunxiao, do you have any idea how badly everyone in the Heavenly Tao Alliance wants you dead? We've been searching for an opening for ages, but you were too careful. I never thought you'd be stupid enough to come here alone and practically lure me to you. He let out a dark, jagged laugh. You're just asking for death. Yunxiao remained unnervingly calm. You really think you're the one who's going to kill me? Apollo didn't answer. He just launched himself into the air, his fist aiming straight for Yunxiao's head. Quit the act. Remember my name, I am Apollo. And when you're rotting in the underworld, remember I'm the one who sent you there. Yunxiao just watched him, his gaze a mix of challenge and pure disdain. And then, before Apollo could even land a blow, he was slammed into the dirt. Ugh. He looked up, trembling in shock. There was Yunxiao, still sitting in the exact same spot, completely untouched. Apollo's mind went blank. What the hell just happened? He clutched his bleeding face, his heart pounding against his ribs. He couldn't even lay a finger on this kid. He scrambled back to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. How? What did you do? He stared at Yunxiao. The boy hadn't even moved an inch. Panic set in. This guy was way too dangerous. Apollo used every ounce of strength to leap backward, thinking one thing. I need to get out of here. But as he lunged back, he slammed right into something solid. Apollo spun around, gasping. Who? Before he could finish the thought, a massive blow caught him right in the jaw, sending him spiraling through the air. While Yunxiao sat there peacefully, the second sovereign was already waiting for Apollo on the other side, unleashing a devastating technique. He didn't hold back, swinging with bone-shattering force until Apollo couldn't even stand. The Grand Sovereign joined in, his face like stone, as the two of them treated Apollo like a human shuttlecock, batting him back and forth. Yunxiao watched the display with a hint of admiration. The second sovereign's control over space was actually incredible, on par with his own. The man was a genuine cultivation prodigy. It was a shame the world's shackles were holding him back, preventing him from breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm. But as he watched, Yunxiao realized that Great Xia still had hope. Once the Great Calamity descended, and those seals finally broke, there would be a surge of powerhouses. The three sovereigns would lead the way, and more Earth Immortals would finally emerge across the land. The Grand Sovereign let out a cold snort of contempt. You think turning into a silver ball is going to save you from me? He drew his blade, the steel humming with power. With a roar, he swung the sword down with everything he had. A blinding light erupted from the silver sphere, as Apollo's agonizing screams echoed through the clearing. The Grand Sovereign blinked, looking a bit surprised. Your soul is still intact? You're a tough little cockroach, I'll give you that. But you aren't escaping. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the ground right behind him. It was Yunxiao, his hand forming a seal as he unleashed the god-swallowing strike. Seeing the incredible feat before them, the second and great sovereigns couldn't help but pour on the praise. Impressive. You're truly something else, young man. Yunxiao kept it humble, shaking his head with a small smile. Just a minor trick. Not worth mentioning. It's your formidable power that's truly terrifying. The great sovereign let out a heavy sigh, his expression shifting to one of pure respect. Honestly, in front of a talent like you, we hardly deserve the title of sovereign anymore. The second sovereign gave Yunxiao a warm, gentle look. If you don't mind us old-timers, would you be willing to become sworn brothers with us? Yunxiao didn't hesitate for a second. If you two don't mind, then how could Baili Yunxiao possibly refuse? The three of them raised their cups high, their laughter echoing through the air as they sealed the bond. A legendary brotherhood was born right then and there. Haha, perfect. The great sovereign's face then turned serious as he turned to his new ally. Third brother, what's the move? How do we stabilize this fractured space? Yunxiao's eyes gleamed with confidence. The formation is already in place, so there shouldn't be any more issues. But his mind was already racing toward the secret realm ahead. Sure, he came here to fix the spatial fluctuations, but now that they were inside, he wasn't about to leave empty-handed. He wondered what kind of ancient opportunities were hidden within. Even if there weren't any god-tier treasures, a land this rich in spiritual energy had to have something valuable. Let's head in together, Yunxiao suggested. We need to find the control array for the entrance. If we can't find it, we'll have to move fast. The lock space formation I set up. It'll only hold for 24 hours at most. The second sovereign nodded, his gaze hardening. Understood. Let's go. Mist began to swirl around the jagged mountain peaks as the trio reached their destination. Before them stood a crumbling, ancient temple, a relic of a forgotten era. Yunxiao scanned the area, his eyes narrowing. This was it. This had to be where the Quanjin sect placed their core array eye. He took in the surrounding structures, nothing but ruins and debris. Total devastation, he muttered, his gaze landing on the shattered, decapitated statues lining the courtyard. The damage was violent and deliberate. Yunxiao's mind went to one place. Was there a massive war here? Someone fought a hell of a battle in this spot. The second sovereign agreed, noting that even after 100 years, the scars of battle hadn't faded. But then, Yunxiao spotted something: butterflies dancing through the air. Wait, there's life here. If there was life, there was energy. There must be a spiritual vein hidden beneath this rubble, he realized. Suddenly, a thunderous boom shook the ground. They spun around to find a massive, golden spirit ape perched atop the highest peak, its eyes burning with pure fury as it let out a bone-chilling roar. The beast locked its sights onto the three intruders. To the ape, they weren't guests, they were targets. Yunxiao didn't even flinch. Not a bad-looking little monkey, he joked, though his voice was cold as ice. The ape responded with a deafening howl that shook the very air. You're the guardian of this mountain, aren't you? Yunxiao asked. The beast's only answer? A massive torrent of flames blasted straight from its maw. Foolish creature, Yunxiao spat, his contempt showing. He didn't hold back, unleashing a powerful counterstrike that roared toward the peak. Know your place! The blow landed flush, and the spirit ape screamed in agony, though somehow, it managed to stay on its feet. It was breathing heavily, gasping for air, but strangely enough, it wasn't wounded. Its body was completely intact despite the raw power it just took. The great sovereign studied the beast. This golden ape must be the boss of this secret realm, but man, it looks like it's seen better days. It's incredibly old. Yunxiao pieced it together. It was probably tamed by the Quanjin sect when it was just a cub. When the sect fell, it stayed behind as the lone guardian. The second sovereign looked puzzled. If it's the guardian, why does it only linger around the outskirts? Yunxiao didn't explain, he just leaped into the air, soaring toward the center of the temple. He landed in front of the 3 massive statues of the 3 pure ones. It's these statues. I'm betting this is the true core of the entire formation. If we fix these, we stabilize the entire entrance once and for all. He pointed toward the statues' faces. Look at their eyes. The pupils are completely hollowed out. My guess? They need 2 spirit jade talismans to function. I'll slot them in now. The 2 sovereigns stepped up. Great idea. We'll handle the repairs on the broken limbs while you do that. The moment Yunxiao pressed the spirit stones into the empty sockets, the temple shook. All 3 statues erupted with a brilliant, blinding spiritual light. Yunxiao watched the energy stabilize, a small smile forming. With this realm secure, it's enough to protect tens of thousands of our people. The sovereigns looked at him with newfound trust. Yunxiao, you fixed this place. From now on, your Yuqiao Palace is in charge here. We've been away from Kunlun for days now, so we'll take our leave. This place belongs to you now. Yunxiao bowed respectfully. Then allow me to see my elder brothers out. Just as they reached the exit, Zhao Tianli came flying in using his light work. Senior, I thought you'd already left. Yunxiao's face went stone cold. Zhao Tianli, until you hear from me directly, no one, and I mean no one, is allowed to set foot in here. Tianli bristled, his voice rising in protest. Why? 9 Dragon Pond is a landmark of Kunlun Mountain. If you block everyone out, people are going to start talking. Yunxiao didn't even argue. I have my reasons. With a casual wave of his hand, a massive wave of qi sent Tianli spiraling backward through the air. And that goes for you too, Yunxiao commanded. You are banned from this place. Tianli struggled to his feet, his heart burning with resentment. Baili Yunxiao, you really don't trust me, do you? He pulled out his phone, his thumb flying across the screen. He sent a coded report to the alliance leader. Baili Yunxiao has opened the secret realm. The 2 Qiangkun sovereigns have left. This is our chance to hunt down the 2nd sovereign. A dark, hateful smirk twisted his face. Enjoy your little victory, Baili Yunxiao. Once we're finished with the sovereigns, you're next. You're dead meat this time. The very next day, high above the Qinling Mountains, Hei-Ti lets out an arrogant roar. Qian and Kun, the 2 great venerables. Didn't expect to run into us here, did you? The great venerable instantly recognizes that voice. Hei-Ti, from the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The 2nd venerable cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know their game. Hei-Ti just gives a mocking laugh. Is it really that hard to guess? Suddenly, Heavenly Tao Alliance warriors swarm in from every direction, closing the gap on the 2 brothers. They're completely surrounded. An overwhelming force of fighters blocks every single path of escape. Hei-Ti's face twists into something truly vicious. Time to die. The 2nd venerable draws his purple blade as 8 stage 9 and 10 stage 10 experts tighten the circle. But the great venerable is already making a move to retreat. Brother, don't get bogged down with these guys. We need to pull back and regroup. You think you're going somewhere? Hei-Ti screams, thrusting his hand forward. Instantly, the great venerable is slammed by a spiritual rope that freezes him mid-air. He grits his teeth. They actually have a way to bind space itself. The great venerable's brow furrows in deep frustration. This is bad. Seeing the danger, the 2nd venerable rushes to his side. Big brother, I've got you. Moved by the gesture, the great venerable joins forces with him, pouring every ounce of energy into a massive barrier. Break for us. But the Heavenly Tao Alliance isn't backing down. They organize into spearhead formations, hammering away at that barrier with everything they've got. Wave after wave of energy crashes against the shield. Under the relentless pressure, cracks start spiderwebbing across the surface of the brothers' defense. One of Hei-Ti's guardians, Long Tao, a stage 8 Heavenly Realm expert, channels all his power into a single, devastating fist. With one massive punch, the barrier shatters into a million pieces. Let's see you run now. The 2nd venerable retaliates, swinging his purple blade in a blur of lethal strikes. Trash like you actually thinks they can stand against me? A guardian screams in agony as his arm is severed clean off by the glowing blade. Members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance are being sliced in half left and right. Seeing the carnage, the 2nd venerable signals for a tactical repositioning. Hei-Ti watches the slaughter with a cold, impressed sneer. Not bad. I guess I really did underestimate the 2 great venerables. Cut the crap. The 2nd venerable snaps back. But then, the great venerable activates his god eye, unleashing a burst of raw power. You think a crowd of weaklings can actually take us down? The shockwave hits Hei-Ti and his subordinates hard, sending them reeling from the sheer force of the great venerable's attack. While the minions are knocked out of the sky, Hei-Ti remains standing, completely unfazed. He just wears this sinister, creeping smile. Your deaths were written the moment you showed up today. Suddenly, 2 high-tech fighter jets scream toward the great venerable's position, forcing him to spin around in total shock. Hei-Ti is absolutely loving this. Qian and Kun, meet the Ghost Phantom jets. Today is officially the day you die. Before he even finishes speaking, The jets unleash a hail of bullets. The Great Venerable shouts frantically, "Brother, remember that technique Yunxiao gave us? It's a method where practitioners can sync their yin and yang energies, allowing them to shift and transform power between one another." The second Venerable catches on instantly. On it. Together, they clash with the incoming fire, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion that lights up the sky. Using the smoke and chaos as cover, the two of them instantly vanish, slipping through the enemy's formation. The Great Venerable breathes out, "Don't look back, brother. We have to get back to the Kunlun Void now." The second Venerable nods, they're moving out. Heitai watches them escape with a look of genuine curiosity. So that's the Taiji principle the people of Doxia always talk about? Interesting. But the curiosity doesn't last. In a flash, Heitai teleports right in front of them, his voice booming with triumph. "I told you you aren't going anywhere." Just like that, they're frozen. The Great Venerable's eyes go wide. He can't move a single muscle. It turns out Heitai can actually manipulate the metal elements within their very bodies. The second Venerable realizes the trap too late. Those bullets from earlier were specially made from living metal. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying ritual circle of fire and lightning appears in the clouds above. The second Venerable makes a split-second choice. "Brother, go. I'll hold them off." But then, the circle erupts, raining down lethal bolts of lightning. They take the full brunt of the attack. The pain is unbearable, leaving them barely able to stay upright. The second Venerable reaches out one last time, gasping, "Big brother." Finally, the agony becomes too much, and the Great Venerable collapses. Heitai walks toward them, looking down with total arrogance. "Like I said, neither of you is walking away from this today." He raises a hand, and a violent, blazing fire erupts from his palm. As he burns them both to ash, Heitai starts barking out orders. The two Great Venerables are dead. It's time. Move out to the Kunlun Void immediately. Contact our inside man and take over the Kunlun sect. I want that Kunlun eye in my hands. His followers roar in obedience as the scene shifts to the Kunlun Mountains, and it's a bloodbath. Bodies are everywhere. A disciple from the Heavenly Tao Alliance stands over the survivors, gloating. "Your leaders are dead. Fighting back is pointless now. Surrender and tell us where the Kunlun eye is hidden, and maybe the Heavenly Tao Alliance will let you live." The remaining sect members are paralyzed with terror. High above, the Great Venerable is watching everything. If it wasn't for Yunxiao's spirit blood clone technique, we'd both be corpses right now. It turns out they aren't dead at all. They're floating in the sky, hidden in their clone forms. The second Venerable sighs, his expression grim. The problem is, these blood clones won't last much longer. And now, Kunlun has fallen. The Great Venerable narrows his eyes, the weight of the situation hitting him hard. It looks like we only have one choice left. At the sight of the Kunlun eye, pure chaos was unfolding. The eye was devouring energy, pulsing with a demonic aura, so terrifying, it felt like the world itself was suffocating. As the Great Venerable absorbs the surrounding energy, the second Venerable can't help but ask with a worried frown, "Big brother, are we really doing this? If we unseal the eye of Kunlun and that demonic energy breaks loose, it'll tear this entire mountain apart." The Great Venerable's eyes harden with pure resolve. "Look at us. We barely have 10% of our strength left. If we don't gamble it all now, Kunlun is finished. We have to end this war here and now." Without another word, he slams his hand onto the eye of Kunlun's seal. His mind is made up. The unsealed eye of Kunlun rockets into the sky, instantly drowning the world in an ocean of terrifying, pitch-black demonic energy. The Tiandao Alliance fools just stand there, staring up at the sphere, having no idea what kind of nightmare they've just unleashed. Suddenly, the eye of Kunlun erupts with a blinding light. Before they can even scream, the demonic energy begins to literally rip the Tiandao Alliance soldiers apart. "It hurts. Stop. What is this thing? It's eating my flesh." They scream in pure agony, begging for mercy that isn't coming. "Help. Someone save me." Their comrades aren't doing any better. One disciple, his eyes rolling back in his head from the sheer pain, lets out one final, desperate plea for help. "Help me." The Great Venerable watches them with cold indifference. "Karma's a bitch. You deserve every second of this." Meanwhile, the second Venerable reports back, his voice heavy with grim news. The demonic energy has wiped out every last invader from the Tiandao Alliance, but the cost was devastating. Out of 3,000 Kunlun disciples, less than 100 are still breathing. And the worst part? That demonic energy is still spreading. The Great Venerable's heart sinks. They can't let this go on any longer. If that evil energy escapes the mountain, it'll be a global catastrophe. Second brother, the Kunlun barrier is at its absolute limit. It's time. The second Venerable nods, knowing exactly what this means. "I'm with you, big brother. Let's do it." They both launch into the sky, flying straight into the heart of the demonic storm. The second Venerable calls out, "Only by burning our very souls can we stabilize this barrier. We're already just fading spirits, so we can't destroy this energy, but we can at least buy the world some time." The great Venerable shouts his final orders to the disciples below. Fei Yun, Fei Yu, activate the divine statues immediately. Get the Jiang family to contact Baili Yunxiao now. The two disciples shout back in unison. Understood. Both Venerables give one last, urgent warning. Remember this, the only person left who can save Kunlun is Baili Yunxiao. Meanwhile, back at Longting Island, Yunjiao rushes in, breathless and pale. Grandmother, the physical bodies of the two Kunlun Venerables, they're gone. Yunxi gasps, her heart dropping. What? Yunjiao continues the report. The news says the Tiandao Alliance used high-tech weapons to destroy their bodies, but their souls survived and managed to return to Kunlun. Yunxi asks, her voice trembling with worry. Then what about Yunxiao? The Venerables want us to warn him to be ready, Yunjiao explains. The Tiandao Alliance has already split their forces to hunt him down. Without a moment's hesitation, Huanzi takes flight. I'm going with Xiang Wu to Kunlun Mountain to warn Master right now. Yunjiao shouts after them. Be careful. Don't let the Alliance catch you off guard. The two girls pause for a split second, nodding. Don't worry, we've got this. Suddenly, Yunjiao freezes. His face goes white as he senses the grand array reacting to something massive. Everyone within the array feels it at the same time. The realization hits them like a truck. The Tiandao Alliance is here. They look up to see a fleet of fighter jets swarming the sky, unleashing a barrage that turns the horizon into a wall of fire and explosions. At that same moment, deep inside a secret realm, a pack of monkeys is busy fighting over glowing blue stones. Outside the cave, Baili Yunxiao is focused, finishing up the wind and fire immortal slaying array. Suddenly, he feels a familiar presence nearby. He thinks to himself, Xiang Wu? Huanzi? What are they doing here? Suddenly, a voice echoes near the three statues as a shimmering teleportation portal rips open. Xiang Wu and Huanzi jump out, calling his name. Yunxiao is completely caught off guard. What happened? Why are you guys here? Outside the Nine Dragon Pool secret realm, a group of enemies is already waiting. Black Iron and Tian Li stand at the front, looking smug. Black Iron grins, praising the man beside him. This plan went perfectly. I couldn't have done it without you, Tian Li. Tian Li smirks, soaking up the praise. It's only because you're so powerful, my lord. Even those two Kunlun fossils were no match for you. Taking down Jade Lingxiao will be child's play. Black Iron lets out a dark, arrogant laugh. But his laughter is cut short when a portal suddenly flickers into existence, startling them both. Baili Yunxiao steps out, looking like absolute death. Black Iron's eyes glow a predatory red as his killing intent spikes. Baili Yunxiao, I've been waiting for you. Yunxiao is visibly vibrating with rage. So, you've finally decided to show your faces. Black Iron just laughs, trying to provoke him. Oh, I almost forgot I should have brought the heads of those two Kunlun elders as a welcoming gift. Yunxiao stays silent, his aura growing colder by the second. Black Iron lunges forward, his fist wound back for a devastating blow. But don't worry, I'll send you to see them right now. But as the punch whistles through the air, Yunxiao effortlessly dodges and slips back into the portal. After him, Black Iron roars. But before they can move, a jet blocks their path. A frantic subordinate shouts from the cockpit. Sir! Black Iron snaps back. What is it? We're on the verge of winning. The pilot's voice is shaking as he delivers the news. The Lord has ordered an immediate retreat. The entire operation against Baili Yunxiao is cancelled. We just got word every single one of our elite fighters sent to Kunlun is dead. Black Iron's jaw drops in pure disbelief. What? Say that again? The subordinate repeats it, his voice trembling. My lord, the orders are from the top. We need to pull out. Now. Heitai grit his teeth, his mind racing with pure frustration. How could anyone in this Kunlun region possess such an overwhelming, terrifying level of power? He had already personally slaughtered the Qian Kun duo. So who else was left in the Kunlun sect with this kind of strength? Could it be the Kunlun Eye? No, that was impossible. Deep inside the secret realm, everything was eerily still. Xiang Yu and Huanzi exchanged confused glances, wondering what was going on. Why hadn't the enemy breached the entrance yet? It looks like they're actually retreating, Huanzi noted. Does that mean the traps we set up were all for nothing? Yunxiao's expression went ice cold. No, he replied sharply. Since they had the nerve to show up, I'm not letting them walk away that easily. Huanzi gasped, her eyes wide with worry. Master, you're actually going to hunt them down? Yunxiao's killing intent flared like a physical weight. Why wouldn't I? Both of you, with me. Now. The spatial gate roared back to life. Outside, Heitai was frantically barking orders into his radio, telling his pilots to abort and pull the aircraft back immediately. But then, a voice cold as the grave echoed right from the portal's edge. Did I say? Yunxiao stepped out, standing tall before the shimmering rift. That you were allowed to leave? He gripped his demon sword, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, bloodthirsty light. I haven't given you my permission yet. Explosions rocked the sky as several fighter jets spiraled toward the earth in flames. Heitai raised a hand, signaling his remaining men to hold. Don't engage, just move. Yunxiao watched the remaining jets try to vanish into the horizon, his brow furrowing with grim determination. Running away? Not on my watch. He turned to his disciples. Xiang Yu, Huanzi, listen for my command. The two women stood ready, their voices firm. Yes, master. He extended both swords to his sides, and instantly, a massive surge of internal energy flowed from Huanzi and Xiang Yu, funneling directly into his blades. Yunxiao intercepted the fleeing jets, his combined power forming a massive aura around him. He had become one with his sword. The jets charged, but Yunxiao didn't flinch, delivering a series of devastating, decisive slashes. With the path cleared, Yunxiao accelerated like a meteor, diving straight toward the command jet where Heitai was stationed. His gaze was chilling, enough to make any man's blood freeze. You're next. Heitai looked out the cockpit, screaming in disbelief as he saw Yunxiao closing in. You think that one with the sword trick scares me? Heitai roared. He didn't hesitate, he threw himself right out of the moving aircraft to meet the challenge. Heitai unleashed his metal control technique, sending a blinding golden aura surging toward Yunxiao to trap him. Yunxiao just let out a dark, mocking laugh. Oh? Metal control? I'll admit, you've got some decent refining skills. Yunxiao shattered the golden barrier instantly and lunged. Too bad for you. Weapon refining was my absolute specialty in my past life. Hey, Tai's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe it. How did this kid break through his metal control so effortlessly? Yunxiao unleashed a massive palm strike. Heitai barely managed to dodge, and the blast hit a nearby jet instead, vaporizing it into a fireball in a split second. What are you all standing around for? Heitai screamed at his subordinates. If you don't come out now, he's going to tear us apart. Suddenly, a hidden squad emerged, surrounding Yunxiao from all sides. Yunxiao scanned the crowd, unimpressed. You think numbers make a difference? Heitai snarled back. Baili Yunxiao. I was going to give you a way out, but if you're begging for death, then so be it. Heitai glared at him, his voice dropping to a low threat. Let me help you reach the end of the road. The mob ignored all honor, lunging at him with blades drawn. But Yunxiao didn't give them an inch. He methodically dropped every single attacker, before launching himself straight at Heitai. The attackers screamed in panic as Yunxiao's right arm pulled back, power swirling around his fist like a hurricane. Then, he threw a punch aimed directly at Heitai's head. Heitai looked up, finally acknowledging the threat. Baili Yunxiao, you're strong. Honestly, you're much stronger than I ever anticipated. Yunxiao's lip curled into a look of pure disdain. Oh? So you've finally realized just how weak you are. He stood face to face with the man who is now desperately trying to change his mind. Listen, we don't actually have to be enemies, Heitai stammered. I'm going to give you one last chance, a final offer. Join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. My master will make you the lead apostle, he said, trying to sweeten the deal with honeyed words. That's a rank even higher than mine. Yunxiao's brow arched in mockery. Not interested. Why would a sect leader like me ever become a dog for someone else? If I'm not mistaken, you're Heitai, right? A peak 9th stage cultivator. And yet, this is all you've got? Heitai dropped into a combat stance, his fists clenched tight. I admit you're a genius, but you should have stayed hidden in that secret realm. Don't think that just because you trashed a few of our jets, you're actually on my level. He blurred into motion, flying straight at Yunxiao with murderous intent. Today, I'm going to kill you properly. Yunxiao met the charge, energy erupting from his hands. The only person dying here today is you. The two powerhouses clashed, their palm strikes colliding with a force that felt like an atmospheric explosion. Yunxiao stared directly into Heitai's eyes, his resolve unshakable. Heitai glared back, his teeth grit in a fierce scowl. Outside the secret realm at Julong Marsh, the sheer force of their battle sent plumes of dust and debris hundreds of feet into the air. Yunxiao held his sword across his chest in a perfect guard, while the massive impact forced even the mighty Heitai to stumble back several steps. This guy's physical body is surprisingly tough, Yunxiao thought to himself. He actually blocked that. I guess the Heavenly Tao Alliance isn't all talk after all. Heitai turned to his remaining men, his face twisted in rage. What are you waiting for? He bellowed. Everyone, kill him now. Yunxiao let out a cold, disgusted scoff. Pathetic cowards. Two of the elites lunged at him, throwing everything they had into a dual palm strike. He slid back, narrowly dodging the combined attack. From the way they moved, Yunxiao realized these two were also metal elemental lifeforms. Seeing an opening, Heitai circled behind him and launched a devastating strike at Yunxiao's back. His disciples watched in terror, their hearts in their throats. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianli stood in the distance, watching the chaos with a triumphant, arrogant laugh. Dust clouds swirled, completely masking the battlefield from view. Tai's fist slammed toward Yunxiao, but the master used his blade to deflect the blow just as the others closed in. In a blur of motion, Yunxiao counterattacked, his sword flashing as he delivered a lethal slash to every single one of them. Tai lets out a frustrated roar. Damn it. How is a little brat like Jade Yunxiao even harder to pin down than those old fossils from the Qiangkun lineage? If I don't end you today, the consequences will be legendary. He grits his teeth, deciding that even if it means defying his master's direct orders, this kid has to die. Baili Yunxiao finally exhales, a tense breath escaping his lips. That was way too close. The Heavenly Tao Alliance is definitely as dangerous as the rumors say. Before Heitai can even process what's happening, Yunxiao has already vanished, leaving behind only a mocking echo. The day is long, buddy. We'll settle this another time. You! Heitai is fuming. He's completely baffled. 1 second the kid is ready to brawl, the next he's gone. His men whisper nervously, Lord, what should we do? Follow me into the secret realm. Heitai barks. The group steps through the portal, but they don't find treasure, only a vast, scorching desert stretching to the horizon. The squad is stunned. What is this? Is the Quanjin secret realm really just a massive, empty wasteland? Another guy shouts out, Wait, where the hell did Jade Yunxiao and his people go? Suddenly, a wave of incinerating heat slams into them as the windfire array erupts in a blinding flash. Heiti's eyes widen in shock. Heavenly fire! Pillars of celestial flame swirl around Heitai and his goons, trapping them in a cage of heat. Huanzi finally relaxes a bit. Master, he really is incredible. It all clicks for her now. The chase, the confrontation, and even leading them here, every single move, was a calculated piece of his master plan. Yunxiao just smirks. From inside the inferno, a panicked Heitai bellows, You think a pathetic little illusion array is enough to take me out? But deep down, he's terrified. Is it even possible to break through this formation? One of his men screams, Lord, the spatial entrance has vanished. We're trapped. Heitai completely loses it. Damn you, Baili Yunxiao. If you've got the guts, come out and fight me like a man. He screams at the sky in a total frenzy. Yunxiao just chuckles, his voice echoing through the air. Heitai, do you really think I'm that stupid? This windfire array can melt even an earth immortal. You're never leaving this place, not in this lifetime, and not in the next. Heitai growls, his voice dripping with venom. If that's the case, then I'm taking you down with me. A life for a life. I won't let you leave here alive, and I definitely won't let you become a threat to my master. Behind him, his followers turn ghost white as they realize what's coming. They desperately place their hands on Heiti's shoulders, and a terrifying, dark aura begins to radiate from his back. In a horrific display, they are sucked into the vortex of energy. Heitie's body swells, muscles tearing through his clothes as he literally absorbs his own men. Yunxiao's disciples are panicking. Master! Yunxiao watches, his brow furrowed. Is he going to self-destruct? Or is he forcing a breakthrough into the pseudo-Dan realm? Suddenly, Heitai's face glows with a twisted, manic smile. Then boom! His body detonates with a shockwave of raw, terrifying power. The formation cracks and shatters. In an instant, the array and the spatial exit are completely incinerated by the force of the self-destruction. Yunxiao throws up a barrier, shielding them from the blast. Damn it. He frowns. The explosion was so intense it wiped out the entire secret realm entrance. As the dust and smoke slowly settle, a shadow emerges from the wreckage. Against all odds, Heitai is still standing, his physical form miraculously intact. He stands tall among the ruins. Yunxiao and his disciples can't believe their eyes. One of Heitai's eyes is shut tight, the other a blood-red glare fixed right on him. Baili Yunxiao, you're still alive. Yunxiao looks down from the debris, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So this is your life for life? Sacrificing your own soldiers just to break my array? Heitai roars, Shut up. He unleashes the life-burning method, his energy hitting a terrifying peak. Yunxiao just manifests the Emperor Flamebow in his hands. You want me to die? Me? Die? Yunxiao narrows his eyes. No. Only you. He draws the string, and a soul-piercing arrow shimmering with divine power streaks toward Heitai like a bolt of lightning. Heitai's heart stops. A spirit domain illusion? You can actually attack the soul directly? The arrow punches straight through his skull. It feels like 10,000 volts of electricity frying his brain. No. His eyes go white as he gasps out his final, fading words. Impossible. You can't be this strong. Xiangwu steps forward. Master, Heitai is finished. What's our next move? Huanzi is worried too. The exit was destroyed. How do we get out? Yunxiao doesn't break a sweat. I'll just rebuild the formation. The spatial coordinates are still there. I can still open the gate. You two stay here and fix the array. I'm heading back to Dragoncourt Island to check on things. He waves his hand, and a rift opens before him. Yunxiao rushes up, her face full of relief. Thank God you're okay. Yunxiao frowns. What are you doing here? What happened at the island? She quickly explains the immediate threat at Dragoncourt is gone, but the two elders had to unseal the Kunlun Eye to wipe out the heavenly Tao forces. Now, the Kunlun demonic energy is going wild. The souls of the two elders are barely holding the barrier together. Hearing this, Yunxiao launches into the sky like a rocket. We can't waste another second. To Kunlun, Yunxiao is right on his heels. Got it. Meanwhile, deep under the Arctic Sea at the Heavenly Tao Tower, the leader is absolutely livid. Baili Yunxiao, years of my hard work, destroyed, all because of you. He points a trembling finger at Yin Nu. Heitai's entire team is dead. They managed to take out the two elders, but the cost was astronomical. You need to head to America immediately and hold the line. It's our only chance to flip the script. Yin Nu blinks, processing the gravity of the situation. Your wish is my command, Master. But why leave the Black Iron Squad dead? The Heavenly Tao snaps back. The resurrection is none of your concern. Do not ask again. Remember our true mission. Right now, the priority is simple. Spark a massive war. We need to crush human progress before they get too far. The Silver Lady's expression darkens. Humans are puny, sure, but their new tech is starting to rival their own Wraith fighters. If this continues, once the fire of war is lit, it'll be impossible to put out. You are truly brilliant, Master, she whispers. A wicked, devious grin spreads across her face. We'll use our own divine technology to wipe Earth's entire civilization off the map. Consider it done. Meanwhile, high on Kunlun Mountain, two Venerables are pushed to their absolute limits. The second Venerable raises his hands, trembling. Brother, I don't think I can hold the line much longer. Stay strong, second brother, the first Venerable roars. Even if our souls shatter, we cannot let this malice break the seal. Suddenly, a rift tears open. It's Yunxiao. Brothers, I'm sorry, I've dragged you into my mess. Yunxiao follows right behind him. Venerables, please forgive us for being late. The second Venerable dismisses the apology with a frown. Forget that. If it wasn't for you, the Heavenly Tao sect would have finished us off long ago. He points urgently toward the peak. The demon chi inside the Kunlun Eye is about to rip the barrier to shreds. Yunxiao remains calm, his voice steady. Don't panic. I'm going to lead the Kunlun disciples out of the Kunlun void first. Then, I'll deal with the Eye myself. The brothers nod in agreement. He gives the order, and the disciples immediately begin their desperate evacuation. Yunxiao turns to his companion with a sharp look. Yunxiao, guard my brothers. Leave the center of the storm to me. The disciples scramble through the spatial gate, shouting to one another. Hurry, get out of there now. The Kunlun Eye begins to pulsate with sinister purple lightning. Thick red mist swirls around the peak, creating a terrifying, otherworldly illusion. Watch out, Yunxiao warns. Whatever you do, don't look at the sky. That's the heart demon fire. One look and your soul is forfeit. He looks back, and his heart sinks. The disciples are frozen, staring straight into the fire with eyes full of unnatural rage. The demon chi has them. The peak of Kunlun has become a death trap. The heart demon fire screams, lashing out with violent, erratic bolts of lightning. Within the shimmering barrier, two disciples suddenly vanish into thin air, leaving nothing behind but a lingering trace of black smoke. Yunxiao watches in total shock as Yunxiao uses a lightning technique to drag the infected out, realizing he's actually refining the deadly demon chi directly. The 9 mysterious art can refine any energy in the universe, Yunxiao explains. Demon chi is just another form of chaos and I can use it. He glares at the burning eye atop the mountain. When the time is right, destroying this thing won't just be a dream. It'll be a reality. Yunxiao doesn't hesitate, leaping high into the air. I'm not letting you go alone. I'm coming with you. Together, they dive toward the eye. The first Venerable watches, his breath catching. The safety of Kunlun and all of Great Xia rests entirely on his third brother now. As Yunxiao gets closer, he sees the Kunlun Eye acting like a massive vacuum, mindlessly sucking in every bit of malice in the area. He narrows his eyes, a dark thought crossing his mind. So the legends were true? Is this really the manifestation of Pangu's ancient resentment from the dawn of time? If that's the case, this fight is going to be brutal. But Yunxiao just smirks, channeling a powerful technique into his palm. Fine. I'll just use your own malice to skyrocket my cultivation. The demon chi hits his hand with the force of a tidal wave. He grinds his teeth, his eyes wide. Damn, it's strong. This pressure. It's like being hit by an endless ocean of rage. Clenching his fist, he triggers the 9 mysterious art. The golden energy begins to slowly eat away at the darkness. Piece by piece, the corruption is purified. Yunxi watches from below, her face pale with worry. There's so much malice. How long can he possibly last? We can only wait, the first Venerable says, his voice filled with grim determination. He'll make it out. I know he will. Yunxi can only nod and pray. Time blurs. 1 year later, the mountain is finally silent. The heart demon fire is gone, replaced by a faint, swirling mist of residual energy. The first Venerable looks toward the peak, breaking the long silence. Everyone, stay calm. He hasn't emerged yet because the time isn't right. Lin Xiaoyan sighs in relief. Thank you, Venerable. We believe in him. Isabella's voice is heavy with dread. I hope he's fast. The United States has mobilized 3 million soldiers. War could break out at any second. The news hits the group like a physical blow. They stand in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the weight of the coming storm. Let's go. It's time to head home. As they depart, a shadow flickers in the clouds. It's the Silver Lady, stalking their plane with impossible speed. She snarls, her eyes locked onto her target with murderous intent. Baili Yunxiao. Dead or alive, it doesn't matter. Once I have your parents in my grasp, the Lingxiao group is as good as dead. And then, the real war begins. Boom! She smashes through the plane's hull in a spray of metal. Isabella snaps her head up, her senses screaming. Who's there? An energy blast slams into her, forcing her to brace for impact. Isabella immediately shifts into a combat stance, her eyes cold. The Silver Lady. The villain just laughs. Oh? You recognize me? Good. Saves me the introduction. Isabella lunges forward, her power exploding. You won't touch a single hair on my master's parents' heads. Not while I'm still breathing. Isabella attacks with everything she has, but it's useless. Silver Lady catches the strike with one hand and crushes it like glass. Break for me, she screams, lashing out with a glowing chain. The chains wrap around Isabella instantly, locking her down. Panic sets in, she's trapped, and she knows it. Suddenly, Silver Lady's eyes snap toward the distance. She spots Nishang fleeing on a spirit beast with Yunxiao's parents. You think you can just run? She roars. Realizing the danger, Nishang leaps off the beast. Go, two elders, keep moving, I'll hold her off. Behind them, Silver Lady blows the plane sky high, dragging a bound Isabella through the wreckage. She weaves a spell, eyes cold. Don't you dare dream of escaping me. Nishang isn't backing down. She unleashes her 9 shadow wave, sending a massive shockwave of energy tearing toward the villain. But Silver Lady just stands there, holding Isabella like a trophy right in the center of the blast. She lets out a mocking laugh. Typical trash. Is that the best you've got? Then, she counters. Long, lethal spikes erupt from her hair like spears. Squelch. One pierces Nishang's chest, sending her coughing up blood as she collapses to the ground. Isabella's heart drops. She screams out in pure agony. Nishang. But then clink. The chains binding Isabella suddenly shatter into pieces. Silver Lady hears the snap and whips her head around. Stunned. Damn it, she hisses, realizing Isabella broke the seal herself. Isabella ignores her, desperate to get to her fallen friend. But Silver Lady is faster. A brutal strike to the back of the neck, and Isabella drops like a stone. You just hit the second layer and you think you're a hero? Please. She scoffs, looking down at the unconscious girl. If you weren't still useful as leverage, you'd be a corpse right now. Silver Lady narrows her eyes at the escaping parents. Let them run. With Isabella in hand, she can still report a success to the Alliance leader back in the States. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyan turns to Baili Anji, her voice trembling. Anji, will Nishang and the others be okay? He sighs, looking exhausted. I hope not. If it wasn't for the protection charms Yunxiao left us, we'd both be in enemy hands by now. They have to stay hidden from Silver Lady. Anji racks his brain until a memory hits him. Yunxiao mentioned Xiaoju was training near Kunlun. Let me try to reach her. Suddenly, the air shifts. Xiaoju appears out of thin air, carrying the broken body of Nishang. Sir, madam, I'm here. Xiaoyan gasps, tears hitting her eyes. Xiaoju, how did you find us? And Nishang, what happened to her? Xiaoju explains quickly. I felt a massive surge of spiritual energy and rushed over, but I was a step too late. I've used my power to protect Nishang's soul for now. If the master returns soon, he might still be able to save her. Anji's voice cracks. And Isabella? Xiaoju's expression hardens. Silver Lady took her, but we share a master-servant contract. I can feel exactly where she is. Don't worry. I'll get you both back to Longding Island first. Then I'm going after her. No time to waste. Cut to a high-security military zone in America. Xiaoju stands before a massive steel gate, fire dancing in her eyes. She's right here, she mutters. With a flick of her wrist, she blasts the doors open. The soul contract lead her straight to this spot. Isabella is definitely inside. Xiaoju steps into the light, and Silver Lady's jaw drops. A level 9 Heaven Realm expert, the 9-tailed fox from Baili Yunxiao's side. Isabella tries to scream through her gag, muffled sounds of hope. Xiaoju's face is pure ice. Stop the nonsense. Hand over Isabella, now. Silver Lady isn't going down without a fight. She signals her goons. What are you waiting for? Kill her. Before they can even blink, Xiaoju is behind her. Silver Lady. I don't care how you crawled back from the dead. In front of me, you're absolutely nothing. The power of the 9-tailed fox clan isn't something you can even dream of resisting. The villain freezes in terror. Boom! Xiaoju unleashes a wave of power so fast the guards don't even see it coming. They're sent flying like rag dolls in a heartbeat. She scoffs at the bodies. A bunch of amateurs who just hit the Heaven Realm really thought they could stop me? She turns to Isabella. Come on, let's go home. Isabella's eyes light up. Thank you, Sister Xiaoju. They make a break for it, but they don't get far before a shadow falls over them. A man stands in their path, radiating pure pressure. It's Tian Dao. My territory isn't a revolving door. You don't just leave when you want. Xiaoju narrows her eyes. Your territory? And who the hell are you? He chuckles. A dark, unsettling sound. Who am I? In this country, everything is under the thumb of my Heavenly Dao Alliance. He grins wickedly. I am the Alliance leader. He leans in, intrigued by her power. Soul sealing? Not bad. Xiaoju snaps back. None of your business. Step aside, or else. Tian Dao just laughs. Or else what? You're going to fight me? He looks her up and down, clearly impressed by her spirit. I like you. Forget Baili Yunxiao. Join me instead. I'll make you my adopted daughter, the empress of this entire planet. How about it? Xiaoju's face twists in disgust. As if I'd ever join a lunatic like you. She whispers to Isabella, run, get back to the empress and take Silver Lady with you. I'll stall this guy. Isabella nods, terrified but trusting. Stay safe, sister. Tian Dao watches them with a bored expression. Did I say you could leave? Xiaoju blocks his path with a burst of energy. Your opponent is me. She knows she's outclassed, so she taps into the soul contract. She forces her power to surge, breaking through her limits to reach the Earth Immortal Realm. But Tian Dao doesn't even flinch. Impressive, he says. He summons a massive, demonic phantom with a wave of his hand. It lunges, its giant hand crushing Xiaoju. A scream of pure agony rips through the air. Tian Dao is grinning. He might have lost the Silver Maiden, but catching her? That's more than enough to cover his losses. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A massive, glowing object screams down from the heavens, wreathed in blinding bolts of lightning. The witnesses are stunned, jaws hitting the floor. Is the Kunlun secret realm finally collapsing? Then, a figure steps out from the light. It's Yunxiao and Yunjiao, and with a single command, Yunxiao brings the object to heel. Like a loyal pet, the massive treasure shrinks and returns to his hand. They leap down, shouting, Big brother, second brother. The brothers are floored. They can't even sense their aura anymore. Yunxiao just smiles and confirms it. They've both hit the 9th stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. Ni Cheng, standing nearby, finally speaks up, noting that Yunxiao's luck went even further than just a simple breakthrough. Thunder rumbles as Yunxiao looks at the horizon. Kunlun is falling, he says, finishing her thought. Despite his brother's shock, his expression doesn't flicker. He turns to his third sister and tells her not to feel guilty. The life force of Kunlun was always meant to fade within a few years. It's simply destiny written in the stars. Just then, a messenger arrives with news from Yunxiao. We cut to the lab on Longting Island, where Ni Cheng and the Silver Maiden lie completely motionless. Yunxiao's face darkens the moment he sees them. What did the Alliance do to you while I was gone, he mutters, his voice cold as ice. He thinks back to when Shui Yinghong of the Hong sect first sent Ni Cheng to protect his parents as a sign of loyalty. Reaching out, Yunxiao places his hand near Ni Cheng. I never expected you to sacrifice this much for my family, he whispers. For that, I'm giving you a gift from fate itself. Suddenly, she breaks into a sweat. Something big is happening. Isabella, watching from the side, is terrified for her friend. Master, can Ni Cheng still be saved? Yunxiao doesn't hesitate. Luckily, her consciousness is still intact. He glances at the Silver Maiden's body. Saving Ni Cheng is just the beginning. He turns to the other girls, his eyes burning with intensity. I'm going to push every single one of you to the half-step Earth Immortal Realm. There's no doubt in his voice. Once they're ready, it's time to settle the score with the Tian Dao Alliance. Later, up north, Yunjiao sits beside Yunxiao in a chopper. Is their secret base really hidden in the Arctic Ocean? Exactly, he replies. Little Xiangwu peeks out the window and gasps, completely overwhelmed. How can I see everything all the way down to the seabed? She asks. Yunjiao just laughs. It makes sense. Thanks to Yunxiao's primordial chaos chi, they're all Earth Immortals. Now their senses are on a whole different level. Isabella holds a small toad-shaped jar, but she knows Ni Cheng is the real wildcard this time. The blue-haired girl next to her is buzzing with excitement. When she wakes up from that furnace, she's gonna freak out at her own power. Yunxiao, however, remains laser-focused. He can feel it. Xiaoju is close. Deep underwater, she's chained to a pillar, screaming in absolute agony. Tian Dao watches her suffer with a sick grin. Listen, little fox. Give me your 9-tailed power for the formation, and I might just let you go. But Xiaoju isn't breaking. In your dreams, she spits back. Seeing her defiance, Tian Dao's smile turns cruel. She screams as the pain intensifies. Tian Dao doesn't care. Men! Strip her! Let's see how tough she is then. The goons move in immediately, tearing at her clothes. Even facing this humiliation, Xiaoju refuses to bow. You coward! I'll never help someone like you, she yells. The goon stops, looking to Tian Dao for the next order. Tian Dao just shrugs, bored. If she wants to play the hero, let her. Take good care of her, boys. The goon licks his lips and creeps closer to Xiaoju. Don't worry, little sister. I'm going to take very, very good care of you. Xiaoju's mind is racing. Her body is completely spent. She can't even lift a finger. Is this really how it ends? But then, the entire room shakes. Hope flares in her eyes. Master is here to save me. Even Tian Dao is caught off guard. The sound is coming from the entrance. Baili Yunxiao actually found the base and broke into the tower. At the gates, Yunxiao is a force of nature, charging straight at the guards. Stop, this is Alliance territory, they scream. Boom! A massive explosion sends the guards flying like ragdolls as the team storms in. Suddenly, Yunxiao points. Yunxiao, look, they've walked into a massive hangar packed with advanced fighter jets. Yunxiao scans the room, it's an entire army's worth of hardware. Yunxiao grits her teeth in rage. The Tiandao Alliance wasn't just hiding. They were preparing for an all-out war. If they started this conflict, the whole world would plunge into chaos. We're talking mountains of bodies. Yunxiao raises his hand, his ring beginning to glow with a dangerous light. Time to scrap their plans. Human destiny belongs to us, not some freakish alien outsider. In an instant, every single jet in the room begins to glow. The Alliance soldiers can only watch in horror. You've got some serious nerve. Messing with the Heavenly Dao Sect's property? Prepare to die. Yunxiao can feel it. Xiaoju is in desperate trouble. 3 8th-tier fighters, 10 7th-tier ones. Handle them, girls. I'm going after Xiaoju. Without a second thought, Yunxiao tears open a teleportation portal. The girls shout after him, Go, find her. We've got things under control here. He steps through the gate, and his blood boils. That creep is already getting handsy with Xiaoju. Little girl, wouldn't life be better if you just listened to your master? Looks like you need a lesson in discipline. Xiaoju whimpers, her voice weak, but then boom! A massive strike catches the villain right in the head. She looks up, eyes wide with shock. Master? Yunxiao pulls her close, his voice steady. Don't be afraid. I'm going to make him pay for this. Suddenly, the sound of slow clapping echoes through the room. Out of nowhere, he's standing right there. Master and servant, such a deep bond. It's almost moving. But did you really think you could just waltz in and out of my pagoda? Tiandao unleashes his power, a sealing technique, and a shimmering shield of light wraps around him. Baili Yunxiao, today, I'm making sure you enter this place but never leave it alive. But against all that posturing, Yunxiao just smirks. Oh, is that so? He charges forward without a hint of hesitation. You think a pathetic little seal can stop me? Yunxiao slams a fist into the shield surrounding Tiandao. And that's when the villain realizes he's in over his head. His expression flips 180 degrees. A top-tier Earth Immortal? Tiandao's voice drops to a low growl. I didn't think you could break the shackles of this world and ascend to Earth Immortal. His eyes turn cold. Fine. I guess I have to get serious. Tiandao creates a swarm of clones to surround him. Baili Yunxiao, give up your life. He begins channeling his dark magic. Xiaoju watches from the sidelines, terrified in Earth Immortal's clone technique. But in Yunxiao's eyes, not a single ripple of fear. She can't just stand there and watch. Master, please, take my nine-tailed power. I'll help you break this formation. Instantly, her energy surges into him. Leader of the Heavenly Dao Sect. You want my life? Come and get it. The clones blur and flicker before Yunxiao's eyes, but he doesn't blink. A second later, he's got the real one by the throat. Without breaking a sweat, he slams the guy into the dirt. Someone like you aren't taking anything. Tiandao scrambles up, showing a bit of skill, but Yunxiao draws his blade. It's effortless in one swift motion. He drives the sword straight into Tiandao's chest. The villain's armor shatters instantly. He lets out an enraged roar, and his dark magic begins to surge even more violently than before. Tiandao screams, You think you can actually wound me? But the words barely leave his mouth before he freezes and then zips right past Yunxiao, heading straight for Xiaoju. You're only strong because of that fox's help, he sneers. But Xiaoju doesn't flinch as he lunges toward her. She gathers her nine-tails energy, and Tiandao gets a face full of regret. A direct hit sends him flying, coughing up blood. He's sent reeling, his mind racing. How the hell is this little fox this powerful? But before he can even hit the ground, Yunxiao is already waiting behind him. He doesn't hold back, driving a knee straight into the guy's gut. The impact between his magic and the ground triggers a massive earthquake. Yunxiao lands gracefully before the dust even settles. But Tiandao? He's vanished. What? He turned into life essence and merged with the earth? Wait, no. Yunxiao turns back, his face grim, and yells, Get back, now. The others hear the news. The sect leader has disappeared. Quick, get into formation. Stay on guard. The girls are frozen in shock as lightning suddenly cracks through the air. In an instant, they're trapped in a cage of blinding light. The light converges, and there he is, laughing like a maniac. Baili Yunxiao, Tiandao's face is twisted with madness. I've been worrying about how to open the spatial gate to this place for so long. Who knew you'd deliver yourselves right to my door? Opening it is only a matter of time now. He slams his power down on them, and they're forced to bear the full weight. This is bad. Their energy is draining at an insane rate. and even the space-time power is starting to flicker out. Yunxiao's vision begins to blur, while the girls are drowning in panic and fear. What kind of formation is this? They're all in the same boat, trapped and dying. Yunxiao draws his sword. I'll just have to destroy your altar first. He lunges toward the power source fueling Tiandao, but its energy is on another level. He can't even put a dent in it. A heaven sacrifice formation? No, it's not quite that. He takes a closer look at what this guy is actually capable of. This is a demon clan formation. Is the leader of the Heavenly Dao sect trying to open a portal to another realm? He pulls out a small toad-shaped jar and shouts, "Everyone, get into the 4-image divine furnace, now." They don't hesitate for a second. "Yes, master." In a flash, the girls are pulled inside, leaving Yunxiao alone to face the villain's onslaught. Tiandao just goes more insane. Humph. Baili Yunxiao, you think hiding them in a spirit treasure will save them from my formation? Once I suck every last drop of power out of you, I'll just go and collect them afterward. But Yunxiao's face is stone cold. Too bad for you. You were one step too slow. He begins his counterattack, Eternal Spirit Fire. As the flames erupt around him, the villain can only gasp in horror. What? It worked. Yunxiao uses the flames to torch the enemy's supplies just as planned. With the formation shattered, he seizes the moment to force open a massive space portal. Seeing the portal, Tiandao loses his cool. How is this possible? How could he break through the barrier of the heaven-sacrificing formation? He's absolutely reeling with 1,000 questions. Could it be that Baili Yunxiao has already mastered the power of space itself? Cut to the North Sea. Just as our hero leaps out of the portal, a sudden proposal hits him. Baili Yunxiao, what do you say we team up? Just think about it. Tiandao steps out from another rift, looking calm as ever. If you cooperate with me, this entire universe, it could all be ours. But Yunxiao just gives him a look of pure contempt. Your appetite is way too big for me. I wouldn't dream of working with you. Tiandao, however, isn't backing down that easily. Then tell me, do you know why every cultivator on this planet, including you, hits a wall after reaching the Earth Immortal realm? Why can't anyone break through? Yunxiao narrows his eyes, filled with suspicion. You're saying you know why? And Tiandao isn't keeping any secrets this time. Exactly, because you have no idea what Earth really is. This place is hell, and what I'm trying to open is the gateway leading straight from this hell to heaven. Yunxiao's eyes snap shut. What the heck does that mean? Tiandao looks up and drops a bombshell. I'll tell you the truth. Earth and the vast reaches of this universe are nothing more than a graveyard for gods and immortals. A dark smile plays on his lips. And if I'm not mistaken, your past life didn't start on this planet. You were likely an immortal or some kind of deity from a world far beyond our stars. Hearing this, Yunxiao can't hide his shock. He fires back immediately. Why would you even say that? Internally, Yunxiao is panicking. How could this guy possibly guess that he's a reincarnated soul? But Tiandao sounds incredibly certain. If you weren't a reincarnated god who stumbled upon a chance to recover your past memories, how could you have risen to power so fast in just a few short years? Yunxiao keeps a poker face. The guy clearly doesn't know the full truth, but what he's saying is definitely interesting. This is a chance to squeeze every bit of info out of him. If Earth is really just a burial ground for gods like you say, then why have you been hiding here for so many years? A smirk. To study the lives of the creatures living in this hell, obviously. Thousands of years ago, I recovered my memories. I realized my mission is to shatter the chains of Earth and welcome those from the outside world back to this planet. Yunxiao isn't buying it. Oh, so I should thank you on behalf of all humanity then? Is that it? Do you even realize that the moment Earth's chains are broken, this entire planet will be flooded with death and destruction? Tiandao just laughs it off. But don't you see? Only by breaking those chains can your own cultivation continue to grow. Yunxiao thinks fast. His path and the leader of the Heaven Dao Alliance are light years apart. You can't trust a single word this guy says. Even though his past life brought him to the Nine Heavens continent by pure luck, Tiandao thinks his plan is working, that the fish is finally biting the hook. Time to lay it on thicker. Baili Yunxiao, do you have any idea where the heaven sacrificing formation actually comes from? Yunxiao shoots back. Didn't you set it up? The villain scoffs. You think I have that kind of power? This formation has existed since ancient times. It was created by humans to open a space gate to other worlds. Visions of a mysterious, glowing portal flicker by. Apparently, the formation had been opened long ago, and Yunxiao can't help but be curious now. Who opened it? Tiandao answers calmly. The creator god of your legends, the one you call Pangu. Yunxiao's eyes widen. Pure shock. But Tiandao? His expression remains unchanged from start to finish. I'll let you in on a secret. It was thanks to Pangu that I even reached Earth. So, have you thought it through? Work with me. Let's break the chains of heaven and earth together. But Yunxiao isn't some pushover. This is just one man's story. You really think I'd just believe you? The man turns to leave. Believe it or not, that's on you. If you change your mind, You're always welcome to join me. But that friendly look vanishes instantly. He knows he can't kill Baili Yunxiao right now, so he's planting a seed of doubt instead. It might just pay off when it matters most. Meanwhile, Yunxiao feels exactly the same way about him. Let him walk. Yunxiao has reached his limit and knows he can't win a fight right now. Best not to push his luck any further. Suddenly, the box beside him glows, and several girls emerge. Yunxiao is the first to speak up. Yunxiao, how much of what that alliance leader said can we actually trust? Yunxiao glances over. Half truth, half lies. Even Xiaoju is puzzled. Master, if it's impossible to become an Earth immortal on this planet, then how did the alliance leader manage to break through that realm himself? Yunxiao's gaze turns razor sharp. He didn't. That guy never needed to break through to the Earth immortal realm in the first place. The girls are stunned. What? How is that even possible? Yunxiao explains calmly. Don't panic. What I mean is, he's likely a powerhouse from another world entirely. Otherwise, even with his memories, he wouldn't know this much. She asks again, Master, if he really is a powerhouse from another world, does that mean he can keep increasing his power and surpass even the Earth Immortal stage? Yunxiao warns them that 9th rank Earth Immortal is likely his limit here, but this guy is a total wild card. Killing him won't be easy. She can't help but wonder out loud if that guy was actually telling the truth about Pangu opening up that massive array. Yunxiao replies calmly, telling her it's impossible to know for sure right now, so they shouldn't let it get to their heads. But just then, Yunxiao spots something that leaves him completely stunned. The entire sky is absolutely crawling with fighter jets. It hits them instantly. The Tiandao Alliance has officially made their move and launched a full-scale war, and they're heading straight for Huaxia. They've already launched the warheads. There's no time to lose. They have to head back, as Yingzhou's sky turns into a chaotic battlefield of fire and screams. Everyone is cursing those bastards. Damn the Tiandao Alliance, and damn the United States too. They've really crossed the line this time. High above, the planes are relentless, raining down bombs without a shred of mercy. Yunxiao realizes the capital is likely the main target for these American missiles. He immediately takes charge, ordering the others to alert the major world powers so they can prepare for a massive aerial assault. They shout back a quick, "Yes, sir," before Yunxiao chimes in with a sudden suggestion. Yunxiao tells her to speak her mind. With his go-ahead, Yunxiao explains her plan. They should set up a massive formation right at the entrance of the Tiandao Alliance's secret realm. That way, they can trap them inside. They can't kill those Tiandao freaks while they're hiding in their hole, but the second they step outside, the array will wipe them out. Even if it doesn't kill them all instantly, it's a brilliant move. It cuts off their reinforcements completely, which means taking down the United States military will be a total walk in the park. Yunxiao loves it. Great thinking, he says, and they jump into action immediately. He and Yunxiao head back to the Arctic Ocean to set the trap. As for the American attack, he leaves the defense in the hands of the global military forces. It's time for them to step up. Up in the freezing Arctic Ocean, where massive warships cut through the waves, the soldiers suddenly spot something on their radar intruders. It's Yunxiao and Yunjiao, and they're coming in hot. The order goes out immediately, targets locked, fighter jets scrambled, blow them out of the sky. Yunxiao doesn't even blink. He sees the incoming fire and just reaches out his hand, which suddenly grows to a massive, godlike size. The jets unleash a hail of lead, but the bullets just bounce off his giant palm like they're nothing. He doesn't waste words. He just grabs one of the jets and crushes it like a toy. Boom! The surrounding planes explode in a spectacular display of fire. Meanwhile, Yunjiao hits the water and unleashes her power, summoning a colossal snake that lunges forward with a terrifying hiss. The snake bites clean into the hull of a ship, snapping the massive vessel in two like a twig. Soldiers scream as they're tossed into the icy water. She shouts to him, "Yunxiao, I'll keep them busy. You start setting up the formation right now." He doesn't hesitate for a second. "Got it." With a wave of his hand, glowing spirit stones fly out, and the warships below begin to vanish in a series of massive explosions. Fast forward 3 days. Both Yunxiao and Yunjiao have been pouring every ounce of their strength into this massive project. A smirk plays on Yunxiao's lips. They've burned through nearly 1,000 spirit stones, but they've successfully laid down over 300 different formations. Forget Earth Immortals. Even if a true Golden Core Master descended, they'd have a hell of a time trying to break out of this cage. Still, Yunjiao is suspicious. She asks why the Tiandao Alliance hasn't sent out their main force to stop them yet. Yunxiao is on high alert too. He's not sure what they're planning, but for now, they need to head toward the United States and finish this. Over in the US, things are a total disaster. The sudden, strange outbreak of war has turned the country into a chaotic mess of internal fighting and panic. They watch from above as military bases everywhere are getting absolutely wrecked by counterattacks from the Jade Sky's palace. Yunjiao looks down at the carnage and wonders where the heavy hitters are. Weren't the American mechanical soldiers supposed to be legendary? They haven't seen a single one, and the ghost jets are nowhere to be found. Is there an even darker plot brewing behind the scenes? Yunxiao thinks she's right. The Tiandao Alliance has over 100 Celestials in their ranks. There's no way they'd only send a handful of people. If their leader, the Tiandao Master, really wanted to start a world war, he wouldn't be playing this small. If they aren't hiding in their secret realm, they must be out at sea somewhere. He remembers the hundreds of US military bases scattered across the globe. Those mechanical soldiers and ghost jets have to be hidden away in one of those bases, just waiting for the right moment to strike. Yunjiao's face turns serious. Then we need to seize control of the U.S. headquarters first, she says, looking toward their next objective. They head for the Department of Defense, the one place that controls every single military satellite the US has. Yunxiao just gives a grim nod. Inside the Pentagon, the chaos is even worse than on the streets. Yunxiao and Yunjiao arrive and instantly feel a chilling, dark energy in the air. Terrifying creatures, vampires, are crawling all over the buildings. A man named Alan runs out, surrounded by the monsters, screaming for someone to help him. Help! Help! But the monsters just keep coming. Suddenly, two girls appear, their voices ringing out. We don't kill those who surrender. That definitely gets everyone's attention. Alan and his bodyguards freeze, and even the blood-sucking monsters turn to see who's talking. Meanwhile, on the Great Xia News, the broadcast is blowing up with updates on the global situation. The anchor reports that the war started by the United States has shocked the world, leaving a trail of massive casualties and destruction across the globe. On the big screen, the action is non-stop as we see Lady Isabella from Australia and Lady Chizuru from East England tearing through their missions with absolute precision. And check this out, there is a woman riding a literal mountain of a beast, the legendary Dragon Knight of the Anshi family, Lady Angel herself. Meanwhile, the news reporter is surrounded by a sea of cultivators from the Jade Flute Palace as they dive headfirst into the chaotic military command of the battlefield. Because of this overwhelming force, the Great World War sparked by the United States is basically over in less than 3 days. Back at the United Nations lounge, Yunxiao is kicking back, watching the newsfeed with a smug smile, thinking, not bad, girls, not bad at all. Right then, an aide rushes in with an update. Commander, the UN General Assembly is about to begin. Every major player from every sector is already in their seats. Yunxiao just nods. All right, let's go. Inside the UN conference hall, the atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a knife as the world's elite wait for one man. The doors swing open, and the second Yunxiao steps inside, every single person in that room stands up in unison. Master Yunxiao, Mr. Baili, he takes his seat right in the center, the seat of ultimate power, and gets straight to the point. The main event today is deciding who takes control of the United States. But then, he drops a bombshell. As for building the new leadership, I'm out. I won't be participating in that part. The room goes silent. The delegates look at each other, totally lost, before finally stammering out, We will follow whatever Mr. Baili arranges. Marshal Zheng is sitting there, wheels turning in his head. They've kicked out the Heavenly Tao Alliance and crushed the United States, and it was all thanks to the Jade Flute Palace. Great Xia definitely won't lose out here, but he knows better than to stick his neck out first. It's better not to be the primary target in politics. Then Frederick, the big-shot representative of the United States financial groups, speaks up. If Mr. Baili isn't interested, then us old-timers shouldn't be either. This is Frederick, the man who basically holds the purse strings of the nation. Another high-ranking official, the R, chimes in. I heard the Dragon Knight family is under Mr. Baili's wing. Why not just give the reins to their only daughter, Anqi? Angel looks up, eyes wide with pure shock. Me. Yunxiao just gives a low, dangerous chuckle. Any objections? Suddenly, the sound of rhythmic footsteps echoes through the hall. Lan Miao Miao walks in, her presence commanding the entire room. I'd like to take some of that pressure off your hands. She wants to lead her vampire legions to serve as Anqi's advisors in handling the government. Yunxiao looks at her, realizing just how much she's changed over the years. This is the Lan Miao Miao he knew, but after all this time she's evolved into something different, something powerful. Seeing his silence, Miao Miao tilts her head. Yunxiao, do you think I can do it? He doesn't hesitate. Of course you can. He can see she's genuinely trying to help him, and having her back Angel is a huge win for his side. He slams his hand on the table, boom, and the room jumps. It's settled. All affairs of the United States are now in Angel's hands. She will choose which families help her govern. Miao Miao looks around the room, her eyes cold. Anyone have a problem with that? The response is immediate and unanimous. We follow your commands. Later, Dracula pulls Yunxiao aside for a private chat. A year ago, after you disappeared to seal the Kunlun Eye, Miao Miao came to me. She told me she wanted to become your right hand, your greatest weapon. Yunxiao can only sigh. That silly girl. Dracula actually smirks at that. Yeah, a bit silly, isn't she? But then he gets serious. She isn't a natural vampire. She just happened to possess a spirit that can absorb vampire essence, combined with the destiny of a nation's luck. Yunxiao is genuinely stunned. He had no idea her constitution was that rare. That's a once-in-a-thousand-years kind of power. That explains why her strength skyrocketed, making her a key player in ending this entire war. I get it, you can head out now. But before Dracula leaves, Yunxiao adds, wait, tell her to come in, I need to talk to her. Dracula pokes his head back in with a knowing grin. Don't worry, Master, I totally get it. I'll send her right in. Take all the time you need. Yunxiao growls in annoyance. Get out. A moment later, the door opens, and that familiar blue hair and stunning presence fill the room. It's Meow Meow. She looks at him and whispers, You wanted to see me? He studies her for a long second before asking the question that matters. Meow Meow, do you want to go back to being normal? Her answer is instant. I missed my chance to stand by your side once. I'm not letting it happen again. I want to be someone who can actually help you. Yunxiao's eyes soften, but he has to warn her. You know you've basically stepped onto a demonic path, right? If you go too far, there's no turning back. Suddenly, she grabs his hand. I know exactly what I'm doing, but I refuse to be useless. I just want to ask you for one favor. He looks into her eyes. Name it. Meow Meow pulls his hand and places it right over her heart. If there ever comes a day when I truly turn into a monster, when the demon takes over. Her voice doesn't even tremble. Please. You have to be the one to kill me. I just want to be useful to you until the very end. She pours her heart out, telling him that once peace is finally won, she'll gladly let him seal her away forever. Yunxiao is speechless. She moves even closer to him. The tension between them electric. And she told me Dracula might be able to reverse the blood corruption. Seeing her like this, Yunxiao can't hold back anymore. He pulls her into a tight hug. Fine. But even without Dracula, I promise you I will find a way to keep your strength while wiping out that corruption. I'm not losing you again. Suddenly, she pulls away from Yunxiao's embrace, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Yunxiao, she begins, her voice light but meaningful. I've noticed that your destiny is still the strongest in the world. Yet, there's this persistent dark cloud hanging over it. This catches Yunxiao completely off guard. Can she really see the threads of his fate? Meow Meow's eyes widen, sparkling with an innocent confidence. There isn't a single soul in this world I can't read, she claims. From a single person to the entire human race, I see it all. Intrigued, Yunxiao leans in. Then tell me, what does the future hold for humanity? Meow Meow's expression turns honest and raw. It's a mix, half good, half bad, joy and sorrow intertwined. I can feel a looming threat of total extinction, yet there's this single, stubborn ray of hope piercing through the clouds. If we can just survive this crisis, humanity will finally rise and flourish like never before. Hearing this, Yunxiao's eyes snap wide. This fate-reading skill of hers? It's the real deal. She continues, her tone shifting. I've traveled far this past year, even crossing paths with the corpse-refining sect and their dark arts. Zombies are just that, zombies. They're empty shells because their destiny has been sucked dry. You want to know what Chi Fortune really is? Meow Meow doesn't wait for an answer. It's a gift from the heavens. Everything in this world depends on it to survive. Without fortune, there is no life, just mindless puppets being pulled by strings. Yunxiao's heart leaps. He grabs her shoulders, his voice urgent. So, does that mean you can actually defy the heavens and change a person's fate? Could you grant luck to someone who has none? Meow Meow gives a soft, mysterious laugh. Exactly. But before they can say more, Isabella suddenly bursts through the door, her face pale. This is bad. Then, she stops dead, quickly covering her eyes in embarrassment. Oh, I didn't see anything. Yunxiao doesn't miss a beat. Get back here. What's got you in such a panic? Isabella finally composes herself, her voice turning stone-cold serious. Europe is falling into absolute chaos. The Church of Light is orchestrating a massive war. I'm here to give you the full briefing. A heavy silence falls over the three of them. Yunxiao stands up, his presence turning sharp as a blade. I guess the Church of Light forgot what true fear feels like. I'll go deal with them myself. The scene shifts to Europe. At the heart of the Holy Church of Light, the air is thick with the smell of war. Soldiers are armed to the teeth. The Great Tribulation has arrived. The Holy Sun stands atop a high podium, his voice booming across the plaza. The Holy Church of Light will fight to the death. We will protect our faith. The Holy Scriptures will guide us to establish the Kingdom of Light. Below him, the soldiers roar with a terrifying, fanatical energy. Holy war, holy war, holy war. The Holy Sun glances back toward a shadowy figure, the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Surely you realize that this war will plunge all of humanity into a living nightmare, he says, but his voice hitches as something catches his eye. High above, a helicopter thunders through the clouds, carrying Yunxiao. The soldiers below immediately open fire. Enemy attack! Defensive positions now. The ground erupts in a frenzy of activity. Bring them down. Fire on my command. Suddenly, the helicopter door swings open. Yunxiao and Isabella don't hesitate, they dive straight into the chaos, landing perfectly right in front of the Holy Sun. The leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance lets out a sly, knowing smirk. Just as expected, you finally showed up. Yunxiao mirrors the smirk, his eyes cold. I didn't expect the leader of the Heavenly Tao to be playing guest in Europe. Tell me, how exactly did you crawl out of that trap I set for you? The leader keeps his smug smile, placing a hand over his chest. If I could be trapped that easily, I'd hardly be worthy of asking you to join me, would I? Yunxiao's grin widens. Interesting. In a blur of motion, he draws his sword and lunges straight for the man. Seeing the strike, the Holy Son flips open his scriptures, ready to intervene. But in the next heartbeat, Isabella catches him by the throat. Has the Holy Church forgotten the existence of the corpse god of light? The Holy Son's eyes bulge in pure shock. You're the god of light? Isabella transforms, her divine goddess form, radiating overwhelming power. You want a war? You've got one. The Holy Son can only stare, his jaw dropping. The god of light. It's actually you. Meanwhile, Yunxiao's lips curl into a dangerous smile. Now then, do you still want to be my enemy? The Holy Son looks at him with pure caution. He never imagined Baili Yunxiao could actually control a literal deity. Before he can truly gauge Baili Yunxiao's full strength, he knows he can't afford to offend the Heavenly Tao leader either. I didn't realize you possess such overwhelming power, the Holy Son manages to say. Perhaps we can talk this out. He holds out the holy book, his eyes gleaming. But not here. Yunxiao glances at Isabella and nods. Let's see what he's planning. Isabella bows. As you wish. A blinding light engulfs them all. In a flash, the three of them are warped to a completely different realm. Yunxiao strokes his chin, scanning the area. So, the Holy Scriptures can connect to a secret dimension? Is this the legendary artifact of the Church of Light? How about you let me borrow it for a bit? Hearing this, the Holy Son snaps, pointing a finger directly at Yunxiao's face. Baili Yunxiao, we're here to discuss the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Don't push your luck. Yunxiao stops joking, his expression turning icy. You're the ones inciting the Church to start a war that's tearing Europe apart. Are you intentionally siding with the Heavenly Tao Alliance to become enemies of the human race? There's still time to repent and protect our people, otherwise. But the Holy Son cuts him off with an indifferent shrug. The Holy Church doesn't make a habit of protecting the weak. Besides, the Heavenly Tao Alliance isn't someone you want to mess with. You want the Holy Scriptures? You want us to protect humanity? Fine. But first, you'll have to prove you actually have the power to back those words up. The Holy Son's hand glows as his weapon manifests, the air humming with lethal energy. Do you dare to face me in a fair fight? Yunxiao's gaze turns sharp enough to kill. Just what I wanted, the Saint Son screams, soaring into the sky. He channels every ounce of his power into his weapon, launching a devastating energy blast straight at Yunxiao. Yunxiao just smirks, completely unfazed. Is that all you've got? Then it's my turn. Man and sword as one strike. He meets the massive attack head-on, bracing himself with pure strength. Then, right before the Saint Son's shocked eyes, he completely dissolves the blast into nothingness. No time to waste, Yunxiao counters instantly. The Saint Son is sent flying, slamming into a stone wall with a bone-shattering thud. He's reeling, gasping out. How? How is this even possible? Yunxiao stands over him, calm as a mountain. He reminds the old man of their deal. The loser must submit. No excuses. Hand over the holy book and break your contract with it. Yunxiao commands. Do that, and I'll heal you. I can see your time is running out, old man. He reveals that the Saint Son was only using the holy book to cling to life, but Yunxiao can actually extend it. The Saint Son freezes, eyes wide. You can really help me live longer? Yunxiao's answer is simple and confident. I can refine the longevity pill. It's as easy as that. The Saint Son hesitates for a second, then realizes Yunxiao is so powerful he doesn't need to lie. He's beat. Fine, he sighs. I'll trust you. I'm breaking the contract. And just like that, the exchange begins. The air begins to hum with ancient energy. Suddenly, the book erupts in a blinding, majestic light, and the stunning Bao Han appears. Yunxiao can't look away. This is Bao Han, the remnant soul of the Heavenly Emperor and the spirit of the Holy Book. Bao Han opens her eyes and looks at him. Her voice is like a soft echo. I pray that in the future, you will protect the human race, just as you promised. Yunxiao gently draws her back into the book, his expression serious. Rest easy. I'm a man of my word. I won't let you down. Then, the Saint Son drops to his knees in total submission. From this day forward, he declares with deep respect, I represent the Church of Light in recognizing you as our master. Saint Son of the Church of Light greets the Heavenly Emperor. The light shines down as he prostrates himself before Yunxiao. Our boy Yunxiao? Not exactly thrilled by the excessive drama, but he accepts it. Behind him, every single soldier follows suit, bowing low. We greet the Holy Lord. The roar of their voices echoes through the hall, but the celebration is cut short. A soldier rushes in, frantic and out of breath. Lord, terrible news. He hits the floor, trembling. Vampires are on a rampage in the Forest of Death. Our guards are being slaughtered. Yunxiao's jaw tightens. He glares at the Saint's son, the Church of Light and the vampires. You guys actually have a history together? The Saint's son looks up, face grim. Reporting to the Holy Lord. The Church of Light and the vampires are blood enemies. Our feud goes back generations. Yunxiao processes this instantly. The timing? Way too convenient. Something smells like a trap. He immediately sends word to Lan Miao Miao and Xiaohua. Go. Head to the Forest of Death and get there ahead of us. The scene shifts to the dense, eerie Forest of Death. Lan Miao Miao and Xiaohua have already arrived. Master, is this really it? Miao Miao asks, looking around. It seems suspiciously quiet. Suddenly, boom! A sound like thunder shatters the silence. A massive, ornate coffin drops out of the sky, crashing into the earth. As the dust settles, ghoulish creatures crawl out from the shadows. Their leader, Dracula, wipes the dirt from his face, his eyes glowing red. He looks at the girls and snarls. Who the hell are you? Wings sprout from his back as he takes to the air with his pack. You've got a lot of nerve causing trouble on vampire territory. Xiaohua just crosses her arms and laughs. Go call your ancestor. Tell him Yu Ling, Xiao from the east, is here for a visit. Tell him to come out and greet me properly. Dracula is livid. A nobody like you dares to act tough here? He doesn't wait. He points a finger and screams to his minions. Kill these women. Tear them apart. The two girls don't even flinch, they just split the targets. Master, I'll take the big guy, Miao Miao says. You handle the small fry. Deal. In a blur of movement, they strike. Their speed is insane, their blades cutting through the monsters like hot knives through butter. The beasts howl in agony as they're cut down. They can't believe it. How? How are they this fast? Before the monsters can even process what's happening, another wave of strikes hits. They're being decimated, left broken and bleeding in seconds. Dracula watches in horror, then turns to check on his own condition. He realizes that by killing these vampires, a massive surge of energy is flowing straight into Miao Miao's body. But something's wrong. Miao Miao's face twists in pain, her eyes flashing with a dangerous light. She grabs her head, screaming in agony as Xiaohua rushes to her side. I can't control it. But they don't see it under their feet. Dark, slimy tentacles are writhing in the dirt. The tentacles converge, moving with a singular, hungry purpose. Dracula senses the shift in the air and spins around, his face pale. Too late. The ground erupts as the tentacles snatch Dracula and Miao Miao, dragging them down into the darkness. What is this thing? Xiaohua winces as the grip tightens around her, the sheer pressure nearly crushing her ribs. But just as things look hopeless, a burst of energy slams into the tentacles. Right on cue, Yunxiao appears. He lands perfectly, looking at the girls. You two worked hard. I'll take it from here. Miao Miao isn't herself, though. She snaps, shoving Xiaohua away with a violent scream that leaves even Dracula stunned. Miao Miao. Xiaohua tries to move, but Yunxiao reaches out and holds Dracula back. Let her be, Yunxiao says firmly. Miao Miao has reached her breaking point she's about to break through. Don't disturb her. Besides, we have a more pressing job. Yunxiao turns his gaze toward the enemy standing below. It's time to end the vampire problem once and for all. The two powerhouses lock eyes in a deadly stare-down. The vampire leader sneers, his voice dripping with arrogance. You talk big, human. You really think you can wipe out my entire clan? Yunxiao gives a cold, sharp smile. Oh, why don't we find out? The vampire loses it. Die, he screams, lunging at Yunxiao with everything he's got. But Yunxiao just raises a hand, his palm glowing with a holy light. Too weak. Behind him, massive golden chains materialize out of thin air. Dracula's eyes go wide. Wait, what is this? It didn't take long at all. Before he could even react, those mystical chains had him locked down tight. The legendary Dracula couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? He hissed. What kind of monster are you to defeat me like this? He just couldn't wrap his head around it. But Yunxiao didn't give him time to think. He leveled his blade right at the vampire's throat. The choice? Die now or submit? Bow down, Yunxiao coldly stated, and I might just let you live. Hell, I might even spare your entire vampire clan. Staring into the eyes of death, Dracula's mind raced. That killing intent? It was the real deal. One wrong move, and he was a dead man. So, he played it smart, or so he thought, and chose to surrender. In his head, he figured he'd just fake it for now. I mean, how would this human even know if he was lying? But here's the thing, Yunxiao was already 10 steps ahead. He knew exactly what that bloodsucker was planning. You think I'm that naive? Yunxiao mocked. He immediately ordered Xiaohua and Xiaoju to prep the sealing formation. The girls moved instantly, ready for the ritual. In his hand, Yunxiao held 6 glowing stones. This blood curse ritual was no joke. It was the only way to ensure absolute control. Through Dracula, he could dominate the entire vampire race, making sure no surprises would pop up later. Light began to erupt around Yunxiao as he started setting up the defensive barriers. It was an intimidating sight. Listen close, Yunxiao warned the vampire king. This curse links every one of your subordinates to me. One hint of betrayal? They all drop dead. Dracula started sweating bullets right then and there. If you value your life, stay honest. Otherwise, I'll send you to the afterlife myself personally. I understand, Dracula stammered. Yunxiao turned to his team, signaling the start of the blood curse. Stay sharp, he whispered. This is the critical part. Understood, the girls chirped. They surrounded the vampire, forming a triangle of power, and began the ancient chant. As the ritual ignited, the sky literally split open with massive bolts of lightning. Dracula screamed in pure agony. Yunxiao's eyes widened. Oh no, not now. Dracula had somehow drawn the heaven's wrath down upon them. The area under the tree lit up like a supernova, but luckily, Yunxiao's shield held barely. The girls looked at him terrified. Master! Yunxiao gritted his teeth. This lightning tribulation. If we take it head on, we might not make it out alive. Both the girls and Dracula were already being slammed by the sheer force of the celestial strikes. It was brutal. Seeing the situation falling apart, Yunxiao made a call. I can't let this drag on. Without another word, he leaped toward the storm. I'm going to settle this with the lightning god myself. Dracula was floored. Xiahua could only cry out in worry. Master, please, you have to be careful. Yunxiao channeled his mana into the mystic book he'd just acquired. A blinding, holy light exploded from the pages, pushing back the dark. In an instant, massive clouds blanketed the entire horizon. When Yunxiao finally landed, he looked pretty beat up, sending his team into a total panic. Master, are you okay? Dracula actually rushed over to help him up. Yunxiao just waved them off. Relax, I'm fine. The power of the heavens is a real pain to deal with, but it's nothing I can't handle. Dracula looked at him, truly worried. Don't ever do that again. We were both scared to death. Yunxiao just closed his eyes and breathed. It's over. The blood curse is finally active. Under Yunxiao's heavy gaze, Dracula did the unthinkable. He dropped to his knees. I offer my greetings, Master. Yunxiao smiled. So, you finally learned how to be obedient. From this day forward, Dracula vowed, I am your humble servant. My life is yours. I know the Heaven Dao Alliance has been a thorn in your side. Let me help you deal with those bastards once and for all. Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. Oh? And why are you so eager to help me hunt down the Alliance? Dracula's face darkened. The vampires and that alliance have a blood feud that goes back centuries. They won't stop until every last one of us is dead. He flashed back to the endless years of conflict and bloodshed. Just because they couldn't control us, they've spent years sending their werewolf lapdogs to slaughter my people. It's been an endless war. Yunxiao went quiet, processing the new intel. Werewolves, huh? So there's a deeper connection between the vampires and the Alliance. The werewolves in Russia are the Alliance's primary hitmen. If we use the vampires to crush them, we take out two birds with one stone. Yunxiao took flight, leaving Dracula with one final order. Gather your clan. We're heading to Siberia. It's time for a werewolf hunt. Cut to the frozen wastes of Siberia. A massive ship touched down on the ice, and Yunxiao stepped off to a royal welcome. He didn't waste time. Did you find the werewolf hideout? His scouts pointed toward the distance. Look there, Master, that small fortress. Yunxiao looked down at the snow-covered rooftops. That's it? The streets were ghost town empty. No movement, no sound. It was too quiet. Move in, Yunxiao commanded his troops. Flush them out. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the city, and the werewolves were quickly rounded up by Yunxiao's forces. Xiaoju looked at the chaos, her voice trembling. Master, are you really going to kill them all? Yunxiao's voice was cold. This is war. There's no other way. Xiaoju's eyes filled with tears as she looked at the prisoners. Among them were so many children. Yunxiao went silent for a long moment before making a decision that made her heart leap. Fine, I won't kill the kids, but they'll be sealed in a secret realm forever. Thank you, Master, she cried. But suddenly a shadow lunged out from the wreckage. Hold it right there. You'd better realize that the Russian Empire's military might isn't something Great Xia can just push around. The guy stood there, pointing right in his face. Back off now, or we'll rain nuclear fire down on Great Xia. Baili Yunxiao just watched him, totally unimpressed. With his grand formation active, those tiny nukes wouldn't even be a snack, but he sensed an old friend lurking nearby. The messenger tried to play it cool. Look, we don't have some blood feud. There's no need for us to both go down in flames here. Tell the Church of Light to stand down. Yunxiao ignored him, staring right through the man before shouting to the battlefield. Attention, all werewolves. I'm giving you one final chance to leave the Heavenly Dao Alliance and get out of here. Go into hiding, and stay out of sight. If I ever see you again, not a single one of you survives. With that, his army finally halted the slaughter. They scrambled onto their ships and vanished, leaving the messenger standing there in a daze. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind him, scaring him half to death. What a waste. I really underestimated Baili Yunxiao. The messenger dropped to his knees before the master of the Heavenly Dao. Master? I thought you were sealed by that bastard. Without warning, the master unleashed his power on his own servant. That's exactly why I'm here. The people lying here. The heavenly Tao has been nourishing you with power for years. It's finally time to pay it all back to me. He let out a twisted laugh. With your energy, I can finally break free from this seal. The servant's screams echoed through the air. Meanwhile, from a distance, our boy was still watching everything unfold. By absorbing these werewolves, the master of the heavenly Tao was about to hit a massive power-up. Yunxiao turned to Xiaoju. The werewolves are dealt with. Xiaoju, go prep the team to take over the Russian army. Understood. Suddenly, Yunxiao froze. Wait, what? Diu came soaring in from the distance, shouting his name. She looked ecstatic. I'm so sorry for making everyone worry. Yunxiao gave her a small smile. No worries, you're back just in time. Meanwhile, the villain was basking in his new, stolen power. The Heavenly Tao Master took on a brand new form, successfully breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm. But Yunxiao and his crew had already arrived. The stage was set. The absorption ritual was over, and the bodies were piled high. This was the moment when the Master would be at his absolute weakest. Yunxiao lunged forward with everything he had. Today, I'm leading you all to go hunt an Earth Immortal. Sensing the threat, the Master whipped around. Baili Yunxiao, you've been watching me this entire time? The trio surrounded him. Yunxiao smirked. Think about it. If it wasn't for you, clearing out these guys would have taken way too much effort. Now, I don't have to worry about them anymore. His eyes were sharp as razors. And now, I can finally kill you. Seeing he was outmatched, the Master turned tail and ran. You want to fight? Well, I'm not playing your game. Let's see you catch me. He knew he was outnumbered. Getting out of there was the only smart move left. Yunxiao gave the order. Slippery bastard. But did you really think you could escape me? Diu, Xiaohua, your cultivation isn't high enough for this. Head back to the Jade Xiao Palace first. I'll be back once I've cleaned up this mess. Far away, over the North Sea, the Heavenly Tao Master was panting, exhausted from the chase. He thought he was safe. Then, he felt it. Baili Yunxiao. Yunxiao's voice echoed through the air. Surrounded by a storm of razor-sharp swords, he looked like a god. Did you seriously believe you could run from my hand? Without a second of hesitation, he launched his attack. Now, prepare to die. The Master knew there was nowhere left to hide. Baili Yunxiao, you're pushing me too far. You really think I'm afraid of you? Their powers collided in a massive, earth-shattering explosion. The Master's eyes widened in pure shock. Yunxiao had already closed the gap. It was game over. A brutal slash tore through the Master. He screamed in agony. You think you can just kill me? Using the last of his strength, he lunged at Yunxiao, ready to take them both down. Fine. We die together. But Yunxiao just stood there, eerily calm. With the sacred book protecting me, you think you can drag me to hell? You're not even worthy. He reached out, his voice cold as ice. Kill! A blood-curdling scream filled the air as the Master of the Heavenly Tao collapsed, blood spraying everywhere. He hit the water with a loud splash. Yunxiao had completely wiped out the consciousness left in this avatar. This body was finished. A small whirlpool formed where he fell. The only question left was whether the Master had more clones hidden elsewhere in this world. Yunxiao stared at the water with a cold expression. Whatever. If he has more clones, he'll just hunt them down one by one. He turned to leave. I'm about to break through right here. The lightning tribulation is coming. It's time to find the techniques I need to survive it. They arrived at the Three Emperors' cave. Yunxiao, why did we have to come all the way here? Because I'm hitting my limit. I have to get what's hidden inside. Yunxiao looked at him, worried. Are we really just going to barge in there? He released a spirit bird from his hand. Barging in is an option, but let's try a little diplomacy before we resort to violence. The bird flew toward the mountain. Coming here together, the human emperor is going to be furious. There's no way he's letting us in peacefully. Yunxiao shrugged. Fine then, we fight until they hand it over. Suddenly, two men appeared from the mountain peaks. Yunxiao's face darkened as he realized the truth. Wait, that's not the human emperor. A man steps forward, his voice echoing through the entrance. I wonder what brings the great Yunxiao to the Three Emperors' cave. Yunxiao clasps his hands, polite but direct. With all due respect, I'm here for something specific. The Emperor Earth Art. Silence hangs in the air before the man in the darker robes finally answers. Impossible. Turn back now, don't waste your time here. But Yunxiao isn't backing down. He continues. I'm willing to trade a technique of equal value for it. The man in the lighter robes just scoffs, a look of pure contempt on his face. Equal? In what world? Just one level's difference makes it a trash deal, he sneers. A Mahayana stage technique. In their eyes, the value isn't even close, and besides, the Emperor Earth Art is a sacred secret never to be given to outsiders. Yunxiao has had enough of the games. He steps forward, power radiating off him. The two of you aren't even qualified to talk trade with me. Go get your master. Now. The two are stunned into silence before retreating back toward the mountain. Fine. Wait here. We'll go get our master. The area falls deathly quiet as Yunxiao waits. Honestly, it feels like the three emperors' cave is just looking down on them. Yunxiao's expression turns serious. Are we going to have to use force? But Yunxiao stays perfectly calm. Don't rush. This mountain is hiding a secret one even the people inside might not know about. Yunxiao is confused, but suddenly, Yunxiao takes to the sky. Watch closely. Before she can even blink, he's already soared high above the very peak of the mountain. He reaches into his robes and pulls out a mysterious book, the sacred summoning scripture. Yunxiao begins chanting, and instantly, everything erupts in a blinding light. A roar shakes the entire forest as the cliffside literally starts to shatter. Yunxiao can only gasp in shock. This is. Yunxiao looks down at the chaos he just caused and nods to himself. Just as I thought. The space around this mountain is being manipulated. Inside the cave, the elders are panicking. He just unchained the holy mountain? How is that even possible? Something 10 generations of the three emperors' cave couldn't achieve. And he just did it in seconds? The atmosphere becomes suffocatingly heavy. Grandmasters, Baili Yunxiao's contribution has surpassed everyone. The old grudge between the Ji family and him? We have to wipe the slate clean. The elder with the silver hairpin is the first to speak up. The youth truly are terrifying, the elder with the gold hairpin replies. The three emperors' cave owes him a massive debt now. We have no choice but to pass the Emperor Earthart to him. The third elder nods in agreement. Having a man like him in the human race is a blessing. I'll go invite him in myself. Immediately, the silver-haired elder appears to welcome them. Young friend Baili, Empress Yunxiao, please come inside. Baili enters, offering a respectful bow. I, Baili Yunxiao, and Yunxiao greet the seniors. I humbly ask to borrow the Emperor Earthart for a moment. The elder just smiles. Young friend, please, follow me inside. The Emperor Earthart is the ultimate secret of our cave. It can only be viewed at the statues of the three emperors. Lead the way, if you would be so kind. As the elder leads them through the halls, they run into Jifei Bai, who looks like he's seen a ghost. Baili Yunxiao, what the hell are you doing here? The elder's eyes snap toward him. Watch your tongue. Show some respect and greet Sect Master Baili and Empress Yunxiao immediately. Jifei Bai can't believe his ears, and starts to argue back. Master, Yunxiao is my fiancée, and Baili Yunxiao is just my peer. You're actually telling me to bow to them? The elder's voice is cold. Fei Bai, your engagement with the Empress has been annulled, and Baili is a sect master. Act like it. Defeated, he has no choice but to grit his teeth. My greetings, to the both of you. Yunxiao lets out a triumphant smirk. Jifei Bai, it's been a while, but honestly, your cultivation hasn't moved an inch. Yunxiao chimes in, cold as ice. Fei Bai, your talent was always just average. If you'd actually focused on the right path, but Fei Bai can't take the humiliation anymore and cuts her off. That's enough. Losing all control, he lunges at Yunxiao. Baili Yunxiao, Yunxiao, you backstabbing traitors just die. The silver-haired elder shouts for him to stop. Deceased. But Yunxiao is too fast. He calmly pulls Yunxiao out of harm's way, dodging the desperate attack with ease. Fei Bai just laughs like a maniac and begins channeling his qi. Baili Yunxiao, this is the end for you. Yunxiao finally draws his weapon. Liquid gold property? So he's been colluding with the Heavenly Tao Alliance leader. No wonder he's acting so bold. Yunxiao sneers, his eyes narrowing. That alliance leader has died by my hand more times than I can count. You think he can help you? No more talk. Yunxiao swings his blade in a single, devastating arc. Fei Bai collapses, covered in blood and gasping for air. How? How did you reach this level in just a few short years? You're a monster, an evil cultivator. You have to be. Yunxiao doesn't even blink. Wrong. It's just that you're pathetic. The elder turns to Yunxiao, looking deeply ashamed. Please, forgive my poor teaching. Don't let this fool ruin your mood. Guard, take Jifei Bai away and lock him up. As he's dragged off, his screams echo through the halls. He's an evil cultivator. Grandmasters, he's evil. Yunxiao ignores the noise and looks up at the massive statue. It's fine. I'm just here for the technique. The elder nods. The Emperor Earthart is hidden right inside the statue of the three emperors. You'll need to inject your mental energy directly into it to see it. Yunxiao pressed his hand against the statue, and in an instant, the entire space erupted in a blinding radiance, the recognition of the three emperors. The old man's jaw literally hit the floor. How? How is this even possible? He stammered. Yunxiao didn't even look back, his eyes fixed on the void. Don't panic. I can feel an ancient power calling out to me from the darkness. They stood on a jagged, precarious cliffside, a place the elder had never seen before. I've lived here my whole life, but I've never set foot in this part of the cave. I never even knew the three emperors' cave held such a hidden wonder. As the light flickered and pulsed, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the air. I never imagined that after waiting all these centuries, I'd finally meet an outsider like you. Yunxiao froze, his heart racing. Who's there? I am right beneath your feet, the voice replied. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as the realization hit him. Could you be the great spirit of the Three Emperors Mountain? The voice answered with a heavy, serious tone. Technically, you can call me the Empress Earth Spirit, or simply the Spirit of the Land. Yunxiao immediately bowed. Forgive my disrespect, Senior. Why have you summoned me here? What guidance do you have? Suddenly, the silhouette of a man materialized right behind Yunxiao's back. You've passed the trial of the Three Emperors. By right, the Imperial Heaven-Earth Scripture now belongs to you. Shimmering green light swirled aggressively around Yunxiao, and a strange artifact began to take shape in his hands, the legendary Imperial Heaven-Earth Scripture itself. The elder's voice shook with awe. From this moment on, you are the rightful master of the Three Emperors Mountain. Yunxiao's eyes widened in pure shock. Whoa, wait. But the old man's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper. There is one more thing I absolutely must warn you about. He paused for a tense moment before continuing. I truly hope you're strong enough to carry this massive responsibility on your shoulders. Back in the Three Emperors' cave, the elders whispered in disbelief. The mountain spirit has actually recognized young Master Baili as our lord. They both bowed low in front of Yunxiao. Sect leader Baili, the warriors and members of the Three Emperors across Yanzhou and Chu are now under your command. We only hope you don't fail the mission Empress Earth entrusted to you. Yunxiao looked at his hands. If the final message she left me is true, then we're all in trouble. The elder with the silver needles spoke with total conviction. The spirit chose you, which means you're the only one who can handle this weight. At least for now, no one is more qualified. Yunxiao's gaze drifted, his mind clearly racing with the weight of what was coming. Suddenly, he spun around. We're leaving. We need to get to the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean immediately. His companion was baffled. Wait, what? What's happening? He didn't mince words. The Earth is about to be destroyed. They rushed to the Pacific, where Yunxiao checked the sensors and reported the dire news. Baili, it's looking bad. A brand new island just surged out of the water, and it's pulsing with a strange silver light. Yunxiao stared at the horizon, his face grim. Don't get any closer. Stay back while I go in and investigate this thing myself. Suddenly, a massive, multi-headed beast lunged out of the water. Before Yunxiao could even react, it snatched her up in its jaws and dragged her into the depths, but Yunxiao moved like lightning, appearing out of nowhere to intercept the monster. Let her go, you freak! Unhand her now. It was time to unleash his new power. Activating the Imperial Heaven-Earth Scripture, Yunxiao summoned a beast of his own that slammed into the monster with earth-shattering force. Those extra heads aren't going to save you. The creature writhed in agony. Where the hell did this thing even come from? He felt a familiar, dark energy. The Heavenly Tao Alliance. Yunxiao drew his sword, his eyes burning with fury. The fight was over before it even started. The wounded creature dove back into the dark abyss. But the waves were still churning violently. And both of them knew something was still very wrong. Yunxiao gasped, looking at her readings. This is impossible. The spiritual energy density is spiking. Then, an even larger, more terrifying dragon erupted from the sea. A grotesque face emerged from the water, chanting about breaking chains and metallic life taking over the planet. Then, its head split wide open in a sickening display. Yunxiao's jaw tightened. I see. The Alliance leader started all those wars just to distract me from the real threat down here. Enough games. Yunxiao channeled his power, lifting a massive mountain peak into the air to crush the monster's ambition once and for all. He slammed the mountain down into the sea with a thunderous boom. But his brow furrowed. Was it really that easy to suppress? I have a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, his phone screamed. He picked it up to hear a panicked voice on the other end. Commander, everything's falling apart. The Earth has suddenly expanded 10 times its size. Spatial rifts are tearing open across the entire globe. Every nation is begging for you to return to the United Nations and take command. Yunxiao gritted his teeth. I'm heading back right now. Inside the UN conference room, Qingyun was pacing like a caged animal. Where's the commander? Why isn't he back yet? The world leaders are at their breaking point. Just as she finished, Yunxiao burst through the doors. Secretary Wu, what's the situation? Give me the details. She didn't hold back. Massive earthquakes are hitting every continent. Legendary beasts and sea monsters are appearing out of nowhere, attacking everything. Her voice trembled as she pointed to the monitors. It's a catastrophe. Multiple countries have already been completely wiped off the map. Yunxiao's face turned into stone. What about Great Xia? What's the status there? Qingyun checked the latest reports. The good news is that Great Xia is holding out. Thanks to the protection from Jade Sky Palace, most of our people are still alive. He didn't relax for a second. And the other regions? How bad is it? They've been desperate to reach you, she replied, swiping her screen. Now that you're finally here, I'll let them report their situation to you directly. The screen flickered to life, showing Yunxiao's 3 disciples. They were covered in blood and grime, looking absolutely exhausted. Master, young lord, boss, you're finally back. Yunxiao wasted no time asking for a status report. Qingluan and Ludong didn't hold back, laying out the grim reality of what had just gone down. Isabella, however, remained dead silent. The news was devastating. Eastern Europe had been overrun by metal-based lifeforms, and India's entire defense line had collapsed. It was a total takeover. He looked at his team, his voice cold and decisive. It is what it is. Mourning won't change anything now. You 3 need to prioritize your own safety while tracking those metal lifeforms to gather intel. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes. As for everything else, I'll handle it personally. But before he could even finish his sentence, Qingyun cut him off. Commander, you need to see this emergency broadcast right now. This just changed everything. On the screen, massive shadows loomed. A brand new continent had just emerged in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and it looked like the giant race was already there. Yunxiao's eyes widened. Giants? Here? He couldn't help but think about the implications. These giants were over 100 meters tall, with skin like iron and muscles like mountains. Normal humans wouldn't stand a chance. I'm going in for a solo scout. His gaze was filled with pure determination. We have to stabilize Great Xia and bring order back to this world, no matter what. Huge waves crashed relentlessly against the shore as he approached the new land. From a distance, Yunjiao and Yunjiao finally spotted their target. It was definitely the giants being so massive and powerful that humans weren't even in the same league. But they weren't alone. They saw others there. Armed with heavy hammers, the dwarven race had also made their move. Who knew what other powerful tribes were hiding behind them? Moving like a gust of wind, Yunxiao lunged forward and grabbed one by the collar before he could even react. Why are you taking me? Let go, the dwarf screamed. Yunxiao's eyes glowed with an eerie light. Answer me. Why did your people come to Earth? Under the pressure, the dwarf looked hypnotized and started spilling the truth. Deep within the dwarven desert, a spatial rift had opened up. I discovered it, he stammered. I went through that gate. This planet is the holy star our god race always talks about. Hearing this, Yunxiao drifted into deep thought. He remembered ancient records from his past life. Mankind was split into 3 realms. The human realm, the cultivation realm, and the immortal realm. The 9 heavens continent within the human realm was the ultimate holy land for cultivation. Beyond that, there were the demon, monster, and ghost realms. To keep the 3 realms stable and fight off the demon invaders, the main force was always the cultivation realm. That's why the souls of fallen cultivators were said to gather in a place called the 9 Serenities. Legend has it, once a cultivator's soul reaches the 9 Serenities, they find eternal peace and maybe even a chance at rebirth. Yunxiao pressed further. Who's the strongest among you? The dwarf answered submissively. Oh, our dwarven race. We even have spirit emperors. Yunxiao's voice grew sharp. Then why hasn't a spirit emperor come here yet? He shook his head. It's not that the spirit emperor doesn't want to come. He literally can't. Suddenly, the dwarf's eyes snapped wide as he regained consciousness. He shoved Yunxiao's hand away. Wait, how did he break free from the mind control so fast? He muttered an incantation and slammed his hammer into the ground. Even Yunxiao looked a bit shaken by the sudden surge of energy. A massive demonic beast was summoned instantly. He braced himself, blocking the beast's brutal assault. Yunjiao, are you all right? She was slightly injured but managed to nod. I'm fine, don't worry about me. The creature pulled out a massive blade. Yunjiao immediately stepped in front of Yunjiao to shield her as the demon swung its weapon down with bone-crushing force. Thick smoke and dust filled the air, but somehow, they both survived the impact. Look over there. Yunjiao pointed as massive pillars suddenly emerged, forming a perfect circle. Was this it? A spatial corridor connecting Earth directly to the giant's home planet? Powerful winds swirled around the pillars as a massive amount of spirit chi began pouring through the tunnel. Yunjiao realized what was happening and turned to Yunjiao. Yunxiao, if we just blow up these meteorites, we can probably cut off the spatial path and stop the invasion, right? Yunxiao thought for a moment before shaking his head. No need. This influx of energy? This is actually a massive opportunity for the people of Earth. Without another word, Yunxiao took off, leaving her to scramble after him. Come with me to the northeast. Wait, aren't you going to deal with the giants first? He answered urgently. I just thought of something way more important than them right now. Soon, at Dragon Pavilion Island in the east, Yunxiao met with his 2 great elders. Brothers, this spatial path is fueling Earth with spirit chi. The immediate crisis is over, but the one thing I'm worried about is your health and your physical condition. Yunxiao handed the first elder a small vial. The elder took it, looking moved. I can't believe you still remembered this, Yunxiao. Thank you. The world is changing fast, the elder continued. What's your next move? What do you plan to do? Yunxiao looked out at the horizon. I now control all the secret realms on Earth. I've linked them together to create a massive planetary array. I'm going to fully reopen the spatial corridor. Both elders were stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Wait, are you planning on leaving Earth entirely? He explained calmly. The heart of the formation is right beneath my feet. I'm about to trigger the array. After I'm gone, I'm leaving Earth's future in your hands. Yunxiao channeled his power, and the massive array beneath him began to glow with a blinding, divine light. Yunxiao had been watching from the shadows the whole time. It looked like he had actually pulled it off. Suddenly, Yunxiao appeared behind her and reached out his hand. Yunxiao, the path is open. Come with me. Let's see what's on the other side. She blushed, caught off guard by his invitation. Okay, I'll go. He took her hand, ready to step into the unknown. But then, boom. A massive explosion ripped through the gate, and Yunxiao was swept away in the blast. Yunxiao. The moment he opens his eyes, he hears a voice. It's a young girl named Xiao Wu calling out to him. Hey, you're finally awake. He sits up, his head spinning in total confusion. Where am I? The girl sighs, explaining the situation. You're one strange guy. You were falling from the sky, covered in wounds, and crashed right into my family's shrine. How do you not know where you are? He just stares at her, still lost in shock. Yunxiao Town. If he remembers correctly, when he first transmigrated to the Nine Heavens continent, he started in a tiny village. After he became a disciple of the Jade Sky Palace, they renamed it Yunxiao Town in his honor. He stands up, forcing himself to stay calm. Does this place belong to the kingdom of Luo Yun? Xiao Wu looks at him like he's crazy. Luo Yun? I mean, seriously, who are you? Some ancient fossil who's been in seclusion for way too long? But you don't even have any cultivation. Yunxiao's jaw drops. The kingdom of Luo Yun. It disappeared 500 years ago. How long has it been since this place was named Yunxiao Town? Xiao Wu thinks for a moment. About 900 years now. 900 years ago, a man named Baili Yunxiao appeared in this town. In just 2 or 3 centuries, he reached the spirit sect realm and became the master of the Jade Sky Palace. Yunxiao freezes. Baili Yunxiao is a figure from 900 years ago now? Did time pass differently in the space tunnel compared to his past life? Xiao Wu tilts her head, looking at him. Are you a follower of Baili Yunxiao? Yunxiao pauses, then nods. Yeah, you could say that. His eyes grow deep with thought. According to the timeline here, he's been dead for 6 years, but 900 years have actually passed. Pretending to be my own follower? That could be interesting. No wonder you came here. You wanted to visit the Baili temple, right? She waves for him to follow. Come on, I'll show you. Inside, a massive, majestic statue stands tall. This is the Baili temple. I'm Xiao Wu, the guardian of this place, she says. But the temple is desolate, ancient, and crumbling. Seeing the look on his face, she starts rambling. What? Don't look at it like that. I'll have you know that hundreds of years ago, this temple was massive. It covered 3,000 acres with thousands of halls, gold tiles, and incense that never went out. Suddenly, Yunxiao uses his power. Xiao Wu, look into my eyes. Tell me, where is the main plaque for the temple gate? Under his hypnotic spell, the truth spills out. Someone stole it. They used it for firewood. Even the bricks from the walls were taken to build houses. Rain begins to pour as they stand outside. Where is your family? Xiao Wu whispers. The Xiao family. It's just me now. She snaps out of the trance, her eyes wide with fear. What did you just do to me? But he ignores her, his mind elsewhere. Tell me, what happened to the Jade Sky Palace? At the mention of the name, Xiao Wu's eyes light up with excitement. Oh, the Jade Sky Palace is legendary. Back then, after the great god Baili took Ye Qingyu away, the palace was the most famous place in the world. But the story goes that the great god suffered a chi deviation. He was forced to give all his power to his wife, Ye Qingyu, making her strength skyrocket. Xiao Wu is completely lost in the story now. 100 years later, Ye Qingyu led the Jade Sky disciples to crush the 8 great sects. She became the goddess of the entire Nine Heavens continent, the most respected ruler in history. Even the gods of the divine realm were forced to bow to her. They named her the Nine Heavens Mystic Goddess. Yunxiao's mind is racing. The Nine Heavens Mystic Goddess. Ye Qingyu is really that powerful now? She unified the 9 heavens and even subdued the gods? Unbelievable. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's voice turns dark. But my ancestors said that all of Baili Yunxiao's loyal disciples and maids were hunted down and killed by Ye Qingyu. Yunxiao gasps. What did you say? Before she can answer, a scream erupts from outside. It's you witch. Why don't you just die already? An angry mob of villagers smashes through the walls. If it weren't for you, our town wouldn't be this cursed. This is all your fault. Without a second thought, Yunxiao pulls the girl behind him. What is wrong with these people? Xiao Wu trembles. They think the town is poor and chaotic because of this temple. They believe the mystic goddess is punishing us for keeping it standing. But as long as I'm breathing, I won't let them tear this place down. He looks at her, confused. Why don't you just leave? Xiao Wu screams back, I have nowhere to go. This broken temple is my home. Yunxiao falls silent, his heart heavy. Then, he stands tall. Suddenly, the statue begins to glow with a blinding light. A phantom image of Yunxiao from his prime appears, and the villagers shriek in terror. A ghost! The god has returned. They scatter like rats. He turns to the trembling girl. Xiao Wu, would you like to go to the Jade Sky Palace with me? She stares at him, frozen. Who? Who are you? That light. Did you do that? Yunxiao doesn't hide it anymore. I am Baili Yunxiao. He turns his back to her, his voice cold as ice. I've come back to take back everything that belongs to me. Soon, they are on horseback, heading out. Lord, are we really going to the Jade Sky Palace? Yes, but first, we go to the Luo Yun Kingdom. Xiao Wu sighs. But Lord, that kingdom fell 500 years ago. Suddenly, a gang of bandits blocks their path. Stop right there. Leave the girl and all your spirit treasures behind. Xiao Wu's face turns pale as death the moment she sees them. Over at the Spirit Wolf sect, a storm is brewing, and the rage in the air is absolutely suffocating. That cloud-soaring town has gone way too far. Their leader roars. They dared to kill our brothers while they were just out on a job? We can't let this slide. What are we going to do about it? The crowd screams for blood. The great white wolf narrows his eyes and growls. If they don't respect the Spirit Wolf name, then we'll slaughter every living soul in that town to avenge our fallen kin. His lackeys erupt in a bloodthirsty cheer. And just like that, the entire scene descends into pure, violent chaos. Screams for mercy echo through the night, but none is given. Die, you trash. Offending the Spirit Wolf sect always ends in a nightmare. It was a night of absolute agony for everyone involved. Fast forward to the next morning at Cloudreach City. Our boy Yunxiao and his little companion try to pass through the gates, but a guard cuts them off. Halt! The Jade Pavilion Palace is holding disciple selection soon. No identity token, no entry. Yunxiao stays silent, his mind racing. He thinks to himself, the Nine Heavens continent is a complete mess. First, I deal with trashy bandits on the road. And now I've got to deal with this annoying red tape just to enter a city? He shifts his gaze, looking for another way around the problem. But then he realizes he originally came here to investigate the Jade Pavilion anyway. And now they're recruiting? Talk about perfect timing. The little girl tugs on his sleeve. Master, what do we do now? He gives a calm nod. Let's find some locals, figure out where to score these identity tokens, and get inside the city first. Suddenly, the ground beneath them literally starts shaking. A spoiled brat on a massive spirit leopard comes charging down the street like a maniac. Move! Get out of my way! Scram, you peasants! They definitely caught Yunxiao's attention. He watches them with a cold stare, a bunch of low-level cultivators, and yet they're acting this arrogant? What a world we live in, he sighs. Right then, the brat pulls up right in front of him. Hey, you filthy beggar, move your trash self out of my path. Xiao Yu panics. Master, look out. But Yunxiao doesn't even flinch. He tells the girl to just stay back and take care of herself. Xiao Yu's eyes go wide. Master, he's charging right at us. The young master loses his cool completely, losing all patience. I told you to get lost. You think standing there makes you some kind of big shot in front of me? He swings a whip with lethal intent, screaming, die! But then thwack. Yunxiao catches the whip bare-handed. And who exactly do you think you are to tell me to get lost? The brat grinds his teeth in pure fury. Let go, you pathetic beggar. Who gave you permission to touch my property? He keeps hurling insults, calling him filthy and stinking. But before he can even finish his sentence, Yunxiao yanks the whip back with terrifying force. If your breath is that stinking, maybe you should just stop talking. Now, scram. The lackeys watching from the sidelines are absolutely panicking. Prince Feng. They rush to catch him as he's sent flying, but he just shoves them away. Get off me. He scrambles up, face red with rage. You've got some nerve. You actually dared to lay a hand on me? Do you even know who I am? Yunxiao just gives him this cold, mocking smirk. Does it even matter who you are? This road isn't your personal property. You charge around like a maniac, hitting anyone who happens to be in your way. If I were your elder, I'd be absolutely ashamed to even know you. A guy named Hugh Long steps up, barking. Shut your mouth right now. Prince Feng is royalty from the Black Dragon Empire. You think a nobody like you can just insult him and walk away? Yunxiao's eyes turn sharp as ice. Royalty? So that gives him the right to kill people with his horse? If he acts like a fool, I'm gonna call him out. The prince struggles to his feet, trembling. I see you've got a death wish. Hugh Long, I want his life. Kill him. With a sinister grin, Hugh Long bows. As you wish, Highness. In an instant, Yunxiao is surrounded. Time to die, beggar. But instead of running, our boy doesn't show a hint of fear. He actually starts laughing. Prince Feng, still mounted on his vicious ma beast, screams for blood. Don't just stand there. Slaughter him for me. Blink. Yunxiao vanishes. He reappears a split second later, standing right behind the prince. Hugh Long freezes. He can't believe it, this guy's speed is on a whole different level. He throws his hand up, shouting in a panic, "No, stop!" But it's already too late. Yunxiao strikes a heavy blow right to the back of Prince Feng's neck. He expected the brat's life to end right then and there. But wait, the beast lets out a massive shockwave, blasting Yunxiao back. Huh? A spirit treasure for protection? It actually guards its master. As Yunxiao is pushed back, the lackeys immediately close in. Meanwhile, the prince gets bucked off his own beast like a sack of potatoes, screaming at the top of his lungs. "You want to die?" Every sword is now pointed directly at Yunxiao's heart. He stays calm, his eyes tracking every single movement for the next strike. Boom! A massive explosion of dust and debris sends bricks and roof tiles flying everywhere. When the smoke clears, the lackeys are all sprawled out on the ground like dying fish. Yunxiao doesn't stop, he walks straight toward the prince. Prince Feng is scrambling backward, pure terror in his eyes. "Don't! Stay away from me! Guards! Someone, help!" Yunxiao gathers energy in his palm and slams it toward the brat's face. Feng is literally crying now, screaming for his life. "No, help me!" Suddenly, the jade pendant around his neck glows with a blinding light, trying to shield him. But it's no use under Yunxiao's power. It shatters into pieces in an instant. Yunxiao hauls the prince up by his collar. The royal is a complete mess now, tears, snot, and pure cowardice. Suddenly, a guard lunges from behind. "Release the little prince!" Yunxiao doesn't even turn. He just tightens his grip, a sickening sound, and the prince coughs up blood before going limp. The guard lands a blow on Yunxiao's neck, thinking he finally got the killing blow. But a burst of golden energy erupts, sending the attacker flying. "How dare you!" the guard screams. "You killed the little prince. The emperor will execute your entire bloodline for this." Yunxiao just scoffs, tossing the lifeless body of Prince Feng into the air. His expression? Cold as death. Imagine being an Earth Mountain cultivator and resorting to a sneak attack on someone with a lower rank like me. Absolute trash. Xiaoyun narrows his eyes, gathering fire, spirit energy in his palm as the enemy's face contorts with a murderous sneer. "The Leopard Emperor's guards won't let you off," the man screams, but his threat is cut short right then and there. He lunges, aiming his killing blow straight at Xiaoyun. It's a death sentence, or it should have been. But Xiaoyun just stands there, calmly igniting his fire elemental energy to activate a high-level technique, the spiral space. Boom! Xiaoyun's energy instantly repels the impact, sending the man flying. In the split second before he's erased from existence, the only thing left on his face is pure, unadulterated shock. How? How is this possible? That's all he manages before he's gone. A moment later, there's nothing left but a cloud of white smoke and golden energy, swirling together like they're mourning a loss. Xiaoyun doesn't waste a heartbeat. He grabs Xiaowu and bolts out of the haze. "Come on, we're moving. Now." As they run, he does the math. 1 second-rank Earth Mountain expert? No problem. But Layun City probably has dozens of them crawling around. This place is a ticking time bomb. For now, the only option is to vanish. Suddenly, Xiaoyun freezes, spinning around as his sixth sense screams at him. He sensed something. High above, a massive black sparrow shadow sweeps over them, carrying a group of powerful cultivators. Xiaoyun pushes Xiaowu down, shielding her with his body. The pressure coming off that bird? It's suffocating. He looks up and spots 3 figures. Golden Core Realm experts. Before he can even process that, he realizes a small army of cultivators has already surrounded them. Xiaoyun sets Xiaowu aside and stands tall, facing the 3 leaders. It's a standoff, and the numbers aren't looking great. Who are these people? He needs to play this smart and see what they want. Looking them straight in the eye, he asks, "Why are you blocking our path?" A black-haired subordinate standing next to Shan Yu snaps, calling him insolent for not kneeling before a spirit emperor. But Shan Yu raises a hand, silencing the man before he can do anything stupid. "Easy now," the old man says. "Young man, you clearly have talent. Tell me, what's your name, and who is your master?" Xiaoyun keeps his cards close to his chest. "I'm Xiaoyun. This is my sister, Xiaowu. We don't have a master." He's lying through his teeth, of course. Using his real name right now would be suicide, so this alias will have to do for the time being. Suddenly, Shan Yu erupts into a hearty laugh. "Perfect. I'm a cultivator from the Jade Flute Palace. How about it? You want to be my disciple?" Xiaoyun doesn't even blink. "I'll have to pass. To be honest, you've got nothing you can actually teach me." Talk about a bold move. Shan Yu's eyes widen in curiosity. "Oh? And why is that?" Suddenly, Xiaoyun's hair begins to grow, and arcs of fire energy start dancing around him. "You refine qi, I refine my body. How exactly are you going to teach a body refiner?" Shan Yu just smirks. "Fair point. But the Jade Flute Palace has more than just me. If you change your mind, find me at our embassy in 3 days." Xiaoyun gives a respectful bow, playing the part of the polite junior. "Senior, we'll meet again in 3 days. Farewell." He waves off the subordinates and starts planning his next move. He knows the score. That guy has a golden core spirit emperor backing him, so he can't touch him yet. I need to get word to the leopard emperor about this, he thinks. As they walk away, Xiao Wu looks up with wide eyes. Brother, you were amazing. So, where are we going for the next 3 days? Xiao Yun looks toward the city center. We're going to find an old friend of mine. They eventually stop in front of a massive estate, the La Manor. 600 years ago, I was traveling the continent and saved a man named La Lion, Xiao Yun explains. Every time I came to La Yun City after that, we'd share a few drinks. He touches a weathered stone lion at the gate, a faint smile on his face. I even carved this statue myself. Suddenly, the gates creak open and the man himself, La Lion, steps out. Young man, you've been standing there for a while. What do you want? Xiao Yun doesn't hesitate. He calls out the name, La Lion. The man is a powerhouse, a golden core spirit emperor with a massive scar across his face. He freezes, his aura flickering. How? How do you know my old nickname from when I was a kid? Xiao Yun lies without blinking. Because I'm a close friend of the man who carved those 2 statues for you. La Lion turns into a statue himself. Total shock. Finally, he snaps out of it and gestures toward the door. You. Both of you. Inside. Now. He can't help but notice it. This kid looks a lot like the old Xiao Yun. Once they're safe inside his secret chamber, the atmosphere turns heavy. La Lion gets straight to the point, his eyes narrowing. What is your relationship with him? Tell me the truth. We're brothers, Xiao Yun says. 700 years ago, my brother introduced you to the princess of the La Yun royal family. To thank you, he gave you a protective amulet. Remember that? He stares into the old man's eyes. He can't reveal the truth about his reincarnation, yet not even to his oldest allies. It's a secret he'll take to the grave. It's like a light bulb goes off in La Lion's head. That secret. Only the 2 of us knew. No one else. I believe you. You really are his flesh and blood. Xiao Yun leans back, resting his chin on his hand. I've been in seclusion for centuries, he says. I'm out of the loop. Tell me everything about the world today, and what exactly happened to my brother. La Lion sighs, the weight of 700 years hitting him all at once. I was going to tell you eventually. That amulet he gave me? It shattered one day. Inside was a tiny fragment of your brother's soul, and that's how I knew he was murdered. And the one who did it? It was her. The 9 Heavens mysterious lady, Ye Qingyu. After he died, her power and status skyrocketed. The gods themselves titled her the 9 Heavens mysterious lady. Nowadays, she's basically the god of the entire 9 Heavens continent. Xiao Yun's eyes go cold. Taking her down won't be easy. He needs a plan. I see, Xiao Yun says, his voice dropping to a whisper. One more thing. What do you know about the Leopard Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire? Lion Master's jaw hit the floor. Wait, the Leopard King? The Wind Leopard? Xiao Yun, don't tell me you actually took out his son? See, the Black Dragon Empire is ruled by the Dragon Emperor clan. The Wind Leopard is a royal high ranker who was granted the title of Leopard King. This guy is a legend in the Luo Yun and Yi kingdoms. Over 300 years ago, he'd already reached the rank of a 3rd-grade spirit emperor. Xiao Yun just gave a polite bow. Well, thanks for that. But then in the dead of night, a massive shadow appeared on the rooftop, screaming out, "Listen up! Everyone in this manor!" The roar shook the entire house, even disturbing Xiao Yun's meditation. Hand over the killer who murdered young Master Feng. Right now. If you don't. Xiao Yun's eyes snapped open, looking completely unbothered. Hu Zhongyi made his final declaration. Then prepare to die. No mercy. Lion Master leapt onto the opposite rooftop, facing Hu Zhongyi. State your name, he demanded. But the second he got a good look at the guy, his brow furrowed and he grit his teeth in pure frustration. Damn, a 3rd-grade spirit emperor? I'm only at the 2nd grade. This guy is way out of my league. Hu Zhongyi barked out an order. Give me the killer, and I might just let you live. Lion Master wasn't having it. He immediately summoned his spirit beast. A massive, majestic lion silhouette erupted behind him. Sorry, pal. If you want him, you're gonna have to go through me first. Hu Zhongyi didn't wait. He lunged forward, throwing out one last threat. My master serves the Dragon Emperor himself. To defy us is a death sentence. Lion Master braced himself, his hands blurring as he prepared his defense. His spirit beast slammed a massive paw down toward Hu Zhongyi, but the guy was too fast. He threw up a powerful barrier just in time. Hu Zhongyi soared into the air, energy swirling around his fist. Not bad, he chuckled, sounding totally unimpressed. But you're just too slow. Lion Master scrambled back as Hu Zhongyi dodged his attack with ease. Damn it, his movement speed is insane. His spirit beast bared its teeth, eyes glowing a menacing red. Wait, was that an afterimage or a clone? No choice then. He didn't hesitate, he instantly ignited his ultimate move, unleashing the raw power of his bloodline. Boom! A chain of massive explosions ripped through the air, making the entire world seem to shake. High above, Chan Yu and his crew were watching from the back of a black sparrow. Chan Yu grinned. Interesting. Since when did Levan City have a spirit emperor hiding in it? Probably some recluse, one of his men replied. But what's his connection to that Xiao Yun kid? Why is he risking everything to fight the Leopard King for him? Chan Yu leaned in, focused on the fight. Wait, is that long-bearded old guy actually Hu Zhongyi, the Leopard King's top enforcer? He's powerful and incredibly arrogant. I can't believe they sent him out just to avenge some spoiled brat. A disciple in blue asked, Senior brother, what's the plan? Should we jump in and save Xiao Yun? Chan Yu just laughed. Save him? Look at him, he's not in any danger. Not yet, anyway. Another massive blast rocked the manor, burying everything in thick dust. Xiao Yun stepped out of his room, calmly taking in the absolute chaos. Up in the sky, Chan Yu kept talking. That kid, Xiao Yun, his talent is off the charts. I've been recruiting disciples for 100 years, and I've never seen anything like it. But he's way too cocky. Maybe we can let Hu Zhongyi knock him down a peg or two first. The two titans clashed. The shockwave sent Hu Zhongyi's hair flying and ruffled the Lion Master's fur. Suddenly, Hu Zhongyi moved using the wind image clone technique to split into four. Four versions of Hu Zhongyi instantly surrounded the Lion Master. He was trapped. No way out. The spirit beast's eyes darted around in a panic. This is bad. Right then, all four clones lunged forward. Spears aimed straight for the Lion Master's heart. Lion Master braced his arms, eyes widening. I'm done for. There's no dodging this. But then, Xiao Yun's voice rang out in his mind. Lion Master, have you seriously never heard of the Golden Bell Shield? It was like a ray of hope. The Golden Bell. What? Lion Master's eyes widened as he listened. Xiao Yun was explaining a high-level metal element defensive technique. You're a body cultivator, but you've got more than enough spirit energy to pull this off. Listen close. I'm going to teach you right now. Lion Master followed the instructions perfectly. Suddenly, a massive, golden spectral bell materialized around him. Golden Bell Shield. Hu Zhongyi was caught off guard as the spears bounced off the golden light. What kind of technique is this? Lion Master grabbed the top of the spectral bell, a wild grin on his face. Time to die. He channeled every ounce of his power directly into the bell's apex. The bell acted like a massive amplifier, focusing all that raw energy into one devastating point. Hu Zhongyi couldn't move in time. For a split second, he just stared in shock. Wait, what? And then, kaboom! The energy erupted into a colossal explosion. The blast was so powerful it literally tore Hu Zhongyi's body apart. Pure destruction. His agonized screams echoed through the night. Desperate, his remaining soul flickered into a small cocoon, trying to bolt. But Xiao Yun's eyes were sharp. Thinking of running? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yun appeared right in its path. He calmly pulled out a book, and with a flick of his hand ignited it, sending Hu Zhongyi straight to the afterlife. Allow me to give you a final send-off. Up above, Chan Yu watched the whole thing in stunned silence. Standing on the back of the black sparrow, he muttered to himself, looks like this kid is hiding even more secrets than I thought. If I can't bring him into the Jade Flute Palace, I absolutely cannot let him join another sect, Chan Vu thinks, his mind racing. He eyes the boy suspiciously. Had the Spirit Emperor been watching them from the shadows this entire time? Xiao Yun doesn't miss a beat. He cups his hands in a respectful salute. Greetings, Spirit Emperor Chan Vu. Lion Master La quickly follows suit, bowing low. Spirit Emperor, a pleasure to meet you. Chan Vu's voice is surprisingly warm as he speaks. I felt the disturbance and intended to step in. But it seems Xiao Yun already had things under control. His eyes suddenly narrow, his gaze turning razor sharp. Xiao Yun, tell me, what exactly is your connection to this man? Xiao Yun stays perfectly calm. Senior La and I are kindred spirits friends across generations. He has always deeply admired the Jade Flute Palace, Xiao Yun adds. La jumps in immediately, playing his part. Exactly. With my current cultivation level, I have nothing left to teach him. It would be for the best if he became a disciple of your palace, La continues. It's just a shame that Leopard has his sights set on the boy. La tells himself that if Chan Vu personally steps up to protect Xiao Yun, that damn Leopard, Feng Bao, won't dare to make a move. Hearing this, Chan Vu bursts into a loud, booming laugh. It seems we are finally on the same page. Since you've agreed to join us, I will ensure your safety, even if the Leopard Emperor himself shows up, Chan Vu declares. For the next 2 days, rest at my estate and prepare yourselves. 2 days pass in a flash, and Xiao Yun is already on the massive airship, ready for departure. Down on the docks, Xiao Yu waves frantically. Take care, my lord, please, be safe. Lion Master La smiles, shouting over the roar of the engines. Look after yourself, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yu and I will be right here waiting for your return, La promises. Xiao Yun watches them fade into the distance, whispering to himself, Xiao Yu. Senior La, wait for me. Suddenly, a soft voice drifts from behind him. Are you the one they call Xiao Yun? He spins around, startled. Who are you? The girl offers a gentle, elegant smile. I am Princess Jade Fan of the Xiaoyu Kingdom, she introduces herself. I heard you hail from Xiaoyun Town. Her expression turns grim. But I just received word. Xiaoyun Town was completely wiped out a few days ago. Not a single soul was left alive. Jade Fan continues her relentless report. Word is the Wolf King gang did it some kind of brutal revenge mission. Xiaoyun falls into a dark silence. Both times he crossed over into this world, he landed in that town. He even renamed it after himself. To him, it was his second home. He grinds his teeth, his eyes burning with cold fury. Wolf King gang. I will remember this debt. Seeing his rage, the princess confirms her suspicion he really is a survivor from that town. Jade Fan probes further, her eyes searching his. So, does that mean you are a member of the Xiao family? Xiaoyun turns his back on her, his voice dropping to a freezing edge. Whether I am or not, what does that have to do with you? Get out of my way. She watches him walk away, her mind spinning. From Xiaoyun Town, named Xiaoyun, he has to be the one. And the fall of the Xiao family? That was all because of her own Xiaoyu kingdom. If Xiaoyun rises to power, he will never forgive her country. He's a ticking time bomb. He can't stay, she whispers. I have to find a chance to eliminate him. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupts from the sky. Black Dragon Empire. Feng Bao is here. Xiaoyun, come out and face your death. Jade Fan hears the scream and smirks to herself. They say Xiaoyun killed the Leopard Emperor's son. Now, the Emperor is here for blood. If Xiaoyun dies at his hands right now, it saves her the trouble of killing him herself. Xiaoyun doesn't even flinch, he just stares into the sky. The Leopard Emperor. So he actually chased me all the way here. Chanvu steps to the prow of the ship, his voice echoing with authority. Feng Bao, this is an official vessel of the Jade Flute Palace. Are you really here to cause trouble? The Leopard Emperor, Feng Bao, drops onto the deck with arrogant force. Chanvu, I'm sure you've heard the news by now. I'm here for my son's revenge, he snarls. I'm going to kill Xiaoyun. If you value our history, stay out of this and hand the boy over. Chanvu's face turns to stone. Xiaoyun is a candidate for the Jade Flute Palace. As long as he is under our banner, we have a duty to protect him until the trials are complete, Chanvu counters. If you dare lay a finger on him, Chanvu suddenly summons his spirit weapon, the air around him exploding with power. Then you are officially declaring war against the entire Jade Flute Palace, Chanvu roars. Seeing the sect's banner fluttering with such lethal energy, Feng Bao's arrogance vanishes. He quickly bows. I recognize the palace flag. I have other business to attend to. Farewell, Chanvu scoffs. Don't let the door hit you. Xiaoyun watches the coward retreat. It's clear these trials won't be peaceful. But do they really think Baili Xiaoyun is such an easy target? Leopard Emperor, I'll be waiting for you to make your move. 12 days later, the massive ship finally arrives at the gates of the Jade Flute Palace. A chorus of gasps fills the air. So this is the Jade Flute Palace. It's incredible. You can literally feel the spiritual energy in the air. If we train in a place like this, our power will skyrocket in no time. It's a majestic, legendary sight, the pinnacle of everything they've worked for. Xiaoyun gazes at the familiar peaks, his heart pounding with excitement. The world has turned, and time has passed. You've changed, Jade Flute Palace, but I'm finally home. The airship descends into the central plaza, landing gracefully under the watchful eyes of the resident disciples. Chanvu gives his final instructions to the group. Everyone, follow Senior Huang Li. He will handle your housing and brief you on what happens next, Chanvu says. Huang Li beckons them forward. All right, everyone, follow me. A moment later, an excited voice calls out from the crowd. Senior Huang, you're back. Huang Li nods to the local host. I've arranged for them to stay with you. Just give them the standard treatment. The man smiles. Don't worry, Senior, I'll take care of it. All the while, Xiaoyun watches their exchange with sharp interest. His task finished, Huang Li vanishes in a blur of incredible speed. The steward's voice booms across the hall. Everyone, follow me. It's time to process your rooms. But then he spots Yunxiao turning to walk away and barks, Hold it right there. He glares at the boy, suspicious. Where do you think you're going? Don't tell me you're planning to sleep on the street? Yunxiao doesn't even blink. Obviously. Why would I stay in a place run by someone like you? The steward just scoffs. Listen here, kid. Right now, you're nothing but a candidate. The official exam tokens aren't issued until tomorrow. Until then, you follow my rules and my arrangements. Now, hand over the spirit stones immediately, and I might find a corner for you. Yunxiao narrows his eyes. Are you trying to extort me? The steward just shrugs, playing it cool. Extortion? Please. I'm just making sure everything is fair and square. Yunxiao pauses, his mind racing. Now isn't the time to start a riot, he thinks. I need to keep a low profile. For now. He turns back with a sigh. Fine. 1 spirit stone for the night. Now go tell your superiors I've checked in. The steward smirks. Good choice. Boy, take this guest to his room. As Yunxiao walks away, the steward's face twists into a sneer. Just a brat from the sticks, yet he thinks he can act tough in front of me? He glances back at the thugs lingering in the shadows and gives them a chilling order. Over the next few days, make sure he tastes plenty of misery. This comes straight from Lord Huangli himself. The thugs freeze. Wait, this kid actually dared to offend Lord Huangli? One of them cracks his knuckles. Don't worry, boss. We know exactly what to do. If you want his head on a platter, just say the word. But the steward just gives a mysterious smile. No need. There are plenty of others who want him dead. He laughs to himself. This kid was stupid enough to offend both the Spirit Emperor and the Imperial clan. Talk about a death wish. Meanwhile, inside his room, Yunxiao sits cross-legged, absorbing spiritual energy like a vortex. I need to find out, he mutters, his voice cold. 6,000 years. How many of my old friends are even left? Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He senses something. A familiar vibration. The scene shifts to the Treasure Jade Tower. Deep inside the vault, a broken sword starts glowing with a blinding light, vibrating so hard the floor shakes. The Holy Sun watches in pure shock. Impossible. Ever since Sect Master Baili Yunxiao fell 600 years ago, this blade has been silent. He steps closer, mesmerized. It's been treated like junk, rotting here in the tower. So why? Why is it screaming for its master now? Does this have something to do with the new batch of disciples? The next morning, Yunxiao wakes up, his body practically humming with power, but his expression is dark. 700 years ago, the Jade Firmament Divine Sword chose me. That's how I became the first disciple of the Jade Firmament Palace. But that pulse I felt. The sword spirit is badly damaged. It's barely more than a common piece of jade now. He stands up and throws open the door. Old friend, he vows. You stayed by my side for centuries and changed my destiny. This time, I'm coming for you. I'll turn you back into a saint artifact if it's the last thing I do. Out in the hall, the steward is waiting with a fake, oily smile. Well, did our young master sleep comfortably? Yunxiao's response is ice cold. Hand over my exam token. I'm leaving. The steward blinks, acting dumb. Leaving? The exam isn't for another 2 days. What's the rush? Yunxiao doesn't repeat himself. My token. Now. According to the regulations, candidates are to receive their tokens on the second day. You have zero authority to hold on to it. The steward's smile vanishes, replaced by a hateful glare. Everyone else gets one. You? You get nothing. Yunxiao tilts his head. And why is that? Because I said so, the man snarls. It's obvious the innkeeper is trying to sabotage his entry into the sect. He starts hurling insults, trying to draw a crowd. You think you're worthy of seeing my tokens? Get lost. Go take your peasant attitude somewhere else. You're ruining my business. Yunxiao doesn't explode with rage, not yet. He stays calm, quoting the law. The rules state the second day. By what right do you? He hesitates for a split second. But it's not fear. Before the steward can blink, Yunxiao lunges forward and grabs him by the throat. You think a cockroach like you is worthy of holding my future? The steward's face turns purple. What are you doing? Let me go. I'm a member of the Jade Firmament Palace. You wouldn't dare. The idiot actually thought he could hide the token on his person. Yunxiao reaches into the man's robes. If you won't give it to me, I'll just have to put in a little extra work and take it myself. Exposed and panicked, the steward tries to snatch it back, acting like a victim. Give it back. That's mine. Yunxiao scoffs. Yours? Then why is my name written all over it? With a casual flick of his wrist, Yunxiao sends the man flying across the room. I have my token. And as for this dump, consider my stay over. He turns to leave, but the old man screams, Stop right there. The steward isn't finished. He starts chanting a spell. You little brat, I told you to stay. Enough is enough. Yunxiao spins around and delivers a powerful palm strike, slamming the innkeeper back into the wall. Right in front of all his employees, the steward is humiliated, completely overpowered by someone he thought was a nobody. A servant rushes over to help him up. Boss, are you okay? But the steward isn't angry, he's smirking. Perfect, he whispers. I baited him into attacking me, and he fell for it. Cut to the palace of Huangli and Feng Bao. A subordinate kneels. Your Highnesses, the innkeeper has arrived to report. With a beautiful woman in his arms, his mood does a total 180. Fine, let the old man in, he scoffs. The visitor rushes in, eager to brag about his dirty work. Prince, Elder Huangli, that brat Yunxiao walked straight into our trap, just like you predicted. Feng Bao, who's been listening from the side, slams the table in pure delight. Excellent. But Bao Huang looks a bit hesitant, clearly hiding something. Elder Huangli, look at this. He trails off, acting like his hands are tied by the rules, though we all know he's the one pulling the strings. The laws of Jade Flute Palace are absolute violence within the city is strictly forbidden. This Yunxiao character has some nerve. We can't just let this slide. He raises his voice, calling for backup. Guards, where are you? In a flash, they appear. We're here, Elder. Give us the word. Huang Li doesn't miss a beat. Follow this man. Take my authority token and mobilize the city guard. I want Yunxiao in chains, and I want him now. As you command! The guards move out instantly. Meanwhile, over at the Yanzi Pavilion, Yunxiao takes a moment to look around, feeling nostalgic. 100 years have passed, he whispers to himself. And yet, this place is just as lively as I remember. A receptionist greets him with a professional smile. Welcome, honored guest. Looking for something specific? We have the finest women's fashion in the city. Yunxiao cuts straight to the chase. I'm here to find someone. She tilts her head, curious. And who might that be? He gives her a knowing smile. I'm looking for Yanzi. Surprisingly, she actually lets him inside. At the main desk, Yunxiao leans in. Quick question, was the original founder of this pavilion named Yanzi? The girl behind the counter looks stunned. How is she doing these days? He asks. The girl's eyes widen. Sir, do you actually know our first founder personally? He nods, playing it cool. You could say I'm a very close family friend of hers, a brother-in-arms from a long time ago. I'm here today on behalf of an old senior to pay my respects. The girl is skeptical, but something about his calm vibe makes her believe him. She decides to help. This way, please. Follow me. They enter a private room, and Yunxiao is met with a stunningly beautiful woman. He can't help but wonder, is she Yanzi's descendant? Did Yanzi actually settle down and start a family? The woman introduces herself as Yan Fei. You claim to be a close friend of my ancestor. Fine. Tell me, what's the name of the senior who sent you? Yunxiao isn't ready to drop his full identity yet. Just call me Yunxiao. My senior told me I can only reveal his name once I'm face to face with Lady Yanzi herself. Yan Fei doesn't argue. Follow me then. They head out, walking quite a distance away from the main pavilion building. The walk is dead silent, at least until Huang Li's goons show up to ruin the mood. Greetings, eldest Miss Yan Fei. The guards bow low. Yan Fei frowns. What's going on here? The captain of the guard points a finger right at Yunxiao. Miss, we received a report. The man standing behind you just assaulted the manager of the Spirit Decree Hotel. He beat him so badly, the man's arm is useless. We're here to arrest him and bring him to justice. She turns to Yunxiao, waiting for him to deny it, but he just smirks. He knows exactly what's happening. Huang Li is using the city guards to do his dirty work. Without a hint of fear, he admits it. Yeah, I did it. But only because he stole my exam token. I was just taking back what belongs to me. The guards start shouting immediately. Miss Yan Fei, you heard him. He confessed. Guards, seize him. But Yan Fei steps right in front of him. Hold on. The captain freezes, looking totally confused. Miss Yan Fei, don't tell me you actually know this guy? She stands her ground, shielding him. That's exactly what I'm saying. Now, turn around and leave. If Huang Li has a problem with it, tell him he knows where to find the Yanzi Pavilion. We'll be waiting. Seeing she's not backing down, the captain tries to play the duty card. Miss, this isn't right. Yan Fei snaps back instantly. Isn't it? Let me ask you, is that manager dead? The guards stammer. Well, no. She continues her interrogation. Is his life in danger? Again, they shake their heads. No, not exactly. Yan Fei scoffs at them for making a mountain out of a molehill. Then what are we even talking about here? This was nothing more than a common street brawl. Move on. However, if you really want to talk about crimes, withholding a student's exam token is a massive offense. Should I go arrest Huang Li for that? The captain is trapped and starts stuttering. Well, She looks back at Yunxiao, giving him a look that says, I've got this. Go home. If there's an issue, I'll personally bring him to the authorities tomorrow. Got it? With Yan Fei making such a bold move, the guards realize they've lost. They bow and prepare to retreat. We'll hold you to that promise, miss. Let's go, men. Once they're gone, she turns to Yunxiao, her eyes narrowing. You better have a damn good explanation for all of this, or I'm the one who's going to deal with you. Yunxiao just shrugs. Don't worry, Lady Yan. The three of them continue their journey deep into the mountains, surrounded by lush, quiet scenery. They reach a secluded spot, and Yan Fei bows respectfully. Grandmother, you have a visitor. Suddenly, an elderly woman emerges from the trees. It's Yanzi. The moment her eyes land on Yunxiao, her face goes pale with shock and worry. He doesn't skip a beat. I am Yunxiao. Tears immediately well up in her eyes as memories from centuries ago come rushing back. Master Xiao, is it really you? She trembles. Would you mind calling me Little Yanzi just one more time? Yan Fei is absolutely floored. Grandmother? Yunxiao stands there, stunned. Does she actually recognize him after all this time? Without hesitation, he listens to her request. Master Xiao, I have a request one I truly hope you can grant. He waits, nodding for her to continue. She looks toward Yan Fei with a serious gaze. I want you to take Fei as your maid so she can serve by your side. Yan Fei's face goes from shock to pure fury. A maid? What kind of cultivation does this kid even have? She fumes internally. She wouldn't even give a brat like him the time of day, so she flat out refuses to follow Xiao Yun. Grandmother, please take back your order. Fei heir does not want to be a mere servant for this man. Xiao Yun isn't angry, he just laughs it off. Well, it looks like your granddaughter isn't exactly a fan. If that's the case, let's just drop the subject. Yanzi's face falls, her voice heavy with disappointment. It seems Fei heir simply doesn't have the fortune for such a blessing. What a waste. Little did she know, Xiao Yun's former 4 maids are all spirit emperors now. Seeing the awkward silence, Yanzi gives her granddaughter a different task instead. Fine. If you're so against being Master Xiao's maid, then I won't force you. But the disciple selection is about to start. Take Master Xiao to the assessment for me. Will you at least do that? Yanfei hesitates for a second. Wanting to please her grandma after the previous rejection, she finally agrees. Since you put it that way, I guess I have to go, don't I? Yanfei forces a smile and gestures for him to follow. Master Xiao, this way, please. Xiao Yun plays along perfectly. Well then, thank you in advance, Lady Yanfei. The two eventually arrive at the entrance of a massive, imposing sword hall. Even from the outside, the chaotic energy within is palpable. This is the sword hall. For this next test, neither my grandmother nor I can help you. Xiao Yun doesn't hesitate for even a second. I don't need help anyway. Seeing his cocky attitude, she grumbles under her breath. Doesn't need help, huh? I'll just watch and see what kind of talent you actually have to make my grandmother respect you so much. Inside is packed with people, but the results are brutal. Hardly anyone is making the cut. The first guy in line gets wrecked instantly. The examiner stops him coldly. Step down. You're not fit for the sword hall. Next, the guy starts begging, desperate. Please, senior, just give me one more chance. I have a natural talent for sword intent. Please have mercy. But the elder is finished with him and prepares to kick him out. I said no. And I mean no. Get out, or I'll strip your right to join any other hall too. The boy leaves, sobbing in total despair. Those still waiting in line start panicking. Oh man, it's over. I'm up next. I'm gonna fail for sure. Over a dozen people just failed in a row, not a single soul passed. Yanfei looks at Xiao Yun's calm face and decides to give him a warning. Master Xiao, you're up. This is a sword intent assessment. If you aren't careful, you're gonna get seriously hurt. Don't get yourself injured just trying to show off for the crowd. Xiao Yun just smirks. Are you worried about me? You should probably be more worried about that sword intent stone. She snaps back at his teasing. Talk is cheap, you braggart. Just then, the guy in front of him gets blasted backward. It's Xiao Yun's turn. The examiner calls his name. Xiao Yun steps up, places his hand on the sword intent stone, and pours his spiritual energy into it. If you can't hold on, pull your spirit out immediately, the examiner warns him. Otherwise, you'll end up shattered, just like the guy before you. The moment Xiao Yun touches the stone, his god-tier spiritual power erupts. He dominates the energy with a single hand, his expression completely unfazed while the pressure crushes everyone around him. The elder's eyes go wide in shock. Such powerful sword intent. Xiao Yun doesn't even break a sweat. He's thinking, this level is all right, I guess. The other candidates are losing their minds. So strong. If I could just hold on half that long, I'd be set for life. I heard the top student this year only lasted 3 breaths. This guy? He's already hitting 5 breaths. Once he's done, he lets go and looks at the examiner. Well, senior brother? What do you think? The elder waves his hand, stunned. 5 breaths. Unbelievable. At this rate, your talent on the path of the sword will definitely make you the #1 student in this entire batch. Xiao Yun gives a polite bow. Thank you for the kind words. Yanfei's cheeks flush red as she remembers her grandma's offer. Her heart starts racing. So he actually is that powerful. Maybe being his maid wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. After passing the qualifiers, the final exam day finally arrives. A massive crowd of disciples gathers before the gates of the ancient city. The host steps forward, his voice booming. Today is round 2 of the Sword Hall assessment. Out of 10,000 applicants, only 80 remain. Yanfei and Xiao Yun arrive, but she feels a sudden pang of regret. Master Xiao, I can only take you this far. Her presence immediately draws the attention of everyone nearby. Wait, he was brought here by a female inner disciple? Looks like this Xiao Yun guy is just a nepotism hire with connections. Hearing this, Chu Yuxuan sneers. And here I thought he was something special. Turns out he's just another guy riding on the coattails of his friends in the sect. Yanfei leans in to tell him who the guy is. That's Chu Yuxuan. Word is, he's the only one besides you ranked as a super geniuses this year. He's from the Chu family of the 10,000 Sword Immortal Villa. His ancestor was a legendary sword saint. Looks like you finally have a real rival, Master Xiao. Hearing this massive resume, Xiao Yun just shrugs. Him? Please, he's not even worthy. You stay here. I'm heading in. Nearby, a guy named Fong Bao grinds his teeth in pure, burning jealousy. I don't care who's backing you or what your background is. You killed my son, and for that, You're a dead man walking. The word is out. The Emperor's spies already reported back the trial at the Sword Path is officially set for Wolong Ridge. The order is given. Everyone moves out now. We need to reach the ridge before they do and set the stage. We absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip through our fingers. Over at Wolong Ridge, the atmosphere is tense as the Overseer begins announcing the rules. Listen up. This exam is a pure test of your combat experience. No shortcuts, no excuses. You're forbidden from using any personal items, no spirit pills, no artifacts. You go into that deep forest with nothing but a single sword to hunt down those beasts. Xuanlong steps forward to add the final conditions. We've cordoned off a 100-mile radius. No beast above the Spirit King rank can get in. Points will be awarded based on your performance. But be warned, the 10 people with the lowest scores will be disqualified immediately. Disqualified? The disciples start panicking. The lower-ranked ones know they're in the hot seat, and the pressure is already hitting a breaking point. There's no way around it, the weak are at a total disadvantage here. Xuanlang then begins handing out low-grade swords to the disciples so they can get moving. Each person receives a standard low-grade spirit sword, its edge already sharpened and ready for blood. The Heavenly Eye will record everything and automatically calculate your scores. Now, get in position. The disciples brace themselves, waiting for the signal. You have exactly 1 day. Now, move out. With that final shout, the swarm of disciples charges into the wild. Xiaoyun finds a strategic spot and starts crunching the numbers. If there really aren't any Spirit King beasts around, then the danger level is practically 0. It doesn't matter if the points vary, the plan is simple. Kill as many beasts as possible, as fast as possible. Suddenly, a sweet voice calls out from behind. Senior! Hey Senior, mind if we tag along with you? Meanwhile, over with Xiao Yuhuan. Well, he's surrounded by ladies too. Only problem? They're all about 40 years older than him. He's absolutely losing it internally. Curse you, Xiaoyun. Why am I stuck with the vintage crowd while he gets the fans? The 2 girls with the highest talent and best looks had ignored him completely to chase after Xiaoyun. Fuming with rage, he storms off with his mature entourage trailing behind. Xiaoyun just watches the scene and chuckles, what a brat. He turns back to the 2 girls waiting for his answer. Alright, let's go. The 3 of them head deeper into the quiet woods so Xiaoyun can explain the strategy. Since you chose to follow me, I'm not going to let you fail. I'll make sure you both make it into the outer sect. Here's the deal. I'll beat the beasts within an inch of their lives, and you two just deliver the finishing blow. But as they're talking, a massive serpent is already coiled in the shadows, ready to strike. The girls are over the moon, oblivious to the danger. Wait, for real? You do that for us? But before they can celebrate, Xiaoyun suddenly strikes out. The girls gasp, terrified. Senior, why are you attacking us? He wasn't aiming for them though. The hidden serpent gets slammed by Xiaoyun's strike, revealing its massive form as it hits the ground with a deafening roar. Without missing a beat, Xiaoyun raises his hand, and a fierce flame erupts. Rise! Lu Luo and Xuan Yu are speechless. He's refining medicine with his bare hands. Xiaoyun exhales as the flame dies down. The blood essence pill is finished. Let's move, the exam has only just begun. The girls nod frantically. Yes, Senior. Watching him walk away, Lu Luo and Xuan Yu are practically glowing with admiration. We definitely picked the right guy. With a senior like him, passing this test is going to be a breeze. He's on a completely different level. Nearby, Xuanlang and his disciples are watching the feed, and they're starting to realize Xiaoyun is no ordinary kid. Even a high-level alchemist would struggle to refine a blood essence pill of that quality, especially without a cauldron. One of the disciples notices something else. It's not just the alchemy, he just one-shot a rank 8 beast. His raw power is insane. He looks almost proud. I've got a feeling. This guy isn't just going to pass the outer sect exam, he might skip straight to the inner sect. His partner remains cautious. His talent is undeniable, sure. But the inner sect? That's a whole different beast. After watching closer, the disciple's eyes widen. Wait. His sword style. It looks so familiar. It's just like the sect leader from several centuries ago. That same unstoppable, forward-charging momentum. His partner gasps. You mean, sect leader Baili? That man was a once-in-a-generation genius. Back then, he's the reason the Jade Flute Palace became the leader of the 8 great sects. If this kid has even a hint of his style, the inner sect will be a walk in the park. He quickly shakes the thought out of his head. Better not talk about that legend too much, don't want to invite trouble, especially with the 9 Heavens mysterious lady around. Back in the forest, the girls finally introduce themselves. Senior, I'm Lu Luo, and this is my cousin, Xuan Yu. Can we finally know your name? Once we enter the sect, we can all look out for each other. Xiaoyun starts to answer. My name is but mid-sentence. He spins and cleaves a giant serpent clean in half. He doesn't even break a sweat before finishing his sentence. Xiaoyun. Lu Luo is starstruck. So cool. That beast was almost a dragon, and it couldn't even survive 1 hit. Xiao Yun just raises his hand, and the flames consume the remains. Yunxiao breaks it down for the group. This giant snake's body is a top-tier tonic. You guys have banked enough points. So now it's my turn to refine some pills and boost my cultivation. We need to protect him while he works, Xuanyu suggests. Stepping up to act as a guardian for her senior brother, Xuanlang watches closely, his mind absolutely blown by Yunxiao's presence. It's becoming crystal clear that this guy's true power is way beyond anything they ever imagined. Using the very heavens and earth as a furnace, using his own body as the divine flame to condense the world's energy into high-grade pills, that is a feat even the sect elders couldn't dream of pulling off. The senior brother nearby nods in agreement, though he's worried. Our boy definitely has guts, especially with a pack of those nightmare-inducing winding dragon beasts closing in. Suddenly, the beast leader commands the pack to strike. Listen to my order, prepare for battle. A massive swarm of monsters surges forward, surrounding them, and leaving Luluo and Xuanyu trembling. Senior brother, what do we do? How are we going to handle this? But Yunxiao? He's ready to go all out today. With me here, these things are just moths flying into a bonfire. They're literally begging for their own destruction. In a flash, the entire area is swallowed by a deep, crimson flame. Before the beasts can even touch a single hair on their heads, Yunxiao turns them into nothing but ash. With power this far off the charts, Yunxiao doesn't have time to sweat small fry like this. It's like he said, just moths to a flame. Luluo and Xuanyu are left speechless, watching him wipe out the entire pack in one smooth motion, easy as pie. It's terrifyingly impressive, absolutely legendary, but he's not done yet. A majestic fire phoenix erupts, flexing its overwhelming power by dropping a colossal, supersized fireball right on the remaining monsters. Those snakes and rats didn't stand a chance, erased in less than a second. Honestly, these creatures are way too green to be stepping into the ring with someone like Yunxiao. However, amidst all that chaos, a little white cat named Xiao Miao somehow comes out without a single scratch. Looks like at least one of these beasts was smart enough to stay out of the blast zone. Intrigued by this unique little creature, Yunxiao decides to move in for a closer look. Then, he realizes something shocking. This little thing's rank is actually close to an Earth Immortal. But Xiao Miao has a temper like a ticking time bomb. She lunges at him with a lethal cat-style strike. Luckily, our guy's reflexes are insane. He leaps to the side just in time, narrowly dodging those razor-sharp claws. But this cat isn't backing down. Xiao Miao's competitive streak is through the roof, and she charges again. Just die already, you idiot. Wow, that speed is no joke. Still, no matter how fast Xiao Miao is, she's still just a cat at the end of the day. Yunxiao's eyes suddenly flare with a blinding light, giving her a minor singe and forcing her to stop the attack. Face it, little kitty, you're just a novice compared to him. Yunxiao reaches down and scoops her up by the scruff of the neck like a common chicken. Wait, you can speak the human tongue? Now that's what I call interesting. He decides to make her an offer she can't refuse. Listen to me, and I'll share some of my pills with you. I can help you become a demon king. What do you say? With a sweet deal like that on the table, she doesn't think twice. Fine, I'll accept you as my master. But the peace is short-lived. Luluo and Xuanyu start screaming again as two more massive monsters begin closing in on their position. Obviously, Yunxiao isn't about to let them run wild. He shifts gears immediately to shut them down. He fires a beam of pure, intense light straight into the beast's eyes. It's so fast they don't even have time to blink, let alone fight back. He doesn't stop there though. Yunxiao starts chaining moves together, hitting the monsters from every possible angle in a relentless barrage. When the rest of the pack tries to gang up on him, Yunxiao is already engulfed in a roaring pillar of flame, his eyes burning with pure, murderous intent. Using his primordial power, he makes them regret ever crossing him. Beams of light shoot out, twisting together into a massive, glowing tornado that shreds everything in its path. Just like you'd expect, a massive, earth-shattering explosion follows a split second later. That's the kind of world-ending power Yunxiao is packing. Hearing the massive blast, Xuanlang and another cultivator come rushing out to see what happened. What was that? The explosion has left a thick blanket of white smoke hanging over everything as far as the eye can see. Yuquan stares at the scene, completely bewildered. What on earth is this? There is no way a low-level monster could have caused a shockwave this big. He wonders if a Spirit King has been mobilized, but then he shakes his head. Even a normal Spirit King would struggle to create a tremor this violent. To be honest, this feels more like the work of a Spirit Emperor. If a Spirit Emperor really made a move, they wouldn't just leave a hole, they'd level an entire mountain. I've got to see what kind of god-tier being is behind this. Meanwhile, after causing all that absolute mayhem, Yunxiao definitely needs a quick energy top-up. He grabs a freshly refined pill and, without a moment's hesitation, tosses it right into his mouth. The nearby beasts are watching with their jaws on the floor. They can't believe a human just casually snacked on a pill that powerful. Yuquan sees this and flies over immediately, shouting an order. Yunxiao, spit that pill out right now. Yunxiao just gives him a look that says, "Make me." Yu Quan is absolutely livid. How can you just eat a pill like that? Are you crazy? Spit it out, kid. I'm only telling you this for your own good. That pill still has active pill fire on it. There's no way your body can digest that. But knowing Yunxiao, he's probably just getting started. You really want me to spit it out? Listen, kid. Even if you wanted to eat my scraps, you're out of luck. I've already digested every bit of it. But hey, if you're willing to eat my literal waste, you might still scavenge a tiny bit of medicinal power from it. The two cronies nearby couldn't stop laughing at the savage insult. But just as the words left his mouth, a lion and a cobra lunged straight for him. To Yunxiao, these beasts weren't even enough to get stuck in his teeth. Total lightweights. He was beyond annoyed with these pests. What kind of low-life creatures actually think they can jump me? Yunxiao didn't break a sweat. Fighting these things? Easier than breathing. They were basically begging for a beating. Even a massive serpent stood no chance. With one powerful strike into thin air, Yunxiao sent the beast crashing into the dirt. Undying Godfist. He wasn't just planning to win, he was going for total annihilation, sending them straight to the afterlife. Up above, the spectators watching this carnage started to get worried and called out a warning. Yunxiao, are you trying to massacre your own fellow disciples? Well, that's just the price you pay for messing with him. Once he makes up his mind, even the likes of Bai Shui won't be spared. Seeing those two doing nothing but yapping, Yunxiao decided to shut them up for good. Get out of the way. A second later, Yunxiao compressed all the energy from those fallen beasts into a single glowing sphere. Mine now. Seems like that reckless ambush only served to make our boy even stronger. Talk about a backfire. A satisfied smirk played on Yunxiao's face. The results were perfect. The Myriad Demon Pill? Finished. In a total boss move, he gifted the pill to Xiao Miao. Your talent isn't bad, you're worthy of being my spirit beast. While Yunxiao was checking it out, Xuanlang suddenly appeared. Yunxiao, the fire at Sleeping Dragon Ridge is out of control, put it out, now. Seriously, only his senior brother can get away with talking to him like that. Everyone else? He just ignores them. Following his brother's lead, Yunxiao retracted his overwhelming power in the blink of an eye. But hey, he's still human and let out a massive burp. Xuanlang just stood there, completely speechless. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked politely, "Junior brother, exactly what kind of technique are you practicing? How can you refine treasures so aggressively?" Yunxiao's response was short and legendary. Flame Emperor Burning Heaven Art. Xuanlang's heart skipped a beat. The Flame Emperor art? That legendary technique had been lost for ages. Junior brother, this is huge. You need to come with me to see the sect leader immediately. Seeing his brother's urgency, Yunxiao considered it. He wondered who the current leader even was. He wasn't thrilled about socializing, but going back to check things out wouldn't hurt. Meanwhile, Yunxiao had no idea there was someone nearby absolutely seething with hatred. Damn you, Yunxiao, you got lucky today, but don't think this is over. Even if you escape now, I'll take your life with my own two hands. Soon after, Xuanlang and Yunxiao arrived to meet the head of the sect. Xuanlang presented the new disciple to the leader of Jade Xiao Palace, the powerful Tian Muxu. She told them to rise. Seeing Muxu in this new role, Yunxiao couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. To think 600 years had passed. Ye Qingyu's former little maidservant had actually reached the spirit sovereign realm and become sect leader. Xuanlang didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Sect leader, this is the top candidate from this year's sword hall exam. He's a once-in-a-lifetime genius, with massive sword intent. He can even use the world itself as a cauldron to refine pills. But most importantly, he possesses the long-lost Flame Emperor Burning Heaven art. The sect leader's eyes widened in pure shock. The Flame Emperor Burning Heaven art? Wasn't that the very same technique practiced by that person back then? Xuanlang then made a bold suggestion. If we can integrate this art into our sect's own techniques, the power of Jade Xiao Palace will reach a whole new level. But Mushu didn't care about the technique right now, she was focused on something else. We'll talk about that later. What did you say his name was? Not waiting for his brother to answer, Yunxiao stepped forward. The name's Yunxiao. Seems like she doesn't care about the art at all. Honestly, that was fine by him. It was his core cultivation method after all. He wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea of others learning his most precious secrets. After hearing about his talents, she gave him a nod of approval. Yunxiao. That's a good name. Very good. Xuanlang, if he's as gifted as you say, he truly is a rare find. I'll make an exception and promote him to a core disciple candidate. Take him to Mount Tai Ling to rest for a bit. But Xuanlang wasn't ready to let the conversation end just yet. Sect leader, what about the technique? But Muxu was done talking. She dismissed them and slammed the door shut. I'm exhausted, you're dismissed. The master's words are final. While Yunxiao is still trying to wrap his head around things, he suddenly snapped back to reality. What exactly is Mu Shui thinking? Junior brother, follow me. Meanwhile, she's completely stunned, spotting a familiar silhouette that shouldn't be there. Xiao Yun. Why on earth do you look so much like him? At the same time, Feng Bao is moving like a whirlwind, hunting down every scrap of info on Yunxiao and tracking the footsteps of Xiao Yuncheng. His heart is absolutely blazing with murderous intent. I can't wait any longer. I have to rip him out by the roots, even if the Jade Ripple Palace comes after my head for it. But then, his subordinate speaks up, and those next few words completely douse the fire in Feng Bao's gut. I've tracked him down, sir, but this is a grudge we just can't settle. Turns out, that guy Hian Lang took Xiao Yun straight to the sect leader. He's been stashed away at Tailin Mountain, and word is, he's already a candidate for the core disciples. Hearing this, the old man's face scrunches up like he just bit into a ghost pepper. Pure, unadulterated shock. What? If anything happens to a disciple of Jade Ripple Palace, there will be a full-scale investigation. Even the Black Dragon Empire can't afford to offend them. But then, the subordinate leans in and whispers something dark into Feng Bao's ear. Suddenly, the old man spots a loophole. A wicked, twisted grin spreads across Feng Bao's face. Perfect. Do exactly that. Time flies, and before we know it, Yunxiao has settled into his new home. They've put him up at Tailin Mountain, and honestly, it's a pretty sweet setup. After dropping him off, Hian Lang gives him a few final pointers before heading out. You'll be staying here for now. Cultivating on Tailin Mountain is going to boost your progress way faster than anywhere else. I hope to see you reach Spirit Emperor rank soon and become a true core disciple. Thanks, Senior. With that, they part ways, and Yunxiao's new journey officially begins. He wanders into a courtyard that's a bit sparse on the greenery, but it's got a nice little pavilion sitting right in the center. Yunxiao steps forward slowly, coming to a halt right in front of a massive boulder carved with bright red characters. Watching the blade through silk sleeves, dreaming of the camp at dawn, Yunxiao rests his hand on the stone, and suddenly, memories of his past life come flooding back. This was from the year he first became a core disciple. He was right here, drinking and laughing with his brothers, dancing with his sword until he left these lines behind. As Yunxiao gets lost in the nostalgia, a strange glow begins to pulse from his fingertips. Suddenly, light erupts, swirling around him in a frenzy. Is this sword intent? His simple touch just woke up a power that's been sleeping for ages. At this point, a realization starts to dawn on him. Is it possible? Can I actually reabsorb the very sword intent I left behind in my past life? If that's true, his cultivation speed is about to go through the roof. He starts thinking back to his glory days. In his previous life, he left two absolute masterpieces behind, the first being Xiaoyao, You Atop Sword Mountain, and the second? That would be the Ode to the Gallant, which used to hang right in his own bedroom. But whether those writings even still exist after all this time, that's the real question. There's no way he's getting into the sect leader's room right now. But Sword Mountain? That's doable. He just needs to become a core disciple to earn a spot there. But while Yunxiao is busy mapping out his future, he senses someone creeping up behind him. It's Nian Yun. Seeing a fresh face, she decides to give him a little greeting. And who might you be? He keeps it polite. Xiao Yun. They trade a few quick words before she asks, Are you a core disciple? Just became a candidate today, he replies. Hearing that, Nian Yun's brow furrows. Based on everything she knows, something doesn't add up. You're only at the Spirit King realm. Usually, that barely gets you into the inner sect. So why are you a core candidate? What makes you so special? But Yunxiao? He just gives her the cold shoulder like the total boss he is. I wouldn't know. Excuse me. Nian Yun is not happy with his attitude. She immediately unleashes a heavy technique to pin him down. Stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Heavy sword soul suppression, huh? Fine. I'll play along for a second. He slowly turns back to face her. Nian Yun doesn't beat around the bush. I felt it. You just absorbed some kind of sword intent from that stone, didn't you? Just what kind of sword path are you walking? He's actually a little impressed, she noticed. Yunxiao doesn't flinch. Instead, he throws a question right back at her. If I'm not mistaken, your style comes from the fourfold sword path, right? Specifically, the theories laid down by sect leader Baili Yunxiao 600 years ago. Now Nian Yun is really suspicious, her eyes narrowing as she glares at him. What are you getting at? You still haven't answered me. But what Yunxiao says next is enough to make her blood absolutely boil. You've reached the heavy sword without edge stage. The next step is, no sword beats the sword. But do you even know the ultimate goal of that path? She's speechless, so he drops the truth bomb. It's the oneness of man and blade. You are the sword, and the sword is you. To reach that peak, you have to seal your blade and forge your very self into a weapon. It seemed Nian Yun still hadn't wrapped her head around his words. Forging one's own body into a literal blade. But then, Yunxiao just gave a casual shrug and a smirk. Sister, just take it as the ramblings of a madman. I'm only at the Spirit King realm. What would I know about such high-level stuff? Anyway, the Sword Hall has missions lined up for tomorrow. I'll take my leave now. The next morning, the Sword Hall square was already packed. Everyone had arrived at the crack of dawn. buzzing with anticipation as they waited for the elder to drop the details of their next task. "Listen up, recruits," a booming voice echoed. "I am the elder in charge of the treasure pavilion, and today, I'm handing you the opportunity of a lifetime. See this sword embedded in the stone? If any of you can pull it out and make it react, I will personally take you on as my successor." The crowd erupted. A chance to become a personal disciple? That was a golden ticket to the top, and everyone was itching for a shot. However, Yunxiao was the only one who felt that this sweet deal was actually a massive trap. The motive behind this test wasn't simple. If he were to gain the recognition of the Jade Flute Divine Sword now, it would only trigger a wave of suspicion from the higher-ups. Sure, it was his own divine blade, he could command it with a single thought, but he couldn't risk being exposed just yet. The sword was already damaged, right? So, Yunxiao decided to play a little game, and his chosen victim was none other than Qiu Yutuan. "I'll let you find a wealthy master to nurse you back to health," he thought. "Once your wounds are healed, I'll just take you back whenever I want." Not wanting to keep the thirsty crowd waiting, the elder kicked off the trial immediately while the hype was at its peak. "Step forward, one by one. Whoever pulls this blade from the rock becomes my personal disciple. Your status will be equal to a core disciple of the sect. Now, begin." Lulua was the first to rush forward, her hand trembling as she reached for the hilt. If she could just pull it out, she'd become a core disciple of the prestigious Jade Flute Palace. Even the emperors of the three great empires would have to bow and show her respect. "It's just one sword," she told herself. "I can definitely do this." But reality hit her like a truck. No matter how much she twisted, strained, or used every ounce of her strength, the sword didn't budge a single millimeter. "Next," the elder barked. Luluo scurried away, face flushed with pure embarrassment. She wanted to find a hole and crawl into it. Then, Qiu Yutuan stepped forward, practically radiating arrogance. In his mind, that core disciple spot was already his. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes, watching him like a predator marking its prey. The trap was set. The Jade Flute Divine Sword had long ago recognized its master, so it shouldn't have reacted to anyone else. But for now, Yunxiao decided to lend it out. The moment Qiu Yutuan's hand touched the hilt, a violent explosion of brilliant green light erupted from the stone. He was stunned. He didn't expect a reaction this fast. But in the next second, thanks to a secret surge of power from Yunxiao, the sword slid out of the rock as smooth as butter. "Elder, look! I pulled it out!" The elder's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he roared with excitement. "Success! It's a success, my boy. From this day forward, you are officially my personal disciple, to be recognized by the Jade Flute Divine Sword. This kid's talent must be even greater than sect leader Baili back in his youth." Qiu Yutuan had hit the jackpot, and he immediately bowed low. "Disciple greets master." The elder was beaming, absolutely thrilled to have recruited such a prodigy into his ranks. "Good. After the trials are over, come find me at the treasure pavilion. I need to report this to the sect leader immediately." "Safe travels, master," Qiu Yutuan shouted. He had no clue that his talent was all thanks to Yunxiao, and he immediately turned to gloat at the protagonist. "Hey kid, so what if you're a spirit king? I'm the elder's personal disciple now. Next time we meet, you better remember to bow." Yunxiao didn't give a damn about the insults. Since the guy was willing to be his sacrificial lamb and take the heat, he could afford to be patient. On the surface, Yunxiao maintained his perfect mask of humility. "Then I look forward to your guidance, senior brother Qiu." The ego boost was exactly what Qiu Yutuan wanted, but that was just the opening act. More trials were waiting. Silence. The second round, the strategy and theory exam, is beginning. All disciples, take your places on the stage. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Before even starting, the recruits were already sweating bullets. This theory exam was notoriously brutal. "This is impossible. How are we supposed to know any of this? Man, I'm so jealous of Senior Qiu. He's already in the intersect while we're stuck here." As Yunxiao was walking, Nianyun suddenly came sprinting toward him like she was being chased by a pack of wolves. "Hey, you!" Gasping for air, she blurted out. "So it's true. You really are that talented new recruit everyone's talking about? Honestly, with your age and cultivation level, becoming a core disciple should have been a piece of cake." But Yunxiao knew she had something else on her mind. "You didn't run all this way just to toss compliments at me, did you?" Nianyun didn't beat around the bush any longer. "If the Divine Sword had actually chosen you, then maybe I'd praise you. But right now? No way. I came here to ask you something. That human sword unity realm you mentioned yesterday. Do you really have to forge yourself like a piece of iron? Who would have thought she'd actually take his abstract nonsense literally?" Yunxiao realized he needed to set her straight. "I was just talking. To master the way of the sword, you don't forge your body in fire, you have to endure endless solitude and soul-crushing pain. This level of power, it's way beyond anything you could ever grasp." Hearing that, Nianyun's heart skipped a beat in pure shock. "So you're just a liar after all," she barked. Yunxiao didn't bother to confirm or deny it. Sometimes the truth is a lot more complicated than a simple yes or no. Look, if she kept following this path, she wouldn't be a warrior, she'd just end up as a literal tool, a sword in someone else's hand. Suddenly, he entered a state of total void. A brilliant green light erupted around him, and Nianyun could only stare, her jaw hitting the floor. Is this your sword intent? You're strong, she admitted, her voice trembling. Today, I'm clearly no match for you. But next time, we're going to have a much deeper conversation. Remember my name, Baili Nianyun. Yunxiao nodded politely, repeating the name to himself. But then, a strange, hauntingly familiar feeling washed over him. He'd heard that name before. Somewhere. Baili Nianyun? The realization hit him like a lightning bolt, and old memories began to flicker through his mind like a cinematic masterpiece. Yunxiao, if we ever have a child, whether it's a boy or a girl, let's name them Baili Nianyun. What do you think? He snapped back to reality and desperately asked if her mother was the Nine Heavens goddess. The answer was exactly what he suspected. She was his own flesh and blood. What if she is? What if she isn't? She snapped back. My life is none of your business. And just like that, she stormed off. Even though she was incredibly harsh, the doubt was eating him alive. Could this girl, Nianyun, actually be his daughter? Meanwhile, over at the main hall, Mu Tuyet was on the hunt for him. Sister Thu, find Yunxiao and bring him here immediately. I have questions. Without a second's delay, she was on it. Understood, sect leader. I'll bring him to the hall right away. Minutes later, Sister Thu arrived at the dorms. Yunxiao, right? You're coming with me. The sect leader wants to see you. As they walked, Yunxiao tried to break the ice. Can I at least know your name? Just call me Sister Thu, she replied. He wasted no time. Sister Thu, do you know a girl named Baili Nianyun? She looked at him, surprised. You've actually met her? Twice now, he muttered. He was obsessed, he had to know the truth. Was she really his? It was all he could think about. She's not actually 600 years old, is she? Sister Thu's face went dark as she totally misread the vibe. 600? What is wrong with you? Do you actually have a crush on her or something? Yunxiao waved his hands frantically. No. Sister Thu, please, don't get the wrong idea. But then, she dropped the one detail he had been dying to hear. She's the daughter of the legendary Nine Heavens goddess. Think about it. If she were 600 and still only at the peak Spirit Emperor tier, her talent would be absolute garbage. In reality, she hasn't even hit 100 yet. Hearing her actual age? That just made Yunxiao even more confused. If the math didn't add up, did that mean Nianyun wasn't his daughter after all? But if the Nine Heavens goddess, Ye Qingyu, had a child with another man, why would she use that name? Whose daughter was she really? Was there another Baili out there? Before he could spiral any further, they arrived at the main hall to face Mu Tuyet. Sect leader, I've brought Yunxiao as requested. The first thing Mu Tuyet did was hit him with a massive compliment. That essay you wrote for the exam? I've read it 3 times now. It's good. In fact, it's incredible. Yunxiao bowed slightly. I'm honored by your praise, sect leader. Mu Tuyet clearly saw his potential. She was ready to invest in him. No need for formalities, she said, waving it off. If we actually follow your plan, the Jade Flute Palace will reach heights we've never seen. It's just a shame your cultivation is so low, you can only be a reserve disciple for now. Honestly, if you were a Spirit Emperor, I'd make you the great senior brother of the entire sect without a second thought. Then, she dropped the ultimate bombshell. I brought you here for a reason. Tell me, would you be willing to become my direct disciple? But Yunxiao's mind was miles away, stuck on the ghosts of his past. All he wanted was to look her in the eye and ask why Ye Qingyu had murdered him all those years ago. But Mu Tuyet was Ye Qingyu's most trusted confidante. One wrong word, one suspicious question, and he'd be dead for a second time. The silence stretched on too long. Mu Tuyet's expression soured. Are you actually refusing me? The pressure in the room was suffocating. Yunxiao didn't say a word, just stared back at her with an intensity that could cut through steel. Inside, he was fuming. You really think I'm going to kneel and call you master? He didn't speak, but his aura was so powerful it actually made her flinch. Suddenly, Mu Tuyet lunged toward him. She got right in his space, searching his face with a look that was half desperate, half confused. Sect leader? What's going on? It felt like she was on the verge of a massive confession, but she choked it back. Forget it. Just go back for now. As the sun began to set, the hall fell quiet, leaving only the sect leader and Sister Thursday. After that encounter, Mu Tuyet knew she couldn't stay. Sister Thu, you're in charge of the sex affairs for the next few days. I have to go out. There's something I need to take care of. Where exactly do you think you're going? She asks, trying to stop her in her tracks. But Mu Shui doesn't say a word. She just takes off into the sky, leaving everyone behind without a single explanation. After a long flight, darkness finally swallows the horizon as she touches down in Yunxiao town. The place is eerily silent, totally deserted like a ghost town. She can't help but wonder, was every single person here just wiped out? Mu Shui isn't the type to just walk away. so she starts hunting for answers. When she finally tracks them down, a panicked beast man scrambles to greet her. "Greetings, Senior. May I ask what brings someone of your stature to this place?" The beast stammers, clearly terrified. She cuts straight to the point. "Tell me why Yunxiao town was destroyed. And what do you know about Xiao Yun of the Xiao family?" The beast freezes instantly, looking like it just swallowed a stone. It's definitely hiding something. Mu Shui knows they're involved, and she's ready to tear the truth out of their throats. Since words aren't working, she switches to pure force. She releases her immortal pressure, and suddenly, no one can even stand. They all drop to their knees, trembling. "Your crimes are unforgivable. If you want to live, you'll go to the capital and confess everything right now," she commands. "Tell them Tian Mu Shui personally ordered you into hard labor in the spirit realm." And just like she suspected, her gut feeling about this whole mess was dead on. It looks like this Xiao Yun kid is definitely connected to him. Later that night, as the world falls quiet, a visitor arrives, Elder Shanwu. What could possibly bring an elder out to see him at this hour of the night? The old man waves him off immediately. "Please, don't call me senior. I don't deserve it. The sect leader personally appointed you, giving you the same status as a core disciple. From now on, we're brothers. Here, your official robes and token." Xiao Yun reaches out with both hands, accepting the new gear with proper respect. "Thank you, senior brother. It's been hundreds of years, and the robes look exactly the same, but while the clothes haven't changed, he certainly has." Once the delivery is done, the elder prepares to leave. "All right, your training is in your hands now. I won't disturb you any longer. Safe travels, senior brother." He's about to head back inside when a voice stops him. "Junior brother Xiao Yun, wait up." And that person is none other than Qing An. "Can I help you with something, senior brother?" Xiao Yun asks, eyes narrowing. This guy is already at the late Spirit Emperor stage. Xiao Yun is certain they've never actually met before. Whatever his real reason is, one thing is clear: Qing An is definitely up to no good. Sect rules state every disciple must complete a certain amount of missions for points. "I'm just here to drop off your assignment." Then, he reveals the catch. "This time, you'll be in charge of the outer disciple promotion exams." He makes it sound like a walk in the park, totally safe. But Xiao Yun sees the trap instantly. It's not dangerous, but it's the easiest way to make 100 new enemies. Since it's a direct sect order, he can't really turn the mission down. He wonders what kind of scheme this guy is cooking up. Xiao Yun accepts the task but decides to check the guy's credentials first. "Thanks for looking out for me, senior brother. But after all that talking, I still haven't caught your name." Inside, Qing An is laughing his head off. "You idiot. Did you really think the sect leader's backing would make you untouchable? You dared to offend Huang Li? Fine. I'm going to make sure you're humiliated in front of everyone." On the outside, he keeps a friendly mask. The name's Huang Qing An. Now that the mission is handed over, don't keep the disciples waiting. Xiao Yun sees the wolf hiding under that sheep's skin, but he's curious to see just how far this guy is willing to go. "A member of the Huang family, huh? I really want to see what kind of game you're playing." A few days later at the exam grounds, he starts his duty. The disciples all bow. "Greetings, core senior brother." Xiao Yun doesn't care for the formalities and tells them to stand up. They follow his lead immediately. "Thank you, senior brother." But of course, the peace doesn't last. A total clown steps forward to stir up trouble. "You've got some nerve. Where did a spirit king like you get the balls to impersonate a core disciple?" Xiao Yun doesn't even blink. He just stays ice cold and pulls out his identification token. "The core token is right here. Or are you all too blind to recognize it?" he asks, pointing it right at the crowd. "Who knows where you stole that? A pathetic first-rank spirit king? We're stronger than you. If you're a core disciple, then what does that make us?" That's all it takes for the rest of the mob to start chanting along. "Yeah, no way a loser like you is a core disciple. Scram back to wherever you came from before we arrest you for stealing those robes. You're probably a spy." It takes Xiao Yun about 2 seconds to realize this is Qing An's dirty little game. The Huang family's master plan? Incite a few dozen spirit kings into a blind rage. Honestly, he can't even fathom what kind of absolute garbage these people have for brains. Seriously, what a bunch of complete idiots. A little bit of bait was all it took for them to bite. Now, the mocking stops and the real fight begins as they swarm Yunxiao all at once. "Listen up. This thief clearly stole that true disciple token from someone else. We have to act together and take down this spy. Kill this fraud right now." Suddenly, a storm of razor-sharp blades rains down on Yunxiao. But this wasn't even worth his energy. Time to let the cat out of the bag, literally. "Xiao Miao, you're up. Don't let the cute look fool you. This cat is an absolute monster. Small but deadly." In a heartbeat, Xiao Miao clears the field with a flurry of high-velocity, high-impact feline strikes. Yunxiao just stands there, silent as a grave. But the guy across from him? He just won't stop running his mouth. "Xiao Yun, you're just a penniless brat. How did you trick the sect leader into favoring you? Today is the day you die." The attacker lunges, sword pointed straight at Yunxiao's throat. He has no idea he's charging headfirst into a total disaster. Boom! Predictably, Yunxiao stops playing nice and unleashes a massive, earth-shaking explosion that levels everything. The crowd watching from the sidelines is paralyzed. They can't believe their own eyes. How is this even possible? They thought he was a pushover, but the gloves are finally off. What kind of cultivation art are you using? Is it body refinement? How else could he be this tough? Can he really just tank spiritual energy like it's nothing? He's not done yet. Yunxiao's eyes lock onto the rest of the mob. It's time to show them what a real festival of pain looks like. No more games. Yunxiao and Xiaomiao move like a synchronized lightning strike, tearing through the crowd and leaving nothing but agony behind. They're moving too fast for the naked eye. All you can see are streaks of light flashing through the air for a split second. This is the price you pay for thinking you could look down on him. Yunxiao wipes them out in the blink of an eye. The attackers are now groveling in the dirt, too broken to even whisper another word. No wonder he's in the Spirit King realm. He's actually the one in charge of our evaluation. Even a mid-stage Spirit King couldn't have wrecked 20 or 30 of us this fast. This guy is a freak of nature. Yunxiao doesn't dwell on the trash. He gets straight to the point. Silence, huh? Good. That means your issues are settled. Now, it's time to settle mine. He walks up to one of the Spirit Kings. What do you want? The guy stammers, right before Yunxiao buries a heavy fist into his chest. What do I want? Isn't it obvious? He chants. Everlasting spirit fire. Suddenly, a ring of blazing, white-hot heat traps the man. Start talking. Who sent you? Do it now, and maybe I won't shatter your entire cultivation base. I don't know what you're talking about. Still playing dumb? Yunxiao cranks up the heat until the flames roar with fury. Yunxiao just wants the mastermind. He keeps the pressure on, trying to make the guy see reason before things get permanent. I am a true disciple candidate, personally appointed by the sect leader himself. Give me the truth, and I'll take you straight to him for protection. You won't have to worry about revenge. If not, well, say goodbye to your power forever. The guy wavers. You mean it? Absolutely. But before the guy can spill the beans, a new player enters the chat from a distance. Who dares to heavily injure our sect's disciples? Yunxiao doesn't flinch. He just stares back. And who are you supposed to be? The newcomer points a finger right in Yunxiao's face. The tension in the air, absolutely electric. Audacious. You might have a true disciple token, but it's not the primary one. When you see a true disciple, you bow. Now. But Yunxiao? He doesn't bow to anyone like this guy. I receive the same treatment as a true disciple. Our status is equal. You might be a senior brother, but you don't have the authority to make me kneel. The guy turns red with pure rage. Yunxiao isn't backing down. He hasn't done anything wrong. He was just defending his own life. I don't need a lecture from you. Every action has a consequence. Karma is always watching. But if you want to talk about sect rules, what's the penalty for inner disciples conspiring to murder a true disciple? The attackers, who were so cocky before, are now shaking in their boots. Wait, spare us. We weren't trying to kill you. We swear. Yunxiao isn't interested in their excuses. He has a much more effective way to get to the truth. Really? If you think I'm lying, we can just let the sect leader perform a soul-searching technique on you. Let him look inside your heads and see exactly what happened for himself. Every single memory. They absolutely lose it, begging and crying for mercy without stopping. Please, senior brother, have mercy. Don't do it. To keep things from spiraling out of control, a mediator stepped in to play peacemaker. Junior brother Xiao Yun, we're both in charge of these disciples' exams this time. Look, it's getting late. Why don't we just officially get the assessment started? But Xiao Yun's response? It was a total bombshell that left everyone reeling. Officially start? Isn't it already over? They've all failed. Hearing this, everyone stood there frozen, completely blindsided by what just happened. The crowd was in a total state of panic, faces turning pale. What exactly did he mean by it already started? Then, Xiao Yun dropped the cold, hard truth. If a massive group like them could be crushed by a single first-grade spirit king like him, it proved they were nothing but absolute trash. And just like that, every single one of them was disqualified. News of this absolute madness reached the royal family immediately. It was clear everything was drifting far away from the plan they had carefully laid out. I never imagined Xiao Yun would be this formidable. Brother, I can't help you with this one anymore. All their schemes and dirty tricks had been dismantled by him. At this point, Qing'an realized he couldn't underestimate Xiao Yun for another second, but that realization only made him want to erase the kid even more. You've got skill, Xiao Yun, but do you really think talent alone lets you look down on the royal family? Just you wait. Meanwhile, over at the Red Forest Guild Hall, Xiao Yun's two biggest enemies, Feng Bao and Huang Li, were huddled together plotting. Huang Li, is there any way you can get my men into Mount Tailing? If they can just set foot on that mountain, Xiao Yun is a dead man. But Huang Li shut him down immediately. It wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Do you really think anyone can just stroll into Mount Tailing? That's the sect leader's residence. Only direct disciples are allowed. Even a 9th grade spirit king like me doesn't have the clearance to enter. At this point, Feng Bao was backed into a corner, completely out of moves and unsure of what to do next. Then tell me, how do we kill him? He murdered my son and keeps dodging your schemes. Are you just going to let him grow stronger? Of course, Huang Li wasn't about to let Xiao Yun off the hook, but he was playing the long game. He can't hide in Mount Tailing forever. The moment he steps outside those gates, he's as good as dead. However what? Since they were partners, there had to be something in it for both of them. So, Huang Li laid out his price. Xiao Yun is the greatest genius the Jade Flute Palace has seen in centuries. If the royal family takes his life for you, what's in it for us? I heard you control 7 different kingdoms, right? I want you to hand one over to the royal family. Feng Bao slammed the table in rage. The guy was clearly getting greedy. You know damn well I can't just nod my head and make that happen. The kingdoms under my rule are also overseen by the Dragon Emperor himself. But Huang Li wasn't budging on his demand. The Dragon Emperor rules over 100 nations. You think he's going to miss just one? After a long silence, Feng Bao finally started weighing his options. If Huang Li could actually kill Xiao Yun and avenge his son, losing one kingdom was a price he was willing to pay. He finally locked in the deal. Fine. Which nation do you want? Huang Li didn't hesitate. The Jade Kingdom, Xiao Yun's home. He finally agreed to give them a kingdom. If this worked and Xiao Yun died, the Jade Kingdom would belong to the royals. Huang Li was more than satisfied. Consider it a deal. A man is only as good as his word. Cut to a beautiful morning, the kind of warm, sunny day that's perfect for just relaxing. Ignoring the chaos brewing outside, Xiao Yun was sitting peacefully in his room until a paper crane flew in. He reached out and caught it. It was a message meant specifically for him, a summons. Looks like his break was over before it even started. Disciple Xiao Yun, report to the Inheritance Pavilion to meet your new mentor immediately. He didn't waste a single second, bolting out of the room like a flash of lightning. Since this was his first time meeting this person, he was actually pretty curious. For every candidate for the direct disciple position, the sect assigns a dedicated inheritance master. He wondered who he'd get this time. But the moment he landed, he stood there, completely frozen for 5 straight seconds. His new teacher was Qing Cheng, his very own destined disciple from his past life. He couldn't believe they were reuniting like this. So, you're the new disciple, Xiao Yun? Though he was stunned, he quickly bowed with respect. Disciple Xiao Yun greets his senior. Even she felt something familiar when she looked at him. The resemblance is uncanny. Could this Xiao Yun actually be my master's reincarnation? After the formalities, she introduced herself. I am Qing Cheng, the inheritance master assigned to you by the sect. Seeing her there, Xiao Yun realized their fate was far from over. In this life, the student had become the master. It was a strange twist of destiny. But wait, they aren't alone. Suddenly, a familiar face appears. It's Nian Yun Qing Cheng. Man, it's been way too long. She doesn't hesitate for a second, diving straight into Qing Cheng's arms for a massive hug. I missed you so much. But Yunair, what are you doing here at the Jade Flute Palace? Nian Yun beams and quickly explains the situation. Mother sent me here to the Jade Flute Palace to pay respects to father. In fact, I've actually been back for quite a while now. Looking at her, Qing Cheng gets hit by a wave of nostalgia. Last time they met, this girl was just a child now. She's already a spirit emperor in her dozens. Hard to believe it's been 600 years since Master passed away. Time really does fly, doesn't it? Before long, the two of them start talking about Nian Yun's mysterious father. Sister, what kind of man was my father, really? Qing Cheng sighs. He was a legend, but all you need to remember is that Master was your father, and that's enough. A shadow of sadness flickers across her face. It hurts, not knowing the full story of the man who gave her life. It's always the same every time she asks, they shut her down. Meanwhile, Yunxiao is standing there, acting calm on the outside, but his mind is absolutely racing. Wait, am I actually her father? How is this even possible? Talk about a complicated family tree. Didn't Xiao Thu say Nian Yun was less than 100 years old? I've been dead for 600 years. So how do I have a daughter who's only a few decades old? Yunxiao can't take the mystery anymore. He has to know the truth, so he finally speaks up to get some answers. Teacher, there's something I just don't get. May I ask a question? Qing Cheng nods. Go ahead. Oh, you're still here? They both go quiet, waiting for his question. Seriously. How could a man who died 6 centuries ago have a child who's only a few decades old? But knowing her? Every time these secrets come up, Qing Cheng keeps her lips sealed tight. There are things you just aren't ready to understand yet, she tells him. Focus on your cultivation, and maybe one day you will. Suddenly, Nian Yun interrupts from the side. Exactly. You're just a tiny little spirit king right now. What could you possibly understand? My father was Baili Yunxiao, the greatest sect master in the history of the Jade Flute Palace. I heard you're a relative of his, she continues. Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on. In the future, I'll even take you to the godly heaven continent to meet the 9 heavens mysterious lady. Are you touched? No need to be polite with me. You're probably only in your 20s, right? In the mortal world, I'd be old enough to be your ancestor. But since we're cultivators, I'll let you call me Auntie. Both of them are completely speechless at her boldness. Qing Cheng finally has to step in and check her behavior. Nian Yun, stop talking nonsense. You can't have Xiao Yun calling you Auntie. With that, she pulls out a golden ring and tosses it to him. Xiao Yun, since I'm officially your teacher now, it's only right that I give you something good to start with. Take this. It's a storage ring infused with my divine sense. In a life or death situation, it can literally save your life. Man, Qing Cheng is honestly the best. They just met, and she's already looking out for him like this. Everything inside is yours now. There's even a drop of saint blood in there, the blood of a spirit saint rank beast. Even half a drop is enough to push your flame emperor burning heaven body to a whole new level. He grips the ring, staring at it in disbelief. Saint blood? Even back when I was the sect master in my past life, I never got my hands on something this rare. This half drop of saint blood is enough to push my flame emperor burning heaven technique to its absolute peak, comparable to the power of a peak spirit emperor. Yunxiao is beyond grateful for such a massive gift. Thank you, teacher. She just waves it off, totally chill about the whole thing. Don't mention it. Just make sure you use those items well. Now, head out and get back to your training. After their first real meeting, Yunxiao says his goodbyes and heads out. Later, Qing Cheng heads to the sect master's study to meet with Mu She. He really does seem like a reincarnation of master, doesn't he? She needs answers. Have you told Ye Qingyu about this yet? Mu Shui just gives a calm, slight smile before replying. Do I look that stupid? Until I'm 100% sure, I'm not letting a single word of this slip out. Anyway, I've handed him over to you. Whatever happens next is in your hands. But Qing Cheng? She sees right through Mu Shui's act. I know what you're doing. You're just using this 1 in a million chance to trick me into staying and protecting the Jade Flute Palace for you. Deep down, you don't even care if he actually awakens his memories or not. Hearing that, Mu Shui's blood starts to boil as she points a finger at her. But even Mu Shui can't deny the truth. Fine, you're right. Even if he does awaken, what difference would it actually make? He's not the husband I or the young lady once knew. You all are just still holding on to that deep grudge against her because of what happened back then. I just hope that through this, you can finally see the cold, hard truth. Qing Cheng frowns. And what truth is that? Mu Shui doesn't hold back anymore, laying it all out there. He's dead. And he is never, ever coming back. But Qing Cheng isn't wavering for a second. I'm not giving up. And neither will the third junior sister or the others. They won't back down, and neither will I. Mu Shui found herself caught in a total nightmare of a situation. Their grudge against the young miss was just too deep, so she hoped she could somehow use this moment to finally settle the score. You should know that staying on this path leads nowhere, she warned. They simply weren't in the same league as her young miss. Realizing she wasn't going to change Mu Shui's mind, Qing Cheng decided she'd had enough, and didn't plan on sticking around. If you're thinking of using me to deal with them, you can forget it. I'm out. Even Xiao Chu, listening from the shadows, couldn't believe she was that kind of person. No one expected the sect leader to have such a calculated hidden agenda. Now, Baili Yunxiao has 1 wife, 1 concubine, 4 disciples, and 4 maids. Out of these 10 women, his wife Ye Qingyu is already the 9 heavens mysterious lady, ruling over both the gods and the human realm. His concubine, Tian Mu Shui, is the powerful sect leader of the Jade Flute Palace. As for his 4 disciples, excluding the eldest, who's passed away, the lowest ranked is the second disciple, Qing Cheng, and even she is already a half-saint. Xiao Chu had been by her side for years, but only now did she see Mu Shui's true colors, realizing her master just wanted to use her to lure out the people who stood by Baili Yunxiao back then. Suddenly, Mu Shui whipped around with a cold stare. Xiao Chu, does this surprise you? Caught off guard, she stammered that she wouldn't dare be surprised, before storming off in a fit of pure frustration. Good. Just remember, don't you dare mention this to anyone or I'll have to be the one to end you. He'd only just gotten back. Yet the whole crew was already there waiting for him. Senior brother Xiao, you're finally here. Yunxiao opened the door to find everyone gathered. You guys actually made it? Lion saw his face and immediately started cheering. Brother Xiao, I can't believe you became a true disciple that fast. That's absolutely insane. This is perfect. From now on, we won't have to worry about anyone trying to push us around anymore. Yunxiao didn't want to waste another second. Since everyone's here, let's head straight to Sword Bamboo Peak. Everyone agreed, and they immediately set off, piling onto the boat to start their journey. But it looks like this trip won't be a smooth ride for Yunxiao and the group, because the enemies waiting to ambush him have finally shown their faces. Xiao Yun, your luck ends today. While their boat drifted peacefully through the clear blue sky, several figures streaked toward them like falling stars, and it was none other than Feng Bao, along with a few of his elite henchmen. Stop right there, Xiao Yun. You killed my son, and I'm here to settle the debt once and for all. Of course, Yunxiao didn't listen. He just stood his ground and challenged him. Feng Bao, You really think you can start trouble on Jade Flute Palace territory? They locked eyes in a tense standoff. It was clear if they couldn't settle this peacefully, a massive explosion of violence was about to erupt. But surprisingly, Feng Bao didn't try to jump him with the whole group. Instead, he threw down a direct challenge. The palace won't stop me from settling a personal grudge. Xiao Yun, I challenge you to a duel to the death. Do you have the guts to accept? Yunxiao's face twisted in annoyance at how incredibly persistent this guy was. This Feng Bao is like a leech, so annoying. I'm definitely going to have to kill him sooner or later. For now, if he wanted to play, Yunxiao was ready. Fine. A life and death battle it is. 1 year from today, at Black Dragon City, you and me. Hearing that, the old man flashed a devious, wicked smile before turning to leave. You've got spirit. If you're still breathing in a year, I'll see you there. Of course, in his head, Feng Bao was already plotting to make sure Yunxiao never saw that day. But let's be real. You won't even last another few months at this rate. With the deal made, they flew off and stopped bothering them. They should be arriving any second now, he muttered. Yanfei watched them leave, completely confused as to why he'd even bother accepting the challenge. Senior brother Xiao, why give him the time of day? He's such a pest. We should have just made an excuse to kick him to the curb. But Yunxiao had his reasons. Feng Bao and I have a grudge that goes way too deep. He was never going to let this go, unless... Unless what? She asked. Suddenly, the space behind them began to crack and shatter. Something caught his attention instantly, forcing Yunxiao to whip his head around. Right then and there, boom! A massive explosion rocked the area, making it feel like space itself was being torn apart. Just when they thought they were in the clear, Huang Li's side launched an attack. Ambush. These guys really have no idea who they're messing with. It turns out this was Feng Bao's backup plan all along. Don't hold back. Leave that 9th grade Spirit King to me. If they wanted to play dirty, Yunxiao wasn't scared of anyone. He blurred forward in a flash of speed. Perfect timing. I haven't had a chance to refine the saint blood in my body yet. Since you're offering your life, I won't be polite. And just like that, an all-out war erupted, no mercy, no backing down, just pure, high-octane chaos. While Yunxiao is holding it down in the sky, everyone else is duking it out below. Huang Li, he actually thinks he's about to have his big main character moment today. A puny rank 9 Spirit King trying to take my life? You're at death's door and still don't know when to quit. Looks like Huang Li really went all out preparing this strike, launching a massive wave of energy straight at our boy. I'll be the one to send you to the afterlife. But Yunxiao? Not even flinching. He knows he's on a completely different level, honestly. He was just waiting for this move. He wasn't about to let Huang Li just run wild, so he gets into position. I mean, come on, how cool is this guy? He meets Huang Li's massive attack head-on, with nothing but his bare fists. Pure insanity. That light orb didn't just stay in the air, it branched out, striking everyone below too. Senior brother Xiao. Elders. After burning through his energy for that big move, Huang Li is completely gapped, exhausted. I can't believe this kid actually hurt me, but after taking that hit, he's dead for sure. In the middle of all that chaos, it turns out Yunxiao was actually pretty beat up, but he's not done yet. Senior brother Xiao. It looks like that hit did more than just leave a few scratches, it attacked his internals, making Yunxiao's entire body glow a deep red. Seeing the situation get worse, Yanfei is panicking. She can't just stand by and watch him suffer. I'm taking you to Zhufeng's sword right now so grandmother can heal you. Despite being exhausted herself, Yanfei carries him through the rough terrain toward Zhufeng's sword. But then, out of nowhere, she runs into Qing Cheng. Yanfei is in a race against time. Carrying Yunxiao on her back, she yells, "Senior, please move." Qing Cheng senses something familiar and immediately turns around to face them. This aura. Stop. Seeing her path blocked, Yanfei is desperate. Senior, this is an emergency. Whatever it is, it can wait. But Qing Cheng doesn't say a word. She just reaches out, grabs Yunxiao's hand, and starts sensing his energy. Suddenly, from the aura radiating off him, the truth hits her. His secret identity? Revealed. Is he actually master? Meanwhile, Huang Li's squad has tracked them all the way to Zhufeng's sword. They're hell-bent on finishing Yunxiao off for good. Huang Li didn't come alone either. He brought a whole mob of his goons, fanning them out to hunt our boy down. He finally spots them, but for now, Huang Li stays hidden behind the bamboo, trying to figure out who this woman is. Staring at Qing Cheng's stunning looks, Huang Li is low-key mesmerized. The doctor from Yanzi Pavilion? Not bad at all. Big mistake. Don't let her looks fool you. Qing Cheng knew they were hiding there the whole time. Why is Yunxiao injured? Was it you? Without a second of hesitation, she throws a punch into the air and the shockwave. Absolutely terrifying. Huang Li realizes he's been caught, and his face turns pale as a ghost. Wait, this power. Is she actually in existence above the Spirit Emperor realm? Even though they were standing pretty far back, that one punch nearly blew them away. Senior, you can't kill us. We didn't do anything wrong. Seeing them act so shameless, hurting someone and refusing to admit it, Qing Cheng is absolutely livid. Nothing wrong? Even though she's alone, she doesn't care. She's ready to take on the whole damn crowd. The fact that you hurt Yunxiao is already a crime. But even now, Huang Li is still acting like an arrogant brat. Senior, even if we were wrong, you wouldn't dare kill us. I'm part of the royal family. Our ancestor is a spirit sovereign. His cultivation is definitely on par with yours. That's right. Our ancestor is a legendary spirit sovereign. Rich kids, royal status. Qing Cheng doesn't give a damn. She's determined to teach these entitled punks a lesson they'll never forget. A second later, she gives them a taste of true despair, sending them flying into the air one by one. These guys are the typical type hiding behind their family names because they never learned how to actually handle themselves. Ancestor, save me. Senior, stop. If you kill this many of us, the sect master won't let you off. Aside from throwing out empty threats, they couldn't do a single thing. Qing Cheng was just serving up a massive plate of humble pie. The sect master? Go ahead, tell Tianmu Shui to come here and see if she even dares to breathe a word against me. Seeing her so fearless and powerful, it finally clicks for Huang Li. Is this white-haired woman some kind of hidden grandmaster within the sect? And did she train Yunxiao herself? You can mess with anyone, but messing with Yunxiao? Yeah, that was a fatal mistake. She starts absolutely wrecking them. Today, Qing Cheng is going scorched earth to make sure they never even think about doing this again. The tables have completely turned, and it looks like Huang Li's side is about to get wiped out. Oh no, the guardian charm is exploding. Stop. But right in the middle of the absolute carnage, Mu Shui suddenly appears. Qing Cheng, just drop it already. This was nothing more than a petty squabble between juniors. There's absolutely no need to slaughter 10 or 15 of them in one go. Standing right behind Qing Cheng, she tries her best to talk some sense into her, hoping to stop a literal bloodbath. She claims these kids are just young and overly competitive, but deep down, she knows this situation is anything but simple. Is that really all you think this is? Right as things reach a breaking point, Huang Li's family suddenly swoops in, barely managing to save his life in the nick of time. Seeing that he's finally out of the line of fire, Huang Li is absolutely ecstatic. Ancestor, help me, please save me. The elders quickly land, desperate to end this confrontation before the consequences spiral out of control. With two legendary figures standing right there, even they don't dare to make any reckless moves. Wait, what? Is that sect leader Tian Muxu over there as well? It's terrifying. Qing Cheng, who's been missing for years, is now somehow even more powerful than Tian Muxu herself. The old ancestor is clearly terrified of being dragged into this mess and has zero intention of interfering. Beg for mercy? Don't make me laugh. At this point, the old man is just happy if he can keep his own head on his shoulders. If the juniors have to die, then so be it, as long as they don't drag the entire family down into the grave with them. Meanwhile, Qing Cheng is having an incredibly intense standoff with Muxu. Tell me, Qing Cheng, what exactly will it take to satisfy your rage? The price is steep. The Heavenly Tao Alliance must swear an oath to become Xiao Yun's slaves for life. If they break it, struck by lightning 5 times and 9 generations of their family wiped out. And trust me, this isn't just some empty threat in the world of cultivation. You don't mess with the heavens. If a cultivator breaks a sacred oath, it leaves a permanent scar on their heart, a heart knot that never heals. Once that knot is there, during the 3 to 9 lightning tribulation, it's almost guaranteed to transform into a heart demon. And if that happens, your chance of survival drops to exactly 0%. Betraying Xiao Yun literally means the end of their cultivation journey forever. Muxu is completely stunned that Qing Cheng would demand something so extreme. Desperate to de-escalate the situation, the family elders don't hesitate, they drop to their knees immediately. Huang Li, swear the oath to the Heavenly Tao right now. When he stays stubborn and refuses, one of them loses it and delivers a brutal, bone-shattering slap to his face. Honestly, Huang Li is having the worst day ever. He failed to kill Xiao Yun, got humiliated, and now he's getting slapped by his own people. Just swear it already. After getting his face beaten into a pulp, he finally starts to show a little bit of common sense. Fine, I swear. Even though he's losing face in front of everyone he knows, Huang Li has no choice but to choke out the words. I swear to the Heavenly Tao that I will willingly serve as Xiao Yun's slave for the rest of my life. I will follow his every command. If I disobey, may the heavens split me in two and wipe out my entire bloodline. Seeing this, the people around him quickly follow suit. I swear too, I swear. This absolutely humiliating news travels fast, eventually reaching the ears of the villainous Feng Bao. What did you just say? Qing Cheng and the leader of the Jade Heaven Palace both showed up just to protect that Xiao Yun brought. After all that effort, he failed again, and it wasn't even close. Damn it all. Which god did I manage to piss off to deserve this kind of luck? After being treated for his injuries and getting some much-needed rest, Xiao Yun finally stabilizes and opens his eyes. Seeing him wake up, Qing Cheng rushes over, her voice trembling with worry. Master, you're finally awake. Knowing his secret is out, he doesn't hide anymore and gently pats her head. I really can't hide anything from you, can I? You silly girl, what are you crying for? See, your master is perfectly fine. Master, do you have any idea how much my heart ached back then? I truly thought you were gone from this world forever. Seeing the pain in her eyes, he finally decides to tell her the brutal truth. Back then, I really did die. Ching Chung is completely floored by this. What? Suddenly, all those unresolved mysteries from the past start rushing back to her. What exactly happened all those years ago? Did Yi Qingyu really betray and murder him? Xiao Yun lived through it, but even his own memories are a hazy mess. It's true that Yi Qingyu killed me, but my memories of that day, they're just so blurry and fragmented. Hearing this, the doubt in Ching Chong's heart starts to grow even stronger. But master, if she really wanted you dead, why would she risk everything 60 years ago to bring back a saint origin tree from the realm of gods? Xiao Yun is taken aback. A saint origin tree? The kind that can gestate and nurture life? Slowly, Qing Cheng begins to reveal the secrets she's been keeping. It turns out Ye Qingyu used that tree to preserve his divine essence, watering it every single day with her very own life force. That tree eventually gave birth to a spirit child, a fetus that she named Baili Yunxiao. Qing Cheng recounts every single detail she can remember. Not only that, but after he passed, his wife, his supposed killer, went absolutely manic with grief. She threw herself into cultivation like a madwoman, and in less than 100 years, she conquered the 99 Great Tribulation to reach the Heaven Court, a place ruled by both gods and men. Xiao Yun thought he would hate her forever. But now that the truth is coming to light, that hatred is starting to crumble. He remembers joking with her back then, telling her that one day he'd rule the 9 immortals, build a Heaven Court, and make her his queen mother, while he ruled as the Jade Emperor. She didn't just protect his bloodline, she moved heaven and earth for him, it looks like. I can't bring myself to hate Ye Qingyu anymore. I guess that's just how it is. Now that the truth is finally out, our boy has a brand new goal in mind. Realizing that raw power is the only thing that matters, he turns to her. Qing Cheng, are you willing to help me refine this last half-drop of saint blood? There was no way she was going to say no to that. She agreed immediately. As you wish, master, Qing Cheng says, bowing respectfully. And just like that, the two of them team up to finish what they started. Working together, they channel their energy to create something the world has never seen. Once the gem is fully refined, Yunxiao absorbs it directly through his forehead. Almost instantly, his cultivation level skyrockets to a whole new height. Seeing this, Qing Cheng is absolutely thrilled for him. Master, did you just break through to the 9th level of the Spirit King realm? She's stunned. It looks like that painful love tribulation from his past is finally behind him. Yunxiao is determined to rewrite his destiny once and for all. It's time, he mutters, to take back everything that belongs to me. The very next day at Sword Mountain, the disciples are busy training their hearts out. Qing Cheng and Yunxiao walk right into the middle of the crowd and ask, who here is Qiu Yuquan, the High Great Elder? An elder nearby speaks up and introduces him to the pair. Great Elder, this is my newest disciple, Yuquan. He's also the new master chosen by the Jade Flute Divine Sword. Hearing this, Qing Cheng doesn't hide her doubt for a second. He's the master? Does a guy like him even deserve to hold a sword like that? The elder claims the Jade Flute Divine Sword has never recognized a master before, but as soon as he finishes talking, the sword in Yuquan's hand suddenly takes off. Yuquan is left standing there in total shock. He has no clue what just happened or why his weapon just ditched him. The sword floats high into the air as everyone watches in awe. Suddenly, an order is given. Every disciple under the Spirit Sect realm must extract their blood essence so the Jade Flute Divine Sword can pick its true master. Yuquan is absolutely fuming. He was doing just fine until this interference ruined everything. No, why is the High Elder stepping in now? He grits his teeth in rage. This has to be Yunxiao's doing. He's trying to ruin me. Over at the Jade Flute Palace on Sword Mountain, Qing Cheng has a little task for the disciples to carry out. She commands every disciple below the Spirit Sect level to release their blood essence to see who the sect's divine sword actually chooses. Nobody dares to argue. They all get to work, and soon, a blood-red sphere of energy appears in the palm of every single disciple. Yunxiao has been away from his beloved weapon for way too long. It's time for a reunion. Jade Flute, he calls out, return to me. The sword recognizes its true master's voice instantly. Without a second of hesitation, it streaks through the air toward him. Talk about a perfect match. The sword flies forward at absolute breakneck speed, glowing with a fierce and majestic blue light. Finally, the weapon is back where it belongs. After all this time, Yunxiao and the Jade Flute are finally reunited. The crowd is speechless. And Yuquan? He looks like he's seen a ghost. The divine sword finally picked a master. But it's not me? Yuquan realizes that while he had the sword's recognition, he never truly owned it. But Yunxiao? The bond is real. Qing Cheng steps forward to make it official. The Jade Flute Divine Sword has chosen. I hereby announce that Yunxiao is officially a core disciple, and if he can condense a golden core and reach the Spirit Emperor realm, she continues, I will personally recommend the sect leader promote him to head disciple. Hearing those words, Yuquan's eyes turn red with pure envy. He's absolutely seething. Head disciple? The crowd whispers. That's basically saying he's the next in line to lead the entire sect. Once the excitement dies down, the crowd is dismissed. All right, everyone, back to work. You all have duties to attend to. Yunxiao and Qingchong continue their journey until they reach a massive stone monument. It's ancient, covered in intricate carvings and inscriptions. Yunxiao places his hand on the cold stone, and immediately, he feels a familiar, powerful surge of energy rushing into him. Just as I thought, he whispers. I can still absorb the sword intent I left behind all those years ago. Qingcheng watches from the side, totally confused. Master, you can actually absorb sword intent just by looking at those carvings? He doesn't hold back the truth. This place has served its purpose. There's still one more spot I need you to take me to. Their next stop is Tailing Mountain, the home of the sect leader. As they arrive, Mu Shui comes out to greet them personally. Qingcheng, what brings you here? Mu Shui turns to the boy. And Yunxiao, I heard the Jade Flute Divine Sword actually chose you as its master? That's right, he replies. Mu Shui can hardly believe her eyes. It hasn't been that long since she last saw him, but he's like a different person. Wait a second, we only met yesterday. How on earth did you jump 9 levels in a single day? You've already reached the peak Spirit King realm? She gasps. Your cultivation speed is honestly terrifying. Yunxiao doesn't let it go to his head. He just glances at Qingchong and says, It's all thanks to my teacher's training and the power of the Saint Blood. But Mu Shui isn't buying it. No. Even with Saint Blood and a Saint's guidance, she argues, a normal person couldn't possibly jump 9 levels in one night. This proves one thing: your natural talent is off the charts. Qingchong just smiles and joins in on the fun. The sect leader is right, Yunxiao's talent. It puts both of us to shame. Mu Shui looks at him thoughtfully. With talent like that, I wonder, what grade of golden core will he be able to form? Qingchong has absolute faith in Xiao Yun's talent. Trust me, I can definitely help him condense a saint-grade golden core. A saint-grade golden core? She doesn't beat around the bush and dives straight into the heart of the matter. Sect Master, did you bring him here just to see the Ode to Gallantry calligraphy left behind by Sect Master Baili Yunxiao? Mu Shui is clearly confused. But instead of a straight answer, she just gets a vague, mysterious response. You already know the reason why. Without another word, she agrees to lead the two of them inside. All right, follow me. As they walk, Xiao Yun looks around. His eyes taking everything in. This was the home he once shared with Ye Qingyu, Mu Shui, and his 4 personal maidens. Being back here triggers a rush of memories. It is part nostalgia, part pure heartbreak. Back then, this place was so warm and full of life. How did everything end in such a brutal, heartless way? Eventually, the 3 of them stop in front of a specific room. Xiao Yun reaches out, gently placing his hand on the door. A second later, something completely unexpected happens. Mu Shui's jaw practically hits the floor. She can't wrap her head around how he's doing it. Xiao Yun, can you actually absorb the sword intent inside? Seeing his power grow like this is starting to get terrifying. This situation is spiraling out of control fast. There's a massive chance this Xiao Yun is the reincarnation of Baili Yunxiao, and his memories are returning. Should I report this to Gu Yue at the Heavenly Court? Mistress. Oh, mistress. Where did you go? Why hasn't there been any news for 30 years? Mu Shui turns toward Qingcheng, her expression tightening with pure annoyance. Don't forget your promise to me. If you tell her, I'm taking Xiao Yun and leaving immediately. The sect master just scoffs. She'll find out sooner or later. In this world, nothing stays hidden from the 9 Heavens' mysterious lady for long. The 2 women lock eyes in a tense standoff. Fine, let her find out when she finds out. And don't forget, she adds, you were once the master's concubine too. The moment she followed Ye Qingyu through those doors, she became the master's woman for life. Mu Shui's gaze suddenly turns somber and heavy with regret. Whether he's the reincarnation of Baili Yunxiao or not, the man standing there isn't the same person he used to be. He is Xiao Yun now. She decides to play dumb and keep the secret from her mistress. Once their business is finished, they don't stick around. Teacher, let's go. As they walk away, her eyes are filled with a lingering sadness, as if she desperately wants to hold on to them but knows she can't. With everything prepped and ready, Xiao Yun heads to Bamboo Peak to begin his true cultivation. He sits alone amidst the mountains. Suddenly, a violent, raging flame erupts from his body. It's clear he's ready to give this everything he's got. Now, he can finally focus on the breakthrough without any distractions. After a period of intense, backbreaking effort, the results finally show. Everyone is stunned. It's Xiao Yun. He's triggering a minor heavenly tribulation. Looking at the massive, terrifying lightning storm gathering above, most people would be scared of being turned to ash. Then, a massive bolt of lightning screams down from the sky, aiming right for him. Move over, everyone. This is the moment Xiao Yun has been waiting for his time to shine. Right on time. It doesn't stop there. Countless bolts rain down, but Xiao Yun absorbs every single one, condensing the raw power into a glowing orb. He can feel it, though this little bit of energy isn't nearly enough. Instead of waiting for the lightning to come to him, Xiao Yun takes charge. He reaches out his bare hands to snatch the bolts right out of the air. This guy is an absolute beast. Those terrifying bolts look like monsters, but once they hit Xiao Yun's hands, they're shrunk down to the size of his palm. Like he has a bottomless pit for a stomach, he just stuffs the entire ball of lightning into his mouth and swallows. After inhaling that top-tier energy, Xiao Yun lets out a casual burp. Guess that lightning snack tasted pretty good. Ching Chung and the others watching from the sidelines are completely speechless. Jaws dropped, eyes wide. Is he seriously eating the heavenly tribulation? It's clear as day now. Even in a new life, the Master's power is something no normal person can ever hope to match. Standing on the ground wasn't enough to satisfy him. Xiao Yun takes to the sky, flying straight into the heart of the storm to hunt the lightning himself. Too slow. At this rate, I'll never be full. He stares up at a sky overflowing with thunder, ready to feast until he's satisfied. Stay right there. Xiao Yun opens his mouth wide and begins vacuuming up the entire storm's power. He's done with small bites. Now, he's absorbing as much as possible, as fast as he can. That's the only way to satisfy his craving for lightning. Very quickly, a blindingly bright orb of energy begins to form. Xiao Yun can feel the massive, surging life force that the tribulation has gifted him. Ching Chung rushes over to him, her voice filled with curiosity. Xiao Yun, what rank is your golden core? But even Xiao Yun can't give her a straight answer. To be honest, even I'm not really sure. Ching Cheng leans in, her curiosity piqued. Go ahead, release your illusionary core. I need to see this for myself. This core is bizarre. It's packed with an insane amount of energy, yet it has no color and zero patterns. Still, Ching Cheng can sense it. This thing easily rivals the immortal grade. Yunxiao stares ahead, his gaze steady and unshakable. Why obsess over some meaningless standards set by the world? If a plain exterior can blind others to his true strength, then it suits him perfectly. Of course, his recent stunt already has the crowd buzzing with rumors. Junior brother, your core is, well, strange. Even a low-tier core usually has a golden tint to it. The others start whispering, did this guy really form a core without a grade? Yunxiao just sighs and plays along. Guess so. My talent is pretty bottom tier, after all. He shrugs it off with a smile. I got lucky. I used a secret technique just to barely survive that minor heavenly tribulation. Just forming a core is enough of a life goal for me. The crowd actually feels for him. Hey, at least he's a spirit emperor now. A level most people can only dream of. Congratulations, fellow cultivator. After some small talk, they're ready to bounce. We've got things to do, so we'll take our leave now. Farewell, my wife's waiting for me at home. Just like that, everyone vanishes, leaving only Yunxiao and Ching Chong behind. Yunxiao watches them leave, finding their sudden change in attitude absolutely hilarious. He turns to Ching Cheng with a smirk. See that? When they thought I was a genius, it was all junior brother. Now that my core looks trash, I'm just a fellow cultivator. Welcome to the Nine Skies continent. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Mu Shui storms onto the scene, her voice booming. Agree to what exactly? It's obvious she's not exactly thrilled to see Ching Chung hanging around him. She crosses her arms, looking disappointed. You caused such a massive scene, and all you got was a gradeless golden core? Unbelievable. Her expression turns stone cold as she glares at Yunxiao. If your core really is that pathetic, you can forget about being the head disciple. You're finished. Both Yunxiao and Ching Cheng are caught off guard. They didn't expect Mu Shui to take things this far, this fast, but Yunxiao has bigger fish to fry. He decides it's time for a long journey, and the girls meet him at Sword Bamboo Peak to say their goodbyes. Young master, you're really leaving? He doesn't want anyone else getting dragged into his mess, so he's doing this solo. I have to. I'm going to find someone. I didn't come to this world alone. My cultivation partner is out there somewhere, and I need to find her. Ching Chung can't stand the thought of him leaving. Master, let me come with you. I won't be at peace letting you wander this continent all by yourself. But Yunxiao isn't budging. No. I move faster and stay under the radar much better if I'm on my own. He stands there for a long moment, lost in thought, calculating his next move. Now that he's reached the Spirit Emperor realm, he tried using the Holy Book to contact Earth. The problem? The book is bone dry on energy. That energy comes from faith. If he wants to get home, he's going to have to start spreading the Church of Light across the Nine Skies continent. Decision made. No more wasting time, it's time to hit the road. To save his own strength, Yunxiao skips the carriage and hops onto a divine eagle. After soaring through the clouds for a while, he finally touches down in the scorching sun empire. The journey was brutal. So Yunxiao and the eagle pull over in a dense forest to catch their breath before pushing on. But peace never lasts for this guy. Before he can even relax, a massive dragon emerges from the shadows, eyes locked on him. A scorching sun-blue dragon? Here? Yunxiao immediately sees what's going on. This beast isn't after him, it's looking at his divine eagle like a snack. You want to eat my bird? Really? Sure enough, the dragon lunges, jaws wide and ready to swallow the eagle whole. But Yunxiao isn't about to let some overgrown lizard touch his ride. As long as he's standing, this dragon is going hungry. You've got a serious death wish, don't you? Yunxiao strikes. He unleashes a move so fast the dragon's head spins, completely shattering its momentum. A blinding green light erupts, trapping the beast in an inescapable aura. Yunxiao doesn't even want to kill it, he just raises a hand and commands, "Down, now." The impact is devastating. The dragon is slammed so hard it can't even keep itself airborne, crashing into the dirt with a pathetic thud. Talk about a plot twist. Instead of being a snack, the dragon just became a gourmet feast for the divine eagle. "Eat up," Yunxiao mutters. But wait, they aren't alone in these woods. Yunxiao senses movement just up ahead. In the distance, a massive hunting party appears. They're on horseback, hauling a giant dragon-slaying crossbow like they're ready for a full-scale war. Yunxiao is just sitting there, casually munching on a snack, wondering if these guys are actually here for the dragon he just thrashed. Turns out, they're way too late. The mighty dragon they were tracking is currently being digested by his eagle. Wait, is that a giant eagle? Quickly, get the dragon-slaying bows ready. They panic for a second, but then they see it. The dragon isn't in the eagle's stomach yet, it's pinned right under its massive talons. Hold on, look at the carcass under its feet. Isn't that the evil dragon we were hunting? And, is there a guy sitting on top of that eagle? The hunters are absolutely floored by the surreal sight. One of them steps forward, trembling as he calls out to Yunxiao, "Excuse me, senior, is this giant eagle yours?" Seeing they didn't have any bad intentions, he kept it cool and replied politely. And why wouldn't he? Once they realized Yunxiao was a total powerhouse, their attitude flipped to pure respect in a heartbeat. "Please, senior, forgive us for being so incredibly rude. We only came here to hunt that vicious dragon. We swear we never meant to mess with your mount." Since they were talking sense, Yunxiao decided to let it slide. No need to rush things. To these people, he was no longer just a stranger, he was their absolute savior. "Senior, thank you for slaying that dragon for us. You've saved everyone for 100 miles. No one has to live in fear of its attacks anymore." Seeing Yunxiao possess the strength of a supreme master, they didn't hesitate. They dropped to their knees, begging for one more favor. "Senior, your power is beyond heaven itself. We have a desperate request. Please, we need your help." Yunxiao looked them over and asked what the problem was. "What exactly do you want me to do?" Seeing he was actually listening, they poured their hearts out, desperate for him to step in. "Senior, if you can kill a dragon, your cultivation must be off the charts. It's legendary. We beg you. Please help us kill one more beast. A vicious flood dragon. If you do, both monsters will finally be gone for good." Yunxiao saw this as the perfect chance to hit his original goal. He stepped down and gave them his word. "I can help you," he said, "but on one condition. You must believe in the path." "What path?" He let 3 words hang in the air, echoing with power. "The Church of Light." Every 3 months, that flood dragon crawls out and drags people from the nearby villages, taking them back as live sacrifices. "If you can just help us wipe this beast out, we promise to worship you for the rest of our lives." Hearing the details, Yunxiao couldn't just stand by. Using living people as sacrifices? That's where he drew the line. What a disgusting creature. Even without knowing how strong this thing was, Yunxiao didn't blink. He dove headfirst into the river to hunt it down. Now, fighting underwater isn't exactly his home turf, and it definitely wasn't ideal, but he's a master for a reason. He handled the pressure easily, swinging his blade with enough force to split the current. Just die already. He'd only been underwater for a few minutes, but the commotion below was insane. The water literally exploded toward the sky. No one expected him to finish the job that fast. In the blink of an eye, Yunxiao was back on the shore, standing before their stunned and joyful faces. He raised his sword and announced the news they'd been waiting years to hear. "The flood dragon is dead." The crowd lost it. They fell to the ground, crying with gratitude. A god has slain the beast. We're finally safe. He saved us all. Great Immortal, we'll join your Church of Light. We'll build statues in your honor, raise temples to your name. We'll burn incense every single day and pray for your protection. Please, look over us." It felt a little strange to him, but Yunxiao didn't push them away. After all, the City of Harvest needed faith energy if it was ever going to fully recover. So, he decided to just go with the flow. Once the monsters were dealt with, it was time for him to hit the road again. "Since you've joined my church, I promise to spread the word to you all later. Protect this region, don't let me down. Our fate together ends here today. If it's meant to be, we'll meet again somewhere down the line." We humbly see the immortal off. We'll follow your orders, spread the faith, and protect the common people everywhere. We won't let you down, senior. Yunxiao's next destination? The capital of the Li Yan Empire, Li Yan City, and a place called the White Emperor Tavern. 600 years ago, when he gave the secret brewing recipe to a girl named Bai Lan, he never dreamed she'd turn it into a tavern famous across the 4 seas. As soon as he stepped inside, he started looking around for her. Excuse me, is the owner, Bai Lan, around? Bai Lan was busy cleaning behind the counter, but when she heard that voice, she froze. It sounded so familiar. The moment she realized who it was, she couldn't hold back. The emotions hit her like a wave, and she threw herself into his arms. Brother Yunxiao, I can't believe it's really you. I thought you were dead. Yunxiao was stunned. Bai Lan, I can't believe you recognized me instantly. Seizing this long-awaited reunion, Bai Lan let out everything she'd been holding inside. Every single day for 600 years, I've missed you. How could I ever forget your face? Brother, what on earth happened back then? That is a story for another time. I was just passing through and wanted to see you. Now that I see you're doing well, I can leave with a clear head. When she heard that, the joy in Bai Lan's eyes instantly turned to heavy sadness. Brother, you have to leave again? Yunxiao didn't sugarcoat it. I have to find someone. It's important. Bai Lan wasn't taking no for an answer. Then I'm coming with you. I don't care where I'm not losing you again. Of course, he had to refuse. He didn't want her in the line of fire. Look at you, all grown up now. Why are you still acting like a little girl? Suddenly, a guy named Zemo showed up, looking for Bai Lan. You could tell right away he was here to be a total pain. Lady Luo, I'm so sorry to bother you again, but I'm still waiting to hear what you think of my proposal, my lady. Zemo, stubborn as a leech and twice as annoying, just won't take the hint. Bai Lan's patience? Yeah, it's officially hit 0. Young Master Chu. I turned you down a long time ago, she snaps, her eyes cold. And more importantly, in front of the man I love. You should really show some respect. Hearing that, Zemo turns his venomous gaze toward Yunxiao, looking him up and down with pure disgust. Lanner, is this poor, weak, ugly-faced loser seriously the man in your heart? He sneers, his voice dripping with arrogance. I'd believe it if you told me he was just some pretty boy you were keeping for fun. Completely ignoring Yunxiao's dignity, Zemo points a finger directly at his face. Listen up, brat. Get away from Lanner right now, or Wanjian Mountain Villa will make sure you never see tomorrow. Yunxiao just smirks. Talk about a small world. Wanjian Mountain Villa? The same place Chu Yuchuan is from? Wow. Talk about a bad neighborhood meeting. Facing Zemo's blatant arrogance, Yunxiao decides to play along with a cheeky grin. Wanjian Mountain Villa, huh? Is it actually, impressive? Zemo scoffs, eager to look big in front of the girl. Wanjian Mountain Villa is an existence someone like you couldn't even fathom. Listen, you little brat, don't throw away the mercy I'm showing you. If you don't disappear right now, I have ways to make you wish you were dead. But before Yunxiao can even open his mouth to retaliate, Bai Lan steps forward, shielding him with a fierce look. Enough. Zemo. Nobody bullies people from my Baili Winehouse. The only one who needs to get lost here is you. Yunxiao is loving every second of this. Seeing the guy get brutally rejected like a total loser, he can't help but stir the pot. Well, looks like I'm still the favorite, aren't I, little sister? Realizing he's just becoming a punchline for their jokes, Zemo's face turns a lovely shade of purple. You! He takes a deep breath, trying to stay composed. He came here to win over Bai Lan, no point in letting a nobody ruin his gentleman image. To keep up his act, he forces a smile and holds back his rage. Lanner, I'm only doing this because I care about you. I don't want to see you tricked by some boy toy fraud. But if you've got things under control, then fine. I won't say another word about him. Despite her constant rejections, this guy just doesn't know when to quit. Actually, I came here today to tell you that I want to marry you. Properly. In all of Li Yan City, only you, the mistress of the Baidi Winehouse, is worthy of being the lady of Wanjian Mountain Villa. He's completely shameless, rambling on about power and status while she's clearly checked out of the conversation. Just think about it. Once we join forces, our power will be unmatched. In the entire Li Yang Empire, who would dare challenge us? But Bai Lan isn't some naive girl. She sees exactly what he's after, a hostile takeover of her business and her life. Trying to catch a white wolf empty-handed, huh? You want my winehouse and my hand in marriage? Zemo. You sure have a big ego. She whispers to Yunxiao. Big brother, just watch how I play this guy. I'll settle your score for you. Yunxiao just gives Zemo a look that says you're doomed. All right then, Yunxiao replies, amused. I'm looking forward to the show. Bai Lan turns back to Zemo, ready to humiliate him. Young Master Chu, if you really want to propose to me, you should do it the right way. Where is the matchmaker to arrange the union? Where is the 8-man litter to carry me to your villa in style? You can't just open your mouth and expect me to say yes. Unbelievably, the guy actually thinks he's winning. You're right, I was too hasty. Lanner, if you agree, I'll go get a matchmaker right now. Bai Lan pauses. there's just one more thing. Zemo is desperate now. Anything. If you agree, I'll do whatever it takes. If you want me and the Baili Winehouse as your dowry, a simple visit isn't enough. Young Master Chu. Don't forget to tell the matchmaker to bring the proper betrothal gifts. Yunxiao is practically vibrating with suppressed laughter. This girl is savage. It's been 100 years, and Bailan has only gotten craftier. But even Yunxiao didn't expect her next demand to be this insane. In those gifts, I expect the land deeds to your villa, and all the divine weapons of Wanjian Mountain Villa, of course. Whoops. Guess that was the breaking point. Zemo's eyes bug out as he points a finger at her. Bailan, you're playing me. But a strong, independent woman like her was never going to hand her life over to a snake like him. And what if I am? She challenges. Did you really think I'd just let you walk in here and take everything for free? Get real. You're too ugly to be dreaming this big. Zemo is fuming. Not only did he fail to get the girl, but he got played like a fiddle. He storms off in a blind rage. You just wait. You'll regret this, he shouts. Bailan just waves dismissively. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, young master. But Yunxiao isn't laughing anymore. He knows the type. Little sister, that guy is petty. You need to be extremely careful. You humiliated him. A guy like that? He's definitely going to hold a grudge and look for revenge. He's gone for now, but trust me, he isn't letting this go. Once the jerk is finally out of sight, Yunxiao turns his attention back to her. The spiritual treasure I gave you all those years ago. Do you still have it? She smiles instantly. The white orchid flower? Of course, I'd never lose something you gave me. Wait, why do you ask? Yunxiao nods. Find me a quiet room. I'm going to re-refine it from scratch and boost its rank for you. Hearing that, Bailan's heart skips a beat. The old spark is definitely there. Having you here. I'm truly lucky. It's just a shame, she whispers, that you're still not my cultivation partner. No more wasting time, Yunxiao says firmly. Let's go. I'll use every second to help you refine that treasure right now. Meanwhile, over at Wanjian Mountain Villa, Chuzimo is absolutely fuming, taking his rage out on Xing. That Bailan has some nerve. I offered her marriage, and she plays me for some pretty boy loser? Xing slides onto his lap, whispering, Young master, don't let her get to you. If she doesn't know what's good for her, then you don't need to show her any mercy at all. Showing her true colors, Xing suggests a plan that's pure evil. Young master, we can team up with him to crush her. A wicked smirk spreads across her face. Once we cripple her cultivation, she'll be yours to play with however you want, right? We'll even drag that pretty boy back too. Imagine how great it'll be to make him watch while you handle Bailan. Hearing that, Chizimo is totally hooked. Xing, you really are my lucky star. We're doing exactly that. Bailan, you and your little boyfriend aren't escaping my grasp this time. Back to Yunxiao. Keeping his promise, they head to a quiet room where he starts re-refining Bailan's treasure from scratch. In an instant, a flower glowing with a mysterious blue light appears. Brother, did you just turn my flower into a top-tier spiritual treasure? Once he's finished, he hands it over to her, a gift to keep her safe from the dangers ahead. Take it. I've boosted its defense and cranked up its attack power. Now, even if you run into a spirit emperor stronger than me, you can hold your own. Holding the flower, Yunxiao refined himself. Bailan is completely starstruck. Her brother's smithing skills are honestly on another level. Even the famous grandmasters couldn't pull this off. If this three-colored orchid got out, every spirit emperor in existence would kill to have it. But their quiet moment is shattered by a sudden knock at the door. She calls out, "What's so important that you're bothering me?" Then, her subordinate drops a bombshell. "Master, Great Emperor, Li Yang has sent a messenger. He's inviting you to the Imperial Palace. Lady Bai, the Emperor requests your presence." Realizing she's been summoned by someone that powerful, she has to say goodbye to Yunxiao, even though she really doesn't want to. Brother, Emperor Li Yang is the one in charge of the Kingdom of Blazing Flames. If the Bai Emperor Tavern wants to do business here, we can't say no to his invitation. Yunxiao doesn't stop her. He just tells her, if that's the case, then go. But remember, stay sharp. Be careful. Still, this sudden invitation feels off to him. Yunxiao starts to get suspicious. Bailan just offended the people from Wanjian Mountain Villa, and now the Emperor sends a sudden invite? Something smells like a trap. Soon, Bailan arrives at the Great Hall of the Li Yang Palace. Spirit Emperor Bailan, it's been a long time. Bailan greets the Great Emperor. May I ask why you've summoned me here? Li Yang doesn't beat around the bush. He goes straight for the kill. I heard you have a spiritual treasure called the White Orchid, the one refined by Sect Master Baili Yunxiao himself, right? She's caught off guard. Why is the Emperor suddenly bringing up something from so long ago? His eyes are practically dripping with greed. I've taken a liking to that treasure. I hope you'll consider gifting it to me. In exchange, I'll guarantee the tavern's safety for 100 years. Faced with this arrogant demand, Bailan doesn't hesitate to shut him down. The White Orchid is my life-bound treasure. How could I possibly just hand it over to you? He keeps pushing her. If you surrender the treasure, maybe I'll be in a good enough mood to let you go save your little boyfriend. But since you want to be difficult, don't blame me for being heartless. The second he mentions Yunxiao, Bailon loses her cool. What do you mean? What did you do to him? It turns out they've been working together all along. The moment you stepped into this palace, Chu Zemo headed straight for the tavern with his men. By now, your boy is probably already dead. At the tavern, Chu Zemo and Xing Er have already surrounded him. Hey pretty boy. Didn't see this coming, did you? Xing Er sneers. Master, is this the guy Bailon likes? He's ugly and weak, he doesn't even have half your charm. Just as Yunxiao predicted, he and Bailon were played by those two snakes. So, you and Emperor Lai Yang teamed up to set a trap for Bailon? Not a single shred of guilt. Instead, he just mocks him. So what if we did? If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have had to trap my precious Lanner. You really thought you could just hide behind her forever, didn't you? Now that she's trapped in the palace, let's see who's coming to save you. He didn't come alone either. His thugs move in to corner Yunxiao, but honestly, they're the ones who are trapped in here with him. Who told you that I needed Bailan to protect me? A pathetic little spirit king actually dares to act tough in front of me? Fine. Today, I'll teach you what it means when a spirit emperor takes charge, chief of ghosts and gods. While Chu Zemo launches his attack, Yunxiao just stands there, looking completely relaxed. Seeing him stand there doing nothing, Xing Er starts talking trash. Hey, Bailan's little pretty boy, you scared now? My master is a spirit emperor, you're not even in his league. Yunxiao isn't going to waste his breath on these losers. He just stands his ground. This is the moment he's been waiting for to finally strike back. Suddenly, Yunxiao summons a flaming sword that streaks through the air. A spirit emperor? You think that actually makes you special? When Chu Zemo sees that insane power, he realizes he just poked a sleeping dragon. How? How is your soul strength this terrifying? And honestly, give it another second, and he won't even have the breath left to talk smack anymore. Realizing there's zero chance of winning, the coward Chu Zemo grabs Xing Er and uses her as a human shield. Xing Er, it's time you actually did something useful for me. As the flames consume her, Xing Er finally feels the weight of regret. I don't want to die. Yunxiao doesn't give them a second look, he's got a girl to save. If anything happens to Bailan, I'll turn your entire myriad sword villa into a graveyard. He charges forward at absolute top speed, praying he's not too late. Bailan, wait for me, I'm coming back for you. Meanwhile, Lai Yang is looming over Bailan as she climbs the steps. If I give you the Bailan flower, will you really let me go and help me deal with the Chu family? Lai Yang doesn't hesitate. Of course I will. Look, the Bailan flower was refined by sect leader Baili himself. It's the ultimate treasure for a breakthrough. You can't find this for any amount of gold. I only want the flower to break past my current limits. He lies smoothly. I have no reason to be your enemy. Bailan doesn't want to let it go, but for their survival, she has to. Fine. But just as she's about to hand it over, a massive boom echoes from outside. That sound. Could it be? Did he actually come back for me? Get ready guys, because we're about to see a classic hero saves the beauty moment. You said I had to listen? Who do you think you are? The guards outside see an uninvited guest and lose their minds. An intruder! Kill him on sight. They all swarm Yunxiao at once. You've got some nerve. If you want me dead, then come and get some. Heavenly net sword web. But these bottom-tier guards? Not even on his level. In the blink of an eye, the entire squad is wiped out. A bunch of idiots. One blood clone was enough to lead you all on a wild chase. Back inside, Li Yang is panicking that Yunxiao will get there first, so he demands the flower right now. Bailan, what are you waiting for? Hand over the flower now. And then, perfect timing. Yunxiao bursts in and snatches Bailan away from that creep. Bailan, why even waste words on a fake, two-faced hypocrite like this guy? I'm here now. No one's touching you again. Now, come over here. Seeing Yunxiao safe and standing right in front of her, Bailan looks like she just saw a miracle. Big brother, I knew it. I knew Chi Zemo couldn't stop you. But Lai Yang isn't letting them leave without that treasure. Bailan, it seems you've chosen the hard way. He glares at Yunxiao. A lowly spirit king? You think you're worthy of being called big brother? Let's see if you have the guts to keep that treasure from me. He stops talking and launches a lethal strike at Bailan. But Yunxiao, not a chance. He steps right in front of her, tanking the hit. A pathetic spirit emperor like you thinks he's worthy of this treasure? Give me a break. He doesn't flinch, not even a little. Is that all a spirit emperor can do? You can't even scratch the defense of a lowly spirit king like me. And just like that, Li Yang snaps. The monster inside him wakes up. You blocked one casual strike and now you think you're hot stuff? You've got a lot of nerve, kid. Today, I'm going to show you the absolute gap between a spirit emperor and a spirit king. He summons a massive fire beast that roars toward them. It looks impossible to stop. Bailan is shaking, but Yunxiao just leans in close. Don't be scared. I've actually been waiting for him to use this move. He pulls her in tight and opens a mysterious book to neutralize the entire attack. Hold on tight, Bailan. The two massive forces collide, and the shockwave is absolutely insane. Both sides are pouring everything they've got into this. But the good guys win this round. Their power overwhelms Lai Yang, leaving him in the dust. Spirit Emperor Lai Yang, thanks for the boost out of here. You're actually a pretty decent guy. Yunxiao mocks him one last time as they make their escape. Lai Yang is beyond furious. After them, don't let them leave Blazing Flame City alive. He's going all out now. Lock down the city, surround them. The guards don't dare hesitate, they move out instantly. Seeing them try to make a run for it, Chizimo is absolutely fuming. You think you can offend the Myriad Sword Villa and just walk away? They try to fly out, but suddenly, Chizimo blocks their path with a sword radiating pure killing intent. Chizimo in front, Lai Yang behind. They're caught in a pincer move, and things just got very, very difficult. Ignorant brat. Every inch of Blazing Flame City is under my control. You want to run? In your dreams. Just as things are reaching a breaking point, Bailan steps up with a suggestion. Big brother, this is the perfect time for me to test the new power of the orchid after its refinement. Without hesitating for even a second, she unleashes the full, blinding energy of the white orchid to teach those fools a lesson they'll never forget. And just like that, it works. The treasure completely stalls Zemo's sword strike. Seems like all that hard work Yunxiao put into the refinement was worth every bit of effort. Seeing his opening, Yunxiao doesn't miss the chance to throw some serious shade just to rub salt in the wound. I mean, you're supposed to be the master of Myriad Sword Villa, right? How can you not even break through one simple defensive treasure? Getting mocked for the umpteenth time sends Zemo into a blind rage, his teeth literally grinding in frustration. But while he's losing it, Li Yang is the only one staying dangerously calm. Young Master Chu, keep your head. Don't let him get to you, he says coolly. I've already summoned the 3 Spirit Emperors of Lai Yang City. With 5 of us working together, we're definitely taking them alive. I'll take the high-grade treasure, and this brat and Bailan, they're all yours to deal with. So, these 2 lowlifes team up to corner our duo. Then I'll leave it to you, Great Emperor, Zemo sneers. No matter what it takes, dead or alive, Li Yang is obsessed with getting his hands on that white orchid. Spirit Emperors of Lai Yang City, heed my command. Come forth and seize that treasure for your emperor. Seeing them act like the treasure is already theirs, Bailan can't help but feel pure disgust. The tricolor orchid was refined by my brother specifically for me. Since when did it become your property, you greedy old man? Yunxiao just shrugs. Let this shameless guy act tough for a little longer. Then, he leans in and whispers an absolutely wild plan directly into her ear. Once those 3 Spirit Emperors show up, But before they can finish, a few more sellouts decide to join Li Yang's side just to get a piece of the action. Great Emperor Lai Yang, we're here to back you up. Young Master Chu, let's finish this. Zemo is itching for a real fight now, swinging his blade forward with a massive heaven-shattering strike. Seeing the overwhelming pressure, Bailan starts to get a little nervous. Wait for it, little Bai, just a bit longer. Suddenly, boom! A raging flame dragon erupts as the villains throw every ultimate move they have at Yunxiao. He tracks the timing perfectly. Right when the tension hits its peak, he shouts, "Now, little Bai, do it." That's when the white orchid truly takes center stage. That massive fire dragon they were so proud of? Suddenly, it's completely useless, just flickering sparks against her power. In the blink of an eye, Bailan takes total control of the battlefield, absolutely wrecking their formation and leaving them in total shambles. Even Zemo can't hold his ground anymore. One by one, the villains fall back, completely drained and gasping for air. Lai Yang played dirty first, but now that the tables have turned, he's absolutely livid. Bailan, you actually dared to plot against me? Yunxiao just scoops her up in his arms and gives a blunt, cold response. I mean, isn't it obvious? We're just playing your game better than you. If Lai Yang City is led by a moron like you, I'd say its downfall is pretty much guaranteed. He looks at the girl in his arms and continues. See this high-grade treasure? It's ours. You want it? Keep dreaming. Hearing this, Lai Yang's face goes from pale to purple before he literally coughs up a mouthful of blood from pure rage. They finally cleared a path to safety, but Bailan looks like she has something urgent to say. Her lips are trembling, and Yunxiao immediately notices. What is it? What's wrong? It turns out, the girl is far from okay. It's bad. Using my current strength to force out the full power of the tricolor orchid was way too much for my body to handle. Yunxiao knows they can't stay a second longer. We're leaving. We'll find these guys and settle the score properly another day. They manage to make a clean escape, leaving their enemies drowning in their own failure. A while later, they find themselves in the middle of a massive, endless desert, but Bailan is still fuming. Big brother. The Chu family and that great emperor plotted to kill us and steal my treasure. If we just walk away like this, I just can't accept it. Yunxiao gets it. He's not the type to let things slide either. I know. If we just leave, wouldn't all that hard work you put into building the White Emperor Purple Pavilion just go to waste? She hesitates, looking back. So, should we go back and fight them now? But Yunxiao shakes his head. Going back isn't the move. The truth is, we haven't actually escaped yet. We're still right inside Li Yang's perception range. Bailan's eyes go wide. How is that possible? How can a spirit emperor's perception reach this far? Looking at her confused expression, he starts to explain. On his own? Of course Li Yang couldn't do it. He's not that impressive. But when he teams up with the semi-saint artifact right in front of us, the 10,000-mile sand sea, that's a completely different story. Finally, the realization hits Bailan like a ton of bricks. Wait, so this entire desert is actually a semi-saint artifact? No wonder the Lai family has lasted for 1,000 years. They've been hiding under the protection of this massive sea of sand the whole time. But then, a thought occurs to her. If it's been here all these years, how has no one ever tried to steal a semi-saint treasure like this? Yunxiao picks up a handful of sand, letting it slip through his fingers. You can't just force a primordial spirit treasure to obey you, especially a semi-saint one. Its power is technically higher than a spirit saint. Rumor has it, these artifacts would rather self-destruct than be forced into submission by some power-hungry tyrant. Suddenly, Yunxiao's tone changes, as if he's speaking to someone hidden in the wind. Isn't that right, little Sandy? Silence falls over the desert. The air goes deathly still, and not a single soul answers him. Just when it looked like Yunxiao was caught in a lonely monologue, the desert itself began to shift, a massive dune rising up like a living mountain. A voice boomed from the sand. I am a semi-saint weapon. You think a lowly ant like you can just call me whatever you want? And there he was. The very entity Yunxiao had been hunting for since he first stepped into this scorching wasteland. Yunxiao didn't even flinch. Little Sand, it's been 100 years. Have your skills actually improved, or are you still just playing in the dirt? Stop hiding and show your true form, or do you really not recognize Baili Yunxiao? Then, right before their eyes, the massive dune collapsed and reshaped itself into the form of a young boy. Yunxiao raised an eyebrow, genuinely caught off guard. Wait, weren't you the palace lord of the Jade Flute Palace? How on earth did you end up looking like a kid? The boy glared back, his voice dripping with ancient spite. Hundreds of years ago, you came here to practice your swordplay, and nearly destroyed my physical body. Now you're back? What do you want this time? Seeing them bicker like old friends, Bailan realized that her brother and this Wanli Shahai entity were actually old acquaintances. Yunxiao just gave a small nod. Yeah, they definitely had some history. But man, the moment they reunited, they were already at each other's throats like cats and dogs. The boy crossed his arms defiantly. Look, Li Yang is already planning to use my energy to stop you. Centuries ago, I made a pact with the Lai ancestors to protect their bloodline for 10,000 years. Yunxiao just smirked, seeing right through the bravado. So, let me get this straight. You've never actually had a true master, have you? The boy scoffed, his pride as a semi-saint weapon flaring up. Please, a tiny, insignificant clan like the Lai family? They aren't even worthy of being my master. That was all Yunxiao needed to hear the perfect opening. He leaned in with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Tell you what, why don't you just follow me instead? Accept me as your master, and I'll spare the Lai family. That way, you're not actually breaking your pact to protect them, he added with a grin. Besides, didn't you regret not being able to serve me all those years ago? The boy hesitated, his resolve visibly wavering. You truly are worthy of me. But suddenly, Bailan felt a surge of doubt. This whole situation was getting absolutely wild. Was her brother really trying to scam a semi-saint weapon into submission? Meanwhile, Xiaosa, the sand boy, was deep in thought, weighing the massive offer. He thought to himself, if this monster goes all out against the Lai family, can I even stop him? And honestly, if I follow someone this powerful, maybe. The boy's voice softened as he looked up, his tone turning quiet. Is this really the only way? The only way you'll spare the Lai clan? Yunxiao didn't blink. It's the only path. He made it sound like a choice, but his cold, killing intent said otherwise. This was an offer Xiaosa couldn't refuse. If you say no, I won't force you. But as for the Lai family, I'll wipe them off the face of the earth sooner or later, and you know you can't stop me. Hearing that, Xiaosa realized he had no choice left. He finally nodded. I don't want to break my oath. I'll do it. I'll follow you. And just like that, the contract was sealed, master and servant, bound together right then and there. Meanwhile, over at the antagonist camp, Zemo was busy bragging to his family about his genius plans. Father, Bailan has fled. Now that she's gone, we should send our men to seize the White Emperor Inn in Lian City immediately. These guys were snakes through and through. They weren't just stopping there, they planned to slowly swallow up every single branch the inn had. That way, even without the secret recipe for that legendary wine, all the profits will be ours. Zemo grinned, practically tasting the gold already. Exactly, by then, will be. But before he could finish that sentence, Karma came knocking on his door once again. Following the new agreement between Yunxiao and Xiao Sa, the desert began to move. Sand started pouring in from every direction, and Zemo's jaw dropped at the absolute madness unfolding before him. What's happening? Is this golden sand trying to swallow the entire city of Lion whole? Panic erupted instantly throughout the streets. The Wanli Shahai, the vast desert outside the walls, was literally eating the fortress. How is this possible? People screamed. Didn't the Wanli Shahai swear a 10,000-year pact to protect the Lai ancestors? But as the disaster loomed over them, the father and son duo didn't give a damn about Emperor Li Yang. It was every man for himself now. Son, forget the pact. If the desert is betraying us, that's Li Yang's problem to solve. We need to move, now. They knew if they hesitated for even a second, they'd be buried alive. At this rate, we'll be trapped in Lian City forever. Word of this absolute catastrophe reached the Emperor's ears in no time. The Wanli Shahai is breaking the pact. Stop this instant. Do you not fear the soul backlash of the ancestral oath? Lai Yang stood before the encroaching sand, screaming at the desert and demanding to know why it was being so treacherous. But Xiao Sa was just a pawn in a much bigger game now, and his hands were tied. He replied coldly, Li Yang, believe it or not, I'm actually saving you. You have no idea who you've actually offended. Li Yang's face went pale, his heart sinking into his stomach. Lord Wanli Shahai, please, tell me. Which senior are you talking about? The boy was about to spill the beans but stopped himself, remembering Yunxiao's terrifying warning. Just before the action started, Yunxiao had pulled him aside. Little Sand, since you've accepted me as your master, I won't force you to technically break your oath to the Lai family. I'll spare them under one condition. You must trap Lian City within your spirit treasure space, so Emperor Lai Yang has nowhere to run. And then came the killer line. But remember one thing. You must not reveal my true identity under any circumstances. After a long moment of hesitation, Xiao Sa took a deep breath and chose the only safe option: complete silence. I can't explain it. Not yet. Just understand this, everything I'm doing today is for the survival of the Lai family. Hearing those words, Li Yang's heart sank, replaced by a cold, suffocating wave of dread. But Lion City is our base. It's the very foundation of the Lai clan. If you besiege us like this, where are we supposed to go? Wanli Shahai didn't answer with words. Instead, he simply reached out, revealing a small, shimmering crystal orb. Your destination? I've already prepared it for you. In an instant, a brilliant teal portal surged into existence right before Lai Yang's eyes. Step into this spiritual treasure space. Inside, I can guarantee your absolute safety. Seeing the portal, Li Yang felt a surge of desperate hope and chose to trust him blindly. I understand. I'll leave everything in your hands then, Lord Wanli Shahai. Poor guy. Little did he know. Once he stepped through that threshold, there was a very real chance he'd never see the outside world again. Waiting inside the void were two figures who had been expecting him all afternoon. Once Shahai confirmed everything was in place, Yunxiao finally stepped out from the shadows. Great Emperor Li Yang, we meet again. Beside him, the once mighty Wanli Shahai bowed low. Greetings, master. The sound of that voice hit Lai Yang like a physical blow. He spun around, eyes widening as the realization of the trap finally set in. That voice. It's you. You soft-faced brat. You're the one Shahai was talking about? He lied to me. He actually dared to play me for a fool. But before he could vent his rage, Shahai cut him off with a chilling tone. Lai Yang, watch your mouth. How dare a piece of trash like you insult my master? Apologize this instant. If you provoke his anger, even I won't be able to save your miserable life. Seeing Shahai's absolute loyalty, Yunxiao reached out and calmly patted his head. It's fine. Since I gave you my word, I'll give him one chance to stay alive. Thank you, master. Shahai turned back to the trembling emperor, his gaze cold. You heard the master. Well, what's it going to be? 2 against 1. It was like throwing an egg against a mountain. Lai Yang had no choice but to swallow his pride. I understand. I asked the Great Lord for his guidance. Yunxiao didn't waste time making things difficult. He got straight to the point with a simple offer. Agree to my 3 conditions, and I'll let you live. Without pausing, he laid out the terms of his surrender. First, acting as the representative of your ancestors, you will dissolve the contract with Wanli Shahai and grant him his total freedom. Second, you will lead a siege against the 10,000 Sword Villa. Li Yang winced. These were bitter pills to swallow, but he could survive them. And the last one? Now came the real kicker. Third, you will abdicate your throne. Lion City will be handed over to Bailan. The first 2 conditions were painful, but that third one? It completely snuffed out the last bit of light in Li Yang's world. No matter how hard it was to stomach, Li Yang was forced to follow Yunxiao back to the Imperial Palace. Give the Imperial Seal to Bailan. Then, you can go gather your men. Wait for my command to attack the 10,000 Sword Villa. I assume I don't need to teach you how to hand over a throne, right? Yunxiao's voice was cold. Li Yang didn't dare resist. No, I understand. Dropping to one knee, the broken emperor presented his most precious treasure to the girl. Empress Bailan. This is the imperial seal that controls the entire Lian Empire. Please. Accept it. Bailan stood there, completely baffled by the emperor's sudden self-destruction. She turned to Yunxiao, confused. Big brother. What is all this? While Lai Yang was drowning in despair, Yunxiao was busy preparing an even bigger surprise for her. Take it. From this day forward, you are the great empress of this land. That emperor conspired with the 10,000 Sword Villa to hurt you. This is simply the compensation you deserve. Hearing that, Bailan's eyes lit up like she'd just won the lottery. Thank you. Thank you so much, big brother, for looking out for me. But wait, Yunxiao wasn't done yet. No need to be polite. I've got one more massive gift for you. After a moment of thought, he decided to completely transform the landscape. Using the power of the Wanli Shahai as a foundation, he began to manifest his will. And just like that, Bailan was given the chance to rule a city unlike any other. Yunxiao literally built her a city in the clouds, floating high above the world. Overwhelmed by everything he had done for her, Bailan's voice trembled with emotion. Big brother, you're too good to me. Meanwhile, Lai Yang was having a total existential crisis. In the entire history of the Nine Heavens continent, only the legendary mysterious lady had ever built a floating city. This kid. He did all that with just a wave of his hand? How did I ever think I could stand against a monster like him? Of course, Yunxiao hadn't forgotten about Zemo. His next target was already locked in. Now, it's time for the 10,000 Sword Villa to pay the price. Lai Yang, get your troops in order. We move to crush the Sword Villa immediately. As you command. Meanwhile, over at the Jade Flute Palace, the cowardly Huang Yang was already busy snitching to Mu Rong. Huang Yang of the 10,000 Sword Villa greets the sect leader. Please, you must seek justice for us and the Lian Empire. Seeing him show up in such a state piqued her curiosity. What on earth could happen to make a villa master run all the way here to beg for my help? Huang Yang started spinning his tail, making sure to add plenty of extra flavor to make himself look like the victim. Empress, Bailan, and some soft-faced brat used dark schemes to enslave Wanli Shahai. They used that power to force the great emperor to give up his throne. And now, that brat has surrounded my villa, intending to slaughter every last one of us. Who will answer for this tragedy? Mu Shui wasn't just refusing to back him up, she was tearing him a new one, calling out his absolute nonsense. You and Lai Yang teamed up to ambush Bailan and our very own Xiao Yun to steal their treasures, she barked. Why haven't you mentioned a single word about that? Without another word, she slapped a letter right into Huang Yang's face, letting the cold, hard proof do the talking. Now that his little scheme failed, he actually expected her to protect him? Terrified and shaking, he finally unfolded the paper to see his crimes laid bare. The letter detailed how Xiao Yun and the Empress Bailan were hunted down, only for them to survive by binding with the legendary semi-saint artifact, the 10,000-mile sand sea. Seeing his dirty laundry exposed like that, Huang Yang didn't dare utter another word. He just collapsed onto his knees. The head of the Chu family finally admitted his sins, begging for mercy while desperately clinging to the family's years of loyalty to the Jade Firmament Palace. But Mu Shui just shook her head, sighing at his pathetic display. You're begging the wrong person, she told him flatly. Xiao Yun is the disciple of the semi-saint Qing Cheng, and I can't touch her business. She's at Sword Bamboo Peak right now. Go beg her, and maybe you'll survive. Thank you, Sect Master, for showing me a way out, he cried. But as he left, a nagging suspicion began to grow within Mu Shui. According to Huang Yang, the bond between Bailan and Xiao Yun was incredibly deep, and since Bailan was the soulmate of the late Yunxiao, could this kid actually be the reincarnation of Baili Yunxiao himself? Meanwhile, following the tip, Huang Yang rushed to Sword Bamboo Peak to face Qing Cheng. She looked down at him coldly. Speak. Why have you come here? This humble one was blind, Huang Yang stammered, bowing low. I offended your disciple, Xiao Yun. I'm willing to die for my crimes. I only ask that you speak to him on my behalf. Please, ask him to spare the Chu family and the 10,000 Sword Villa. But her answer was just as chilling as Mu Shui's. I can't influence his decision. Suddenly, she placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. It looked like Qing Cheng wasn't going to completely ignore him, though. She was giving him one final, slim chance to make things right. If you want mercy, go beg him yourself. And so, they headed to the 10,000 Sword Villa, where Xiao Yun was already waiting. Why are you here? Someone's looking for you, she said, leading the trembling man directly to Xiao Yun. Weren't you here to admit your mistakes? Qing Cheng demanded. Then get on your knees. Xiao Yun didn't even look up. If you want to live, you're begging the wrong guy. If you won't repent, then just wait for death, Xiao Yun said coldly. Then, he turned to his teacher. Master, if he refuses, there's no need to force him. Even though he looked calm on the surface, Xiao Yun's eyes were screaming murder. If it weren't for Ching Chung being there, this guy would have been a corpse the second he showed up. Huang Yang felt that killing intent and immediately lost his mind. Wait, please. He threw his pride into the trash and wailed, slamming his head against the floor. Lord Zhao Yun, I was wrong. I'll give you everything, every single asset the Chu family owns. Just please, spare the villa, spare my family. He was at the end of his rope, and money meant nothing compared to his life. He handed over a storage ring containing his entire life's work, and Xiao Yun took it, scanning the contents with a neutral expression. Xiao Yun never actually intended to massacre them, but he couldn't let them off scotangent-free either. A lesson had to be learned. Your family plotted against Bai Lan, and you tried to end me, he reminded him. If we weren't strong enough, we'd be buried by now. But since you've offered everything and confessed, I'll spare your life. Suddenly, his eyes flared with a savage light. However, you don't get away unpunished. With a swift motion, he shattered the man's core. I'm crippling your cultivation. Let this be a warning to anyone else who thinks of crossing me. Ching Cheng stood by, fully supporting the move. Well done. As for the rest of the Chiu family, don't worry, I'll personally see to it that their powers are stripped too. She wanted the world to know one thing. On the Jade Firmament continent, absolutely no one bullies her disciple. Xiao Yun looked at her, clearly moved by her protection. After the mess was settled, Ching Cheng prepared to take her leave. I'll go deal with the rest of the people at the villa. You stay here and wait for me, she commanded. Xiao Yun watched her go, whispering to himself that he had to work even harder. He wouldn't let her kindness go to waste. As for Huang Yang, he struggled to stand, his body trembling from the loss of power. He never realized a semi-saint would value a mere disciple this much. If only I'd known sooner, he muttered, relieved that at the very least he wasn't Xiao Yun's enemy anymore. Meanwhile, the mountain of resources Xiao Yun just inherited was exactly what he needed to refine the 10,000-mile sand sea. That tiny ring, it was hiding a literal treasure trove that could make a king jealous. Xiao Yun wasted no time. He slammed his palms together and began the high-level refinement process immediately. As his hands parted, a glowing gourd emerged, surrounded by swirling, precious gemstones. Watching his family's wealth evaporate like this, Huang Yang couldn't help but feel a stab of regret. This kid is something else, he thought bitterly. Xiao Yun was literally using his family's fortune to power up right in front of his face. Both he and Lai Yang could only stand there, eyes wide, watching Xiao Yun's next move with bated breath. This is the treasure the Chu family worked so hard to amass. If someone took these spirit stones to a master blacksmith, they could probably trade them for a genuine spirit treasure. Leaving them here? What a total waste. But after waiting for a while, the scene that unfolded before their eyes was simply beyond words. Wait, look at that. Yunxiao is moving with such speed and grace, it's like a dance. He's already carving intricate patterns onto the gourd, transforming it into a high-level spirit treasure right before their eyes. In just a few breaths, using his god-tier crafting skills, he's managed to produce an entirely different, high-powered treasure. And, done. Both of them are staring, unable to believe this absolute glitch in the Matrix. It's finished? Just like that? It's not just finished, it's a masterpiece. Huang Yang and Li Yang finally feel a wave of relief, realizing they were smart to surrender when they did. It's a miracle we aren't his enemies anymore. If we were, our lives wouldn't be worth a cent. Honestly, I still can't wrap my head around his power. For a powerhouse like him, having this gourd means navigating the myriad-mile sand sea will be a walk in the park. Talk about an easy win. Meanwhile, Bai Lan tracks down Yunxiao to share some massive news. She's officially taken the throne. The Liang Empire is no more. It's now been rebranded as the Bai Lan Empire. How are things on your end? She sounds genuinely concerned, and seeing her care like that puts a big smile on his face. Things are going great, he says. He gives her the full rundown of the situation here, explaining that the Chu family is finally dealt with. Sister Lan, it's all handled. But before he can even finish his sentence, something makes Yunxiao freeze. That sensation. Is the demon-slaying sword actually trying to contact me right now? Realizing it's finally time to take care of business, Yunxiao prepares to head out. Sister Lan, I'm afraid this is where we part ways for now. It's time to go reclaim the demon-slaying sword. Plus, it's high time his strength reached a completely new level. 3 days later, he arrives at Tianyun City. He never expected the demon-slaying sword to be tossed all the way to the edge of the continent by that space-time turbulence. It looks like if he wants to find the sword, he'll have to cut right through a city filled with beast shifters. Right then and there, Yunxiao makes a new plan. If an old friend is still in the area, it wouldn't hurt to pay them a quick visit. It might even help him out on the long road ahead. And so, a new journey to find his blade begins. Did you hear? The city lord reached the spirit sovereign realm. Yeah, it's only because of her protection that we can live in peace here in Tianyun City. Now that the city lord has leveled up again, it's a time for massive celebration. Walking through the crowd, Yunxiao catches bits and pieces of the local gossip. Apparently, Beast shifters from all over are coming to pay their respects to the city lord. Let's head to the mansion and wait. Even a glimpse of the city lord from a distance would be amazing. Yunxiao wonders if this current city lord is actually the old friend he remembers. Since he's passing through anyway, might as well go check it out. Right now, a massive crowd is gathered in front of Tianhuang's mansion, everyone trying to outdo each other with sweet talk and praise. Congratulations to City Lord Tianhuang on reaching the Spirit Sovereign Realm. We've come specifically to pay our respects. Please, we'd love to meet you. After squeezing through the mob, Yunxiao taps a guy nearby to ask a question. Excuse me, is the Tianhuang you're talking about the flower demon from 6 years ago? But out of nowhere, the guy snaps at him, offended by Yunxiao's disrespectful tone. Her true form? Her real name? How dare a mere human like you even speak of them so casually? But Yunxiao knows exactly who she is and what she's like. So obviously he doesn't care about all this fake formality. If she's the same Tianhuang I know, she probably wouldn't mind. At the very least, she wouldn't care that I'm calling her by name. The guy still looks at Yunxiao like he's some kind of uneducated brat. You're just a human who recently broke into the Spirit Emperor realm, yet you dare act so arrogant toward our city lord? No one even touched him, but this guy is already making up crimes to pin on Yunxiao. Do you really think acting like this will get the city lord's attention? Talk about delusional, human. You've been reading way too much manga if you think that works. Seriously, what a bunch of clowns to run into first thing in the morning. Now beat it. City Lord Tianhuang isn't someone you can even dream about. If you don't leave right now, I might just have to eat you myself. Yunxiao isn't about to waste his time arguing with a low-level thug, so he ignores him and walks straight to the mansion gate to request an audience. I am Xiao Yun. I've come specifically to see Empress Tianhuang. Please, tell those inside that I'm here. Moments later, the gate creaks open. A girl steps out with an extremely annoyed look on her face, clearly having zero interest in welcoming him. The city lord has ordered that all visitors wait at the Lingxiao Tower. The guy from before stands in the distance, laughing his head off at the failed attempt. Stupid human. Looks like City Lord Tianhuang doesn't have a clue who you are. Even after being brushed off, Yunxiao doesn't give up. He tries one more time. Miss, please, just tell Tianhuang one thing. Tell her that an old friend from the past, Master Xiao Yun, has come to visit. But instead of listening, the girl raises her hand, swinging for a slap right across his face. How dare you? Who gave you permission to call the city lord by her name? Guess she didn't feel like taking the polite route. Seeing that words aren't working anymore, Yunxiao decides it's time for action. He tried being a gentleman, but now he's officially lost his patience. In an instant, the maid is completely restrained by Yunxiao's grip. Now then, do you think you can deliver my message properly this time? Check this out, this is a semi-saint weapon. I'm only using something this valuable just so you'll pass a message along for me. Yunxiao explains he's not there to cause trouble. He just needs a word with her boss. Even though she's clearly annoyed, the maid finally agrees to help him out. Fine, I'll do it. Just let go of me first. She huffs and heads inside, but not before throwing one last jab at him. If you end up disturbing the city lord, you'd better be ready to handle the consequences. I'm watching you. Just you wait right there. But Yunxiao isn't worried at all. He knows exactly how this is going to play out. Looks like another win for him. Oh, I'll be waiting. Don't you worry. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Tianxiang suddenly feels a strange tug at her heart. Why is her chest tightening all of a sudden? At that moment, Tianxiang is actually catching up with her friend Chu Long. They're just chatting away when he brings something up. Tianxiang, now that you've reached the Demon Master realm, remember what I told you? The Golden Cicada Immortal is about to give a sermon at Sunset Mountain. If we travel together, it'll be a lot safer for both of us. And honestly, she was already thinking the exact same thing. Right then, the maid rushes in to give her report. City Lord, I followed your orders and moved the visitors to the Lingxiao Pavilion to wait, but there's this one guy who refuses to listen. He calls himself Young Master Yunxiao and insists on seeing you personally. The second she hears that name, Tianxiang shoots up like a bolt of lightning. Yunxiao? Could it really be him? It's been ages since they last met, so the moment she realizes it might be him, she takes off running. Yunxiao, if that's really you, please, just wait for me. Chu Long is left standing there completely stunned. He's never seen her this emotional before. Who on earth is this guy? Back outside, things are getting ugly. A mob has surrounded Yunxiao, and they are not holding back with the insults. The city lord is a legendary demon master. You really think she'd have anything to do with a lowly human like you? Get lost already. Stop trying to cling to her reputation. Humans aren't welcome here in Tianyun City. Beat it. But no matter how much they yell, Yunxiao isn't moving an inch. He's basically planted himself there. I'm staying right here. What are you guys going to do about it? His smug face absolutely triggers them, and they start reaching for their weapons. You've got a lot of nerve ruining the city lord's honor. We're going to skin you alive for this. We'll tear you apart piece by piece until there's nothing left. Oh? And who exactly is going to die? Surprise, surprise, the boss is here. Tianxiang arrives just in time to give these loudmouths a lesson they'll never forget. After taking a devastating hit from her, the guy is completely lost. City. City Lord? Why? See, Yunxiao is basically the most important person in her life, and she's not letting anyone touch him. You think trash like you can lay a finger on my person? That's when the realization hits the mob like a freight train, but it's way too late now. You actually know the City Lord? After being apart for so long, the second Tianxiang sees him, she drops everything and pulls him into a massive hug. Tianxiang, if you hadn't shown up, I think they would have branded me a fraud. Who dared call you that? I'll cut their tongues out right now. She wants to make sure everyone knows exactly who he is. Listen up, this man is my most honored guest. Anyone who shows him disrespect is an enemy of mine. Do I make myself clear? The mob instantly drops to their knees, begging for mercy. We're sorry, we were blind. We didn't recognize a true master when we saw one. It was all a huge misunderstanding. Please, we know we messed up. But they messed with the wrong guy, and Tianxiang isn't letting it slide. Yunxiao, they said you weren't worthy of this city. I'm kicking them all out. Honestly, Yunxiao is fine with it. A little lesson in manners never hurt. They head inside to finally have a real talk. As they walk, Tianxiang starts opening up, sounding a lot like Bailan did back in the day. I'll handle the staff later. Let's just talk. Where have you been all these years? The rumors said you were gone. I cried for so long. Yunxiao sighs. The rumors were actually true. I'll tell you everything that happened. Meanwhile, the guys outside are desperate. They're kneeling in the dirt, pleading not to be exiled. Young master, please, have mercy. Don't let her kick us out. But our main characters don't even look back. They've got 600 years of catching up to do. So that's the story. I really did die back then. But I was lucky enough to be reborn into this life. So that explains it. No wonder I haven't heard a single word about you in over 600 years. Now that she knows the truth, she's curious about what he's doing next. Yunxiao, what's your plan from here? I'm heading to the frontier continent. I need to find my natal soul sword, the demon-slaying sword. Tianxiang's eyes light up at that. Wait, that's perfect. Chu Long just invited me to Sunset Mountain to hear the Golden Cicada Immortal speak. Sunset Mountain is right on the border of the continent. Why don't we go together? She doesn't waste a second making the offer. So, Yunxiao, what do you say? Will you travel with me? And of course, he says yes. This road is insanely dangerous. Are you sure I can travel with Lady Tianxiang? Honestly, I couldn't say no to that even if I wanted to. The deal was sealed, so they decided to move while the iron was hot. No time to waste. Go find Chu Long immediately and get everyone ready to move out. Early the next morning, just as the sun was peeking over the horizon, Tianxiang finally brought the two men together for an introduction. Chu Long, this is the Master Yunxiao I mentioned to you. He'll be joining us on our journey to the Sunset Mountains. True to his cold personality, Chu Long didn't say a word. He just gave him a quick, icy glance. He couldn't believe Tianxiang actually respected this guy. But since she was the one asking, he decided to keep his mouth shut and roll with it. A brief, polite exchange followed. I look forward to your guidance on the road ahead, Master Yunxiao. Likewise. Let's help each other out. The auspicious hour arrived. Side by side, they stepped onto the path ahead. Destination: the sun. Set mountains. After trekking for a while, they reached a place that felt wrong. Totally desolate. Yunxiao, take a look. These are the ruins of an ancient battlefield. Feeling the heavy atmosphere, Tianxiang decided to fill him in on the dark history of this land. Legend has it that years ago, alien races invaded the Nine Heavens continent. The human elites made their final stand right here to push them back. Peace was bought with blood that day. But now, toxic fog chokes the land every year, and they say some of those alien remnants are still lurking in the shadows. Yunxiao had been here before. He knew better than anyone you don't take a single step here without being extra careful. I've passed through the borders of this place before, but this time we're flying straight over the heart of it. We need to be on high alert. But as their ship hovered in the air, something happened. A massive, pale white hand shot up from the depths below, reaching for them. Yunxiao saw it first and shouted a warning. Heads up, something's coming right for us. Instantly, everyone was on high alert. Weapons ready, souls focused. They were bracing themselves for the absolute worst. I'll control the ship. Turn it around. I'm trying, but it's too late. Crunch. Before they could react, the giant skeletal hand clamped down on their ship. These guys were just passing through, but someone or something had other plans. With one massive throw, the bone hand sent them crashing. Just like that. They were grounded and left with nothing. The ship's gone. I'm going to see what exactly is blocking our path. But before he could move, the giant skeleton rose from the earth itself. I don't think you need to bother, Brother Chu. It's already here. One look told the story. This bone titan wasn't going down easy. It opened its massive maw and let out a roar that felt like it was going to tear their souls apart. Fighting a monster this size? You'd have to be just as much of a monster yourself. Chulong stepped up with a desperate plan. This thing has spirit ancestor level strength. And look at the size of it. We aren't its match. Look, I'll transform into my original form and get us out of here. Yunxiao, let Chulong protect us while we escape. But Yunxiao? He wasn't feeling the whole running away thing. No need to make it that complicated. He was about to show this pile of bones what real power looked like. Let me see what this monster is actually made of. Seeing him charge in solo, Tianxiang panicked. She ran forward, desperate to pull him back. Yunxiao, stop. You'll get yourself killed. Tianxiang, if he wants to die, let him. Don't throw your life away for a fool. But Yunxiao was cool as ice. Trust me, dying, not on my schedule today. On one side, the power of heavenly fire. On the other, dark, twisted ghost magic. The clash was on, and only one was walking away. They held their breath, watching Yunxiao's every move. He was actually trying to outmuscle this thing with pure martial skill. That fire dragon won't last a second against the bone giant's strike, Chulong muttered, fully expecting disaster. Yunxiao, you were never this reckless before. But then, in the blink of an eye, a miracle happened right in front of her. She gasped and pointed. Chulong, look. The entire skeleton was suddenly engulfed in a massive sea of fire. Yunxiao was absolutely dominating. Just as expected, he crushed it. A total, landslide victory. He walked back toward them like he'd just finished a light stroll. Tianxiang, you're safe now. Both of them were stunned tears of pure relief hitting the ground. I had no idea you were this powerful. Master Yunxiao, I seriously misjudged you. You nearly gave me a heart attack. How did you even do that? Honestly, when Yunxiao gets serious, it's a masterclass in destruction. My heavenly fire is the ultimate bane of these dark creatures. Once they're infected by my flames, they're finished. No escape. It's over. Let's get out of this place while we still can. But the nightmare wasn't over. A new voice echoed out the Yingui sect. You destroyed my bone demon, and you think you're just leaving? All three of them froze. This new player felt dangerous. Way more dangerous than the skeleton. You're from the Yingui sect. I knew that monster didn't just appear out of nowhere. You're the one who ordered it to stop us, aren't you? This guy looks anything but friendly. And his response? Short, cold, and straight to the point. So what if I am? To be honest, I've been waiting for you lot for a long time. Then, the Yin Ghost sect drops a reason that sounds pretty epic on paper. But honestly, who's actually going to buy this? Orders from the sect. We're here to wait and invite every human and demon passing through this area to join the Yin Ghost sect. But after seeing that brutal attack from Baigu earlier, Yunxiao is getting some seriously bad vibes. This isn't an invite, it's a kidnapping. Why even bother with the sugar-coated words? They aren't kids who can be easily tricked anymore. Yet this guy just keeps trying to sweet-talk them into following him back. Just come with me quietly, and I won't have to get rough. Seeing him act so boldly on his own, Yunxiao starts to wonder what his game is. Isn't the Yin Ghost sect afraid of the Jade Flute Palace retaliating? But for a guy who fears neither heaven nor earth, he couldn't care less about the palace. Besides the Nine Heavens' mysterious lady, Ye Qingyu herself, who else could possibly stand against our sect's ghost immortals? Who would have thought he'd bring her up right here and now? Besides, Ye Qingyu can barely save herself these days. She's not invincible. Soon, the Yin Ghost sect will rule the entire Jade Flute continent. If you're smart, you'll just come with us. Hearing this, Yunxiao becomes even more certain of one thing. If something really happened to Ye Qingyu, this whole continent is about to descend into absolute chaos. But for now, the threat in front of him is what matters. No need for the empty threats. I'm not joining your damn sect. Neither of them could stand listening to his psychological mind games anymore. So they immediately launched a strike at him. You think a bunch of sewer rats hiding in the shadows can rule the continent? Don't make me laugh. I'm never joining the Yin Ghost sect. Realizing he couldn't lure any of them in, the Yin Ghost sect representative decides to switch things up. Fine. Since you won't take the easy way, we'll do this the hard way. Look around you. Before they knew it, they were completely surrounded by a sinister ghost-type array. Now, taste the power of my 10,000 demon soul-devouring array. Everyone panicked, desperately trying to find a way out of the trap. We're in trouble, it's a trap. Yunxiao, this soul array. The power is off the charts. I'll protect you. Everyone, get behind me. Yunxiao realized it wasn't just one guy setting this up. His gourd hadn't seen any action yet. But now, it's finally showtime. Time to go. You think the 10,000-mile sand sea is that easy to break through? Think again. The gourd shielded them instantly, leaving the Yin Ghost sect guy absolutely stunned. His jaw literally hit the floor like everyone else's. A defensive-type semi-saint artifact? Unbelievable. But if one trick fails, he's got another. He shifts his offensive strategy immediately. Fine. I'll just let the 10,000 demons slowly devour your sand sea instead. Damn it. Just wait until you fall into my hands. I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Seeing how Yunxiao always has a countermove ready, The two girls were both shocked and relieved. You actually had a plan all along? Yunxiao, did you predict this would happen? But right now, something feels off to him. This old guy is clearly stronger than us, yet he's just stalling for time. I bet he's got backup coming and he's just trying to keep us pinned down here. Chu Long glared at Yunxiao, his eyes burning with pure envy. I'm nothing compared to him. No wonder Tianxiang likes him so much. But the 10,000-mile sand sea can only protect them for so long. It won't actually help them escape this old monster's grasp. If we want to get out of here, we're going to have to rely on Brother Chu. Rely on Chu Long? He was caught completely off guard when he heard his name mentioned. Wait, you actually think I can help? And yeah, it wasn't just possible, it was the only way. I have a saint artifact called the Holy Book. This script can turn me into the faceless god. As long as Brother Chu puts his faith in me, the Holy Book can help him temporarily break through to the soul Venerable realm. Then, we can definitely shatter this array. If it means getting out of here alive, then fine. I'll put my faith in you. This guy's clearly got some serious skills, and following him might actually be an honor. Suddenly, a streak of blue light shot straight into Chu Long. Tianxiang stood there, covering her mouth in pure disbelief. He really broke through to Soul Venerable. In an instant, Chu Long's aura shifted completely. Yunxiao, Tianxiang, just wait here. I'm gonna go have a little chat with that Yin Ghost Sect geezer. This time, Yunxiao stepped back to let him have his moment in the spotlight. All that effort wasn't for nothing. By using the 10,000-mile sand sea and making Chu Long a believer, the power of the Holy Book just leveled up another notch. Alright then, Brother Chu, the rest is up to you. Chu Long wasn't just standing around feeling useless anymore today. He was going to teach this guy a lesson he'd never forget. Old man from the Yin Ghost Sect. Die. The sect elder was probably praying to whatever gods he had left. You reached Soul Venerable? How is that even possible? With a temper like a ticking time bomb, Chu Long charged straight at the Yin Ghost Sect leader. How I broke through is none of your damn business. All you need to know is that your time is up. Universe's ultimate strike. This guy was acting so tough and arrogant just a second ago, but now, he's absolutely terrified. No. And then, a high-stakes game of cat and mouse begins between them. Chu Long is hunting the Yin Ghost Sect, and the guy is scurrying from place to place like a cornered rat. But wait, victory isn't the priority right now. Escape is. Yunxiao and Tianxiang shout out, give it a rest. Stop the chase. Their faith power is running low, and the Yin Ghost Sect is no joke. They need to hustle to Sunset Mountain, and fast. Yunxiao agrees, but there's a tiny problem. Fine, but the airship is total junk now. How are we even supposed to travel? Don't worry, Yunxiao has it all figured out. He pulls a classic move out of his sleeve, something totally brilliant. I'll fly us out on my sword. Tianxiang, you lead the way. So, Yunxiao and Tianxiang share a sword, while poor Chu Long, he's left in the dust to travel solo. Seeing that blatant discrimination, Chu Long doesn't know whether to laugh or cry at his own luck. Like, 3 people started this trip together, but apparently, there's no room for him on the Sword Express. Talk about being a third wheel. Fast forward 3 days. They finally arrive at the Golden Cicada Palace on Sunset Mountain. As they touch down, Tianxiang points it out, this is the home of the Golden Cicada Demon Immortal. The 3 of them slowly head inside. According to the invite, the palace already arranged their rooms. Let's just head straight in, she says. But as they walk, Yunxiao's internal radar goes haywire. Something he's been desperately hunting for is right here, the demon-slaying sword. Talk about a plot twist. Who would have thought the demon-slaying sword was hiding right inside the Golden Cicada Palace? He has to track it down. Tianxiang, my soul sword is close. You guys go to the rooms first, I'm going hunting. But they're a squad, and squads stick together. No way, Yunxiao. We're coming with you. The trio follows the trail to a specific room, and Yunxiao doesn't hesitate, he gives the door a firm knock. A massive bear demon swings the door open, and the girl beside him snaps. What do you want? Yunxiao keeps it straight. I can feel it. My soul sword is in your hands. Give it back, and I'll trade you a rare treasure for it. These two? Not exactly the friendly types. They sneer at him. Your sword? Where did a random human like you even come from? We don't want your junk. This is a gift from the Demon Immortal himself. Scram, before I lose my temper and crush you. Yeah, who do you think you are? Seeing they won't play nice, Yunxiao decides it's time for the hard way. If you won't hand it over, I'll just have to take it. What belongs to me stays with me. He calls out, his voice commanding. Demon-slaying sword, return to your master. The demons look totally panicked. They're definitely hiding something. You've got some nerve. The bear demon can't take it anymore and lunges at him. You brat, I'll tear you limb from limb. Tianxiang can tell this guy is bad news immediately. This bear demon is at the Spirit Venerable stage. Yunxiao might be outmatched here, so Chu Long decides to jump in. I've got your back, brother. After a tense moment, the demon-slaying sword finally flies back into Yunxiao's grip. The bear demon's hand is inches from Yunxiao's face when he suddenly freezes, dead in his tracks. Why? Because the demon-slaying sword is pressed right against his throat. Wait, let's talk this out. Big brother bear. With the bear demon shaking in his boots, Yunxiao asks one more time. Now. Can I take my sword and go? No way, he's arguing now. He nods like a madman. Yes, take it, just go. But the journey isn't over yet. Yunxiao has one more stop to make. Follow me. There's one more place. As they walk, Yunxiao's mind is racing. Master. I can't believe Tian He Huanzi used our master-servant contract to call for help. Is she in the 9 heavens too? I have to find her and fast. By now, Tianxiang and Chulong are basically Yunxiao's biggest fans. Seriously, this guy surprises us every single time. Our young master is just on another level. Incredible. Following him was the best choice I ever made. Meanwhile, the 2 demons are fuming. He just stole our sword. We're just letting him walk away? Think he can just take our stuff and run? Call your sisters. We're going to kill every last one of them. Right now, Chulong, Tianxiang, and Yunxiao are flying at breakneck speeds. Yunxiao turns to her, looking dead serious. Tianxiang, what's 20,000 miles north of here? She struggles to keep up, totally confused. Probably Yingjiang City. It's mostly demons there, barely any humans. Why the sudden interest? Are we going to Yingjiang City? Yunxiao doesn't blink. My maid from the lower world, Tian He Huanzi, is there. And things aren't looking good. She's using the contract to signal me. Tianxiang's brow furrows, she's definitely a little jealous. Oh, so we're rushing off to save another pretty face? No wonder you're in such a hurry. He looks back at her, making his point clear. She's bound to me by contract. How could I just ignore her? If I were that kind of guy, would you have waited 600 years for me? Hearing his sweet talk, she blushes hard and quickly looks away, unable to handle his smooth lines anymore. Poor Chulong, he's suddenly the ultimate third wheel in their little romantic drama. Who even am I? And why am I still here? Just then, 5 streaks of light blast past them, revealing the grisly demon king flanked by 4 beautiful subordinates. One of them snarls. Think you can steal from us and just run? Tianxiang's eyes widen in pure shock. It's the Nanning sect. Without a word, Yunxiao summons his weapon, his gaze freezing over. You think trash like you can actually take me down? Tianxiang quickly grabs his arm to stop him. Don't be reckless. Tian He Huanzi is still waiting for you to save her. Let Chulong and me handle these demon cultivators. Chulong catches on instantly, pointing to himself with a confident grin. Young master, leave this to us. Ever since I started following the Heavenly Emperor, the spiritual energy in my body has been overflowing like crazy. These small fry demons aren't even on my level. Seeing their resolve, Yunxiao nods and takes a detour, shouting back as he disappears. Then I'll leave them to you. The grisly demon king isn't about to let him slip away and lunges forward, screaming for him to stop. But Tianxiang and Chulong move faster, blocking his path with icy glares that could kill. Your fight is with us now. Meanwhile, Yunxiao grips his sword and activates his ground-shrinking technique to blitz through the terrain. He scans the unfamiliar landscape, realizing he's completely lost in this unknown territory. But the pull of the master-servant contract is tightening a clear warning. Tianxiang and the others are stalling the Nanning sect, and that won't be easy. I have to make this quick. Suddenly, his eyes catch 2 figures sitting together in the distance below. Yunxiao watches Jiang Shanyu and Han Shui mid-chess match, his mind racing. That's Jiang Shanyu, the direct descendant of the Zishao Palace. She's resting her chin on her hand, looking deep in thought over the board, but she's already sensed him. Friend, since you're already here, why not show yourself? Han Shui lifts a chess piece, her voice cold and indifferent. Just some petty thief passing by. We should just kill him, and get it over with. Shan Yu glances over with a sharp, piercing look. If he really is just passing through, let him go. Yunxiao descends, bowing deeply with forced respect. Greetings to both seniors. But internally, he's a mess of nostalgia and regret. Years ago, Jiang Shanyu was dead set on becoming his cultivation partner, but he'd rejected her for Ye Qingyu. He never imagined they'd meet again like this. Please, just don't recognize me. She looks at him like a total stranger and asks, Who are you? What's your business here? Feeling completely helpless, he keeps his head bowed low. This junior is a disciple of the Jade Sky Palace. I accidentally stumbled into this area during my training and will leave immediately. Shan Yu's face sours instantly. Jade Sky Palace? If you've trespassed, then get lost. Seriously, a Jade Sky disciple? What bad luck. Taking the hint, Yunxiao cups his hands, ready to make a run for it. Then I shall take my leave. But the moment he speaks, she freezes. That voice, it's too familiar. Shan Yu bolts upright and grabs his arm, her voice booming. Stay right there. This is the Jade Sky Divine Sword. That blade belongs to him. Why is it in your hands? Yunxiao's heart skips a beat, his pupils shrink, and cold sweat beads on his forehead. I'm cooked, he thinks. Shan Yu grits her teeth, her grip tightening like a vice as she glares into his soul. Who are you, really? He stiffens, forced to give a dry, awkward laugh as he stammers. I am. Suddenly, the ring on Yunxiao's finger erupts with a blinding, brilliant light. Spiritual energy spirals around him like a violent hurricane. Yunxiao instantly forms a hand seal, his expression turning cold. Just a common disciple of the Jade Sky Palace. Shan Yu gasps, her voice trembling with shock. The lost 4 images divine relic of the Jade Sky Palace. Han Shui, who had been silent, finally stands up and grabs Shan Yu's hand to steady her. Sister Yu, do you want me to just kill him? But Shan Yu responds calmly, her eyes never leaving him. He has the recognition of the Jade Sky Divine Sword, carries a treasure from the Elixir Sky Palace, and actually escaped my grip in the blink of an eye. A faint, mysterious smirk plays on her lips. Killing someone this interesting would be such a waste. Standing in the center of the energy vortex, Yunxiao is lost in thought. I didn't expect the 4 images divine relic to be connected to the Elixir Sky Palace. It seems the link between the 9 skies continent and Earth is much deeper than I ever imagined. Shan Yu stands with her hands on her hips, her cold gaze sweeping over him. Kid, what's your name? The defense of that 4 images shield is strong, but it won't hold me off forever. You better start talking. Yunxiao tilts his head slightly, watching her. She hasn't realized it's me yet. Makes sense I look nothing like I did back then. In that case, Yunxiao finally speaks up, his voice steady and deep. My name is Xiaoyun. Her eyes widen in surprise. Xiaoyun? And who is your master? He lets out a long, heavy sigh, realizing there's no point in hiding it anymore. You'd find out eventually anyway. My teacher is half Saint Qing Cheng. Hearing that name, Shan Yu is visibly shaken. It's her. That name, Xiaoyun. It's so similar to his. And he's Qing Cheng's disciple? Could he be his reincarnation? Han Shui leans in close to Shan Yu's ear, whispering urgently. Sister Yu, this kid's potential is absolutely insane. Shan Yu's eyes narrow as she calculates the risks. If she doesn't take out Qing Cheng's disciple now, he'll definitely grow into a massive problem later. Between her and Han Shui, the grudge with Jade Flute Palace is already set in stone. Letting this guy walk away? Yeah, that's not happening. Yunxiao catches them whispering and gives a helpless little laugh. But don't let that fool you inside. He's already sensing the danger. Hey seniors, I'm still standing right here. You wouldn't really have the heart to kill a handsome guy like me, would you? Man, this woman's bloodlust is off the charts. She swings her hand with terrifying force, her eyes locking onto Yunxiao like a predator. You heard what Han Shui said. But I hate to see talent go to waste. So, I'll give you one way to stay alive. Become my disciple, my man, otherwise. Suddenly, her power explodes, sending the chess pieces on the board flying in every direction. Her eyes are like daggers. She strikes out, her palms moving like a blur through the floating pieces as she growls with pure killing intent. Die! Seeing the attack coming, Yunxiao casually places a hand on his chest. Okay, this really isn't looking good. Look, I'm a disciple of Jade Flute Palace. As long as they're still around, I can't exactly go switching sex, can I? That's the act he's putting on, but behind the scenes, he's already prepping a secret trick. Looks like it's time for his ace in the hole. Shan Yu isn't buying it. She narrows her eyes in a cold warning. Don't play games. Last chance. Join me or die. Yunxiao just gives a playful smile. He throws his hands up, looking totally innocent, and lets out a long sigh. Well, if you think that highly of me, senior. Seeing him give in so easily, she's actually satisfied. Smart move. But the second she relaxes, he's already mid-air, bolting away at top speed. I'm out. But Shan Yu? She no amateur. The moment she realizes he's running, she launches the hidden weapons she'd been holding back straight at him. You want to die that badly? But all she hits is a red afterimage. The real Yunxiao has completely vanished. Shan Yu scans the area, her face twisted in pure rage. Damn it, the kid played me. I can't believe he pulled off a Blood Essence clone right under my nose. Han Shui rushes to her side to calm her down. Don't worry, Sister Yu. He won't get far. The scene shifts. Yunxiao lands on a distant mountain peak where lightning is tearing through the sky. Oh, come on, you've got to be kidding me. All he did was absorb some energy from the sacred book to escape. He didn't think it would trigger this. Suddenly, a bolt of divine lightning rips through the air, aiming straight for his head. One escape attempt, and now he's facing a tribulation? He looks up at the sky, totally stunned. Clear blue 1 second. Lightning the next. He's literally level-upping into a tribulation. As the heavens roar, Yunxiao glares back. Helpless but stubborn, he lets out a tired sigh. Fine then. What's meant to be will be. No point in trying to hide. At the same time, someone down below is watching the thunder rumble across the horizon. With her hair blowing in the wind, she senses the massive surge of spiritual energy. Someone is actually facing the Spirit Emperor tribulation here? Could it be him? I have to check. Meanwhile, Han Shui and Shan Yu are still on the hunt. There you are. Surrounded by 10,000 bolts of lightning, Yunxiao stands perfectly still. Hair flying, expression cold, he looks like a jade statue amidst the chaos. He thinks to himself, thankfully, it's just one wave. If he leaves now, Shan Yu might not be able to track his location. A moment later, the dark clouds finally begin to fade, leaving the sky as clear as it was before. He turns to see Han Sha landing right next to him. Wait, why is she here? She's actually Baili Yunxiao's third disciple, Han Sha. Right then, Shan Yu and Han Shui arrive as well. Han Shui is shocked to see her sister there. Sister? Why are you here? Shan Yu drops down behind Han Shui, her mind racing as she assesses the situation. Han Sha was supposed to be negotiating with the Golden Heaven Demon Immortal. Why show up here? She ignores Han Shui, her eyes glued to Yunxiao. Is it you? It's really you, right? Yunxiao looks at Han Sha, looking at the expression on her face. He realizes that if he doesn't come clean now, she's never going to let it go. He bows his head slightly, finally ready to admit the truth. You're right, Han Sha. I am the man you're thinking of. Baili, before he can finish, she rushes forward and covers his mouth. Don't say it, not here. Han Sha quickly signals Shan Yu, who catches the drift immediately and nods. Understood. With a sharp wave of Shan Yu's hand, a massive barrier erupts, sealing the four of them off from the outside world. Okay, now we can talk. Yunxiao is a little confused, his brow furrowing. What kind of game are they playing now? But at this point, there's no reason to hide. He sweeps his hand over his body as a thin mist rises, and his entire appearance begins to shift and change. Yuer, little Sha. It's been a long time. Both Han Sha and Shan Yu are paralyzed, tears welling up in their eyes as they look at their old friend. It really is him. But Han Shui? She isn't crying, she's furious. So this is the Baili Yunxiao they've been obsessed with? Where the hell have you been? She points right in his face, her voice trembling with anger. Do you have any idea what they've had to sacrifice for you all these years? If you're still alive, why haven't you come to see them? Shan Yu gripped Han Shui's shoulder, her voice tight. That's enough out of you. Shuer, haven't you learned that words bring trouble? As for the question, Yunxiao didn't seem to care much about it. What actually caught his eye was their behavior. What was the deal here? There wasn't a soul around, so why were they being so paranoid? Han Sha let out a long, heavy sigh. Master, there's a lot you don't know. We're living in an era where the gods are watching our every move. Your status in the nine heavens is legendary. The fact that you've returned. It's a massive secret. One slip-up, and both our souls could be wiped from existence. Yunxiao frowned, the gravity of the situation sinking in. He'd revealed his identity to Qingcheng and Tianxiang before, but they never mentioned this. Suddenly, a blinding aura erupted from both Shan Yu and Han Sha. It's because we've reached the saint realm. There are forbidden secrets that only a saint is allowed to know, and only saints draw the attention of certain entities. Yunxiao rubbed his chin, his mind already racing with possibilities. I see. It looks like the nine heavens changed a lot while I was gone. Han Sha blinked in total shock. Master, you weren't here all those years? Yunxiao's gaze turned cold as ice as memories of Earth flashed through his mind. I didn't just reincarnate, I was reborn. I originally came from Earth, and after I died here, I woke up back there. The girls looked at each other, completely lost. Earth? You mean the legendary ninth underworld? Shan Yu didn't know what to think. Wasn't that supposed to be the realm where the dead were sent to be reborn? Hearing this, Yunxiao himself was stunned, shouting out in shock. What? Han Sha's expression turned dead serious. According to the secret records of the saints, the place where souls migrate is called the ninth underworld Holy Star, or Earth. Images of people scattered across the distant blue planet appeared, while Han Sha's voice continued the explanation. Legend says those who perish in the nine heavens are born again in the ninth underworld. Han Sha looked straight ahead, her voice dropping to a whisper. But word is, the ninth underworld is a low-level dimension, where time and space are completely broken. Yunxiao crossed his arms and leaned back, a look of pure frustration on his face. No wonder. I was just a teenager back on Earth, but 6 million years have passed here since the day I died. She nodded. Time dilation. Han Sha hesitated, then finally asked, Master, what really happened back then? Yunxiao let out a soft sigh. It was clear she already knew Ye Qingyu was the one behind it all. I knew it! That heartless woman! Shan Yu gritted her teeth, her blood boiling with rage. You rejected me for Ye Qingyu back then, and look where it got you. Don't you dare think about leaving me behind again in this life. He held up his hands, trying to de-escalate the fire from the two girls. Now. Han Sha stepped in, patting Shan Yu's hand. Bauer, now's not the time for this. Don't forget, we have actual business to take care of. A few steps away, Han Shui raised her hand to finally get their attention. After being ignored for so long, she finally spoke up about their meeting with the Golden Cicada Demon Immortal, which was today. Shan Yu and Han Sha froze. Oh, right, they shouted together. Yunxiao's voice turned deep and serious. Wait, what's going on? And why is a demon immortal involved? Hansha's eyes filled with a sudden bitter grief. After you died, I hated Ye Qingyu with every fiber of my being. But her power just kept growing every single day. We couldn't touch her, so we were forced to leave the Jade Palace. Hansha's gaze turned rock solid. I spent 100 years tempering my soul to become a saint. Now, I finally have the power to avenge you. Shan Yu's eyes softened as she told the rest. Hansha had personally traveled across the 9 heavens. She convinced a group of us, including myself, to team up and take down Ye Qingyu. We were just about to finalize the plan with the demon immortal. Yunxiao's eyes sharpened with doubt. I heard from the dark ghost sect that Ye Qingyu is in deep trouble. Was that your doing? Hansha shook her head. No. She's currently guarding a major spatial rift. I heard the space there is fluctuating. The portal is about to collapse. Yunxiao's face went pale. If that's true, you can't touch her. Yunxiao stood tall, his commanding gaze sweeping over the 3 of them. If the aliens invade, the 9 heavens will fall into chaos. The safety of the people always comes first. Did you forget everything I taught you? Hansha pouted, looking like a scolded child. But master, I only wanted to get revenge for you. Shan Yu huffed in annoyance. We're trying to help you and we don't even get a thank you. Han Shui just looked away. I'm not even your disciple. Why am I getting lectured too? Yunxiao coughed into his hand to hide his awkwardness. Just cancel the whole thing immediately. Hansha tilted her head. Fine. We'll go find the demon immortal right now. Master, are you coming with me? She asks. But Yunxiao gently turns her down. He's got a mission of his own. He needs to find his missing maid. And just like that, Yunxiao heads out, his mind racing with worry about her. Before long, he's standing before a massive, shimmering blue river, the gateway to Yingjiang. Yunxiao knows the deal. Cross this river, and he's finally inside Yingjiang City. Suddenly, the water starts churning into a violent whirlpool. Then boom! A massive serpentine water monster lunges straight out of the depths. It catches him off guard for a second. He frowns, sensing its power a winding dragon in the spirit sect realm. This is going to be a massive pain. But then, the ring on Yunxiao's finger begins to glow, wrapping him in a brilliant light as if it's standing guard. Within that intense green radiance, a majestic jade dragon erupts with a deafening roar. Its body twists through the sky, looking like it's literally tearing through space with heaven-shaking power. Slowly, the roar fades into nothingness. Yunxiao stands there, jaw dropped in pure shock. Did the 4 symbols divine furnace just protect him on its own? It looks like the white dragon-diting soul inside the seal has finally awakened. Suddenly, from that sphere of divine light, a lion-like beast lets out a ferocious roar. With fire blazing in its eyes, it charges toward the city, leaving a massive trail of light across the sky. Yunxiao hovers in mid-air, back straight as an arrow, staring at the city in the distance. He's putting the pieces together. The Diting Soul can sense the vibrations of everything in existence. Right now, it's being drawn toward the master-servant contract. Could it be? Has it finally tracked down where Tianhe Huanzi is being held? At that exact moment, a streak of golden light smashes through the window of a high-end brothel known as the Yingjiang Pavilion. Inside, the Diting Beast stands protectively next to a girl in tattered clothes, her hands bound and hanging from the ceiling. The beast glares out the window, growling low in its throat. Yunxiao arrives a split second later, and the sight before him is absolutely devastating. He grits his teeth, his voice a low growl of pure rage. Who the hell did this to her? Poor Huanzi is completely broken, gagged so she can't even scream. She looks over at him, her eyes welling up with tears and a silent plea for help. Yunxiao gently scooped Princess Xuanzi Qiao into his arms, his heart breaking as he looked at her battered state. Huanzi, I'm sorry, he whispered, his voice thick with regret. I'm late. Her eyes fluttered open, looking up at him with a fragile smile. Not late, she breathed. As long as you came for me. I'm happy. But master, what about the others? Are my sisters safe? We got separated the moment we hit that spatial tunnel, Yunxiao muttered, his eyes sharpening with a cold, focused intensity. You're the first one I've located. Since I haven't received any distress signals from the others, I have to believe they're still safe. Don't worry. A wave of relief washed over her face as she gave a faint, tired nod. That's good then. Yunxiao tightened his grip, his mind made up. I'm getting you out of here first. Rest, heal up, and once you're back on your feet, I'll make sure every single person who touched you pays in blood. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the room. Lord City Master, the girl you brought in, she's right here. I'm giving her a little lesson, just like you asked. The heavy doors creaked open as 2 figures stepped inside. The city lord of Yingjiang walked in with his hands tucked behind his back, a twisted, satisfied smirk plastered across his face. He turned to the old hag. Dung Ma, I know I can count on you, but tell me how's the training going? Is she broken yet? Dung Ma bowed low, her voice dripping with oily respect. Oh, you'll love this. I've had that girl bound and gagged for 3 straight days. The state she's in now? It's exactly the kind of sight you enjoy. But the moment they looked up, their smiles vanished. Their eyes nearly popped out of their heads as they saw Yunxiao standing there, holding Xuanziqiao in his arms. "Who the hell are you?" the city lord roared, his face darkening with instant rage. "You arrogant brat! Drop my beauty right now!" Yunxiao's gaze turned ice cold. "Your beauty? You dared to treat my people like this, and you think you're the one who gets to ask questions? We have a debt to settle, and it starts now." Fuming with rage, the city lord of Yingjiang didn't wait. He swung his hand, unleashing a blinding wave of spiritual energy that tore through the room as he screamed. "A pathetic little spirit emperor dares to talk back to me. Die!" But his attack? It hit nothing but empty air. His jaw dropped complete and utter disbelief. Where did he go? High above, Yunxiao was already soaring through the clouds, still clutching the unconscious Xuanziqiao tightly to his chest. "City lord of Yingjiang, you imprisoned my maid and plotted my death." Yunxiao's voice boomed from the heavens. "Consider us enemies until the day one of us stops breathing." His voice thundered across the landscape, forcing every citizen in the city to stop and stare at the sky. "People of Yingjiang, listen carefully. I am Yunxiao, the true disciple of the Jade Flute Palace. My master is the half-saint, Qing Cheng. In the name of the Jade Flute Palace, I am issuing a grand decree." Yunxiao's eyes glowed with a terrifying blood-red light as he made his move. "Whoever kills the city lord of Yingjiang will be rewarded by the Jade Flute Palace with 3 spatial rings packed to the brim with legendary treasures and heavenly artifacts." Down below, the city lord's face went pale. His jaw hit the floor, and cold sweat drenched his forehead as he realized. He was no longer the hunter. He was the prey. Everyone froze, paralyzed by pure terror. The city lord of Yingjiang slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the wood into splinters, his eyes burning with a mix of pure rage and bitter jealousy. That kid, he's actually a core disciple of the Yuxiao Palace? She's just a nobody, a common girl. How the hell did she manage to call in a heavy hitter like him? Next to him, Rongma was losing it. Her face turned paper white as her hands trembled in fear. My lord, what the heck are we supposed to do?" His face was deathly pale, sweat soaking through his clothes as he turned to make a run for it. "I've got to move. I need to get back to the city mansion right now." If he didn't, the vultures looking to suck up to the Yuxiao Palace would definitely use his head as a stepping stone. Behind him, she scrambled to follow, screaming out for the city lord to wait up. Madame Deng barely had a chance to finish her sentence before the heavy doors slammed shut right in her face. She collapsed, clutching her head as pure terror washed over her features. It's over. Everything is ruined. Meanwhile, Yunxiao gently supports the unconscious girl on the wooden bench, his eyes heavy with concern. "I used that bounty to bait the city lord," he thinks to himself. "That should keep him distracted for a while. I need to use this window to heal Huanzi. Her injuries are way too deep to wait any longer." Yunxiao focuses, channeling his core energy for the healing process. A vibrant green light erupts from his palms, gently enveloping the unconscious girl's chest. Suddenly, Huanzi's hand shoots up, grabbing his arm. "Master, don't waste your energy on me," she whispers. "I'm not worth it." Yunxiao's brow furrows instantly, his gaze turning sharp and uncompromising. "Don't be ridiculous. If I don't treat you now, you'll be crippled for life. And I have absolutely no use for a useless subordinate." Suddenly, a mocking voice ripples through the air. "Or maybe you just don't want a crippled lover, huh?" He turns to see Tianxiang and Chulong stepping toward him. Tianxiang, Chulong. Tianxiang crosses her arms, a playful but tired smirk on her face. "Chulong and I nearly ran ourselves to death trying to distract the enemy for you. We covered thousands of miles overnight just to shake them off and rush back here. And what do we find? You, playing the hero and flirting with a beauty." Yunxiao's gaze remains icy, his voice dropping into a serious, heavy tone. Her internal organs are shredded. If she doesn't recover now, her path as a cultivator will be severed forever. Tianxiang's eyes go wide with genuine shock. "What? Who could be that heartless?" At those words, Yunxiao's expression turns lethal. His voice grows raspy with rage. "The city lord of Yingjiang. I've already put a price on his head. Since you two are finally back, go check on the situation for me." Tianxiang nods immediately. On it, in no time, she and Chulong arrive at the Yingjiang city mansion. They aren't alone. A massive, restless crowd is already gathered at the gates, waiting for something to break. Inside the mansion, the lord of Yingjiang is a total wreck, bowing his head in a fit of trembling fear. "Father, mother, people are already trying to storm the mansion for that bounty. If this keeps up, I'm a dead man." He clenches his hands, eyes squeezed shut as sweat pours down his face like rain. "You have to save me, please." His parents turn around, their faces twisted with sheer fury. "That brat from Yuxiao Palace thinks he can push you this far over some woman? He's got a lot of nerve. These two aren't just anyone, they are City Lord Lan Yue and Hai Wuya. In my Yingjiang city, no one from Yuxiao Palace makes the rules. Wu Ya's eyes burn with killing intent, veins bulging on his neck as he barks out a command. His powerful voice booms, echoing through every hall of the Yingjiang mansion. Attention, citizens of Yingjiang. Anyone who provides information on that Yuxiao legacy disciple, Yunxiao, will receive 10 million spirit stones. And the one who brings me his head? You'll get a mansion here in the city, and access to our secret cultivation arts. The crowd outside gasps in awe. This is bold. The city mansion is actually declaring open war against Yuxiao Palace. Man, I don't know. I'm not sure I want to cross Yuxiao Palace. Besides, that legacy disciple doesn't look like an easy kill. A man sitting by the roadside hears this, and lets out a dark, intrigued chuckle. Challenging Yuxiao Palace? So, you're Yunxiao? Well, since you've set foot in Yingjiang City, don't think you're ever leaving. He bites his finger, blood dripping as he draws a bizarre, eerie seal. Once this tracking talisman is set, I don't care who you are, there's nowhere you can hide. Tianxiang turns to Chulong, her face pale with worry. Things just got a lot more dangerous. We have to get back and warn him. Fast. Meanwhile, under the fading sunlight, Yunxiao stands guard as Huanzi meditates. He rubs his chin, deep in thought as he recalls her story. Huanzi told me earlier that after she escaped the space rift, she ended up in front of a ruined temple. Suddenly, two shadows flicker under the trees nearby. Tianxiang and Chulong have finally returned, their expressions grimmer than ever. Yunxiao, the city lord put a massive hit on you, 10 million spirit stones. Yuxiao Palace has endless enemies, and they're all going to be coming for you. Suddenly, a glowing red sigil appears right next to Yunxiao. The three of them watch in stunned silence as it slowly evaporates into the air. Yunxiao's face darkens. He realizes exactly what just happened. Going now is useless. It's already too late. Outside, Old Zhang looks up toward their location, a predator's smile creeping across his lips. Found you. Sitting in a dark corner, he eyes the distant mansion. He knows a Yuxiao disciple will have plenty of tricks up his sleeve. I'll leak the location to the city mansion first. Let them do the fighting, and I'll just wait to catch the fish in muddy waters. Old Zhang stands up and starts walking. A kid like that is definitely carrying a fortune in treasures. I'm about to be a very rich man. Back at the hideout, red particles fall onto Tianxiang's palm. She holds them up to the light and shouts, "It's a tracking talisman!" Yunxiao doesn't even flinch. I know. He stands firm before the four-imagery god furnace, shielding the vulnerable Huanzi. His voice is low, cold, and heavy with intent as he says, "I'll use the four-image divine cauldron to shield Huanzi so she can recover in peace," Yunxiao says firmly. Then, a cocky grin spreads across his face, his eyes flashing with lethal confidence. "This little game of cat and mouse?" He sneers. Time to flip the script. Under the clear blue sky, he steps forward with a cold, commanding gaze. "Follow me." We're finding the perfect spot for an ambush. Tianxiang and Chulong don't hesitate, their eyes burning with resolve. "As you command, young master." It doesn't take long before Lao Zhang arrives, leading Lan Yue and Wu Ya right into the trap. He leans on his staff, fuming with rage as he barks, "You said Yunxiao was here. Where is he?" His scout drops to one knee, looking dead serious. "My tracking charms are never wrong. They're definitely here, City Lord. Just give me a second to find them." Suddenly, Yunxiao's voice cuts through the air, sending a chill down their spines. "No need to look. I'm right here." He steps out from the shadows, his expression dark and menacing. "Seems like you guys just won't let this go. Good. I've been waiting for you." He shakes his head mockingly as Tianxiang and Chulong flank him. It's a real shame the city lord didn't show up himself. Seeing this, Lao Zhang's face pales as cold sweat pours down his neck. He found my tracking charm? This is bad. He thinks frantically. I need to disappear before things get ugly. However, the others aren't backing down just yet. Unlike the panicked Zhang, Wu Ya steps up, acting all tough and fearless. "Kid, you really think setting a trap for the sake of one woman is worth it?" He points a finger at Lan Yue, his voice dripping with pure intimidation. "My wife and I are at the peak of the late spirit sex stage. Even with your formations, you can't touch us. Why don't we all just take a step back?" Yunxiao just ignores the talk and pulls out a mysterious book. Instantly, a massive wave of spiritual energy erupts. Enough trash talk. You lot humiliated Huanzi and almost destroyed her path to immortality. His gaze turns murderous. Today, you're paying that debt in full. The book flies into the air, glowing brilliantly as it creates a massive dome, locking everyone inside. On Yunxiao's command, Chulong lets out a roar as he transforms into a terrifying half-man, half-pig beast. He hoists a massive weapon, a wicked grin plastered on his face. "Young master, leave these three old fools to me," Chulong barks. Seeing the threat, Lan Yue doesn't wait. She transforms and lunges forward. "Old man, I'll take care of this pig," she screams. Wu Ya shouts back a desperate warning. "Careful, that beast's power is at least on par with ours." Meanwhile, Lao Zhang is trying to sneak away like a coward. Every man for himself, he mutters. I'm out of here. He takes a few steps and smack. He runs straight into Yunxiao's barrier, letting out a pathetic wail. Damn it, this kid actually locked the entire area down. Wu Ya realizes they're cornered. With no choice left, he decides to go all in. He conjures a massive, towering wave of water, soaring into the air with a primal scream. You arrogant brat. Die. Gale, great wave, he bellows, unleashing the full force of his attack. Tianxiang's eyes widen. He's using a secret art to boost his cultivation, she shouts. Multiple tails erupt from her back as she leaps in front of Yunxiao. Don't you dare touch him. But wait, Tianxiang gasps. Wu Ya has vanished into thin air, leaving nothing but a fading illusion behind. She realizes the trick instantly and spins around, screaming a warning. Yunxiao, watch out. Wu Ya is already behind him, closing in for the kill. Drop dead, he snarls. But Yunxiao doesn't even blink. He just calmly utters 2 words. Di Ting. Suddenly, the massive beast Di Ting lunges out, pinning Wu Ya instantly. Yunxiao looks down at him coldly. You really thought I'd just lock you in here without a plan? Wu Ya hits the dirt hard, staring up at the gargantuan Di Ting in absolute terror. With the power of the holy book, Di Ting's soul is more than enough to end you, Yunxiao says. Wu Ya's world crumbles. This is impossible. Yunxiao plants a foot firmly on his chest, his face shadowed with a terrifying intensity. If you're so eager to die, I'll be happy to oblige. Utterly broken, Wu Ya clings to Yunxiao's leg, begging for his life. No, please, don't kill me. Finally, he screams out a desperate bargain. I'll tell you the secrets of the 9 Serenity Sacred Land, just let me live. Lan Yue screams out in shock, trying to rush to her husband's side, but Chulong isn't letting her go anywhere. Yunxiao leans down, his voice a low, dangerous growl that chills the air. If you lie to me, you and that woman are both dead. Wu Ya can only nod frantically, completely humbled. I wouldn't dare. I swear. The Hai family once produced a saint, he stammers, describing a legendary, colossal turtle. According to the records, when the ancestor reached sainthood, he learned a secret about the souls of all great beings. Eventually, they all return to the 9 Serenity Sacred Land for reincarnation until their memories awaken. He looks genuinely terrified. That's how they live forever. Yunxiao finally pulls his foot back, his mind racing. This matches what Han Sha said, he thinks. But this isn't enough. Seeing a chance, Wu Ya scrambles up and drops to one knee in a sign of total submission. My life is almost at its end, and I only wanted the secret to immortality. In my search, I stumbled upon a map of the ancient 9 Skies continent. It shows how the Great Seas were split into different, hidden landmasses. The 9 Skies continent we see today is split into 9 parts by the vast ocean. But back in the day, it was one single, massive world. Wu Ya looked up, his face becoming dead serious as he spoke. The hidden path leading to the 9 Serenities Holy Land is located right at the very heart of the continent. And as it turns out, the center of that legendary region is exactly where the current Yingjiang city stands today. Hearing this, Yunjiao finally let out a breath, his expression softening just a bit. He figured if he could pinpoint that passage, finding Yunjiao and the others would be a whole lot easier. He looked down at the man and pushed for more info, asking where the other passages were hidden. Wu Ya stayed in his humble, submissive position, and replied that only a grand formation master or a spatial-type blacksmith could ever hope to track them down. He admitted that if he actually knew their locations, he wouldn't be stuck here in Yingjiang City, just barely scraping by. Yunxiao turned away, rubbing his chin as he carefully weighed the old man's words. According to this old fossil, finding those spatial tunnels won't be a problem for me, he thought. Meanwhile, Wu Ya slowly stood up, his mind racing with schemes on how to make a run for it. He noticed old Zhang had been slacking off on the sidelines, not even lifting a finger during the entire fight. Wu Ya figured the guy was already planning his own exit, so he had to keep a close eye on him. And he was right, old Zhang was currently fumbling with some kind of charm, his entire body shaking with pure terror. Hurry up, damn it, move faster, he hissed. He was kicking himself for not bringing enough charms this time, forcing him to try and draw a void-breaking seal from scratch. With a casual wave of his hand, Yunxiao pulled back his barrier, and the mystical book flew right back to him. Place your faith in me, and I'll lead you to the spatial tunnels. Wu Ya narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning sharp as a blade. This was it, his one and only shot at survival. He thrust his hand out, gathering a massive surge of energy before roaring at the top of his lungs, Old Zhang! What the hell are you waiting for? On cue, the man instantly activated the charm he'd just finished. Boom! A hole ripped right through the barrier. Wu Ya didn't waste a second, turning back to shout for his wife, Lan Yue, to move. Yunxiao reacted instantly to the breakout, shouting out orders to Chulong and Tianxiang. Chulong didn't hesitate, landing a devastating, fatal blow right on Lan Yue. She didn't even have time to scream, only managing to gasp out 2 final words. Old. Master. Seeing his wife fall, Wu Ya's eyes welled up with tears as he let out a heartbroken cry. My love! Yunxiao leaped into the air, raising his hand to manifest a massive orb of energy to send Wu Ya to the grave right alongside her. But the old man chose survival over sentiment, turning tail and sprinting for his life. He knew running was his only option now. He built up speed and shot through the hole in the barrier, soaring high into the sky. Tianxiang and Chulong stepped forward, offering to hunt them down. But Yunxiao just stood there by the breach and said softly, Don't bother. By now, his face had gone completely dark, his eyes turning cold as ice. Get ready. We're going to raid his nest and flip Yingjiang City upside down. Suddenly, a frantic shout echoed from deep inside the Yingjiang City Lord's mansion. Father! City Lord Haiwentian's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw Wu Ya stumble back, coughing up blood all over the floor. Father! Weren't you and Mother supposed to be hunting down that Yunxiao kid from Jade Sky's palace? He rushed over to support the trembling man, who was clutching his chest in pain. How did you get hurt like this? And where's Mother? Wenqian asked, panic rising. Wu Ya could barely get the words out through his gasps. Your mother. She's gone. She's dead. Gripping his chest with one hand, he placed the other on his son's shoulder, warning him with a shaky voice. That brat is way too cunning. And his methods, they're terrifying. You need to lay low for a while. Let me heal my wounds, and then I'll take our people to get revenge for your mother. Before he could even finish his sentence, a strange, swirling mass of clouds rolled in across the sky. Both of them looked up, completely stunned. What was happening? Could Yunxiao have actually followed them here? How would he even dare? High above, Yunxiao was floating in the sky, surrounded by violent ripples of golden energy. He used the 10,000-mile golden sand to trap Yingjiang City first, then set the sand as the core of his formation. He was laying down a grand killing array. Every single life within the walls of Yingjiang City was now officially in his hands. He snapped his eyes open, his gaze filled with nothing but cold, sharp fury. I'm taking full control of everything here. Yunxiao's eyes were stern as he pointed into the distance, barked out sharp orders. 300 miles past the east gate, 20 miles past the west gate, and 200 miles past the south gate. Bowling stones now. Tianxiang, Chulong, and Huanzi stood behind him, cupping their hands in unison as they shouted, As you command. In an instant, the three of them vanished like a gust of wind, leaving him alone. And finally, it's my turn. Yunxiao raised his gourd high, manifesting a massive barrier that completely swallowed the entire city. The grand killing array was complete. He looked down from above with an air of absolute authority and crushing pressure. People of Yingjiang City, listen up, his voice boomed, and everyone below stopped in their tracks, looking up at the sky in shock. I am Yunxiao, the true successor of the Jade Sky's palace. Your city lord, Haiwentian, dared to humiliate my maid and tried to take my life. Today, I've set this grand killing array to collect that debt. His voice echoed through every corner of the city like a formal declaration of war. Anyone who resists will be cut down without mercy. The city lord looked up, his jaw dropping in pure terror as he started sweating bullets. Wu Ya could only pat his shoulder to try and steady him. Father, what do we do? Wentian stammered. The old man's eyes were filled with grim determination and a look of total defeat. He grabbed his panicking son and shouted, Things have gone too far. There's no way out now. Come with me and confess your crimes. As he was dragged along, the city lord could only let out a terrified cry. Father! The two of them landed right in front of Yunxiao, and Wu Ya immediately barked at his son to get down. He forced him to kowtow and hit his head on the ground while he placed a hand over his own heart, bowing low to show his absolute submission and regret. Legacy disciple Yunxiao stood cold as the Yingjiang city lord trembled, desperately crying out, This old monk was wrong. I admit my sins. I'll accept any punishment, he pleaded, his voice cracking with terror. Just please, spare the rest of the High Clan. They're innocent. The city lord kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead hitting the ground in a frantic display of regret. At that exact moment, the three companions who had left earlier finally made their return. Yunxiao turned his gaze toward Huanzi, his voice soft but heavy with meaning. It's time. You can take your revenge now. Her eyes lit up as she cheered. Thank you, Master. The gratitude in Huanzi's heart was overwhelming. This was the moment she had been waiting for. She stepped toward the trembling city lord, looking down at him like he was nothing more than a bug. You're the one who tried to ruin my purity, she hissed. You're the reason I nearly lost my path to cultivation forever. Tell me, she continued, did you ever stop to think about the consequences? Or did you think you were untouchable? The man couldn't even answer. He just kept kowtowing, sobbing, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Huanzi didn't let him utter another word. With a decisive flick of her wrist, she unleashed a surge of raw power that tore straight through his head. Instant death. Nearby, Haiwuya stood frozen, forced to watch his own son be executed right in front of his eyes, completely helpless to stop it. Trembling, Wuya bowed low toward Yunxiao, cold sweat drenching his face. My son has paid the price, he choked out. I beg you, legacy disciple, please spare the rest of the High Clan. Yunxiao didn't answer immediately. His silence was heavy, dripping with a terrifying hidden intent. I can spare you, Yunxiao finally said, his lips curling into a dangerous, razor-sharp smirk. He reached out a hand, his eyes burning with an intimidating light. But here's the deal. You either name me your master, or you can choose to die right here. Seeing no other way out, Wuya bowed his head and submissively lifted Yunxiao's hand. I am willing to serve you as my lord, he whispered, his pride shattered. I only ask for a path to survive. A brilliant light, erupted as a soul seal, was etched into his forehead. Wuya trembled, his expression a mix of forced submission and pure, agonizing despair. Yunxiao remained cold, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he finalized the contract without a shred of pity. Wuya dropped to one knee, his hands clasped in total reverence. High Wuya greets the master, he declared. Yunxiao stood tall, radiating the aura of a true sovereign. The citizens of Yingjiang City are still trapped in the formation, Yunxiao ordered. Go and calm them down. He then turned to Huanzi with a sharp instruction. Huanzi, do you remember that ruined temple where you first appeared? She frowned slightly, then nodded. I remember, master. Follow me. The three of them arrived at a desolate, crumbling temple. Dust covered everything, and the statues of forgotten gods stood silent in the ruins. Yunxiao began scanning the area with surgical precision as Huanzi started to explain what she knew. Master, I heard that this temple existed long before Yingjiang City was even founded. No one knows which god was once worshipped here. They walked toward the old kneeling mats scattered across the floor. She pointed toward them, adding, This is exactly where I was when I woke up. Yunxiao followed her gaze. Suddenly, a strange, azure spiritual energy flared up from a yellow mat, catching his eye. That's the power of faith. He let out a shout and unleashed a powerful blast, striking the mat with enough force to shatter the ground beneath it. Back up, both of you, he commanded. A massive hole now gaped in the floor, and without hesitation, Yunxiao leapt down into the darkness. Upon landing in the hidden chamber below, he was greeted by glowing golden symbols, vibrating with the same mysterious energy as the mat above. These are characters from the era of the five emperors, he whispered. This is an ancient altar dedicated to them. Tianxiang and Huanzi jumped down after him. Tianxiang recognized the carvings immediately. Was this really a sacred site from that legendary era? Huanzi, confused, asked for clarification. Tianxiang folded her arms and began to break down the lore for her. Legend says that ancient Nine Heavens continent was ruled by 5 supreme beings. They were the Flame Emperor, the Black Emperor, the Green Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, and the Heaven Emperor. Each of them left behind god-tier cultivation techniques that still shake the world today, collectively known as the 5 Emperors. Suddenly, Yunxiao raised his hand, unleashing a pillar of crimson flame. The fire surged forward, acting like a cleansing wave that completely obliterated the lingering azure energy. Heavy water cannot extinguish this flame, he muttered. He dropped to one knee, carefully inspecting the carvings on the floor. This was definitely set up by the saints of the 5 Emperors era. This altar fragment is a gateway to the Holy Land of the 9 provinces. It must have been damaged during the Great Ancient War to end up like this. Yunxiao reached out, his fingers hovering over the ancient text. He wondered if these massive, powerful fragments could actually be moved. Back in the city, City Lord Wuya stood by a window, hands clasped behind his back as he stared into the distance. The master should have found the altar fragment by now, right? But that slab of rock is literally immovable, he muttered to himself. I wonder what the master will. He didn't finish his sentence. His eyes nearly popped out of his head as a brilliant pillar of light suddenly pierced the sky in the distance. The others saw it too and cried out in shock, Master! Yunxiao, my lord! Down in the chamber, Yunxiao was completely enveloped in a blinding, radiant energy. A massive, golden stone appeared before him, pulsing with a light so bright it was almost unbearable. He placed a hand on the stone to test it, just as I thought. Ordinary spiritual energy won't work on an altar fragment. Only power infused with spatial laws can trigger a reaction. He frowned, thinking deeply. It's too big. Carrying this around is going to be a huge pain. I wonder if it can get smaller. As if responding to his thoughts, the stone erupted in one last flash of light before it began to shrink rapidly. Yunxiao stared at the tiny stone, now sitting in the palm of his hand, a look of genuine surprise on his face. Well, what do you know? It actually listens. Tianxiang and Huanzi huddled close, eyes glued to the glowing golden stone in his hand. They couldn't help but wonder, Yunxiao, how on earth are you controlling a fragment of the ancient sacrificial altar? Yunxiao didn't look up, his gaze locked onto the artifact as he analyzed its every vibration. Luck was on their side while this fragment still refused to fit inside a storage ring. At least he could change its size whenever he wanted, making it easy to carry. Tianxiang looked at him, curious about their next move. So, where to now? Yunxiao reached out, gently stroking Huanzi's face, sending a deep blush straight to her cheeks. I came out here to find the demon-slaying sword and Huanzi. Now that we've got both, it's time to head back. But then his expression shifted. With my current status, it's not exactly convenient to bring Huanzi back with me just yet. Tianxiang sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead in pure exasperation. Fine, I get it. I'll take good care of your little lady friend for you. Yunxiao gave her a playful, slightly moody smirk before turning away with his arms crossed. While poor Huanzi was still standing there, completely flustered from his touch, Yunxiao announced, "Let's move. We're heading to Yuxiao Palace, but first, we've got to stop to make it Tianyun City." Moments later, the four of them were streaks of light across the clear blue sky. As they approached the outskirts, Tianxiang turned to Huanzi with a proud smile. "Look there, Huanzi, that's my city, Tianyun." She looked at the rising towers with absolute confidence. "I'm the city lord here. You'll be safe with me, and I promise, nobody will dare lay a finger on you. Under my rule, Tianyun City has always known peace." But she didn't finish the sentence. Her heart dropped. Something was dead wrong. What? What happened here? The massive city gates were torn wide open, and two guards lay motionless on the ground. Panic flared as she sprinted toward them. "Da-Hu! Erhu!" She desperately tried to help the heavily wounded Da-Hu, but he could barely gasp out the words. "City Lord, you're back. Don't waste your energy on me. I'm done for." "Check on Erhu," he wheezed. Tianxiang roared in anger, her eyes filled with terror for her men. "Shut up! You're not dying on me, not today." But it was too late. The injuries were fatal. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth as his face turned a ghostly, fragile pale. "Da-Hu!" Yunxiao was instantly by her side, pulling her into a firm embrace to steady her. "Tianxiang, I'm so sorry, but we need to know exactly what happened here. That's the only way we get justice for them." She could only give a weak, trembling nod. "Right." She crawled over to Erhu, who was still alive but shaking violently. "Erhu, tell me, who did this?" His voice was a broken stutter. "It was the Yin Ghost Sect. They're cultivators. They unleashed ghosts to enslave the entire city." Before he could say another word, his body gave out just like his brother's. "City Lord, forget me. Save the city." And just like that, he was gone. Tianxiang's entire aura changed. The grief turned into a cold, sharp fury. The Yin Ghost Sect. Yunxiao stood tall, his gaze piercing through the distance toward the ancient battlefield ruins where the Yin Ghost Sect lurked. A thick, eerie mist began to swallow the empty streets as Yunxiao marched toward a dark, hooded figure floating in midair. From beneath the shadows of his cloak, a cold, rasping voice mocked them. "Kid, I've been waiting. See this? This is what happens when you dare to defy my Yin Ghost Sect." Yunxiao glared up, his voice dripping with venom. "Using ghosts to slaughter the innocent? You're dead meat." Suddenly, Tianxiang's body began to shimmer and fade. "Yunxiao, use me. Let's end this monster together." In a flash of light, she transformed into a powerful blade, landing perfectly in Yunxiao's grip. Tianxiang's true form, the Peachwood Sword. Yunxiao's eyes blazed. "Fine. Today, we fight as one. Time to purge some evil." He lunged forward, his face a mask of pure determination. "Your time is up." The villain didn't flinch. Instead, he let out a chilling, manic laugh. The Yin Ghost Sect Master was actually enjoying this. "You really think a piece of wooden trash can stop me?" He threw his arms wide, conjuring a massive, swirling orb of purple energy. "I'll show you the true power of the Yin Ghost Evil God. Come, you pathetic mortals will offer your souls to..." Below them, the nightmare began. The citizens felt their very souls being ripped from their bodies by the sect's dark magic. Behind the villain, a terrifying monster materialized, a three-headed horse, Evil God, looking like something straight out of a nightmare. "Behold, the defying heaven evil god!" the villain screamed. But Yunxiao didn't hesitate for a second, charging ahead with his blade ready. To think the Yin Ghost Sect would practice such a vile art. "If I don't kill you today, I'm not fit to be human." He swung the sword in a blinding arc of light, clashing directly against the evil god's massive weapon. The monster snarled, swinging again with earth-shattering force, but Yunxiao was like lightning, jumping and weaving through the attacks with ease. Yunxiao slid his hand down the length of the blade, igniting it with a brilliant golden radiance. "Golden light reinforcement, 100 forbidden arts strike." He unleashed a flurry of devastating slashes that left the Yin Ghost Master completely speechless. "No, Lord Evil God." The monster's massive body shattered into a million pieces, getting sucked back into that dark energy orb. The chaotic black mist exploded, and the stolen souls finally broke free, flying back to the people lying in the streets. The backlash hit the villain like a freight train. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees, his eyes red with pure hatred. "Yunxiao, I'm taking you to hell with me." He lets out a primal roar that echoes through the screaming heavens. With his very life on the line, he commands the heavenly tribulation thunderfire to descend upon the world. A heartbeat later, the sky shatters as a furious bolt of lightning tears downward. Surrounded by a blinding aura of golden spiritual energy, Tianxiang screams out in pure terror. Yunxiao, there's no dodging this, the heavenly tribulation is unavoidable. But Yunxiao doesn't flinch, he just grips his sword tighter, his voice eerily calm amidst the chaos. It's right on time. I was actually wondering how to temper your body properly. Tianxiang, do you trust me? Her answer is written in her eyes, unwavering determination and absolute faith. Of course I trust you. Yunxiao calmly slides 2 fingers along the edge of his blade. Good, then let's welcome this lightning together. In an instant, a massive strike of heavenly thunder crashes directly onto his head with a bone-shaking boom. Standing just outside the blast zone, Chu Long and Huanzi are frozen, their hearts dropping as they witness the sheer scale of the destruction. Master, they scream. They stand paralyzed before a gargantuan pillar of purple lightning that seems to tear the world apart, the violet light reflecting off their shocked, pale faces. As the smoke and debris finally settle, Yunxiao is still standing there. Not a single scratch, not one drop of blood, he's completely unscathed. He raises his sword, which has been completely transformed, and examines the blade, a look of genuine admiration crossing his face. Not bad at all. With the power of that lightning, you've evolved into the Purple Cloud Divine Sword. Tianxiang slowly manifests from the blade, looking at her new form with pure excitement. I can feel it. Power is surging through me like never before. Yunxiao looks up at her, his expression turning serious as he notes the Yingui sect cultivator is finally dead. Tianyun City still needs someone to hold the line, and that person is you, Tianxiang. Nearby, the cold, lifeless body of the Yingui sect member lies in total silence. Yunxiao turns to Huanzi, making sure to give her clear instructions. Huanzi, you're staying here too. Tianxiang's upgrade will be a massive help for your own training. Huanzi places a hand over her heart, bowing deeply to show her loyalty. I understand, Master. Tianxiang steps up, offering a reassuring nod to put his mind at ease. Don't you worry. I'll make sure she's well taken care of. With his business settled, Yunxiao heads back to his true home, the Yunxiao Palace. He pushes the heavy doors open, his eyes scanning the familiar room. I'm back. Suddenly, Qing Cheng rushes toward him from out of nowhere, her face pale and a trace of blood still staining her lips as she calls out his name. Yunxiao. She's frowning, her face a mask of frantic urgency as she grabs him. You have to save Nianyun. Hansha took her, our 3rd junior sister kidnapped her. Yunxiao grabs Qing Cheng's arms, his face twisting in confusion. What? Hansha did this? His eyes widen as a dark realization flashes through his mind. Could it be that even after everything, she never actually planned to give up on her twisted scheme? Qing Cheng lowers her head, her fingers trembling as she clutches his sleeve. Master, Nianyun has never had to suffer a day in her life, but the 3rd junior sister, she holds a deep grudge against the master's wife. I'm terrified. Yunxiao quickly pulls her close to calm her down. Stay steady. Do you have any idea what Hansha is actually after? Her eyes shimmer with a mix of tears and fury as she grits her teeth, her voice shaking with pure indignation. She wants to use Nianyun as a pawn to threaten sect leader Ye Qingyu. Yunxiao knits his brows, his gaze growing dark and complicated. That girl, Hansha. Qing Cheng, tell me where she is right now. I'm going after her. Ye Qingyu is carrying the safety of the entire Jushao continent on her shoulders. I can't let Hansha use Nianyun to break her. Qing Cheng's head hangs low as she continues. Hansha has already reached sainthood. With only my half-saint cultivation, I couldn't even track her movements. Yunxiao rubs his chin, sinking into deep thought. Let me think. Suddenly, a sound erupts from Yunxiao's chest, followed by a brilliant, blinding golden light that makes Qing Cheng's eyes go wide with shock. What is that sound? He looks up as a book, glowing with a divine golden radiance, begins to float slowly into the air. It's the sacred book. It's absorbing the power of faith being sent from the Juyu sacred star and channeling it directly back into me. Seeing this, Qing Cheng is instantly reminded of the legendary heavenly emperor from the 5 emperors of old, her breath catching in her throat. A sacred book? Could this be the fabled wordless holy scripture, the divine artifact that belonged to the heavenly emperor himself? Yunxiao's gaze shifts downward, almost as if he's trying to shield a secret that's been hidden for eons. Yeah. During my training in Juyu, I received the heavenly emperor's inheritance. Qing Cheng's eyes light up as she stares at the book, dying to reach out and touch it. The legends say that when a saint dies, their soul and treasures return to the Juyu sacred star. I guess the rumors were true after all. A sudden realization hits Qing Cheng. No wonder Ye Qingyu sent word that so many alien races are hunting for the path to the Juyu sacred star. They're all after these treasures and legacies. Yunxiao rubs his chin again, his eyes locked on the floating scripture as he nods slowly. It all makes sense now. It looks like once I officially reach sainthood, I'll have to make another trip back to Juyu. To protect the safety of Juyu, Qing Cheng asks with a hint of hesitation, Master, I've heard the Heavenly Emperor reached sainthood through the power of faith. Is that a path I could study too? He looks at her, his sharp eyes filled with calculation as he strokes his chin, weighing her potential. With Qing Cheng's talent, relying on the arts of the Yunxiao Palace will only get you to the half-saint level at most. Without some kind of miraculous encounter, becoming a true saint would be almost impossible for you. But, if you choose the path of faith. He looks at her with an intense, commanding gaze, his voice booming with absolute authority. As of today, I am the new Heavenly Emperor. If you place your faith in me, I can appoint you as my saintess and your ascension to sainthood will finally be within reach. Look, if we do this, we're not just teacher and student anymore. Your very life, it'll belong to me decided by a single thought. Qing Cheng didn't hesitate for a second. I'm willing, she cried out, dropping to her knees in a desperate plea. Master, please, I beg you, show me the path to sainthood. He looked down at her, presenting a sacred scripture that radiated a blinding golden light right before her eyes. Then so be it, he declared. By my authority as the Heavenly Emperor, I hereby appoint you as my saintess. The moment he spoke, black ink materialized on the blank page. Heavenly Emperor Baili Yunxiao hereby appoints Qing Cheng as saintess. Instantly, a massive red and gold orb erupted around them, swirling with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Waves of pure power began flowing into Qing Cheng's body. You could see the shock on her face. She'd never felt anything like this before. Even Yunxiao was a bit taken aback, his brow furrowing as he watched. This was the power of faith drawn straight from Juyu, you creating its own unique space right there. Inside that mystical void, Qing Cheng stared at the wall in front of her. It looked like a giant screen, and her eyes went wide with pure amazement. Master, is that the Juyu Holy Star? She whispered. Yunxiao stood beside her, giving a firm nod as his deep, calm voice filled the air. That's it. But internally, he was thinking about the weird time dilation. A long time had passed on the Nine Heavens continent, yet back on Earth, it had only been 6 months. Years of history had unfolded in one world, while barely half a year had ticked by in the other. She watched the spiritual energy dancing around her, a huge smile breaking across her face. Having absorbed the faith of the Holy Star's followers, she looked up to observe the connection. The followers of the Holy Star. They're praying to the Heavenly Emperor and the Saintess. They're hoping we can protect them. Yunxiao followed her gaze. Earth was invaded by alien races just a few months ago. That's why I need a sacred artifact as a catalyst. I need to build a channel between Earth and the Nine Heavens continent so we can send reinforcements fast. He gave her a small smile and reached out to pat her head. When you were absorbing that faith earlier, you had a weak link to Earth. I actually forgot to have you ask how everyone is doing for me. Qing Cheng looked down, feeling a bit shy, as she softly replied to Yunxiao. This disciple will definitely remember to ask for you next time, Master. They both stood before the virtual spatial gate, watching as it began to slowly crumble away. All right. I've got to head to the spirit realm soon. Do me a favor and let Tianmu know, okay? Qing Cheng's head snapped toward him, clearly shocked. Master, why the spirit realm? That place is incredibly dangerous. If you're really going, you have to take me with you. Yunxiao frowned slightly, adjusting his glove with a calm, indifferent expression. I'm just looking for a few things, don't worry. Besides, you need to stay here and gather the power of faith. The sooner you become a saint, the better. But she wasn't backing down. With determination burning in her eyes, she raised her sharp silver blade right toward her master. If you won't agree, then please excuse my insolence. Yunxiao just gave a faint smile and caught the incoming blade with his bare hands. Suddenly, a brilliant golden sword erupted from his palm, glowing with intense spiritual energy. His gaze was effortless but deep as he spoke in that steady voice of his. A little master-student sparring? Qing Cheng, have you forgotten just how strong I really am? Something moved fast. A blur flashed past Qing Cheng before she could even blink. To her credit, she reacted quickly, spinning around to launch a counterattack. Master, forgive me, but a powerful hand shot out, decisively grabbing her arm mid-swing. In a flash, her own sword was turned around, pointed right back at her. Her eyes widened in total shock. Yunxiao smiled, steady and firm as he held the blade to her throat. Qing Cheng couldn't help it. Her voice trembled as she whispered, Master. He chuckled softly, a gentle reminder of the gap between them. No one can take control of the Jade Dawn Palace. And while you're only a half-saint, your power isn't something to overlook. Those people won't dare make a move. He gently helped her back onto her feet. What you need to do now is reach sainthood as fast as possible. Only then can I leave with peace of mind. His touch made her blush furiously, and she quickly looked away, stammering. Yes, Master, I understand. Yunxiao turned, patting her head one more time. Good girl, now lead me to the channel. Qing Cheng bowed her head and replied, yes. A moment later, they stood before a swirling, fiery gateway leading straight to the spirit realm. Qing Cheng turned serious. This is the spatial channel between the spirit realm and the Nine Heavens continent. It'll get you to the entrance fast, but there's no coming back this way. Master, please, you must be extremely careful. But Yunxiao was as cool as ever. Don't worry. If anything urgent happens, just use the power of faith to reach out to me. With that, he took off, vanishing into the portal in a flash. Qingcheng watched him go, the worry still gnawing at her. Master, you have to come back safely. By now, Yunxiao was already at the gate, but someone was there waiting. A man stepped forward, blocking his path. And who might you be? Yunxiao's gaze instantly turned razor-sharp as he silently sized up the situation. A spirit emperor. Just to guard the entrance, he thought. If the Jade Dawn Palace was willing to spend that kind of power, then the spirit realm was even more dangerous than he imagined. The guard frowned, his face dead serious as he delivered a warning. You look like a disciple of the Jade Dawn Palace. It's dangerous ahead. Do yourself a favor and turn back. Seeing that Yunxiao wasn't moving, the guard reached out to stop him. Take one more step, he warned, and don't blame me for being ruthless. Yunxiao didn't say a word, he just reached into his robe and pulled out a mysterious token. Yunxiao flashed his token to the inner disciple on guard. I have urgent business in the spirit realm, hoping you'll let me through, senior brother. The guard took the jade slip, inspecting it closely before his eyes widened. Wait, it's really you? You're that new inner disciple who just got promoted, right? He let out a nervous laugh, handing the token back. My bad for almost causing a scene, honestly. I didn't recognize you. Sorry for the trouble, junior brother. Yunxiao didn't miss a beat, his voice steady and respectful. Don't mention it, senior brother. You were just doing your job, keeping this place secure. The guard's expression suddenly turned grave. Just a heads up, the spirit realm is a death trap. Once you step through this gate, there's no coming back this way. Watch your back. Yunxiao gave a quick nod of thanks before stepping directly into the swirling, mystical light of the space portal. He emerged into a world of pure gloom. Above him, the sky was a suffocating layer of leaden gray, with dark clouds rolling like cold, silent waves that choked out every scrap of sunlight. Yunxiao started trekking through a forest filled with bizarre, twisted creatures. They weren't kidding about this place, he thought. This land of exile was a chaotic mess of spiritual and demonic energy. It was even suppressing his own power. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something bright. In the middle of the rot, a single flower was glowing with the intensity of a living flame. This place was a gold mine. High-level alchemical ingredients that were impossible to find in the outside world were just sitting here, waiting to be picked. Since he was here anyway, Yunxiao decided to let his companion out. He called for Ting to transform. It was time to let the four-image divine cauldron have a massive feast. But first, a quick warning. Your spiritual aura is way too loud here. Change your shape, look like something a bit more subtle. In a flash of light, the massive beast Ting shrank down into a small, fluffy dog. It started wagging its tail frantically, barking with excitement while gnawing on a piece of fruit. It didn't take long for Yunxiao to notice the pairs of glowing eyes watching him from the tall grass. He spun around, his gaze sharp enough to cut. So, you finally decided to show yourselves? Back off, he growled. Unless you're looking for a one-way ticket to the afterlife. A pack of underworld wolves emerged from the shadows, their eyes burning with a terrifying light as they bared their fangs and closed in on him. One wolf lost its patience and lunged, claws out, but Yunxiao moved like a blur, sending the beast flying back into the dirt with a single, effortless strike. Seeing the threat, Ting didn't stay small for long. It surged forward, its size ballooning as it slammed another wolf into the ground to protect its master. Ting snarled, its teeth dripping with fresh wolf blood. The sheer pressure coming off the beast was enough to make the rest of the pack whimper and back away in terror. Yunxiao just stood there with his arms crossed, watching Ting shrink back down. Actually, underworld wolves make for great pill ingredients. Why waste them? But before he could act, he felt a massive presence approaching. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the path ahead. The wolf emperor arrived, riding atop a massive beast. He let out a roar that shook the trees. Who dared to lay a finger on my subordinates? Yunxiao didn't even flinch. If anything, he was excited. A wolf emperor's monster core was a top-tier prize. The emperor glared at him with piercing blue eyes and barked out a command. You, human, you trespass on my land and slaughter my kin? Hand over your golden core right now, and I might just let you live. Yunxiao just raised an eyebrow, completely unimpressed by the emperor's posturing. You want my core? That's funny, because I was just thinking how much I want yours. Let's see who gets what first. The wolf emperor's mount let out a world-tearing roar, its eyes bulging with rage. It opened its massive maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth dripping with bloodlust. The air was thick with the scent of a coming slaughter. Under the suffocating gray sky, the wolf emperor wreathed himself in eerie green energy. Arrogant brat, today, you breathe your last. Yunxiao didn't hesitate. He unleashed his sword in a streak of silver light. Talk is cheap. Let's see if you've got the bite to match that bark. His blade pierced straight through the emperor's mount with a sickening crunch. The beast shrieked in agony as the Emperor barely managed to leap off its back in time. The Wolf Emperor landed gracefully, but his face twisted into a mask of fury when he saw his mount collapsing in a pool of blood. "I'll rip your heart out," he screamed, lunging at Yunxiao with claws extended. But Yunxiao just tilted his head. The attack missed him by an inch. Yunxiao brought his fingers to his lips, chanting a quick mantra as a brilliant golden light erupted around him. "Return." The sword he'd embedded in the mount ripped itself free, whistling through the air as it homed in on the Emperor. The Wolf Emperor barely dodged, the blade grazing his skin. The sword slammed into the earth, vibrating with power. Ting suddenly hopped in front of the Emperor, barking like a madman. Annoyed, the Emperor just kicked it away. What is this? Even a common mutt thinks it can challenge a king. Ting tumbled across the ground, and Yunxiao couldn't help but smirk. "Oh, that's no ordinary mutt, buddy. In fact, your entire race would probably call him Great Ancestor if they knew what was good for them." As he spoke, Ting's body began to swell, growing larger and more terrifying by the second. The transformation was complete. The divine beast, Ting, towered behind Yunxiao. It let out a roar that literally shook the heavens and earth. The Wolf Emperor froze, his jaw dropping as he trembled. The divine beast, Ting? Before he could even think of running, Ting pounced. It hovered over him, teeth bared, while the Emperor could only whimper from the ground. Wait a second." Ting didn't wait. It snapped its jaws shut, ending the conversation and the Wolf Emperor in a single bite. Yunxiao just gave a casual shrug, looking completely innocent. "Sorry about that, my buddy's hungry, and you were the only thing on the menu." Blood and fur flying everywhere. The Wolf Emperor is getting absolutely shredded, barely clinging to life. "Damn it," he wheezes. "Not like this." But Yunxiao isn't having it. With a cold, commanding glare, he slams his hand down to suppress the chaos. "You really think I'll let you self-destruct that monster core? Ting, spit him out now." Yunxiao channels a strange, shimmering golden energy, spinning it into a massive, glowing orb. Ting gets the memo immediately and hurls the Wolf Emperor straight into the golden cage. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rips through the air. But Ting is a total bro, instantly shielding his master from the lethal shockwave. Yunxiao's brow furrows as he looks at the devastation. "Good thing we moved this 1,000 miles into the wasteland," he mutters. "If that went off in the spirit realm, there wouldn't even be bones left to bury. Such a waste of a high-grade monster core." He sighs, then shifts his gaze to the surrounding wolf pack, who are still circling him like vultures. "What? Your king is dead. You really think you can stop me?" But these beasts aren't backing down. They're baring their fangs, growling with pure, stubborn malice. Yunxiao's eyes narrow, radiating a terrifying killing intent as he gives them one final warning. "Losing that one core already put me in a bad mood. If you don't know when to quit, well, don't blame me for what happens next." Facing an entire pack alone, Yunxiao doesn't even blink. He whips out his cultivation gourd and goes on the offensive. His eyes are cold, pure bloodlust. He's not just looking to win, he's looking to wipe every single one of them off the face of the earth. The wolves are too dumb to realize they're outmatched and charge right in. Big mistake. Yunxiao and Sahai team up, and in the blink of an eye, total annihilation. Once the dust settles and the job is done, the companion reverts back into his human form. Sahai opens his hand, revealing a pile of glowing cores. "Master, every single netherwolf core is right here." Yunxiao nods, telling him to throw them into the 4-deity statue for refining. Then, he turns to Ting for a little heart-to-heart. "We've wasted way too much time here. We need to find that altar fragment in this spirit realm, and we need to find it fast." Ting is on it. "Leave it to me, master." The beast closes its eyes, focusing every ounce of its spiritual senses to track the target. It doesn't miss a beat, scanning the entire area with laser-like focus. Finally, Ting senses something hidden just beyond that old bridge. And there it is. An ancient temple looms in the distance, the exact place they've been searching for. Ting snaps its eyes open. "Found it!" Without wasting another second, the duo sets off toward the coordinates. "Let's go, master." Yunxiao gives a satisfied nod. "Nice work, Ting. Lead the way." After trekking through some pretty rough terrain, they finally pull up to a place that looks like it's seen better days. Total ruins. The place is falling apart. Even the letters on the wooden sign have faded into nothing. "Another temple?" Yunxiao mutters. Something feels off, though. The Nine Skies only follows the Taoist path. There's no Buddhist heritage here, so why is there a temple? Curiosity gets the better of him, and Yunxiao decides to head deep inside to see what's really going on. It gets weirder the further he goes. Right in the heart of the ruins, he finds a massive, towering Buddha statue. Yunxiao wanders around, starting to second-guess himself. Did I get the wrong place? No fragment? But just as he's about to bail, a voice echoes through the halls. "Dear benefactor, yeah, this place is definitely sus." And then, the ghost monkey appears. "Greetings, traveler. Where might you be coming from?" Yunxiao instantly goes on high alert, hand on his weapon. This guy is creepy. Yunxiao realizes he didn't even sense the monk's presence or his breath until he spoke. He decides to play it cool for now, wanting to see what this monk is actually after. They start a little back and forth conversation. The ghost monkey chuckles. You must be joking, benefactor. This is a lonely, desolate place, with netherwolves roaming around and that terrifying nine-headed worm on the prowl. Surely a cultivator of your level is just hiding here to survive, right? Yunxiao isn't in the mood for small talk. He fires back. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. What's it to you? But the monk just keeps that fake smile plastered on his face. No need to be so defensive. I only want to help you. Truly. He acts like everything is peaceful, but then the mask starts to slip. You see, this entire temple is actually surrounded by demons. Yunxiao isn't buying it for a second. If there are demons everywhere, how come nothing tried to stop me when I walked in? The monk's explanation is chilling, because those demons are just waiting. They're raising us, like livestock, waiting for the right time to eat. Yunxiao narrows his eyes, playing along with a suspicious look. Is that so? Then what should I do? The ghost monkey lures him closer, his voice dripping with fake concern. Come here, benefactor. Give me one of your items, and I can use it to keep you safe. Yunxiao doesn't resist. He walks right up to him. Fine, I'll count on you then, master. That's when the ghost monkey lets out a wicked, devious laugh. Surprise, surprise. This old fraud wasn't seeking enlightenment, he was just a monster in disguise. He lunges at Yunxiao, his face twisting into something horrific. The item I'm taking is your life. He grins like a maniac, thrilled that he finally snagged such a high-quality prey. But Yunxiao? He's not even shocked. I figured you guys were hungry, he mutters. Couldn't even wait 5 minutes before trying to take a bite, huh? With his level of experience, these petty tricks weren't even a threat to Yunxiao. Honestly, he was just playing along for the hell of it. So you didn't fall for it, the demon hissed. But so what? A measly spirit emperor like you is nothing more than a snack for my black mist. Yunxiao didn't even flinch. Instead, he just laughed in the ghost monkey's face. And here I thought you were some kind of dark Buddha. Turns out you're just a bad actor. Playtime was over. The next second, Yunxiao funneled his strength into a single strike, realizing this beast was actually pretty pathetic. In a flash, Yunxiao's flames erupted, incinerating the wall of black mist that tried to swallow him whole. Break. Lucky for the ghost monkey, Yunxiao held back a bit otherwise. The guy would have ended up as a roasted monkey right then and there. Battered and bruised, the ghost monkey finally reverted to his true primal form after taking that massive hit. It finally clicked for Yunxiao. No wonder he couldn't sense them earlier. Creatures from the underworld have zero human aura, they're basically ghosts. Suddenly, the entire temple was crawling with monkeys. Dozens of them. It was clear this was their turf, and they weren't happy. The leader realized Yunxiao was a tough nut to crack, but he wasn't backing down yet. No wonder he stayed so calm after his spell was broken. His entire clan had already occupied every corner of this sacred temple. While the other monkeys were baring their teeth at Yunxiao, the leader stepped forward with a murderous glare. Die! But then, he stopped. Not wanting to escalate things further, he actually ordered Yunxiao to just turn around and leave. Human! You're disturbing our peace, the leader growled. His eyes filled with enough killing intent to make anyone else's blood run cold. Get out, now. He acted like he was doing Yunxiao a favor by letting him live. But Yunxiao? He wasn't going anywhere. In fact, he started listing their crimes. This is a sacred Buddhist temple, Yunxiao said coldly. Since when did it become a playground for demons like you? If anyone's leaving, it's you lot. That was the final straw. The leader slammed his staff into the ground, his patience completely gone. Don't push your luck, human. It was on. The air grew heavy as a massive purple energy orb began to form. A fight was officially unavoidable now. This guy was acting all high and mighty in front of Yunxiao, but he was clearly hiding how dangerous he really was. He bragged about his spirit sect Cultivation and his clan of spirit sovereigns and emperors, claiming he only wanted to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. But Yunxiao saw right through the act. His eyes, which had seen through the illusions of the mortal world, knew exactly what was happening. Is that so? Yunxiao smearked. Aren't you just waiting for me to get scared so you can ambush me while my back is turned? Nice try, but I know you're just trying to save your own skin. Having his secret plan exposed sent the leader into a blind rage. No more talking, it was time to see who would end up dead. The leader lunged, but Yunxiao dodged the strike like it was nothing. A mere demon actually thinks he can kill me? Pathetic. Before diving into the fray, Yunxiao took a split second to analyze his opponent's power level. This ghost monkey was at the spirit sect realm, sure. But Yunxiao had the Samadhi True Fire, the ultimate hard counter for any demon. One sword strike, Yunxiao muttered. That's all it's going to take. Before the leader could even blink, Yunxiao's blade flashed, and one of the demon's arms went flying. Talk about a brutal opening move. What are you waiting for? Kill him, the leader screamed. The rest of the swarm charged, trying to overwhelm Yunxiao with numbers. They thought they had him surrounded. But in reality, it was Yunxiao who had them right where he wanted them. These monkeys had no idea what they were up against. They charged in like moths to a flame, literally, while the leader just shouted orders from the back. Even with the odds stacked against him, Yunxiao was perfectly calm. You want to die together? Fine, I'll make it happen. He unleashed a wave of pure fire, showing them exactly what it looks like when a master truly gets serious. The entire swarm was caught in a hellish blaze, the fire searing through their flesh in an instant. The leader wasn't spared either. He was swallowed by the sea of flames, thrashing around like a helpless insect. He was furious, realizing he couldn't even touch a single hair on Yunxiao's head. You deserve to die, he screamed. Yunxiao didn't care. Demons with this much killing intent belong in the 18th level of hell. Consider this a head start. But then, something caught Yunxiao's eye. Most of the clan had been wiped out, but he noticed a small group had somehow survived the carnage. It looked like a small monkey family, huddling together in the shadows. They stared at Yunxiao with sharp, intense eyes, but strangely, they didn't attack. Suddenly, an ancient stone tablet began to emerge from the ground. Ripples of energy pulsed from the stone, vibrating through the air. The mother monkey kept glancing between Yunxiao and the tablet. The father did the same. It was almost like they were trying to tell him something like this tablet was the real reason they were here. After a long moment, the monkey family turned and disappeared into the ruins. Yunxiao let them go, choosing not to finish the job. He turned his full attention to the mysterious object. A stone tablet? Yunxiao muttered, slowly stepping toward the ancient relic. Another stone tablet dripping with divine energy? Yunxiao decided to let the ghost monkeys slide for now, hoping his mercy would finally quiet the murderous rage boiling inside them. Forget it. I'll spare them for the time being. These carvings. They look like ancient god script from the era of the 5 emperors. Suddenly, Yunxiao turned around to find Di Ting standing right next to him, and man, did it catch him off guard. Di Ting, you can actually talk now? And boy, was the little guy ready to show off. Since the 4 images divine furnace refined the demon cores of those netherwolves, his strength was finally starting to return. Hearing that, Yunxiao couldn't help but feel pumped for his companion. That's great news. Since you're back in action, do you recognize the origin of this script? Di Ting shared what he'd heard through the grapevine. Legend says that before the 5 emperors, there was an era of gods, where the heavens ruled and the laws of cultivation were born, and this right here is their sacred god script. Curious, Yunxiao reached out, his fingers tracing the mysterious symbols etched into the stone. This tablet probably records a set of ancient Genesis records, the literal blueprint of the world. Yunxiao, feeling a bit skeptical, turned back toward Di Ting. Buddhism from the West and ancient gods shouldn't be linked at all, so why the Genesis records? Honestly, Di Ting is like a walking encyclopedia. Ask him anything, and he's got the answer. The symbols at the very top look like some kind of complex annotation, but the meaning is so cryptic and layered that it's a total headache. I can't even memorize the contents without looking at the stone directly. If you want to learn it, Master, it might be tough. But Yunxiao didn't keep him in the dark and shared his secret. I might not understand the deep meaning behind these characters, but after one look, I can remember their exact shapes perfectly. For Di Ting, hearing this was absolutely mind-blowing. Like, are you kidding me? Levels of insane. That's impossible. Even true immortals or literal gods can't just burn the image of these divine symbols into their minds like that. This is God script. It's not meant to be memorized or recorded yet. Yunxiao had it locked in. He started to wonder if there was more to it. Could this be linked to my rebirth? Only one way to find out. Time to stop talking and start doing. Let's see if I can use the sacred book to record these symbols. But then bam, a blinding green light flashed, scaring the absolute life out of him. He was sent flying backward by the sheer force of the impact. Di Ting panicked, shouting out in pure terror for his master. Master! Luckily, Yunxiao's reflexes were top tier, and he snapped back into a combat stance immediately. Master, are you okay? Even though he looked a bit shaken, he played it cool so Di Ting wouldn't worry. I'm fine, don't sweat it. This tablet was refined with a secret method. It's literally fighting back against the divine sense of anyone nearby. Seeing his master was safe, Di Ting decided to go investigate the stone himself. Both of them were stunned. What exactly was this thing that could pack such a punch? Yunxiao tapped the tablet lightly, trying to guess what it was made of. The material was incredibly solid. He couldn't even tell what kind of forge could create a stone this durable. The front is covered in God script. But what's on the back? Just then, Di Ting spotted something interesting and called him over. Master, get over here and look at this. The back of the stone was covered in carvings of Buddha, and every single one was perfectly aligned and incredibly detailed. Seeing this just made Yunxiao's head spin with even more questions. Who could have pulled this off? Who has the power to carve all these Buddha statues onto a stone tablet like this? Then, it hit him. That Buddha statue from earlier. It was the most suspicious thing in this whole place. Is that statue the reason this tablet is here? But if it's a Buddhist statue, why is it carrying the Genesis records of the ancient gods? After a moment of total confusion, Yunxiao finally saw through the mystery. We might not know the truth, but someone here definitely does. He turned his gaze toward the mother monkey from before. You've got something to say, right? Clinging to her baby, she trembled and answered back. Great Lord, we've learned our lesson. We know we were wrong. Yunxiao knew they were tied to that statue, so he crossed his arms and started the interrogation. Tell me everything you know about that Buddha statue and this tablet. Speak clearly, and I promise no one gets hurt. Realizing he was serious, the monkey kept her word and started spilling every bit of info she had. We are the Ghost Monkey tribe, and we've lived on the back of the Lord of Mountain Monsters for generations. But then, that day, the statue fell from the heavens. It crashed down, pinning their lord to the ground. And the craziest part? It spoke with a human voice. It said, "If I don't enter hell, who will?" A brutal, soul-shaking battle broke out between our Lord and that statue. It lasted for 100 days straight. In the end, our Lord couldn't keep up with the statue's power and fell into a deep, eternal sleep. But the battle took its toll. The Buddha statue was badly damaged, losing the divine aura it once had. And the mystery of why it was here was finally revealed. Before our Lord fell unconscious, he ordered us to take the statue and escape the underworld. After we brought the great Buddha to this place, it commanded us to build this temple. Then the statue used the last of its power to bring this world stone here, before falling into a deep sleep itself. Yunxiao's eyes widened. Wait, you're saying this tablet is a world stone? Yes. Honestly, the only reason we've survived this long is because of that statue. The Buddha told us that the world stone is the very foundation of this entire space. If you control the stone, you control this entire spiritual realm. Yunxiao stands before the massive statue, arms crossed. This spirit realm? It is the only bridge connecting the underworld and the Nine Skies continent. That giant Buddha statue just summoned the boundary stone. Wait, the master wants to claim this stone for himself, right? He is definitely not just dreaming. After thinking it over, he decides to make his move. He tells Dai Ting, I need to check the status of that boundary stone. Di Ting, guard me. Suddenly, the space around him begins to warp. A blinding prismatic light erupts right in front of Yunxiao. It has to be that Buddha statue's doing. Now, he is standing on a surface of still azure water. Towering before him, that same Buddha statue, seated regally upon a golden lotus. Yunxiao looks around, totally confused. How did he even end up here? But as the truth starts to sink in, the entity known as Di Can finally reveals himself. Not bad. A young body with incredible talent. A voice booms. Perfect to be my disciple in the Buddhist sect. Boy, why have you not knelt to your master yet? But being trapped here without any warning? Yunxiao is not having it. He demands, Who the hell are you? Why are you keeping me here? This guy claims to be some supreme being, forcing Yunxiao to follow him. Something feels seriously off. I am Bodhisattva Dikan. Little friend, do not be afraid. I have no ill will, I have simply chosen you to be my disciple because of your natural gifts. What Xiao has dealt with plenty of holy frauds before. He is not falling for this act for a second. You used your divine sense to control ghost monkeys for slaughter, Yunxiao snaps. Who gave you the guts to pose as a man of the Buddhist sect? You want a disciple? Or do you just want to snatch my body? Yunxiao hits the nail on the head, but Deacon keeps up the fake, righteous act. Amitabha. It all comes down to a single word. Fate. I, Deacon, would never do something as evil as stealing another's flesh. I only wish to spread the Buddhist law so more souls can reach enlightenment. Yeah, right. No way Yunxiao joins this wolf in sheep's clothing. He challenges him, and what if I refuse to become a Buddha? The guy stays calm, but the threat is clear. You already have the Buddhist blessing upon you. Refuse my kindness, and do not blame me when I rip that blessing right out of you. So much for being a man of peace. Without another word, Decan strikes first. Seeing the mask finally slip, Yunxiao scoffs. There it is. The old fox finally shows his tail. Now that his true nature is out in the open, Decan stops pretending. He challenges Yunxiao to an all-out fight. Fine by him. Yunxiao does not hesitate for a second. He calls it forth. The Yunxiao Divine Sword. With godlike speed, Yunxiao slashes him before he can even react. Is this all the power a fake like you has? Pathetic. Insulted, the fake monk's rage boils over. Then allow this bodhisattva to teach you a lesson in pain. In a split second, Dai Can transforms. He becomes a terrifying entity with 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes, the ultimate offensive form, the 10,000 laws. Yunxiao is ending this right here, right now. He is going to give this fraud a lesson he will never forget so he can never trick anyone again. Damn it, this is a world built from his mental strength. My power is being suppressed. Time for a gamble. He has to try something crazy. Decan rains down a hail of 1,000 fists. Yunxiao unleashes his own technique, meeting the massive impact head-on. The collision is earth-shattering. The next second, a massive explosion of raw energy swallows everything. Yunxiao has to admit it, this decon guy is actually a beast. That was way too close. Without the protection of the Holy Scripture, he probably would not have survived a single hit. A glowing scroll appears before him. So that is the secret. Genuine Buddhist secret arts? No wonder that fake was so powerful. He actually managed to get his hands on real Buddhist techniques. Suddenly, a wild idea hits him. If he uses these Buddhist arts to refine the boundary stone, what kind of effect would that have? He drops into a deep meditative state, channeling the Buddhist energy. Suddenly, Yunxiao's entire body erupts in a brilliant golden flame. Success! He breaks through and transcends into a new dimension, refining the stone with these arts. I can finally move freely through the spirit realm, but Yunxiao still has questions. He needs to see Qing Cheng immediately. If I keep refining this, can I teleport here from anywhere? He calls out, Master, Master, are you there? Right on cue, Qing Cheng appears. She looks like she has something urgent to say. What happened? She quickly reports, Senior Sister Gu Yue is back. She specifically asked to see you. Later that sunny afternoon at the Jade Sky Palace, everyone is waiting for him. But Qing Cheng is not the only one waiting. Gu Yue is there too, and she is losing her patience. It has been a long time, and the fact that he has not shown up yet is making her extremely restless. Is Yunxiao still not back? Qing Cheng does not have an answer. She can only try to keep her senior sister calm. He should be here any minute. There is no direct path from the spirit realm to Jade Sky Palace, so the detour takes time. Speak of the devil. Just as they mention him, Yunxiao finally makes his grand entrance right in front of them. Master. Sect leader. I'm back. Xiao Yun steps forward with a respectful bow. Beside him, Qing Cheng finally lets out a long breath she'd been holding in. Crisis officially averted. It's good to have you home. You've had a long journey, she says warmly. But on the inside, she is absolutely beaming. I mean, come on, her own. Master just called her teacher. Talk about a major ego boost. Since this is the very first time these two have actually met face to face, Qing Cheng decides it's time to play mediator and introduce them. Let me introduce you. This is the current palace master of the ancient Moon Heavenly Palace. You can address her as Senior. Looking at the group gathered here, Xiao Yun can't help but feel that their fates are still far from over. The threads of destiny? Yeah, they're still very much tangled. He thinks to himself, incredible. In this lifetime, all 4 of my disciples have reached the spirit immortal realm. They've grown so much more powerful. Keeping things formal, he gives her a polite greeting. Xiao Yun greets Senior Gu Yue. She gives him a thin smile. I'm Qing Cheng's junior sister, and you're her disciple, so just call me Martial Aunt. Of course, Martial Aunt. On the surface, Xiao Yun plays the part of the obedient student perfectly, but internally, he's already making plans. Just you wait, Gu Yue. Once I get my power back, I'm going to have a little talk with you. Qing Cheng watches the two of them, a single thought crossing her mind. Good luck, little sister, you're definitely going to need it. Realizing that standing around outside isn't great for a private chat, the 3 of them head into the main hall of the Jade Heaven Palace to get down to business. Since Xiao Yun has been MIA for quite a while, Gu Yue is dying to know what he's been up to during his time away. So, Qing Cheng mentioned you took a trip to the spirit realm. Did you actually find anything useful there? Not surprisingly, things went pretty smooth. I had some success, he says. She leans in, curious. Well, don't leave us hanging, let's hear it. Xiao Yun fills them in on everything, including the bizarre events at the abandoned temple. They're both hanging on his every word. Sensing an opening, Gu Yue decides now is the perfect time to ask for his opinion on something big. Have you heard of the Golden Core Great Trial? Are you talking about the Spirit Wild's Golden Core selection, Martial Ant? The one that even offers a chance to ascend to the immortal realm? With sky-high confidence, Xiao Yun doesn't hesitate for a second. I'll be honest with you, Martial Ant. If I enter that tournament, I'm going to absolutely dominate the competition. I guarantee you, no one you put up against me will even stand a chance. Hearing that level of fire, Gu Yue is beyond impressed. If you've got that much confidence, then fine. Win first place, and I'll officially name you a Heavenly Palace Inspector. You'll have the authority to patrol both realms. That news makes Qing Cheng jump right out of her seat. Wait, did you say a Heavenly Palace Inspector can actually patrol the immortal realm? That's a position on the same level as the 9 great sect leaders. Gu Yue just waves her off, trying to keep her calm. No need to look so shocked. Honestly, I'd much rather give a position like this to one of our own than some complete stranger. This tournament is basically the deciding factor for the Heavenly Palace's entire future. Gu Yue is officially putting all her chips on Xiao Yun this time. If Xiao Yun really has this kind of power, he's going to do everything in his power to make sure he doesn't let anyone down. I won't disappoint you, Martial Aunt. You have my word. But suddenly, an arrogant voice booms from outside. Listen up, people of the Jade Heaven Palace. Their peaceful meeting is officially over. The 3 of them head outside to see exactly who's ballsy enough to come looking for a fight. These two are definitely uninvited guests, but they're acting like they own the place. Yu Qingyu isn't coming back ever. My advice? Hand over the Jade Heaven Palace quietly, or don't blame us for what happens when we lose our patience. Gu Yue narrows her eyes at the intruders. It's Han Sha and Jin Chan. Disappointment drips from her voice. Sister Han Sha? I can't believe it's you. Teaming up with a demon immortal like Jin Chan? Are you really trying to destroy the Heavenly Palace? Han Sha just scoffs, like it's the funniest joke she's ever heard. The Heavenly Palace? Back when Master was here, this place didn't even exist. Besides, Ye Qingyu can barely save her own skin these days. And with your level of cultivation and skill, what right do you think you have to lead both the human and god realms? Give me a break. Gu Yue is absolutely fuming. You actually have the nerve to mention Master? If he knew you were conspiring with outsiders against your own master's wife, his heart would break. Standing behind her, Xiao Yun thinks, heartbroken? Try absolutely furious. My students have really grown up, just not in a good way. But Han Sha doesn't care about Gu Yue's lecture. She's dead set on her goal. Ye Qingyu betrayed Master. She's not worthy of being called his wife. I won't stop until I've killed her myself to avenge him. Right then, Jin Chan leans in and whispers, Hey Han Sha, look behind Gu Yue. Isn't that your master? Han Sha's eyes lock onto Xiao Yun, and she completely freezes. Wait, Master? Why is he even here? It looks like Gu Yue has no idea who he really is. Whatever, we've come too far to turn back now. I'll just have to beg for his forgiveness later. Gu Yue sees right through their little act and decides to stop playing nice. It's time to expose the truth. Revenge, sister? Please. You don't just want revenge. You want to replace our master's wife and become his partner yourself, don't you? Even with him gone, you're still obsessed with that title. Did you really think your little crush on Master was a secret? Xiao Yun's jaw practically hits the floor. Wait. So Han Sha actually had feelings for me all those years ago? Seriously? Hit right in the heart, Han Sha's face turns bright red. Shut up, Gu Yue. One more word out of you, and I'll forget we were ever sisters. Jin Chan steps in, cutting the drama short. Enough talk, Han Sha. Let's just beat it out of them. Before anyone can react, he launches a devastating strike right at the two of them. Gu Yue immediately raises her guard, locking her stance for a defensive play. She warns her opponent this is Jade Flute Palace territory, and Jin Chan isn't nearly powerful enough to act this cocky on their turf. But Jin Chan? She's not listening to a word. Flames erupt from her palms, the heat intensifying by the second. Clearly, she's done with the talking. You sure ramble a lot, she mocks, before instantly launching her signature move, Golden Hall, straight at Gu Yue. Just as the impact hits, Ching Chung flashes onto the scene, slamming down a barrier that shields them both. Gu Yue doesn't miss a beat, knowing exactly what to do. Ching Cheng, I'm leaving this spot to you. Ching Chung gives a sharp nod. Got it. The second she hears that, Gu Yue takes off, streaking across the sky like a bolt of lightning. She goads Jin Chan, shouting, If you've got the guts, come and get me. Jin Chan doesn't hesitate, she's in hot pursuit with a cold smirk on her face. Now, the main stage belongs to Ching Chung as she faces off against Han Sha. Han Sha puts on an act of being generous, offering some unsolicited advice. Ching Cheng, if I were you, I'd turn around and leave right now. You're just a semi-saint. You aren't even in my league. But Ching Chung isn't shaken. Not one bit. She draws her sword, her eyes cold and determined. You want to touch the Jade Flute Palace? You'll have to go through my blade first. Han Sha, I won't let you destroy my master's legacy. Suddenly, Ching Chung turns toward Yunxiao with a look of regret. I'm sorry, Master. I'm sorry you have to watch us sisters tear each other apart like this. Yunxiao doesn't blame her, this isn't her fault. But before he can say more, a thunderous voice shatters the moment. Enough! Jiang Shanyu, Zhang Shanling, and Luo Chen suddenly materialize out of thin air. Shanyu isn't interested in a reunion. She's already gathering massive amounts of energy. Ching Chung isn't going to listen to reason, Han Sha. Talking is a waste of time. Without another word, she blasts a wave of power at Yunxiao and Ching Chung, forcing them to dodge instantly. Ching Cheng's voice is tense now. Master, it looks like they're declaring full-scale war on the palace. I need to get you out of here before things get worse. Yunxiao stops her. Not yet. But Shanyu cuts him off, her voice dripping with malice. You think you're actually going somewhere? Not a chance. She's smug, practically tasting victory. Baili Yunxiao, don't even dream of escaping from me this time. Yunxiao's expression shifts, he's on high alert now, tracking every movement. Just then, the sect leader of Jade Flute Palace, Tian Muxu, makes a grand entrance. She levels a glare at Shanyu. Jiang Shanyu, you've got a lot of nerve acting up in my palace. Even Shanyu looks a bit wary seeing her. Muxue continues. You want to move against us? Did you bother asking me first? Shanyu just laughs, trying to provoke her. Tian Muxue, you finally decided to show your face. TSK. I remember when you were nothing but Yunxiao's little bedchamber maid. Now look at you, acting all high and mighty, how the tables have turned. Muxu doesn't flinch at the insult. She's over the talk. Less chatter, more fighting. She charges forward instantly. Jiang Shanyu isn't playing around either, pulling out a saint artifact. She's radiating arrogance. We both have saint artifacts, but my cultivation is levels above yours. You don't stand a ghost of a chance. High above, the sky starts to warp, clouds swirling into a chaotic vortex, but Tian Muxu isn't backing down. Arrogant brat. Let me show you what a real saint artifact can do. While the powerhouses clash, Yunxiao seizes the moment. He whispers to Qing Cheng. Right now, the palace's defenses are completely distracted by their attack. They won't be looking at us. He pauses, glancing back. Those two saints didn't come here to play nice. We need to get out of here while we still can. Zhang Shanling and Luo Chen are closing in, and they look dangerous. Yunxiao and Qing Cheng don't waste another second, they make a break for it. Qing Cheng, we're heading for the teleportation array to the spirit domain. She nods quickly. Understood. Shanling spots them immediately. Damn it, they're trying to escape. He barks at Luo Chen. Hurry, after them. They see the pair vanish into the array. They've already jumped in, don't let them go, follow them. Inside the teleportation passage, a guardian stands watch. He's a beast of a man with massive wings and feathers covering his arms. Who dares enter? He starts to roar. But as soon as Zhang Shanling and Luo Chen appear, the guy hits the floor. He's practically trembling. Shanling doesn't care about the formalities. The two who just came through, where did they go? The guard is shaking like a leaf. Ah! 2 more saints? He points frantically toward the distance. They headed toward the northern region, the territory ruled by the alien races, the far north. It's a desolate, massive expanse that feels like the edge of the world. The space here is unstable, time and space literally warping. Above the main passage, a massive black hole swirls, churning with raw, violent energy. Qing Cheng looks at Yunxiao in pure shock. Master, how did you transport us this far in an instant? What kind of power is that? Yunxiao gives a small, smug grin. I've got the world stone of this realm. With it, I can sense and command the very energy of this world. Pretty useful, right? By the way, Qing Cheng, did you find the channel tablets? She nods. I found 3, but they're incredibly difficult to move. The weight is insane. Yunxiao considers this for a moment. We'll grab them once we're ready to leave this place. Suddenly, Yunxiao's eyes snap toward the teleportation path. He sees 2 familiar silhouettes closing in. He sighs, frustrated. Those 2 actually managed to track us down. Qing Cheng, look at the spatial passage. Suddenly, crack. A skeletal hand, surrounded by an eerie, purple mist, claws its way out. Yunxiao's eyes widen. Is that a creature from the netherworld? Right before their eyes, flesh begins to knit onto the bone in a gruesome display. Just as Shanling and Luo Chen step out of the array, they're greeted by a nightmare. Jaws dropped. What on earth is that? They stammered. But before they could even blink, that monstrosity lunged straight for them. Too fast, way too fast. Caught completely off guard, the creature's massive limbs snatched them up, leaving them absolutely powerless to resist. Yunxiao didn't hesitate. Not on my watch, he roared. You're not bringing that underworld filth here. With a surge of power, he summoned a massive Buddha statue. The statue's eyes glowed with divine light. Pure, concentrated energy surged into a single point. Then boom! A massive beam of energy slammed directly into that creepy arm. Direct hit! The creature screeched, frozen in place as divine flames began to eat it alive. Its grip weakened, it was losing its hold. Gravity took over. Zhang Shanling and Luo Chen tumbled to the ground, barely escaping that nightmare. They both took a massive breath alive, thank God. Turning to the statue, they bowed in deep respect. I am Luo Chen, goddess of Luo River, she announced, her voice shaking slightly. I owe you my life, senior. I won't forget this. And I'm Zhang Shanling from Zishao Palace, he added. Deepest thanks for pulling us out of the fire, senior. But then? The statue spoke, and what it said froze them cold. If you want to pay me back, then stop hunting Baili Yunxiao and Qing Cheng. Message received. Loud and clear. Zhang Shanling and Luo Chen didn't waste another second. Understood, Shanling said with a final bow, already turning to leave. I'm heading out too, Luo Chen added, quickly following suit. Yunxiao watched them go, actually a bit surprised. Turns out they had some honor after all, guess that's one less fight to worry about. He stood there, silent, his mind already racing. The real problem is the underworld, he muttered. They're gonna keep pushing through these spatial rifts. Qing Cheng nodded. If only we could monitor the rifts the second they open. Yunxiao pulled something out. Maybe this world stone is the key, he said. He closed his eyes, his energy beginning to swirl around the ancient stone. I can use the world stone's power to reach out to the underworld wolves, he explained. If I can tame them, they'll be our eyes on the other side. He clenched his fist. The plan was simple. The moment the underworld tried to invade, these wolves would act as a massive early warning system for the city. Ching wasn't just going to sit back. She started chanting, "I'll leave a blood spirit clone here too. Double the eyes, double the safety." Preparations complete. With the area secured, Yunxiao and Ching finally took off. "Next stop, Shumo City," he told her. "We're taking the portal straight to Yuxiao Palace." Ching just nodded. "Ready when you are." One flash of light later, they were back at Yuxiao Palace. And guess who was standing right there? Shanling and Luo Chen. "Wait, how are you here so fast?" Shanling stammered. Ching just smirked. "What, not gonna try and catch us this time?" Yunxiao kept it professional. "You guys saw those underworld things too. You know what's coming." Luo Chen nodded gravely. "He's right. Killing each other is pointless when there's a literal demonic invasion on the horizon." Suddenly, boom. Something or someone came screaming out of the sky and slammed into the dirt. Dust and debris went everywhere. As the cloud settled, a familiar face appeared, coughing and bruised. It was Tian Mushu. "That brat, Zhang Shanyu," she hissed, grit in her teeth. She was ready to go for round 2, but someone stepped in her way. "Hold it! Enough with the fighting," one of them yelled. Muxu blinked, totally confused. "Wait, why are you guys all standing together?" "We just fought off an underworld invasion in the north together," Luo Chen explained. Jiang Shanyu touched down right after. "An underworld invasion? Are you serious?" Luo Chen didn't blink. 100%. "Fighting amongst ourselves is just a waste of time now." Shanyu glanced over. Not everyone had gotten the memo. Yue Hansha, Jin Chan, and Gu Yue were still out there, tearing the landscape apart. "Hansha and Jin Chan are still locked in a death match with Gu Yue," she said, looking worried. "We have to stop them before someone actually dies." Muxu turned to Ching. "Aren't you going to do something about your third sister?" Ching didn't say a word, she just grabbed Yunxiao's hand. "Come on, we're ending this." Over at the battlefield, it was pure chaos. The ground was literally cracking under the weight of their power. Gu Yue and the others were still at each other's throats when a voice cut through the noise like a blade. "That's enough. All of you, stand down." Yunxiao and Ching landed right in the middle of the mess. "The underworld has breached the spirit realm." Gu Yue's eyes narrowed. "Is this a joke?" "We pushed them back for now," Ching continued, "but they'll be back soon. This fight is just a waste of life we can't afford." "Hansha, you're my junior sister's master, which makes you my senior too," Yunxiao added. "Are you really going to ignore your own senior sister's warning?" Ching stepped forward, her voice softening. She had to reach her. "Third sister. I know about Nian Yun. I know you'd never hurt her, she's our master's descendant, after all." Hansha sighed, the fire finally leaving her eyes. She was done. "Fine, Gu Yue. If you really want to settle this." She pointed a finger straight at Yunxiao, catching him completely off guard. Her voice was ice cold. "Then give full control of the Nine Heavens continent to him." Gu Yue stood there, stunned. Everything Hansha had done, it was all for him? Suddenly, Hansha's aura flared up, heavy and suffocating. "Senior sister, think about it," Hansha countered. "How can a mere spirit emperor rule over the Heaven Palace? Even if I hand it over, no one is ever going to respect a leader with that little power." Ching just listened, her mind already working on a counter-offer. "It's simple. We just need to become his gods, and then he'll rule both the immortal and deity realms." Hearing that, Mu Shui froze. The realization hit her like a truck, and she wasn't the only one. Hansha was just as shocked. Gu Yue's mind was racing. Did Hansha already figure it out? Did she know that Xiao Yun might actually be the reincarnation of the legendary Baili Yunxiao? Hansha stood there, completely stunned. What? Could this guy really be the reincarnation of her master? She turned to look at Xiao Yun, frustrated that she couldn't see through him at all. If he really is her master, she had to be sure. Taking a breath, she stepped closer to him. "Xiao Yun, you're coming with me to the Celestial Palace for the zither competition." But Gu Yue wasn't having it. She immediately blocked her path, snapping, "No way. He stays with us." "Exactly. Besides, Yun Nian is already at our place." But Hansha wasn't backing down, she insisted he had to go to the Celestial Palace. Her logic? The Golden Core competition would be the perfect forge to sharpen him. "As soon as he matures, I'll step down and give him the throne of the Celestial Palace myself." Mu Shui couldn't believe her ears. She actually agreed? Gu Yue narrowed her eyes, stating her condition. "Fine, but it all depends on how he performs. If he really is our master's reincarnation, then the Celestial Palace belonged to him from the very beginning anyway." The He family head turned to Xiao Yun and asked, "Do you even know if you're the reincarnation of our master?" Xiao Yun just shrugged, looking totally unbothered. "Ching told me I might be, but she said my past memories might never wake up. To me, that just means there's still a chance they will." "You're coming back to the Celestial Palace with me," Hansha said, her voice firm. But the others weren't budging. "Absolutely not. If that woman at the palace finds out, she'll kill our master's reincarnation before he even wakes up. As for the competition, we'll bring him there ourselves when the time comes." Hansha sighed. clearly getting a massive headache from all the back and forth. Fine. If you've already agreed to let him enter the competition, I won't force him to come with me now. Gu Yue turned to Xiao Yun. Are you willing to follow me? Xiao Yun had one condition. Release Neon Yun. Without hesitation, she agreed. Deal. Let's go. Jin Chan and Shan Yu. Han Sha prepared to leave too, heading back to the Celestial Palace to get things ready. We'll settle this at the Golden Core competition. Qing Cheng then looked at sect leader Mu Shui. I'll take Xiao Yun now, just so Shan Yu doesn't keep lingering around here. Mu Shui pouted, feeling a bit petty. That Shan Yu is just a pretty face from Yunxiao's past. Who does she think she is? In her mind, she was convinced that her bond with Xiao Yun was much deeper and more intimate than whatever he had with Shan Yu. Xiao Yun watched them leave, thinking to himself. She caused such a huge scene, yet she didn't even look back once when she left. Everyone had changed so much. He turned to Mu She, catching her staring right back at him. He reached out his hand, and she did the same. She used to be so shy, giving off such a gentle, soft vibe. Xiao Yun gently touched her hair. How am I supposed to look at you all now? He kept his hand there, looking at Mu Shua with nothing but pure affection in his eyes. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed between them. Mu Shui felt a sudden wave of fear wash over her. Why are you looking at me like that? She whispered. She was the sect leader, but for a split second, she felt like she was looking directly at her master. Could it be that your memories are already starting to return? Xiao Yun didn't answer. He just looked at Qing Cheng and said, Let's move. Sect leader, we'll take our leave now, Qing Cheng said. In the blink of an eye, the two figures vanished from Lang City, heading toward the Langxiao continent. A voice echoed as they traveled. Master, the Lingxiao pavilion was built right on top of the stone slab we're looking for. They're using the slab's portal energy to keep the whole pavilion floating, aren't they? Suddenly, Yunxiao appeared. His expression was serious as he spoke. If we just take the slab, the entire Lingxiao pavilion will come crashing down. That's going to be a huge mess. Qing Cheng nodded in agreement. You're right. And while the Zhao sect's Linglan branch is weaker than our Jade pavilion, they still have a saint protecting them. Xiao Yun replied. Then let's try to avoid a fight if we can. Master, the real trick is finding the exact location of that slab. Xiao Yun smirked. Oh, I can feel it already. A mysterious stone suddenly materialized. The portal slab was hidden right in the heart of the central area. If we cut through the metal here, we'll definitely find the slab inside. Qing Cheng didn't waste a second and struck. Immediately, a voice boomed. Who goes there? Who dares to attack our Lingxiao pavilion? Ling Zun and his disciples rushed out, only to freeze in their tracks. The pressure was insane. This was the power of a saint. Qing Cheng let out a playful laugh. It was only Ling Zun showing his face? This was going to be easier than she thought. I am Saint Qing Cheng. If you've got a problem with this, go to the Celestial Palace and talk to Gu Yue. Hearing that, the man was absolutely fuming. The Celestial Palace was being way too arrogant, but even as a saint, he knew he couldn't just barge in there. As they fled, Yunxiao looked satisfied. Taking the second slab was surprisingly easy, but the third one? Yeah, that was going to be the real challenge. The third slab was hidden within the Yundai sect. They had 1 spirit saint, 3 spirit venerables, and a whole army of experts. If things got messy, they'd have to fight their way out. At the gates of the Yundai sect, a guard stopped them. What business do you two have here? Qing Cheng didn't lower her head. Go tell your leader that Saint Qing Cheng has come to visit the great master of Yundai. Suddenly, a powerful figure appeared. A saint visiting was a massive deal. Step back, little one, the master said. Saint Qing Cheng, what brings you to my doorstep? Sorry for the intrusion, Master Yundai. We're here for a very specific stone slab. The old man went quiet for a moment, then sighed. Our Yundai sect does have what you're looking for, but I'm afraid I cannot simply hand it over. Xiao Yun stepped forward, his gaze sharp. We knew it wouldn't be that easy, but whether it's through a fair duel or a total war, I'm leaving with that slab. The showdown at the Wandai sect begins. When Yunxiao summons the massive Buddha statue, the sect leader, Elder Wandai, is absolutely floored by what he's seeing. You're just a mere spirit emperor, he stammers, and yet you possess a puppet capable of stealing the power of a saint? Qing Cheng steps in, warning him, with this puppet in play, an all-out brawl will definitely end up dragging your innocent disciples into the crossfire. Sensing the danger, Elder Wandai makes a proposal. How about we limit this clash to a spiritual soul battle instead? Qing Cheng smiles. No problem at all. But the elder isn't done. He issues a final warning. Little girl, once you step into a saint's soul battle, there's no going back. People get crippled or worse. If your soul ends up shattered and scattered to the winds, don't you dare hold a grudge against my Wandai sect for your own demise. Yunxiao hears this loud and clear. Dropping into a combat stance with absolute confidence, he fires back. Life or death doesn't matter, as long as you actually have the skill to back up those threats. Elder Wandai immediately starts channeling his power, hands snapping together into a Dharma seal. Fine, you asked for this. In a flash, Yunxiao makes his move. The Buddha statue expands to a monstrous size as he flies up, positioning himself right in front of its glowing heart. With a sharp command, the statue's massive hands swing forward, slamming a wave of raw energy toward Elder Wandai, who desperately screams out as he tries to block the impact. Crash! The sheer force of the Buddha's strike shatters the surrounding stone into a million pieces. But Yunxiao isn't letting up. He sends the statue charging right for the Elder again. This follow-up attack is so fast that Elder Wandai can't even react before the blow connects. He's sent reeling, coughing up blood as he barely manages to escape with his life. Cold sweat pours down the Elder's face. He thinks to himself, if that kid had landed just 2 more of those strikes, my soul would have been completely obliterated. Knowing he's beat, he officially throws in the towel. I surrender. I lost. He watches Yunxiao approach, his pride completely stung. Young man, I completely underestimated you. I never should have let you strike first. Yunxiao just gives him a cold stare. A loss is a loss, isn't it? Elder Wandai has no choice but to accept it. With a heavy sigh of regret, he mutters, fine, take it. The stone tablet belongs to you now. But Yunxiao isn't done yet. One more thing, senior. I need to ask you about someone. Suddenly, a glowing projection appears in his hand. It shows the images of 2 girls, one with stunning, cat-like eyes and a vibrant aura, and the other being Shu Xiangwu. He shows the images to Elder Wandai. Have you ever crossed paths with these 2? The Elder strokes his beard, lost in thought, before shaking his head. I spend all my time in solitary cultivation. I've never seen them. Yunxiao frowns. Right now, aside from Huanzi and Shu Xiangwu, I can't sense the exact locations of anyone else. Qing Cheng chimes in. Well, we've got all 3 stone tablets now. So, what's the plan? Should we start the search? Yunxiao nods. Exactly. Next stop, the Divine Sword Sect. We have someone to find. With that, he and Qing Cheng take to the skies and vanish. It doesn't take long before they arrive at the outer perimeter of the massive Divine Sword Sect. Looking at the fortress, Qing Cheng gets worried. Master, this place is ranked 2nd on the entire Divine Heaven continent. Taking someone from them won't be easy. Yunxiao just smirks. Who said anything about stealing? Now that we're here, he continues, I'm willing to bet Xiangwu can already sense my presence. Sure enough, several figures appear in the sky, gliding down on flying swords. Leading the pack is none other than Shu Xiangwu herself. Yunxiao's face lights up. There she is. Xiangwu doesn't even wait. She dives off her sword and jumps straight into Yunxiao's arms, crying out happily, Master. Then, she spots Qing Cheng. Looking a bit shy, she asks who the new face is. Yunxiao introduces her simply, saying, for now, just think of her as my instructor, the sage, Qing Cheng. Xiangwu is stunned. She quickly realizes her master is trying to keep his true identity a secret from the junior disciples. If that's how he wants to play it, I'll follow his lead, she thinks. Qing Cheng then asks her, your master mentioned you. Who's your current teacher here? Xiangwu bows respectfully. I am a disciple under the Sword Saint, Lu Feishu. My teacher knew master was coming and ordered me to invite him for a meeting. Would you like to come along, senior? Qing Cheng's eyes widen. The disciple of a saint? This was a much bigger deal than she thought. She leans in and whispers to Yunxiao. Lu Feishu is notoriously cold and holds a massive amount of status. If you go alone, master, she'll definitely give you a hard time. If I go with you, she might show a bit more restraint. Yunxiao just smiles at her concern. It's fine. I'll just go and see what she's made of. He turns back to the girl. Xiangwu, your instructor has some business to attend to. Just lead me to your teacher yourself. Xiangwu beams with joy. Perfect. I have so many things I've been dying to ask you, master. As they head toward the inner sanctum to meet Lu Feishu, they pass crowds of disciples coming and going. The 2 of them chat as they walk through the grand halls. Xiangwu sighs regretfully. I had no idea you've been through so much these past few days, master. I hate that I couldn't be there to help. Yunxiao gives her an encouraging look. Landing at the Divine Sword Sect after coming through the space portal was a stroke of luck. You need to focus on your training here. As he speaks, he looks around at the breathtaking scenery. It's the kind of rare, high-tier landscape you only find in legendary sects. The Divine Sword Sect really is a powerhouse, he remarks. Not only are these peaks heavily guarded with defensive arrays, but they've even opened up holy lands specifically for their saints. Just as they reach their destination, a cold, majestic voice echoes through the air, vibrating with power. Little Wu, now that you're here, why haven't you brought our guest inside yet? Hearing her teacher's icy tone, Xiangwu flinches. Wait, she wasn't acting this cold when she told me to invite him, she thinks, confused. But Yunxiao remains completely unfazed. Well, we're here. Let's go inside and talk. The 2 of them immediately find themselves standing before the cold, formidable Sword Saint Lu Feishu. Feishu watches Xiangwu standing way too close to Yunxiao, and her gaze turns icy. Xiaowu, come over here. Now. But Xiangwu isn't moving an inch. She stands her ground, her voice firm. Master, this is my teacher from the mortal realm. I expect you to show him the respect he deserves. Feishu's temper flares at that. She snaps back. Xiaowu, you're too innocent. You're the perfect target for these low-level frauds who just want to use your talent. A tiny sect like his has no business teaching someone like you. The only reason I let you bring him here was to force him to dissolve your master-disciple bond once and for all. Hearing such an arrogant declaration, Yunxiao doesn't back down. He just lets out a provocative smirk. So, this is the great sword saint? Just a bully who steals students and then demands I tear up our contract? Xiangwu's eyes go wide, she can't believe her ears. She turns to Feishu, hoping it's all a mistake. But the sword saint doesn't hesitate for a second. Feishu strikes. She unleashes a terrifying wave of energy directly at Yunxiao. Dissolve the contract and I'll let this slide. If not, well, this will be the last mistake you ever make. Yunxiao stands his ground, his voice like ice. So, you've chosen to use your status to oppress others? Fine. The tension is suffocating. Poor Xiangwu is caught right in the middle, helpless. She can only cry out for them to stop. Master, teacher, please. She grabs Yunxiao's sleeve, tears streaming down her face. Both of you are my benefactors. I can't stand to see either of you get hurt because of me. Seeing the pain in her eyes, Yunxiao's heart softens. He realizes he can't let her suffer. With a heavy sigh, he cuts his own palm, drawing blood to officially dissolve their master-disciple bond. He thinks to himself, actually, with my current identity, it's not exactly convenient to keep calling her my disciple anyway. It's better this way. He watches the contract glow and shatter. From this day forward, he announces, the master-disciple bond between myself and Xiangwu is officially broken. Teacher! Xiangwu cries out, her heart breaking. Even Feishu is stunned into silence. She didn't actually expect him to do it. She thinks, wait, I pushed him with everything I had, and he didn't flinch. Yet, the moment he saw Xiaowu in pain, he gave up everything. Did I totally misjudge this guy? Yunxiao ignores the shock. He turns to Feishu, entrusting her with Xiangwu's future and hoping she'll actually be a decent mentor from now on. Now that the bond is gone, he says, I ask to use your refinement hall. I want to forge a spirit sword for Xiangwu one last time. Feishu is instantly on guard. What is this kid up to now? But then she reconsiders. The contract is already gone. To keep things from getting even more awkward for Xiangwu, she decides to play along. Fine. I'll take Xiaowu outside to wait. Inside, Yunxiao begins. He channels every ounce of his power into his palms. He plans to use the rare materials he's been hoarding to craft a blade so powerful it will keep Xiangwu safe while he goes off to find his other companions. He goes all out, pushing his limits to fuse these legendary materials into one single, perfect form. He begins the ancient chant. Using a literal dragon bone as the core, he ignites the legendary Samadhi True Fire to begin the ultimate refinement. He pours in one heavenly treasure after another. Then, Yunxiao claps his hands together and shouts, Rise! Instantly, a sword manifests, unleashing a shockwave so massive it nearly levels the building. Yunxiao's voice echoes through the hall. Behold the dragon spirit sword. Outside, Feishu's jaw drops. She's absolutely speechless. A lightning tribulation, just from the sword being born? Did he seriously just forge a primordial spirit sword from scratch? While Feishu is losing her mind, Xiangwu is beaming with pride. That's my teacher for you. He's incredible. High above the mountain peak, the clouds part as a massive, ethereal dragon appears in the sky. Everyone in the sect stops dead in their tracks, staring up in pure awe. Suddenly, that massive dragon dives, spiraling right into Yunxiao's hand. To forge a primordial tier treasure in a single day? It's unheard of. Feishu is left wondering. Who? What kind of monster is this man? Yunxiao turns and calls out, Xiangwu, come here. Coming, she chirps, scurrying over to his side. She looks up at the shimmering dragon energy, following Yunxiao's every word. This is the dragon's spirit sword. Just one drop of your blood, and it will recognize you as its true master forever. She does exactly as she's told. As the blood hits the blade, the dragon lets out one final roar before shrinking down into the sword itself. Yunxiao hands it over the ultimate parting gift. From now on, we aren't teacher and student. We're brother and sister. Consider this dragon spirit sword a gift for my little sister. Xiangwu is over the moon. Thank you, big brother. Behind them, the purple-haired woman Feishu hesitates, looking completely humbled. She slowly approaches Yunxiao. He notices her presence. Can I help you with something? The once arrogant sword saint actually bows her head in an apology. Taoist Baili, I was blind before. I hope you can forgive my disrespect, but seeing your skill, is there any way you could help our sect forge 2 more primordial spirit swords? She sounds genuinely desperate now. I know how difficult this request is. Just tell me what you need, and it's yours. Yunxiao doesn't even hesitate. He agrees, but he's not doing it for free. He's got conditions. Fine. But I have a price. You'll owe me 3 favors. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything impossible. Feisho breathes a sigh of relief. Agreed. Suddenly, the mountain peak glows again. The Godsword sect is pumping out primordial treasures like it's nothing. Word starts to spread as a legendary divine smith helping them. A little later, Xiangwu comes skipping in with some medicine to visit Yunxiao. Big brother, Master told me to bring you these spirit herbs. She's so grateful you finished the Qilin and flying serpent swords for the sect. Feishu is clearly trying to get on his good side now. Yunxiao eyes the rare herbs, breaks out his alchemy cauldron, and gets ready to start his next round of refinement. Perfect. These spirit herbs are exactly what I need for a little alchemy. Just moments later, a batch of shimmering, round pills came flying out of the furnace like shooting stars. Xiangwu caught a whiff of that divine, sweet aroma and couldn't help but grin. Wow, that smells incredible. Big brother, what kind of pills are these? Yunxiao, ever the patient mentor, broke it down for her. One of these bad boys is enough to trigger a minor level up, and because he's a generous legend, he handed over 2 to the little girl and 2 for his sister. Xiangwu's eyes went wide with pure realization. Wait, does this mean you're finally about to hit the 6th rank Spirit Emperor level? Our boy just let out a heavy, helpless sigh. You nailed it. Suddenly, Xiangwu remembered something her master had been asking about. Xiao Wu, has fellow Taoist Baili finished his business yet? She quickly filled him in on the news. Oh right, Master mentioned that someone is coming to visit you today, brother. Maybe my teacher's finally done and is coming to find me, she added as they walked. But Yunxiao was caught completely off guard when Xiangwu's master showed up, with a mysterious man in tow. This guy wasn't just anyone, and he was incredibly humble, bowing low to Yunxiao. Junior Tianjing Wu, at your service. He had come for one specific reason, to personally invite the legendary divine craftsman Baili to the Shenxiao Palace as an honored guest. Qing Cheng saw Yunxiao and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Yun, I ran into Saint Tianjing Wu on the way here. He's a huge fan of your crafting skills and insisted on coming along to meet you. Yunxiao tried to play it cool. Senior, you're a literal saint. You really shouldn't be calling yourself a junior to me. But the guy was dead serious. In the world of the wise, the one who masters the craft is the teacher. You're a divine craftsman, he continued firmly. When it comes to forging, I'm definitely the junior here. Please, do us the honor of visiting our Shenxiao Palace. Hearing that, Yunxiao flashed a grin. Senior, let's just keep things on even ground, alright? How about we just call each other friends? Becoming friends with fellow Taoist Baili is a massive honor for me, the man replied. Yunxiao realized that having the Shenxiao Palace in his corner would be a huge advantage for his future plans. Specifically, when it came time for the Golden Core competition, he'd need their influence to gain entry into the prestigious Heavenly Palace. So, he didn't play hard to get. Since Taoist friend Tian has invited me, I'd be honored to pay a visit to the Shenxiao Gate. Little Xiangwu looked up, her voice sounding a bit small. Brother, are you leaving right now? Yunxiao just smiled, reaching out to give her head a gentle pat. Train hard while I'm gone, he told her warmly. We'll see each other again before you know it. The head pat left the poor girl blushing like crazy. All right, I promise I'll make it to the Golden Core competition too, she declared. Her master just watched the whole exchange in total silence. Then, she turned to him with a serious look. Fellow Taoist Baili, about those 3 requests you mentioned. Have you decided on any of them yet? Yunxiao didn't hesitate to drop the first one. I've got the first request ready, he said. I need your help finding a few specific women. But when he showed them who he was looking for, Jingwu practically jumped out of his skin. Wait, isn't this Yunxiao, our young palace master? Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. You've seen her? Where is she? Jingwu quickly spilled the tea. 10 months ago, she'd emerged from the sect's talent trials like a total beast. She'd jumped from a mere great spirit master all the way to a spirit emperor. Now, she's the personal disciple of the legendary spirit immortal Hai Ying Tong and the official successor to the Shenxiao Palace. Talk about a glow-up. This news even left Xiangwu's master completely stunned. The young palace master and a disciple of a spirit immortal? This was massive. She couldn't help but be curious about the connection. The Hai family controls half the sect, and she's clearly earned their total respect. Fellow Taoist Baili, she asked, who exactly is this girl to you? Yunxiao didn't even blink as he gave his answer. She's my Tao companion. Simple, direct, absolute. Jingwu looked a bit worried. Look, the Hai family is incredibly arrogant. Even a divine craftsman might not be enough to get their attention. But Yunxiao didn't give a damn about their pride. That's fine, he replied coolly. Just help me get an introduction to Yunxiao. I'll handle the rest myself. Cut to the Shenxiao sect, where 3 figures were sitting under a pavilion. Just wait a moment, fellow Taoist Baili. I've already sent someone to fetch the young palace master. Much appreciated, friend Tian, Yunxiao replied. Suddenly, he felt a familiar presence, He turned around, and there she was, Yunxiao. He was beaming with joy, and the second she saw him, her voice filled with pure emotion. Yunxiao. The two of them crashed into a massive hug, and she immediately started sobbing into his chest. Yunxiao, I missed you so much. I thought I'd never see you again. I'm sorry, he whispered, holding her tight. I'm late. Meanwhile, Jingwu was standing there looking completely confused. Wait, isn't this guy's name Xiao Yun? Why is the young palace master calling him Yunxiao? He wondered. Is that his actual name? Yunxiao caught the suspicious look in Jingwu's eyes and realized he had to be careful. His true identity couldn't be exposed just yet, not here. He quickly pivoted, introducing Qingcheng to his girl. Zhaoer, for now, my name is Xiao Yun. And this is my teacher, Qingcheng. Yunxiao was the picture of politeness as she bowed. Yunxiao greets the senior. Qingcheng smiled back, but her mind was racing. Who would have thought this beautiful girl would turn out to be my master's wife? This makes her my grand mistress. But wait. With Ye Qingyu also in the mix, things are getting way too complicated. Then, Yunxiao pulled him aside. Yunxiao, my master heard you're my partner and wants to meet you. She's incredibly proud and obsessed with noble backgrounds, she warned him. She's probably going to give you a really hard time. But then she grabbed his hand, her eyes full of determination. Don't worry though. My heart is set on you, and I won't let anyone change that. I don't care about being the young palace master, she declared. I won't let you suffer even a second of disrespect while you're here at the Shenxiao Palace. Seeing her so fired up, the others couldn't help but chuckle. Whoa, young palace master, take a breath. You're getting ahead of yourself. The man standing before her was a legendary godsmith, a master of his craft that no one could possibly touch. It was clear this mistress truly loved her master with every fiber of her being. The scene shifts to the Shenxiao Great Hall, where our four protagonists step inside. Immediately, the air fills with whispers about Yunxiao's mysterious partner. Could this really be the man the young palace master constantly talks about? Is he actually the one? I can't believe he actually had the guts to step into our Shenxiao Palace. Seriously, what was he thinking? Is he even worthy of standing beside our young palace master? Seeing that everyone had gathered, the elder Haiyan Dong turned to Yunxiao and asked, Yunxiao, is this the partner you've been mentioning all this time? A mere spirit emperor? How can someone at that level even compare to you? Yunxiao didn't flinch, replying firmly, Master, I've already chosen Xiao Yun as my Dao companion. Nothing and no one can change that. Yunxiao, I feel the exact same way, Xiao Yun added. But Haiyan Dong was furious. You're both young and reckless. This love will only distract you and ruin your cultivation. Being with someone like him will only drag you down, Yunxiao. It's a weight you can't afford to carry. The other disciples joined in, their anger rising. The young palace master is the future of the Shenxiao Palace. Her choice of partner isn't a game. The ancestor is right. You're aiming way too high, kid. Break off this relationship immediately before you ruin the young palace master's bright future. Xiao Yun's expression turned serious. Senior, I may not come from a prestigious, world-renowned sect, but with my status, I promise I will never let Yunxiao suffer a single day. Jingwu stepped forward to back him up. That's right, I can personally vouch for him on that. Haiyan Dong looked at Jingwu, confused. Fellow Taoist Jing, weren't you supposed to be out searching for that legendary godsmith? Jingwu took a breath and dropped the bombshell. I came back in such a rush that I forgot to tell you this man, Baili Xiaoyun, is the very godsmith I invited to our palace. The hall went dead silent. Haiyan Dong was stunned. What? He's that world-renowned godsmith? If that's true, then his status actually matches hers. Even Yunxiao was wide-eyed with shock. Is it true? Xiao Yun simply nodded to reassure her. I'm here now, don't worry about a thing. The crowd's attitude flipped instantly. Wait, a godsmith? Well, if that's the case, they're actually a perfect match. Some laughed awkwardly, trying to hide their previous insults. Indeed, a perfect pair. Seeing the tides turn, Haiyan Dong finally spoke. Baili Xiaoyun, as a godsmith, your status is certainly enough to stand beside Yunxiao. However, if you truly want to be her Dao companion, there's one condition: you must officially join the Shenxiao Palace. This demand made Qingcheng's blood boil. Senior Hai, that's out of the question. Xiao Yun is a disciple of my Jade Xiao Palace. How could he possibly join another sect? Haiyan Dong didn't back down, looking quite smug. If you join us, I will immediately hold a grand dual cultivation ceremony for you and Yunxiao. Furthermore, the palace will provide every single resource you both need to reach the peak of cultivation. Yunxiao looked at Xiao Yun, her heart racing with worry. Xiao Yun stood his ground. He thought to himself, I built Jade Xiao Palace from the ground up with my own hands. How could I ever abandon it for another? Haiyan Dong's voice turned cold and threatening. What? You're not willing? If you refuse, then stop wasting Yunxiao's time and dissolve your partnership right now. But then, Xiao Yun revealed his true plan, leaving everyone speechless. I'll be honest with you all. I cannot join the Shenzhou Palace because my true goal is much higher. I am heading for the Heavenly Palace. Xiao Yun raised his head, looking Han Dong straight in the eye with unwavering resolve. I came to the Shenzhou continent under the orders of Senior Gu Yue to enter the Golden Core competition. Once I take first place, I will have my place within the Heavenly Palace itself. Han Dong was visibly shaken. Was he actually serious? Could this be the truth? She began calculating her next move. The Heavenly Palace technically ruled over 2 realms, but their leader, Ye Qingyu, hadn't been seen in over 10 years. If Xiao Yun really made it into the Heavenly Palace, his connection to Yun Jiao would be a massive advantage for the Shenzhou Palace. Suddenly, Qing Cheng stepped forward from behind him. Every word he said is true, she stated, her eyes sharp and firm. Xiao Yun is like a disciple to me, and he is highly valued by my junior sisters Gu Yue, Han Sha, and our sect leader Tian Mu Shui. I understand your concern for your disciple, fellow Taoist Hai. But Xiao Yun is a core disciple of my Jade Xiao Palace. He will never betray us to join another sect. Han Dong was genuinely taken aback by this revelation. These women from Jade Xiao Palace were clearly no pushovers, and if Xiao Yun was that highly regarded by all of them, then his standing was truly equal to, if not higher than, Yun Jiao's. She turned back to the group, a forced smile on her face. Fellow Taoist Qing Cheng, I was only joking. If Xiao Yun is a core disciple of Jade Xiao, I naturally won't force him to leave his sect and join ours. However, Yun Jiao is still the young palace master of Shenzhou Palace. There are expectations to be met. If Xiao Yun fails to take first place in the Golden Core competition, I still won't give this union my blessing. Xiao Yun clasped his hands and bowed, his eyes burning with confidence. Then I asked Senior Hai to watch closely. Later, at the young palace master's private quarters. In a small, quiet room, Xiao Yun and Yun Jiao sat facing each other. She finally broke the silence. Back in the Great Hall, I was so nervous I couldn't even find my voice. I'm just glad that part is over for now. But I brought you back here because there's something I need to ask you. She avoided his gaze, her voice trembling slightly with hesitation. Why? Why were you so determined not to leave Jade Xiao Palace? Xiao Yun looked down, his eyes closing for a moment. That palace represents everything I've worked for. It's my life's blood. How could I ever just walk away from it? Yun Jiao nodded, but her next words were heavy. Xiao Yun, while I was at the Nine Xiao continent recently, I heard rumors, stories about your past, and about a woman named Ye Qingyu. Back on the Nine Immortals continent, they were the ultimate power couple. Every word, every look, it was pure magic. Seeing the old images of Xiao Yun and Ye Qingyu together, honestly they looked perfect. But Yun Jiao's voice holds a hint of sadness as she asks, Xiao Yun, have you really moved on from her? She reminds him that the Jade Flute Palace wasn't just his blood and sweat, it was hers too, but Xiao Yun doesn't let her finish. His expression goes cold, his voice sharp as a blade. Yun Jiao, the past is dead. That one sword strike of hers years ago, it didn't just draw blood, it severed every bit of emotion I ever had for her. His eyes turn icy, staring right through her. I stayed at the Jade Flute Palace because I wanted to see her one last time, but don't get it twisted, it's not about love. I just want to look her in the eye and ask one thing. Why? But you? You're different. You're my Tao companion, and that will never change. You'd think she'd be happy, but Yun Jiao still looks totally downcast. Doubt clouds her mind, she hopes he means it. Xiao Yun turns toward the window, a new thought crossing his mind. Actually, there's something I don't get. The Divine Flute Palace is obsessed with bloodlines and heritage, but you're an outsider from the Nine Netherworld. So why are they so high on you? Behind him, Yun Jiao rests her chin on her hand, looking completely clueless. Honestly, I don't get it either. She looks at him, wondering if the Divine Flute Palace has some hidden agenda, even if she doesn't feel any malice yet. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun just watches the sunlight hit the floor. Well, if they aren't hostile, let's wait and see. Once I'm done with the Golden Core competition, I'll come find you. 10 days later, a massive crowd gathers below, hanging on every word of the grand announcement. Beside them, a portal glows with a brilliant blue light. These are the elite spirit kings of the Divine Flute and Jade Flute Palaces. This time, they're going up against the absolute best geniuses from the Nine Immortals continent and even the Divine Realm itself. Don't let the sect down, a voice bellows. With a roar, the crowd surges forward toward that glowing gate. Leading the charge is Xiao Yun. He steps through the mysterious portal and into a whole new world. He finds himself standing on clouds as white as ivory. Before him sits a massive gate floating in the sky, flanked by towering, majestic statues. The sight leaves him stunned, his eyes go wide. Wait, is this the heavenly mirror? Since when? He can't take his eyes off that gate. This is the southern heavenly gate of the heavenly palace. Memories hit him like a truck, a vision of him and Ye Qingyu. Legend said there was a hidden heavenly palace in their world. Ancient books described an entrance made of emerald and glass, shimmering with jewels, and that's when it clicks. In the memory, she was tying her hair back, smiling. If that's what you want, then once I'm strong enough, I'll build a heavenly palace just for you. Xiao Yun's heart wavers for a second, his voice dropping low. This palace. Did she actually build it for me? Under the blazing sun, Yunxiao puts a hand on his shoulder, her face lighting up. Xiao Yun, I'm heading back to the Divine Flute base. See you at the Golden Core competition. Once he's alone, he closes his eyes, trying to clear his head. Thinking about what-ifs is useless. No matter why Ye Qingyu built this place or what she was feeling, there's no going back for them. He needs to lock in and focus on the battle ahead. The sun filters through the buildings as two figures face off in a courtyard. Xiao Yun and the beautiful Qing Cheng. She breaks the silence. You finally made it. Tian Moxua and the others have been waiting forever. I scouted ahead and heard the Jade Flute Palace war is over a temporary truce. Han Sha and the crew are in the hall waiting for you. Xiao Yun is confused. Waiting for me? Qing Cheng looks a bit awkward. Just go inside. You'll see. As he steps through the door, Jiang Shanyu crosses her arms, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, look who decided to show up. Why didn't you stay with your little divine flute, darling? Beside her, Han Sha tries to calm her down. Xiao Yu, stop. Then there's Tian Mushu, sitting calmly but clearly annoyed. She glares at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, you're a core disciple of the Jade Flute Palace. How could you become Dao companions with the young master of our rival sect? Do you even care about our palace at all? Xiao Yun doesn't flinch. His gaze is rock solid. Yunjiao and I have been partners for a long time. It doesn't matter what sect she's from, that's never going to change. Hearing that, Jiang Shanyu practically explodes with rage. Back then, you rejected me, and now you're playing house with some other woman? Did I ever even matter to you? Startled by the sudden outburst, Xiao Yun backs off, hands up. Senior, please, get a grip. Han Sha jumps in to pull her back. Xiao Yu, focus on the mission. She turns to Xiao Yun, her face suddenly bright. Xiao Yun, we want to invite you to join the Purple Flute Palace. With your skills as a godsmith, if you agree, the Purple Flute Palace will treat you like royalty. Tian Mushu wasn't about to back down either. Before anyone even realized it, she was already standing right in front of him, challenging the others with her gaze. Gu Yue gave you permission to see him, but she didn't say you could try and seduce him or take advantage. Han Sha snapped back instantly. Tian Moxu, Xiao Yun is his own man. You should show some respect. Tian Mushue turned her eyes toward him as well, waiting for an answer. Xiao Yun simply looked at them and reminded them of the reality. I belong to the Jade Flute Palace. Watching the chaos unfold right in front of him, Xiao Yun felt completely helpless. What is wrong with these women? Since when did they start acting like crazy people just to claim me? Sometimes, being too handsome is just a curse, and he was feeling every bit of it. Looking at Qing Cheng standing behind them, he could see the sheer awkwardness written all over her face as she watched the scene. Xiao Yun took a moment to analyze the situation, trying to make sense of the sudden madness. Jiang Shanyu and Han Sha already knew who his master really was, and Tian Moxu had clearly guessed a few things. Now that he'd officially reached the rank of Godsmith, his future potential was limitless. It was no wonder they were all fighting over him like he was some kind of prize. Suddenly, the doors flew open with a bang. Gu Yue stepped inside, her voice dripping with visible irritation. That's enough. I have business with Xiao Yun, so all of you get out. You're supposed to be legendary figures of the 9 Immortals continent. Don't you think making a scene like this is embarrassing? At her command, the crowd that was just bickering fell silent and quickly filed out of the room. Only then could he finally breathe a long sigh of relief. Women. They really are a handful to deal with. Gu Yue kept her eyes locked on Xiao Yun. You are now a godsmith. According to the laws of the Heaven Palace, any godsmith is entitled to join us as an enshrined official, enjoying all the prestige and benefits that come with the title. I heard you wanted to enter the main Heaven Palace. Well, here is your chance sitting right in front of you. Hearing this, Xiao Yun's expression shifted immediately, and he shook his head without hesitation. I'm a free spirit by nature. I don't like being tied down by rules, so I'm afraid I can't take on the role of an enshrined official. She didn't miss a beat, ready with a counteroffer. Then win first place in the Golden Core competition. If you do, I'll appoint you as the captain of the patrol envoys for both the mortal and immortal realms. Surely you won't turn that down. Xiao Yun clasped his hands together and gave a deep, respectful bow. My thanks, Senior Gu Yue. This simple gesture actually caught her off guard. If he really is my master reincarnated, then by calling me senior, how am I supposed to look him in the eye later on? Shaking off the thought, she quickly changed the subject. Baili Yunxiao heard you arrived at the Heaven Palace and has been waiting for ages. Go down and see her first. Xiao Yun didn't hesitate for a second. Understood. As he stepped out the door, his mind was racing. Dealing with these women was honestly more exhausting than a high-speed refinement battle. But why was Baili Yunxiao looking for me? The moment he walked in, Baili Yunxiao rushed toward him, her face filled with urgency. I've finally found you. I have one question I absolutely need to ask. Her eyes searched his, unblinking and intense. You're actually my father, aren't you? Xiao Yun stood before her, his voice slightly hesitant as he dropped the bombshell. It's a long story. But the truth is, I am the reincarnation of Baili Yunxiao. Shock flooded her eyes, and she stumbled over her words. Reincarnated? The question started pouring out of her. So, have you recovered all your memories? Wait, that's not right. Even if you remember everything, you wouldn't know who I am. I wasn't even born back then. Xiao Yun looked a bit awkward. He had only recovered about half of his past life's memories so far. But before he could even get a word in, Baili Yunxiao hit him with another question. So, was it really my mother who killed you? Can you two ever make up and be like you were before? Silence was the only answer he could give her. Tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes. I didn't mean to make things difficult for you. Since the day I was born, I've never even met my mother. Tian An and Sister Qing Cheng were the ones who raised me. I just thought, if you two fixed things, maybe she'd finally be willing to see me. Xiao Yun reached out, gently patting her head with a soft, fatherly expression. Nianyun, don't you know? Ye Qingyu is being held captive in the outer realm. It's not that she doesn't love you, she just has no way to come home. She gasped, the words slipping out in pure shock. What? Her gaze turned doubtful as she looked up at him. Captured in the outer realm? Since when? Father, you aren't just making this up to lie to me, are you? My mother is incredibly powerful. Xiao Yun felt a sudden pang of regret. Looking at her, he realized he probably shouldn't have told her the truth yet. After all, she was still just a child. He hesitated. Well, about that. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room as another person stepped inside. It's the truth. Han Sha was suddenly standing right behind them. Ye Qingyu is the Nine Heavens' mysterious lady. She has responsibilities to uphold. Even if she dies in the outer realm, that is her choice and her duty. Hearing those cold, venomous words coming from Han Sha's mouth, Baili Yunxiao shouted back, her voice full of pure rage. You're lying. My mother is the strongest person ever. Nothing could happen to her. You just want to steal the Heaven Palace for yourself. Xiao Yun's expression remained calm, but his tone carried a sharp edge of displeasure. Han Sha, no matter what grudges exist between us and Ye Qingyu, Nianyun is innocent in all of this. There's no need for that. He turned back to Nianyun to comfort her. Nianyun, Ye Qingyu is the top expert of both realms. Even if she is held captive right now, she will find a way to escape. Trust me. She is going to be perfectly fine. Baili Nianyun looked up, her face twisted with confusion. If we know she's trapped, why aren't we going to save her? He sighed, the sound heavy with helplessness. Because we simply aren't strong enough yet. On the other side, Han Sha stood with her arms crossed, her words dripping with cold intent. The Heaven Palace is short-staffed. This Golden Core competition is only happening to find new talent. After all, the tribes of the Outer Realm are already circling us like vultures. Hearing this, Baili Nianyun was genuinely confused. Are these alien tribes really that big of a deal? Xiao Yun took a breath and started explaining. If the alien tribes ever broke through, the entire Nine Heavens continent would descend into pure chaos. Han Sha chimed in, her voice heavy with worry. Even though he and Ye Qingyu didn't have a personal grudge, they couldn't afford to split their forces to rescue her right now. She went silent for a moment, realizing that since the Master had been reincarnated, the stakes for the Heavenly Palace were higher than ever. Ye Qingyu had been trapped in the Outer Realm for far too long, and meanwhile, the immortal world was already making their moves in the shadows. The Heavenly Palace desperately needed a figurehead, someone powerful enough to suppress everyone. At that point, she stopped mid-sentence and turned her gaze toward Xiao Yun. Han Sha continued, her voice firm. That person could only be the Master. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in pure shock, unable to believe what he was hearing. She wasn't joking, her expression was dead serious. In the upcoming Golden Core competition, anyone who could dominate the field and take the #1 spot would earn the title of an idol and be promoted to Spirit Emperor. Han Sha looked at Xiao Yun with absolute determination in her eyes. Master, you have to win this competition. You have to take that championship. Once the Heavenly Palace is stable, I'll finally be able to lead you to rescue Mother. He didn't even hesitate. One word. Deal. But inside, his mind was racing. It was clear the Heavenly Palace was rotting from the inside while facing threats from the outside. A total mess. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Jiang Shanyu had slipped in without anyone noticing, making Xiao Yun jump. She leaned in close, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Wow, reunited with your daughter already? Don't tell me you're planning on rekindling things with Ye Qingyu next? Xiao Yun's eyes went cold as ice, his patience finally snapping. In one smooth motion, he pinned her against the wall, trapping her. Jiang Shanyu, what happens between me and Ye Qingyu is none of your business. Don't push me. But Jiang Shanyu just smirked, leaning into the challenge. Oh? And if I do? What are you going to do to me? Xiao Yun glared at her, his anger boiling just beneath the surface. Jiang Shanyu, don't test my patience. You know exactly what kind of man I am. She didn't back down. Staring him right in the eye, she gave him a chilling warning. It's because I know you that I'm telling you this. You ruined yourself over that woman once. Don't go falling into her daughter's hands this time. Whether Ye Qingyu lives or dies has nothing to do with you. Don't let this drama mess up the Golden Core competition tomorrow. Xiao Yun reached out, gently touching her cheek to calm her down. You're overthinking it. Shan Yu watched his back as he walked away, her gaze lingering. I hope I am. Xiao Yun paused, glancing back one last time to clarify. I care about Ye Qingyu, but only because I don't want to see Nian Yun heartbroken, and I definitely don't want to see the Nine Heavens continent burn. Shan Yu didn't argue. She just gave a soft, quiet, The next day arrived the Golden Core competition. The scene was absolutely electric, packed with people from every corner of the world. Xiao Yun scanned the crowd, noting that the players from the immortal world were no joke. Their strength was easily on par with his own team, but Nian Yun? She didn't look scared at all, not even a little. Honestly, the immortal world wasn't as terrifying as the stories made it out to be. They were just people, and the top-tier experts were actually pretty rare. Suddenly, Gu Yue walked down, her face like a mask of stone as she began the introductions. This competition featured a staggering 3,800 cultivators from both worlds, 800 from the Nine Heavens continent, and 3,000 from the immortal world. Anyone who made the top 100 would walk away with powerful artifacts, but the top 10? They would become Heavenly Palace Inspectors officials who could enforce the law across both worlds. The crowd went wild. The perks were insane. Being a Heavenly Inspector meant having more power than a Palace Master. That top 10 spot? It's mine, someone in the crowd shouted. Then, the announcement rang out. All participants, report to the arena immediately. As he went to collect his number, Nian Yun gave him a final nudge. She reminded him that Gu Yue had made it clear he wasn't just fighting for the Jade Cloud Palace today. He was the face of the Heavenly Court. Xiao Yun's expression turned grim as he weighed the situation. It was clear Gu Yu and the others were putting everything on him. Win, and he'd be showered in legendary glory, standing above all geniuses. Lose, and he'd be cast into the bottomless abyss. He tightened his grip, his resolve hardening. Losing? That's not a word in my dictionary. Suddenly, a man stepped out from behind him. Hold it right there. His face practically screamed that he was looking for a fight. I am Gu Tianlin from the Great Strange Immortal Sect. I'm guessing you're the so-called idol of the Nine Heavens Palace, Xiao Yun? Funny. I wonder why you're wearing the Heavenly Court's emblem. Xiao Yun didn't skip a beat, firing back with a cold response. Does that have anything to do with you? Tianlin just smirked, looking smug. Just curious. No need to be so defensive, unless. His eyes turned sharp, as if he were trying to peel back Xiao Yun's very soul. Unless your reputation is a lie. You're not an idol at all, are you? You're just a puppet the Heavenly Court created to scare us into thinking the Nine Heavens continent actually has teeth. Am I right? The crowd started whispering immediately. Was Gu Tianlin right? Had the Heavenly Court really stooped that low? If he was a fake, then this entire competition was a joke. Xiao Yun just gave a mocking laugh. Oh, he was going to show them exactly how meaningful this was about to get. First, you question my status. Now you're stirring up trouble between the Nine Heavens and the Immortals. What's your play? Trying to start a war? Gu Tianlin flinched, hit right where it hurts. Lies. Stop making things up. The crowd's whispering now, the tide is turning. Actually, Xiao Yun has a point. Gu Tianlin started this whole mess for no reason. And here I was believing his nonsense. A cold, heavy voice cuts through the bickering like a blade. Enough. Gu Yue's patience is gone. She glares down at the crowd. If you're not here to take a number, then clear out. The crowd scrambles. The big boss spoke. Move it. Let's get our numbers and start the show. No time to waste. Gu Tianlin's fuming. This isn't over, not by a long shot. But Xiao Yun? The guy's got a silver tongue. Fine. I'll settle this on stage. The arena is packed now, everyone waiting for the real action to begin. Gu Yue lays down the law, 10 wins in a row to advance. Number 1, get up here. Her eyes are ice, filled with irritation. Number 1, on stage, now. Xiao Yun doesn't hesitate. He steps onto the platform, arms wide, challenging the world. I'm the First Lord. Who's next? Gu Tianlin glides toward him, hands tucked behind his back. Allow me to teach you a lesson. He lands softly, eyes locked on Xiao Yun like a predator watching its prey. One hand behind his back, the other flicking a fan toward Xiao Yun. Baili Xiao Yun, if you want to keep that fake title, surrender now. Xiao Yun just smirks, his posture pure provocation. Please, after you. Without a second's delay, Gu Tianlin lunges. Ha, you don't know your place. Xiao Yun just smiles. He isn't even worried. As Gu Tianlin charges, Xiao Yun keeps one hand behind his back. He's already 3 steps ahead. Suddenly, Gu Tianlin feels a chill. His face pales as instinct screams at him. Not good. Boom! A punch packed with terrifying power connects, shocking everyone including Qingyu. One move. That's all it took to send Gu Tianlin hitting the dirt. He gasps, struggling to even breathe. He didn't even move. How? It was space displacement. No one expected him to master such a high-level spatial technique. Xiaoyun just stands there, looking triumphant. Gu Tianlin glares up, teeth gritted in pure rage. So you've got some tricks after all. Good thing Master gave me this. He pulls out the sacred spirit pearl, and a wave of massive energy rushes toward Xiaoyun. He clutches his chin, blood dripping from his mouth, but his eyes are wild and desperate. The crowd is losing it. Everyone's talking about Gu Tianlin's hidden trump card as the tension hits a boiling point. The sacred spirit pearl. With that, he can unleash the power of a saint in an instant. Gu Tianlin charges, screaming die. But Xiaoyun just closes his eyes and smiles. Gu Tianlin. Xiaoyun's eyes snap open, they're glowing a fiery, hellish red. Look into my eyes. His pupils are gone, replaced by a roaring inferno of pure, blazing fire. Gu Tianlin is inches away, but Xiaoyun just mumbles the technique name. Underworld Fire Eye Technique. Gu Tianlin freezes midair, his confidence turning into pure, unadulterated terror. He drops to his knees, head bowed, trembling in absolute fear. I lose. The arena goes dead silent. Everyone is staring at Xiaoyun in complete shock. He has the underworld body? He's actually practicing underworld arts? Qingyu's mind is racing with possibilities. When this is over, I have to make him the young palace master of our Fire Soul Palace. One day, he'll lead our entire sect and the Fire Soul continent. Suddenly, noise erupts from the other side. Is that the Black Dragon world-destroying art? That lost art? Is she a descendant of the Black Emperor? Xiaoyun strokes his chin, lost in thought. Word is the Hai family has served the Black Emperor's beast descendants for generations. No wonder they chose Yunxiao. The ones who ascended to Gui Mountain must have seen her talent. Suddenly, an elder sprints toward Yunxiao. He bows deeply before her, his voice full of respect. I am from Heaven Gui Mountain. I've come to invite you to be our young palace master. From today on, your status will be unrivaled. Meanwhile, Yunxiao's eyes are locked onto Xiaoyun, her mind racing with a single, frantic thought. Xiaoyun, how exactly am I supposed to prove myself here? High up on the spectator stands, Xiaoyun remains a statue of calm, his face showing absolutely zero emotion. He stands tall, sending a private telepathic message directly to Yunxiao below. Yunxiao, listen closely. Heaven Turtle Mountain and Divine Sky Palace share the same roots. When the time comes, just follow your master's lead. Everything will be fine. Down on the floor, Yunxiao catches his words and can't help but turn her head shyly toward him. She gives a small, determined nod. Okay, I understand. Snapping back into focus, she turns and offers a deep, respectful bow to the figures before her. I am truly honored by your kindness, senior. But regarding the position of young palace master of Heaven Turtle Mountain, she pauses, her voice steady. This is a massive decision. I'll need to seek my master's permission first. Suddenly, a powerful voice erupts from behind the windswept curtains of the high seats. I grant my permission. In an instant, a figure drops from the stands, kneeling heavily onto the ground, with hands still clasped in a gesture of respect. Master, Yunxiao gasps. Both Hai Yingdong and the old man standing beside her are caught completely off guard, their eyes widening in shock. Yunxiao's master stands perfectly still, casting a sidelong glance at the old man. Old brother, I knew you'd show up eventually. He looks back at her, his expression softening. Hai Yingdong, it has been far too long. He addresses Yunxiao directly as she kneels before him. Yunxiao, you are a direct descendant of the Black Emperor. By blood alone, you have every right to claim the title of Young Palace Master of Heaven, Turtle Mountain. The old man stands at the edge of the arena, nodding firmly as he voices his approval. Our Heaven Turtle Mountain is a true hegemon of the immortal realm. We are a power to be reckoned with. He continues, his voice booming with pride. Our sect is home to countless true immortals. Once Yunxiao becomes the young palace master, they will all answer to her command. Watching from above, Xiaoyun catches himself scratching his cheek, a small smirk playing on his lips. Well, if that's the case, Yunxiao is going to be treated like royalty. At least now I can stop worrying about her. Nearby, a purple-haired youth is vibrating with excitement. So that's Yunxiao's true background? Unbelievable. No wonder she's the Dao companion of the legendary Baili Yunxiao. The youth shakes his head in awe. You've got to admit, Baili Yunxiao has incredible taste. But as soon as those words leave his mouth, the atmosphere shifts. The elder's eyes snap toward the source of the voice, his face contorting with rage. He points a trembling finger and screams, a mere idol? You think a nobody can compare to our young palace master? Right then, the crowd splits. A pair of feet steps forward as a cold, mocking voice cuts through the air. Heaven Turtle Mountain, please. Since when did you guys become anything special? The insult hangs in the air, sharp as a blade. Everyone clears a path, whispering in hushed tones as they recognize the newcomer. Wait, isn't that her? She's the Saintess of Fire Cloud Palace. It's Jing Nian. Her purple hair flows behind her, her face a mask of icy indifference as she walks forward with slow, deliberate steps. Baili Yunxiao belongs to us. Fire Cloud Palace has already claimed him. She looks at the old man with pure arrogance. Baili Yunxiao possesses the Yan Emperor body. He is the only one fit to be the young palace master of our Fire Cloud Palace. Jing Nian sweeps her arm out, and for a split second, it looks like she's draped in living flames. She barks out a sharp warning. Based on what you just said, Senior, it sounds like you're looking down on the Fire Cloud Palace. The old man's face goes pale, his eyes bulging in sheer terror as he stares at her. He stammers, pointing back at her. You little. But before he can even finish his sentence, a deafening shout shuts everyone down. Enough! Everyone, stay your hands! Xiaoyun looks up, surprised to see another figure descending toward the stage. It's Gu Yue. She sweeps her hand through the air, her anger radiating in waves. The Golden Core competition is a sacred event. Anyone who dares to disrupt it for their own petty grudges will be treated as an enemy of the Heavenly Palace. Jing Nian and the old man were ready to tear each other apart, but they both freeze, turning toward the source of that commanding voice. Gu Yue isn't cooling down anytime soon. Her eyes are blazing. She grits her teeth and issues a final ultimatum. If no one has any objections, the competition continues. Now. And just like that, the first round wraps up. Out of the entire crowd, only 200 remain. Seeing the results, Yunjiao practically beams. She sprints over to Xiaoyun, her face lighting up with joy. Xiaoyun, congratulations on making it through. Even though I've officially withdrawn and can't compete by your side anymore, I'm so proud of you. Xiaoyun looks at her, a gentle expression softening his features as he reaches out. If you're about to become the young palace master of Heaven Turtle Mountain, there's really no point in you staying in this contest anyway. In the middle of a soft breeze, Xiaoyun reaches out and affectionately ruffles Yunjiao's hair. Yunjiao's smile falters for a second, her eyes casting downward as she remembers the elder's words. Please, don't take what the Heaven Turtle Senior said to heart. No matter what happens, you're the only one for me. He responds with a calm, reassuring smile. Don't you worry about that. I've got everything under control. Just then, a set of footsteps approaches. A girl appears, holding an object wrapped tightly in black cloth with both hands, presenting it like a sacred relic. Master, she calls out softly, slightly lifting the blade as she explains with her head bowed and eyes closed. As per your instructions, I have brought the demon-slaying divine sword to you. Quick and clean. Xiaoyun gives a simple nod. Good. The girl opens her eyes, looking up to see Xiaoyun standing there with a bright, warm smile, his arms practically open toward Yunjiao. Cut to a short time later. The elder from Heaven Turtle Mountain and Yunjiao's master are seated together, watching as massive, dark clouds begin to swirl violently above them. The old man is literally shaking, his whole body trembling. Lightning bolts start screaming down from the heavens, slamming into the earth below. His jaw drops, his eyes practically popping out of his head as he watches the sky fall apart. Finally, he can't hold it in anymore and lets out a panicked scream. I recognize this phenomenon. I've seen this before. He's gripping his chair so hard his knuckles are white, shouting at the top of his lungs. That's Baili Yunxiao. He's refining an innate spiritual treasure. His mind is reeling. To create a weapon and have universal cosmic runes manifest spontaneously? He stares into the storm, one question burning in his mind. That kid, who in the world is he really? Look at that, bolts of lightning are dancing all over that blade. Someone in the crowd screams, wait, is that sword actually absorbing the tribulation lightning? How is that even possible? It's trying to use the lightning to force an evolution. If it survives this tribulation, we're looking at a genuine pre-celestial spirit treasure. That's beyond legendary. Baili, the divine smith, is the real deal. Remember when Gu Tianlin from the Baili Immortal Sect was talking trash about him? Talk about a slap to the face! Xiaoyun grabs the hilt, the metal humming with power, and shouts, catch! Huanzi doesn't miss a beat. I've got it, master. I can feel it. The sword. Its power is flowing through me. She grips the blade, overwhelmed with joy as she achieves the ultimate state, the unity of human and sword. She looks at Xiaoyun, eyes shining with gratitude. Thank you for this gift, master. I can feel my cultivation reaching new heights already. Xiaoyun nods calmly. Focus on your meditation for now. The energy from this azure slasher demon blade is perfect for tempering her body exactly what she needs for the next round of the tournament. Huanzi drops to one knee, hands clasped in a respectful salute. Understood, master. I'll take my leave and start right away. As she leaves, Qing Cheng steps up behind Xiaoyun, looking curious. Master, those symbols from earlier, was that divine script? Xiaoyun tilts his head. Divine script? She explains that it's the universal language of the cosmos, something only those at the true immortal or true god realm can ever hope to master. Any race that knows divine script is considered a higher life form than humans. They're literally called the God race. Xiao Yun's mind is racing. Who would have thought? It turns out his very own simplified creation script is actually the legendary divine script itself. He plays it cool, asking, "So, do you girls actually know how to read this stuff?" Qing Cheng looks a bit embarrassed. Ye Qingyu tried to teach us back then. Sadly, it went way over my head. Only Gu Yue managed to pick up a little bit of it. Gu Yue has always been the most talented out of all of us. Honestly, she could have faced her tribulation a long time ago, but she's been suppressing her power to avoid being targeted. Xiao Yun frowns. Han Sha was worried too, saying he'd wait until after the competition to ascend. Seems like the Heavenly Palace isn't exactly giving Gu Yue their full support. Over at the arena, Gu Yue takes center stage to make an announcement. For the second round, consisting of the top 200 and top 100, I'm here to reveal the rewards. For making the top 100, you'll receive 1 million spirit stones, plus 10 condensing spirit pills, 3 drops of Saint Beast blood, and a nascent soul pill. Xiao Yun realizes he needs to step up his game. And just like that, round 2 officially begins. Xiao Yun finds himself facing a man with a serious attitude. Baili, the Divine Smith, I am Qi Dongfang from the Heavenly Turtle Mountain. I look forward to your guidance. Xiao Yun isn't impressed. He recognizes the name another pawn sent by Heavenly Turtle Mountain. Seems like that old geezer still hasn't learned his lesson. Suddenly, Qi Dongfang moves. He fires off a series of immobilization charms that slam into Xiao Yun's face and chest, pinning him in place. The man lets out a loud, arrogant laugh. My master was right. You're all talk. Even if a spirit emperor were here, once my talismans hit, they wouldn't be able to move a single muscle. But his victory lap? Cut short. A voice echoes from Xiao Yun's direction. Oh, really? The tension between Xiao Yun and Qi Dongfang is thick enough to cut with a knife. The spectators are buzzing. Is the Divine Smith actually stuck? Did Qi Dongfang really just seal his golden core and his soul at the same time? He didn't even give him a chance to summon his pre-celestial spirit treasure. Qi Dongfang sneers. So, fellow Taoist Xiao Yun, ready to throw in the towel? Xiao Yun just scoffs pure contempt in his voice. You seriously think I'd surrender to a few scraps of trash paper? Your talismans didn't even touch me. They're stuck to my spatial energy shield, you idiot. The color drains from Qi Dongfang's face as sweat starts pouring down. Even so, my talismans shouldn't be that easy to deal with. He starts channeling his energy again, desperate. I have to try one more time. Xiao Yun just shrugs, looking completely bored. Go ahead, I won't even try to dodge. Arrogant brat, Qi Dongfang screams. But as he attacks, Xiao Yun casually reaches up and starts peeling the unbreakable talismans off himself like they're nothing. A purple-haired woman in the crowd gapes in shock. He's not just moving. He's literally tearing the talisman script apart with his bare hands. Xiao Yun holds up one of the charms. Is there supposed to be something special about this? Qi Dongfang is shaking now, his face pale as a ghost. This is impossible. That was my highest grade spirit talisman. If this doesn't work, I'll admit defeat right now, and I'll even call you senior uncle. He goes all out, throwing every talisman he has at Xiao Yun, but it's useless. Xiao Yun doesn't even flinch. Reality finally hits Qi Dongfang like a freight train. Of course. Xiao Yun knows divine script. Standard talisman markings are like child's play compared to that. He drops his head in total defeat. Is the way of talismans we've studied really this pathetic? Senior uncle, please, accept this junior's bow. Xiao Yun waves him off. Forget it. I wasn't taking that bet seriously anyway. As for your way of talismans, Qi Dongfang is stunned. His entire scheme failed, and he didn't even notice a new talisman appearing right at Xiao Yun's feet. This can't be happening. How could our Heavenly Turtle Mountain script just fail? It's not possible for it to be completely ineffective against you. Xiao Yun just smiles. I almost forgot. When divine script is in the air, it tends to dominate. Heavenly Tao talismans are the easiest to tap into. But you have to understand that the bridge to the heavens is the very law of the universe itself. Down in the stands, the atmosphere is electric. A spectator turns to his companion. Now that was interesting. What do you think, big brother? The old man beside him speaks up, his voice heavy with realization. Had Xiao Yun denied the path of charms of heaven Tortoise Mountain just now, the mental fortitude of 10,000 disciples would have shattered instantly. To possess such power and insight, the old monk bows in genuine respect. Suddenly, the red-haired Yunxiao rushes over, grabbing Xiao Yun's arm with a beaming smile. Baili, congratulations on making the top 100. The elder approaches Xiao Yun, slowly stroking his long white beard. Baili Shentuang, he begins, his eyes gleaming with newfound approval. I have witnessed your true talent today. You are, without a doubt, worthy of standing beside our young palace master. From this moment on, Heaven Tortoise Mountain and the Divine Firmament Palace will stand together in your support. Talk about a massive power play, but then a total curveball. A mysterious girl leaps forward, shouting at the top of her lungs. I object. I'm the daughter of Baili Yunxiao, and I absolutely refuse to let him be with Yunxiao. The crowd goes silent. Hai Andong's jaw drops as he screams, "What on earth is happening?" Even the Heaven Tortoise elders are losing their minds. "Baili, you already have a daughter?" Yunxiao stays surprisingly calm, stepping in to explain. "Master, seniors please, she is his daughter in name only. We will handle this family matter ourselves." Seeing her composure, the elders nod in approval, deciding it's best to make a quick exit. "Very well. Let the youth settle their own romantic entanglements." Yunxiao bows respectfully as they depart. "Thank you for your understanding, Master." Xiao Yun breathes a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Yunxiao to be this supportive, giving him the benefit of the doubt without a single interrogation. He turns to the young girl and speaks softly. "Nian Yun, Lady Yunxiao and I need to talk. Wait for me, and I'll come find you soon." Nian Yun huffs, looking visibly annoyed, but she eventually relents. "Fine, whatever." Xiao Yun then pulls Yunxiao close, his hand resting gently on her waist. "Yunxiao, listen," he whispers, diving into the truth. After his death, Ye Qingyu used his essence blood and the holy origin tree to create a soul embryo. Nian Yun is the result of that miracle. Yunxiao listens, her eyes filled with a mix of confusion and concern. If Ye Qingyu truly wanted you dead, why would she go through the trouble of preserving your lineage? She takes his hand, her voice trembling slightly. "If she ever returns," and Nian Yun begs you to go back to her side, "what will you do then?" Xiao Yun offers a reassuring smile, pulling her closer. "I don't know what Ye Qingyu is planning, but I know one thing for certain. In this life, you are my one and only." Yunxiao leans her head against his shoulder, whispering, "I believe you." Xiao Yun adds, "As for Nian Yun, she's lived a sheltered life, and her heart is pure." But Yunxiao cuts him off. "Don't worry, she carries your blood, and I will treat her as if she were my own daughter. You have my word." Far off in the distance, Nian Yun watches them, her eyes burning with frustration as she sees them holding hands so intimately. She marches over, snapping. "Are you two finally done whispering?" Yunxiao's voice is like silk. "Nian Yun, I have to head to Heaven Tortoise Mountain today. We haven't spent much time together, so I don't expect you to accept me right away. We have plenty of time to get to know each other." Nian Yun looks away, trying to hide her conflict. Deep down, she doesn't actually want to hurt her father. I didn't say that," she stammers, her attitude shifting to a reluctant pout. "Fine, I get it." Xiao Yun steps forward, patting both their heads with a bright, genuine laugh. Seeing them get along brings him so much peace. "Now that we're all settled, let's have a proper family chat before the next round begins." Time skips forward to the massive arena, where a booming voice echoes through the stands. Round 3. The top 100 battle for a spot in the top 50. A challenger steps onto the stage, his every movement oozing confidence. His robes are pristine, and his aura is absolutely suffocating. It's Feng Chengwu, the elite disciple of the Yuanshen sect. He glares at Xiao Yun, who approaches with a calm, steady gaze. "You're a spirit being evolved from an origin spirit stone, aren't you? To your followers, you're a deity. Half man, half god." Chengwu smirks, nodding. "Good eyes. That's exactly why I need to crush you to let my legend as a god truly begin." With a roar, he channels his energy. Suddenly, the massive, glowing skeleton of a green-boned dragon erupts behind him, towering over the arena. The spectators lose it, screaming in shock. Is that a semi-saint tool? The bone dragon. It looks like the Yuanshen sect is dead set on taking down Baili Shentuang. They're even pulling out the semi-saint gear. Xiao Yun just lets out a dark, knowing smirk. He begins focusing his own spiritual energy, and in an instant, a colossal Buddha statue manifests, glowing with golden light. The disciples in the crowd are stunned. Baili is a master smith, but his best gear is usually just origin tier. How can he possibly match a semi-saint tool? Wait, is that a saint robbing puppet? Those are legendary, even more dangerous than saint tools. Xiao Yun's eyes turn cold as he makes a sharp flick of his wrist. The massive Buddha's hand slams down like a mountain. Boom! The bone dragon is smashed into 100 shattered fragments in a single strike. Chengwu collapses to the ground, trembling as he stammers in pure terror. A saint-robbing puppet from the Buddha kingdom? This shouldn't be possible. Meanwhile, in the high balcony, Tai Ni watches the scene with narrowing eyes. The Buddha kingdom is an outer realm entity that once tried to invade our world. That puppet, it clearly bears the seal of the Buddha kingdom. A representative from the Yuanshen sect jumps up, roaring in fury. "Stop the match. Baili Xiao Yun is a spy for the Buddha kingdom. Arrest him." The arena erupts into total chaos. Disciples everywhere are gasping. Baili the divine smith is actually a traitor? A spy for the invaders? But Xiao Yun remains perfectly composed. "Senior, let's be real. Just because your prized disciple lost doesn't mean you can start throwing around baseless accusations." Tai grit his teeth, his voice dripping with venom as he suddenly bolted upright and roared. "In my eyes, you're nothing but a spy. Otherwise, why on earth would you be using a puppet from that foreign Buddhist realm?" Xiaoyun's expression darkened. It was obvious the immortal Hua Qing of the Taiyi sect was intentionally making things difficult because he couldn't accept that his prized disciple, Gu Tianlin, had been crushed. Gu Tianlin lost to me fair and square. He offered a calm, steady smile. This great Buddha puppet was obtained in the spirit realm. In fact, I've used it to save our own people before. Tai wasn't buying it, screaming that there was no proof. But just then, Luo Chen and Shan Ling burst onto the scene, shouting, "We can testify to that." They quickly descended to the ground, standing firm beside Xiaoyun. Shan Ling explained calmly, "The person Senior Baili saved back in the spirit realm was me. I'd swear it on my life, he is absolutely not a foreign spy." He bowed deeply to Xiaoyun, his voice full of respect. "Please, Senior, forgive my earlier blindness. I only realized you were my savior when I saw that Buddha puppet. I'm truly sorry for my previous disrespect. Please, forgive me." A dark-haired girl stepped forward as well. "Immortal Hua Qing, if that's not enough evidence, I will also stand as a witness for Bai Li." Tai Yi froze, the words dying in his throat. He was completely stunned, totally speechless. The disciples in the crowd began to roar in unison. "I'll testify too. I believe the divine sculptor Bai Li could never be a spy." "Me too." Suddenly, a figure leaped from the spectator stands, landing with a powerful thud. Gu Yue stood defiantly in front of Xiaoyun, shielding him. Her voice rang out like a bell. "Xiaoyun is a member of the Shenxiao Palace and the Dao companion to the young mistress of Tiangui Mountain. He is an enshrined expert of the Heavenly Court itself. Doubting Xiaoyun is the same as doubting the Shenxiao Palace, Tiangui Mountain, and me." Xiaoyun watched her, thinking to himself, "Gu Yue is going all in to protect me." "Well, if that's the case," Xiaoyun spoke up calmly. "Senior, Immortal Hua Qing, I am no spy. Winning and losing in this tournament comes down to pure skill. And make no mistake, I am taking the top spot in this competition." Tai Yi had no choice but to back down. "Fine, I believe you. The competition continues." His subordinate leaned in, whispering nervously, "Ancestor, what do we do now?" Tai Yi's eyes narrowed with a chilling, hidden meaning. "Since we can't kill that Bai Li kid right now, then you take out the girl instead." Gu Tianlin nodded, a cold smirk forming. "Understood." Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the arena, tearing a hole right through the barrier of the neighboring ring. Xiaoyun turned, confused. "Who's fighting over there? Whose ring is that?" The crowd gasped in horror. "That's Gu Tianlin's battlefield. He just unleashed over a dozen Holy Spirit pearls right from the start. If it weren't for the protective energy shield, the entire observation deck would have been wiped out." As the dust settled, they saw a figure stumbling through the smoke. Everyone was shocked. "It's the Scorpio Phantom, Huanzi." She spit out a mouthful of blood, her voice dripping with contempt. "So much for one with the sword. Is that all you've got?" Huanzi scoffed. "Sneak attacking right out of the gate? Is this the best the Taiyi sect can do? How pathetic." Gu Tianlin grit his teeth, consumed by rage. He summoned a massive magical hammer, roaring like a madman. "I'll make you regret every single word." The disciples below stared in absolute disbelief at the weapon. That's beyond a saint artifact. It's the immortal Haoshan hammer. I can't believe Immortal Hua Qing actually lent it to a disciple." Xiaoyun's heart skipped a beat as he screamed for Huanzi. The Haoshan hammer came crashing down like a falling star right toward where she stood. She grit her teeth, bracing for the impact. The hammer descended with terrifying, bone-chilling speed. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the earth, sending debris and stone flying in every direction. Huanzi was sent tumbling across the ground, barely escaping the crater. Thick smoke billowed from the shattered arena floor. Gasping for air, she realized just how close she'd come to death. "If I hadn't moved in time, I'd be dead. I'm no match for that Haoshan hammer." Gu Tianlin let out a sinister laugh, tossing several small spirit grenades toward her. Huanzi took a deep breath and managed to gasp out, I forfeit." But before she could even finish her sentence, several more massive explosions ripped through the area. Xiaoyun was furious. "Huanzi!" He turned to the ring, roaring with fury. "Gu Tianlin, she already conceded. How dare you keep attacking?" Gu Tianlin raised the Haoshan hammer, a mocking smirk on his face. "What was that?" "Sorry, I didn't hear a thing." A faint figure emerged from the dying embers, her cold, sharp eyes finally coming into view. She repeated it. "One more time, I lose." Slowly, her physical form began to dissolve. Huanzi transformed into a streak of energy, retreating back into Xiaoyun's sword. Her voice echoed softly, tinged with sadness. "Master, I'm sorry. I lost." Xiaoyun whispered back, his voice trembling. "Huanzi, your body is too badly damaged. You have to use the Demon Slayer sword to reform, but you'll have to live as one with the blade from now on." Huanzi gave a gentle, heartbreaking smile. "Don't worry, Master. I was always your sword attendant, and now I'll truly be your sword." Xiaoyun looked at the blade, his heart aching. Living as a weapon was never going to be as beautiful as being a person. His eyes turned ice cold, burning with murderous intent. Xiao Yun let out a roar that shook the heavens. Gu Tianlin, I swear on my life, I will kill you. Tianlam just scoffs, wearing a sneer of pure, unfiltered arrogance. It's just a sword, he mocks. Why are you getting so worked up? If you're so desperate to kill me, you'll have to get past my vast heaven hammer first. Our boy Tiovan isn't bothered. He just asks coldly. Since you've already agreed that the next duel is between us, I assume no one has any objections? Konwirt nods firmly. Let it be so, she announces with authority. It is go time Baili Tiovan versus Tianlam. Tianlam yells out, Tiovan, go ahead and bring out those saint-tier puppets of yours. One swing of my hammer is all I need to turn them into scrap metal. But Tiovan? He doesn't even flinch. He just asks a simple, chilling question. Ko Tianlam, do you even realize that Vast Heaven Hammer hasn't actually recognized you as its master yet? It only followed the immortal Hoathan here. It's barely helping you out as a favor to him. You're nothing but a temporary user. Enough talk. Die, Tianlam screams, swinging the massive weapon with everything he's got. But Tiovan stays rooted to the spot, perfectly still. The disciples in the stands go wild, shouting in pure shock. The pressure from that hammer is insane. Even Baili Tiovan can't move. Is the godly artisan actually going to lose his life here? Not a chance. Tiovan starts channeling his power, summoning a massive, ornate silver hand mirror. With a few quick hand seals, the mirror glows, and in an instant, that unstoppable hammer is sucked right into the glass. Tianlum's eyes nearly pop out of his head. What? How is this possible? In a heartbeat, his weapon is completely gone. Tiovan just gives him a calm, mocking smile. In front of my vast heaven mirror, what is a hammer supposed to do? Making it mine is as easy as breathing. His voice turns icy as he steps forward. Now, Ko Tianlam, it's time to settle our tab. The villain stumbles back, terrified but still barking like a dog. Tiovan, give that treasure back right now. If you don't, the Thai Ni Immortal Sect will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Tiovan just scoffs at the threat. On this stage, treasures and lives are won by strength, not names. You want it? Come and take it. He starts controlling the vast heaven hammer himself with way more grace than the other guy ever had. The hammer whistles through the air, diving straight for Tianlum's head. Try it yourself, Tiovan challenges. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the arena. The impact sends shockwaves everywhere, and Tianlam is sent flying. He's absolutely panicking now. Where the hammer hit, there's nothing left but a massive, bottomless crater. Tianlam snarls, his eyes bloodshot as he looks at the glowing beads in his hand. In a fit of desperate rage, he hurls every single one of them at Tiovan. The audience screams in terror. A single Holy Spirit orb has enough power to level a mountain. He's throwing that many? Is he trying to take Tiovan down with him? Another deafening blast erupts, and the shockwave is so strong it nearly knocks the spectators back. The stage starts to crumble into pieces. Tianlam drops to his knees, gasping for air. I only survived because of the ancestors' armor. You? You're definitely dust by now. But then, a massive golden hand emerges from the smoke. Tiovan is perfectly safe, shielded by the golden puppet that took the hit for him. Tianlam loses his mind. He points a shaking finger and screams, "A saint-tier puppet? That's cheating. You're a coward for hiding inside a puppet to escape my attack." Tiovan just growls out one name, Ko Tianlam. The puppet's eyes snap open, glowing with divine light. Tiovan commands, "The only one dying today is you." A golden beam of light flashes faster than the eye can follow. In the blink of an eye, it punches a hole right through Tianlam's forehead. Dead silence. Then the crowd erupts. His sea of chi, it's been pierced. He's dead. As the light fades, the puppet slowly vanishes. Tiovan whispers to himself, Huyan Tu, you're finally avenged. Up in the high seats, Thai Ni has seen enough. He explodes in a fit of rage, his aura burning like a wildfire. You brat! He lunges toward Tiovan, screaming, You killed my disciple and stole my weapon? I'll have your head for this. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the air, stopping him dead in his tracks. Immortal Hoathan, hold your horses. Konwirt steps forward, her gaze cold. The rules of the arena are clear. Life or death is settled on the stage. The consequences are your own to bear. Surely you aren't going to make a scene now. After all, the Han family is watching. An immortal like you wouldn't forget the rules, right? You were probably just acting out of grief for a moment. She stares him down. Tell me I'm right. Thainir glares at Tiovan, his knuckles white as he forces the words out. Fine. I was just overwhelmed by the loss of my favorite student. He seethes internally. The Heaven Palace and the Golden Dragon Palace are both backing this kid. If I move now, it's a suicide mission. Enjoy your victory for now, Konwirt. But sooner or later, I will find a way to burn your Heaven Palace to the ground. Konwirt announces to the crowd. The winner of this match is Baili Tiovan. The rest of you, Continue the tournament. Later, back at the main hall of the Konweir Palace, a soft voice breaks the silence. Tiovan, that vast heaven mirror is insane. It's even stronger than the hammer. Tiovan looks at the artifact with a calm expression. There's an entire world inside this mirror. Even I don't know its full potential yet. Hansa leans in, eyes gleaming with curiosity. So, can I borrow it for a few days? Konweir appears out of nowhere, shouting, "Absolutely not." She flared up instantly, her voice sharp. That Haoshan mirror? Xiao Yun should have lent it to me first, and everyone knows it. Yunxiao just let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Seriously? Are you guys really going to fight over this again? But Hansha wasn't backing down, asking with gritted teeth. I need that Haoshan mirror to survive my ascension tribulation. It's a matter of life and death. She turned to the other woman, eyes narrowing. Gu Yue, why are you making a scene? You're the master of the heavenly palace. You have more treasures than you can count. Why do you even care about this one mirror? Gu Yue looked down, her voice low but firm. Because I need it too. My own ascension tribulation is coming, and I won't survive without it. Suddenly, another woman slid in close, clinging tightly to Xiao Yun's arm. It was Jiang Shanyu, and she looked up at him with a shy, playful smile. Well, she chirped, looking at the others. If you're all going to fight over Xiao Yun's mirror, then I guess Xiao Yun himself belongs to me. Nian Yun didn't skip a beat, rushing over to pull her away. Get off him, Jiang Shanyu. I told you, no touching. Even Gu Yue and Han Sha stopped their bickering for a second to glare at her in unison. Yunxiao looked at Han Sha, genuinely curious now. Han Sha, is that mirror really that powerful? Can it actually guarantee you survive the heavenly trial? Han Sha nodded, her expression turning serious. The Haoshan mirror is a supreme immortal artifact. Using it for a breakthrough is like a mortal taking a rocket ship instead of walking. It changes everything. She turned back to Gu Yue, trying one last time to settle things. Listen, Gu Yue, if you stop fighting me for this, I'll drop our old grudges. In fact, we could even team up against the higher gods. Gu Yue paused, her suspicion clear. You're actually serious about this? Han Sha gave a firm, resolute nod. I am. Once I successfully ascend, I'm done with the drama. I'm going into seclusion to live a quiet life. That was all Gu Yue needed to hear. Fine. It's a deal. And to make sure no greedy immortals try to jump you while you're vulnerable, I'll personally set up a protection array for you. Han Sha stared at her, completely caught off guard by the sudden support. A while later, the energy at the arena was reaching a fever pitch. Battles were raging everywhere, but Yunxiao was looking up at the sky. Massive, terrifying bolts of lightning were starting to coil in the clouds. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, it's starting. Han Sha has begun her ascension. Look, up there, a disciple screamed, pointing toward the horizon. Giant pillars of lightning were slamming down, focused entirely on a single point. The crowd went into a panic. That's a heavenly tribulation. Who's ascending right now? Wait. That's the palace of the heavenly master, Gu Yu. The mysterious elder Tian Nian stood there, her face half hidden by a veil, remaining completely silent. But as the crowd looked at her, the realization started to sink in. No wonder the palace master didn't show her face today. She sent this old woman to stand in for her because the real Gu Yue is currently fighting for her life against the heavens. Another wave of lightning crashed down, shaking the very earth. Yunxiao bit his lip, thinking fast. Gu Yue knew she couldn't hide an ascension of this scale from anyone. That's why she gave the order to crank the arena's ceiling arrays to the absolute max. She wasn't taking any chances. Suddenly, a massive, shimmering barrier erupted, trapping every single fighter and spectator inside the arena grounds. Tiny sensed the shift immediately. A cold smirk played on his lips. Setting up a simple ceiling array to keep us away? Too naive, he whispered. Yunxiao caught the look on the man's face and immediately went on high alert. Tai Ni stroked his beard, letting out a mocking laugh. A ceiling array? You think a toy like this can stop people like us? His face darkened as he roared. We go where we want, and no one is going to stop us. He moved to leave, but a figure blurred through the air, landing right in his path. It was Yunxiao, his voice low and dangerous. Wait right there. Tai Ni stopped, eyes narrowing. Well, if it isn't the great 100-mile sculptor, what's the matter? You know that a person is at their weakest right after they ascend. You're so worried about Gu Yue that you're going to try and block our way? Tai Ni let out a booming laugh, acting shocked for the crowd. Wow. Are you actually threatening the guests of the Heavenly Palace Master? Elder Tian Nian dropped down beside Yunxiao, her voice cold as ice. The Master's safety is none of your concern. Now, sit, back, down. Tai Ni sneered at her. And who do you think you are, old woman? He didn't wait for an answer, lunging forward with a massive, soul-crushing palm strike. We're seeing Gu Yue today, he bellowed, and none of you have the right to stand in our way. Elder Tian Nian braced herself, but before the blow could land, two hands appeared in front of her. Yunxiao had stepped into the line of fire, his spiritual energy exploding outward to create a massive shield. Boom! The two powers collided, triggering a massive explosion that sent shockwaves through the entire arena. Yunxiao's eyes burned with rage. You actually dared to strike the Palace Master's personal guard? That is a direct violation of the Heavenly Palace laws. Without another word, he launched himself into the air, turning into a streak of light as he charged straight at Tai Yi. The experts from the Primordial Spirit Sect frowned, their voices dripping with malice. If you're going to block the path, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Another massive explosion rocked the area. The sheer force of the impact sent stones and debris flying like shrapnel in every direction. Nianyun rushed forward to catch Yunxiao as he was pushed back. "Father!" she cried out. He clutched his chest, catching his breath. "I'm fine, don't worry." Suddenly, Gu Yue herself appeared, her aura radiating pure fury. "You dare to openly challenge the Heavenly Palace?" Jiang Shanyu stood beside her, looking ready for blood. "If any of you lay a finger on him, I'll make sure you suffer for eternity." Tai Yi didn't look scared at all. He just laughed. "Big words. Let's see if you actually have the skill to back them up." Gu Yue didn't waste another second. Her voice rang out like a death knell. "The Tainyi Immortal Sect and the Primordial Spirit Sect are officially rebels. Arrest them all." The disciples of the Heavenly Palace drew their weapons in unison, their war cry echoing through the skies. "Kill anyone who stands in our way. Clear the path." And just like that, the arena turned into a war zone. Total chaos erupted as the two sides clashed in a storm of steel and magic. While Nian Yun is locked in a fierce exchange, a sneak attacker lunges at her from the shadows, but before he can strike, a massive object drops from the sky, pinning him instantly before he can even blink. Nian Yun looks up, her face lighting up with relief. "Father, you're here. You saved me." Yunxiao doesn't miss a beat. "Nian Yun, there are too many of them. Go find Qing Cheng and the others. We need backup right now." She nods quickly. Understood. He watches her go, jaw clenched. If we can just buy a few more minutes, he thinks, Han Sha will finish her tribulation and everything changes. Suddenly, he spots Tai Yi trying to slip away in the chaos. His heart sinks that old fox is planning to sneak attack Mela Palace while everyone is distracted. Over at the palace, Tai Yi is wearing a nasty smirk. He can see it, she's only one lightning bolt away from finishing. He gathers every ounce of spiritual energy into his palms, eyes gleaming with pure malice. Perfect timing for a little gift. "Let's see you survive a total cultivation collapse." He hurls the energy straight at the palace barrier. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the entire area, sending shockwaves through the ground. Tai Yi spots Yunxiao approaching and hisses in frustration. "That brat again." Without a second thought, he uses a movement technique and vanishes into thin air. "That golden light, is that the golden feather staff?" Yunxiao gasps. He looks up at a man riding a massive eagle, his mind racing to make sense of it. That's Feng Xuanming, the elite vanguard of the Tainyi Immortal Sect. This is bad. He didn't expect the Flower Fairy to actually call in a true immortal for backup. Xuanming looks down at Yunxiao, a chilling, mocking smile playing on his lips. Xuanming crosses his arms, looking like a god among insects. Tai Yi immediately drops to his knees in the dirt. "Greetings, great ancestor. If you value your life, get out of my sight," Xuanming growls. Yunxiao is stunned. The sheer weight of a true immortal's voice is enough to make his soul tremble. He tries to keep his composure. "Senior Feng Xuanming, the Palace Master is currently occupied. If you have business here," Xuanming just lets out a cold, sharp laugh. "Know your place, Aunt." With a casual flick of his fingers, he sends a barrage of golden pearls screaming toward Yunxiao. It's too fast. Yunxiao barely manages to move, thinking, even with my 10,000-mile yellow sand defense, I can't hold out against a true immortal for more than a second. Suddenly, crack! A massive bolt of lightning tears through the palace hall as a furious voice thunders through the air. "Feng Xuanming, do you really think you're invincible in this world?" Xuanming freezes, staring at the woman standing right behind Yunxiao. It's Gu Yue. "Gu Yue? That's impossible. You're supposed to be in the middle of your breakthrough." She glares at him, her voice like ice. "Did you really think I was the only peak spirit immortal in this palace?" Xuanming actually stumbles back, his hands shaking. How is this happening? Even the giant eagle he's riding starts to panic, sensing the overwhelming power shift. Tai Yi is sweating bullets now. "Ancestor, I have no idea how she finished so fast." Then, Han Sha steps out, glowing with an aura that feels like a sun. "Allow me to explain exactly how it happened," she says, her voice echoing with pure authority. Xuanming is in total shock. "You finished? And you're not even weakened?" Han Sha looks at him calmly. "From this moment on, you and I are equals. And remember, you're on my turf," she adds. "If my sister and I team up against you right now, you don't stand a chance." A massive explosion punctuates her threat. Gu Yue steps forward, her eyes burning with rage. "Feng Xuanming, You dared to attack my North Heaven Gate and let your disciples slaughter my soldiers. How exactly do you plan to pay for this? Xuanming's face goes completely white. I'll pay. I'll compensate for everything. He grabs Tai Yi by the collar, screaming, "Tell everyone to stand down now." "Yes, sir," Tai Yi squeaks in terror. Xuanming looks back, desperate. "I'm going to go count the losses, and I'll send every bit of compensation I owe you, I swear." As the enemies retreat, Hansha turns and drops to one knee before Yunxiao. "Master, thank you for the Haoshan mirror, and thank you for buying me the time I needed to become a true immortal." Yunxiao smiles gently. "I'm just glad I could be there for you." Gu Yue is staring at them, completely confused. "Sister, why are you calling him master? Isn't he just his reincarnation?" Hansha gives her a soft, knowing look. "It's time for the truth, little moon. Yunxiao isn't just a reincarnation. He is our master, in the flesh." Gu Yue stands there, frozen to the spot. "He's actually our master?" "That's right," Hansha confirms. Gu Yue turns back to him, her eyes filling with tears. "Master, is it really you?" "I felt it," she whispers, her voice breaking. "I felt the connection, but I never dared to believe you were truly back." She throws herself into his arms, sobbing, "Master." Yunxiao gently pats her head. "I'm back, little one. Just like 900 years ago, I'm still your master." Gu Yue pulls back, pouting through her tears like a little kid. "Master, you should have told me right away. You let me make a complete fool of myself in front of everyone." Hansha chuckles. "Little moon, we waited so your heart would be ready for your tribulation. The final lightning strike is a mental attack," Hansha explains. "Your grief over master was your biggest weakness, but now that he's alive and well, plus the power of the Haoshan mirror, your breakthrough will be easy." She reaches out and places the glowing Haoshan mirror into Gu Yue's hands. Gu Yue smiles, her heart finally feeling whole again. "Yeah, as long as master is here, I can do anything." Deep inside the Myla Palace, a massive bolt of lightning suddenly tears through the sky, striking the main hall with earth-shattering force. Seeing this, Kai Yi's eyes narrow as he realizes what's happening. Gu Yue is undergoing her lightning tribulation, and he immediately orders Xuanming to move out and stop her before she can complete the breakthrough. But Xuanming hesitates, reminding him that the situation has changed because Hansha has already ascended and officially joined the immortal ranks. On top of that, their sect's legendary Haoshan hammer is currently in the enemy's hands, so even a powerhouse like Kai Yi isn't confident he can take them on right now. "I get it," Kai Yi says with a cold, sinister smirk. "But Gu Yue just finished her tribulation and is at her weakest. This is the absolute best time to strike." He decides not to rush in blindly, though, choosing instead to wait for tomorrow's final matches, believing that will be their perfect opening to move. Meanwhile, back at the Mela Palace main hall, a disciple rushes in to report that the Kai Yi Immortal Sect is acting exactly as the Palace Master predicted. Gu Yue stands tall, her voice dripping with newfound confidence, as she declares that even if they attack now, they don't stand a chance against her current power, though Yunxiao remains cautious, knowing those villains won't give up that easily. He can't help but worry his disciples will suffer the same fate as his eldest student, so he turns to Gu Yue and asks if she was the one who took care of her senior sister's body. She nods softly, explaining that while her sister's soul was completely shattered by a direct hit, her physical body actually remains perfectly intact. Yunxiao's face darkens with grief as he whispers that if the soul is gone, then a permanent resurrection is usually impossible in this world. Suddenly, the Haoshan mirror speaks up, claiming it actually has a way to bring her back, causing Yunxiao to snap his head toward it and demand to know the secret immediately. The mirror calmly explains the process. They would need to reverse the very flow of time, traveling back through the long river of history to snatch her soul before it ever vanished. It sounds simple enough, but then comes the catch. The sheer power required for such a feat is staggering. To pull this off, one must reach the supreme and ultimate rank of Immortal King, the only level capable of manipulating time itself. Hansha gasps in pure shock, realizing that an Immortal King is a level beyond even her mistress or the Immortal Dragon race. It's quite literally the highest form of life in the entire universe. Yunxiao takes a deep, heavy breath, admitting that while he's nowhere near that level yet, his eyes burn with a fierce, unbreakable determination. He vows that for the sake of protecting his disciples, he will absolutely become an Immortal King in the future, and Gu Yue immediately pledges to do everything in her power to help him reach that goal. He Jian nods in agreement, offering to help boost their master's cultivation right now since they've finally reached the immortal stage themselves. "We can actually transfer our immortal chi directly into your body," Gu Yue explains, as she begins gathering massive amounts of glowing spiritual energy into the palm of her hand. She warns him that while his current grade can't fully absorb this chi yet, he can store it within his dantian to act as an invincible shield for his inner core. Together, their energies swirl and condense, forming a brilliant, pulsating sphere of pure immortal power right before his eyes. "So, this is what real immortal chi feels like?" Yunxiao mutters, staring at the sphere in awe before reaching out and grabbing it with both hands. As the energy begins flooding into his system, he's visibly shaken, stunned by the sheer, overwhelming magnitude of the power coursing through his veins. Hansha and Gu Yue watch with their jaws dropped because, against all logic, their master is actually absorbing the qi completely, but Yunxiao just laughs, reminding them that with his 9 mysteries technique, there isn't a single energy in this world he can't consume. He reaches out, grabbing Hansha's hand with one side and Gu Yue's with the other, feeling the connection grow. With their immortal energy fueling him, Yunxiao feels his immortal heart kick into overdrive, allowing his level to skyrocket in a matter of seconds. Fast forward to the second day of the tournament, the top 4 matches are underway, and a booming voice echoes across the entire arena. Baili Yunxiao wins. The announcement sends shockwaves through the crowd as he officially secures his spot in the grand finals. People are losing their minds because this guy somehow jumped to a 9th grade Spirit Emperor overnight, while Xuanming watches from the shadows, noting that their own secret weapon, Mo Ru Shui, has also made it to the final round. Little does anyone know, they've already sabotaged Mo Ru Shui's immortal qi with a deadly trap. The plan is simple but brutal. The moment Xiaoyun gets even a slight scratch from her, he's a dead man, and his fall will be the first step in crushing the Heavenly Palace's spirit. The referee's voice rings out again, announcing the final showdown. Baili Yunxiao versus Mo Ru Shui, and a stunning golden-haired woman slowly steps onto the stage. This is the pride of the Kaiyi Immortal Sect, the cold and powerful Mo Ru Shui. She gives a stiff nod, asking for a fair match. But Yunxiao suddenly smirks and stops her, proposing a high-stakes bet instead of a standard fight. Mo Ru Shui pauses, her eyes narrowing in confusion as she asks him exactly what kind of bet he has in mind. He calmly suggests that since an all-out battle between 2 people with immortal qi would level the entire arena, they should instead see who can lift the other person's weapon. Winner takes all. Xuanming is caught completely off guard by this, praying that Mo Ru Shui's serious and stubborn personality will make her reject such a ridiculous proposal. She considers it for a moment, knowing that if an immortal weapon doesn't acknowledge you, lifting it is physically impossible no matter how strong you are. What do you say? Yunxiao asks with a confident grin. It beats a messy brawl, doesn't it? To everyone's shock, she actually agrees, and with a sudden movement, she tosses her heavy divine spear far across the stage. Xuanming facepalms in frustration, but he tries to stay calm, figuring they'll still have to clash eventually, regardless of the bet. Yunxiao steps forward, presenting his own weapon, the World Stone, before slowly walking toward where her spear is buried in the ground. He grips the handle, straining as he prepares to pull, while Mo Ru Shui mocks him, claiming there's no way a mere mortal could ever lift her Kaiyi divine spear. You're celebrating way too early, he interrupts her mid-sentence, and with one sudden violent tug, he rips the spear from the earth. See? I lifted it just fine, he says coolly, leaving Mo Ru Shui absolutely paralyzed with shock as she screams. How is this possible? How did you do that? Only a true genius recognized by the Taiyi divine spear can ever hope to wield it, she shouts, her voice dripping with pure rage. There is no way you earned its respect in such a short time. Ru Shui eyes him suspiciously. Is this some kind of illusion? Are you trying to trick me into surrendering? Suddenly, a disciple in the crowd erupts with excitement. That's our idol Baili for you. The man is an absolute beast. He can even bend someone else's immortal artifact to his will. She looks utterly confused. But wait, you can't possibly use an illusion on this many people. What is actually going on here? Yunxiao just flashes a calm, mysterious smile. Actually, I didn't exactly pick up the Taiyi divine spear myself. He pauses for dramatic effect, summoning the spear back with a casual flick of his wrist. You see, he continues nonchalantly, the Taiyi divine spear decided to come to me on its own. Ru Shui's jaw practically hits the floor in pure shock. Yunxiao smirks internally. To a sentient weapon, the chaos chi in his body is like a 5-star meal. Give them one little taste, and they will follow him anywhere. Ru Shui grits her teeth, refusing to back down. I don't know what kind of cheap trick you are pulling, but the Taiyi divine spear isn't that easy to tame. She lets out a commanding roar. Taiyi divine spear, wake up. The spear suddenly shudders, as if snapping out of a trance, and begins to thrash violently. It binds Yunxiao instantly, screaming in rage. Kid, hand over the rest of that chaos chi right now. Yunxiao just scoffs. Not bad, an immortal artifact with a real personality. He can respect that. But he is not about to be bullied. He whips out the Haoshan mirror, aiming its divine light directly at the spear while speaking with supreme confidence. You really think you can handle my Haotian chi? Just like that, the spear's bindings vanish into thin air. And that's how it's done, Yunxiao says, looking completely unimpressed. He points toward the boundary stone. Your turn, Mo Ru Shui. Let's see what you've got. She approaches the stone cautiously, bracing herself. Ru Shui pours every ounce of her strength into the attempt, her face turning red from the sheer effort. After a long struggle, she lets out a defeated sigh. Unbelievable. I gave it everything I had, and the damn thing didn't even budge an inch. Fine, I forfeit. As soon as the words leave her lips, a booming announcement echoes through the arena. The Golden Core Grand Competition is officially over. Your champion, Baili Yunxiao. The crowd goes absolutely wild. This year's event was one for the history books. Idol Baili is a legend. Long live the idol. Meanwhile, Xuanming is fuming. Damn it. The Gu Yue sect won again. The people are starting to side with the Heavenly Palace. We need to start bribing the others and fast. Tai remains silent, his expression unreadable. Gu Yue steps forward, her voice carrying across the entire palace. To celebrate, the top 100 contestants will receive massive rewards. Furthermore, you are all invited to stay here at our Heavenly Palace. We will provide the spirit medicine and the perfect environment for your Tier 2, she promises. We are going to help every single one of you break through to your next stage. Xuanming interrupts, sounding skeptical. Sect leader Gu Yue, you want 100 people to undergo tribulation at once? How is anyone supposed to focus in that kind of chaos? She remains perfectly calm. I will place each of them in a specialized, isolated domain where they won't be disturbed by anyone. Once you reach the Spirit Emperor realm, you will head to the ancient battlefield for the next round of the competition. The crowd gasps. The resources required for that would be insane. Is the Heavenly Palace actually serious? Gu Yue's voice rings out with authority. To ensure you can survive the foreign entities and human traitors in the ancient battlefield, we have a duty to raise your power level. This is for the survival of our race. When we finally face the threats from the outer realms, the human race will be the ones left standing. The disciples erupt in cheers, their spirits reaching a fever pitch. The Heavenly Palace is building the future. Humanity will prevail. Long live the sect. It's an incredible sight. Everyone is moved by the sheer scale of the palace's ambition. Yunxiao watches from the side, satisfied. The Heavenly Palace just won the hearts and minds of everyone here. The Taiyi Immortal Sect won't dare make a move for now. Suddenly, the sky turns dark. Thunder rumbles as a massive bolt of lightning crashes down, striking right into the heart of the Heavenly Palace Hall. In the center of the storm, Yunxiao sits in deep meditation, absorbing the raw energy of heaven and earth. A massive azure dragon manifests behind him, coiling through the air with majestic power. Yunxiao's eyes snap open. He has done it. He is officially a Spirit Emperor. Hansa and Gu Yue are beaming with pride. As expected of Master, he didn't just survive the lightning tribulation, he actually absorbed it. He is the first one among the top 100 to successfully reach the Spirit Emperor realm, truly in a league of his own. Hansa smiles, her excitement palpable. Look at him. He doesn't even look like he needs to rest. He is ready for anything. Master, someone is here to see you, she adds. Yunxiao looks up, curious. Who is it? Hansa gestures to the door. Come in. Jingyan steps inside, bowing deeply. I am Jingyan of the Fire Pillar Palace. I've come on behalf of my sect to formally invite the great idol Baili to visit us. Yunxiao nods graciously. I appreciate the invite. I've actually been planning a trip to the Fire Continent for a while now. Jingyan's eyes widen in surprise. In that case, why wait? Let me lead the way right now, she suggests shyly. But before they can move, someone grabs Yunxiao's arm and won't let go. It's Nianyun, and she looks dead serious. I'm not letting father go anywhere, not unless you take me with you. Gu Yue steps in as well. If you are leaving the Heavenly Palace, at least take this lock of my hair as a protective talisman. Hansa jumps in too. Take mine as well. If you ever run into trouble, just use them, and we will be by your side in an instant. Yunxiao thought for a moment before finally making a call. Fine, you win. Nianyun can come along, but listen, no causing trouble. My real goal in the Fireflame continent is to track someone down. Jingyan's eyes lit up with excitement. If the legendary Baili, the divine artisan, needs to find someone, I'll move mountains to make it happen. Fast forward to the Fireflame Palace Villa. The tables are overflowing with steaming, delicious food, and the air is buzzing with laughter. Xiaoju, congrats on forming your core and reaching the Spirit Emperor rank. You did it. Xiaoju smiled warmly. Thank you, everyone. I couldn't have done it without your support. But suddenly she froze. Her heart skipped a beat. This aura. Could it be Master? Just then, her senior brother appeared out of nowhere, looking way too excited. Little sister Xiaoju, congratulations. Her face fell instantly. Oh, it's just you. He flashed a mysterious, arrogant smirk. Not happy to see me? That's cold. Especially since I brought you a gift, a top-tier spatial ring. The crowd gasped. Wait, is that a spatial spirit treasure? That thing is worth 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Senior brother is in the top 500 of the Golden Core competition. Xiaoju, don't just stand there, hurry up and thank him for such a priceless gift. He grabbed her hand, trying to force the ring onto her finger. Xiaoju, don't you get it yet? Don't you see how I feel about you? She yanked her hand back, her voice firm and cold. Senior brother, stop. I can't accept this. Suddenly, her eyes widened. That presence. She was sure of it this time. The senior brother shoved his hand onto her shoulder, shouting, "What is your problem? What do you think you're doing?" Xiaoju's voice turned ice cold. I knew it. My senses weren't wrong. At that exact moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the hall. "Let go of Xiaoju." Yunxiao appeared like a bolt of lightning. The second she saw him, she threw herself into his arms, sobbing. "Master, you're finally here." He held her gently, his voice soft but steady. "It's okay, Xiaoju. I'm here now. I've come to take you home." The red-haired senior brother stood there, jaw on the floor. "Who the hell is this guy? Who do you think you are, trying to take her from me?" "Xiaoju, explain." She just clung to his arm even tighter, her face flushing as she spoke. "To be honest, I was originally just a small fox spirit. It was my master who gave me this human form. Everything I am, I owe to him. We were separated 2 years ago, and I've been searching ever since. Please, don't hold this against us." The red-haired guy just stood there, stunned, as the realization hit him. Then, he suddenly lunged toward her, trying to grab her arm again, his face twisted into a smug, generous grin, looking down on her like she was beneath him. "Oh, so that's all you are? Just a beast? Fine. I don't care about your lowly origins. Come with me. I can give you way more than this loser ever could." But Yunxiao wasn't having it. He stepped in front of her, blocking the guy's path. "Do you even know who you're talking to?" But the guy didn't even blink. "You? You look like some no-name martial artist who probably relies on a beast like Xiaoju just to get by." The words barely left his mouth when a mysterious shadow blurred past. Smack! A devastating slap landed right across his face, sending him reeling in pure pain. Nian Yun stood there, looking absolutely fierce. "Keep your mouth shut if you want to keep your teeth. Now, bow your head and apologize, because trust me, I won't be this nice a second time." Stunned and humiliated, he stammered, "Who are you now?" Just then, Jingyan walked in. He looked at her like she was his savior and started whining immediately. "Old ancestor, you're just in time. This random outer disciple is here causing a massive scene." But instead of helping him, she did something that stopped everyone's heart. She bowed, deeply. "Baili the Divine Artisan, please, forgive the delay. There was an urgent matter at the sect. I see you've already found the person you were looking for." Yunxiao smiled, relieved. "That's right. Thanks to your help, I finally found her." The entire room went deathly silent. The other disciples looked on, their faces pale with pure terror. Did she just call him Baili the Divine Artisan? The #1 winner of the entire Golden Core competition? The red-haired guy's heart sank to his stomach. "I left the tournament early. I never saw the winner's face. I just insulted the most powerful genius in the realm. I'm dead. I'm absolutely dead." He didn't even try to act tough anymore. He collapsed to his knees, trembling with fear. "I was blind. I didn't recognize your greatness. Please, Lord Baili, have mercy. Don't waste your time on a nobody like me." Yunxiao just gave him a cold, indifferent look. "Apologize to Xiaoju. Do that, and we're done here." The guy didn't hesitate. He started slamming his head against the floor, kowtowing repeatedly. "Xiaoju, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me." With the drama over, Yunxiao turned to go. "All right, let's get out of here." As they walked away, the whispers followed them. Everyone was green with envy. No one could believe that Xiaoju had such a legendary powerhouse as her protector. Yunxiao looked at her, his voice full of regret. "Xiaoju, I'm sorry. I wasn't strong enough before. Even though I knew you were on this continent, it took me this long to finally reach you." She just beamed at him, her eyes shining with pure happiness. "Master, it's okay, just being with you again. That's all I've ever wanted." Nian Yun suddenly grabbed the girl's hand, her eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. "All right, Father has some heavy business to discuss right now, so if you're confused about anything, just ask me." Hearing that word Father, Xiaoju couldn't help but tilt her head in total confusion. Since she'd just called him that, Nian Yun casually replied, "Don't worry, I'll explain everything to you in a bit." Meanwhile, the moment Xiao Yun stepped inside, Jingyan didn't waste a second. "Divine figure Baili, I need to ask you about the Yan Emperor's heaven-burning art." Xiao Yun didn't hesitate for a single moment. "Relax. I'm going to leave the manual for the heaven-burning art right here in Huaxiao Palace. Consider it my thanks for helping me find Xiaoju." Jingyan's face lit up with pure joy as she cried out, "This is incredible! Thank you, Divine Figure, for making this happen on behalf of every disciple in Huaxiao Palace. I thank you." He kept his cool, replying with a humble wave of his hand. "The heaven-burning art was originally your lost legacy anyway. I just happened to stumble upon it, so it's only right that it returns to its true owner." But to Jingyan, this favor was massive, way too big to ignore. She took a deep breath and made a bold offer. "If that's the case, then I humbly ask Divine Figure Baili to become our great enshrined elder. From this day forward, you will hold the highest respect of every soul on the Huaxiao continent." Seeing how sincere they were, he figured it'd be rude to say no. With a smile, he accepted. "Fine then. It would be disrespectful to decline such an honor. The moment she got his yes, Jingyan moved fast. Perfect. Follow me into the sky. She wanted to use this exact moment to announce the news to her entire realm. I'm going to broadcast this for 100 miles and manifest a 10,000-foot tall phantom in the clouds, so every disciple will forever remember your face. Within seconds, his image was projected across the horizon. Then, Jing Yan's commanding voice boomed like thunder. Listen up, all disciples of Huoxiao Palace. From this moment on, Baili Xiaoyun is your great enshrined elder. Treat his word as my own. Anyone who dares show him disrespect will be executed as a traitor. Below, the disciples were losing their minds. The gossip was spreading like wildfire. That's the divine figure. I can't believe he's actually our great enshrined elder now. Our palace's power just skyrocketed. As soon as they landed, Jing Yan quickly offered, "Next, let me prepare a grand mansion so you can finally get some rest." But with everything going on, he had to turn her down. "I appreciate the offer, truly. But I've got urgent matters to attend to, I have to leave." She didn't push him, respecting his choice immediately. "In that case, let me at least escort you part of the way," she replied calmly. Hearing this, Nian Yun's eyes narrowed as if she was plotting something. She stepped forward, waved her hand dismissively, and gave a confident smirk. "I've got this covered. No need to trouble Saint Jingyan anymore. Come forth." In a flash of light, Nian Yun summoned her mount, Jutian Sui. Her lips curled into a proud grin as she introduced him. "This was a gift from my mother. With him, we can reach the ancient battlefield of the Yuxiao continent in record time." Seeing she was outmatched, Jing Yan could only bow in farewell. "Then I bid you safe travels, divine figure Baili. Let's catch up properly next time we meet." Xiao Yun gave a friendly nod as they prepared to vanish into the horizon. Thanks to Jutian Sui's insane speed, they were out of Huoxiao Palace territory and soaring through a vast new sky in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Xiao Yun couldn't hold back his curiosity. "Nian Yun, did you say Ye Qingyu gave this Jutian Sui to you?" The girl nodded honestly. "Yeah, mother got him through some outside help. Even without any training, he can live for 9,000 years. Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel impressed. Having a mount like this was definitely a major win. Xiao Yun rubbed his chin, realizing he was actually lacking a decent mount himself. But before he could finish that thought, Xiao Ju's panicked scream snapped him back to reality. "Master, look down there. What is that?" Below them, the ocean was churning. Countless low-level sea monsters were suddenly rising to the surface in a violent, swarming frenzy. These things looked absolutely demonic, vicious, bloodthirsty, and snarling with pure rage. Nian Yun recognized them instantly, her expression turning dead serious and alert. They're just low-tier sea monsters. Even though they can sense Jutian Sui's powerful bloodline, they shouldn't be acting this crazy. Suddenly, Jutian Sui lost his footing in midair, wobbling violently against the sheer pressure coming from the sea below. The sudden tilt sent Nian Yun sliding. She lost her balance, nearly plunging straight down into the infested waters. But Xiao Yun was faster. He reached out, catching her before she could fall, and whispered a gentle warning. "Nian Yun, steady yourself." Right then, Xiao Ju started shaking, her voice trembling. "Master, I can feel it. Jutian Sui is terrified, just like I am." And she was right. Something was wrong. Very wrong. "Look, all those sea monsters are retreating already. Was there a creature nearby even more powerful than Jutian Sui?" Xiao Yun's eyes sharpened as he went into full combat mode. "Nian Yun, look over at that island." She looked up and saw a massive eagle soaring through the clouds, its wingspan blocking out the sun. "Father, look at the aura on that thing." They both stood there, stunned. It was a literal mountain in the sky, comparable to the legendary Great Rock. This thing, it's easily at the spirit sovereign level. Nian Yun's intuition was spot on. She realized the beast was after one thing it wanted to devour 9,000 years to skyrocket its own cultivation. Little Ju's eyes filled with dread as she cried out, "It's heading right for us. With the speed of 9,000 years, there's no way we can outrun it." But honestly, Xiao Yun couldn't care less. In fact, he was actually vibrating with excitement. He stood up, totally calm, and reassured them, "Relax, it's the one who should be running, not us. I was just looking for a new mount, and this timing is perfect." A massive, earth-shaking aura erupted from Xiao Yun as he chuckled to himself. Talk about a delivery right to his doorstep. From a distance, you could see Xiao Yun standing tall on 9,000 years, charging forward with a fierce, burning intensity. The sheer suffocating pressure had even that massive eagle wide-eyed in shock. Xiao Yun didn't hold back, roaring at the top of his lungs. 10,000-mile yellow sand. Panic finally started to set in for the beast. It tried to tell itself this was just some petty human trick, but deep down, it was terrified. Summoning every ounce of courage it had left, the eagle shrieked and dove straight into the heart of Xiao Yun's golden fury. But the power radiating off our boy was only getting stronger, growing more overwhelming by the second. Facing the great eagle head-on, Xiao Yun was completely shrouded in a devastating aura, his every move packed with godlike force. That courage the eagle found? Yeah, it didn't even last a minute before a wave of pure dread washed over it. Something was very, very wrong. Once they were close enough, Xiao Yun couldn't sit still anymore. He launched himself off 9,000 years, soaring into the air. A smirk played on his lips, eyes sharp and determined, as he gripped the Haoshan hammer and lunged toward the massive bird. He couldn't help but let out a mockingly sharp laugh. Running now? Too late for that. In a flash, he dropped onto its back, declaring the hunt officially over. Xiao Yun stood there like a true conqueror, his presence absolutely dominating the sky. You should know, I'm holding a sacred artifact you can't possibly beat, he warned. Submit to me if you want to live. But the eagle was stubborn, still trying to talk trash. You're just a spirit emperor, the beast hissed. I don't care how many artifacts you have, you're not worthy of being my master. Seeing that words weren't working, Xiao Yun pulled out his heavenly court token. All right then, how about we add this title to the mix? The eagle stared at the medallion, realizing this guy was actually a high-ranking official from the heavenly court. Xiao Yun just gave a confident nod. That's right, I'm the inspector of 2 realms. Soon, I'll be heading to the outer realms to capture divine beasts. I can help you reach levels of power you've only dreamed of. He paused for a dramatic beat, then added with a smirk, I'm also a heavenly court enshrined expert. Not to mention, the great enshrined of the fire, Cloud Palace, one of the few divine artisans in both realms. Suddenly, the eagle's eyes lit up with pure, unadulterated adoration. Wait, you're the divine artisan, Baili? Seeing the bird do a total 180, Xiao Yun laughed. So, you ready to sign that contract now? This time, the great eagle didn't hesitate for a single second. I'm in. From this moment on, you are my master. And just like that, the crisis was averted, and Xiao Yun got down to business. Fast as lightning, Xiao Yun performed a series of hand signs to finalize the soul-binding contract. Good. Now, take us to the Jade Heaven continent. With a powerful flap of its wings, the eagle sped off, heading straight for Fortune City. The moment they arrived, the bird reported excitedly. Master, we've reached Fortune City on the Jade Heaven continent. But as soon as his feet hit the ground, Xiao Yun frowned. Something felt different. A strange, constant surge of energy was vibrating through the air, making him gasp in realization. I can feel it. A massive amount of power of faith coming from followers. This caught him completely off guard, leaving him lost in thought for a moment. He didn't expect the light sect to have spread this far already. It looks like I have quite a few followers in this place. Nian Yun tilted her head, trying to process this. Wait, father, does that mean you're actually the heavenly emperor of the light sect? While they were talking, a soft, joyful voice called out from behind them. Brother! It was Tian Xiang, running toward them, her face glowing with pure excitement. I heard you were coming and I've been waiting right here. I finally found you. Seeing another woman suddenly appear and grab his arm, Nian Yun's eyes narrowed with suspicion. And who exactly are you? Tian Xiang didn't skip a beat, giving a playful, mischievous grin. I know his secret identity as the Heavenly Emperor. Who do you think I am to him? The two of them started a literal tug-of-war over Xiao Yun's arm, right in the middle of the street. Nian Yun snapped back. He's my father. What could you possibly be to him? At those words, Tian Xiang's grip loosened immediately. She stood there, completely shell-shocked. Her hand flew to her mouth as she stammered. You have a daughter? Nian Yun just stood her ground, crossing her arms. What? You don't believe me? But then, Tian Xiang burst into laughter. I believe you. Even if you had 8 or 10 daughters, I'd believe it. After all, my big brother is just that capable. Even Xiao Yun's jaw dropped at that one. This girl's logic was on another level. To avoid things getting any more awkward, he quickly cleared his throat and changed the subject. Tian Xiang, you didn't come all this way just to gossip, did you? You've got something important to report, right? She immediately drops the playfulness and gets serious. Yes, the Jade Flute Palace has officially set its sights on our bright Emperor sect. Without wasting a second, Tian Xiang quickly breaks down the current situation for him. Jade Flute's people have already smashed several of our shrines. It's making our mission to spread the faith a total nightmare. But here's the kicker, even the Empress of the Bailan Empire is being interrogated. Xiao Yun realizes exactly what's at stake here. With the Jade Flute Palace breathing down your necks, you shouldn't have been able to spread the faith this far. The level of belief here. It's way higher than I expected. Tian Xiang's heart practically skips a beat seeing him catch on so fast. Big brother, you're a genius, she cheers. Langshao Palace actually deserves a lot of the credit for this. They've been a huge help behind the scenes. One of their elders is calling himself the Emperor's envoy. He's been leading the charge, and he even tried to recruit me into their palace. Xiao Yun snaps his fingers as a plan starts to form. Langshao Palace. They could be the perfect breakthrough against Jade Flute. Can you get me in touch with them? A smirk plays on her lips as she looks at him. Actually, they're already here, and they didn't even need an invitation. Long Wutian enters and freezes the moment he sees Xiao Yun. He quickly bows in respect. I didn't expect to see the Lord Inspector here. I'm Lang Wutian from Langxiao Palace. I have urgent business with Lady Tianxiang. She ducks behind Xiao Yun, sticking her tongue out and mocking them like a bratty little sister. I don't care how many times you show up, I'm not joining Langxiao Palace. Xiao Yun narrows his eyes, testing the waters. Lang Wutian, you know this is Jade Flute territory, right? And yet you're here openly spreading your faith? But the elder doesn't flinch. He stands his ground firmly. Lord Inspector, you have to understand. The Heavenly Emperor is one of the 5 great emperors, the ultimate ancestor of everyone on the 9 heavens continent. Bringing his light here is only natural. Xiao Yun pauses, deep in thought. He didn't realize Langxiao Palace was this devoted to the Emperor. They have no idea. He's the one who inherited the Emperor's legacy. As of right now, Xiao Yun is the Heavenly Emperor. If he can get both the Jade Flute and Langxiao Palaces to worship him, his influence will be unstoppable. A calm smile spreads across his face. The elder makes a fair point. Tell you what, I'll take you into Jade Flute Palace myself. We can discuss this directly with sect leader Tianmu Shui. Long Wutian looks a bit nervous now. You can really get her to see me? With me there? She'll see you. Xiao Yun says it with absolute authority, leaving no room for doubt. Then I'll be in your debt, Lord Inspector. Lead the way. Under Xiao Yun's guidance, the group quickly arrives at the heart of Jade Flute Palace. Looking up at Tianmu Shui on her throne, Xiao Yun bows respectfully. Sect leader, I've brought a guest. Lang Wutian quickly follows suit, offering a formal greeting. Lang Wutian of the Langxiao Palace greets sect leader Tian. Her expression is ice cold. I wasn't expecting an elder from Langxiao. State your business. Lang Wutian gets straight to the point. Sect leader Tian, surely you've heard of the Bright Emperor sect. The moment he says it, she snaps. Oh, I've heard of it. Your Langxiao Palace sure has long arms, trying to meddle in the affairs of my Jade Flute continent. Do you really expect my people to start bowing down to your gods? On my turf? He starts to panic, waving his hands in a frantic attempt to explain. Wait, sect leader, you've got it all wrong. It's a misunderstanding. Total misunderstanding. We don't even know how the sect started here, but it must be the will of heaven. If we turn our backs on those believers now, it would be a sin. She doesn't buy it for a second. Then answer me this, do those believers follow your orders or mine? Lang Wutian is speechless. He fumbles for an answer, but can't find one. Tianmu Shui doesn't give him a chance to breathe. Don't waste your time trying to play me. I'm giving you exactly 3 months. Withdraw every single member of Langxiao Palace from this continent. Immediately. Even Xiao Yun is stunned. He didn't realize her hatred for the Bright Emperor sect ran this deep. Lang Wutian tries one last desperate plea. Sect leader Tian, we only handle the spiritual side. We never interfere with your internal politics. That was the final straw. Her patience has officially run out. Slam. She strikes her throne, her voice echoing like thunder. If you don't leave, I will kill every last one of you. Xiao Yun's heart sinks. This is bad. Tianmu Shui has made up her mind, and there's no room for negotiation. Within 3 months, I will tear down every single shrine dedicated to the Heavenly Emperor. Xiao Yun panics if those shrines go, his power goes with them. He has to step in. Sect leader. Instead of tearing them down, wouldn't it be better to just keep them? She looks at him, completely shocked, still lost and confused about the situation. Our lead asks, High Enshrined of the Heaven Palace, what exactly are you trying to say? Even he was caught off guard by her reaction, his eyes wavering with a flicker of hesitation. In a desperate bid to change Tianmu Shui's mind, Xiao Yun decides to lay all his cards on the table. Look, the 9 heavens continent is facing a massive threat from foreign invaders. Only a god can truly stabilize the people's hearts, and the Heavenly Emperor is the only one for the job. But Mu Shui wasn't buying it, not even a little. Her voice dropped, laced with clear dissatisfaction. Did you forget that Jade Sky has its own gods and ancestors? Are you seriously turning your back on them? The air between them was practically electric now as the argument reached a boiling point. He didn't back down. I haven't forgotten. But our ancestors left no cultivation path behind. They can't be the gods the people need right now. The Heavenly Emperor is our best shot at creating a true god. Lang Sky Palace. They're doing the right thing. The second she heard him defend Lang Sky Palace, she snapped. Mu Shui bolted upright, her voice echoing through the hall. Fine, Baili Yunxiao. So you're siding with outsiders now? She stormed toward him, her presence absolutely suffocating as she leaned in close. You might be a Heaven Court official and a cross-realm inspector, but don't you forget for 1 second you are a disciple of Jade Sky Palace first. She wasn't finished. You think I don't know? That empress of the Bailan Empire you put on the throne? She's secretly funneling help to Lang Sky Palace. Then came the hammer blow. She issued a cold, ruthless order to strip the empress of her title and replace her with a new spirit emperor. And she looked him dead in the eye. You're going to be the one to do it. Xiao Yun's face darkened. Her demands were getting out of hand. Sect Master, are you really sure you want to go this far? That only made her more furious. You dare use that tone with me? Xiao Yun had officially reached his limit. Then tell me, what tone should I use with you? Seeing the sparks fly, Long Wutian decided he'd seen enough and tried to make a quiet exit. I'll just be going now. The shouting inside was so loud it carried right through the walls, making Xiao Jiu grab the young girl's hand. Wait, Nian Yun, don't go in there, the masters are in the middle of something big. But Nian Yun couldn't just stand by. She shook off the hand and marched straight into the storm. The moment she stepped in, her eyes went wide with shock. Father, Auntie, please, stop fighting. Can't you just stop? Silence fell instantly. Both of them froze, turning to look at the girl in total confusion. Mu Shui was stunned. Who are you calling father? He is not your father. Seeing the rage in Mu Shui's eyes, Nian Yun rushed over to try and calm the situation. Auntie, you know he's the reincarnation of my father. He's starting to remember his past life, that's why he's speaking to you like this. Sensing an opening, Xiao Yun cupped his hands in a formal plea. Sect Master, you have to understand. Qing Cheng has deep ties to the Light Church. She's one of their angels. We can't just kick the Light Church's Heavenly Emperor off the Jade Sky continent. Mu Shui's eyes widened in pure shock. What? You're telling me Qing Cheng has already defected to Lang Sky Palace? Xiao Yun shook his head. No, she hasn't joined them. She's just using the faith of the Heavenly Emperor for her own path. A dangerous, cold smirk played on Mu Shui's lips. Her mind was made up. Then I definitely can't let Lang Sky Palace succeed. If they use the Heavenly Emperor to reach sainthood, they'll have the entire Jade Sky continent under their thumb. I won't allow it. She wasn't budging. She issued a final, cold decree. As for the Bailan Empire, I'll send someone else to handle it. Xiao Yun bowed low, his voice desperate. Sect Master, please. Let me be the one to go to Bailan. She let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Oh? And how exactly do you plan on handling it? Xiao Yun stayed firm. I raised the Empress of Bailan myself. I can't just abandon her. From now on, I'll keep her by my side. Mu Shui looked at him like he was a stranger. So, you want to go to Bailan and train on the ancient battlefield? Fine. If you're so distracted, then you don't need to come back to Jade Sky Palace ever again. From this moment on, you are a member of the Heavenly Court and nothing more. You are no longer a disciple of this palace. Xiao Yun could only stare in disbelief. Never in a million years did he think Tian Mu Shui would actually kick him out. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Xiao Yun took a moment to let the reality sink in. It was clear now Tian Mu Shui had changed. He couldn't rely on her anymore. He'd have to let the Light Church rise on the Lang Sky continent before making his move here. With his path decided, he didn't hesitate. Fine. If that's the Sect Master's wish, so be it. Nian Yun, we're leaving. The atmosphere turned incredibly heavy as he turned his back. Without another word, Xiao Yun, Xiao Jiu, and Nian Yun mounted the giant eagle and soared away into the distance. Finally, Bailan is free, but the moment she steps out, she's hit with a sight that leaves her completely speechless. Our girl from the Bailan Empire is practically glowing with joy, shouting out for her big brother. Xiao Yun's face lights up the second he sees her, softly calling her name in return. Xiaolan, he says, totally missing the fact that Nian Yun is fuming with rage in the background. Xiao Yun gives her a gentle pat on the shoulder, saying it must have been rough these past few days, but she just shakes it off tough as nails. Look, the Jade Flute Palace suspected you were working with the Wolf Flute Palace, he explains, but since they didn't have a shred of proof, they couldn't touch you. He looks her dead in the eye and promises that from now on, he's her personal shield. Relax, I'm getting you out of here right now so those guys can't even look at you anymore. Hearing that, she's genuinely moved, and a tiny smile creeps onto her face. Even after all the hell she's been through lately, Bailan only cares about one thing, him. She heard he already settled the Empire's business, but she's still worried. She looks at him, wondering if her little situation messed up the massive plans he has coming up next. Seeing the worry written all over her face, Xiao Yun just keeps it cool. Don't sweat it, he tells her. Tian Mu Shui can't touch the battle for the ancient field. Right now, we're heading straight to Heavenly Fortune City. Meanwhile, over at Heavenly Fortune City, the place is absolutely buzzing with excitement. Everyone is talking about the same thing. The top 100 fighters from the Golden Core competition have finally gathered right here. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the tension is thick as everyone gathers early to whisper about the journey ahead. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chatter, grabbing everyone's attention. The ancient battlefield is a total death trap. How are we even supposed to handle this? Ru Shui blurts out, sounding completely stumped. I can't even call the shots on this one, so maybe. Let's just listen to the Chief Patrol Envoy's orders. Right then, Xiangwu spots Xiao Yun and screams with joy, "Brother!" Before the entire crowd, Xiao Yun's voice drops into a serious tone as he makes the announcement. Listen up, everyone involved in this mission. I've decided the top 10 winners of the Golden Core competition will be our captains. You'll each pick 9 people to form your own squad. He explains it's the only way to keep order and stay safe, allowing them to react instantly when things inevitably go south in the ancient battlefield. Everyone is hyped, and Baili Yunxiao is the first to agree. Sounds like a plan. Let's do exactly what he says. Xiang Wu doesn't even hesitate, just tackle hugs him. Brother, you and I are on the same team, right? Xiao Yun just smiles and rubs her head. That's the plan. I need to make sure you're safe. He then waves his hand, announcing to the room. Once the squads are ready, we move out to the ancient battlefield. Finally, once every last detail is squared away, the entire group starts their march toward that legendary graveyard. Xiao Yun scans the area, his eyes sharp. The ancient battlefield is choked with poisonous miasma, he warns. Everyone, keep your protective shields up and follow me to where the air is thinner. They finally find a spot to catch their breath, but he's not letting them relax yet. He orders the captains to do a head count and make sure every single member is accounted for. Rushui does a quick sweep of the area and reports back immediately. Everyone's here, envoy. But suddenly, her face goes pale as she screams out in shock. Captain! Look, over there! Everyone follows her gaze, and their eyes go wide in pure horror. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the dead air. Are those all human skeletons? Xiang Wu cowers behind him, trembling as she stares at the mountain of skulls. Brother, what on earth are those things? Xiao Yun narrows his eyes, taking a long, hard look before answering. Those aren't just normal bones. These are bone people, living, breathing creatures from an alien race. But what's really terrifying? There are thousands of them, and every single one is radiating pure, unadulterated rage. One look at the skeletal horde and Xiao Yun knows it's time for a bloodbath. He wastes 0 time summoning his spirit weapon. His sword chi erupts with massive power, streaking across the sky like a comet straight for those bone people. They never stood a chance. One after another, the skeletons are sliced into ribbons by those razor-sharp strikes. But here's the problem. A dark, demonic energy just keeps bubbling up from them, surging like a black tide. Ru Shui isn't just standing around either. She dives right into the chaos to help tear them down. Suddenly, way up high, a girl begins chanting a powerful water spell. She raises her hands to the heavens like she's calling down a miracle. The sky opens up into a heavy downpour, and Ru Shui quickly realizes what's happening. Purification. Envoy, this rain is actually suppressing the poisonous miasma. Xiao Yun doesn't hesitate for a second. Perfect. Everyone, use this chance to push straight into the heart of this place. Without a single thought for his own safety, he charges forward, leading the way. The second he touches down, he turns back to warn the others. Watch your step. There's more poison here, so stay sharp. But then, he freezes. His eyes go wide as he realizes something is very, very wrong. He feels a familiar vibration. The entrance to the spirit realm is opening. He'd set up a formation there before just so he could sense this. He never expected the underworld creatures to force the entrance open this fast. Things just got a lot more dangerous. Xiao Yun's brow suddenly furrowed, his eyes darkening with deep suspicion. Damn it, not now, he hissed. Was the underworld really trying to claw its way back into this realm again? Suddenly, the mountain ahead groaned a deep, unnatural sound that sent a shiver down Xiang Wu's spine. Her eyes went wide. Something was wrong. Pure chaos erupted. As the majestic peaks didn't just shake, they transformed. Those massive stones were becoming living, breathing, and incredibly dangerous monsters right before their eyes. Without a second thought, Xiao Yun stepped in front of Xiang Wu, his body acting as a human shield. He stayed silent, his mind racing to make sense of this madness. The mountain was alive, a mountain spirit twisted by demonic energy into a savage beast. It let out a blood-curdling, ear-piercing screech, a sound so violent it made Xiang Wu's blood run cold with terror. She clutched her head, crying out in agony as the sound tore through her. Even Xiao Yun felt his vision blur. The sheer force of that scream was unbearable. He realized the grim truth immediately. This wasn't just noise, it was a psychic assault fueled by the fragmented mental energy of 1,000 trapped souls. It hit them like a literal soul-shattering wave. Backed into a corner, Xiao Yun's eyes flashed with determination. Fine, he growled. Time to bring out the big guns. No more hesitation. He summoned his ultimate treasure, the sacred scripture, to silence these stone abominations once and for all. The wailing mountain monster didn't slow down, though. It kept blasting out those psychic waves, each one more violent and chaotic than the last. The air literally vibrated with malice, hammering against Xiao Yun's defenses with enough force to shatter solid stone. To keep them from being pulverized, he poured every ounce of his focus into the sacred scripture, creating a concentrated barrier to tank the impact. That's when it clicked. The sacred scripture wasn't just a shield, it was fueled by faith power, the ultimate tool for purifying corrupted souls and cleansing the mind. The monster, which was just gloating a second ago, suddenly froze. Total shock. Its unstoppable attack was hitting a brick wall. Those psychic waves were being deleted from existence, erased without a trace. Seeing the scripture work its magic, Xiao Yun couldn't help but let out a satisfied smirk. Nice try, he muttered to himself. The psychic energy of the mountain monster was being completely neutralized by his power, but the celebration lasted all of 2 seconds. His eyes narrowed as he saw thousands of resentful spirit souls trapped for millennia rising up to back the monster. This unholy alliance was bad news. Their combined power started putting some serious pressure on Xiao Yun's group, creating one obstacle after another. Violent gusts of wind tore through the area, howling like the damned, making it nearly impossible for him to even keep his footing. Damn it, he cursed. The mountain monster was crawling with vengeful ghosts. When they touched his faith power, it didn't calm them, it only pissed them off even more. Xiangwu panicked, her voice trembling. Brother, what do we do? But the beast didn't care about their talk. It just kept raining down destruction, ignoring everything Xiao Yun threw at it. Even our boy Xiao Yun was stunned. The sheer tenacity of this thing was unreal. He was being pushed to the limit, forced into a desperate play. He reached for his next trump card, the Infinite Sands Gourd. Watch this. From the depths of the gourd, a massive, powerful Dragon King emerged, ready to tear that mountain monster apart. From the very first clash, the Dragon King showed why it was a legend. The raw, destructive power it unleashed was absolutely terrifying. With one massive, earth-shattering strike, the Dragon King smashed the mountain monster's body into 100 tiny pieces. Nearby, bone demons saw the carnage and lost their minds with fear. They tried to sneak up on Xiangwu, but Xiao Yun just flicked his wrist and the skeletons crumbled into dust. He stood firm as her ultimate protector, looking back with worry. You okay? He asked, his voice filled with genuine concern. I'm fine, she whispered. But her eyes were glued to the horizon, where more shadows were moving. It wasn't over. Fear gripped her again as she yelled out a warning, her finger pointing toward the surrounding peaks, the other mountains. They're moving too. There's more than one of these wailing monsters. Look, they're covered in bone demons. If those mountains collapse, we're going to be buried under an army of monsters. What's the plan? Xiao Yun didn't know why this was happening, but he wasn't about to roll over. His face turned cold and serious. These monsters are positioned in a formation, he realized. Someone is trying to trap us. But don't worry, I know exactly how to shatter this array. Surrounded by an army of restless dead and bone monsters, he didn't blink. He began chanting, activating his own formation right in the middle of the chaos. A massive Buddha statue manifested, radiating a blinding, holy light. This was saint-level power specifically designed to obliterate bone demons. Xiao Yun was betting everything on this. If that holy light could reach the core of the Wailing Mountains, the entire formation would crumble. But then, a problem. The light hit the mountains and just stopped. It wasn't working. Xiao Yun's heart sank. A space barrier? He gasped. Even the Buddha's light couldn't pierce it. We're in real trouble now. The Buddha statue's face remained calm as it began chanting the Great Compassion mantra. Holy sound waves started vibrating through space, trying to save the lost souls. Xiao Yun knew better than to just start hacking and slashing. These bone demons were tied to the mountains. If we just slaughter them, he explained, it only adds to the malice here. It'll just create even stronger, even angrier spirits. Rushui frowned, her voice low. But we're here to wipe out these invaders. If we don't kill them, what other choice do we have? Xiao Yun rubbed his chin, deep in thought. I've studied the Buddhist ways, he mused, like how Chittagarbha Bodhisattva purifies souls in the deepest hells. It was a total curveball question, but he just leaned back, thinking for a moment. I've studied a bit of Buddhist lore, he replied, like the legends of the Bodhisattva Dzong and how he saves vengeful spirits from the abyss. Xiao Yun locks his eyes on that swarm of monsters and the massive Buddha statue. Then a sudden spark of inspiration. Salvation. Without a second thought, he lunges forward, a blur of pure determination. He actually sits right in the Buddha's arms. Out of all the hundreds of techniques he knows, only the Great Compassion mantra can save these restless souls. He shuts his eyes, hands clasped in prayer. The plan is simple but brilliant. Use the massive statue to amplify the mantra, letting the holy sound shatter the darkness and reach every corner. The giant Buddha hovers in the air, eyes closed in deep meditation. Then, the ancient words begin to echo, vibrating through the atmosphere. Blinding golden light erupts, pinning every monster to the spot. It hits them deep in their consciousness, the skeletons freeze, their rage vanishing as they surrender to the salvation. Everyone finally lets out a breath they didn't know they were holding. The spirits are suppressed, and even that mountain monster has finally gone quiet. Rushui thinks the nightmare is finally over, but then, a massive explosion rips through the silence, destroying everything. The ground screams as it's torn apart by a terrifying, unseen force. A bottomless rift opens up, stretching all the way to the horizon. Suddenly, the Buddha statue's arm lunges out, reaching straight for Rushui. The three of them stand there, paralyzed. They stare at the abyss where the forest once stood. A massive crack is swallowing the world below. Xiao Yun snaps them out of their shock, screaming, "Get inside the statue, now!" The very moment they step inside the giant Buddha, the questions start flying. "Chief Inspector, what on earth is that rift?" The mountain monster is losing its balance, sliding into the abyss. Xiao Yun explains the grim truth: it's a spatial tunnel leading to the heterodox realm. The giant statue swings its arm, firing a beam of golden energy that burns like divine fire. Pure, holy power. Luckily, Xiao Yun was prepared. He uses the 10,000 miles of yellow sand to temporarily seal the spatial gap. Next, he commands the Buddha to summon the legendary Haoshan hammer. He's timing this perfectly. While the monster is being sucked in and the spatial barriers are weak, that's when the rift is most vulnerable. And just like that, space begins to snap back to normal. But the brown-haired guy spots something wrong. "Look over there." Something is crawling out of the tunnel. A blinding vortex of light explodes, lashing out with webs of white lightning. He scratches his head, terrified. What the hell is that? But Xiao Yun knows. He feels the chilling aura. That's the god of the underworld, the heavenly bone god king, the king of all restless spirits. Seeing the absolute chaos, Xiao Yun is certain the underworld has officially breached their world. But wait. He notices something strange, something off. No, that's not his true body. It's a clone, hiding inside a summoner from the Yingo sect. This entire ritual was that summoner's doing. Heavenly Bone looks like a living nightmare, exposed skull, twisted horns, and eyes that burn with malice as he grips his glowing staff. He reeks of death and shadows. He spots Xiao Yun and lets out a cold, chilling smirk. A successor of the Buddha? Here? How unexpected. Kid, were you the one who dared to block me in the spirit realm before? The memories rush back. Xiao Yun realizes it instantly. The entity he fought in the spirit realm? It was this monster all along. Xiao Yun stands his ground, his presence radiating pure authority. You guessed it. I'm from the Nine Heavens continent, and I'm the one who's going to stop your kind from invading. Even a monster like Heavenly Bone has to admit it, this kid has some serious guts. The God King glances at the glowing Buddha. He starts weaving hand signs, gathering blinding golden energy and divine power in his palm. Then comes the shocker. Heavenly Bone, who usually treats humans like ants, actually makes an offer. Wait, I'm not going to kill you. I'm inviting you to join the underworld. Join us, and I'll let you keep your soul. Even after death, you'll live on as a powerful spirit. Once I conquer the Nine Heavens, you'll be my lead general. You'll rule over all of humanity for me. Well, what's your answer? Xiao Yun's face goes dark. His fists clench so hard, his knuckles turn white with rage. But then, his lips curl into a mocking smile. He bursts out laughing, staring the God King down. You just made this way easier. Your clone is unstable, isn't it? Becoming a lapdog for a monster? Not a chance. Xiao Yun doesn't waste another word, he goes straight for the throat. I'm kicking you out of the Nine Heavens. Right now, to the God King, this is just a bug being arrogant. He moves to crush Xiao Yun once and for all. Two massive forces collide. The impact is earth-shattering, threatening to level everything. Suddenly, Heavenly Bone interlocks his fingers, catching the Buddha statue's hand. He looks smug, convinced he's won. You're out of your league, kid. Even though my clone is only at the saint level matching that massive great Buddha of yours. The second I laid hands on you, your space was completely locked down. Xiao Yun didn't even flinch, answering him with cold honesty. You're right. Moving right now? It's nearly impossible for me. This confession only made Heavenly Bone even more arrogant. In that case, why haven't you surrendered yet? But Xiao Yun grit his teeth, pushing back with everything he had. Admit defeat? You're a bit early for that. Suddenly, his massive statue sprouted countless arms, radiating a light so blinding it hurt to look at. Xiao Yun cleared his throat and roared. 100 Buddha strike. Just like that, every single one of those hands slammed toward the guy. A massive explosion ripped through the air, and for a moment, everything was swallowed by smoke and fire. That one move was so brutal it shattered his giant, reaching hands in the blink of an eye. It didn't stop there, his entire body started fading away, crumbling into nothingness. But Heavenly Bone? Not worried at all. Instead, he just let out a cold, smug laugh. Ha, is that really all you've got? Xiao Yun watched the guy's body starting to stitch itself back together. Let me guess. You're gonna say, even if I crush you to bits, you can just reform, right? Heavenly Bone's eyes narrowed, suddenly on guard because his secret was out. But Xiao Yun stayed firm. I already saw this coming. Since this was exactly what he'd calculated, Xiao Yun didn't waste another word and went straight for the kill. I've got a little gift from Yan Yang just for you, the Netherworld Separation Flame. A confident smirk played on his lips. This time, Heavenly Bone God King, you lose. Heavenly Bone started burning away in that eerie blue fire. But something felt off. Xiao Yun's eyes flickered, sensing something wasn't quite right. His voice was laced with suspicion. He never would have guessed in a million years that those bone spirits and vengeful souls could resurrect in such massive numbers. It wasn't just Heavenly Bone coming back to life, his entire skeleton army was rising up, stronger than ever. From within the flames, the guy's raspy, furious voice echoed. I can't believe the Flame Emperor's fire was actually passed down to a brat like you. Kid, I've got my eye on you now. You won't be living much longer. Just like that, the sheer hatred between them dialed the tension up to 11. Xiao Yun jumped right back into the fray. Luckily, his reinforcements arrived just in time to clear out those low-level bone soldiers. The guy couldn't help but gasp in shock. Man, you didn't even leave behind half a bone. Great enshrinement? Was that fire from the Flame Emperor's heaven-burning art you just used? Xiao Yun rubbed his chin, thinking it over before nodding. Yeah. Turns out that Netherworld Separation Flame is even more lethal than I thought, the perfect counter for the Netherrealm. Since it worked so well, he immediately started prepping another type of flame. With his mind made up, he declared, in that case, I'll just burn a straight path right through them. That blue fire flickered in his eyes as the flames began to roar violently. Xiao Yun unleashed his technique again, Myriad Mile Yellow Sand, Virochana, but he wasn't done yet. This time, he fused the flames with the Myriad Mile Yellow Sand to crank the power up even higher. These two different energies started blending together perfectly. Xiao Yun couldn't help but shout in excitement, waiting to see the results. Finally, as the two forces fully merged, Xiao Yun suddenly let out a massive roar. Disperse! All of a sudden, the sky opened up, pouring down a torrential rain onto those blazing fires. This sent the bone soldiers into a total panic. Their worst nightmare had just arrived. The mystical nature of those flames left everyone staring in awe. Feeling the energy coming off it, someone stammered in confusion. What is this? It's clearly fire, but it's not hot at all? That's when Xiao Yun broke it down for them. This is a new move I developed after seeing the Heavenly Bone God King's Myriad Mile Netherfire Chariot. This rain won't hurt humans, but it'll incinerate every single bone demon within 100 miles. Rushui went quiet, thinking to herself that she really needed to reevaluate Xiao Yun. His strategic mind was just way too deep. Meanwhile, the other guy was screaming, "Dude, this is insanely powerful." Everyone else started showering him with praise too. Chief Inspector, with this fire rain, we can burn a path straight to the evil god temple. Exactly. Our final goal here is to tear that evil god temple down to the ground. Even so, she was still a bit worried. She cautiously asked, but where exactly is the evil god temple? Not even the Heaven Palace Lord could pin it down, finding it was going to be the real challenge. As soon as she said that, everyone started whispering nervously. What now? Should we just keep heading deeper until we find it? I mean, they did have the fire rain to clear the way, but Xiao Yun just calmed them down. Don't sweat it, he said, his eyes filled with rock-solid determination. A confident smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he prepared to make his final announcement. I have a way. Xiao Yun's voice is low, his gaze piercing through the gloomy terrain ahead. This evil god temple is where the Outlanders worship the Heaven Bone God King. Naturally, it's overflowing with the concentrated power of faith. He's certain that where there's faith, there's a temple, and he just happens to have a celestial treasure that can sniff out that energy. The moment he speaks, a brilliant 7-colored light erupts from his palm. It quickly condenses, forming a massive, radiant lotus flower. Standing right beside him, Xiangwu's eyes go wide with pure shock. She doesn't even try to hide her surprise. You actually have a divine artifact like this? Xiao Yun calmly explains, Nian Yun lent this to me for protection. It comes from a Buddhist land, so it's naturally saturated with faith. Perfect for what we need, but there's more to the story. He pauses, remembering that this was actually a gift Ye Qingru snatched from the Buddhist kingdom, specifically for Nian Yun. As spiritual energy fuels the vibrant petals, Xiao Yun looks toward the horizon with pure determination. Now, we just follow the lotus to find the temple. And just like that, guided by the 7-colored divine lotus, the group sets off on their search. But they haven't gone far when the signal suddenly dies. Xiao Yun's expression shifts to total shock. To his surprise, even the divine lotus doesn't dare move forward. A strange, swirling energy surrounds them, and the group immediately starts debating what to do. This place feels wrong. Isn't this just a normal valley? One guy, completely oblivious to the death trap ahead, boasts confidently, "Watch me. I'll just fly right over it in one go." "Wait!" Xiao Yun shouts, but it's too late. The man loses his balance midair, flailing wildly as he screams, "I can't control my body. What's happening?" Luckily for him, Xiao Yun is fast. He lunges forward, grabbing him just in time to prevent a disaster, before tossing him back to safety without a shred of mercy. Narrow escape. To make sure nobody pulls a stunt like that again, he issues a stern warning to the entire group. The space above this eternal valley is extremely unstable. Nobody makes a move until he gives the word. Next, Xiao Yun pulls out a gourd, ready to get to work. He unleashes the 10,000-mile Hellfire Chariot, and before the bone demons below can even think about escaping, they're swallowed by a sea of flames. Xiangwu watches in horror as the carpet of bones is revealed. She had no idea there were that many monsters lurking down there. Xiaoyun realizes the sheer number of bone demons was so massive that their collective resentment was literally warping the space here. Once the job is done, he recalls his artifact and falls silent. With the demons incinerated, space finally begins to stabilize. However, the Hellfire Chariot won't be usable on such a large scale again anytime soon. Suddenly, Xiangwu shivers. Wait, it's getting even colder. Xiaoyun turns to explain the phenomenon to her. Legend says that when high-level bone demons die, they leave behind a freezing flame known as Bone Demon Ice Fire. From what he knows, this flame can reshape bone structure and is the ultimate bane of bone demons, but it usually flickers out in an instant. But since I just torched a whole army of them, there should be enough left for us to use. Suddenly, a burst of icy blue flame flickers in the sky. Xiaoyun's instincts scream that this is it, the Bone Demon Ice Fire. Seeing it gives him a brilliant idea. If I circulate the Flame Emperor's heaven-burning art, I can suppress the cold and use this ice fire against the bone demons themselves. Confidence flares in his eyes as he smirks. Let's see who dares stand in my way now. With this powerful new weapon in hand, Xiaoyun declares, with the ice fire ready, we charge straight ahead. With the temple as their goal, the group surges forward, streaking across the vast sky like meteors. They push toward the temple, passing piles of bone men already consumed by flames. Xiaoyun lands nearby to scout, moving cautiously through the area to survey the situation. His sharp senses pick up something troubling. Even though the ice fire wiped out the bone men, the lingering resentment hasn't faded at all. He freezes after just a few steps, sensing something even more abnormal. Right in front of them stands a temple pulsing with pure, dark energy. He glares at the structure, his suspicion confirmed. This is it, the evil god temple. Thick clouds of resentment swirl around the temple like ghostly smoke, cold, poisonous, and so intense that the surrounding space is literally twisting under the pressure. Inside, a small army of bone men stands guard, looking far more disciplined than usual, almost like royal guards. Among them is a figure in a tattered robe, gripping a glowing scepter. Watching from a distance, Ru Shui comes to a grim conclusion. These outlander evil gods are organized. They're nothing like the mindless monsters elsewhere. This is going to be a nightmare. Suddenly, just as she finishes her sentence, she stares in pure confusion at the skeleton soldiers desperately trying to scramble away. A booming, authoritative voice roars from within the shadows, "Do not run." Before anyone can react, he obliterates one of the deserters on the spot as a brutal warning. The message is clear: flee and die. Xiaoyun is stunned by the sight, realizing the enemy has spiraled into a violent civil war at the worst possible moment. But Xiaoyun isn't one to miss an opening. He immediately shouts an order to his team launch a full-scale assault on the evil god's temple right now. It is incredibly strange, though. These monstrosities aren't attacking the group, yet they aren't leaving the temple grounds either. The team follows his lead without hesitation, charging forward. Ru Shui dives straight into the fray, effortlessly tearing through the skeleton ranks like they are made of paper. Meanwhile, Xiangwu is left speechless as the alien race suddenly pivots, launching a frantic surprise attack. The confusion is real. Everyone is left wondering why these creatures aren't hunting them, choosing instead to stay huddled inside the temple. It turns out the enemies have made a desperate, suicidal choice, knowing they are doomed anyway. They decide to offer themselves up as sacrifices to their true god. Xiangwu's heart sinks as she frantically warns Xiaoyun. It is over. You are in trouble. They are actually doing it. Xiaoyun sees the trap instantly. His face darkens with rage as he realizes their sick plan. They are trying to summon the Heaven-Bone God King through a mass sacrifice. Thinking fast, Xiaoyun vaults into the air, summoning the massive clear sky hammer. Like I would ever let you, I am going to smash this statue into dust. He swings the colossal weapon with everything he has got, forcing the enemies to watch in wide-eyed terror. But then something impossible happens. A skeleton soldier catches the hammer with his bare hands, and he does not even flinch. Xiaoyun's eyes go wide with shock. What? Panic sets in as he realizes the horrifying truth. The Heaven-Bone God King has already possessed the statue. In an instant, every single skeleton soldier drops to their knees in absolute, terrifying worship. They cheer, the true god has descended. Long live the Heaven-Bone God King. But the king? His eyes narrow with suspicion as he locks onto Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun is not backing down, immediately weaving a complex technique. He combines the raw power of the clear sky hammer with the myriad-mile bright fire sand. Just like that, the fire sand erupts, surging forward like a massive, unstoppable waterfall of golden flame. The scorching fire wraps around the Heaven-Bone King, pinning him down so he cannot move an inch. Even the king is impressed, murmuring, "To think your move could actually drain my strength. The myriad-mile bright fire is truly my natural enemy." He stares at Xiaoyun, admitting, "If you had just a little more time, kid, you might have actually become a real threat to me." The Bone King's eyes flash with a dangerous predatory light. He prepares to strike back, a twisted, arrogant smirk spreading across his face. Too bad for you. You have run out of time. With a violent surge, he reflects the flames right back at Xiao Yun's group, sending them crashing to the ground. The Bone King's power is skyrocketing now. He is easily twice as strong as he was just seconds ago. At this level, Xiao Yun's current moves are like tickling a mountain. Damaging him? Forget about it. Xiao Yun's expression hardens as space itself seems to freeze around him. Escape is not an option. Before he can react, the Bone King lunges, his hand clamping tight around Xiao Yun's throat. Xiangwu watches in horror as Xiao Yun is hoisted into the air, gasping for breath. His feet dangle off the ground as she screams in despair. No, is this really how it all ends? The Bone King is ready for the kill. I will finish you right now. But instead of fear, Xiao Yun lets out a cold, cunning laugh. Suddenly, Xiao Yun manifests a mysterious, glowing treasure right in the Bone King's face to turn the tide. A blinding, holy light erupts from the artifact, catching the king completely off guard. It works. The Bone King's skeletal body begins to crumble and crack under the radiance. He is reeling, screaming in confusion. What kind of power is this? Xiao Yun smirks, looking like a man who just played his ultimate trump card. Time for a reality check. You might have trapped my body, but you cannot stop the chaos chi flowing through my veins. He explains that once the chaos chi fuels the clear sky mirror, it unleashes a power equivalent to the literal sun. Xiao Yun laughs at the irony in front of the clear sky mirror. This God King is nothing more than a pathetic stone carving. As he fades into nothingness, the king lets out one last spiteful curse. Do not get cocky. When my true body reaches the Nine Heavens continent, I am coming for you. Xiao Yun just scoffs at the threat. I will make sure that day never comes. With the king gone, he turns his gaze toward the remaining enemies, a cold smile on his face. Now, it is your turn. The myriad-mile bright fire sand floods the area once again. The remaining skeletons are swallowed by a sea of fire, their screams for mercy echoing through the temple. Xiao Yun rushes to Xiangwu's side, asking if she is okay. She just brushes it off, more worried about the absolute madness he just survived. Suddenly, a scout from the team runs up, panting heavily. Reporting, 2 of the aliens managed to escape. Should we pursue? Xiao Yun just raises a hand, calm as ever. Let them go. He watches them run, knowing that soon, his name will be the ultimate nightmare across this entire ancient battlefield. After a massive struggle, the group's hard work finally paid off as they successfully leveled the temple to the ground. Xiao Yun retreated to a safe distance, making sure he had a perfect view of the aftermath. Watching the flames slowly devour that den of evil, he let out a satisfied breath. And just like that, another evil god temple is history. Suddenly, Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed as his tone turned dead serious. Don't get comfortable. We're moving on to the next one immediately. For some reason, dark, suffocating clouds of energy were already swirling relentlessly around the next location. This new temple sat perched atop a jagged mountain peak, surrounded by a bizarre, pitch-black aura. In no time at all, Xiao Yun and his crew arrived at the entrance. Sensing something was off, Ruo Shui rested her chin on her hand, her expression turning puzzled. The atmosphere inside was completely abnormal. There wasn't even a single trace of any alien tribes lurking around. A brown-haired boy in the group piped up, half joking that they probably all ran away once they heard how terrifying their chief patrol envoy was. But Xiao Yun didn't buy it, his voice deepening with caution. Well, at least it saves us time. Let's just destroy the temple directly. The words had barely left his mouth when a cold, sharp flash of light tore through the air. It grazed Xiao Yun so fast it sent him reeling, struggling to keep his balance. Seeing him stumble, Xiangwu's heart skipped a beat as she cried out in worry. Brother, are you okay? He quickly steadied himself to keep her calm. I'm fine, but what the hell was that thing that just attacked me? Suddenly, a spatial vortex ripped open right in front of them, leaving Xiao Yun completely stunned. A spatial rift? The fabric of space is literally tearing apart. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, he screamed a warning to the team. Watch out, that's a celestial weapon capable of shredding space itself. Sensing the lethal danger closing in, Xiao Yun didn't hesitate for a second, pulling Xiangwu into his arms. Xiaowu, stay close. He shoved her towards safety, choosing to stay behind and face the onslaught alone. As the razor-sharp blade lunged toward him, Xiangwu screamed in terror. But luckily, Xiao Yun reacted in time, unleashing his aura to block the strike at the very last second. I'm okay, he whispered, trying to steady his voice. It's after me. Everyone get back now. He couldn't believe his eyes. Not even in 100 years would he have guessed his Xuanwu armor, which was nearly at the level of a divine artifact, could be shredded like this. His gaze turned intense, locked onto the mysterious blade hovering before him. Thinking fast, Xiao Yun remembered a weapon that might just do the trick. He summoned the Haodian hammer with a roar. Let's see how you handle this. Boom! The blade that was just floating there a moment ago was suddenly slammed into the dirt by the massive hammer. But strangely enough, No matter how hard he struck, he couldn't leave a single scratch on it. Suddenly, his own weapon shot upward, catching Xiaoyun completely off guard. Even the Haoshan hammer couldn't damage it? Damn it, the hammer is pissed off now. Before chasing after it, he shouted one last instruction to the group. I'm going after the Haoshan hammer. Stay here and wait for me. Ruo Shui quickly nodded. Understood. Meanwhile, Xiangwu could only call out anxiously. Please, be careful. Xiaoyun tracked it for a while before stopping, his mind racing. It had vanished. That celestial weapon was definitely a lure to bring him here. Then, from within the spatial vortex, a shadowy figure began to emerge. Who is that? He muttered. Realizing he'd walked straight into a trap, his thoughts grew dark. Now the Haoshan hammer was trapped in some unknown dimension. His eyes locked onto the figure stepping out of the rift. A new enemy had appeared. This had to be the mastermind behind that celestial weapon. He demanded, Who the hell are you? The figure only responded with a cold, arrogant smirk. I am the one who kills you. Before the echo died down, the stranger unleashed a powerful technique, clearly trying to flex his power before lunging at Xiaoyun with a vicious attack. Strands of his hair, crackling with electric currents, surged forward like living snakes. A realization hit Xiaoyun like a ton of bricks. This overwhelming pressure, could this guy be a saint-level expert? Those electrified strands of hair were already closing in, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with shock. It was just too sudden. Xiaoyun didn't even have time to dodge before a massive electrical surge sent him into a world of pain. He could feel every single bolt of lightning screaming through his veins. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that while his Xuanwu armor was damaged and its defense was down, the sheer heat from these lightning strikes wasn't actually enough to take him out. As the electricity surged over him, Xiaoyun's form seemed to flicker, and a provocative smirk played on his lips as he stared the man down. The Silverlight Saint stood there, completely dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was seeing. How? How are you still standing? It seemed the guy needed a reality check. Xiaoyun reminded him, I am the Flame Emperor. A little heat like this? That's nothing to me. Those words hit the Silverlight Saint like a physical blow, leaving him speechless and frozen in his tracks. But he wasn't about to back down. With killing intent exploding from his body, he roared and lunged again. Then just die already. Xiaoyun's eyes gleamed with a dangerous confidence as he countered, You want me dead? Trust me, it's not going to be that easy. Xiaoyun doesn't waste a single second, immediately summoning his ultimate treasure, the Howron Mirror. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts from the artifact, transforming into a mysterious surge of deep blue energy. Just like that, the power completely envelops the Silverlight Sage Killer, forcing him to gasp in pure shock. You actually managed to imprison my lightning? Interesting. That divine artifact of yours is no joke. With that thing protecting you, killing you might actually be a bit of a challenge. Hearing this, the realization finally hits him. Xiaoyun's eyes widen as he demands, So you're actually a sage from the immortal realm? The Silverlight Sage Killer doesn't even try to hide it. Exactly. Someone paid a high price for your life, and I'm here to collect. A killer claiming to be a sage? Xiaoyun can't help but burst out laughing at the sheer irony. Imagine a murderer reaching sainthood. It's a total joke, but the assassin uses that exact moment of distraction to vanish into thin air. I'll give you a pass today since you have that weapon, but next time, I'm coming for your head. Xiaoyun's expression remains ice cold. He flickers his wrist with a cunning smirk. Leaving so soon? Here, let me give you a little parting gift. A streak of energy shoots out and sinks directly into the killer's head. The Silverlight Sage Killer can only grit his teeth in rage, cursing Xiaoyun for his absolute audacity. Our boy just stands there smiling calmly. It's nothing much, just a little tracking talisman. Haoshan hammer, let's head back. When Xiaoyun finally returns, the entire group is overcome with joy. Boss, you're finally back. Captain, what on earth happened out there? Xiaoyun sees no reason to keep them in the dark. I've been targeted. To make sure we're ready for whatever comes next, everyone needs to split up and destroy those evil shrines. I'll use the 7-star Divine Link to guide you. Xiaoyun's gut feeling is screaming at him. This place is becoming a death trap. We can't stay here. Everyone, move out now. The crew doesn't hesitate for a second, shouting back a determined, Yes, sir! But soon, the scene ahead stops them in their tracks. Everyone starts whispering in confusion. Wait, do you feel that? That's the aura of a saint. No, wait, there are 3 of them. Saints on an ancient battlefield? It makes no sense. Is the Heavenly Palace sending reinforcements? Or is this something way more sinister? Thinking it through, Xiaoyun decides to play it safe and warns his team. 3 saints? That's bad news. We have too many people here. We'll get spotted in a heartbeat. He immediately starts barking out orders. Xiaoyu, Mo Rushu, you're with me. We're scouting this out. Everyone else, stay low and wait for my signal. They nod instantly. Understood. To avoid being seen, Xiaoyun and his small team duck behind a massive tree nearby. They wait, breaths held, until the figures finally emerge. Those three saints are standing guard outside the shrine, radiating a terrifying and mysterious energy. Mo Rushu frowns, her suspicion growing. This evil shrine is empty of any monsters or spirits. So why are three saints guarding it so heavily? Xiao Yu, ever the optimist, wonders out loud. Maybe they already cleared the place out? You think they killed all the creatures? But Xiao Yun shuts that theory down fast. Not a chance. Use the mystic underworld flame. Look through the illusion, see who they really are. With his vision cleared, Xiao Yun confirms his fears. These three so-called saints are definitely not the good guys. Xiao Yu sees it and lets out a shocked scream. They're alien sages. Oh no, was I too loud? Xiao Yun quickly calms her down. Relax. They probably knew we were here the moment we arrived anyway. Besides, those aren't their real bodies. They're just clones. And trust me, I know exactly how to handle them. Suddenly, Gu Cheng steps forward, his voice booming with authority. Heavenly Inspector, you've slaughtered enough of our people. It's time to stop. Xiao Yun just stares him down, completely unfazed. I'll stop when you lot crawl back to where you came from and leave the 9 provinces for good. Until then, not happening. This makes the Bone Sage let out a cold, mocking laugh. A little brat like you thinks he can negotiate with the Yin-Go sect? You've got to be kidding me. That's when Xiao Yun plays his trump card. You really think the three of us would just walk in here without backup? The sage freezes, his eyes narrowing. Wait. Are you three just bait? Xiao Yun leans into the lie, his voice filled with confidence. He's setting a genius trap, pretending the assassin from before is his secret ally. Exactly. Silver Light Sage Killer, show yourself. Now, the assassin, hiding in the shadows, is stunned. How did he find me? Is it that damn talisman he hit me with earlier? Realizing he can't hide anymore, the Silver Light Sage Killer lunges out of the darkness, charging straight for Xiao Yun. Whatever, just die already. But Xiao Yun expected this exact move. He blocks the attack effortlessly and shouts a quick command to his team. Everyone, get into the 4-image cauldron now. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of green energy erupts from the ground. Following his lead, the team vanishes into the safety of the artifact, leaving the Silver Light Sage Killer standing there like a total sacrificial lamb. The Bone Sage, convinced the assassin is Xiao Yun's secret partner, goes into a frenzy and attacks. You think you can take on 3 sages from the Yin-Go sect by yourself? Die. The assassin panics, waving his hands frantically. Wait. Stop. You've got it all wrong. This is a misunderstanding. We're all being played by that kid. Just then, the rest of the group arrives, only to witness the absolute chaos unfolding. Surrounded and getting hammered by the 3 sages, the killer desperately tries to save his skin. I'm here to kill the kid too. I am not your enemy. The Bone Sage hesitates for a split second, lowering his guard. Is that the truth? Our guy stares at the scene, totally stunned. He mutters to himself, wait, what's that up ahead? Is that a patrol envoy? A nasty smirk creeps onto the villain's face. Well, what do you know? A little rat from the Baili gang. Time to give them a little demonstration. Without warning, the Silver Light Saint Slayer strikes. He lunges at the newcomers, desperate to wipe them out and frame someone else to save his own skin. Caught completely off guard, they're slammed into the dirt. Watching them fall, he just lets out a cold, satisfied chuckle. His eyes burn with pure malice as he sneers. Go ahead, tell those other high and mighty saints. You finally believe me now, don't you? Now, let's join forces and crush the Baili family once and for all. Inside the 4 Elephants Cauldron, Xiao Yun is literally shaking with rage. First my comrades, and now this? Silver Light. You're a dead man walking. Even the Bone Saint can't hide his shock, speaking up in disbelief at the sheer audacity. He never imagined a human would actually have the guts to hunt down a patrol envoy. Meanwhile, Silver Light is still playing the diplomat, trying to win everyone over to his side. If we team up with the Yin-Go sect, Baili won't stand a chance. And just like that, the deal is sealed. They're all in to take Xiao Yun down together. Shang Wu's heart sinks, pure panic setting in. There's 4 of them teaming up. We can't possibly fight them all at once. Inside the cauldron, Ru Shui speaks up with a risky plan. How about I go out as bait? I can draw them away and split their forces. Looking at the situation, Xiao Yun knows she's right. They need to divide and conquer. But it's not going to be you, he says firmly. Xiang Yun isn't backing down though. Then let me go, please. Xiao Yun shuts her down instantly. No, we're doing this together. Suddenly, he reaches deep into his robes, looking for something important. Everyone's eyes go wide the moment they see it. They recognize it immediately. It's the blood of true immortals. A flaming phoenix erupts into the air, circling the golden gourd with eyes like molten lava. From a distance, Silver Light doesn't miss a single beat, his eyes glued to Xiao Yun's every move. The second he sees those massive wings spread to help Xiao Yun's group escape, he loses it. You think you can run? Not a chance. He charges after them in a blind rage. He has no idea he's walking straight into a trap. In fact, he's actually feeling pretty good about himself. Perfect, Xiao Yun mutters. The Silver Light Saint Slayer is taking the bait and coming for us first. Xiang Wu can't believe her eyes. He actually used the blood of true immortals he won at the Golden Core competition just to power the 4 Elephants Cauldron? Xiao Yun grinds his teeth, focused on the controls. I had no choice. This is the only way to push the cauldron to its absolute speed limit. At this pace, only someone with Silver Light's space-tearing abilities can even hope to keep up with us. The plan was simple: isolate him. If it's just Silver Light, they actually have a fighting chance. But speak of the devil, the guy's already caught up. Things are getting intense. And they're running out of time fast. Xiao Yun snaps out a quick command. Xiao Wu. Ru Shui, stay inside the 4 Elephants Cauldron. I've got a plan to handle this guy solo. Once the others are safely away, he turns to face his stalker. Suddenly, a wickedly sharp blade tears through a ripple in space. Silver Light is going for the kill shot. The sword streaks through the air, heading straight for Xiao Yun's heart. It's inches away. From Silver Light's perspective, it looks like a direct hit. He starts gloating, his ego through the roof. This is the end for you, he screams. But Xiao Yun just narrows his eyes and prepares to flip the script. Actually, Silver Light, I'm the one who should be laughing. Xiao Yun looks at him like he's a total clown. I infused the Haoshan mirror with primordial chi ages ago. I've been boosting its power this whole time, just waiting for you to serve up that fancy weapon of yours. Before Silver Light can even blink, the Haoshan mirror literally swallows his weapon whole. Xiao Yun gives him a cold, mocking smile. Thanks for the gift, I'll take that. Silver Light is fuming, his face twisted in disbelief. My Rengao weapon. How? How is this possible? But Xiao Yun isn't done. He pulls out the massive Haoshan hammer, looking ready for business. And now, Xiao Yun says with a deadly calm, it's your turn. He summons his massive avatar, ready to end this fight once and for all. Silver Light lets out a scream that shakes the heavens, sounding like a wounded beast. Give me back my weapon, you thief. The Haoshan hammer swells to a gargantuan size. When the two forces finally collide, it's like a bomb went off. The entire world starts to shake. It looks like the great Buddha holding the Haoshan hammer has the clear advantage here. Silver Light is reeling, his energy badly damaged from the impact. Damn it all, he bellows, clutching his chest. Xiao Yun locks eyes with him, his voice cold as ice. Face it, Silver Light. Without your artifact, you don't stand a ghost of a chance against the great Buddha and my hammer. But then, Xiao Yun's expression shifts. A dark cloud crosses his face as he realizes something's very wrong. No way. The Yin Ghost sect got here that fast? In an instant, the whole gang is there, surrounding them and ready to back up the Silver Light Saint Slayer. The Bone Saint can't help but be impressed. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. He's actually got a saint-slaying puppet and the Haoshan hammer. Even though he's cornered, Silver Light keeps poking the bear. What's the matter? Are you three actually scared to move? The Bone Saint just gives him a flat look. Relax. Just wait for it. And then, all three of them unleash a wave of pure, concentrated evil energy that chokes the very air around them. The ancient Bone Saint finally lets out a chilling smirk. The time has come. Everything is ready. Xiao Yun's eyes narrow instantly. He can feel the shift. It looks like the heavy hitter of the Yin Ghost sect has finally taken his position. Now, our boy is standing all alone against 4 elite powerhouses at the exact same time. And these guys? They aren't just strong, they're terrifying. They don't hesitate for a second, launching a massive, coordinated strike to end this in one go. Cornered. Trapped. Xiao Yun is feeling the pressure, his mind racing to find a way out of this nightmare. Their combined saintly pressure is literally warping space around them. Flash stepping? Teleportation? Forget about it, the path is blocked. He's out of normal options, so he decides to play a wild card. He didn't want to bother them, but he's got no choice. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Yun summons the clones of his allies, Jiang Shanyu and Qing Cheng. The second Qing Cheng sees those familiar, ugly faces. She lets out a cold, sharp laugh. The Bone, Blood, and Ghost Saints. The unholy trinity of the Yin Ghost sect. You're all here, how cute. Jiang Shanyu just gives a casual nod. Long time no see, old men. The Bone Saint looks like he's seen a ghost. He never in a million years expected these two to show up here. He stammers in pure shock. You actually gave this brat your hair? Just so he could summon your clones whenever he wants? Qing Cheng doesn't even blink. Her eyes are filled with pure admiration as she smiles. Of course, he's the man I love. Why wouldn't I? That one line hits Silver Light Killing Saint like a physical blow. His eyes nearly pop out of his head. The man you love? Jiang Shanyu isn't in the mood for talk. She glares at him with pure coldness. Silver Light, you're stuck here. You aren't escaping the Nine Heavens continent ever again. If you even think about laying a finger on him while I'm still breathing, I promise you I will hunt you down and end you myself. Silver Light is shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. He wants to snap back, but the pressure she's putting off is too much. All he can do is bark out a frustrated, "You." Realizing he's losing the mental game, Silverlight tries to manipulate the Yin Ghost sect. They're just clones. Stop standing there and kill them already. The Bone Saint sneers, his arrogance flaring up. He looks down on them like they're nothing. Ching Chung, Jiang Shanyu, even if your real bodies were here, you still wouldn't be able to stop us. You're outmatched. Before the words even finish leaving his mouth, he lunges. He tries to catch them off guard, his arm stretching out like a serpent to bypass the girls. Ching Chung sees the move a split second too late. Crap, his target isn't us, it's Xiao Yun. She screams out, Xiao Yun, look out! But Xiao Yun? He doesn't move an inch. He just stands there like a mountain, watching that skeletal hand rush toward his face. A tiny smirk plays on his lips. He looks at them with absolute disdain, like they're just insects. Relax, he says, his voice dripping with confidence. I wouldn't be this arrogant if I didn't have a plan. Just as the Bone Saint reaches the statue, Xiao Yun slams the Haoshan hammer down with everything he's got. Crunch. When the Bone Saint pulls his hand back, it's a total disaster. His fingers are gone. His entire hand starts crumbling into dust right before his eyes. He clutches his wrist, letting out a scream of pure, agonizing pain. His teammates panic, shouting his name, Bone Saint. But he's a tough old bastard. He grinds his teeth and yells, Don't stop. My hand will grow back. Focus on the statue. Go. They don't waste another second, charging straight for the massive Buddha statue. They move in perfect sync, throwing out massive, pitch-black chains infused with the darkest magic imaginable to bind the great Buddha. The Blood Saint isn't just watching, either. He's pouring every ounce of his demonic energy into the sealing array. Within seconds, the divine statue is completely wrapped in chains and drowning in a sea of toxic, dark energy. Even with all that power heading his way, Xiao Yun doesn't look worried at all. He actually scoffs. You really think some rusty chains are going to hold me back? The Bone Saint is losing his mind with rage. He doubles down on the attack, laughing like a maniac. Oh yeah, kid? How about this? As he speaks, the Blood Saint unleashes a tide of foul, supernatural red liquid. He's trying to stain the Buddha statue to rot it from the inside out. Jiang Shanyu and Qing Cheng aren't about to let that happen though. They dive straight into the fray. They work together, manifesting a massive protective barrier that shimmers around the statue, blocking the corruption. Suddenly, a swarm of bone warriors appears out of nowhere, lunging at the statue like starving wolves. But it's no use, they just bounce off the divine energy. Xiao Yun watches the chaos with a bored expression. Is this really the best you've got? Honestly, how disappointing. Right then, something changes. A blinding, golden light erupts from the forehead of the great Buddha, illuminating the entire battlefield. The light is so pure, so intense, that those unbreakable dark chains just shatter. They turn into a million useless pieces in an instant. But it's not over. Suddenly, thousands of massive, golden arms sprout from the statue's back. The sheer power of the manifestation is so overwhelming that the saints are forced to retreat in a panic. The Bone Saint can't take the humiliation. He roars, Forget it, I'll deal with him myself. He charges forward with terrifying speed, looking like he's ready to tear Xiao Yun apart with his bare teeth. The Buddha statue rises into the air, its Haoshan hammer glowing with a deadly light. Bone Saint is cocky, though. He reaches out to catch the hammer with his bare hand, a twisted grin on his face. I've accelerated my healing. I'm not afraid of your little hammer anymore. But wait, he's realized it way too late. This version of the Haoshan hammer, it's not the one from before. Xiao Yun looks him dead in the eye, his voice cold as ice. Let me tell you something before you die. I sealed the Bone Demon Ice Flame inside the Hair in Heaven hammer just to crush you. This is the price of your arrogance. Bone Saint yells, but his voice quickly turns into a scream of pure terror. That's the Bone Demon Ice Flame. Panic sets in as the flames start devouring his arm, and honestly, he looks absolutely terrified. The fire doesn't stop. It roars with a life of its own, completely engulfing Bone Saint in a blinding inferno. Then, a sudden shift. The inferno instantly flash freezes into a massive block of ice, encased by the very same Bone Demon Ice Flame, before slamming into the ground with a heavy thud. Seeing their comrade's life snuffed out, the others lose it. Bone Saint, Ghost Saint's grief turns into pure, unadulterated rage, and he immediately unleashes his deadliest move, the 10,000 Ghost Soul Eater. But Xiao Yun? He isn't just standing around waiting for his turn. He whips out his trusty gourd and fires off the 10,000-mile underworld fire sand. Gotcha, right where I want you. Silverlight Killing Saint realizes the ship is sinking. He thinks to himself, this is bad. Bone Saint and Ghost Saint are both being suppressed by that kid. Blood Saint is pinned down by Qing Cheng and Jiang Shanyu, and there's another massive power heading this way. Time to bail. He turns to run, calculating his odds. I've got to get out of here. That power. It's Qing Cheng's true main body. Blood Saint is stunned, his jaw hitting the floor. You actually summoned your main body just for this brat? Before Jiang Shanyu leaves, he drops a final warning. If your main body is here, then I'm out. Protect him until my imprisonment ends, he commands. Ching Cheng just gives a cold, indifferent response. I don't need you to tell me that. A cold smirk plays on Ching Cheng's lips. Blood Saint, you're nowhere near my level now. In the next heartbeat, she strikes with such speed that he can't even put up a defense. With his cultivation badly damaged and blood spilling, Blood Saint's heart starts racing with pure dread. If this keeps up, we're all going to die here. He desperately tries to reach his partner. Bone Saint, can you hear me? My divine sense is fading fast. If this continues, I'm going to be completely wiped out. Bone Saint's voice comes through, sounding weak and defeated. Me too. This sand is draining my resentment energy every second. I can't hold on much longer. In that case, we have no choice. It's time for a final, desperate gamble to survive. Suddenly, a stone erupts with a blinding, eerie light, radiating a strange and ancient power. Inside, Bone Saint is struggling with everything he's got to break free. His eyes snap open, glowing with a dangerous, predatory light. Ching Cheng gasps in shock. Wait, how did their power suddenly skyrocket like that? Xiao Yun senses the shift too. A frown deepens on his face as a bad feeling takes hold. Damn it, they're using a divine possession. And just like that, Bone Saint is back from the dead, completely shattering his icy prison like it was nothing. Xiao Yun's mind is racing. Who exactly did they invite? How can this guy shrug off the Bone Demon ice flame like it's just a warm breeze? Then, a chilling laugh echoes through the air. Hey kid, remember me? That's when it hits him they've summoned the Thousand Bone God King. Now, Bone Saint, Blood Saint, and Ghost Saint have all joined forces, ready to tear Xiao Yun apart once and for all. He knows the score. There is no way he and Ching Cheng can take down the third clone of the Thousand Bone God King on their own. Backed into a corner, Xiao Yun's expression turns grim, his mind heavy with the weight of the situation. But wait, it gets worse. Not good. Creatures from the underworld are trying to breach the spirit realm. Xiao Yun knows the stakes. If the spirit realm falls, we're talking about an all-out, world-ending war. Without wasting a second, he grabs her hand and rips open a rift in space. Ching Cheng, move. The spirit realm is in trouble. If we stay here, everything is going to fall apart. We need to get there right now. But of course, life is never that simple. Something blocks their path. The enemy goes for a cheap sneak attack. But thanks to Xiao Yun's insane reflexes, he narrowly avoids a lethal blow. Xiao Yun's eyes narrow, his gaze turning deadly. His patience has officially hit zero. Thirsting for revenge, Bone Saint roars like a demon. You think you can run? I'm going to rip your soul out and make sure you never find peace for eternity. Suddenly, Silver Light-killing Saint pops back in with an offer. Hey kid, I can help you out here. He's looking to negotiate. Just give me the reward, hand it over, or I'll join them and crush you myself. Ching Cheng is starting to panic. Master, what do we do? Xiao Yun is cornered, but he's got one move left. Fine, if that's how it's going to be, then let's do it. In an instant, he summons the Origin Soul Sword. She realizes what he's planning and her heart sinks. The Origin Soul Sword is linked directly to his soul, one wrong move, and he could end up a vegetable, or worse. Xiao Yun's voice is dead serious. I know the risks. That's why I don't use this unless I absolutely have to. He pauses for a split second, then strikes. His hand blurs as he unleashes an attack that catches the entire group completely off guard. See, the thing about the Origin Soul Sword? It's a guaranteed hit. Every single time. The God King's clone can't even move. He just stands there, taking the hit full force as it tears straight through him. The villains can only watch in absolute fury as their master's clone is pierced through. Meanwhile, deep within the soul domain, a skeletal hand suddenly clawed its way out of the darkness. It was a manifestation of pure, unadulterated hatred, a twisted reflection of the master's own soul. Seeing this, Ching Cheng was practically glowing with relief. Master, you did it. You actually succeeded. But Xiao Yun didn't look happy. He just let out a heavy sigh. The Bone King's soul has been pushed back for now. He won't be daring enough to step back into this spirit realm anytime soon. But before he could even catch his breath, Xiao Yun realized something was horribly wrong. The sky above them suddenly fractured with violent, roaring thunder. He barely had time to shout a warning. It's the saint-slaying Silver Light. Look out. He shoved Ching Cheng out of the way just as the strike landed. She watched in horror as her master took the full force of the blast. When the dust settled, there was nothing but a massive, jagged crater where Xiao Yun had just been standing. Panic set in instantly. Her heart was racing as she stared into the empty pit. Master, no, this can't be happening. But then, a faint, strained voice called out from the rubble. Ching Cheng. Hearing him, she burst into tears like a child who had just been found. Xiao Yun climbed out, his body covered in deep, bloody gashes. He could barely speak. I'm still here. Seeing the state he was in, her heart shattered. Master, you're hurt. You're really badly hurt. Xiao Yun tried to stay calm, though the pain was clearly agonizing. I deployed every sacred artifact I had for protection. But that silver light attack, It found a tiny crack in my black tortoise armor and injected a strange power into me. Fear and confusion swirled in her eyes as she looked at his wounds. Was it poison? Is that what it is? Just then, the saint-slaying silver light appeared, wearing a smug, disgusting grin. Poison? No. It's much better. It's the immortal devouring parasite. He stood there, oozing arrogance, acting like he already had Xiaoyun's life in the palm of his hand. That parasite is a metal-based life form. Very soon, it's going to seize control of your soul. You'll be nothing but a puppet, forced to obey my every command. Qing Cheng's grief instantly turned into white-hot rage. How dare you? I'll kill you for this. Without a second thought, she lunged at him, her sword screaming through the air, desperate to end the bastard right then and there. But Silver Light just chuckled a dark, sinister sound. It was like he had predicted her every move. Suddenly, the ghost saint shouted from the sidelines, "This is our chance. Let's get out of here while she's distracted." And just like that, the three of them vanished into the shadows, leaving a trail of rising flames behind them. Xiaoyun, meanwhile, was desperately trying to suppress the parasite inside him, but nothing was working. He gritted his teeth, realized even his Flame Emperor's fire couldn't burn the damn thing out. Running out of options, he began to cycle through his Five Emperors technique, pushing his energy to the absolute limit. He managed to force out a small portion of the parasite, but for the rest, he had to gamble on the primal chaos art. Suddenly, a strange, ethereal light began to pulse around him. Within that shimmering aura, the phantom image of a young boy appeared. On the boy's arm, a mysterious mark glowed. It looked exactly like a bolt of heavenly lightning striking the earth. The Howren mirror manifested then, sounding completely baffled. Wait. How? I can feel the parasite. It's moved directly into your original spirit? Hearing the mirror's voice, Xiaoyun grabbed it immediately. The Howren mirror was in total shock. I don't believe it. You actually managed to refine a metal-based life form? How is that even possible? Xiaoyun looked down, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Howren mirror. Are you saying I actually succeeded? The mirror confirmed it with a tone of awe. Exactly. That thing wasn't just a bug, it's ancestor gold. It mimics whatever it consumes. And now, it belongs to you. The tides had turned. Xiaoyun felt his confidence surging back, stronger than ever. Good. Now I can finally go settle the score with that Silver Light coward. High above, the sky suddenly exploded with a series of blinding, radiant flashes. Qing Cheng was still locked in a desperate high-speed clash with Silver Light, neither side giving an inch. Suddenly, Xiaoyun's voice thundered across the battlefield, making her heart leap. Qing Cheng, move! Get out of there now! A razor-sharp arrow whistled past the villain's neck, barely grazing him. Silver Light just laughed, mocking the effort. Is that all you've got? You're at the end of your rope if you're resorting to basic arrows, but his smugness didn't even last 5 seconds. His face suddenly went pale, his eyes wide with pure terror. No, this is impossible. The parasite is on the arrow. How is it attacking ME? Xiaoyun's gaze was cold as ice. Saint-slaying Silver Light, your time is up. The villain clutched the wound on his neck, his voice trembling with spite. Fine, even if you've infected me with my own parasite, I won't let you win. I'll take you all down with me. He didn't wait. A light as bright as a dying sun exploded from his body, turning the sky into a blinding white void of pure energy. Crimson blood splattered everywhere, painting the sky a gruesome red. Xiaoyun saw right through the trick, his voice growling with authority. You think you can escape by scattering your blood? Not a chance. He barked an order. 10,000-mile bright flame carriage. Do not let a single drop of that blood escape. On command, the artifact transformed into hundreds of tiny glowing spheres, chasing down every single droplet of the villain's essence. Once the blood was captured, it was sucked back into a spirit gourd. Xiaoyun reached out, catching the gourd with a look of grim satisfaction. Qing Cheng finally realized what he had done. He can't regenerate his body if he doesn't have his blood back. He's actually dead this time, right? But Xiaoyun's eyes remained sharp, focused on the gourd. No, he's not dead yet. He pulled out the very item Silver Light had been so desperate to get back. He knew the truth. If the villain were truly dead, the Rengao vessel would have become masterless by now. She still has her doubts, but the confession is currently pinned down by the sheer power of the Howren mirror. Suddenly, he pulls out a mysterious talisman, his voice dropping to a serious whisper. He probably has clones out there now. Let's see exactly where he's hiding them. He moves like a gale, tracking the bastard's every trace. Qing Cheng can't hide her shock. To think his clone was actually hidden deep within the immortal realm this whole time. Xiaoyun's gaze hardens with cold resolve. One day, without fail, he'll hunt down and slaughter every last one of those clones. Now that they have the confession, the top priority is dealing with the Yin Soul sect. Knowing what's at stake, she immediately steps up. I'm going with you. Ever since the Heavenly Bone God King's clone made its move, the powerful elders from every sect have descended upon the ancient battlefield to protect their disciples. Xiaoyun breathes a sigh of relief. In that case, I can finally let them out safely. He lets out a loud shout. Xiangwu, Mo Ru Shui. Come on out. The moment Xiangwu steps out, she throws herself into his arms, sobbing her heart out. Trapped inside the four-imagery furnace, they could hear everything happening outside but couldn't do a thing. They were terrified for him. Xiaoyun gently pats her head to calm her down. Don't worry, I'm okay now. It's over. He shifts his gaze toward the girl standing behind them. Ru Shui. What are your plans now? Mo Ru Shui doesn't beat around the bush. Thank you for the protection, Inspector. From here, I need to head out and find the elders of my own sect. Xiaoyun nods in understanding. Understood. Just make sure you stay sharp on the road. With a quick goodbye to the group, Ru Shui vanishes into the distance. It's time. Xiaoyun draws his blade, the steel reflecting a lethal glint. Orders are given immediately. Qing Cheng, you're in charge of hunting down the Blood Saint. Let the demon-slaying sword feast on his power. Xiangwu, I'm giving you the Myriad Mile Flame. It's your best bet for taking down the Ghost Saint. Xiangwu doesn't hesitate for a second. On it. Orders received, let's move. And just like that, the team splits up to begin the hunt. In no time at all, they arrive at the next coordinate. Xiaoyun is deep in thought. Who would have guessed the Bone Saint would flee the battlefield and head straight for human territory? But then a thought hits him. If he focuses his senses to the absolute limit, he can pinpoint the coward's exact location. The Bone Saint's heart nearly stops when he sees Xiaoyun. Pure, unadulterated terror. You brat. You actually followed me all the way here? His eyes narrow with a dangerous, desperate light as he cooks up a twisted plan. He snarls, warning Xiaoyun to back off while he still can. If not, he won't be playing nice anymore. Xiaoyun is disgusted by the man's cowardice. You call yourself a saint? Hiding behind innocent commoners. You're pathetic, but the Bone Saint just laughs, his voice dripping with madness. One person isn't enough? Fine. His killing intent explodes, turning the air cold. The monster actually sets his sights on every single innocent soul nearby. This guy is totally unhinged. Suddenly, the civilian's eyes glaze over, glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. Xiaoyun's heart sinks. He's attacking their very souls. To stop a total massacre, Xiaoyun closes his eyes, forcing himself to stay calm. It's time for the ultimate counter. Xiaoyun instantly summons the Universal Holy Book. A blinding golden radiance erupts, washing over everyone in the area. The people stare at their own hands in total confusion, wondering what this warm light is. He finally exhales a sigh of relief. Thank God the Holy Book has the power to purify souls. The Bone Saint is completely blindsided, standing there like an idiot. But then, he doubles down on the madness, spreading even more malice. He screams in a blind rage, You purified these people? Fine. But can you purify everyone? With one thought, I can turn this entire city into a graveyard. If you want them to live, you'd better surrender and let me bind you. Xiaoyun doesn't flinch. You're right, I can't purify an entire city at once. But then, his eyes flash with a lethal, terrifying light. But what I can do is kill you. Before the saint can even blink, Xiaoyun strikes. The bone devil ice surges out, swallowing the villain whole before he can even scream. Watching the bastard get frozen solid, Xiaoyun finally lets out a satisfied breath. Caught between the immortal devouring worms and the bone devil ice. There's no way out for you this time. He pulls out a small spirit bottle. Slowly, he begins to siphon away every last drop of the man's malice. He smiles coldly. Bone Saint, your journey ends right here. Once the job is done, he rushes back to the edge of the ancient battlefield. Finally, the team is back together. Qing Cheng, Xiangwu beams the moment she sees him. Brother, we took care of the Ghost Saint. We're tracking the Blood Saint now. Xiaoyun gives them the good news. In return, the Bone Saint has been officially deleted. He looks toward the horizon. Stay sharp, we're going to hunt down the Blood Saint together. Suddenly, his instincts scream, danger. He lunges forward to shield the girls. Watch out! A massive, jagged crack rips through the earth right in front of them. Qing Cheng stares at the rift, her face pale with disbelief. Wait, could this be? She gazes at the strange object emerging from the edge of the battlefield. A saint stone? Xiangwu can only look on, her mind racing with questions. Could this holy stone actually be the ancient battlefield artifact that Palace Master Gu Yue mentioned? Xiaoyun reached out with total composure, simply saying, We can't be sure yet. But the second his fingers grazed, the stone, poof, it vanished into thin air. This left the girl completely stunned, her voice trembling as she asked, Wait, did the holy stone just disappear? Xiaoyun went silent for a moment before shaking his head. No, it didn't just vanish. A strange, ethereal energy began radiating from his body as he realized the truth. I can still feel it inside me. Unbelievable. The stone chose me as its master on its own. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed within his mind, leaving Xiaoyun confused and questioning the source. It was the Haoshin mirror. It explained that this wasn't just any rock, it was the Past Stone, a supreme immortal artifact and one of the legendary 3 live stones. Apparently, there's a future stone and a present stone out there too. But this specific one? It holds the terrifying power to manipulate time itself. We're talking about real-deal time magic here, the ability to peer into the past or even rewind time for a brief moment. Xiangwu was absolutely thrilled when she heard this. Time travel? Big brother, you're incredible. Even Xiao Yun couldn't hide his grin. This power was exactly what he needed right now. With such a legendary weapon now in his arsenal, Xiao Yun didn't waste another second. He immediately gave the order. Move out. It's time to hunt down the Blood Saint. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Jade Flute Palace, but they weren't the first ones to show up. That monster, the Blood Saint, actually had the nerve to break into the palace grounds first. This move absolutely infuriated Mu Shui, who stood her ground with pure rage in her eyes. Blood Saint, how dare you trespass into the sacred lands of my tribe? The old man didn't even flinch, arrogantly claiming he only wanted to borrow the teleportation array to reach the spirit realm. Mu Shui shut him down instantly, calling him a delusional fool who forgot his place. Seeing his plan fail, the Blood Saint's shock turned into a murderous rage as he began to issue a terrifying threat. If you won't let me borrow it, I'll just take my frustration out on your people. Just then, Xiao Yun's team finally locked onto his location. The Blood Saint was right there. Sensing the sheer, overwhelming pressure of his energy, the two girls couldn't help but stare in pure shock. Even Xiangwu was frozen, her eyes wide as she watched the Blood Saint's terrifying power surge. Xiao Yun bit his lip, his voice dripping with pure fury as he spat out, "Damn it!" The Blood Saint was getting even more arrogant, causing total chaos. Mu Shui stood tall, mocking his childish behavior. "Do your worst. I am Mu Shui of the Great Clan, and I will never surrender to a monster like you." Mu Shui let out a battle cry, "Prepare to die," while the Blood Saint actually started to panic, realizing he'd been hunted down. "I didn't think you'd catch up so soon." Xiao Yun's anger had finally hit its boiling point. He growled, his voice low and dangerous. "Blood Saint, you dared to slaughter my kin. Today I'm taking your life." But the Blood Saint just laughed like a maniac. "Take my life? You're talking big for a brat." He lunged forward with insane speed, his face twisted in a mask of rage. "You'll be the one dying by my hand right now." Suddenly, Xiao Yun grabbed the arms of Qing Cheng and Zhang Wu, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Perfect timing. He instantly activated the time rewind. Just as the Blood Saint's attack was about to land, all three of them vanished like ghosts. The old man froze, staring at the empty air in total confusion. They disappeared? Meanwhile, Xiao Yun was back in the past, feeling the rush of success. It worked! He had jumped back several seconds, returning to the exact moment the Blood Saint shouted, "You're talking big for a brat." Xiao Yun waited patiently for the loop to play out again, right until the moment the villain screamed, "You'll be the one dying." That was the opening. Just as the Blood Saint realized his targets had vanished again, Xiao Yun suddenly materialized right in front of his face. The Blood Saint was being played like a toy, spinning around in utter confusion. "Back again?" Xiao Yun just looked at him with a cold, mocking laugh. "Blood Saint, don't be so surprised. This is just the beginning." The villain's brain was basically melting from confusion. Even as a sword sliced through him, he could only gasp. "How? What is happening? I didn't even see you move." Xiao Yun finally leaned in to explain the trick. "We rewound time by a few seconds. I struck while you were completely wide open." The Blood Saint's face went pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead as the terrifying truth hit him. As his body began to disintegrate, Xiao Yun gave him one last cold smirk. "You never expected to be killed by the me from the past, did you?" The Blood Saint tried to pull one last desperate trick to escape, but Xiao Yun was miles ahead of him. Trying to run? Not a chance. He immediately summoned the demon-slaying sword to finish the job. On Xiao Yun's command, the blade shot forward like a heat-seeking missile. Within seconds, the sword dived into the mist of red blood, feasting on the energy. The Blood Saint's essence was the perfect fuel for Huanzi to boost her power. Xiao Yun raised his hand, and the sword flew back to him, satisfied. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the blade the Blood Saint was still trying to struggle inside. Xiao Yun just quietly poured more power into the seal. Even trapped, the Blood Saint roared with insane fury. "I'll curse you all, you'll never know peace. The Skybone God King will bring about your judgment day soon." But Xiao Yun just shrugged it off and gave his final order. "Huanzi, devour him. I'll help you seal him within your body forever." Huanzi didn't hesitate for a second. "Yes, Master." Our boy Xiao Yun doesn't just stop the attack, he straight up swallows the blood demon's malice whole. The demon is absolutely livid, screaming, "How dare you!" Finally, the blood demon is wiped out. Xiao Yun lets out a massive sigh of relief. The seal is finally set, and that nightmare is over. Looking satisfied, Xiao Yun mocks his fallen foe. "Blood Saint, this is what happens when you mess with my people." Just then, Xiang Wu from the Jade Flute Palace steps forward, bowing deeply to greet the sect master. Mu Shui is standing there, completely floored by what she just witnessed. She honestly can't hide her shock at his sheer growth. I didn't think you could actually take down a blood saint, she admits. You've definitely improved. Seeing the opening, Xiao Yun decides it's time to talk business. Sect Master Tian, invaders like the Blood Saint are swarming the spirit realm as we speak, he warns. We have to head there now, but she shuts him down immediately. Forget it. It's too much trouble. I'll just abandon the spirit realm and be done with it. Xiao Yun can't believe his ears. He watches her, realizing she didn't even flinch when the Blood Saint was slaughtering her own people and now she's just going to walk away? She's changed, completely. He narrows his eyes and throws a curveball. Sect Master Tian. Are you actually just scared of the Outlands? She lets out a cold, sharp laugh. Scared? No. I'm just making sure the Jade Flute Palace isn't the one stuck on the front lines. But Xiao Yun isn't backing down. If the invaders strike, every powerhouse in the Nine Heavens continent can mobilize to back you up. Mu Shui thinks he's delusional. She scoffs. The other 8 continents are thousands of miles away. How is that even possible? Without a single second of hesitation, he looks her in the eye. It's possible, because I'm going to make it happen. As the sun breaks over the horizon, Xiao Yun lays out his terms. All I need is enough golden jade stones, and I can set up a 1,000-mile teleportation array right here. The second she agrees, he goes to work. He triggers the formation, and suddenly, the entire world starts to shake and tilt. Mu Shui is paralyzed, her eyes glued to the scene. She's never seen anything like this before. A blinding flash of light erupts as Xiao Yun roars, "Go!" In an instant, everything is swallowed by the sheer radiance of the array. Standing dead center in the glowing energy, Xiao Yun lets out a smirk. The array is complete. She actually covers her mouth in disbelief, her voice trembling. You can really build a teleportation gate? He doesn't waste time and hands her a jade slip. This has the blueprints and the activation codes. Once I set these up on the other continents, you'll have an army at your beck and call to crush those invaders. Mu Shui is finally convinced and ready to move. Fine. If that's the case, I won't give up the spirit realm. I'll send word to the other 8 continents to help you set these up. Xiao Yun finally feels a bit of weight lift off his shoulders. Good. I just got word that the ancient battlefield is cleared. So you focus on the arrays. Xiangwu jumps in, all excited. Brother, I'm coming with you. Xiao Yun just smiles and nods. Let's go. But then, Xiao Yun remembers something crucial. While I'm at it, I need to keep searching for the girls across the continents. While the forest leaves are still rustling in the wind, things are already moving at lightning speed. At the Golden Cicada Palace, a crowd has gathered, but the action has shifted. A formation flares up in Langxiao, then Xiao Yun flickers through Huoxiao before finally appearing in Whitestone City within the Baishao continent. His daughter, Nian Yun, looks at him with genuine concern. Father, you've set up so many arrays already. Shouldn't you take a break? She asks. Xiao Yun looks at her and softens. You're right. No more arrays for today. But his eyes go sharp again. However, before we rest, there's one person we have to find. They head toward a massive estate in Whitestone City, as Xiao Yun explains the situation. I'm using a spirit charm to track the girls, and one of them is reacting right here. Suddenly, a screeching, nasty voice cuts through the air. It's Ni Chang. She's trapped here, and the Vice City Lord's wife is absolutely losing it on her. My husband just finished his secluded cultivation yesterday. I should have dealt with you then. Or are you doing this on purpose just to get his attention? Xiao Yun's group finally reaches the Qingxi 2 area of the continent, but all they hear from inside is the sound of brutal blows and screaming. The woman's voice is pure venom. My husband was kind enough to take you as a concubine. Good food, beautiful clothes, and you dare say no? She isn't done yet. Once you've begged Ni Chang for forgiveness and she's satisfied, maybe then I'll let you off the hook. Standing before this bitter woman, Ni Chang looks small, fragile, and completely exhausted. Still, she stands her ground, her voice trembling, but firm. Madam, I'd suggest you show some respect. My master will be here very soon. That was the wrong thing to say. The woman flies into a total rage and lunges at her, completely blind to the spatial vortex ripping open right behind her. Xiao Yun and the crew step out just in time. Ni Chang sees him and her face lights up, even though she's covered in bruises. Master! But the crazy lady doesn't stop. She lunges forward and grabs Ni Chang's shoulder with a death grip. Ni Chang, already battered from the beating, can't help but let out a sharp cry of pain. Xiao Yun's blood boils. Pure rage explodes in his eyes as he points right at the woman. What do you think you're doing to Ni Chang? The woman doesn't even flinch. She turns on him, smug and arrogant. Oh, so you're the master? Well, let me tell you something. Ni Chang begged to be my husband's concubine. We'll pay you for her. The wife's voice was pure poison. Ni Chang frantically tried to explain. Master, don't believe a word she says. Since arriving in this world, Ni Chang had accidentally killed a local tyrant to save some villagers, which led to her being captured and dragged here by the Vice City Lord. Even with the woman's hand tightening around her throat, she struggled to get the truth out. At first, The Vice City Lord said I'd go to jail, but then he locked me up and tried to force me to be his concubine. Xiao Yun didn't need to hear another word. He hadn't doubted her for a single second. Enough, he said, his voice firm and steady. Don't say another word. I'm getting you out of here right now. But the wife just laughed, her grip tightening on Ni Cheng's neck. You're dreaming. My husband is backed by the Bixiao Palace. Your little maid should be honored. He even looked at her. Hearing that, Nian Yun couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was genuinely pathetic. She looked at the woman like she was completely insane. A mere Vice City Lord, and you dare to kidnap the maid of the Heavenly Court's Chief Inspector? Nian Yun couldn't wait a second longer. She charged forward, eyes blazing. Father, let me handle this trash for you. And just like that, one punch sent the woman flying, spitting blood across the floor. The Vice City Lord rushed in, seeing his wife sprawled on the ground, and screamed in horror. My wife. Xiao Yun immediately helped Ni Cheng up, his face darkening with rage. The Vice City Lord pointed a trembling finger at them. You dare lay a hand on my wife? Oh, please, Xiang Yu smirked, giving him a little helpful reminder. Big brother, I'm a Heavenly Court inspector, and with Nian Yun here too. Are you absolutely sure you want to pick this fight? Seeing his wife beaten was one thing, but hearing that title? The Vice City Lord's face went pale. His heart practically stopped. The Chief Inspector? Without another word, he dropped to his knees and started slamming his head against the ground. Nian Yun sneered at the pathetic sight. Wow, talk about a strong survival instinct. Xiao Yun stepped forward, towering over the man who was just acting like a god moments ago. Now, he was just a coward. I was blind to your greatness, my lord. Please have mercy. Xiao Yun didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Mercy? Sure. If you hand over every single piece of jade you own. Terrified for his life, the man didn't even hesitate. Anything. Take it all. No problem. Trembling before Xiao Yun's overwhelming presence, the Vice City Lord tried to save face. Miss Ni Cheng. I gave you the best food, the best clothes. I didn't do anything wrong. But Ni Cheng had reached her limit. She pointed right at his face, voice trembling with rage. You told everyone I was your concubine. You ruined my reputation and let your wife torment me. She let out a scream of pure frustration. And you say you did nothing wrong? The Vice City Lord didn't dare say another word. Before he could even utter a sound, she delivered a brutal kick right where it hurts most. The man collapsed, sobbing in agony. He didn't even dare to scream, just listened as she hissed. Consider this a reminder. Never target innocent people again. Suddenly, a group of guards rushed into the room, freezing when they saw their Vice City Lord writhing on the floor. The sight of their master in such a pathetic state left them completely stunned. My lord, what happened? Not realizing who they were dealing with, the idiots charged straight at the strongest person in the room. How dare you touch the Vice City Lord? Fighting through the pain, the Vice City Lord desperately raised a hand to stop them before they all got slaughtered. Wait! Stop! He looked up, forcing a pathetic smile. Miss Ni Cheng. Please, if it makes you feel better. Just keep hitting me. She just looked at him with pure disgust. You're not even worth the effort. Feeling slightly better, she turned to Xiao Yun. Master, that's enough. Let's not waste any more time on this trash. The Vice City Lord was practically praying they'd leave. Afraid they might stay even a second longer, he shouted frantically. Safe travels, Chief Inspector. Xiao Yun didn't even look back as they walked away. The sky seemed clearer now, the sun shining down on their next path. They eventually reached a small, run-down building. Xiao Yun looked at Ni Cheng, his eyes narrowing. Is this where you first woke up? She nodded, gesturing for him to enter. Yes. Ever since I was transported here from Earth, I woke up right inside this old temple. A thought immediately clicked in Xiao Yun's mind. If she appeared here, then the space-time tablet has to be nearby. And sure enough, he felt it. A surge of familiar, ancient energy. His eyes locked onto a specific spot. There it is. He walked toward the hidden spot and reached out his hand to investigate the area. Suddenly, a nearby statue began to float, revealing a glowing stone tablet hidden beneath it. Xiang Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Brother, is that it? The space-time world stone? Xiao Yun carefully took it into his hands. Exactly. That makes 6 pieces, he explained. Soon I'll finally be able to use these to send things back home to Earth. But first, I need to set up a teleportation array to find the other girls. One of them is at Dangxiao Palace. And with that, their next destination was set. The Dangxiao Palace. As soon as they arrived, they were greeted by Hong Zhe, the head of Dangxiao Palace. The legendary divine architect. You just finished at Bixiao Palace and you're already here? What a brilliant young man. Then, his gaze shifted toward the girl, standing behind him as he made the introduction. As for before the array was set, you mentioned wanting to meet my disciple. Well, here she is. The second Luo Luo saw him. Her heart practically leaped out of her chest. She couldn't help herself. She ran straight toward him, calling out in pure joy. "Young master, I can't believe it's really you. I never thought we'd meet again like this." Xiao Yun's face lit up with a massive smile. "Luo, finally. I've been looking everywhere for you." But as the two shared a warm embrace, Huangze's brow furrowed in deep suspicion. "Wait, Luo, are you seriously the maid of deity Baili?" Tears welled up in her eyes, her voice trembling as she gave her answer. "Yes, sect leader. It's true." Hearing that, Huangze's expression flipped instantly. He clenched his fists, stepped right between them, and blocked Xiao Yun's path. "If that's the case, then forgive me. I cannot let you take her away." Xiao Yun just stood there, completely stunned. He had no idea what was even happening. Huangze doubled down, explaining his sudden hostility. "Luo possesses the ancient Nong Emperor bloodline. She is vital to our Immortal Palace. I won't let you lead her out of here." Xiao Yun went silent for a moment, letting the tension hang in the air. Then, his eyes turned sharp and determined. "Who said anything about taking her away?" He paused for a beat before dropping a bombshell. "I'm here because I want to pass down the full Nong Emperor's longevity art to her." This revelation left Huangze absolutely speechless. "Wait, you were the one who taught her the longevity art?" Huangze stammered. Luo nodded frantically by Xiao Yun's side. "That's right. It's all thanks to my master that I learned this technique to protect myself." Xiao Yun didn't stop there. He looked Huangze dead in the eye and made it clear. Whether Luo stays or goes, that's her choice, and hers alone. The young girl was so moved, her face turned bright red as she gave a shy nod. I understand." She stepped closer to Xiao Yun, who reached out and gently patted her head with a soft smile. Luo, you belong here for now. So, I'm going to teach you the complete Nong Emperor's longevity art right here, right now." Without wasting a second, he began transferring the power. A brilliant crimson light erupted around them, and Luo could only whisper "Young master," her heart overflowing with gratitude. Xiao Yun just chuckled softly. "There. It's done." Overcome with emotion, Luo threw her arms around him one last time. The tears finally broke through, streaming down her face as she choked out her thanks. "Thank you, young master. I swear, I will never, ever forget what you've done for me." Xiao Yun looked at the palace members, his voice turning dead serious. Luo, if anyone in this Immortal Palace ever mistreats you, just know I'll be back to settle the score." Seeing such incredible generosity, Huangze bowed low in deep respect. "I thank deity Baili for his kindness. From this day forward, the Immortal Palace guarantees that Luo will never suffer a single grievance." Not wanting to see her cry anymore, Xiao Yun forced himself to turn away. He gave a casual wave as he walked off. "All right, I'm off. I've got to regroup with Nian Yun and the others. They've already reached the Jingxiao continent." Luo called out after him one last time. "Young master, please, stay safe out there." And just like that, they stepped into the swirling vortex and vanished. Next stop, Jingxiao continent. Somewhere in a mountain fortress, Zhou Ruodong and her two bodyguards had already made their move. Her face was a mask of pure iron determination. "You want to unite these strongholds and play boss? Fine. But you've got to get through me first." Her opponent didn't look impressed. He just let out a cold, mocking laugh. The second she finished speaking, they clashed. And wouldn't you know it, that's exactly when Xiao Yun and his group of beauties arrived on the scene. Watching the chaos, Xiao Yun couldn't help but frown. It was frustrating. Every girl he knew was either joining a sect or getting pushed around. He watched Zhou Ruodong holding her own, trading blows with a pack of men, and felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He seriously couldn't wrap his head around it. Why on earth did Zhou Ruodong run off to the middle of nowhere to become a bandit leader? Suddenly, she raised her spear high into the air. Her opponent paused, completely caught off guard by her sudden movement. He tried to react, swinging his sword in a panic, but it was too late. Her speed was terrifying. It was like watching lightning strike. The guy didn't even realize what happened until her spear had already found its mark. Blood began to leak from his neck. He clutched the wound in agony before collapsing onto his knees, defeated. Zhou Ruodong glanced up toward where Xiao Yun was hiding and smirked. "You've been watching for a while now. Aren't you going to give me a review? Was I good or what?" Xiao Yun couldn't help but laugh at her boldness. He was genuinely impressed by how much faster she'd become. "So, you noticed us already?" Xiao Yun asked. She just shrugged like it was no big deal. "Hey, I've made a lot of progress since coming to this world." The rest of the group couldn't wait any longer and rushed toward her. Ni Chang and Xiang Yu were crying tears of joy as they threw their arms around her. Ruodong. It had been so long. The first thing Zhou Ruodong did was check on everyone. "Is everyone okay? How have you been?" She choked up slightly as she looked at Xiao Yun. "It's thanks to the young master. If it wasn't for him, I'd probably be dead by now." Then, she turned back to him. "Young master, have we found the other sisters yet?" Xiao Yun gave her a half smile. "Not all of them yet, but don't worry, I'm going to find every single one of them. Then, Xiao Yun looked her straight in the eye. Rudong, are you going to come with me, like Ni Chang did? She paused, her head turning slowly as she considered her answer. Ruo Tong stood there, looking back at the brothers who'd been by her side through thick and thin. A wave of regret hit her hard as she whispered, "We're really leaving this place?" The news hit the group like a ton of bricks, and they immediately erupted in protest. "Boss, you can't be serious. You're actually leaving us?" Their reactions only made her feel more guilty. These were simple mountain folk, and she'd built this entire stronghold just to give them a safe place to call home. Suddenly, Xiao Yun stepped forward, his hand opening to reveal a stack of glowing talismans. He handed them out to the villagers, his voice firm and commanding. "If you're worried, I'll personally use my title as a Heavenly Court Inspector to protect them. Keep these charms on you, and I guarantee no one will dare lay a finger on this place." The second they realized who Xiao Yun actually was, the villagers were absolutely stunned. The inspector, an actual lord from the Heavenly Court, is standing right here? Just like that, the weight-crushing Ruo Tong's heart finally lifted. With Xiao Yun's word, she knew they were safe. Okay, then I can finally leave in peace. But before walking away, she couldn't help but look back one last time. "I'm heading out. The stronghold. It's in your hands now. Don't let me down." Those honest mountain folk stood tall, giving her a solemn farewell. "We'll guard this place with our lives, boss. We'll be right here waiting for your return." The exchange left Xiao Yun a bit surprised, and he couldn't help but ask, "You really trust your subordinates that much?" Ruotong just gave a simple shrug. His heart's in the right place. All those times he challenged me to a fight? It was just his weird way of looking out for me. She pushed the sentiment aside, her mind already on the road ahead. "So, young master, where exactly are you taking us next?" Xiao Yun didn't mince words. "First, we head to Jingxiao Palace to set up the teleportation array. After that, our destination is the Shenxiao continent. To keep them safe, he tucked Ruo Tong and Xiao Wu into the 4-image cauldron for the journey. In a flash of light, the group finally touched down on the soil of the Shenxiao continent. But they weren't alone. An ambush was already waiting for them, and a sinister laugh echoed through the air. "Well, well, finally showed up, didn't you?" The sudden attack caught Xiao Yun completely off guard. Instinct took over, and he immediately threw himself in front of the others. "Who the hell are you?" Being surrounded like this was testing his patience, and he demanded answers, his voice dripping with ice. "Who are you people, and what do you want?" The man leading them, Bai Yuntian, just smirked. "Who I am doesn't matter one bit, boy." Then came the cold, arrogant declaration. "What matters is this: none of you are making it out of here alive today." Without another word, he unleashed a wave of dark energy, weaving a massive array right there in midair. Bai Yuntian was going all out. He was trying to completely lock down the space around them. Xiao Yun's brow furrowed as he realized the danger. A space lock? Damn it. If the space was sealed, they couldn't use spatial vortexes to escape. Nian Yun's temper flared, her hands literally erupting in flames. She wasn't about to sit around and wait. "Lock this. I'll smash this whole array to pieces." But as she struck out, the barrier didn't even flicker. She gasped, pure panic starting to set in. I can't break it?" Seeing the desperation, Xiao Yun didn't hesitate. He summoned the legendary Hao Tian hammer and thrust it toward her. "You can't break it with bare hands. Ching Cheng, take this and smash that thing into the ground." But as soon as the hammer appeared, a voice boomed from the shadows, full of greed. "I knew it. The Hao Tian hammer." Xiao Yun's eyes locked onto a terrifying aura gathering in the distance. A cold chill ran down his spine. He knew something was very, very wrong. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yun yelled a warning to Ching Cheng before violently shoving her out of the way. He took the full force of Bi Yuntian's trap himself. Ching Cheng watched in absolute horror as the attack connected. The impact was brutal, leaving Xiao Yun heavily wounded. Nian Yun and Ching Cheng both screamed out in a panic. "Father! Master!" Xiao Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and wiped his chin, trying to stay calm for them. "Relax, I'm not done yet." But Ching Cheng was done waiting. "You want this hammer so bad? Fine. Take it." With a scream of pure rage, she hurled the massive hammer straight at Bi Yuntian. The old villain was ecstatic. He reached out with a twisted grin, catching the weapon in midair. Yes, the Hao Tian hammer is finally mine. But his victory lasted all of 2 seconds. His eyes widened as something went completely sideways. Ching Cheng looked at him like he was a complete idiot, a cold smirk playing on her lips. "You really think a cockroach like you can just handle the Hao Tian hammer? Dream on." Just as she spoke, the hammer suddenly jerked, flying right out of his grasp before he could even react. The villain stood there, blinking in total shock, but Bi Yuntian just started laughing, a high-pitched, eerie sound. Suddenly, his body began to split right down the middle. Ching Cheng gasped. He's splitting his own body? But that was just the beginning. The clones started multiplying faster and faster. Within seconds, the area was crawling with them. There were so many that Xiao Yun couldn't even tell which one was the real threat anymore. One of the clones lunged forward, blade flashing toward Qing Cheng. Nian Yun screamed, "Watch out, get back!" But Qing Cheng didn't flinch. She whipped out her weapon and charged headfirst into the swarm, tearing through them with raw power. That's when she noticed the faces of the clones. They were completely blank. No emotion, nothing. She paused, her voice turning cold and contemplative. Something's not right. They clearly have souls, but they're moving like mindless puppets. She started piecing it all together, the body splitting, the puppet-like movements. It finally clicked. The seven-infant saint. Biyun Tian. She immediately turned back to Xiaoyun, her voice urgent. "Master, that's him. He's the seven-infant saint. 1,000 years ago, he was exiled from the Baishao Palace for practicing forbidden demonic arts, a man famous for using lethal clone combinations to overwhelm his enemies." This catches Xiaoyun completely off guard. He can't help but wonder, is this guy really a legend from before Ye Qingvev's time, and how the hell is he still alive? Honestly, she's just as confused. With a grim expression, she replies, "We all thought he was dead, but not only is he alive, he's somehow reached the spirit crystal realm." Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A sinister, eerie dark energy begins to pulse from the ground around them. Xiaoyun spots a glowing hoop flying straight for him. It hovers right above his head, clearly designed to be a magical cage. Before Xiaoyun can even process what's happening, the hoop snaps shut, binding him instantly in a crushing grip. He's completely paralyzed, or so it seems. But in a flash, Xiaoyun just vanishes. The ring falls, clattering against the ground. Empty. Qing Cheng's heart drops. Fearing the worst, tears start streaming down her face as she gasps. How is this possible? Nian Yun is losing it too, screaming for her father in pure terror. But then, Xiaoyun reappears with a cold, final boss smirk. "Relax, I'm right here. That was just a clone. Listen up, Bai Yuntian. You're not the only one who knows how to play with shadows. Now, it's my turn for some payback." Xiaoyun steps up alone against the bloodthirsty mob, unleashing a barrage of energy beams from his fingertips. The power slams into a massive pile of boulders, sending debris flying everywhere. Nian Yun's eyes light up. She grips her palms tight, it's all going according to plan. Xiaoyun barks out an order. "Nian Yun now, hit that spatial energy shield with everything you've got." She doesn't hesitate. Ready and waiting. "Father." She throws her hand high, and you can practically feel the air vibrating as her power surges to its peak. Her magic collides with the black barrier, and crack a fracture appears. The spatial array is finally starting to crumble, but Nian Yun's face pales as the crack begins to stitch itself back together. "Father, the rift is healing." Xiaoyun just nods, cool as ice. Exactly as I expected. Right on cue, a blinding light erupts from the forehead of a massive Buddha statue. Massive golden fists begin pummeling the air with a deafening roar. "I'm not giving this thing a single second to recover." Under the weight of his relentless magical strikes, the barrier holding them captive finally shatters into a million pieces. The Buddha statue breaks through, standing tall. Bai Yuntian just sneers. "Not bad, kid. You've got some skills." Inside the glowing sphere, two swords pulse with power, finally tearing through the spatial prison. The old man's jaw drops. He can't believe his eyes. His unbeatable great spatial array was just dismantled. His smug grin turns into a mask of pure madness. "Today, you die by my hand." He summons a monstrous, twisted creature from the depths of his power. The beast lunges, heading straight for the Buddha statue. Xiaoyun flinches for a split second before slamming his magic into the fray, his energy clashing against the darkness. It's a total frenzy. The demonic energy acts like a rabid beast, relentlessly tearing at the golden statue. Inside, Xiaoyun is gasping for air, desperately dodging. This Bai Yuntian is terrifyingly fast. He's already heavily damaged the Great Buddha before Xiaoyun could even blink. Suddenly, a green stone begins to glow. The very fabric of space shifts, and it's like time itself is starting to loop backward. Xiaoyun closes his eyes, centering himself. "All right, this is the only way." He mutters under his breath. "Go back." 1 second into the past. Suddenly, Bai Yuntian's secret trajectory is visible, every hidden move laid bare. Nian Yun and Qing Cheng cheer in excitement. "We can see it too." Meanwhile, Bai Yuntian is panting hard, a strange pink mist rising behind him. He tries to use a technique to snatch the glowing sword, but a massive golden hand reaches out, predicting his move perfectly. Bai Yuntian screams in pure terror. "How? How can you possibly see what I'm doing?" Xiaoyun just crosses his arms, a slight, mocking curve on his lips. "I've mastered the power of time. If I destroy the you from a second ago, the you standing here now is obviously going to feel the pain." The old man is speechless. "What? Time manipulation?" Panic sets in. If this kid can travel through time, what's stopping him from going back 1,000 years and erasing him from existence? Realizing he's completely outmatched, Bai Yuntian doesn't stick around. He turns tail and bolts. "Forget this, I need to move now." He's gone in the blink of an eye. His silhouette vanishes. Nian Yun can't help but comment, Father, the coward actually ran away. The other woman looks triumphant. He's probably terrified you'll just keep rewinding time to kill him over and over. Xiao Yun laughs at that. Wait, really? Actually, I can only pull that off once a day. He turns his attention to his companion. Huanzi, how are you feeling after absorbing that true immortal blood? Huanzi's body begins to float, surrounded by a swirling mist of pure energy. My cultivation. It's surging. She speaks softly. Master, please keep me close to you instead of drawing me into your body. It's the only way I can fully refine this immortal essence. Xiao Yun doesn't hesitate. Done. But Nian Yun's face turns serious. Father, do you think Bi Yuntian is working for the otherworld race? He explained, it is possible. That is why we must act fast and set up the teleportation network to stand a chance against those outsiders. No time to waste. Our next stop is Shenxiao Palace. Imagine a place where the breeze whispers through the clouds and every breath feels like pure peace. That is the legendary Shenxiao Palace. High atop his throne, a stern elder finally spoke. Master Baili, we want to invite you to set up 72 teleportation arrays within our palace grounds. After all, the Shenxiao region is massive. Building the main hub right in the center of the city would be the most effective move. Xiao Yun remained perfectly calm. Setting up 2 main arrays isn't an issue at all, he replied, but they must be built on the outskirts so the common people can actually use them. The others nodded in instant agreement. The man who forged their sect's immortal treasures really was a visionary. Please, Master Baili, we ask that you establish a teleportation gate for our sword sect as well. Nearby, the Venerable Yun Tai stroked his beard, a habit he fell into whenever he was deep in thought. Master, we've searched everywhere for the women you mentioned. We finally found a lead on Isabella. In exchange for this news, please, help our Yuntai sect with a teleportation array. The other 3 stayed silent, lost in their own calculations. Even Xiao Yun took a moment before finally speaking. Rest assured, my plan is to eventually have a teleportation gate in every single town across the Juxiao continent. We're going to shatter the limits of space and grow together. As for the cost, I'll take a share of the revenue from the local managers for the first 5 years. Hyandong's jaw literally dropped. She sat there, her mind racing with the sheer scale of what he was proposing. If he pulls this off, the wealth Baili will amass is going to be absolutely astronomical. Once he connects the immortal fire realm with the Juxiao continent, his influence will be completely unmatched. One senior finally nodded, sealing the deal. Fine, we'll do exactly as Master Baili says. We'll deduct the setup costs from the future profits. Consider it a loan from us. We'll also pitch this plan to the other sects to ensure a win-win situation for everyone involved. As they stepped outside, Xiao Yun's voice turned cold and serious. This can't wait, not for a second. Start the construction now. I still need to head to Zhixiao Palace to set up the final link in the chain. Over at Zhixiao Palace, an official hurried forward to greet him with a deep, respectful bow. Master Baili, we are beyond grateful that you're here to build our array. Xiao Yun took a deep breath. With this, the network across the Juxiao continent was finally complete. Low-level creatures from the spirit realm are already breaking through, he warned. He clenched his fist tight as those dark, brutal visions of the future flashed through his mind once again. The moment that spatial tunnel stabilizes, the Bone God King will descend upon the Juxiao continent. And then? It's all over. Back at Spirit City, the atmosphere was heavy. Xiao Yun and Nian Yun stood in stone-cold silence, their eyes locked on the horizon. He watched the horde of beasts slowly trekking across the plains below, his mind spinning with strategy. It seemed his gamble using the Spirit Eye Stone to influence the Netherwolves was actually working. Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed through the air. Master Baili, forgive my late arrival. Nian Yun's eyes lit up the moment she saw the figure approaching. Senior Tian Nian. Emerging from the mist was the legendary immortal Tian Nian of the Heavenly Court. Nian Yun quickly explained that she was second only to the palace leaders. Xiao Yun showed proper respect with a shallow bow. Xiao Yun greets the senior. Tian Nian looked at him with a tired but appreciative smile. You've worked yourself to the bone setting up those arrays across the continents. You flatter me, senior, he replied softly. I'm only here to do my part in stopping the spirit realm invasion. Tian Nian's expression suddenly soured. You are the only master capable of building these arrays. If anything happens to you, it would be a catastrophic loss for the entire human race. Take Nian Yun and get back to the Heavenly Court immediately. Her gaze was sharp, leaving no room for argument as she turned to leave. Her voice echoed low and cold. Besides, we have plenty of disciples from various sects here already. We aren't short on manpower. And for some strange reason, the Netherwolves have been fighting on our side against the invaders lately. Xiao Yun didn't budge. The wolves are only a temporary fix. To truly stop this, we need every bit of power we have, and I intend to be part of that power. Tian Nian waved him off dismissively. Enough. Just go home. Then boom. The ground shook as Xiao Yun suddenly launched himself into the air. His silhouette streaked across the sky like a comet. I can't just sit back and watch this happen. Forgive me, Senior, but I'm going in. Tian Nian gasped, her voice dripping with panic. Wait, the Spirit City defense barrier is already active. You can't possibly make it through. But it was too late. The streak of light hit the barrier and vanished into the distance in the blink of an eye. The old immortal was shaking with shock. He's gone. He actually broke through and joined the front lines. Beside her, Nian Yun tried to calm her down. Senior, trust my father. He even drove off Bi Yuntian a few days ago. She looked like she'd just seen a ghost. Bai Yuntian? Here on the Juxiao continent? I heard he fled the immortal realm ages ago. Even if he's still alive, there's no way the immortal realm would open a path for him to get here. Her hands began to tremble as the realization hit her. If there was another secret tunnel between the realms, then they were all in serious trouble. If that's really the case, then it means some immortals, desperate to escape the Heavenly Court's iron grip, are actually going rogue and teaming up with the alien races. And just like that, the mysterious light in the sky vanished, leaving no trace behind. Soft daylight began to creep through the lush green canopy, painting a deceptively peaceful picture of the forest. But back in the spirit domain, things were anything but peaceful. Zhang Yue was literally sitting on the dirt, staring down a pack of wild wolves while a bone-chilling, hopeless howl echoed through the air, making everyone's blood run cold. Standing before him was a massive black wolf, sporting a strange, flickering blue flame mark right on its forehead. The wolf finally spoke. You want us to side with humans? Fine, but you have to open the defenses and let my tribe into the spirit domain city. Zhang Yue didn't blink. He nodded solemnly but added a major condition. Deal, but only if you sign a blood contract. You'll be humanity's most loyal allies for all eternity. The wolf stood tall on a massive boulder, but suddenly, it felt tan off. Even if I say yes, it growled, the rest of my pack won't be so easy to convince. The shadow of the wolf loomed large, its voice steady and cold as it turned to the pack. What do you all think? They didn't trust humans not by a long shot, but they trusted the man standing right in front of them. Even the leader was baffled. Strange. Why do I feel like I can actually trust you? Zhang Yue knew exactly why. This was all the work of the World Stone, slowly influencing and purifying the hearts of those around him. He leaned back, looking totally unfazed by the surrounding predators. Trust me, he said softly, and I'll make sure you're protected. I give you my word, I'm going to lead you to crush the alien races, take down the Bone God King, and finally bring peace back to the human world, once and for all.